On the first day I transmigrated to a parallel world, I inherited the position of the head of the Celestial Master's mansion. Instantly revered by the world, I was thrust into the spotlight. Numerous masters wanted to challenge my temple, hoping to make a name for themselves through a single battle. However, only I knew the truth. I was just a novice who knew no spells, had never practiced any Taoist arts or divine powers, and hadn't even read a single scripture. What would happen if people found out? Who leaked the photos of my inauguration ceremony? I'm the Celestial Master, the one in the purple robe, but I'm nowhere near as powerful as the comments claim. My biggest fear now is that some hothead might take it seriously and actually come to challenge me at Qin Mountain. But the next second, ding, the system detected that I had inherited the position of Celestial Master and successfully bound the ultimate Celestial Master system. A newbie mission was issued: take a photo with a pilgrim ascending the mountain to receive the reward soaring cloud steps. What? Just take a photo with a pilgrim to get a reward? This system is so straightforward? Qin Mountain had many tourists, and soon I found a couple hiking up the mountain and took a photo with them. As soon as the photo was taken, the system's prompt sounded in my ear again: ding, congratulations on completing the newbie mission, taking a photo with a pilgrim. Reward, soaring cloud steps. I never expected the first task to be completed so easily. After taking the photo with the couple, the guy asked, "Master, how much for the photo?" "I'll transfer it to you via Alipay." I smiled and replied, "Pilgrim, all who ascend the mountain are guests. This is a sacred place for Taoist cultivation. We don't speak of money, only fate. Our photo together is a sign of fate. Talking about money would cheapen it." With that, I bid farewell to the couple and turned to check the system's reward. Soaring cloud steps, a basic footwork technique created for mountain climbing. At the entrance of Qin Mountain, there are 3,400 steps from top to bottom. With this technique, climbing the mountain is like treading on air, swift as a fleeting cloud, reaching the destination in an instant. Really? The next second, a surge of pure energy flowed into my body, and information about the soaring cloud steps flooded my mind. In that moment, my footwork mastery reached perfection. With a single step, I activated the soaring cloud steps, my figure transforming into a wisp of blue mist as I dashed from the mountainside straight to the Celestial Master's mansion at the summit. The thousands of steps beneath my feet became irrelevant. My movements were as swift as the wind, surpassing countless pilgrims in the blink of an eye, including the couple I had just taken a photo with. All I left behind for the onlookers was a dashing silhouette. On the mountain path, hundreds of tourists watched as a blue streak flashed past them, skimming the ground like flight, appearing 100 steps away in an instant. The crowd was stunned. Holy crap, what was that? Ground skimming flight? That footwork is insane. Master, you're amazing. That's some god-tier movement. Damn, we just met an immortal. Exclamations of awe rose from the crowd. The couple I had taken a photo with was equally shocked. They recognized me immediately. Isn't that the young master who took a photo with us earlier? Who knew he was this incredible? At that very moment, another Taoist priest from Qin Mountain passed by them. The young couple, curious, asked, "Priest, are all the young Taoists from Qin Mountain this impressive? Climbing the steps as if flying, do you all possess some form of Qigong likeness skill?" The passing priest looked bewildered. "Esteemed visitors, we are just ordinary people. How could we possibly know Qigong? Those things you mentioned are from martial arts novels. We're really not familiar with them." One of the young men in the couple pointed toward the distant mountain gate, where my figure was about to disappear. "Priest, we saw it with our own eyes just now. That young Taoist was flying so fast." "We're not blind, and you're saying you don't know Qigong?" The priest, realizing what they meant, laughed and said, "Oh, you mean him? That's the current Celestial Master of Qin Mountain, a direct descendant of the Celestial Master's lineage. Naturally, he's different." Hearing this, the couple froze. "What? Celestial Master? He's the Celestial Master?" Good heavens, the couple could hardly believe it. They looked at the photo in their hands, realizing they had just taken a picture with the Celestial Master. The young man, still somewhat skeptical, said, "Priest, you're not joking, are you? You're saying that young Taoist just now was the Celestial Master? Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else?" "Taoist Master, you're joking. There's only one heavenly master in the entire Qin Mountain. How could I be wrong? Boy, but he doesn't look very old. He's only in his 20s, how can he be a heavenly master?" In their impression, the heavenly master, that is the head of a sect, shouldn't it be a very old man? Just now, that Taoist master was so young, almost the same age as them. They had just graduated from university, and he had already become a heavenly master? The Taoist master said, "Several residents do not know, my Qin Mountain, this generation of heavenly master, is hundreds of years of the most gifted, able to the top, is the heavenly master's house has always been adhering to the fine tradition. Boys, but, the internet says, the heavenly master should not wear purple robe? He's not wearing one either." "Taoist master, it's true that he wears purple robes, but he doesn't wear them every day." Two young couples. At this moment, Qin Hao didn't know about the conversation below the mountain. With his Lingshu flying cloud step, he had already returned to the heavenly master's mansion at the top of the mountain. Having experienced the speed of Lingshu flying cloud step, Qin Hao was also convinced. It turned out that there really was such a strong step in the world. This footwork was really no different from flying close to the ground. Although its usefulness was only limited to climbing stairs with, at least in the future, going up and down the mountain would not be as hard as before. At this point, Qin Hao was still very satisfied. After returning to the Heavenly Master Mansion, Qin Hao had only just sat down. The system released a new quest. Ding! Organize the bookshelf Taoist scriptures and get the reward, typing 5 Qi technique. New mission, organizing the Tao scriptures? Qin Hao glanced at his room. On one wall of the room, there were hundreds of Tao scriptures. These Tao scriptures were all given to him by the previous generation of heavenly masters. After Qin Hao crossed over, he had never read them at all, and now they had fallen into a layer of dust. It was also time to organize them properly. Qin Hao got up, walked to the bookshelf and organized it. Organizing the Tao scriptures, this task wasn't difficult. It was just a little bit tiring. The entire wall of Tao scriptures took Qin Hao more than 2 hours to organize before he finally finished all of them. After he put the last book in his hand on the bookshelf. In the middle of his mind, the system task completion beep also sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the reward, typing 5 Qi skill. Typing 5 Qi skill, cultivation technique. Absorb the 5 Qi of heaven and earth, the Qi of the sun, the Qi of the Taiyin, the Qi of the stars, the Qi of the incense and fire of all living beings, and the Qi of heaven and earth for cultivation. Daily automatic cultivation, day after day, the cultivation can be profound. After the completion of the training, one can raise one's hand and throw one's foot, and one's power can be used to shake the sky and the 5 mountains with one's fists. He can also use his fists to defend objects in the air. Looking at the introduction of the typing 5 Qi technique, Qin Hao extracted the technique. Then, he had a sensation that felt like he had become warm at his belly. It was as if an automatic turbine generator was installed in the dantian. The source absorbed the spiritual Qi from the outside world unceasingly. And the typing 5 Qi skill in his body was also using spiritual Qi to flush Qin Hao's body continuously and automatically. In just a moment, Qin Hao could feel that along with the increasing amount of spiritual Qi, his physique was enhanced. Half an hour later, Qin Hao felt that his dantian was filled with spiritual Qi. The typing 5 Qi technique then automatically compressed these spiritual Qi until it was compressed into a drop of spiritual water. When the drop of spiritual water fell into the dantian, Qin Hao's cultivation instantly skyrocketed. First level of Qi refining. At this moment, his physical quality increased exponentially, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he also began to carry his own wind pressure in spiritual Qi. The entire person's temperament also directly soared. The current Qin Hao, with his own breeze around his body, looked from afar, walking with the wind, and had that flavor of a worldly superior. Qin Hao walked to the courtyard and tested the strength of the first level of Qi refining. Only to see that he clenched his fist and punched at a stone slab in the courtyard of the Heavenly Master Mansion. This punch went out. The stone slab let out a muffled sound. The entire stone slab was actually cracked on the spot by Qin Hao's punch. As for Qin Hao, his fist didn't even feel a thing. Even he didn't use his full strength just now. Looking at the cracked stone plate on the ground, Qin Hao took a deep breath, and within the dantian, within that drop of spiritual water, a trace of true essence was split. True essence turned into a sword. Qin Hao's mouth opened, and sword Qi was spat out from his mouth, aiming at the stone slab on the ground that had already cracked into 2 halves. The sword Qi soared and struck on top of the stone plate. This stone plate, surprisingly, was directly pierced out with a sword hole. And the concrete floor below the stone plate was drilled out a small pit by Qin Hao's mouthful of sword Qi. Qin Hao himself was shocked. You call this the first level of Qi refining? Isn't it a bit outrageous? The current Qin Hao had too little spiritual water in his body and not enough true essence. He could only do a small-scale sliver of spiritual Qi into a sword, and in the words of the system, the power could only be said to be okay. After Qin Hao's cultivation grew and the spirit water in his body could provide enough true essence, he would be able to do so by truly raising his hand and slashing out sword Qi. At that time, it wouldn't be as simple as drilling a hole in a stone slab. Rather, with a single chop of his hand, 100 trees would be broken. A flick of the fingers, split gold and break stone. That is the real cultivation. Chapter 3, All the Heavenly Masters are alarmed. Qin Hao was testing his cultivation in the courtyard. Just at this time, outside the courtyard of the Heavenly Master's residence, there was a knock on the door, and a Taoist boy walked in, first bowing to Qin Hao, then saying, Heavenly Master, Uncle Jing Xian invites you to the 3 Qing Hall. Something has happened in the 3 Qing Hall. Something happened in the Sanqing Hall? Qin Hao froze for a moment. Sanqing Hall. It was the main hall of Qingyun Mountain. What could happen? Qin Hao said, You go over first, I'll be there later. Since something happened to the 3 Pristine Hall. Then he, the Heavenly Master, the family member of Qingyun Mountain. Naturally, he couldn't leave his job and sit back and watch. Go and take a look on the way. Qin Hao followed the Taoist boy and arrived in the Taoist temple in front of the Heavenly Master's residence. Before even entering the Sanqing Hall, he saw from afar that, in the main hall, a lot of people had gathered. Many tourists and residents who went up the mountain to worship the god were gathered here. There were also a lot of Taoist priests from Mount Qingyun who were also here. It seemed that something had indeed happened. Qin Hao walked into the hall. A few Taoist elders saw Qin Hao arrive and immediately walked over. Qin Hao asked, "What happened?" A Taoist elder wearing a red robe walked over and saluted Qin Hao first, then whispered a few words in Qin Hao's ear. This red-robed Tao master was also a very senior Tao master of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Temple. Taoist number Jing Xian. Normally, this Sanqing Hall was taken care of by him exclusively. Taoist master Jing Xian told Qin Hao that just now, a man brought a little boy into the Sanqing Temple. While they weren't paying attention, that little boy peed on the three clear statue. This matter, in the Xianmen sect, was definitely something that stabbed the sky. The three pristine ones is the originator of the Xianmen sect, the highest level of the Xianmen sect's revered gods. The status is equivalent to the ancestor of an ordinary family. Peeing on the three pristine ones is no different from peeing on someone's ancestor's grave. Can this matter not be a big deal? That's why Taoist Jing Xian notified the Heavenly Master at the first opportunity after he found out. This matter, it's better to let the Heavenly Master handle it. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man wearing a black jacket was sitting on a chair in the Sanqing Hall with a little boy. The two of them were the culprits of this matter. No one realized that a miniature camera, on the lapel of the man in the black jacket, was filming all of this and broadcasting the scene out in a live stream. This man was named Zhang Tong. In fact, his identity was originally an anchor of a live broadcast platform. Because of yesterday's gambling fight with a tycoon in the live stream, he had specially come to Qingyun Mountain today. Yesterday, while Zhang Tong was live streaming, a wild tycoon entered his live room. It coincided with Zhang Tong blowing awesome. He threatened that he was so bold that there was nothing in this world that he did not dare to do. The tycoon a word, directly to him first brush 10 rockets. Zhang Tong live platform, a rocket worth 1,000 yuan. The platform and him 30-70 split. That is to say, one rocket, he can get 700. 10 rockets, that's 7,000. Zhang Tong instantly transformed into a tycoon-licking dog. In the next second, the tycoon directly commented that if he had the guts, he would go to the number 1 Xianmen mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, the Sanqing Taoist Temple in Qingyun Mountain, and urinate on the statue of Sanqing. If he could do it, he would turn around and brush him with 100 rockets. 100 rockets. Zhang Tong's eyes went green. That's $70,000. He didn't even think about it. It's just a matter of peeing. The tycoon didn't specify who should pee. Zhang Tong then brought his son over. His son is only 10 years old. What does a 10-year-old kid know? Peeing in front of the statue of the three pristine ones, even if he is caught, Zhang Tong is not afraid. Directly said that children do not know what to do. These Taoist priests don't want to make things difficult for a child. If word got out, would Mount Qingyun still want to mix? Therefore, Zhang Tong is now sitting here, not panicking at all. His live broadcast room is also now full of 66,666. Anchor awesome ah. Yesterday, watching the live broadcast, I thought you were just talking off the top of your head, but I didn't expect you to really dare. In terms of boldness, you have to look at my brother Tong. Said to really come, in the first mountain of the Xianmen Qingyun Mountain to the three Qing statues P, this operation is unbeatable. The anchor is really not afraid of anything. Nzi Qingyun is the most powerful mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, it's the most powerful mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you afraid that the Taoist priests will kill you? I've heard that Taoist priests know a lot of spells, if they know you did it on purpose, I'm afraid you'll be screwed to death. That's right, messing with someone's statue of the three Qings is no different from peeing on someone's grave. The anchor is really bold, he doesn't even want to lose his life to make money. What are you afraid of? What's the first mountain of Xianmen? It's all just feudal superstition. It's been 9,022 years, and people still believe in this? That's right, laugh it up, it's the age of technology now, the iPhone has been released to 13, and there are still people talking about magic spells? Why don't you say there are still immortals in the world? Zhang Tong looked at his cell phone and looked at the pop-ups in his live pop-up area. He did not panic at all in his heart. Zhang Tong, himself, was an atheist. What the three purities, what spells and immortals? He didn't believe in them at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his son here to cause trouble. In this world, is there anything worse than having no money? He can make $70,000 by coming over to make trouble, why not? As for those Taoist priests, they are sitting here for half a day, just now the red-robed Taoist priest, not also can't take what they do. Zhang Tong is now smug. For their own blood earned 70,000 soft sister coins is happy. At this time, he saw a figure walking in front of him. Then, a voice rang in his ears, "Blessed infinite heavenly Father, this monk, I heard that just now your child urinated in our Sanqing Hall? Can this be true?" Zhang Tong looked up. He thought that it was someone who had come. Unexpectedly, it was a youngster. Tong instantly relaxed even more and said directly, "Not bad, young Taoist master, my son didn't hold it in just now, sorry ah." Although he did it on purpose, but after all, in other people's territory, Tong still had to say something nice, pretend to be pious. Otherwise, he really cannot go. Tong's words just finished, next to the older red-robed Taoist priest just now said, "Monk, please pay attention to the wording, what little Taoist priest? This is the current heavenly master of our Qin Yun mountain." Taoist master Jingxian directly pointed out Qin Hao's identity. Hearing was that this young man was actually the current heavenly master of Qin Yun mountain. Tong froze all of a sudden as well. What? Heavenly master? Such a young heavenly master? He took his son to pee, and actually alarmed the heavenly master? Although Tong did not believe in this Shenmen stuff. But he still knows basic common sense. Heavenly master, this identity is honored beyond compare. It can be said to be the head of the Shenmen sect. To become a heavenly master, one must not only be powerful but also have a powerful background. Tong did not even think that he had actually gotten the Qin Yun mountain heavenly master over. Tong suddenly had a bad feeling. This alarmed the heavenly master. It shouldn't cause any trouble. Chapter 4, he looks quite good at talking. Upon realizing that the young man in front of him was the heavenly master of Qin Yun mountain, Tong would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. After all, the internet was now abuzz with rumors. It wasn't as if Tong hadn't seen the various claims of invincibility of Taoist heavenly masters. Tong's live broadcast room. It was also boiling at this moment. Brother Tong ah. This wave has even alarmed the heavenly master. If this can get you out in one piece, it'll be a lifetime of bragging rights. This is considered to be smashing the scene in front of other people's heavenly masters, right? The anchor is too powerful. He's really not afraid of the divine masters fixing you up. Afraid of what? This master of heaven looks young, does not look like what capable people. Anchor, don't be afraid. The audience in the live broadcast room was right. The only thing that makes Tong feel a little bit more relaxed is the teacher in front of him. It was this heavenly master in front of him, who looked very young. He felt that there might indeed be that kind of capable person on this Qin Yun mountain. But it shouldn't be this young man in front of him. Although he was a heavenly master, he was too young. How could he be as strong as those old heavenly masters with strong means? At best, he was a junior who was just starting out. As long as he stabilized himself, nothing would happen to him. Tong asked, "This heavenly master, my son accidentally urinated, may I ask what compensation is required?" Tong used advancement as retreat and opened his mouth to inquire first. At this moment, a system beep came from Qin Hao's ears. Ding! Release the task, scrub the statue of the 3 pristine ones, and obtain the reward, 5 thunders orthodoxy. Open the incense value exchange mall. Ding! Detected that someone in Qin Yun mountain deliberately messed up and borrowed a child to urinate on the statue of the 3 pristine ones in a live streaming manner for profit. The host punishes the troublemaker and obtains the reward, Celestial Master Sword Quenching 1. Listening to the system release 2 missions in a row. These 2 tasks, both of them were related to this time. From the system, Qin Hao also saw that the man in front of him was here to make trouble. Live broadcasting? By the looks of it, it was an anchor. Qin Hao glanced at the man's collar. Sure enough, at the collar, he saw a miniature camera that was hard to notice without looking closely. Only to see Qin Hao faintly smile, said, "Monk, don't be nervous, since it's the child's unintentional mistake, it doesn't matter, the 3 clear ancestors won't be blamed for it, just scrub it clean." Qin Hao said, turned his head to the Jingxian Taoist priest behind him and said, "Jingxian Taoist priest, help me get a rag over." A few moments later, only to see Qin Hao holding the rag, he scrubbed on the statue of the 3 pristine ones. Scrubbing the urine stains on the statue of the 3 pristine ones. In his ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, scrubbing the statue of the 3 pristine ones, and obtaining the reward, 5 thunders orthodoxy. Open the incense value exchange mall. Watching the heavenly master personally scrub the statue of the 3 pristine ones. The incense burners present froze. Heavenly master, so good at talking? Tong himself did not expect this heavenly master, also a little too good to talk. He even moved his own hand to scrub the statue of the 3 pristine ones. Tong instantly had a feeling that the original heavenly master is just like that. In the live broadcast room, watching the celestial master stoop down and scrub the statue of the 3 pristine ones. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Is this the heavenly master of Mount Qin Yun? He really doesn't have a temper at all. Good guy, I did not expect this generation of heavenly master is actually an honest person. 3 Qing statues are peed on, but also their own hands to wipe clean. Seen a good talk, never seen such a good talk. Online rumors are buzzing, how powerful the heavenly master, the results of this. Looks like there's no blood at all. If it was me, I would have punched up, this anchor looks like it's here to mess up. Children can no longer hold back their urine, but also not so much as to urinate in the three Qin Hall, can only say that this young master is too weak. Looking at Qin Hao's good temper in the live broadcast room, the comments were mixed. And at this moment, the group of Taoist masters in the three pristine hall were also a bit taut. Heavenly Master, how can you do this kind of work? Taoist Master Jing Xian couldn't help but say, Heavenly Master, we can just do these things, how can we bother you to do it yourself? Qin Hao got up, put the rag back into the water basin, and said, no harm done, I'm essentially a Shin sect disciple just like you guys, scrubbing the statue of the three pristine ones is also something I should do. Qin Hao said, looking at Zhang Tong next to him, as for this monk, you can rest assured that the three Qing Taoist ancestors will not blame you for the child's unintentional mistake, but if it is done with a heart, the one who is not right in mind. Qin Hao paused for a moment, continued, oh, you also need to know, a Shenmen faction is not so good to mess with, the three Qing cannot be humiliated, deliberately humiliated people will be condemned by the wrath of God, will be bad luck. Do you understand? Qin Hao's words were word for word. It seemed to be intentionally said very heavily. Every word was like a yellow bell striking in Zhang Tong's heart. Zhang Tong's face was ugly. His heart was even more terrified. The Heavenly Master said such words to him, could it be that people had seen it? It would be a lie for Zhang Tong to say that he was not panicked, but at this moment, he was still forcing a smile. Heavenly Master, what did you say? Why can't I understand? Qin Hao patted his shoulder and laughed, it's okay if you don't understand, you'll understand later. No one noticed that when Qin Hao patted Zhang Tong's shoulder, a purple talisman was pasted on Zhang Tong's shoulder by him. The purple talisman, as soon as he pasted it, turned into a light point and integrated into Zhang Tong's body. That talisman was after he had just scrubbed the statue of the three pristine ones and completed the quest to activate the incense value redemption mall. Qin Hao spent 1,000 incense value to buy a purple bad luck talisman in the system mall. Incense value exchange mall. There are all kinds of commodities in it, array formation, martial arts, magical skills, spells, divine weapons, talisman seals. All of these things, however, required incense value to be exchanged. Incense value, that is, the number of incenses that Qin Hao's Qingyun mountain has on the mountain every day. One incense burner represents 1 point of incense value. Just now, that purple bad luck talisman cost Qin Hao a full 1,000 joss sticks. In fact, among the commodities in the column of talisman seals, there were also bad luck talismans of slightly lower quality. The yellow bad luck talisman was even cheaper and could be bought for only 200 joss sticks. Only the effect only lasted for 7 days. Qin Hao thought about it for a while and still purchased a purple one. The effect lasted for 1 month. The monthly bad luck package was given to this big brother. If it's expensive, it's expensive. Expensive is good. This talisman will take effect once it is pasted on. Qin Hao looked at Zhang Tong with a sympathetic gaze. From this moment on, this buddy, he would be unlucky for a month in the future. I just don't know how effective this purple unlucky talisman seal really is. Let's hope the person is alright. As for the little boy next to him who had just peed, Qin Hao also very kindly gave him a special talisman seal. Since he likes to pee so much, he should be punished for not being able to pee for 4 days. After all, kids are young and unintelligent, so let's make the punishment a little lighter. Put the talisman seal on this master and his wife. Qin Hao smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, just waiting for the seal to take effect. New book on the road, niche subjects, I do not know if you like it, please recommend tickets, please collect Thank you all. Chapter 5, How can a person be so unlucky? In the Hall of the Three Clearings. Zhang Tong also do not know what happened, from just listening to the words of this young celestial master, in his heart, there has been an ominous feeling. This ominous feeling had been enveloping his heart as if there was a lump in it. But soon, Zhang Tong convinced himself. Panic my ass. What did he have to be afraid of with 2 threatening words from a brat? And humiliating the three Qing will get heavenly punishment? Zhang Tong didn't believe it at all. Do you have the ability to make the three Qing manifest a spirit to me? Zhang Tong scorned. However, in the next second, the sound of a stool cracking came from under his butt. Clang! The chair underneath Zhang Tong's buttocks directly dissolved in place, and he fell on his butt on the ground. Ouch! Zhang Tong did not expect that he could still fall on his head while sitting. What kind of broken chair is this? What a damn bad luck! He cursed in his heart and got up from the ground. Zhang Tong climbed up with one hand supporting the ground. However, in the very next moment, the heart-rending screams of Zhang Tong came from the entire three Qing hall. The crowd was stunned. Because, this fellow, Zhang Tong, actually had one hand propped up on the ground, right on one of the wooden chair legs spread out on the ground. A rusty nail from the chair leg directly pierced through his palm, giving him a palm-and-palm penetration. Could he not scream miserably? Watching Zhang Tong actually become so unlucky all of a sudden. The viewers in his live broadcast room also looked dumbfounded. This is too evil. So scary. The whole palm is pierced through. I don't even believe it when I say it's not retribution. How can people be so unlucky? It's over, the anchor has had a big game, he must have been targeted by the three Qings. Didn't they just say that the Heavenly Master is not to be insulted, insults will be repaid? The three Qings must not be insulted, insults must be avenged. The gods and ghosts are more to be believed than not. It's just a superstition. A nail in the hand is retribution? Why don't I believe in it? These are all just coincidences. Well, unless the anchor can get unlucky again, I'll believe it. The live broadcast pop-up screen has just been sent out. Qingyun Mountain, only to hear a rumbling sound on the statue of the three Qing. The crowd raised their heads at the sound and looked upwards. Zhang Tong also followed and looked upwards. However, the next thing Zhang Tong saw was a huge yellow gourd smashing towards his head. This gourd was an object held in the hands of one of the three purities, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. It was not known whether it had fallen into disrepair or something else. At this moment, it even rolled down from the idol of the Supreme Lord, and without any bias, it smashed into Zhang Tong's head. Zhang Tong, ah! This time, there was nothing to scream about, he was directly smashed in place and fainted. Looking at Zhang Tong, who had fallen unconscious on the ground. Inside the three Qing hall, the entire room was dead silent. This series of unlucky events happened to Zhang Tong in an unbiased manner. Is this reasonable? Very unreasonable. At this moment, everyone had a thought in their mind. Could it be that the three pristine ones had really manifested themselves? Even Zhang Tong's own live broadcast room, hundreds of thousands of viewers thought the same. Originally, many did not believe in these feudal superstitions. Looking at the anchor who fell to the ground, they also began to doubt life. Is this a coincidence? Coincidence is definitely not possible. How can someone be so unlucky? And so many times in one day, simply outrageous. The only explanation is that there must be external forces involved. Live audience, Turtle, is it really the three Qing manifestation? This retribution, said to come to ing amazing, I do not believe in Xianmen before, thanks to the anchor personal practice, now I believe. I'm going to burn incense at Mount Qingyun tomorrow. I hope the anchor is okay. It's really a sure thing, bad luck, really let the other celestial masters said right Hey, to the three Qing statues being, this is also a person to do things? Even if they were screwed, they deserved it. Do not look at it, and then watch this live, I'm afraid I will follow the bad luck. Qin Hao looked at Zhang Tong, who was already lying on the ground and was smashed unconscious. He said to the two Taoist children beside him, you guys help this monk to bandage up first, then make a call to the hospital under the mountain, let the ambulance come to pull people. Although, this guy came to cause trouble. But it has also been duly punished, it is still no problem to help make a rescue call. The two Taoist children nodded and bandaged Zhang Tong on the ground in place. Zhang Tong's matter came to an end. The incense seekers who were originally watching in the Sanqing Hall were also dispersed by the Taoist priests on the mountain. Qin Hao stood in front of the statue of the three Qing gods. He opened the system panel. At this moment, the two quests were all completed. Scrub the statue of the three pristine gods and obtain 5 Thunders Orthodoxy. Punish the troublemaker and obtain Heavenly Master Sword Quenching One. Qin Hao took out the sword he carried with him. The entire Qingyun Mountain, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. The one who could carry around a sharp weapon that was legally worn during a disturbance, nowadays, I'm afraid that Qin Hao was the only one. Because, who let him be the current Heavenly Master of the first mountain of the Xin sect, Qingyun Mountain. Every Heavenly Master would inherit the Heavenly Master's sword that had been passed down from successive generations of Heavenly Masters of Qingyun Mountain. And this sword is something that must be carried with you? Even the government recognized that it was legal for a Heavenly Master to carry the sword with him. At this moment, Qin Hao looked at the Heavenly Master's sword in his hand. This sword, in fact, was originally passed on to him as an ordinary iron sword. More than that, it was a symbol of status. It didn't have any powerful effects like what outsiders and TV dramas thought, that it could subdue ghosts and demons and deter them. Regarding this Tianchi sword, if Qin Hao took it out now, no one would believe it if he said it was a real Tianchi sword. If he bought a random one on Taobao, it might be even more beautifully crafted than this orthodox Tianchi sword in his hand. Qin Hao pulled out the sword, and on top of the sword, the word Tianchi was engraved. Other than these two words, there was nothing else. Qin Hao rubbed his finger against the sword blade. The blade was rough, and although it had been sharpened, it was difficult to hurt someone. Qin Hao glanced at the rewards in the system warehouse. He directly extracted Celestial Master Sword Hardening One. The extraction was successful, and a golden light instantly rushed onto the Heavenly Master Sword in Qin Hao's hand. The next second, Qin Hao clearly felt that the sword in his hand became different. Even though the appearance was still so plain and ordinary. However, when he held it in his hand, he could actually feel the presence of sword chi. He took the Celestial Master's sword and made a stroke across the broken chair on the ground just now. Half a step apart, the chair leg on the ground was actually cut in half by Qin Hao's sword chi. Moreover, the cut was as smooth as a mirror, the kind that didn't have any burr at all. This Tianchi sword, after being quenched by the system, was more than 100 times sharper. This is a divine sword. Just quenching it once, it changed so much. Qin Hao wanted to know what it would become after a few more quenching. Playing with the Heavenly Master sword for a while. Then, Qin Hao cast his eyes towards another reward. This reward, relatively speaking, was what Qin Hao was more interested in. Because, that was the 5 Thunders Orthodoxy. Chapter 6, Challenging the Heavenly Master, Are You Crazy? 5 Thunder Orthodox Method. Also known as the Thunder Law. It is one of the representative spells in the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom and the Xian sect. Thunder is born from the Qi of Yin and Yang, thunder is Yang and thunder is Yin. According to the Luo Shu, the number of 5 elements, east 3 south 2 north 1 west 4, the ancestor of this number and the central 5. And thunder line heaven and earth and the gas, so it is called 5 thunder. 5 thunder positive law of this thing, the reality of whether or not I do not know. Anyway, TV dramas, anime, novels are a lot. The Shen Men school characters, who will not be a 5 thunder positive law. Palm thunder? If they don't even know this, they are embarrassed to come out and meet people. Qin Hao extracted 5 thunders Zhang Fa. In the next second, all the cultivation techniques and general outlines of the 5 thunders Zhang Fa appeared in his mind. 5 thunder orthodox technique, 1 key to great success. 5 thunder Zhengfa. Contains 5 great spells. They were, the 5 thunder palm, the 5 thunder mantra, the 5 thunder vowels, the wind thunderfinger, and the palm thunder. 5 thunder palm condenses heaven and earth's thunder in the center of the palm, which is catalyzed by palm power. 5 thunders incantation, top-level thunder spell, reciting the incantation and matching hand seals, it can attract heavenly thunder to the world, with great power. 5 thunder vowel, a sonic thunder spell, condensing thunder elements in the abdomen, launching an attack with sound, which is difficult for ordinary people to withstand. Wind and thunder finger technique, a finger of wind and thunder fury. Palm thunder, 5 thunder cohesion palm, into a ball of lightning, thrown against the enemy, swept away evil spirits, Xian Men, the most famous and one of the most commonly used spells. Looking at the 5 spells in the 5 thunder positive law. Each and every one of them, all of them looked like thieves. Especially the palm thunder and the 5 thunders curse. One was to form thunder in the palm, and the other was to invoke heavenly thunder to descend to earth. The compulsion was simply pulling full ah. This 5 thunder orthodoxy, Qin Hao was simply too satisfied with it. At the same time, below Qingyun Mountain. At this moment, 2 Land Rovers and an ambulance arrived here at the same time. The ambulance was here to save people. The Taoist priests on Qingyun Mountain called the police, saying that someone on the mountain was injured and needed first aid. A group of doctors went up the mountain with a stretcher. And the 2 Land Rovers. On the other hand, several people came down. This is a team of anchors. The one in the lead, tall and big, covered with tendon meat, with a pair of sunglasses, a fierce look. He was the anchor that this anchor team was promoting. It was also the first brother of the Tiger Shark Live Fitness Area, the largest live broadcast platform in the Dragon Kingdom nowadays. His name is Zhou Yuanpeng. Very famous abroad. Is a famous sparring and free sparring master. He had also participated in professional combat competitions in the United States and won many times. Later, after returning to China, Zhou Yuanpeng began to do live broadcasting. Relying on their own fame plus really good quality body and professional knowledge. Zhou Yuanpeng more and more fire. Nowadays, as long as he opens the live broadcast, the resident popularity of the live room are more than 2 million. In fact, Zhou Yuanpeng originally live every day, also broadcast a broadcast teaching free fighting skills and fitness courses only. The reason why he came to Qingyun Mountain today. It was encouraged by the audience in the live broadcast room to challenge the Qingyun Mountain Heavenly Master. Things still have to start from the event of the Tianqi's photo bursting into flames. In the past few days, a photo of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Masters Group photo was circulated on the internet. No one expected that, overnight, this group photo would explode all over the internet. One of the hottest is sitting in the center of the group photo of the Taoist master wearing a purple robe. After professional popularization, the one wearing purple robe is the successive generations of Tianqi of Qingyun Mountain. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, there can be many wearing yellow robes. There can be more wearing red robes. But wearing purple robes, the whole country is just this one. In an instant, the topic heat soared. Several topics about the purple-robed Heavenly Master wrapped up the top 5 hot searches. How powerful is the purple-robed Heavenly Master? Is a purple-robed one very capable of fighting? Ninth uncle was only wearing yellow robes, so how powerful must the one wearing purple robes be? The one in purple robe looks mediocre and can't fight at first sight. If I go one-on-one with the Heavenly Master, what's the odds? Overnight, all the people in the Dragon Kingdom knew one thing. The one in the purple robe is very powerful. Zhou Yuanpeng's live broadcast room was also screened by the purple-robed Heavenly Master pop-ups in those days. And that was when there were many viewers who brought up the tempo. Zhou Yuanpeng claimed how powerful he was in free sparring, practicing sparring from a young age, and his segmentation was extremely high. Many viewers then asked in the pop-up area, Dare to go to Qin Yun Mountain and single out the one wearing the purple robe? Zhou Yuanpeng actually did not take it seriously originally. An online terrier is just a terrier, and an anchor of his level will not pick up the fight at all. But later, Zhou Yuanpeng and his live broadcast team smelled the flavor of traffic from it. They thought about it from a different angle. It wasn't right. Singling out the purple-robed Heavenly Master. Just this topic alone, saying it out loud felt full of traffic and heat. It seemed like it could be messed with. Zhou Yuanpeng's current popularity and traffic had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to go to the next level and become a bigger volume anchor, he had to absorb more fresh blood viewers into the live room. Zhou Yuanpeng had never been able to find a way to make himself hotter. But right now, wasn't this opportunity coming to his door? A free sparring champion, an expert in sparring. Going up to Mount Qin Yun to challenge the Heavenly Master. If you win or lose the fight, the traffic is directly pulled full off. After all, the heat of the Heavenly Master's photo is really high and scary right now. Slightly with the words Heavenly Master and purple robe. Popularity is high. Zhou Yuanpeng really went to challenge the Heavenly Master. It would be hard for him not to catch fire. For this reason, Zhou Yuanpeng's team even made the plaque in advance. Fried heat well. Not chilling. The staff of Zhou Yuanpeng's team took out a plaque from the Land Rover. On the plaque, there are 4 big words written on the plaque: challenge the Heavenly Master. Simple and concise. It's clear at a glance. Later, after the broadcast, Zhou Yuanpeng would directly carry this plaque up the mountain. It would definitely attract a huge amount of traffic. If this wave was operated well, he might even be able to fire out of the circle. Zhou Yuanpeng took a deep breath. Afterward, nodded like the cameraman. The photographer debugged the live broadcast equipment, and a few moments later, his live broadcast room opened. As soon as the live broadcast opened, Zhou Yuanpeng's face appeared in front of the camera. Hello everyone. I'm anchor Zhou Yuanpeng. Do you all remember the pop-ups about the purple-robed Heavenly Master that I've been brushing in my pop-up area for the past few days? At that time, there were people in the pop-up area who wanted me to challenge the Heavenly Master on Qin Yun Mountain, and I went back and thought carefully about this matter, and felt that it was quite interesting as well, so today, I'm here. Zhou Yuanpeng said, giving a place to the camera. In front of the camera, a huge mountain peak appeared. Zhou Yuanpeng pointed at this huge mountain in front of the camera and said, "Brothers, look, that's Mount Qin Yun. Today, my live broadcast content is challenging the purple-robed Heavenly Master. How about it? Is it awesome?" Listening to Zhou Yuanpeng's words. Inside his live broadcast room, the 100,000 or so viewers who had entered the live broadcast room first directly boiled over. Blanche. Brother Peng, are you telling the truth? Don't be ridiculous. Brother Peng, this is not something that can be taken seriously. The Heavenly Master isn't messing with you. That's right. We were just having fun, why did you do it? Aren't you afraid you'll be beaten by the Heavenly Master? Zhou Yuanpeng looked at the live screen. Sure enough, not to his surprise. With the content of his live broadcast today is to challenge the Heavenly Master, the heat of his live broadcast room rapidly increased. A moment ago, it was still over 100,000 popularity. In the blink of an eye, it was already 500,000. One had to know that this was just the beginning of the broadcast. In a moment, when he took out the plaque for challenging the Heavenly Master, the heat would rise even faster. Today, he was going to make history. Chapter 7, Heavenly Masters are also ordinary people. Tiger Shark Live Broadcast Platform. Fitness area. Usually the popularity of this classification has always been lukewarm. But today's heat, it suddenly increased by dozens of times. The staff of the Tiger Shark platform were stunned. This Nima, the fitness area is playing chicken blood today? So many people collectively watching fitness? The staff clicked into the fitness area to see what was going on. After entering the category, Tiger Shark's people realized that it wasn't the entire category that stood up. Almost all of these sudden surges in popularity were concentrated in one live room. The staff took a look at the title of that live broadcast room: Free Fighting Champion, singles out Qin Yun Mountain Heavenly Master. Good guy. The staff was dumbfounded. With this title, it would be strange if it wasn't hot. If it wasn't office hours, he would have wanted to click in and take a look. Microwave, super talk, a certain sound, a certain hand, a certain station. With Zhou Yuanpeng threatening to challenge the Heavenly Master of Qin Yun Mountain. His heat, too, instantly shot up like a rocket. It soared all the way to the hot search list. In just a moment's time, the topic of Zhou Yuanpeng appeared on the hot search list of several major platforms. Who is Zhou Yuanpeng? Where is Zhou Yuanpeng live? Zhou Yuanpeng PK Purple Robe Tianshi, who has a better chance of winning? Free wrestling and national martial arts competition, Purple Robe Tianshi can keep the national martial arts pants? On the internet, almost everyone in the Tianshi body automatically labeled the national art. After all, Chang Yunshan Tianshi well. Wuxia novels, but all the mountain high man, who also does not know a few big country art? Zhou Yuanping went to challenge the Heavenly Master, unknowingly, in the eyes of onlookers, has become a competition between free fighting and national arts. In the past few years, many fake masters of national arts had already made the word national arts stink. Thinking of national arts, many people in the Dragon Kingdom subconsciously think of cheaters. And Zhou Yuanping this time on Qingyun Mountain, many viewers want to see Qingyun Mountain on the Celestial Master, national art strength how. Dragon Country's national art pants bottom line, can it hold? If the Shenmen first mountain Qingyun Mountain on the Celestial Masters of the national art are fake, then the Dragon Country can really know national art. Zhou Yuanping's live broadcast room. As he had imagined, the popularity directly exploded. Along with his challenge to the Heavenly Master, it hit the hot searches of various platforms. Countless users directly killed Tiger Shark Live. Even, it drew a huge wave of traffic to Tiger Shark Live. The Tiger Shark platform boss looked at so many new users that his mouth was crooked with laughter. Zhou Yuanping's live broadcast room, he has not yet gone up the mountain. The popularity had already reached a horrifying figure of more than 5 million. It was important to know that Zhou Yuanping's previous live broadcast was only 2 million in popularity at its peak. Within the pop-up area, countless pop-ups floated by. Weibo sniffed, the anchor is awesome. Really went to Qingyun Mountain. The collocation thing has been on fire for so long. As soon as I heard in the comments section, I heard people say how powerful the Heavenly Master is. This is the first time that someone really went to challenge the Heavenly Master. Cheer up, anchor. I'll give you 50 rockets for a successful challenge. I'll give you 50 rockets if you succeed. But if you dare to challenge the Heavenly Master alone, that's really something. I wouldn't dare to do that anyway. Do you think the Master will throw the anchor down from the mountain? That would be great. Turtle, other people make money live, but you're playing with your life. Come on, can you guys stop bragging about the Heavenly Master? I don't get it. What kind of people start this? Why do they all think the Master of Qingyun Mountain is so powerful? He's just an ordinary guy. That's right. I just a few days ago to go to the Qingyun Mountain to burn incense, when the Qingyun Mountain held a new Tianshi taking over ceremony. Now the mountain Tianshi is a young man, looks just ordinary appearance, in my opinion, is an ordinary person not at all as mysterious as the internet said. People Qingyun Mountain didn't even come out to say how powerful they are. The netizens on the internet have purely watched too many TV dramas and movies, and have been getting high on themselves. Pang, we are aware of your strength, a moment to hit the Celestial Master when the hand a little lighter. After all, is the Dragon Country Shenmen first, more or less have to give a little face, or else really hurt the Celestial Master. Those little black people have the opportunity to get into the wind and rain. Yes. Don't give the little black people a chance, turn around and say that it's not good if you hurt someone with a heavy fist. In the live broadcast room, there were still many people who were awake. They felt that the bragging on the internet about the purple-robed Heavenly Master was too exaggerated. The Heavenly Master was powerful, but that was also in TV dramas and movies. For example, the ninth uncle in the movie. All sorts of ghost hunting and exorcism. However, it is only in the movie. In reality, they are definitely not that powerful. The same goes for the Heavenly Master on the mountain. Novels, anime portrayed very powerful, that is the plot needs. But in the real world, the purple-robed Celestial Master is at most an ordinary person who has read a lot of Taoist scriptures. It's not at all what the netizens bragged about. In fact, Zhou Yuanping felt the same way. Otherwise, how would he dare to come and challenge the Heavenly Master? He also felt that what Heavenly Masters were powerful were all blown up on the internet. And he himself was a serious combat champion, a high-level sparring expert. To beat a Heavenly Master, wasn't it a piece of cake? Zhou Yuanping was confident. At this time, he was also from the Land Rover, taking out the plaque that he had prepared beforehand. Turning to the camera, Zhou Yuan covered the red cloth on the plaque. Only the 4 words, "Challenge the Heavenly Master," were engraved on the plaque. The audience in the live broadcast room shouted, 66,666. Brother Pang is mighty. Anchor really dare. Dry is finished. I want to see today, the anchor so confident over, turn around how he ended up. Brother Pang, go for it, dry over the Heavenly Master. You can blow it for the rest of your life. Zhou Yuanping carried the plaque and walked up the mountain. Inside the live broadcast room, the atmosphere is also completely boiling. The number of viewers is approaching 10 million. Mountain. The ambulance doctor arrived first. Upon arriving at Qingyun Mountain, the doctor inquired, "Where is the patient?" Taoist Master Jing Xian then had a few Taoist boys carry Zhang Tong out. That's him. At this moment, Zhang Tong's palm was pierced by a nail and his hand was full of blood. Taoist Master Jing Xian didn't dare to pull out the nails rashly, and could only do some simple hemostasis and bandaging. Watching Zhang Tong pass out, the doctor asked what happened. Jing Xian Taoist said he was smashed by the copper gourd on the hand of the statue of Taishan Lao Jun in the Hall of the Three Pristine Ones. The doctor was dumbfounded. Good guy, this person is also too unlucky. The doctor said, "This way." We first set him on a stretcher, first carried down the mountain. On the mountain, the medical equipment was not available. Tong was pierced through his hand by a rusty nail, tetanus is definitely needed, and all kinds of tests have to be done. He could only go back to the hospital below the mountain for treatment. A few Taoist children nodded their heads and carried Tong to the stretcher. With that, these doctors lifted Tong up and prepared to go down the mountain. However, right at this moment, no one expected that the stretcher lying underneath Tong had just descended not more than a few stairs. The stretcher fell apart in place. Tong happened to wake up, just opened his eyes, and the whole person fell from the stretcher to the ground. Then, it rolled all the way down the mountain gate steps. With injuries all over his body, he ended up hitting his head on a large tree trunk at the side of the mountainside and fainted again. Taoist Jing Xian looked at Tong and shook his head. "Blessed infinite heavenly father, monk, why the pain? This person, down on his bloody luck ah." Chapter 8, 5 Thunder Vowels. Tong was gotten off the mountain by the medics. On the other hand, Zhou Yuanpeng, on the other hand, came towards the mountain. On the steps of the mountain gate of Mount Qingyun. The higher up the mountain, the more incense burners that came to Mount Qingyun to burn incense. Watching Zhou Yuanpeng look at the plaque as he walked up the mountain, many people stopped to watch. More people whispered, "This person is actually going to challenge the Heavenly Master? Really? So powerful? Go, follow to see the action." Following behind Zhou Yuanpeng, there were more and more people watching. Some of the tourists who had originally planned to finish burning incense and go down the mountain also raised their interest and followed Zhou Yuanpeng towards the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Temple. At the entrance of the Taoist Temple, Zhou Yuanpeng had already arrived here. He directly put down the plaque he was carrying on his shoulder. Taking a deep breath. Afterwards, under the camera shot, Zhou Yuanpeng went to shout at the mountain gate. Where had the few Tao masters seen this kind of battle? Their gazes stared at Zhou Yuanpeng, not knowing what this meant. Taoist Master Jing Xian, who had just sent Tong away, was just about to return to the Sanqing Hall. He did not expect to meet Zhou Yuanpeng again. He asked, "This abbot, what is this about?" Zhou Yuanpeng looked at Taoist Master Jing Xian, smiled slightly, pointed to the 4 words on the plaque and said, "Taoist Master, introduce yourself. My name is Zhou Yuanpeng. I have been learning sparring and free fighting since I was a child. When I was in the United States of America, I participated in many free fighting and boxing competitions, and won the rankings. Today, I came here, there is no other meaning. I just want to spar with that purple-robed Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain. I heard that the Heavenly Master's national art is unrivaled, so I came here to ask for a lesson." Zhou Yuanpeng placed the 4-character plaque challenging the Heavenly Master towards the entrance of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Temple. A posture of blocking the door. Just can't. The door is to come to challenge the Heavenly Master. Just short of saying, "Let the one in the purple robe come out to fight one-on-one." Inside the live broadcast room, looking at Zhou Yuanpeng's such domineering words, nearly 10 million viewers were stunned. The anchor was awesome. This is also too just. Directly blocking the door to fight one-on-one ah. I thought that Brother Peng might be very rigid, but I never thought that so rigid ah. Press simply do not give face to the first mountain of Shinmen. It's not just not giving face, it's not giving face at all. This is forcing the Heavenly Master to come out and fight alone. He dares to block the door of the Heavenly Master, the anchor is too good. The one in the purple robe, come out and fight. I thought it was just online flirting, but I never thought that someone would actually dare to do this. Damn, such a powerful anchor, it seems that I can't even brush this rocket without brushing it. Dreamer, sends 5 rockets. Anchor is awesome, sends out 10 rockets. Man of fierce words, sends out 1 cosmic ship. Zhou Yuanpeng's live room. Some viewers started to brush gifts. All kinds of gift effects flew all over the screen. For just a moment, Zhou Yuanpeng's live broadcast team estimated that there must be at least 100,000 revenue. Sure enough, heat is money. This money came too fast. Zhou Yuanpeng is blocking the door at the entrance of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Temple, quaking for money. Taoist Master Jing Xian, watching so many incense gather here. Watching this young man challenge the Heavenly Master. His face couldn't look any better. Just sent away a troublemaker Zhang Tong. Another Zhou Yuanpeng has come. Who are you messing with today? Why are there so many troublemakers? This matter has become a big deal. Taoist Master Jing Xian can't solve it. So he could only ask the Heavenly Master to deal with it. Elder Jing Xian asked the 2 Taoist children to keep an eye on the place, not letting Zhou Yuanpeng do anything else out of the ordinary, while he himself went to the Heavenly Master's mansion at the back of the mountain to look for Qin Hao. At the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao had just returned from the 3 pristine hall. On the back foot, Taoist Jing Xian came again. Jing Xian Dao, Heavenly Master. There is another person outside, now blocking the mountain entrance, saying that he wants to challenge you. Oh? Challenge me? Qin Hao froze. Since he crossed over to this world, he stayed on the mountain every day, neither having any enemies nor inviting anyone to mess with him. Why would he challenge himself? Qin Hao didn't have much interest, waving his hand, he said, then just drive him away. As a celestial master, how can I bully the small with the big? Jing Shen said, that person is called Zhou Yuanpeng, brought a plaque up the mountain. On the plaque was written the words challenge the heavenly master, and now it attracted a lot of the perfumers, saying that they want to spar with the heavenly master, and how they don't want to go away. Qin Hao was stunned. Good guy. Rascal snake how this is. Can't even drive away? Qin Hao sighed, hey, well, in that case, I'll go and see for myself. He wanted to see what kind of character this was. It really dared to hit the door. He was aware of the matter of the Celestial Masters group photo that was exploding on the internet right now. But Qin Hao had previously thought that no one should be so bored that they would really come to challenge a Celestial Master. He didn't expect that today, there really was. And it really came. Qin Hao followed Taoist Master Jing Xian, walked out of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and came to the mountain front Dao courtyard. From afar, Qin Hao heard a noisy sound at the entrance of the Dao courtyard. The entrance of the Qinyan Mountain Taoist temple was surprisingly noisy. Qin Hao walked over and realized it. It turned out to be this Zhou Yuanpeng, who had come to challenge the Heavenly Master, seeing that Taoist Master Jingxian had gone for half a day and didn't come back. He wanted to bring the plaque into the Taoist temple. But he was stopped by the Taoist boy at the door. The Dowager said nothing to allow Zhou Yuanpeng to enter the mountain gate. Because, the Qinyan Mountain Taoist temple is a place of purification. It accepts residents who come to worship the gods and burn incense. Not this kind of good people who came to cause trouble at first glance. When the other party came, not only did they block their mountain gate, but they also wanted to enter? This is equivalent to what? It's not enough to take it in front of your house to disgust you, but you also want to bring handkerchiefs to go in and take a. That's too much. The Taoist priest wouldn't let him in. Zhou Yuanpeng was not happy. So, there was a verbal argument. Even, the situation was so serious that they were about to make a move. Fortunately, Qin Hao arrived in time. A long way away, he looked at the two parties who raised their fists to fight. Qin Hao frowned tightly. Then, the true essence in his body condensed, and a trace of thunder element was extracted and gathered in his mouth. Qin Hao used the 5 thunder vowels. Blessed, blessed, infinite heavenly Father. Shensect purification place, don't be reckless. Boom! A huge thunder sound shook the heaven and earth. Like an ancient divine bell striking, the sound shook the heavens. In everyone's hearts, it was as if the yellow bells were vibrating in their ears. Zhou Yuanpeng's heart was even as if it had been blasted. The already raised fist in his hand subconsciously covered his ears. The gazes of the crowd converged over. Qin Hao, who was dressed in a purple robe, was seen. Everyone instantly reacted. The Heavenly Master had come. Now there was a good show to watch. The live broadcast audience, who hadn't even seen the Heavenly Master just now, had already been shocked by Qin Hao's 5 thunder vowels first. At this moment, the camera shot the Heavenly Master himself. The live broadcast room was even more like a pot of boiling hot oil being ignited. Turtle, that's the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master was truly extraordinary. This appearance, the aura was different. That roar just now, the aura simply exploded, almost didn't scare me to death on the spot. Is this the oppressive feeling of a Heavenly Master? It's over, Anchor, you're in big trouble. You've really forced the other Heavenly Master out. Let's see how you'll end up now. Brother Pang, the Heavenly Master is here. Just ask you if you're panicking now? Request for recommendation tickets. Ask for favorites. Chapter 9 Kid, come over and eat my palm thunder seeking recommendation tickets. Seek collections. Inside the Sanqing One, Qin Hao, dressed in a purple robe, slowly walked out. Purple robe in the face, the Heavenly Master came out. That sense of oppression instantly came up. Zhou Yuanpeng looked at Qin Hao, and for some reason, he subconsciously took a step back. Before the fight even started, there was some fear in his heart. Looking at the pop-up area, the audience asked themselves if they were afraid. Zhou Yuanpeng said that he was not afraid. That was a lie. Before Zhou Yuanpeng came to Qinyan Mountain, he was full of confidence. He felt that the Heavenly Master was just like that. It was all blown up on the internet, and the actual fighting power was no different from ordinary people. That was why he dared to come to Qinyan Mountain to fight the Heavenly Master alone. But now after seeing the Heavenly Master, Zhou Yuanpeng suddenly felt that it seems that things are not so one thing off. This Heavenly Master was a bit different from what he thought. Not to mention, let's talk about the voice that just roared. The voice was like thunder, shocking 100 people. Is this something that an ordinary person can roar out? But from this point of view, this Heavenly Master, it is extraordinary. Zhou Yuanpeng was more or less weak. Qin Hao walked to Zhou Yuanpeng. First, he swept a glance at the plaque beside Zhou Yuanpeng that had the words Challenge Heavenly Master written on it. Another glance at Zhou Yuanpeng's side, a professional live broadcast team of 5 or 6 people. Qin Hao was basically enlightened. He had said so. Where did the challenger come from? It's a host, after all. What? Trying to use the challenge of the Heavenly Master of Qinyan Mountain to rub heat on himself and increase his fans? A system beep sounded in Qin Hao's ear. Ding! Mission released. Someone has been detected challenging the Heavenly Master. Host upholds the majesty of the Heavenly Master, defeats the challenger by thunderous means, and receives the reward, calling wind and rain technique. System mission released. Qin Hao opened his mouth and said, "This monk, there is no enmity between you and me. Why are you blocking my Dao gate and making trouble here?" Zhou Yuanping took a deep breath and said, "I have heard that Mount Qingyun is the first mountain of Xianmen, and the Heavenly Master of Mount Qingyun is even a peerless national art with extraordinary martial arts. I have been practicing martial arts since I was young, learning sparring and free sparring, and I came to Mount Qingyun today because I want to spar with the Heavenly Master about national arts. Let's see if free boxing is powerful, or is the national art stronger?" Inside the live broadcast room, the number of people online at this time has broken through the 10 million threshold. More than 10 million people watching live online. Zhou Yuanping himself, the attention of the live broadcast room has also increased by several million. This wave, he was blood money. Many viewers were also curious. Right now, the internet was blowing that the purple-robed Heavenly Master was very powerful. They just wanted to see how strong this Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain was. Was the Dragon Kingdom's national art the real thing or not? However, next, Qin Hao's words directly disappointed Zhou Yuanping and the millions of people in the live broadcast. Qin Hao calmly said, "Sorry, this resident, if you are here to spar in martial arts, then please go back. My Qingyun Mountain is a place of Xianmen purification, neither a martial arts hall nor a ring. As for what you said about national arts, poor Taoist has never heard of it, and will not be able to at all. If you have to spar, after descending the mountain all the way to the south, there are quite a number of martial arts monks in the Shaolin Temple there who can spar with you." What? Heavenly Master doesn't know national martial arts? Listening to Qin Hao say this, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were never expecting it. Wasn't it always rumored on the internet that the purple-robed Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain was very powerful? One person is 1,000, and beating several adults is as simple as carrying a chicken. Various comment sections spread the word that the Heavenly Master's national arts were unrivaled. However, at this moment, this Green Cloud Mountain's genuine Heavenly Master was saying in front of everyone that he didn't know any national arts. It was simply a slap in the face. Zhou Yuanping also froze. This Heavenly Master so honest? Directly said that he does not know the art? Then what did he come here for? I agreed to challenge the Heavenly Master. But you just said you don't know how to do it and dismissed me? Zhou Yuanping wasn't too happy about it. It was hard for him to carry this tablet up the mountain. This plaque, made of solid wood, is not light. Zhou Yuanping is practiced, all the way to the mountain, also tired enough. Now you say I can't, you still have to carry the plaque down? In an instant, Zhou Yuanping felt like he had become the bean batch. No, since I'm here. Zhou Yuanping must compare something. Otherwise, how bad is it? Zhou Yuanping said, "The Heavenly Master is too modest, don't worry, we are just a normal sparring match, just point to point. Besides, I also ran a long way over here, the Heavenly Master cannot let me just go back empty-handed, but also please Heavenly Master must instruct me a little." How? Zhou Yuanping bitterly pressed. Qin Hao sighed. AI. This kid, why doesn't he listen to persuasion? Qin Hao had already given him face. He had said that he didn't know any national arts, and told him to go back to where he came from. Qin Hao has already given him a step down. He still insisted on cutting. At this moment, so many people were watching him. In full view of everyone, Qin Hao was more or less cornered. In the end, he nodded, "Alright, since you insist on comparing, you and I will simply spar. However, I'll say it in advance, national arts and martial arts, poor Taoist really doesn't know. If we want to compare, let's compare some other things." Zhou Yuanping was overjoyed, immediately said, "Line. According to what the Celestial Master said, you will what? We will compare what? Divine Master, what would you?" Zhou Yuanping has absolute confidence in himself. As long as it is not compared to reading and memorizing the Taoist scriptures, other than that, he is confident that he can win. Now it was up to this Heavenly Master to compare something. Qin Hao thought for a while. Afterward, he only saw him stretch out a hand. The true essence in his body mobilized. On his hand, wind and thunder began to gather. At this moment, there seemed to be a sea of wind clouds and thunder rolling around in his palm. Rumble. Qin Hao's hand emitted a burst of thunder and lightning rolling sounds. Then, Qin Hao looked towards Zhou Yuanping's side, the huge plaque that challenged the Heavenly Master. He raised his hand and slammed it in the air, condensing 5 thunderbolts in his palm and slashing out with one force. The golden lightning transformed into an air sword, splitting straight in front of him, and the thunder swept through, splitting the solid wood plaque of the challenge Heavenly Master brought by Zhou Yuanping in front of the mountain gate into 2 halves on the spot. Above the plaque, thunder swept by. The noses of everyone present could even smell the smell of burning wood after being struck by lightning. Qin Hao finished doing this. He calmly withdrew his hand, and then said indifferently, "Immeasurable Heavenly Father, poor Taoist is not talented in shallow, having practiced cultivation for several years, he only knows some crude lightning techniques. Guru, since you've come to challenge me, let's compare lightning techniques." Qin Hao's voice spread in the air. The 5 thunders in his palm coalesced, ready to strike. Next time, the target was not the plaque, but Zhou Yuanpeng, who was standing there blocking the mountain gate. "Qin Hao, kid, looking for me to fight alone, right? Come over and eat my palm thunder." Zhou Yuanpeng watched Qin Hao's palm become thunder, splitting the plaque beside him through the air. He was dumbfounded. What the hell? Thunder in the palm? This is a human being? Blanched. Zhou Yuanpeng instantly felt that he had a brain fart before he came to Qingyun Mountain to challenge some heavenly master. Is this thing something that a mortal like himself can challenge? If he could do it all over again, Zhou Yuanpeng wanted to slap himself 100 times. Is it bad to be alive? He also forced people to fight with him. It's really the old man hanging himself, purely looking for death. Zhou Yuanpeng's live broadcast saw the heavenly master palm into the thunder, backhand force split plaque. 10 million people in the live broadcast room, directly boiling. The Sky Master is great. Heavenly Master is great. Chapter 10. The Heavenly Master is a very petty person. Inside the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers saw Qin Hao's backhand palm thunder. Wind and thunder struck out, and the huge plaque was directly cut off by him through the air. These viewers looked dumbfounded. This was something a human did? Millions of viewers boiled. This Nima. Lay fa. Blanched. It's too much. Is this the Heavenly Master? It's true that those who wear purple robes are awesome. He just said he doesn't know any national arts, and then he backhanded me with a set of thunder spells. It's outrageous. When the Heavenly Master said he didn't know any national arts just now, I was still laughing at him, but now it seems that, niet, the clown is actually myself. What the Celestial Master actually meant was, who the hell still practices Chinese martial arts in 9022? We're all practicing lay fa. Come on, young man, let's spar. Let's see if you're better at free sparring, or if you're better at lightning. I'm telling a joke. I'm not well educated. I only know thunder magic. Laugh it up. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. Pong, we are saying, why don't we run away before the Heavenly Master makes his move? If we really fight later, I'm afraid that the thunder spells on our bodies won't be any better than the tablet. Yes, sir. The Heavenly Master is highly respected. If you surrender quickly, the Heavenly Master won't blame you. Why do you want to go to the hospital if you can live? Anchor, don't give away your head. He's got Thunderbolt in his backhand, how can you fight? Who gave you that confidence? Liang Qingru? Pang, how about this? On the count of 3, 2, 1, we'll kneel down for the Heavenly Master. What else is more important than staying alive? The audience in the live broadcast room is anxious. Originally, I thought it was a close fight, a free-for-all versus a martial art. Now it looks like it's just immortal fighting an immortal. Free fighting versus lay fa. What the hell is this? Going up there is just like giving it away. If you're strong enough, are you stronger than lay fa? If you're tough now, they'll strike you with a backhanded thunderbolt. See the plaque with the words "Challenge the Heavenly Master" engraved on it? That's the end. The live broadcast audience is still persuading. Brother Pang, stop in time. Qin Hao looked at Zhou Yuanpeng without saying anything. Then, he raised his hand, and wind and thunder coalesced in his palm. Qin Hao said, "Monks, in advance, it is you who took the initiative to seek out the challenge of poor Taoist, and after the sparring session, poor Taoist and Qingyun Mountain can't bear your medical expenses." Qin Hao said in advance. He this move palm thunder down, a moment Zhou Yuanpeng will be split into what kind, Qin Hao also do not know. Regardless of serious or light injuries, it was Zhou Yuanpeng himself who took the initiative to challenge the mountain. So the medical fee, Qin Hao is definitely not bear. There were so many people watching here, so he had to say it in advance. After saying that, in the center of Qin Hao's palm, 5 thunderbolts came out, and with one palm, he slashed down towards Zhou Yuanpeng. Zhou Yuanpeng instantly felt that even though he was 10 meters away from each other, there was still a horrifying sense of oppression coming from his face. In the next second, without saying a word, Zhou Yuanpeng's knees went soft and he directly knelt. Heavenly Master, spare my life, I was wrong. My disciple was reckless and bumped into the Heavenly Master. Starting today, I am willing to atone for my sins by working as an odd jobber for a year at Mount Qingyun. If you really can't, I'll give you a kowtow? Zhou Yuanpeng originally had a chance. But the moment the Heavenly Master's palm thunder really struck in the air, Zhou Yuanpeng's legs went weak with fear. Zhou Yuanpeng's legs are scared soft. He knelt on the spot. What free fighting? What sparring master, boxing champion? In front of the Thunder Law, all are younger brothers. At this moment, Zhou Yuanpeng does not care how many viewers are watching the live broadcast. A great man can bend and live. The audience in his live broadcast room, watching Zhou Yuanpeng really kneel down at the drop of a hat. Kneeling in place. The audience was stunned. Brother Pang, this kneeling is too fast. I had thought that the anchor could really be tough, the goat still has to go to. Tianshi, how powerful he was when he went up the mountain, how wretched he is now. Kid, weren't you quite mad just now? I still prefer the untamed look you had just now. The big guys are almost there. Don't laugh at people's anchors. If you stand across from the Heavenly Master, you'll be kneeling faster than him. Yeah, what's the point of kowtowing to an immortal? It's not embarrassing. That's right, he even knows thunder magic. If this comes to my house, not only do I have to kowtow, but my mom and dad have to kowtow with me. Haha, my mom asked me why I kowtowed while watching the live broadcast, and my mom watched it and kowtowed with me. Qin Hao looked at Zhou Yuanpeng, who had already knelt. Then, he swept a glance at Zhou Yuanpeng's side, the person in the live broadcast team. The people in the live streaming team saw the Heavenly Master's gaze sweeping to them. Plop! These people also knelt collectively. Nonsense! He himself had gone up the mountain with Zhou Yuanpeng to cause trouble. Guess if the Heavenly Master would slap at them? So, it's better for them to kneel and talk. Zhou Yuanpeng knelt without a fight at the moment, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. In Qin Hao's ears, the system beep also came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, defeating the challenger, and obtaining the reward, calling the wind and calling the rain. Then, Qin Hao put away the thunder element in his palm. Looking at Zhou Yuanpeng, he said, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, since the abbot has already admitted his mistake, today's matter will end here. However, the abbot himself just now said that he would be working as an odd job man for a year on my Qingyun mountain, so from today onwards, you and your team will clean up the mountain gate every day, once in the early morning and once in the late afternoon, and after a year, you will be able to go down to the mountain. Qin Hao slowly said. The words could not be refuted. It is you who want to go up to the mountain to challenge, Qingyun Mountain, is it not a place where you can just come and leave? Since you came, you have to leave something behind. Since you dared to block my door, how can you leave in one piece? Those who blocked the door, everyone has a part to play, they all have to do odd jobs in my Mount Qingyun for a year before they can leave. Qin Hao said, Tianxia is a very petty person, no one can pretend in front of him and still leave peacefully. Listening to Qin Hao's words, Zhou Yuanpeng had nothing to say. The 5 or 6 staff members in the live broadcast team who came with Zhou Yuanpeng, however, turned their faces into pig liver color. Ah, this. You have to stay in the mountains for a year yourself? I blanched. They stated that they would stay on the mountain to do odd jobs for a year, and this was something Zhou Yuanpeng said. They didn't say that. This is too unjust. But at this moment, looking at Qin Hao, even though they were dissatisfied in their hearts, they didn't dare to say this out. If they dared to say this, believe it or not, the next second, Qin Hao would be able to slap them in the face. Staying on the mountain for a year as an odd job man or going into the hospital for a year to recuperate, choose for yourself. Qin Hao arranged Zhou Yuanpeng and the others in a clear way. Arrange Zhou Yuanpeng. Qin Hao looked at the live broadcast camera of Zhou Yuanpeng's team. He didn't know how many people were watching the live broadcast right now. Qin Hao opened his mouth and said, a while ago, during the succession ceremony of the Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain, the group photo of many Taoist masters was on fire on the internet, and poor Taoist also heard about it, and the netizens seemed to be very interested in the purple-robed Heavenly Master. Let's do this. The poor Taoist officially announces today that Qingyun Mountain will accept all kinds of challenges and kicks from the people under the mountain from this moment onwards, and as long as they want to spar with the poor Taoist, they can go up to the mountain and try it out. Only, the poor Taoist suggests that it is best to come back after 1:30 p.m., because at noon on Qingyun Mountain, it is our lunch break. Thank you all for your support. Everyone disperse. After Qin Hao finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the door to go back to the Heavenly Master's mansion at the back of the mountain. Chapter 11. If it wasn't for the lack of cleaning on the mountain, I would have cut with you guys? Qin Hao did not know that after today, the entire Dragon Country internet shook for it. For a time, the microwave, super talk, a certain sound, a certain hand, B-station hot search list in the Dragon Country in just half an hour, all were dominated by Qingyun Mountain Tianxia. List of the top 10, a rare news of a popular star did not, clear color our Tianxia. Qingyun Mountain Tianxia Palm Thunder. What does it mean to be the first mountain of Xianmen? Tactical backward leaning. Free fighting PK Xianmen Thunder method, what do you think? Write Mount Changyun, read Mount Xiaoxian. How powerful you are when you go up the mountain, how miserable you are when you go down, oh no, now you can't even go down the mountain. Celestial Master, I haven't even made a move yet, and you're already on your knees. Celestial Master, said goodbye to the sparring, my thunder method has not yet split it, what do you mean by kowtowing to me? Qingyun Mountain opens up the channel of sparring towards all the martial arts practicing enthusiasts of the Dragon Kingdom. Heavenly Master, come quickly to die. Topics such as these, in the major platforms topped the hot search. The entire network shook. After all, before this, the internet was just conjecture and boasting about the purple-robed Heavenly Master's group photo and the strength of the purple-robed Heavenly Master. Everyone was just having fun. Suddenly, one day, the original touting and speculation all came true. Someone really went to challenge the Heavenly Master, and then the other Heavenly Master's backhand was a palm thunder. Fantasy becomes reality. This kind of impact was undoubtedly aimed at refreshing the worldview. After watching the live broadcast, millions of netizens had their worldviews refreshed. It turned out that in this world, there really were immortal cultivators. The thunder law and poem thunder that were mentioned in novels and anime were all real as well. Heavenly masters, that's really invincible. Netizen laughed to death. I just came from the live broadcast, Zhou Yuanping full of confidence to block the door of other people's mountains, now well, directly detained in the mountains, it is said to sweep the ground for a year. Hearing sad, hearing tears, I thought it would be a fierce battle, did not expect to play it, Zhou Yuanping directly kneel. I testify, this is not to blame Zhou Yuanping, I spaced out the screen to the palm into the thunder of the celestial master kneeling, that purple robe, that sense of oppression, it is too human. Did you hear? Before he left, the master of Qingyun Mountain said that starting today, Qingyun Mountain will officially open up its challenge program to all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The whole country's martial arts practitioners or those who think they have outstanding abilities can go to Mount Qingyun to challenge the celestial master. And he's asking me to try? Nice guy. Try and die. Heavenly Master, if there wasn't a shortage of cleaners and sweepers on the mountain, would I have opened the program to challenge the Heavenly Master? If you're not afraid to die, come on, if you fail, you'll be on the mountain for a year as a janitor. No. He's a master of thunder. How can you fight with him? Before you get to them, they'll chop you to pieces. So there's a reason why the Celestial Master suggested we go in the afternoon, because something will happen sooner or later. Celestial Master? Thunderbolt? You think I'm scared? I'm wearing an insulated suit. How can you electrocute me through an insulated suit if the lightning is strong? I'll just go up there and do a sliding shovel. So what if you're a Celestial Master? Another one who thinks he's good at what he does. Do you really think he's only good at lightning? Do you believe him when he says he's not well educated? The Heavenly Master said he didn't know Chinese martial arts. And then he ended up using lightning magic with his backhand. You're wearing an insulated suit? Do you think the master will backhand you with a palm fire? I'm sorry. I was careless. I was almost fooled into becoming a janitor. Online, the live video of Qingyun Mountain's Celestial Master Thunder method was completely on fire. Even the officials of the Dragon Kingdom have noticed the side of Qingyun Mountain. The official senior management of the Dragon Kingdom held a general meeting overnight, discussing the Lei Fa incident. In the end, the executives decided to stay put for now. After all, the Xianmen sect had a very long heritage, with a history of 1,700 years. Qingyun Mountain is also the first mountain of the Xian sect. If this thing happened to ordinary people, it would be easy to do, directly arrested back to slice research. But the key is, the one who used the lightning method is the Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain. The Heavenly Master's status is honored. If they were to capture the Heavenly Master and slice him up, I'm afraid that the people of the Dragon Kingdom's Xianmen sect would turn the sky upside down. So it's better to make contact first. Reporter, on the way. On the other hand, after Qin Hao resolved the troublemakers who came to challenge the Heavenly Master, he returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion. In the next few days, Qin Hao was peaceful for a few days. Except for the internet that had been in an uproar because of the video of the Heavenly Master's lightning method. Qin Hao's life on the mountain was very peaceful. Other than completing a few small tasks released by the system every day and getting some rewards, other than that, there was nothing much to do. So for the next period of time, Qin Hao simply didn't even leave the door. The whole day was spent in the Heavenly Master's mansion in seclusion, accelerating the cultivation of the 5 peaceful chi skills and practicing the 5 thunders Zheng Fa. Half a month later, Qin Hao's Dantian was already carrying a large amount of spiritual water. At this moment, Qin Hao's cultivation broke through to the 8th level of qi refining. There was only one step short of the qi refining grand completion, and beyond that, it was the impact on the foundation establishment realm. Qin Hao got up from the bed, moving his body around. He pushed open the door of his room. Outside, the sound of clattering rain came. The sky at this moment was like the heavens overturning a wash basin, torrential rain. A lot of rainwater had accumulated in the courtyard of Qin Hao's Heavenly Master mansion. He frowned. This rain, it seemed like it had been raining for many days. Just at this time, he saw Qin Hao leaving the gate. The 2 Taoist children guarding the entrance of the room came over and held an umbrella for the Heavenly Master. Qin Hao smoothly asked, "Child, how many days has this rain been falling?" Qin Hao had been in closed-door cultivation in his room all this time, only knowing that it had been raining outside, but not knowing exactly how many days it had been raining. Taoist child replied, reporting back to the Heavenly Master, "It has been raining torrentially near Qingyun Mountain for more than half a month until today, and for more than half a month, it has been raining torrentially every day without stopping. Near Qingyun Mountain, many landslides happened often, and I heard that people were injured because of it. With the successive torrential rains, the crops in the fields of many villages in the vicinity were seriously damaged because of it, and many villagers came to Qingyun Mountain to worship the gods and burn incense, praying for a stop of the rains." Qin Hao listened to the words of the Taoist boy, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he didn't let go for half a day. Half a month of heavy rain, landslides, damaged crops, and people suffering? It sounded really serious. Qin Hao then put on a piece of clothing and walked out of the Heavenly Master's mansion with an umbrella. Go, follow me to the Sanqing Hall to take a look and see how serious the rain is outside. Qin Hao took the lead and walked towards the Taoist temple's front yard, Sanqing Hall. Chapter 12, Wait for me to get up the altar for the law, drink order heaven and earth to stop the rain. Hello viewers, welcome to this issue. This issue will introduce you to the live introduction of the rainstorm near Qingyun Mountain in Longguang City. As we can see, the rainstorm near Qingyun Mountain has been raining for more than half a month, and the landslides caused by this sudden rainstorm have so far resulted in 1 death, 7 serious injuries, and 22 minor injuries. There are also nearby farmland crops damaged seriously. This reporter is now located as the most famous Qingyunshan Taoist temple in the middle. We can see, here now gathered near a dozen villages village chiefs and on behalf of the villagers, to come here to burn 10,000 people incense to worship the Shinmen 3 Qing, as a way to pray to God to stop the rain. Inside the Hall of the Three Pristine Ones, it was originally instructed by the higher-ups to come and interview the Heavenly Master of Mount Qingyun. However, after coming to Qingyun Mountain some time ago, he was told that Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain had already closed for cultivation. The exact time of his release was unknown. Therefore, the reporter had no choice but to stay on the mountain and wait for the Heavenly Master to come out of seclusion. As a result, before waiting for the Heavenly Master to come out of seclusion, the local area first encountered a huge rainstorm. This rainstorm swept through the entire Longguang City. It fell for half a month in a row, causing it in the local area. In some places, it even triggered. A real-time report on the local situation was then made. In front of the camera lens. It can be seen that in the Qingyun Mountain Sanqing Hall, before the statue of the god, there are hundreds of villagers kneeling in the middle of the hall under the leadership of the village chief. In the huge incense burner, a dozen or so sticks of 1-min incense were inserted. After the broadcast, the viewers who tuned in from all over the world were buzzing. My mom. It's raining so heavily in Longguang City. It looks so scary. Nice guy. Half a month at a time, no wonder so many villagers have come to offer incense. The crops in this place must have had bad luck this year. If this was in ancient times, it would definitely be considered a year of great calamity, right? May I ask if Longguang City needs donations? My family is running an instant noodle factory, nothing else. If the disaster area needs instant noodles, I can provide them for free, as many as I want. The front big brother benevolence. If we open a donation channel, I'll donate some too. I'll donate 2 truckloads of mineral water. I've just read that there are indeed many victims in Longguang City whose houses have been flooded by the heavy rain and are now living in tents. Longguang City has released a donation channel for the disaster area, and I just donated $50,000. Give me a link. I'm going to donate some too. It's so sad to see these villagers. The crops they planted with great difficulty have been drowned by the rain. Oh yeah, I remember, isn't Qingyun the land of the master of Qingyun Taoist temple? Isn't it said that Mount Qingyun is the first mountain of the Shinmen sect? Why don't the villagers let the master help? Don't Taoists call the wind and rain? Yes. The master of Mount Qingyun was a big hit on the internet a while back, and he's said to know thunder magic. Why don't we ask him to stop the rain? I have an uncle from Mount Qingyun, and he said that the Heavenly Master has been in seclusion for a month, and he hasn't come out yet. What a coincidence. It can't be that he's not capable, so he's hiding. I've been bragging about how capable the Heavenly Master is, but now it seems that he's just like that. He knew that he couldn't stop the rain and hid in advance. In the live broadcast room, there were viewers posting pop-ups. However, just at this time, at the scene of the 3 Clear Hall, there was still a desire to continue saying something. However, they saw that from outside the hall, several figures walked over. The one at the head was wearing a purple robe and carrying the Heavenly Master's sword. The reporter's eyes immediately lit up. This is the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master had come out. The reporter hurriedly asked the photography teacher to turn the camera around and focus on the Heavenly Master walking outside the temple. The reporter said, "Audience, everyone look, that one is the current Heavenly Master on Qingyun Mountain, the entire Dragon Kingdom, those who can wear this kind of purple robe. Nowadays, there is just this one." Our reporter actually came to Qingyun Mountain 20 days ago, but unfortunately, at that time, the Heavenly Master was in seclusion, and there has been no fate to meet with the Heavenly Master, and I didn't expect that the Heavenly Master would come out of seclusion today. It seems that it is also to solve the matter of the rainstorm to come off. In the Sanqing Hall, hundreds of villagers saw that the Heavenly Master had come. They stood up one after another, looking at Qin Hao with excited gazes. Heavenly Master! Heavenly Master! Heavenly Master! The village chiefs of several villages gathered around at once, surrounding Qin Hao in the center. One of the village chiefs who took the lead even shook Qin Hao's hand and said excitedly, "Tianshi Qin, I finally waited for you to come out of the gate. It has been raining for more than half a month, and it is not a good day for everyone." Qin Hao looked at this aged village chief. The last time he saw him, he still had white hair. I didn't expect that in just 1 or 2 months, his hair was already all white. Qin Hao patted his arm and comforted him. No matter, don't worry, the village head, the poor Taoist is here today, just for this matter. Everyone wait for a moment, wait for me to rise the altar to perform the law, and drink the heaven and earth to stop the rain. Qin Hao comforted these villagers. He also knew that more than half a month of torrential rain had tossed the local people around. It just so happened that after completing that quest of defeating Zhou Yuanpeng last time, the system rewarded the calling out the wind to summon rain spell. Qin Hao hadn't had any place to use it, but looking at the situation today, it could come in handy. Listening to the words of the Heavenly Master, each of these villagers were instantly relieved. If the Celestial Master had said so, then this rainstorm could be considered to be over. Thus, the head of each village also stopped pestering Qin Hao and took the villagers of his village to one side to wait. The villagers gathered on the other side. At this time, inside the live broadcasting room, the viewers who were watching the live broadcast from all over the world were talking about it. This Heavenly Master seems to be quite confident. Yes. The moment he came, he said that he could stop the rain in heaven and earth after a few moments. Is that true? I'm afraid that if he swears now, it will be embarrassing if he fails to play the role of a bully later on. What's he saying? Is he really capable of this? Or did he read the weather forecast? Said to see the weather forecast only to come that individual nonsense. Okay, I just watched the Longguang City, the local weather forecast. The local weather forecast said that this rainstorm at least another 10 days, and the probability of rainfall for 100. General Jang who magician really read the weather forecast, then, dare at this time to come forward? People Tiancher dare to come forward, dare to say this, maybe it is really capable of it. Yes. Leave a little bit of virtue, this celestial master is really capable. If you do not believe, go to a certain sound or a hand search keyword, King Yunshan Thunder Law. You'll know how powerful it is. Tell a joke, a bunch of mortals, mocking an immortal cultivator here. The live broadcast audience was talking. The scene, already heading towards Qin Hao's place, was ready to give the celestial master an exclusive interview talk. Seek recommendation tickets. Seek collection Recommendation votes are so few Everyone, more votes It's not easy for niche subjects. Chapter 13, with my divine sword, the wind and clouds retreat and disperse requesting recommendations. Please collect. In the Sanxing Hall, several Taoist masters settled the villagers under the command of Taoist Master Jing Xian. The TV reporter, on the other hand, came to Qin Hao's side with his photography teacher. Hello Heavenly Master, my name is Li Yang. I came over from the imperial capital more than 20 days ago to interview you, but it turned out to be unfortunate that you were closed at that time. I don't know if I can bother you for a few minutes now, and we have some questions that we want to interview you about. Qin Hao turned back at the sound and looked at the reporter standing beside him. The reporter looked at him with anticipation. Qin Hao said, okay, any questions, feel free to ask. The reporter's interview, or to give some face. Qin Hao let the Taoist boy move 2 chairs over, and sat down with the reporter to talk slowly. The reporter said, Heavenly Master, it's like this, a month ago, the video that circulated on the internet about you using the thunder method to defeat Tiger Shark live broadcast platform netizen Zhou Yuanpeng, is it true? Now many netizens on the internet are rumoring that you are an immortal cultivator. What do you think about this claim? Qin Hao, regarding the matter of Lei Fa, I can only say that Lei Fa is indeed real, but of course, people should not be too superstitious about Lei Fa. This kind of thing, to put it plainly, is only some small tricks to scare people, in essence, and the martial arts practitioners in the city to perform the big change of the living person, chest broken boulder is not much different. Moreover, there is a scientific basis for the thunder method. As we all know, the generation of lightning in nature is due to the phenomenon of electrical discharges generated by mutual friction and collision in the clouds. The principle of thunder law is not much different from this, so I personally feel that we still need to believe in science. As for what kind of immortal cultivator, that's even more nonsense. Poor Taoist is just a mediocre ordinary person, how could he possibly cultivate immortality? Qin Hao slowly said. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen was already noisy. Good guy. Heavenly Master said it well. Talking about thunder magic is just some little trick to scare people, backhanding a solid wood plaque and splitting it through the air. What do you call that, a little trick? Zhou Yuanpeng, if you can see this interview, people have to be numb. Zhou Yuanpeng, that's not what you said the other day when you struck me with palm lightning. The charlatan said, what can I do? Is breaking a boulder in the chest and the Qingyun Mountain Thunder method a thing? Tell a joke. San said the shield machine used by the Dragon Kingdom is essentially no different from the shovels used in our country. Ha 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 ha. Thank you. Laughing already. Those charlatans hate to label themselves as semi-immortals and try to fool the people into believing that they are immortals, while the celestial masters, who believe in science with their mouths open, are dead set against admitting that they are immortal cultivators. That's the gap. Sanxing Hall, the reporter asked again, that, the celestial master, for this heavy rain in Longguang City, you really have a way to solve such ferocious rain? After all, Longguang City Meteorological Bureau report said that this heavy rain, at least the future will continue for a full 10 days off. The reporter asked out this question. After all, just now, Qin Hao had patted his chest with the villagers and guaranteed that he would definitely solve the rain problem. The reporter was also curious, where did Qin Hao get the confidence? Was he more powerful than the Weather Bureau? And could change the laws of nature? Qin Hao glanced at the reporter. He said, well, to be honest, in fact, I'm not 100% sure, can only say, try it, in case of success? Qin Hao answered ambiguously. Just do not give a positive answer. The reporter scratched his ears anxiously. Nima, is this an answer? Just when this reporter wanted to ask something more, Qin Hao already got up and opened his mouth. Qin Hao already got up and said, well, comrade reporter, the interview is almost done, what should be said? Poor Taoist also said, you see so many villagers are still waiting here, we should not delay too much time, okay? Let's stop the rain first. Qin Hao has said so. Even if the reporter wanted to ask a few more questions, he turned his head to look at the eyes of those villagers next to him. Those 100 or so villagers were already looking at the reporter with an impatient gaze. The villagers were all saying, where the hell is this reporter from? Pestering the celestial master to ask questions, there is no end to it? In the end, is it important to stop the rain, or are you asking questions? Really cannot, a few village chiefs have begun to plan, or not, the reporter carried out to send away? The reporter was glared at by the villagers, immediately smiled twice, and did not dare to pursue the question. Public opinion cannot be violated. Getting rid of the reporters pursuing questions. At this moment, Qin Hao walked to the main entrance of the Three Pristine Hall. Only to see him looking at the rain outside. The rain was still like just now, falling wildly, like a waterfall. According to this rain situation, if it really rains for another half a month, I don't know how many people will die in the whole Longguang city. In the whole Longguang city, I don't know how many families will be broken up because of this. With this glance, Qin Hao looked beyond the sky, as if he saw the suffering of the people. He stretched out one hand towards the eaves outside. It caught the rainwater in the sky. Afterward, Qin Hao made a move with his hand. The Taoist boy beside him understood and immediately came holding the Tianshi sword. Qin Hao took the Tianshi sword. He began to perform the spell. One could only see Qin Hao stepping on the 8 trigrams from the cloud step, taking a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, the whole person had already walked into the heavy rain. At this moment, on Qingyun Mountain, above the head of the Taoist temple, dark clouds converged and thunderclouds rolled in the sky. Countless thunderbolts appeared from time to time, accompanied by torrential rain. The entire atmosphere outside of the Three Pristine Hall was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. The sense of oppression was directly pulled full. Amidst the entire downpour, Qin Hao was the only one who strolled in the rain with his footsteps. Within the Dao courtyard, Qin Hao stepped on the bagua from the clouds while reciting the spell under his breath. Gold turned to jade and returned, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. Fluorescent confusion descended, the rain and dust quieted the dust. Holding luck and adding time, rabbits and hares urged each other. Streams of fire are powerful, stopping water removes disasters. With my divine sword, the wind and clouds recede. Qin Hao recited the spell with the 5 thunder vowels. Endless true essence came out through his body. Within the entire Dao courtyard, thunderous sounds rolled and shook the 8 directions, reaching down to the hell and up to the blue dome. Qin Hao took 8 steps in a row in the rain, and starting from the 3rd step, Qin Hao unexpectedly took a step into the void. With this step, it was as if Qin Hao's feet stepped on the void, and the whole person ascended to the sky. After the 8 steps were finished, Qin Hao pulled out the Heavenly Master sword in his hand with a single stroke, pointing the sword at the sky. Only seeing Qin Hao's hand, once the divine sword came out, there was even a bright golden light shooting straight up to the sky. In the next second, above the dome of the sky, thunder converged. As soon as Qin Hao pointed his sword, the wind and clouds receded. Just now, the pouring rain that was like the water of the Yangtze River flowing backwards. At this moment, it was even like the Yellow River pulling the gate, instantly stopping the rain. The clouds opened up and the fog dispersed, and 10,000 feet of sunlight pierced through the clouds. The golden sun rays shone on top of Qin Hao's purple heavenly immortal cave clothes, truly like a heavenly father descending to the earth to save the suffering. At this moment, everyone in the Sanqing Hall had been dumbfounded. Even the reporter, she had forgotten that she was still broadcasting the news live. Everyone was looking at Qin Hao with a shocked gaze. It was because the visual shock brought by this kind of words make rain, sword out of clouds divine ability was too terrifying. For a while, these villagers, viewers, had their brains in a state of downtime. The stormy mood, moreover, could not be calmed for a long time. It wasn't until after a while, Qin Hao put away the Heavenly Master sword and strolled down from the void. It was only within the live broadcast room that an audience member was the first to react. Opening their mouths, they said, Chapter 14, Plain and Simple Qingyun Mountain, Jianghu Magician Qin Tianshi. As soon as Qin Hao had a Heavenly Master sword, he put it into the scabbard and descended in the void. In a few steps, he walked back to the Sanqing Hall. After Qin Hao returned to the Three Qing Hall, he was clearly in the middle of a rainstorm before, but when he came back, his clothes were not wet at all. At this moment, the sky of the entire Longguang city had already cleared of clouds and the torrential rain had stopped. watching the series of operations of Qin Hao just now. Everyone present, millions of people in the live broadcasting room, were shocked beyond words. At this moment, the live broadcast room, the screen is full of two words. Naiha, I have no culture, one sentence walks the world. Everyone tell me, this is a human being to do things? Nima, casually do a law to let the natural disaster level rainstorm stopped, you call this ordinary people? You call this a charlatan? Tiancher just stopped the rain. In fact, I was skeptical in my heart to come. After all, I used to watch TV dramas in the mage practice before you need to prepare a variety of tools. For example, drawing talismans, bells, chicken blood, cow blood, dog blood, and so on. This master just did not prepare anything, carry a sword on. I thought it was unprofessional. Now I realize that only those with low magic power use the altar to do that kind of thing. The real masters, prepare a hair off? The real masters would not prepare for anything, they would just carry their swords and go straight to fight with God. For those with low power, they have to burn paper to the Dragon King, make offerings to the God of Thunder and the Mother of Lightning, and beg their grandparents in order to get some wind and rain. And we do not eat this set of Tiancher, draw the sword on, just now that momentum, hate to Tiancher's sword to the Dragon King's neck, a sword almost did not Thunder God Electric Mother chopped. Is not a high person, a glance can be seen. Tiancher's sword on the neck of the Dragon King that laughs me to death, just ask the Dragon King dare not move? Dragon King, dare not move, dare not move. Lei Gong Dianmu, Tiancher is too fierce, slipped away. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was still shocked in the shock of the Heavenly Master stopping the rain with a sword. In their eyes, Qin Hao took one step to heaven, and the Heavenly Master pointed his sword to the sky and ordered the rain to stop. Even the Dragon King who was responsible for rainfall had to listen to the orders of the Heavenly Master. The torrential rain that had plagued Longguang City for more than half a month stopped just like that. What was this if not a god? In the eyes of these villagers, the current Qin Hao was simply a living god. He used his sword to stop the rain, using a great spell. What he did was to benefit the people. At this moment, Qin Hao's true essence within his dantian was 1 out of 10 after he used the technique of calling wind and rain. Even if he wanted to recover, it would take some time. He said, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, you all don't need to be polite, please rise. Since you all live near my Changyan mountain and have been offering incense to my Taoist temple for many years, it is only right that the poor Taoist should bless you. Now that the rainstorm has stopped, you can go down the mountain and go home, and in the future, you can come more often to burn incense and pay homage to the 3 Qing dynasty. So many villagers, the rain has stopped, still do not go and wait for what? Qin Hao didn't dare to leave them to eat at the Taoist temple. How many meals would they have to eat if they stayed for a meal? I can't afford it. Qin Hao just wanted to get rid of the villagers quickly. But these villagers didn't think so. Their focus was on Qin Hao's divine power. Just now, when they all kowtowed, at that instant, the Heavenly Master casually lifted them all up in the air. What was this if not divine power? What was this if not a spell? The Heavenly Master was indeed a true immortal. Qin Hao himself didn't know that his image in the hearts of these villagers had become even taller with his casual action. Now Qin Hao, in the villagers' eyes, was simply a real god, the kind that had to be placed on the incense burner and worshipped after going home. Qin Hao's words were also considered by them to be divine orders. The Celestial Master told them to go down the mountain and go home, and the villagers went home happily, sending these villagers away. Qin Hao didn't say anything more, he turned around and went back to the Heavenly Master's house to rest. After all, this time, his true essence consumption was indeed a bit big, so he had to go back to regulate and recuperate. Waiting until the Heavenly Master was far away. Only then did the reporter in the 3 Qing Hall react. Just when she had just stared blankly, the Celestial Master had unexpectedly already left. The reporter instantly regretted it. She had missed such a good news and interview opportunity. At the same time, the reporter remembered what the Heavenly Master had said during her interview with that Heavenly Master before the practice stopped raining. Thinking of this, she was helpless. This Celestial Master said that the monk would not be deceitful. The result of the mouth the word of truth are not. Reporter Li Yang said, the Master of the Sky personally told me to believe in science, the results turn around on the foot of the void, the sky, this science? Tiancher said their own spells to stop the rain is to try to see, not 100% sure, the results of the turn of the sword pointing to the thunderclouds in the sky to say that scattered on the scattered, called to stop, with the Nima old man training his son as well. You call this a try? Not 100% sure? Tiancher. You TM just short of the sword flight, the ascension, but also said that you will not cultivate immortal? Li Yang as a reporter, interviewed hundreds of people, down to the common people, down to the dignitaries, rich businessmen, and crocodiles. Have seen the difficult, have not seen the Master of the Sky so difficult. This Tiancher open mouth closed mouth believe in science, a bite to death of their own ordinary people. Li Yang have a way? No way. As it is now, the Master of Heaven is gone. Li Yang can only turn back to ask the photography teacher behind. Photography teacher, just now the picture or photograph down, right? Photography teacher nodded, rest assured that all photographed. Li Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief, that's good, although from the mouth of the celestial master did not interview something, but the images are photographed, go back to also be able to deliver. This issue of the news, the popularity is extremely high. It can even be said that in the last 6 or 7 years, the number of people watching the news live online is the highest. Especially after the news aired the clip of Longguang City's rainstorm and the reporter's online interview with the Heavenly Master, the popularity almost rose off a cliff. Once the image of the Heavenly Master carrying a sword and stepping into the void, drinking, and ordering heaven and earth to stop the rain came out, the heat was even more directly explosive. After the news ended, throughout the internet short video platform, countless videos of the Heavenly Master stopping the rain were released as if they were springing up. The overwhelming videos once again swept the major platforms and the hot search list. During this period of hot search, Qin Hao almost never came down from the hot search list. The heat of the previous hot search topic, Heavenly Master's Thunder Law, had just receded a bit. The topic of Qin Hao's method of stopping the rain caught fire again. Plain and simple Qin Mountain, Jianghu magician Qin Tianshi. The reason behind the end of the rainstorm in Longguang City is heartwarming. Tianshi, showdown, I put the sword on the neck of the Dragon King before he stopped the rain. The Heavenly Master said let's believe in science, and the next second he had his sword out in golden light and the thunderclouds receded. Launch poll, the Heavenly Master is an ordinary person or a fake ordinary person, a real immortal cultivator. Heavenly Master, I'll try to see if I can stop the rain. Thunder God and Mother of Lightning, false. He lied, he almost slaughtered us. On the other hand, Imperial Capital, inside a villa complex. In the middle of a high-grade villa. The agent of a certain second-tier actress frowned as she walked over with a piece of data. Wait, it's happened again. The 7th hot search we bought this month has been topped again. Brothers, I'm only 20,000 words into my new book period. The comments section is full of people spraying me for slow updating, so let's just say that this book is still a seedling. I don't even have a water test recommendation yet. The industry seedling period a day updates so many words, I'm the only one, right? I'm the only one in the industry that updates so many words a day, right? Such a conscientious book and author, this you do not vote a little recommendation, you can sleep at night? Chapter 15 will be the minister to come to have to stand, the king of yen have to give you 2 kowtow. Qi Weiwei is the entertainment industry child star origin, 4 or 5 years old when the parents were brought into the entertainment industry, shot a lot of TV series and movies. When she was young, she was a first-rate child star. But when she grew up, because there was no big brother behind her, the resources she could get were not good, and now she is reduced to the second line. In recent times, Qi Weiwei's agent repeatedly bought hot searches for Qi Weiwei on microwave, wanting to bring her up. But unluckily, within a month, 6 hot searches were bought consecutively, and all of them were topped, just off the charts. This time, it was the 7th hot search, and it had already rushed to the first hot search. As a result, the broker will drink a mouthful of milk tea, not to mention what hot search first, hot search top 20, cannot see the shadow of Qi Weiwei. The agent's mouthful of milk tea almost didn't directly spray out. Nima. Who is this? This month's hot searches? How about you sniping? Broker looked at the top 10 hot searches, are the same person, and, this name, this topic, deja vu. Is it that Tianshi from MT Qin Yun again? Who the hell is this master of the sky? How many times a month on the hot search? So powerful? Qi Weiwei looked at the top 10 of the hot searches being contracted by this Heavenly Master again, she also covered her forehead and didn't know what to say. Ever since they started buying hot searches this month, this Heavenly Master of Qin Yin Mountain has almost become their nightmare. Buying 7 times was suppressed 7 times. Really outrageous, his mom to outrageous, open the door, outrageous to home. Looking at the top 10 hot searches, and even the top 20 are all discussing Qin Yin Mountain's Heavenly Master, Thunder Law, calling the Wind and Rain, and Jianghu Warrior. Qi Weiwei and her agent even had an illusion. Is this still a microwave? I'm afraid I haven't gotten into some kind of metaphysical and spiritual posting bar. The top 10 hot searches are all about this stuff, is this reasonable? Qi Weiwei didn't know if it was reasonable. Anyway, many microwave users said it was reasonable. In the past, it was because there was nothing to discuss that the stars were held in high regard, but now the immortal cultivators have come out. What's a star? Really unfamiliar. Who still discusses that stuff? Don't delay us from cultivating the immortal avenue. Qin Hao didn't realize that he had unintentionally, and in a haphazard manner, become a nightmare in the heart of a female star and a stumbling block on the way to the hot search. At this moment, the number 1 hot searching Tianshi Qin. After returning to the Heavenly Master's mansion, he was busy extracting the system rewards. In front of Qin Hao, the system panel displayed the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully casting the spell, successfully stopping the rain and saving Longguang City from the natural disaster, obtaining a reward of 40,000 incense value. Celestial Master Sword Hardening 5. Extreme Immortal Crane Egg 1. It seemed that the more influential the thing done was, the richer the rewards issued by the system would be. Qin Hao stopped a rainstorm for Longguang City. The system directly rewarded 40,000 incense value, and this wave could be considered blood money. Incense value is a good thing. You can buy a lot of useful things in the incense value mall. Qin Hao's original incense value was only 10,000 or so. Now with the 40,000 rewarded this time, it totaled 50,000 incense value. It could buy a lot of things he wanted. Qin Hao clicked on the incense value mall. Picked it up inside. First, Qin Hao spent 30,000 incense value to buy the Xianmen rune seal book that he had wanted for a long time. A book of talismanic seal scripts cost 30,000 flavor values. Expensive, yes, but it contained tens of thousands of methods of drawing talismanic seals, and with 30,000 flavor values, the system might have made a small profit, but Qin Hao definitely didn't lose. After buying the talisman seal book. Next, Qin Hao also had to buy specialized talisman paper, talisman pen, and talisman ink. There was nothing to be said about talisman ink, and the talisman ink for low-level talisman seals were all universal. A large bottle could be bought for 1,000 incense value. The main thing is the talisman paper and talisman pen. These two things, there is a way inside. A good talisman paper and talisman pen could greatly increase the success rate of drawing talisman seals. There were several grades of talisman paper. From low to high, yellow, blue, pink, green, red, purple and black. The most common one seen in TV dramas and movies was the yellow talisman. In fact, it is the lowest grade among all the talismans of the Xian sect. So it can only be used to subdue ordinary evil spirits and zombies. People who are a little more careful will find that in the movie, Uncle Nine can deal with ordinary zombies with ease, and can even chat a little while fighting. But once you run into a slightly more powerful corpse king or flying stiffs, it will not work. The yellow talisman basically has no effect at all. Paste up, even the zombie himself can give the yellow talisman tear. This is the level of yellow talisman cannot. If you put a red talisman or purple talisman on the backhand. Not to mention the king of zombies. Shogun came, also have to obediently stand there to be punished. Not to mention the highest grade black talisman. There is a saying in the Xianmen that if you hold a few black talismans in your hand, you will be able to go down to hell and up to the blue dome. Gods and ghosts won't dare to stop you, and the king of Yin Lua will have to kowtow to you when he sees you. Qin Hao looked at the prices of these kinds of talismans. Yellow talisman was the cheapest. You could buy one with 1 point of incense value. Next was the blue talisman, 5 points of incense value. The pink talisman was 10 points of incense value, and the green talisman was 20. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment. Deducting 10,000 incense value to purchase 1,000 pink talismans. As for the reason, the yellow and blue talisman grades were too low. The success rate of buying them back to draw talismans was not high, and there was absolutely no need to spend that wasted money. The most cost-effective one at the moment was the pink talisman. The success rate was innately increased by 20. Doesn't that smell good? After buying talisman paper, Qin Hao continued to look at talisman pens. There was also something to be said for talisman pens. Similarly, there were 9th grade talisman pens, 8th grade talisman pens, and so on. The higher the grade, the higher the drawing success rate. The incense value in Qin Hao's hand was now only 10,000. If he smashed it all on talisman pens, it would only be enough to buy an 8th grade talisman pen. A set of talisman drawing equipment came together. Starting from this moment, Qin Hao would be able to study talisman seals. But right now, he wasn't in a hurry, putting the rune seal set aside for now. The system's reward just now was more than just incense value. There were other goodies as well. Let's extract all the rewards first. Celestial Master Sword Hardening 5. There was no need to say much about the Heavenly Master Sword quenching. Qin Hao had already experienced it before. It could make his Heavenly Master Sword even stronger. Before, just by quenching the spirit once, his Heavenly Master Sword was already able to release sword chi. Now quenching the spirit 5 times, it definitely became even more powerful. Qin Hao extracted the quenching spirit. Only in the next second, a golden light flew into Qin Hao's Heavenly Master Sword. Then, Qin Hao saw that his Heavenly Master Sword was actually wrapped in a golden cloud at this moment. The entire Heavenly Master Sword was shining with golden light. It was as if it was possessed with magic. After the quenching was completed. At this moment, the Heavenly Master Sword was still 100 steps away from Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao could unexpectedly sense the position of the Heavenly Master Sword. It was as if a sword spirit was born among the Heavenly Master Sword. With a movement of his mind, the Heavenly Master Sword, which was placed on the sword rack, shook violently. Qin Hao slightly added a trace of true essence to harness the Heavenly Master Sword. In the next moment, the Heavenly Master Sword on the sword rack let out a soft whistling sword sound. Surprisingly, the sword came out of the sheath by itself, flickering and flying around the house. Qin Hao looked at the Tiancher swords flying around in the sky. He was stunned. Ah, this Spirit Quenching 5 directly became a flying sword? Chapter 16. The system is more or less not very smart. Heavenly Master Mansion, outside Qin Hao's room. Two Taoist children were outside the door, waiting for their orders. They didn't know what the Heavenly Master was doing inside the room, and from just now, there was a surprising sound of sword roaring coming out from the house. The two Taoists were very curious and sneaked outside the door to take a look inside. With just one glance, they were dumbfounded. Because in the Heavenly Master's room, they actually saw Qin Hao rode his sword inside. The Heavenly Master's sword flew around Qin Hao. It was no different from the immortals who flew with swords in myths and legends. The two Taoists looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, they all had the same thought in their hearts: this Heavenly Master of ours, is he going to become an immortal? No wonder he could become the Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain at such a young age. He is really extraordinary. On this hand of sword writing skill, looking at Qingyun Mountain over the past 1,000 years, who can do it? It's too powerful. The two Taoist children didn't dare to peek further. They knew that this level of Shenmen's secret art was not something that mortals like them could look at. At that moment, they put away their gazes. It was better to stand guard honestly. In the room, Qin Hao played with the Heavenly Master's sword for a while. The current him could control the Heavenly Master's sword to fly in the air though. However, he couldn't do long-distance sword control yet. It was still far from the real flying sword art in the legend. A true flying sword immortal was able to train his sword into a sword pellet and nurture it in his dantian. When facing the enemy, they spit out the sword pellet from their mouths, and with thousands of miles between them, flying swords could kill the enemy with just a snap of their fingers. Qin Hao now could not control the flying sword to be more than 100 meters away from his side at most. Any farther, the sense between the Celestial Master sword and him wouldn't be that strong. 100 meters away, the Tianchi sword could still be summoned by it, but it didn't have much attack power. The reason for this lay in 2 points. The first was that the Tianchi sword's level was too low. If the legendary flying sword that could kill the enemy for 10,000 miles was at the immortal weapon level, this Tianchi sword in Qin Hao's hand was at most a spiritual weapon just entering the rank, and the grade of the weapon was too low. Secondly, Qin Hao's cultivation level was also not enough. He wasn't even a foundation establishment, and he still wanted to play with flying swords? Third, he didn't have the assistance of a professional flying sword technique. Just relying on the true essence in his body to forcefully drive the Celestial Division sword. It was naturally laborious and difficult. Therefore, fancy things like flying swords, Qin Hao still didn't think too much about it now. Sword guarding in the air was more or less the same at this stage as an auxiliary usage at most. Qin Hao put the Heavenly Master sword back on the sword rack. He looked towards the last reward. Extreme Immortal Crane Egg. A spirit bird egg species that could hatch out an extreme grade immortal crane. It belonged to a kind of flying spirit beast, with high IQ, extremely fast flight speed, and the only drawback of not being strong in combat, but it was still a good walking tool bird. Looking at the system's introduction, Qin Hao extracted the reward. Subsequently, what appeared in front of him was a huge and incomparable egg. This egg was twice as big as an ostrich egg. If the system didn't make it clear beforehand, Qin Hao could have thought that this thing was a dinosaur egg. Putting this egg on the table, Qin Hao sized it up. The overall texture of this bird egg was hard and very thick, and on top of the egg shell, there was a peculiar light golden pattern. Along with the bird egg being in the middle of incubation, the lines on the eggshell were also bright and shiny, looking very magical. Qin Hao knocked on the eggshell. I wondered when this immortal crane egg would hatch out. Just when Qin Hao was wondering how to hatch this immortal crane egg, in his ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! A new quest is released. Draw 1 talisman seal and the hatching degree increases by 1. Draw 100 talisman seals and you can complete 100 hatching. Ding! Releasing a hidden quest, the host's total success rate of drawing talisman seals reaches 80, extra reward for Immortal Crane Tremendous Transformation Talent Aptitude 1, success rate reaches 90, extra reward for 1 Temporal Divine Crane Bloodline. Tip: there is only one chance to complete the hidden mission, and if you fail to complete it, you cannot start over. Listening to the system's prompt, Qin Hao's face turned serious. The previous hatching task was simple, just making talisman seals. With 100 talisman seals, Qin Hao could draw them slowly. But that hidden task behind it was the difficulty that was big. With 100 talisman seals, one needed to reach a success rate of 80 to get an extra reward. It was best to reach a 90 success rate, because that could additionally obtain the bloodline of the Time and Space Divine Crane. Time and Space Divine Crane. Just by hearing the name, I knew that it must be something good. It might be some kind of ancient beast. But with a 90 success rate, Qin Hao didn't have any idea in his heart. 100 talisman seals crafting could only miss 10 times? It was a bit difficult. However, Qin Hao decided to give it a try. After all, the chance was here. What if it succeeded? Qin Hao stood in front of the table and first extracted the talisman seal book he had purchased from the Incense Value System Mall, directly fusing the Book of Rune Seals. In the middle of his mind, he immediately absorbed all the knowledge points of the talisman seal book. In an instant, tens of thousands of talisman seals production methods and drawing details were presented in his mind. As long as he wanted to, he could view the drawing method of any kind of talisman seal at any time. The Xian sect's talisman seal grades were the same as the elixir grades. From low to high, they were categorized into 1st grade to 9th grade. Above the 9th grade, it was a divine talisman. The pink-colored talisman paper in Qin Hao's hand could carry a 4th grade talisman seal at its maximum limit. Talisman seals above the 4th grade could not be drawn on the pink talisman paper. Because the energy was too strong, the talisman paper couldn't withstand it, and it needed a higher-level green talisman to work. Of course, Qin Hao, right now, would definitely not choose to draw high-level talisman seals right off the bat. He would definitely start learning from low-grade talisman seals first. Qin Hao directly rummaged through his mind's talisman seal compendium to look for introductory talisman seals. A moment later, he sifted through hundreds of entry-level rune seal varieties. Golden Light Talisman, Flame Talisman, Waterball Talisman, Power Talisman, Divine Speed Talisman, Fixation Talisman, Healing Talisman, and so on. These were all 1st grade talisman seals. Among them, the simplest entry-level talisman seal was the Fixation Talisman. It's the same kind of yellow talisman that Uncle Nine and the various Taoist masters used to stick on the zombie's head in zombie movies. That is the most basic fixation talisman. This kind of fixation talisman is known as the beginner's talisman of Xianmen. It is the simplest and easiest to draw. It is usually used for newcomers to practice. In the movie, Ninth Uncle's 2 piggyback disciples were even able to draw it by themselves, so it was obvious how low the lower limit of difficulty for drawing this talisman was. Qin Hao was now planning to draw a body talisman. At this moment, Qin Hao's complexion suddenly shook as he looked at the fixation talisman in his mind, and remembered the hidden mission released by the system. He suddenly realized the blind spot. When the system released the task just now, it only let himself draw 100 talismans with a success rate of 90. But it didn't say which kind of talisman he was allowed to draw. The novice introductory fixation charm was also a talisman seal. Doesn't that mean that one can get stuck in a bug here and make 100 of the simplest fixation charms out? As long as the success rate reaches 90, then one can get the quest reward as well? Thinking about this, Qin Hao himself was happy. The system was more or less not too smart. The drawing of a fixation talisman was already simple. Qin Hao also had pink-colored talisman paper plus the innate success rate of the 8th grade talisman pen added to it. The success rate of the talisman paper plus 20. The 8th grade talisman pen added 30. Qin Hao wanted to ask, how did he lose? This hidden reward, what was the difference between it and giving it away? Chapter 17, Heavenly Master, Feathered? On the flat desktop, Qin Hao set up the talisman ink and laid out the talisman paper. Carrying an 8th grade talisman brush, his eyes were concentrated. In the middle of his mind, he carefully reviewed all the drawing details of the 1st grade fixation talisman one last time. He took a deep breath and started writing on the pink-colored talisman paper. Edict the Great General to this place. Heaven, earth, and man are fixed. A line of 12 incantations needed to be written in a single breath, without the slightest break in the stroke or pause in the middle. The Xianmen seal scripts are all about practicing the text 10,000 times, and the next stroke of the pen is divine. If there is a break or pause in the middle, it means that the person who drew the talisman is not firm in his or her will. If the artist's own will was not firm, how could the talisman seals drawn be effective? Therefore, before Qin Hao drew the talisman, he had practiced it in his mind for an unknown number of times. Only after practicing it thoroughly did he formally put down his pen. With the assistance of powder talisman paper and 8th grade talisman pen, how could there be a probability of failure? The first time he drew a talisman, the pen fell and the talisman was completed. Along with the incantation on the talisman emitting a red light, this fixation talisman was considered officially completed. Subsequently, Qin Hao started drawing the second one. 2 talisman seals were drawn. Qin Hao immediately felt that this talisman drawing wasn't as hard as he thought before. However, was this tiny talisman seal really that magical? By sticking it on a person, it could instantly make a person unable to move? Qin Hao looked at the fixation talisman in his hand and pondered whether he should find someone to try it. After all, he hadn't used it himself. He glanced at the door. Outside his door, there was a Taoist boy guarding the door for him. Qin Hao put away the 2 fixing talismans, got up and walked towards the door. Then, he was seen opening the door of the room. On both sides of the room door, 2 Taoist boys saw Qin Hao come out and hurriedly saluted, "Greetings to the Heavenly Master." The words were not yet finished. Qin Hao took advantage of the time when the 2 of them bent down to salute, flipped his palm, and 2 pre-prepared fixation talismans were immediately taken out from his left and right hands. Then, snap! A slap towards both of their backs. A red light lit up. These 2 children were indeed immobilized by him with the talisman. The 2 children, who were alive and well just now, became like statues at this moment, unable to move. Qin Hao was quite happy. It was really good. This is pasted on. It can be. Qin Hao instantly experienced the fun of talisman seals. He was so excited that he turned around and went back to the house, continuing to draw the remaining 90-odd fixation talismans. The 2 Taoists who were stuck by the fixation talismans in the same place? Drawing the remaining talismans, the further Qin Hao went, the more skillful his technique became. From the beginning, it took more than 10 seconds to write one talisman. At the later stage, it took less than 3 seconds on average to draw a fixation charm. There was no other reason, only the skillfulness of his hands. Gradually, Qin Hao himself didn't even know how many fixation charms he had drawn. Until the system beep came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, drawing 100 talisman seals, and the hatching degree of the extremely high-quality immortal crane egg is 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, drawing success rate of 100. Gaining the reward Immortal Crane Giganticization Talent Aptitude 1. 1 Bloodline of the Timeless Divine Crane. The task is completed. Moreover, it's still 100% completion. 100 fixation talismans, and Qin Hao didn't even miss once. The system's requirement was 90, and Qin Hao directly gave it a dry run to 100. This hidden task, isn't it just a matter of having hands? At this moment, the task was completed. Qin Hao looked at the extremely high-quality immortal crane egg that was placed on the table to the side. At this moment, this immortal crane egg was really moving. It was accompanied by a clicking sound of breaking shells. A piece of eggshell shattered open at a corner of the bird egg. A tender crane claw reached out from the eggshell, immediately followed by another claw. Finally, the entire eggshell was toppled out of a hole, and a fledgling white crane crawled out of the egg just like that. Looking at this fledgling white crane, Qin Hao touched it with his finger. This white crane was still a bit unsteady, and when Qin Hao pushed it with his finger, the 2 tender crane feet stumbled up and sat on the table with a butt. The white crane tilted its head and looked at Qin Hao with a puzzled face. Your mom? Qin Hao looked at this crane cub with a confused face and was happy. He continued to tease the crane for a while. Afterwards, Qin Hao extracted the quest reward. Immortal Crane Giganticization Talent Aptitude. Time and Space Divine Crane Bloodline. Throughout, it was instilled within the body of this immortal crane cub. A moment later, the divine aptitude and bloodline were all infused. This little immortal crane also underwent a drastic change. Originally, this was just an ordinary crane. At most, among all the immortal cranes, its quality was superior. But now, it was different. After being infused with Qin Hao's innate divine ability, as well as the bloodline of the ancient beast, the time and space god crane, this immortal crane, too, could be called a juvenile divine beast. Originally, when it was just born, its feathers were still an unsightly grayish-yellow color. In the blink of an eye, the feathers all over its body began to change drastically. The unsightly gray-yellow feathers faded away. New black and white feathers grew out. This immortal crane, in a matter of moments, grew up. In the blink of an eye, it had grown from a small person of a few dozen centimeters to a height of 1 meter 6. Standing there, it had invariably begun to emit a divine beast aura. Newt! A loud and mournful crane call came from Qin Hao's room. Qin Hao beckoned towards this immortal crane. Come over. The immortal crane then walked to him obediently, allowing Qin Hao to stroke its feathers with his hand. After all, Qin Hao had hatched it with his own hands, and personally instilled the divine beast bloodline into it. Naturally, this immortal crane was innately close to Qin Hao. Qin Hao patted this immortal crane's big head and said, Go, let the poor Taoist see what you can do. Let's see how powerful this divine beast bloodline is. Qin Hao got up and walked towards the courtyard. Behind him, the immortal crane followed with a step. When he walked to the door, Qin Hao realized. In a moment of negligence just now, he forgot to remove the fixation talisman he had put on the 2 Taoist children. They just kept this action standing here for more than 10 minutes. Qin Hao was immediately embarrassed. With a wave of his long sleeve, the 2 fixation talismans were torn off by him. The fixation talismans were removed. Only then did the 2 Taoist children return to normal. Keeping the action of bending down and saluting for 10 minutes, the 2 of them were directly exhausted. Sitting on their asses on the ground, their backs ached. The 2 were still in a state of confusion. Looking at each other, they did not understand what had just happened. The 2 of them, just now, just gave a salute to the Heavenly Master. How did they get tired like this? It shouldn't be right. Where is the Heavenly Master? The 2 Taoist children remembered the Heavenly Master, and their eyes searched the room for the Heavenly Master's figure. Inside the room, there was no one. They turned their heads to look at the courtyard again at this moment. They happened to see Qin Hao slapping the crane's head. The crane instantly shifted into several times its size. Qin Hao leaped and jumped onto the immortal crane's back. The crane looked down at the 2 Taoist children, then lifted its wings and flapped. Carrying Tianshi Qin into a stream of light, it disappeared from the sight of the 2 Taoist children. On the spot, only the 2 Taoist children who were in shock were left behind. Only after a long time did they react. Heavenly Master, is this ascension? Chapter 18 reveals the cloven foot, right requesting for recommendation tickets. Please collect. In the Heavenly Master's mansion, the 2 Taoist children looked at the Heavenly Master flying on a crane, falling into shock, their moods not being able to calm down for a long time. At this moment, Qin Hao stepped on the crane's back and looked at the Qingyan mountain, which became smaller and smaller under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above the clouds. Qin Hao had grown up so much that he hadn't sat in an airplane yet, and he didn't expect to fly for the first time in his life. He actually flew by himself with a crane. Not to mention, this feeling was quite marvelous. Qin Hao patted the crane's head and said, "Little White, let me see to what extent your natural aptitude can actually change." Little White was the name Qin Hao gave to this immortal crane. Sometimes there was nothing wrong with having a simple and rough name. After experiencing the feeling of flying, next, it was time to look at the system's reward after he completed the hidden mission. To what extent could the giganticization talent avatar actually become bigger? The immortal crane understood Qin Hao's words and nodded. Then, along with a crane cry, the immortal crane shook its body, and the entire size of the crane, which had originally become several times bigger, became bigger again at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the crane had become so huge that Qin Hao, standing alone on the crane's back, was like an ant. The entire size of the crane became as big as a mountain. Qin Hao looked at the crane that had become hundreds or thousands of times bigger. He was stunned. This talent aptitude, awesome. Such a large size was indeed a bit terrifying. Qin Hao could build a house on the back of this crane. Qin Hao was testing the immortal crane's divine ability here. On the other side, a Dragon Country civil aviation airliner was flying through the clouds, flying past Qin Hao. On the airliner, a little girl was eating the ice cream given by the stewardess beautifully, and one hand grabbed the Polaroid hanging on her neck, ready to take a picture of the outside scenery. At that moment, the little girl saw that outside the window of the airplane, a big bird was flying alongside their plane. The little girl was stunned and quickly shook her mom's arm. "Mom, look, there is a big bird outside." The little girl's mom was busy chatting with the uncle next door. She said, "Lin, good boy, you eat ice cream by yourself, Mom is busy." "Little girl, Mommy, look. That bird is really quite big." "Mom, how big can it be?" "It's you who are too small, so you see everything is big. Didn't you learn that when you took photography class?" This little girl's mom is a little impatient. She is chatting with the handsome guy next to her. The two are going to add microblogging. This time her daughter ran over to make trouble. Can she not be annoyed? Now she just wants to send her daughter to the side to play. But the little girl will not let go. "Mom, I understand all the reasoning, but this bird, why is it so big?" The little girl's mom was so annoyed she couldn't stand it anymore and finally turned her head to look out the airplane window. "What bird? How big can it be? Ah, this is too big." The little girl's mom was initially unimpressed, thinking that her daughter was more or less a bit of a bullseye. However, the next second, she herself looked out the window and froze. Because this was not a bird. It was clearly a crane. Moreover, this crane was indeed too big in size. It was several times bigger than the size of the airplane they were traveling in. Flying on the other side of the sky, like a mountain, it covered the sky. The little girl's mom was stunned. In this world, there was such a big crane. On the airplane, the other passengers also discovered the huge crane outside. All of them revealed horrified gazes. "Never seen such a big bird in my life." The passengers on the plane took out their cell phones to take pictures, using the onboard Wi-Fi to share the photos to their friends. For a while, a photo of a huge crane caught fire on the internet. "Damn, why is this bird so big? Is this photo real? It can't be a picture, right? It looks a bit fake. I also think it's too fake. How can there be such a big bird in the world? How much does a crane eat in one meal?" This is a photo taken by a passenger on an airliner. My uncle was on that plane and confirmed that the photo is real. There are many more photos taken from different angles, and many people are said to have seen them. The photos are real. I've got someone to verify them. There are no traces of PS, this bird, it's really big. Brothers, guess what I just found? Look at this photo. The focus is on the back of the bird. On the back of the bird, is there a man standing? In the comments section of the internet, someone sent out a comment. Under this comment, someone quickly replied, "It's true. There really is a silhouette. Who is so powerful? Standing on the back of a bird? He's an immortal." Hold on a second, folks, I'll send the photo to my friend so he can help see if he can zoom in and fix it to see if it's a person or not. The comments section never disappoints. Right away, someone was planning to fix the details of the photo. Sure enough, it didn't take long for that person to reply. "Vanama. Brothers, I'm back. My friend just sent me the enlarged and repaired photo, and guess what? It's a real ING person, and can you believe I said I could tell who it was?" Below the comments, this person sent out a restored detail photo, only to see that within the photo, the silhouette on the crane's back was enlarged and restored. The crowd could see at a glance that the person standing on the crane's back was a man. A purple robe, feet on the crane's back, Fengshu riding the wind, a few like an immortal. In the comments section, the netizens looking at the photo were shocked. "This Nima, isn't it a heavenly master?" I said. "Who's so powerful? If it's a heavenly master, then it's fine." That said, this photo was taken near Chengyun Mountain? That's okay then. I'm used to it in the Heavenly Master's territory. Heavenly Master, You're flying on a crane and you still say you don't know how to cultivate immortality? I remember a celestial master himself said that I'm just a mediocre ordinary person. How would I know anything about cultivating immortals? Now you're backhanding the wind and stepping on a crane, so you're not even pretending anymore, are you? You've revealed your true colors. On the internet, the two topics of cranes and celestial masters once again triggered the network. At this moment, Qin Hao didn't know that he was on fire again online. At this moment, he leaped and jumped onto the head of the immortal crane, saying, "Little White, accelerate and see what abilities your time and space god crane's bloodline has brought you." Space-time divine crane, this was an ancient divine beast. Legend has it that it has the power to control space and time. In its heyday, the space-time god crane was known as the Space Overlord. It possessed the ability to jump through time and space. At Qin Hao's command, Little White immediately understood. Two huge wings that were enough to cover the sky and the sun flapped vigorously. Air currents bulged. The immortal crane directly turned into a stream of light in the next second, surprisingly opening a portal in the void in front of it. The immortal crane, together with Qin Hao, jumped into it and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already 50 miles away. On the airplane, hundreds of passengers watched the crane even start space jumping, and the human crane moved. The passengers on the airplane were dumbfounded. This Nima is openly cultivating immortality. Isn't it too arrogant? Chapter 19 Mastered the flow code of Zhou Yuanpeng requesting for votes. Please collect. On the plane, someone used a cell phone to shoot a video of a crane space jumping in the middle of the clouds along the plane's porthole. It was transmitted online using the airliner Wi-Fi. Online, it set off shock waves. On Qin Hao's side, he stood on the crane's back, roughly weighing the current Little White's divine ability in his heart. The current Little White was still in its juvenile stage, although his body was fused with the bloodline of a time and space divine crane. However, the divine abilities in the bloodline had not been fully developed. Although it was also capable of spatial jumps, the distance was not far. A spatial jump could at most move a distance of 50 miles. And it consumes a lot. This spatial jump thing, during the immortal crane's immature period, it was better to come less often in the future. Qin Hao harnessed the immortal crane. It quickly disappeared from the airliner's field of vision. After flying in the sky for a while, Qin Hao intended to go back to Qin Yun Mountain. However, just as he passed by the vicinity of Qin Yun Mountain, a mountain forest, Qin Hao frowned and looked at the mountain forest below. Vaguely, Qin Hao felt that something seemed to exist in this mountain forest, making him more or less uncomfortable. However, he didn't care too much about it and sped up, leaving this place and returning to Qin Yun Mountain. The speed of the immortal crane was very fast, and after a few minutes, Qin Hao had already returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion. After returning to the mansion, in the next few days, Qin Hao basically rarely left. During these few days, he stayed in his room to practice talisman seal drawing. A brand new talisman seal was drawn out from his hands. Golden Light Talisman, Flame Talisman, Water Ball Talisman, Powerful Talisman, Divine Speed Talisman, Healing Talisman. This day, Qin Hao drew talisman seals in his mansion as usual and practiced the typing 5 chi technique. After this period of time of precipitation and cultivation, Qin Hao felt that today, it was the day he broke through the peak of the 9th level of chi cultivation and stepped into foundation establishment. At the same time, outside the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Temple, however, a huge uproar was caused by the arrival of a person. Just now, the sky had just dawned. On Mount Qingyun, Zhou Yuanpeng and his live broadcast team climbed up early in the morning as usual and took a broom to clean the gate of Mount Qingyun. Ever since the last time Zhou Yuanpeng didn't know how to die and failed to challenge the Heavenly Master alone. He had been detained on the mountain by Qin Hao and had to sweep the floor of Qingyun Mountain for a year before he could leave. At first, Zhou Yuanpeng was more or less uncomfortable. He grew up with a good family, grew up abroad, and was used to being pampered. Now as the anchor, everyday moving mouth, say a few words in the live room to earn a pot full of money. Which feel the mountain Taoists this folk suffering life? Let him get up early in the morning at 4 or 5 o'clock to sweep the floor. At first, Zhou Yuanpeng felt his life is almost gone. Who would be able to withstand this? But after insisting for a few days, he was now getting used to it. Even sweeping the floor every day on Qingyun Mountain let him catch a traffic code. Zhou Yuanpeng took the broom and opened the live broadcast. Brothers, the 12th day of sweeping on Qingyun Mountain. Our old rules, from top to bottom sweep, a total of 1,272 stone steps, today's challenge of 2 hours to sweep, dry on the end of the brothers. Zhou Yuanpeng is now live streaming his sweeping life every day. Gradually, he really brought up his popularity. Borrowing the heat of the Qingyun Mountain and the Tianshe, now Zhou Yuanpeng's live room online number, surprisingly stable at 5 million, properly more popular than before. Sweeping into the Tiger Shark platform top stream anchor, this is really the only one in the Dragon Country. Now Zhou Yuanpeng sweeps the ground every day, using his cell phone to take a shot of the distant Heavenly Master's palace and the palace of the three pristine ones, and then casually say a few words. Daily income of 5 figures. It was estimated that after a year, if the Heavenly Master of Qingyan Mountain drove Zhou Yuanpeng away, he might not even be willing to leave. Every day to earn so much money, let him now he is willing to become a monk. But today, Zhou Yuanpeng's goal of sweeping the stone steps of the mountain gate in 2 hours is destined to fail in the challenge. Because they just opened the door of the Taoist temple, only to see the ground a villager covered in blood, lying in front of the Taoist temple. Behind this villager, there was also a bloody claw mark, which seemed to have been scratched by some beast, and his back was bloody. Zhou Yuanpeng was startled. What is going on? Zhou Yuanpeng and a few staff members of the live broadcast team next to him rushed over and picked up this villager from the ground. Asked him what happened. The villager, who was dying at the moment, raised a hand and pointed down the mountain. Beast tied. Quickly go find the Heavenly Master to save your life. After the villager said this, he passed out. Zhou Yuanpeng was stunned. Big brother, stop it. Tell me clearly. What do you mean? I don't understand. Zhou Yuanpeng really doesn't understand what this big brother is saying. What beast tied? It's 9022 years old, and there's still a tidal wave of beasts on the blue planet? Shouldn't this thing be a product of novels and the African savannah? Zhou Yuanpeng looked at the unconscious villagers and panicked for a moment, not knowing what to do. Good in the live audience reminded him, Anchor, what are you waiting for? Calling people. Yes. People are unconscious, look at the back of the injury, a look is blood loss, hurry to find the Taoist. Call an ambulance. Loss of blood is shock death. Didn't they just say this big brother to find the Heavenly Master to save his life? Anchor, go. I'm in a hurry, can you do it? Don't you have any sense of first aid? I'm a medical student, can't wait to give you a slap in the face. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, some viewers came up with ideas. Zhou Yuanpeng also came back to his senses. Panicked and let people watch this villager here, and then went to the Qingyun Mountain Taoist temple to find someone himself. Heavenly Master's mansion. Taoist Master Jing Xian ran over in a panic. 2 Taoist children stopped him. Uncle Jing Xian, the Heavenly Master is at the critical moment of seclusion, and has ordered that no one should disturb him. Today, Qin Hao's day was the critical time for the 9th level of Qi refining to break through to foundation establishment. He had already greeted the 2 Taoist children beforehand. No one was allowed to intrude into his room. Taoist Master Jing Xian was anxious, but something big has happened under the mountain. After Taoist Master Jing Xian finished his words, a figure walked out from within the room of the Heavenly Master's residence. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Taoist Master Jing Xian, what's so alarming? Qin Hao had just prepared for closed-door cultivation, sprinting to the foundation establishment realm today. He didn't expect Jing Xian to rush over. Looking at him in such a panic, Qin Hao also estimated that it was nothing good. He simply suppressed the riotously surging true essence in his body first, to see what happened first. Looking at the Heavenly Master coming out, Taoist Master Jing Xian was overjoyed, and hurriedly told what had just happened. Qin Hao's face also changed after hearing it. Beast tied? In the vicinity of Qingyan Mountain, although there are many mountains and forests, in the past 100 years, they have never heard of any beast tide occurring, and when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, there has never been a beast tide riot or any other event like that. How could a beast tide suddenly occur today? Where is the villager who went up the mountain to ask for help? Taoist Master Jing Xian, back to the Heavenly Master, it is at the mountain gate, and is now seriously injured and unconscious. Qin Hao stepped out, follow me to see what the situation is. Qin Hao took the 2 Taoist children and Taoist Master Jing Xian and walked towards the mountain gate. Chapter 20, all move aside, let the poor Taoist try. Requesting for recommendation tickets. Request for favorites. Taoist Temple Mountain Gate. At this moment, Zhou Yuanpeng's live broadcast room, its popularity skyrocketed. Originally, there were more than 2 million people watching the live broadcast. Now, because the seriously injured villagers appeared, his live broadcast room, the popularity skyrocketed to 7 million. Zhou Yuanpeng said, brothers, rest assured, I have alarmed the police, the hospital side said the ambulance will soon arrive. I hope the people are okay. Live screen, Qingyun Mountain from the nearest hospital is still a distance, not traffic jams, then the fastest ambulance to 10 minutes, and also to climb up the mountain, which can be in time. This big brother looks like a very serious injury, will not be killed, right? Medical students tell you that if you don't save him in time, yes, there are many shock deaths around the world every year due to hemorrhaging. That's serious? The ambulance should come quickly. Each and every one of the live broadcast viewers also became anxious. After all, no matter how much we usually joke in the live broadcast room, but now lives are at stake. The guys definitely still want the injured to be safe. At this time, Zhou Yuanpeng's cell phone rang. Zhou Yuanpeng picked up a look, is the hospital called? After answering the phone, the more Zhou Yuanpeng listened, the more ugly his face became. When he hung up the phone, the audience in the live broadcast room and the people around him asked him, "What's wrong? Anchor, what happened?" "The hospital called to say what?" Zhou Yuanping said, "Just now the hospital called and said that the fluctuation of the beast tide occurred near the Qingyun mountain, and the beasts in the mountains and forests are migrating in large scale, which has already affected the nearby traffic. Those animals coming down from the mountains are like crazy, attacking people everywhere. Many villages near Qingyun mountain have suffered heavy losses. Not only do we have people seriously injured here, other places, there are also a lot of serious injuries to the police. There are not enough ambulances at the hospital, so they can only treat people along the way, and with the animals in the mountains blocking the way, not to mention the ambulances, the police won't be able to get through to Qingyun mountain for a while." "What? What's going on? A mass migration? This is too sudden. No wonder this big brother kept saying beast tide before he passed out. It's really a beast tide. But, under normal circumstances, how could there be a mass migration of animals in the mountains and forests? This isn't Africa. Something must have happened in the mountains, right? Now is not the time to discuss this. The group now think of a way to see what this big brother will do now." The viewers in the live broadcast room and Zhou Yuanping were all anxious. There is a wave of beasts at the bottom of the mountain, and the ambulance can't get through. They also have a seriously injured unconscious one. They really don't know what to do. Just as everyone was at a loss as to what to do. From within the Taoist temple, Taoist master Jing Xian and Qin Hao arrived. The heavenly master had come. In the crowd, I don't know who shouted out. Zhou Yuanping looked up, seeing the heavenly master was now no different from seeing his own father. Great! The heavenly master has come, this dude is saved. Now Qin Hao's image in these people's hearts had been elevated to a point of incomparable greatness and tallness. Qin Hao seemed to be omnipotent, and as soon as he appeared, he immediately gave people a feeling of peace of mind and finding their backbone. Taoist Jing Xian, heavenly master, this is the villager who came to the mountain to ask for help. Qin Hao glanced at this person, he recognized him. It was the village chief of Dongxi village under the mountain of Qingyun mountain. During the heavy rainfall in Longguang city some time ago, the mayors of several nearby villages brought the villagers' representatives from their respective villages to the mountain to burn incense, and he was among them. Qin Hao said, "Immeasurable heavenly father, it seems that this resident is quite injured." He sighed. Looking at the huge scratch on this village head's back and the blood all over his back. One didn't know what had happened under the mountain that he could be injured like this. Zhou Yuanping said at this time, "Heavenly Master, the ambulance from the hospital just called over, saying that a large-scale animal migration has occurred under the mountain, and many wild beasts have rioted and injured people, and many villages nearby have people injured, and the doctor can't get through in a short period of time. What should we do?" Zhou Yuanping is really panicked. Looking at Zhou Yuanping so panicked, Qin Hao said, "There is no harm, everyone calm down, all make way, let poor Taoist to try to give him a simple treatment." Looking at the village chief who was so seriously injured, Qin Hao sighed. The talisman seals he drew a few days ago were just right for use. With a flip of his palm, a first-grade healing talisman appeared in Qin Hao's palm. Watching Qin Hao take out the talisman seal, Zhou Yuanping froze. "This? Heavenly Master? Are you crazy? What time is it now, and you're still thinking about performing magic? People's lives are at stake. The audience can't stand it anymore. Celestial Master, people are injured and need treatment. What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you mean by bringing out a talisman? Don't be funny when it matters, Master. What's wrong with him? Stop the bleeding first." These viewers don't understand what Qin Hao means now. People are waiting for their lives to be saved, so you take a talisman out and open the altar to perform magic, right? Qin Hao listened to the muttering in his ears. He also ignored it. With his backhand, he pasted a healing talisman on the back of this seriously injured village chief. The talisman was just pasted on. In the next second, only an emerald green light erupted from the entire rune seal. The runes on the rune seal, at this moment, seemed as if they had come to life, and the entire rune seal transformed into dots of green light, attaching itself to the wound on the village chief's back. In the blink of an eye, the green light of the rune seal was all absorbed by the wound on the village chief's back. The crowd was shocked to see that the wound that was a bloody mess just a moment ago. At this moment, it unexpectedly recovered rapidly because of a talisman seal. First, the blood was stopped instantly. And then the skin and flesh healed and scabbed over. The entire process took less than half a minute, and the scabs began to fall off. The injuries on this village chief's body had just miraculously recovered. Zhou Yuanping looked at the village chief, who had just been in a state of unconsciousness with serious injuries, and in the blink of an eye, his injuries had recovered as if it was the beginning of time. He simply looked dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? What an eye-opener today. Today was really an eye-opener. That talisman just now, what in the world is it? Looking at such a magical effect. Zhou Yuanping live broadcast more than 7 million viewers, is also the brain buzzing. Especially the self-professional medical students who were just now jumping around anxiously. Now directly a second temper. Medical student, who am I? Where am I? What kind of god is this Nima? The rest of the audience, 666, 666, 6666. Is this the Divine Master? The operation is still so flirty. Actually, I didn't believe in any heavenly masters before, and I scoffed at those hot news before, but now that I've watched the live broadcast, I realize that I'm a ING brother. I am. Brothers. I am. As a medical student, I expressed my astonishment. May I ask if this really isn't a special effect? I feel like my worldview is being refreshed. The front, not to mention the worldview, since watching the video of the Heavenly Master, my previous worldview has been overturned several times already. Laughing to death, just now when the Heavenly Master said let him try, I have already guessed the ending. The Heavenly Master last time said to try, is long-going city rainstorm. The result of the next second, the Heavenly Master soared out of the rain stopped. This time again said try, directly to a 30-second change of life, a seriously injured unconscious person, all wounds instantly healed. Tell a joke, the Heavenly Master said try. I believe you. You living God is very bad. Chapter 21 Jusher, Xian men do not talk about money, talk about fate. Please recommend votes. Please collect. Magic City, a famous medical school student dormitory building. Lu Qi is a graduating student of this medical school. In half a year, he will officially graduate and become an honorable surgical intern. Over the past years, Lu Qi has been studying hard every day to learn all kinds of knowledge, getting up early in the morning and working late at night, memorizing not even 1,000 but 800 medical books. Originally thought that after graduation internship a few years, and then a few years of clinical, have the opportunity to go abroad to study, and then come back to become a returnee, there is a chance that before the age of 30 years to become the director of the department. At that time, he can more or less pretend to be a pussy. But today, blame it on his hand, clicked into the live broadcast of Zhou Yunpeng. He saw the Heavenly Master of Qin Mountain using a talisman seal to save a person. A small talisman seal, gently pasted onto a person's body. Hey, hey, hey! That's it. It took less than a minute. It's a direct cure. Moreover, it's a complete cure, not a stitch was touched, not even by the Celestial Master himself. The seal of approval worked the whole time. Can Lu Qi not look numb? Nima, I have studied surgery for so many years, just about to graduate, you tell me, this world does not believe in science, the cultivation of immortality? The future of medicine may even usher in a comprehensive overhaul. No doctors in hospitals, all Taoist priests drawing talismans? The kind that puts up talismans when you register and pay the bill? It's ridiculous to even think about it. Can Lu Qi's mind not be broken? Lu Qi, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Learning Nima. Just at this time, the unconscious village chief at the entrance of the Taoist temple moved his eyelids and woke up. Zhou Yuanpeng helped the village chief up from the ground. At this moment, the village chief was still confused. He remembered, hadn't he encountered a wave of beasts in the village? Countless wild wolves and leopards ran down from the mountains. All the villagers in the village were attacked and suffered heavy losses, and the remaining villagers all hid in the village's collective warehouse. The village chief was less lucky at the time. He happened to be working in the field, and with the sudden wave of beasts, the village chief gritted his teeth. Instead of running back to the village and waiting for death, why don't we take a chance and run towards Qingyan Mountain? If we are lucky, as long as we rush up the mountain and stay by the side of the Heavenly Master, isn't it safer than being in the village? However, the village chief was still unlucky enough to collide head-on with a wolf halfway up the mountain. After a dozen rounds of life and death struggle with the wolf, the village chief used a hoe to break the wolf's waist. But he himself was also badly injured, and his back was scratched 2 or 3 times by the wolf. He climbed up the mountain completely by will, and fainted before he could speak. At this moment, the village chief recalled and hastily touched his back with his hand. In the next second, he froze. Huh? Where is my wound? The village chief's entire body froze. What's going on here? Wasn't he seriously injured just now? Before going up the mountain, the village chief had even thought of his last words. Now what was going on? His own injuries healed? The village chief didn't dare to believe it. He clearly remembers that he was seriously injured. After he used his hand to touch his back, it was full of blood. Being scratched by the wolf's front several times, leaving so much blood, you now tell me that it's fine? If it wasn't for the Heavenly Master standing across from him, the village chief would have thought that he was already nothing. The village chief asked, Heavenly Master, did you save me? Qin Hao nodded, sort of, it was just a show of hands. The village chief was lying in front of his Taoist temple, and when his life was at stake, Qin Hao couldn't just stand by. For Qin Hao, it was a favor, but for the village chief, it was completely different. This is a big favor to save his life. The village head knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, Heavenly Master, for saving my life. The little old man can hardly repay the great favor by working as an ox or a horse. The village chief was so moved that he didn't know what to say. He was badly injured when he went up the mountain and almost lost his life. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Master saving him, he would have died by now. Saving a person's life is like a new parent. The village chief was also an honest person, clanging and kowtowing 3 times to Qin Hao. Qin Hao helped him up. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, the village chief doesn't need to be polite, it's really just a matter of lifting his hand. You get up and talk first. Qin Hao had one thing to say, right now, this first-grade healing talisman was really worthless to him. In less than 3 seconds, Qin Hao could even draw one. But it wasn't just a show of hands? Zhou Yuanping listened to Qin Hao's words and asked curiously, Tianchi Qin, just now, that talisman seal has such a powerful effect, it must be very precious and valuable, right? Zhou Yuanping had seen the magic of that talisman seal with his own eyes. It was pasted onto a person's body. A person with serious injuries, who was on the verge of death a second ago, was healed and alive in less than a minute. How could a talisman seal with this kind of magical effect not be precious? When the Heavenly Master said that it was not valuable, it must have been a humble remark, otherwise, how would the village head feel bad in his heart? The Heavenly Master must have considered the village head's feelings, so he didn't tell the truth. Zhou Yuanping wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone present, including Zhou Yuanping's livestream viewers who had just seen the effect of the seal, thought the same. This talisman seal, it must be very precious. Qin Hao glanced at Zhou Yuanping and said, precious? Not bad. As for valuable? Jusher, Xian men don't talk about money, they talk about fate. Talking about money is vulgar. Listening to Qin Hao's words, Zhou Yuanping realized. Sure enough, the Heavenly Master had said that the talisman seal just now was precious, and it couldn't be measured in terms of money. It seemed that the kind of talisman seal just now, even if it was in the hands of the Heavenly Master, it was estimated that there were not many of them. In front of the live camera, Lu Qi from the medical school listened to the words of the Heavenly Master. He also let out a huge sigh of relief. Originally, he was about to tear up his books and stop learning. Now, listening to the Heavenly Master himself, he said that the kind of talisman seal just now was very precious. Lu Qi was instantly relieved. Fortunately, that talisman seal, although magical, but the quantity is small, the Heavenly Master himself is probably not quite enough to use it. It is even more unlikely that it will be passed on to the outside. So the future of medicine is still the world of doctors. Lu Qi instantly felt that his confidence was back. He touched the medical book in his hand. Learning medicine, still quite fragrant. At this time, the village chief spoke. Tianchi, it's like this, something happened under the mountain. It was only then that the village chief remembered the reason why he went up the mountain. Then, he told Qin Hao what happened under the mountain from beginning to end. Listening to the village chief's narration, the eyebrows of everyone present were tightly wrinkled. Everyone, their faces didn't look good. The village head now hoped that the Heavenly Master would come down from the mountain. In his heart, this Heavenly Master of Qingyan Mountain was no different from a living god. As long as the Heavenly Master could come down the mountain, any beast-tied, wild beasts, could all be solved. But Qin Hao directly shook his head and refused. Village chief, this matter, poor Taoist may not be able to promise you. Today, I have other important things to do, I'm afraid, I can't come down the mountain. The village chief was shocked. What? Heavenly Master doesn't come down the mountain? Chapter 22, Heavenly Master does not come down from the mountain. Seek recommendation votes. Seek favorites. Listening to what Qin Hao said. On the village chief's face, a look of despair appeared. He originally had hopes, thinking that if he went up to the mountain, he would be able to invite the Celestial Master, and if the Celestial Master just went down to the mountain, there would be hope that the beast-tied or whatever would be solved. But now, the other Heavenly Master directly came with a sentence that it was inconvenient to come down the mountain. The village chief froze. What can be done about it? The village head still wanted to fight for a bit. Heavenly Master, you must help us. There are still a lot of children and women in the village. We men live and die is not important. Those children and women are innocent. The village chief was also thinking about the village people, trying to persuade the Heavenly Master. However, Qin Hao shook his head and said, Immeasurable Heavenly Master, village head, don't be anxious first. Today is a crucial day for poor Tao's cultivation. It's not that poor Tao doesn't go down to the mountain, it's really that I'm not able to spare my time. However, don't worry, for the wave of beasts at the bottom of the mountain, poor Tao has his own way to deal with it. Today, it was the crucial time for Qin Hao to refine his Qi and enter foundation building. The fact that he could still stand here at this moment was entirely the effect of the true essence in his dantian being suppressed by Qin Hao all the time. However, the true essence in his body was surging so much that Qin Hao felt that he couldn't suppress it for much longer. Today was definitely the day to break through the foundation establishment realm. He definitely didn't have the effort to distract himself from going down the mountain to deal with any beast-tied. It was impossible to put himself in danger as well because he went down the mountain to save people. On the road of cultivation, every step was a tightrope walk, and the slightest inattention would lead to going off the deep end, especially at this critical juncture of breakthrough. It was even more impossible to be distracted. Therefore, it was impossible for Qin Hao to go down the mountain. However, there was a large-scale beast tied under the mountain, and the villagers were in the midst of fire and water. As a Xianmen Heavenly Master, it was impossible for him to see death and save them. What's more, at this time, the system also released a mission. Ding! Releasing a new mission, properly handling the beast tide incident and saving the villagers under the mountain, obtaining the reward, innate golden light mantra. Incense value $20,000. Ding. Releasing a hidden mission, investigating the source of the beast tide incident, obtaining the reward, Heavenly Master's small vegetable garden. Innate gourd seed 1. The village chief looked at the Heavenly Master and said there was a way to deal with it. The village chief asked, Heavenly Master, is there a way? He couldn't think of how this beast tide could be solved if the Heavenly Master didn't come down to the mountain. On Qingyun Mountain, there is a more powerful character than the Heavenly Master? The old Heavenly Master, hadn't he been feathered before? Then, Qin Hao looked at the Taoist children and Taoist Jingxian behind him. He said, Qingyun Mountain, it's not just my own Qingyun Mountain. Among the Taoist temples, aren't there so many other Taoist masters? This time, the beast tide under the mountain, Taoist Master Jingxian, let you lead the team and go down the mountain with the village chief to deal with it. Taoist Master Jingxian was a Taoist master in charge of the Sanxing Hall. He had been paddling behind Qin Hao. Originally, his job was just to follow the Heavenly Master and shout 666. Taoist Master Jingxian was never expecting that the Heavenly Master was talking, and the words turned around, and it came to him. Jingxian Daolong color shock, I? He was numb, like a lightning strike. The Heavenly Master asked him to lead a team down the mountain? To deal with the beast tide? Is this not a joke? The Heavenly Master knows Taoism, but Jingxian doesn't know how to do it. Although he was also a red-robed Taoist leader in the Qingyun Mountain, in the final analysis, he was just a little bit older, and he had read a lot of Taoist scriptures. His fighting strength was just an ordinary person, and even, not as good as the young people in the village. Let him go down the mountain to fight wild beasts, this is not a joke? Jingxian's face turned green. Heavenly Master, don't sell me out. Qin Hao looked at this Taoist Master Jingxian with a smile. He knew that at this moment, Jingxian was in a panic. Qin Hao then patted his shoulder, don't worry, Taoist Master Jingxian, don't panic, I'll let you go down to the mountain, naturally, I'm prepared for everything, you go and call all the several Taoist masters in the door first, I have something to tell you. Although I don't know what the Heavenly Master's words mean. But Taoist Master Jingxian still obeyed the order and went to call people. After a while, on Qingyun Mountain, the 8 red robes in power, 16 yellow robes, and 22 green-clothed Tao masters all arrived. Qin Hao looked at them and said, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, all Taoist masters, my Shenmen Taoist disciples, who worship the 3 Qing as their ancestor, preach that the goodness of the upper level is like water, and that water is good at benefiting all things without contention, and that they advocate inaction. But today, the villages under the mountain have encountered the migration of 10,000 beasts, and wherever the beasts pass, the people suffer. More than 100 years ago, during the war years, my Taoist ancestors have Taoist priests down the mountain to go to the national disaster. Lao Jun carried the sword to save the lives of the people. To our generation, it should also be so. You wear Shenmen Taoist robes, heavenly fairy cave clothes, peaceful times to enjoy the villagers and people under the mountain incense offerings, and now the mountain out of chaos, you and the Taoist priests come down to the mountain, sheltering the people, to save the people from the fire. Qin Hao's words were full of infectious power. Zhou Yuanpong all listened to the blood boiling. Taoist priests go down to the mountain to go to the country's difficulties, and Lao Jun carries the sword to save the people. This is my dragon country's national religion. In comparison, the next door is weak. The celestial master is a mighty man. When it comes to right and wrong, the divine master's outlook is simply correct. Nonsense. The first mountain of the Dragon Kingdom, the only one of the 1.4 billion to carry on the mantle of the purple robe, you'd think. Is it so easy to put on this purple robe? It's true that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Damn, a few words from the Heavenly Master, listening to my blood boiling, the old man directly in front of the dining table are lifted. Today my father and I can only live one. Brother, it's not that bad. They are talking about the Taoist priests down the mountain, what are you passionate about? 233-3333. On Qingyun Mountain, Qin Hao said. Taking out the pre-drawn talisman seals inside the system warehouse. Taking out a few different ones among them. Qin Hao said, Taoist Master Jingxian, come over to my side first, I'll teach you the usage of our sex talisman seals. Taoist Master Jingxian walked over. Qin Hao took out a pink-colored talisman seal. It said Heaven and Earth Shan Sect, Golden Light Blessing. Qin Hao said, this is a golden light talisman, as long as you stick it anywhere on your body and recite the spell, you can activate the talisman and summon the golden light to protect your body. Qin Hao said while slapping the golden light talisman on Taoist Jingxian's body. The next second, sure enough, a golden light coalesced around Taoist Master Jingxian, enveloping his entire body in the protective golden light. Qin Hao was also ruthless. He backhandedly pulled out a Tao sword carried behind the Taoist boy's back and slashed it on Taoist Master Jingxian's head. Taoist Master Jingxian was terrified. He was shocked. He's pulling out his sword at the drop of a hat. Jingxian subconsciously wanted to reach out to block, however, it was already too late. Qin Hao's sword had already fallen. Crotch! A sound of gold and stone clashing rang out. Only then did Taoist Master Jing Xian realize that Qin Hao's sword, even though it was slashing towards his head, but it stopped 3 inches away from his head. It was blocked to death by the protective golden light brought by the talisman seal, and with the golden light protecting his body, even a sharp sword couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Qin Hao then swung his sword to slash a few more swords at Taoist Master Jing Xian, who was unharmed the whole time, but on the contrary, the iron sword of the Taoist sect in Qin Hao's hand had its blade split and rolled. The surrounding several Taoist masters, the village chief, Zhou Yuanping, and the live broadcast audience all looked dumbfounded. It was too much. This golden light is so sturdy? Outrageous awe. Xianmen Golden Light Mantra? So it's real? Coach, I want to learn this. Chapter 23, Lu Qian, logging in from a different place. Seek recommendation votes. Seek favorites. Zhou Yuanping stood in place, his person dumbfounded. This seal, simply outrageous. After pasting it on, the golden light was self-contained, and a sword slashing down on his head couldn't even cause damage. Zhou Yuanping remembered that he was actually stupid enough to challenge the Heavenly Master in the past, and was more or less out of his depth. At that time, people out of the thunder method to scare off their own, now seems to have been to give him a step down. Otherwise, even if people do not do anything, the seal to the body a paste. Even if he swung his fist out of sparks, he could not break his defense. Then, Qin Hao demonstrated other talismans to Taoist Master Jing Xian and the other monks one by one. Divine Speed Talisman. Qin Hao pasted it on Taoist Master Jing Xian's leg. In the next second, Taoist Master Jing Xian's speed soared several times, 100 meters, finished in 3 seconds. Like a built-in supercar engine. As Taoist Master Jing Xian looked at his speed, he froze himself. This is me? I can actually run this fast? Live studio audience, 66,666. This Nima, Bolt wasn't even this bullish. Gatling watched and called out openly, and Bolt cursed and exited the live broadcast room. Powerful talisman as its name. After posted, increased strength, can easily let an ordinary adult has 10,000 pounds of force. Fixation talisman, can make all living things temporarily fixed. Healing talisman, this didn't even need to be said. They had seen it before. The last two, the flame talisman and the water ball talisman. Qin Hao stuck these 2 talismans, respectively, in his left and right palms. Chanting the spell, a flame and water ball shot out from Qin Hao's hand, exploding in front of him. Under the bombardment of flames and water balls, a tree was directly washed down. The power was not bad, and the visual effect was also pulled full circle. Zhou Yuanping was stunned. This Nima, it was too powerful. The millions of viewers in his live broadcast were stunned. I'm reporting it, he's open. Why is this different from what I've seen in TV shows and movies? In the movie, the talisman seal only fixes the body, right? How come the seal in the hand of the master has so many more effects? Nonsense, the 9th uncle in the movie is just a man in a yellow robe. See, the yellow robes standing in front of the Taoist temple now don't even make it to the top 10, but the one who's demonstrating the talisman to you right now is a man in a purple robe. How can this be the same? 9th uncle has to bow to a purple robed man, and big brother Shi Qian has to bow to a purple robed man. If you don't understand, why are the symbols of the Heavenly Master pink? Aren't they always yellow in movies? It's about the level of the talisman. Yellow is just the basic one, there are 6 levels above it: blue, pink, green, red, purple and black. The darker the color of the talisman, the more powerful it is. Nowadays, the only one who can take out a pink talisman is the Heavenly Master in front of me in the entire Dragon Kingdom. You guys, if I can steal a few talisman seals from the Heavenly Master, will I be able to sell them for a good price? I don't know, I only know that you definitely won't be able to steal the talisman seals from the Heavenly Master's hands. I guess before you even touch the talisman seals, the human Heavenly Master will already hang you up and beat you up, and in the end, I guess the end result will be sweeping the ground in Qingyan Mountain together with Zhou Yuanping. Ha 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 ha. Laughing to death, stealing the Heavenly Master's talisman seal, what do you think? Lend me 100 more guts, I wouldn't dare to. It doesn't matter if it's a talisman or not. The main thing is that I want to sweep the floor of Mount Qingyun. I don't care. This seal is so cool. Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, learn it. Learn it. You learn this and that all day long, I still want to learn it. With a brain the size of a walnut, you can't even complete the 9-year compulsory education. Do you dare to think of this? At the entrance of the Taoist temple, Qin Hao had already demonstrated the usage and effects of the talisman to Master Jing Xian. Taoist Master Jing Xian looked at the talisman seal in his hand. He still had some concerns. Heavenly Master, with so many of us, just this one copy of talisman seal, will it not be enough? Qin Hao only gave him 1 talisman seal. Although the effect of the talisman seal was very strong, but with these few talisman seals, how could it be divided among more than 40 people? Qin Hao glanced at him and said, "Who told you that this is the only 1 talisman seal?" Then, Qin Hao flipped his hand and backhandedly pulled out a thick pile from the system storage. There were hundreds of them. He handed it over to Taoist Jing Xian. Qin Hao said, "This pile is the healing talisman, there are 300 of them in total. Distribute them, and anyone who encounters an injured person under the mountain can use them to save the injured." Qin Hao handed the talismans to Taoist Master Jing Xian, and then, with a flip of his palm, he pulled out a new bunch of talismans again. This was a fixation talisman, which could be used when dealing with vicious beasts, sticking it on the beast's body to fix it in place. Once affixed, this talisman needs to be combined with a spell to be lifted, and cannot be torn off by human hands. You can use it without worry. Qin Hao pulled out talisman seals one by one. Each time, there were several hundred of them. It was distributed by Taoist Jing Xian to each of the Tao masters. Several sets of talisman seals were standardized for one person. Watching Qin Hao pull out hundreds of talisman seals with a flip of his palm. Live stream viewer. How did this happen? A magic trick, right? Lu Qian logging in from a different place? Isn't this better than magic? What kind of magic can pull out thousands of talismanic seals from your body? Master Tian, you've gone too far. Performing space magic openly, do you think we are air? Goodness, we promised not to do magic in front of muggles. True. Space Grand Magician. Zhou Yuanpeng was skeptical on the side. He clearly remembered that just a short while ago he had asked the Heavenly Master. The healing rune seal, wasn't it precious? He also remembered the Celestial Master nodding his head at that time. By precious, you mean pulling out hundreds of them at once? Those who don't know will think you're handing out grass paper. Zhou Yuanpeng, you call this precious? On the other hand, Magic City, a medical school dormitory building, boys' dormitory, came a tearing sound. Lu Qi, study Nima. No more learning. First you say that talismanic seals are precious, then you backhandedly take out hundreds of them. What are you pulling at the limit here? At Qingyan Mountain, Qin Hao distributed all the talisman seals. A group of Taoist masters then followed the village chief down the mountain. Qin Hao watched them leave, while he, himself, turned around and went back to the Heavenly Master's mansion to retreat. He could feel that the true essence in his body was about to be suppressed. Foundation establishment stage, just 1 foot short of the threshold. Below the mountain, the various villages had fallen at this moment. Hundreds of wild beasts, not knowing what frightened them, ran out from the mountains and forests. They rushed into the villages and attacked the humans. Countless villagers have been injured, and some have even encountered large beasts and died as a result. At this moment, in a village, a little girl was separated from her family on the way to escape, crying as she walked through the village, searching for her parents. The sound of crying soon attracted a group of jackals that rushed down from the mountain. Jackals, a typical pack animal, are extremely aggressive and have a strong team organization. This group of jackals there were more than 20. Such a large group of jackals, even if they encountered wild wolves and mountain leopards, they would be regarded as their food. At the moment, this group of jackals, under the command of the jackal leader, blocked the little girl in front and behind on both sides. This little girl had obviously become the prey in their eyes. All the jackals were staring at the little girl, and some of them already had saliva seeping out of their mouths. Just waiting for the leader to give the order, they would all pounce on her and eat her. Chapter 24. Old folks don't send. Seek recommendation votes. Please collect. At this moment, in the village, an armed police vehicle carrying 7 or 8 armed police drove into the village. In the hands of each armed police officer, they were equipped with specialized non-lethal weapons. Police sidearms, stun batons, tear gas, and so on. After receiving the report from the villagers, the officials of Longguang City sent the local armed police and firefighters to this place at the first time. This group of armed police was just one of them. There were others, who went to several other villages. The armed police car was traveling in the village, and inside the car, several armed police officers were looking at the wild animals scurrying around outside. Among these animals, there were small ones that didn't do much harm, such as rabbits, pheasants, ducks, foxes, goats, and so on. There were also large and medium-sized beasts, such as mountain leopards, wolves, and tigers. These animals ravaged the village, and even the armed police officers equipped with weapons were furious at the sight of them. Although they were sent as the vanguard to suppress the local wild beasts. But they didn't expect that the number of wild beasts would be so large. The key was that these animals, now, all belonged to protected animals. For wild animals that didn't hurt anyone, they couldn't hit them, couldn't hurt them, let alone kill them. If they couldn't kill them, but also had to drive them away, the difficulty immediately became great. Just at this time, the armed police in front of the car suddenly said, "Captain, something happened in front. You guys quickly look. There is a little girl." Hearing this, several armed police immediately stood up and looked forward, their faces darkened. There was really a little girl walking on the road, and, most critically, was found by a group of jackals. More than 20 jackals surrounded the little girl before and after, and they were about to attack. The armed police officer who drove the car said, "No good, something is going to happen." Said, he was about to step on the gas to rush over. The captain stopped him. "Wait, don't rush. Jackals, this kind of animal, like hyenas, extremely aggressive, and will not stop until the goal is reached, is a typical opportunist. You are so reckless to rush over now, those jackals will surely seize the opportunity and take the girl away after biting her to death in advance. Are you sure that you are faster than the speed of the jackals? The captain's concern was right. No one could guarantee what a pack of jackals would do when they saw a human vehicle rushing towards them. Maybe knowing that they wouldn't be able to enjoy their prey today, they would bite the girl to death and run away in a fit of rage. If it really came to that, then what was the point of them rushing over? It would only hasten the girl's death. Then use tear gas. An armed police officer said. Tear gas, one of the non-lethal weapons, thrown into a pack of jackals, releasing a large amount of chemical gas and capsaicin, was a great tool for driving away large packs of wild animals. The captain hesitated. Tear gas was something that could be harmful to adults. A child, inhaling the gas from the tear gas, it was hard to guarantee that there was no danger. But at the moment, there seemed to be no other better way. Without throwing the gas bomb, this person definitely cannot be saved. The captain was just about to agree. In the distance, a pair of men and women ran over. They were the parents of that little girl. Just now, on the way to escape, they didn't care to separate from their child. Now they came back to look for the child. At this moment, they saw their daughter surrounded by a group of jackals. This pair of parents almost didn't faint. The armed police looked at the child's parents, and the captain of the armed police rushed over. When the parents saw the police, they cried and said, "Comrade police, you must save our daughter." The captain nodded. "Please don't worry, we will immediately go to the rescue. Now there are a few questions to ask you. Your daughters, do they have asthma, emphysema, and other respiratory diseases? We intend to use tear gas to repel the jackal dogs. Now the first thing to ensure, the safety of the child." The parents shook their heads. There was nothing wrong with their daughter's asthma. At this point, the child's father suddenly said, "Comrade policeman, my daughter has had pneumonia for a while. Does that count?" Pneumonia. The captain of the armed police frowned directly. Lung problem. That finished. This tear gas still cannot be used. Lung disease, but also a child, inhaling the gas in the tear gas, it may not be life-threatening. Remaining a few armed police members also showed a difficult color. Captain, then what do we do now? Driving a car to rush also cannot, tear gas also cannot. The captain of the armed police took out his baton and stun gun. We can only go over to save people. Driving a car is too noisy and will easily enrage the jackals. Rushing over to save the people, one can attract the attention of the jackals. Secondly, as long as the jackal treats them as prey, it will be much better. The only problem was that they couldn't use guns. Because the sound of loud gunshots would attract more beasts. Especially in a village like this where a beast wave is occurring. It was fatal. In the current situation, the only options these armed police had were stun guns and batons. A few armed police members nodded their heads inside. It could only be so. Under the leadership of the armed police captain, several armed police followed the captain and rushed towards the pack of jackal dogs. The jackal dog leader was just about to enjoy the human girl. Suddenly, an electric shock came from behind it. It turned its head to see that another group of humans had come behind it at an unknown time. And several of them, with unknown weapons in their hands, sneak attacked and electrocuted several jackals. The chief was furious. Drinking in order, this group of jackals reacted and turned their attack, intending to first solve this group of later people. Immediately, the gang of jackals and the armed police fought. At first, the armed police relied on the batons and stun guns in their hands, and fought by surprise, still having the advantage. But later, the group of jackals familiar with the weapons of the armed police, it becomes difficult to deal with. The IQ of the jackals is not low, and there is also a leader behind the command. They also knew to avoid the stun guns of the armed police. Coupled with the large number of jackals, several of them were cooperating together to attack. The armed police were more or less unable to withstand it. If they continue like this, sooner or later they will be dragged to death by this group of jackals. Captain, what should we do now? These jackals are too difficult to deal with. Several armed police officers have already rushed into the circle of jackals. Although they saved the little girl. But they can't get out. The group of jackals even used Will War. Several jackals as a group take turns to attack the SWAT team. These SWAT officers were small in number, and for a while they really couldn't rush out. At this time, on the other side, the village chief brought a few Taoist masters from Qingyan Mountain and appeared not far away. Taoist master Jingxian looked at the several armed police surrounded by a group of jackals. His face sank, and he immediately rushed over with his men. And in the circle of jackals, those armed police watched as a group of Taoist priests unexpectedly rushed over with bare hands and empty fists. The captain of the armed police anxiously shouted, "Several Taoist masters, quickly go, don't come over." It was already difficult for them to save a little girl behind bars. Now another group of Taoist priests rushed over. The key is also bare-handed. I'm afraid they're not here to give away their heads? They'll still have to save these Taoist priests later. The heads of the armed police were getting big. They wanted to say, "Don't send me away, old-timer." The leader of the jackals also saw a group of Taoist humans rushing towards them at this time. Looking at this group of human hands do not take any weapons. The bottom of the jackal dog leader's eyes flashed a trace of disdain. Just now, the group of heavily armed humans were surrounded and trapped by them. Now this group of bare-handed humans rushed over. Was it to feed them? The leader of the jackal dogs gave a command and ordered a few of his men to deal with this group of Taoists. Several jackal dogs instantly let out strange cries, opened their bloody mouths, and pounced towards the Taoist priests. Chapter 25, One Bite of the Infinite Heavenly Father, One Palm of a Jackal Dog's Head. Jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, jackal dogs, are the jackals among these four beasts. Jackal dog, on the individual lethality, far less than the last few. Even the size, relative to the wolf, tiger and leopard, can be described as small. An adult jackal, the size with the Dragon Country's garden dog almost big. But the ancients listed the jackal as the first of the four beasts, not without reason. First of all, the jackal is a pack animal. No matter when, as long as you see a jackal, then it is nearby. There are at least 7 or 8 accomplices. At most, there are even 60 or 70. And the jackal IQ relative to wolves, tigers and leopards is lower. It is an imbecile. In the mountains and forests, you encountered wolves, tigers and leopards. Luck may be able to escape from death. But when it comes to jackals, the chance of escape is basically zero. This kind of low IQ animals, as long as you come across a prey, unless the strength difference is too big. Otherwise, they will stare you to death. Quite a kind of fearless, like death, dry on the spirit of the end. And jackals, like hyenas, not only like to bully the few with the many, but also like to sneak up behind. And hyenas are also known as the mountain forest anal man. The killing power of one jackal is not strong. But when 3 or 4 jackals were combined, it was a completely different story. Jackal, martial soul fusion technique, anal saint. Get it? Right now, there were 5 or 6 jackal dogs roaring angrily and pouncing towards these few Taoist priests who had rushed over. In the eyes of these jackals, these few Taoist priests were unarmed. And they looked like very weak chickens. But they were much better to deal with than this group of humans with stun guns and batons just now. In the eyes of the jackals, these few Taoist priests were just here to deliver. Not only did the jackals think so. In the circle of jackals, the few armed police officers also thought so. These Taoist priests, are they crazy? You want to come to support, at least first buy yourself an iron sword to go out. This bare hands, you support your horse? They are struggling here, with 3 lines, and you're charging forward with your eyes closed? Isn't this a gift? The armed police are in over their heads. They just want to save. At this moment is also a distraction, themselves are difficult to protect. Armed police, report teammates to send head off. Watching several jackals pounce towards those Taoist priests, opening their bloody mouths and biting at the Taoist priests' necks. With the bite force of the jackals, if this bite was solid, it could directly break an adult's neck. The armed police all turned their heads away, not wanting to watch. The next scene was sure to be bloody. But, right at this moment, Taoist Master Jing Xian looked at these jackals that were charging towards him. Taoist Master Jing Xian was also enraged. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, sinful beasts, I can tell at a glance that you are no good. In front of Taoist Master, you still dare to show off. Bold. Jing Xian quickly affixed 2 talismans to himself. A golden light talisman and a powerful talisman. Once the 2 talismans were affixed, Jing Xian's body erupted. In the next second, Jing Xian's body erupted in a burst of brilliant golden light. He was as if he had transformed into a Xian Sec Prime Force, his eyes glaring angrily. With just one hand, he grabbed in the air at the neck of the lead jackal dog soaring in the air. Jing Xian had the powerful talisman boost. The little strength of the jackal was like a mayfly shaking a tree in his eyes at the moment. Jing Xian's 2 hands, one on each hand. Jing Xian's 2 hands, one on each hand, grabbed the necks of the 2 jackals, carrying them in his hands as if they were dachshunds. How could the 2 jackals have imagined? They had rushed over so valiantly. This weak-looking human Taoist priest actually had such a terrifying strength, and backhandedly grabbed them in their hands like chickens. Moreover, the 2 jackals didn't even dare to struggle a bit. They could feel that the strength in Taoist Jing Xian's hands was increasing. If they dared to move one more time, Taoist Jing Xian could make their heads spin around his neck twice. With a lift of his hand, Taoist Master Jing Xian subdued the 2 ferocious jackals. Just like training his son, he threw them aside. The 2 jackals were thrown around and fell to the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Afterwards, Taoist Jing Xian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With a lift of his hand, he captured the few remaining jackals that were charging towards them. Wherever Jing Xian passed, he slapped them one by one, and the faces of several jackals were swollen and flew up on the spot. It could be said to be incomparably ferocious. In the distance, a few armed police officers and the little girl's parents looked dumbfounded. Is this a Taoist priest? Is there such a fierce awe? Slapping an adult jackal, even hitting an airburst. If you didn't know, you'd think you were here brushing copies. A full-grade big brother came down the mountain to brush up on wild monsters, didn't he? The armed police were stunned. Originally, they thought that these few Taoists were here to deliver. They didn't realize that the back ones didn't even make a move. Only the one in the lead made a move and killed randomly amongst the jackals. What does this amount to? You originally thought that your teammates were rookies who came out of the spring to give away heads without even buying equipment. The next second, you were still in the wild area and the three pigs tangled. Teammates have already in the 3 road mess kill, a knifeful little friend. Even red and blue still confiscated finished. Teammates have crossed the 1 or 2 towers, straight to the opposite side of the crystal to go. Armed police cannot be dumbfounded? Usually look at those Taoist priests, not so fierce all seem to be ordinary people, how all of a sudden become like a super scion? Especially that in the middle of the jackals killed the Jing Xian Taoist master. Among the several armed police officers, there were a few who had gone up to Mount Qingyun to burn incense with their families just a few days ago. At that time, when they saw this Taoist master Jing Xian, they still felt that the Taoist master was quite amiable and spoke politely and gentle. It's only been a few days? How come he's so fierce? A bite of an infinite heavenly father saves suffering and doom. A slap on the head of a jackal and dog, ruthless. In the blink of an eye, several Taoist masters have already rushed to the jackals in front of them. The Taoist masters were like the wind, weaving in and out of the jackals. Their bodies were like 10 Gatling guns with blue flames. Wherever they passed, the jackals cried and howled. In the blink of an eye, he had already finished off all the jackals present. The only one left was the leader of the jackals. Taoist master Jing Xian stood in front of the leader, looking at the jackal leader who had been showing off his teeth just a moment ago. Only to see Jing Xian Taoist chief's eyes glaring, drinking, infinite heavenly father, sinful animal, still not bow down and confess? Jing Xian eyes glared angrily. A moment ago, the jackal dog leader who was still powerful and in charge of more than a dozen jackal dog juniors, was directly scared numb. He didn't even dare to bare his teeth. Surprisingly, he was stunned alive. The armed police were dumbfounded. This Nima, it's too terrifying. Are you really a cultivator? Solve all the jackals that hurt people. Taoist master Jing Xian looked at the armed police in front of him. In an instant, it was as if he had changed his face. Smiling, he walked over with a smile at the corners of his mouth, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. He even saluted the few armed police officers. Immeasurable heavenly father, a few monks, are you all right? The party was really dangerous. This place is not a place to stay for a long time. A few monks should leave before it's too late. The captain of the armed police's mouth twitched. This place is dangerous, they know it. However, they were the ones sent by their superiors to provide support. Now in the eyes of the Taoist master, they had in turn become vulnerable, and they were told to leave. It was just helpless. However, seeing the terrifying battle prowess of these Tao masters just now, people, too, did have the qualifications to say so. Moreover, dangerous? After seeing the ferocious combat power of these few Taoist masters, the several armed police officers immediately felt. These 2 words came out of your mouths. Why do they feel tarnished? Throwing a jackal dog as a sandbag, smacking it as a son. One looked to scare the jackal dog leader. You call that dangerous? You're a comedian, aren't you? Chapter 26 Master a slide shovel up beg for recommendations. Please collect. At this moment, the little girl's parents also ran over from the back. They are very grateful to a few Taoist priests and armed police saved the child. They said they wanted to leave the contact information and work units of the armed police so that they could send a banner to thank them later. As for these Taoist masters, there is no need to leave contact information, we are all acquaintances. This little girl's parents immediately said, every week in the future to go to Mount Qingyun to burn incense to return the wish, thank the Taoist priest to save their lives. Taoist master Jing Xian smiled and didn't say much. The mountain burns incense to return the wish and so on, the heart is sincere. He acted on the orders of the heavenly master to save people, and originally did not force anything in return. After resolving things here, there were other places waiting for him to resolve. Jing Xian Taoist immediately and these several armed police and the parents of the little girl to say goodbye, immeasurable heavenly father, a few monks, or quickly leave this as a place of trouble, poor Taoist and others by the order of the heavenly master, down the mountain to drive away the beasts, sheltering aside of the villagers, and now the tide of the beasts have not yet disappeared, so I'll take a step forward. Farewell, gentlemen. Farewell. After finishing his speech, Taoist master Jing Xian, together with the other Taoist masters, turned around and left. Several armed police officers also looked at these Taoist masters who had gone down to rescue the villagers with admiration. In times of peace and prosperity, there is no competition, and in times of chaos, the old Taoists help the people. This is my Dragon Kingdom's national religion's commitment. This is a true Xianmen master. After Master Jing Xian finished off a group of jackals, he took control of the leader of the jackals. Under the leader's leadership, this group of jackal dogs also lined up obediently with a few Taoist masters to leave. At this moment, they were beaten into submission. The psychological shadows were all beaten out. They didn't even have the courage to look at Jing Xian, so how could they dare to disobey? Along the way, the group of jackals were as good as pet dogs, not daring to transgress in the slightest. At the same time, on the other side, a small road, the car was forced to stop here. Reporter Li Yang and others were originally prepared to leave Qingyun Mountain today, back to the imperial capital. Didn't expect the car just drove to half, passing through a few villages, was very unlucky to encounter a beast tide. Their vehicle, too, had been jumped by a spotted tiger from a nearby ravine. It was forced to stop. The 4 tires of the car were scratched by the tiger with its sharp claws, and the vehicle was trapped in place unable to move. At this moment, the male tiger jumped onto the top of the car, and the heavy weight of the adult tiger even pressed the roof of the car down inside. From time to time, there are a few ferocious tiger whistles coming from the top of the head. Li Yang and others were as scared as white paper, did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. They were all city people who grew up in the imperial capital. Although highly educated, but also pampered since childhood. When they were in the big city, they probably hadn't even seen a real live pig in more than 20 years. Not to mention a large beast like a tiger, the legendary king of all beasts. The tigers they had seen were limited to television, movies, and zoos. They were all special effects and domesticated tigers that were isolated by iron fences for visiting only. Like this and purebred wild tigers face to face, surrounded, can be said to be the only time in their lives. Therefore, can they not be afraid? Inside the car, Li Yang and other people before also opened the live broadcast. At the moment, the live broadcast is not closed. Li Yang encountered a wave of beasts, was stopped by the tiger news in a very short period of time spread throughout the network. For a time, countless viewers crowded into the live broadcast. Looking at the scene of the huge roadblock tiger and the vehicles that were constantly destroyed. The netizens were also frightened. Ma, such a big tiger, I've never seen it in the zoo. Nonsense, one is an artificial domesticated pet tiger, and one is a wild tiger that hunts in the mountains for a living, can it be the same? The fighting power is not on the same level. The size of this tiger, in the tiger community, is also considered to be the dominant level. It's scary to watch. Water margin in the description of the modeled tiger, almost is this kind of it. Oh, my god, Li Yang will not die here today, do not ah. My goddess. Blanched. Damn tiger, it's a pity I'm not there, otherwise I'd be up there with a sliding shovel. Slide shovel that pull back, the last news just broadcast, the zoo slide shovel guy fed the tiger 3 days do not have to eat again, rather than slip shovel slip dead tiger, you say you can use your keyboard to knock dead tigers are a little more reliable than this. Tiger, want to challenge the queue, recently more people sliding shovel, tiger master more or less a little indigestion. Hiccup. I say you guys, can you stop kidding around? What time is it? People's lives are at stake, and there should be a limit to the amount of terrain you can play. Live audience crazy brush pop-ups. Li Yang and others in the car, but not the slightest interest in watching their own live pop-ups. They also where there is a mind to take care of the netizens. Scared to death. Especially this tiger, at this time even to their car windshield on the ground. The tiger's paw, which was as big as a human face, slapped on the windshield. An adult tiger's casual slap possessed a power beyond a ton. It could smash a human's head like a watermelon. The windshield of a car was as brittle as papier-mâché in front of the tiger's palm. Boom! This tiger slapped down the windshield, and the windshield shattered. The driver sitting in the driver's seat was unlucky, with shattered pieces of glass pierced into the chest, screamed miserably, fainted on the spot. Li Yang on the co-pilot was also terrified. His face was white, and he didn't pass out on the spot as a good mental quality. The windshield of the car has been broken. The driver of the car also fainted. Vehicles in front, the adult tiger is backward a few steps, storing jump, it seems that the next blow, it is ready to leap up, drilling into the car, feast. Li Yang closed his eyes in despair. In front of this kind of adult tiger, they struggle again, there is no need. Wait for death in place. Li Yang how would not have thought, he came to the Qingyun Mountain interview, today will be killed here. However, in Li Yang despair, ready to wait for death in place. The next moment, only to hear the ears, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Infinite Heavenly Father. Sinful animal. Dare to hurt people? Still do not stop. When Li Yang and the others heard this voice, they opened their eyes at once, and their gazes gathered in the direction from which the voice came. Only to see a few Taoist masters, I do not know when to come here. Standing not far from their vehicles. The Taoist master at the head, with a head full of white hair, was dressed in a red Taoist robe, not angry and authoritative. Behind him, followed by 7 or 8 yellow-robed Taoist priests, in the face of the tiger, surprisingly fearless. Li Yang's surprise, is the Taoist master on the Qingyun Mountain. She interviewed the Celestial Master in the Qingyun Mountain, coinciding with the Celestial Master retreat. So Li Yang and her team in the mountain at that time in the Taoist temple lived more than 20 days. Qingyun Mountain Taoist Temple and the Red Robe Taoist Master so many, Li Yang naturally recognized. At the moment, this is the management of the spiritual temple, the oldest Jingfeng Taoist priest on Qingyun Mountain. The audience in the live broadcast room saw that it was a Red Robe Taoist Master. At once, the live broadcast pop-up screen crazy brush up. Why is it a red-robed one? I thought it was the one in purple robes coming. What's the point of having these Taoist masters here? And the one in the lead, his hair is all white, not 80 but 70 years old, older than my grandfather. How dare he speak up? Unless the purple-robed heavenly master is here, he might be able to save us from the tiger's mouth. These red-robed and yellow-robed Taoist masters are here, and most likely they're also the tiger's rations. Old Taoist, run away. Why are you still here at your age? If you don't run, you'll all end up here. Why isn't it the heavenly master who's coming? Master Jingfeng, run away. You're over 80 years old. Stop it. Inside the live broadcast room, countless viewers lamented. Obviously they had no confidence in these red-robed and yellow-robed Taoist masters. What's more, the one in red robes in the lead was even older than 80. Older than the grandfathers of many people present. In their hearts, only the celestial master in person, there may be the hope of saving people, other people come, useless. At this moment, Taoist Jingfeng did not know what these netizens were talking about. He brought a few yellow-robed disciples down from Mount Qingyun, and separated from Taoist Jingxian. Taoist Master Jingxian was in charge of going to the south side of Qingyun Mountain with his men. They, on the other hand, were responsible for traveling to the Taoyuan village on the east side of Qingyun Mountain to aid the villagers. They didn't expect to see a fierce tiger attacking the vehicle halfway before they even arrived at Taoyuan village. Immediately, Taoist Jingfeng rushed over with these yellow-robed disciples. He ordered the tiger to stop. But the tiger is a tiger, the king of all beasts. The tiger said, "Old man, who are you? If you tell me to stop, I will stop. How would I lose face? Why should I listen to you?" The tiger simply ignored these human Taoist priests. The tiger jumped to the front cover of the car, and the tiger's head was about to reach out to the car. The tiger intended to eat people. Inside the car, everyone was terrified. Taoist Jingfeng grew angry. "Bastard! Seek death." After saying this, Taoist Jingfeng slapped a divine speed talisman, a powerful talisman, and a golden light talisman on himself. The whole person turned into a red stream of light and rushed out. Without waiting for the tiger to react, Taoist Master Jingfeng directly lowered his body. An 80-year-old Taoist with a sliding shovel. Chapter 27 Shelf Speech. On the Shelf Testimonials. This book is posted on the main site Genesis QQ Reading. Seek genuine subscription. After a month's long run, tomorrow is also the time to the shelves. Brothers, not to say anything else, like this book, think reading cool, give a subscription. The author Fungus follow-up, there are more cool plot. Feel uncomfortable reading, or feel that spending money is not worth it, here we are also considered to be the end of the fate, you can promptly close to go to the next one. Meet his destiny, White John C. here, the author of Fungus does not owe anyone anything, only light spray, do not bat my rice bowl. You do not like my dish, there are others like. After all, who do not want to be the kind of bowl to eat, put down the bowl cursing people. So promise me, abandon the book, quietly go, do not bring rhythm. Thanks in advance. Author Bacteria every day to code, stable update is not easy, who still have a family to raise. I'm not going to talk about it, but let's talk about the shelving time. On the shelf time for the 15th at midnight. That is, tonight at 12 o'clock to update the VIP chapter. The rule of increase, every increase of 500 average subscription or more. The top is not capped. Every increase of 5 monthly votes one more. No cap. Now start counting votes, the current number of votes, 355, shelves clear accounts. In addition, the opening of the fan group number, 7926146115. Welcome to join the group to communicate. Finally, thank you for the support of subscribing readers. Next chapter preview, do you guys really believe there are ghosts in the world? Anyway, I don't believe it. Chapter 28, Lao Dao, I'm old and decrepit, my body can't keep up requesting recommendations. Please collect. On the car, the male tiger jumped to the front cover of the car, opened his bloody mouth, accompanied by a huge fishy smell. This tiger bite is about to bite towards the car. Li Yang want to bite and drag off the car to enjoy. Li Yang looked at the huge tiger mouth towards their own bite, she screamed in fear. Inside the live broadcast room, millions of viewers also issued a sigh of relief. Finished. This is dead. Do not Yang. My goddess. Damn tiger, shut up. You guys, look, the Taoist master over there is rushing over. Taoist Master Jingfeng, how do you run so fast? Slippery shovel? Really? Be careful, don't slip into the tiger's mouth. Someone on the air noticed that a few of the masters have moved. The red-robed Taoist master in the lead rushed straight over, so fast that it was like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, has come to the car within 10 meters. Jingfeng Taoist jumped up in the air, the tiger's mouth has not yet bitten Li Yang. Jingfeng Taoist is skating shovel in the air, a foot, shoveled in the tiger's large tiger head. Boom! A huge sliding shovel impact sound rang out. The tiger was directly lifted off the ground by Jingfeng Lao Dao with a sliding shovel. The tiger's huge body fell to the ground and made a dog's ass. It hadn't bitten anyone itself, but was also sent flying by a human old man with a shovel and rolled several times on the ground. The tiger was furious. In its entire life, it had never suffered such a loss. This human old man, looking for death. The tiger was enraged and got up and roared. Roar! The huge tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests, and the wild animals within a few hundred meters radius heard the roar and fled in all directions. The deterrent power of the king of all beasts was still here. The tiger climbed up and stared at this human Taoist priest dead in the face. It really didn't understand this human, whose hair was white. It looked like he was 70 or 80 years old. How did he manage to be so powerful? Li Yang and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast also could not figure it out. This Jing Feng Taoist, simply kowtow outrageous. More than 80 years old, there is this kind of hands? A sliding shovel kicked the tiger away. If not seen with their own eyes, who would dare to believe From now on, who dares to laugh at sliding shovels? Taoist Master Jingfeng kicked the tiger with a sliding shovel. It's the right name for the shovel. I used to think that sliding shovels were just an internet joke, but I never thought I'd see someone sliding shoveling a tiger today and succeeding in doing so. That's awesome. You're worthy of wearing a red robe. The Taoist masters on Mount Qingyun are no slouches. Taoist Master Jingfeng. Stinking tiger. You see what I'm wearing? How dare you mess with a man in a red robe? Am I someone you can mess with? Just now, Jingfeng shouted out a sinful animal. I was almost scared out of my wits through the screen. It was too much. Way to go, old Taoist master. The live stream audience was cheering for the Taoist master. At this moment, old Taoist Jingfeng is facing off with a tiger. The tiger is walking around the Taoist master. Seeing that the old Taoist didn't move for half a day, it got a bit sullen. It suddenly snapped, intending to catch this human off guard. Only to see the tiger suddenly leaped up, huge tiger paw in the air towards the Jingfeng Taoist. The tiger's tiger palm is so powerful that a seemingly ordinary palm can have the power of 1 or 2 tons. Not to mention that it was a forceful slap from the air. Coupled with the weight of the Tiger King's body, the power of this palm could reach at least 3 tons. The power of this palm was at least 3 tons. Such a huge power, even if it was slapped on the ground. I am afraid that the ground will be shot out a big pit. Li Yang and others were startled. This tiger came up to kill. They hurriedly shouted, Taoist, quickly dodge. The tiger's palm had a lot of power. They were afraid that Taoist Master Jingfeng didn't know and spoke out to remind him. But Taoist Master Jingfeng didn't panic. Standing still, he looked at the tiger pouncing towards him. He sank his chi into his dantian and recited the powerful talisman spell. On his body, the powerful talisman emitted a dazzling red light. Then, Taoist Jingfeng felt himself filled with energy and bursting with power. His legs stood on the ground and his feet stepped on the earth as if they were rooted in the ground. He made the posture of rooting in place, and then, against the tiger that was pouncing towards him, Taoist Master Jingfeng turned his hands, rested them, and raised them. His body and hands were surprisingly directly in the air, skillfully avoiding the tiger's paw. And in a smooth manner, both hands framed this tiger's body. He held the tiger in his hands, and the huge adult tiger was now like a plaything in the old Taoist master's palm. It was placed in his hands like a gyroscope and kept rotating. The tiger was confused. How am I being lifted up? Why am I being lifted up? Moreover, Master Tiger was still spinning. The old Taoist held the tiger up with both hands, playing it in the air like a lute. The tiger's spinning speed became faster and faster. After a while, Taoist Jingfeng pushed with both hands, throwing the tiger down. This big, mottled tiger, which had been majestic just a moment ago, looked like it had turned into a meatball at the moment, rolling over and over on the ground. It eventually crashed into a large tree, and the tree was knocked down in response. The tiger was dazed. The 2 tiger eyes were starry, and it couldn't get up even after half a day on the ground. As for the Li Yang and others in the car who watched the whole thing and the audience in the live broadcast room, they were also dumbfounded. They previously saw Jingfeng Taoist long slide shovel, a foot shovel fly tiger. Knowing that this Jingfeng Taoist may be some ability. But they didn't expect that the ability was so great. He directly manipulated the tiger like a toy in his palm. The tiger did not have the slightest power to fight back. Li Yang said in a daze, I have never known, the original usually looks very amiable Jingfeng Taoist, so powerful. Li Yang in the Mountain Taoist Temple lived for more than 20 days, halfway with Jingfeng Taoist long chat. In Li Yang's impression, this old Taoist before chatting with her, is a very affable person. And at that time, Li Yang also saw Jingfeng, the old Taoist master, in finishing the tables and chairs in the hall of the spiritual master. Li Yang also remembered that time the old Taoist master to move a chair is still panting, called his old, the body cannot keep up, the strength is too small, even a chair cannot move. As a result, now backhanded a weight of more than 300 kilograms of adult male tiger lifted up as a ball shot? You call that not being able to keep up physically? Good guy, he used to be pretending, right? Live audience, I remember before watching the Great Sister in the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Temple interviewed this Jingfeng Taoist priest, then the Jingfeng Taoist priest said that their old age, physical quality cannot keep up with. I then even took it seriously. Now it seems, or I am too naive. Old Taoist priests are very bad. I believe you. The Taoist masters on Mount Qingyun are all the same as the heavenly masters, they never have the truth in their mouths. 1 second, I'm physically weak, the next, you bastard tiger, you dare to be aggressive. Let's see what I can do to you. Tiger, I've never dreamed of being picked up and lifted high in my life. Tiger, god damn it, you think you're funny? Brothers, stop, I declare, from today onwards I would like to worship Jingfeng Taoist Slippery Shovel under the door, learn Slippery Shovel divine skills, beg Jingfeng Taoist to accept me as a disciple. I'm going to learn the slide shovel. Chapter 29 Great Beast Tamer Jingfeng Beast Tide Limited Skin. Please recommend tickets. Please collect. In the live broadcast room, someone directly worshipped the teacher. This slippery shovel technology, who does not learn a foot can even shovel tigers fly, invincible good. After you learn it, you can go directly to the zoo to shovel tigers. As soon as this pop-up came out, many viewers followed suit. Take me with you. Take me with you. I'll join the sliding shovel school. I don't want to learn anything else, but I have to learn this one even if I don't eat or drink. After I learn this, I'll dare to shovel a truck on the highway. That's great. Shoveling a truck? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Before I broke my leg, I also shoveled a truck. Inside the live broadcast room, a large group of people want to worship Jingfeng Taoist Master. Even in an instant, the Jingfeng Taoist chief topped the hot search. Microwave hot searches, new topics burst into flames. Massive animal migration near Qingyun Mountain, official notice, beast tide due to unknown reasons. Road closure near Qingyun Mountain. CCTV star host Li Yang trapped in the Qingyun Mountain, road encounter Tiger King, life hangs in the balance. Li Yang was saved by the old Taoist master of Mount Qingyun, the old Taoist master of Slippery Shovel Tiger King. Static Wind Taoist long powerful. Jingfeng Taoist, if not for my old age, I can only take the tiger as a ball shot, but a young 10 years old, the tiger does not give me a show singing, jumping, rap, it cannot go. The Taoist priest of Mount Qingyun lied about everything. One is weaker than the other when they talk, but one is fiercer than the other when they really fight. What's sliding door? Longguang City Armed Police's recent video revealed that Taoist Master Jing Xin killed a jackal with his bare hands, a big kill. The Taoist Master told the armed police that it was too dangerous under the mountain and left quickly. The parents of the rescued little girl posted a thank you to the Taoist Master and the Longguang Armed Police. What does it mean for a Taoist priest to go down the mountain? Jingxian Taoist Master Bapalm Sect PK Jingfeng Taoist Master Slippery Shovel Sect, which one would you like to join? Online, various topics burst into flames. Netizens looked at a video that burst out and laughed. Laugh me to death, old age, 70 years old and 80 years old comprehensive performance is to turn the tiger as a ball. I beat my 80-year-old grandfather at home for half an hour, and he was dead set against admitting that he could beat a tiger. Bakugo is like thunder. The hall is bursting with filial piety, everyone. Dude, just out of the video of Jing Xian slapping a jackal, the next video goes straight to Jingfeng playing with a tiger, the Taoist masters of Mount Qingyun, one by one. I thought Taoist Master Jing Xian was already invincible, but I didn't realize there was someone even braver than him. Whose men are these? Your Highness, this is also from Mount Qingyun. When a Taoist master goes on a campaign, not an inch of grass will grow. Taoist Master Jingfeng, everyone, see how I army trained the tigers today. On the internet, it's in the middle of a hot debate. Under Mount Qingyun, at this moment, Taoist Master Jingfeng walked up to the tiger. He said, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, our ancestor taught us to treat all living things with tolerance and friendliness, and to save the suffering. Sinful animal, just now you attempted to injure someone, your crime is very serious, the poor Taoist will give you one more chance, are you willing to hang on to the cliff and join my Xin sect, to make up for your sins? Taoist Jingfeng looked at the tiger. At this moment, the tiger, being stared at by Taoist Jingfeng, had an scalp. It hadn't forgotten the scene of being violently beaten by this old Taoist just now until now. How could the tiger still have the guts to disobey? It nodded its head like a chicken pecking at rice. Tiger, okay. Your fist is big and you are powerful. Whatever you say. Static Wind Taoist priest to accept this tiger. Then, leading the tiger to Li Yang and others in front of the car. Li Yang and other people, sitting in the car at the moment, looking at the Jingfeng Taoist even brought the tiger over. They were once again frightened. Li Yang, Dao Long, how do you bring this tiger back Li Yang they were scared by this roadblock tiger, and now there is a psychological shadow. Looking at this huge, ferocious tiger, the instinctive reaction is to retreat. But at this time, Jingfeng Taoist said, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Li Jusher, don't be afraid, this sinful animal knows its sins, just after the poor Taoist enlightenment has been deeply sinful, reviewed himself. Now, it has already worshipped in my Qinyin Xian sect, to make up for its sins, never dare to hurt people again. Taoist Jingfeng assured. With him here, I believe that even if I borrow 10 more guts from this tiger, it would not dare to hurt anyone again. Words, Jingfeng Taoist long in order to let Li Yang and other people believe. He also specially demonstrated to Li Yang them to see. Just see Jingfeng Taoist long step aside, and then said to the tiger, sinful animal. The next, poor Taoist said, what, you do what? Sit down. Squat. Get down. Rolling. Along with the Jingfeng Taoist priest a command. Li Yang them dumbstruck watching the king of beasts tiger, in front of them with a pet dog like a good behavior, in place to do a variety of actions. The millions of viewers in the live broadcast room also shouted in unison, 66,666. Jingfeng Taoist master powerful awe. The tiger was tamed. The first time I saw someone tame a tiger so obedient. The circus professional tamer is not this good. The great lion tamer, Master Jingfeng. The beast tied limited skin. Unlocking a new identity. Just now, Master Jingfeng said that this tiger is aware of its sins and is deeply guilty. There's no such thing as knowing one's sins. It's clearly been beaten into submission by the fists. Tiger, thank you for giving me face, I cry to death. Jingfeng Taoist said he nudged the tiger, physical nudging right. 233,333. Poor Taoist, Green Cloud Mountain Gatling Taoist. Taoist numbered Jingfeng. Please instruct. After the demonstration of the static wind Taoist priest, Li Yang they also believe. This tiger is really tamed by this old Taoist master. They only dared to come down from the car at this time. At this time, Li Yang looked at the ground obedient tiger. She could not help but ask, Jingfeng Taoist, this tiger is not wild? How to understand the human language? Jingfeng Taoist slightly smile, infinite heavenly father, Li Jusher, in this world, everything has a spirit, a lot of things are very subtle, from a scientific point of view, I can't give you an explanation, you can understand that, animals and people have a heart to heart it. Live pop up, I come to interpret, the surface meaning of the Taoist priest is a heart to heart, the depth of the meaning is that if you can beat the tiger submissive, what you say the tiger can also understand, summarize, our habitual faults, beat a meal on the good. 6,666. The truth. In Li Yang and Jingfeng Taoist priest talking kung fu. Car, a reporter team said, Yang sister, you quickly come over. Brother Zhao was injured. Li Yang heard, rushed over. Only then reacted. Just now, when the tiger slapped the windshield of the car, a piece of broken glass into the driver's seat on the driver's Master Zhao's chest. Driver Zhao fell unconscious on the spot. Just now, everyone was in a life and death crisis, no one noticed the driver. Now free, immediately someone realized the problem. Hands and feet to give the driver to save. Chapter 30 I brought the latest treatments from Green Cloud Mountain. Request for recommendations. Please collect. Li Yang watched Master Zhao chest a piece of glass shard stuck in. At this moment, the Master Zhao, the face is obviously purple, there is a feeling of breathlessness. Li Yang face ugly, said, is likely to be injured in the lungs, glass pieces directly into the lungs, we do not move him, but also temporarily do not pull out the glass, now pull out the glass, the situation may be worse. However, Master Zhao's injury should be immediately sent to the hospital, otherwise it will also be dangerous. Li Yang studied before the reporter, also learned some first aid knowledge. After all, it is a reporter running around the country, this professionalism is still there. Live broadcast also has some engaged in the medical work of the audience have expressed their approval. Grand is right, like this sharp instrument stabbed into the lungs of the case, must not be their own randomly, haphazardly pull out the glass pieces of the end of the light is difficult to breathe, suffocation shock, heavy hemorrhage, shock, life-threatening. Now the best way is not to move him, and then sent to the hospital, let the doctor for professional treatment. The person next to him said, but in this situation now, how can we send him to the hospital? The ambulance couldn't get through either. Their car, which was damaged by that tiger earlier. The tires were all unloaded. They can't drive it at all. Because of the animal tied, the ambulance can't get through either. It's more than 10 kilometers away from the nearest hospital, and it takes half an hour to drive. It was impossible for them to carry Master Zhao on foot for a short period of time. Just at this time, Taoist Jingfeng, who had been watching from the side, came over. The old Taoist master walked next to Master Zhao and took a look at the glass shards lodged in Master Zhao's chest. The old Taoist master was ruthless and didn't say much. Without saying a word, he stretched out a hand and grabbed at Master Zhao's chest. Li Yang and others are still squatting on the ground to surround Master Zhao in the center, discussing what to do. At this time, Li Yang do not know when from their own neck side, extend a hand. In front of them on the face of Master Zhao chest at the glass piece pulled. Wanama. Master Zhao was suddenly pulled out of the glass shards on his chest, the pain of his entire body trembled a little, and then his face turned purple, breathing more difficult. The photography teacher was stunned. Who the is this? Didn't he say he wouldn't pull it? Come up here and give it a pluck? What a guy. What a talent. Who's that? Master? Taoist Master Jingfeng, what are you doing? The photography teacher pointed the camera at the owner of the hand. Surprisingly, it's old Taoist master Jingfeng of Qin Mountain. At this moment, Jingfeng, the old Taoist priest, directly pulled out the glass piece. Li Yangyang and the girls were on the verge of tears. Taoist priest, what are you doing? Now are already enough chaos. Master Zhao is so seriously injured, you are not intentionally disruptive. Jingfeng Taoist said, immeasurable heavenly father. It's okay, it's just stabbed by the glass, pull it out and it's fine, why go to the hospital for such a minor problem? How expensive to go to the hospital Jingfeng said, took out a seal, said, Heavenly Master before coming asked me to bring my Qin Mountain's newest treatment cure talisman. You guys get out of the way, just let me put one on him. Listening to the words of the old Taoist master, Li Yangyang's head was big. Talisman? It can also heal? Really? When Qin Hao was saving the villagers on the mountain before, Li Yangyang and the girls had already gone down the mountain. They hadn't seen the magic of the healing talisman, so when they watched Taoist Jingfeng take out the healing talisman, each of their faces looked odd. This Xianmen charm, can it work? Why did it have the feeling of a Jianghu magician? But on second thought, this thing was bestowed by the heavenly master. They had also witnessed the wonders of the celestial masters and Taoist masters of Qin Mountain. Maybe, this talisman seal was really useful? Thus, the crowd moved aside. Let Taoist master Jingfeng affix the talisman. Taoist master Jingfeng pasted the healing talisman on Master Zhao. Then, he activated it with his magic skill. In the next second, the crowd saw that on the healing talisman, a green light lit up. Master Zhao's face clearly improved rapidly. Originally, it was difficult to breathe and his lungs were making strange noises. Once the healing talisman was applied, Master Zhao's face calmed down. The entire person seemed to be soothed. The crowd saw that the glass puncture wound on Master Zhao's chest was also rapidly recovering at the moment. But in the blink of an eye, it was restored as before. Li Yangyang's mouth could not close. This effect is also too remarkable. Worthy of being a celestial master imperial gift Simply divine talisman Rely on. My family generations from the doctor have seen some such as Runan Baya, not castrated version of the same medicine, but the recovery speed so fast, the degree of recovery so thoroughly, really the first time to see. You call this therapy? This is obviously the game back to the file. Laughing to death, they say that Western medicine is fast, see the Taoist healing charm, I directly laugh out loud, Western medicine is what garbage? My sliding shovel door curing charms are the YYDS. Master Jingfeng, if you have this good stuff, you should have brought it out earlier. We are so worried. Jingfeng, I said it's a minor problem, but you don't believe me. In the eyes of the masters of Mount Qingyun, as long as the body is still there, it's all a minor problem, right? Brothers, my grandfather died 3 days ago, now I'm at home to keep watch over his old man's soul, now I have a bold idea when I look at my grandfather's corpse. Put away that bold idea of yours, beware of your grandpa climbing up to give you a slap. Grandpa, bastard thing, old man died not give me peace is it? 666,666. In a few moments, a healing talisman had been fully absorbed by Master Zhao's body. The healing talisman turned into dots of green light that surged into Master Zhao's body. By the time the effects of the talisman had all disappeared, Master Zhao's injuries had also recovered as before. He opened his eyes and looked at the crowd around him. Getting up from the ground, he was alive and well. Just like a normal person. Li Yangyang they looked at a moment ago was dying Master Zhao, blink of an eye has recovered as before, alive and kicking. They also do not know what to say. The Taoist master is awesome, it's almost become a slogan. The problem of Master Zhao's injury had been solved. And Li Yangyang their car broke down, a short period of time is certainly not go. Jingfeng Taoist master also cannot be assured that they leave on their own. Beast tied at the moment, they walk alone, encounter mountain beasts can be finished. Under no circumstances, Jingfeng can only take Li Yangyang them together. A group of people continue to move forward, toward the village ahead. On the road, Jingfeng directly sat on the back of the Tiger King, the king of all beasts, was Jingfeng as a means of transportation. However, the tiger was used as a mount, but did not dare to utter a single breath. It couldn't be helped, although it was a bit humiliating, but who made it unable to defeat this Taoist priest? The one who recognizes the time is the one who knows the time. The tiger still understood this principle. Looking at Taoist Jingfeng sitting on the tiger's back, using the Tiger King as a mount. Li Yangyang and the others cast shocked gazes. Calm and awe. Tiger as a mount, this is not a ING novel plot? In reality, someone really did it. And still a wild tiger. Jingfeng Taoist priest noticed that Li Yangyang their eyes are staring at themselves. Jingfeng Taoist a little embarrassed, said, old, bad body, walk 2 steps or soar back, poor road to find a walking tool, a few residents do not mind. Live audience, don't mind, people tigers themselves don't dare to squeak a word, this Nima who dare to mind Chapter 31 I even shoveled the tiger to move. Please recommend tickets. Please collect. At the bottom of Qingyun Mountain, after several Taoist masters descended the mountain, a red-robed Taoist master led several yellow robes into several directions to different villages. In half a day's time, the wild beasts roaming around the villages below the mountain, such as Taoyuan Village, Dongxi Village, Lingshur Village, and Fubo Village, were all subdued by the Taoist masters. Taoist master Jingfeng had just finished skidding and shoveling the last mountain wolf in Taoyuan Village. At this moment, he was sitting on the tiger's back lighting a dry cigarette and resting while smoking. Just at this time, Taoist Jingfeng's old man's cell phone rang. The old Taoist took out his cell phone and connected it. A moment later, he hung up a bit and put away his cell phone. Glancing at the yellow-robed congregation around him, he said, "All of you, just now, Master Jingshu called over at the Lujia village, there is a large number of wild beasts that have strayed over there in large numbers, so we need to rush over there as soon as possible." Master Jingxian and the others are said to have already rushed there. After Jingfeng finished speaking, he put away his dry cigarette, rode on the back of a tiger, and took the brunt of the trip to the Lu family home. Those yellow-robed Taoist masters, no mount, or Liang Yang, they borrowed a van in the village. Master Zhao drove the van, the yellow-robed Taoist chiefs along with Li Yang and others toward the direction of the Lu family. Lu Jia village. At this moment in the village, it has been beaten into a mess. The one responsible for cleaning up the beasts in the Lu family's house is the Jingshu Taoist master of Qingyun Mountain. Taoist master Jingshu brought a few yellow-robed Taoist priests to the Lu family village, with the help of the talisman seals that had been granted by the heavenly master. At first, it was also crunching and killing, subduing dozens of jackals, wolves, and mountain leopards. However, just when Taoist master Jingshu thought he was about to call it a day, from within the mountain forest, a huge black bear suddenly rushed out. At first, Taoist master Jingshu looked at this black bear that rushed down from the mountain. He did not take it seriously. He was just shocked that such an endangered animal as a black bear actually existed within the mountain forest near Qingyun Mountain. However, Taoist master Jingshu was not afraid of black bears at all. Animals like black bears, although strong in attack, were bulky and heavy, plus he had the talisman seal given by the heavenly master to protect his body. The black bear couldn't hurt him in the slightest either. But soon, reality gave Taoist master Jingshu a solid beating. Taoist master Jingshu didn't take the black bear seriously. But this black bear rushed up and slapped Taoist master Jingshu. This slap was very powerful. It caught Taoist master Jingshu off guard and directly sent him flying. If it wasn't for the golden light talisman protecting him, I'm afraid that just this slap would have sent Taoist master Jingshu to his death. Being slapped away by the black bear, the Taoist masters present finally got serious. They began to re-examine the black bear. Then, they were shocked to realize this black bear in front of them was no ordinary black bear. Not only did it directly stand up on its own two legs in place, it was even able to look at these selves with an extremely humanized gaze. Taoist Jingsu's face sank. He vaguely felt that this black bear was out of place. He was afraid that it was not cultivated into a demon. Taoist master Jingshu said, "All senior brothers, this black bear is not simple, be more careful." Taoist master Jingshu said, "Take the lead." On his leg, a divine speed talisman blue light lit up. Taoist master Jingshu dashed up. He started with a fixing talisman. It was affixed to the black bear. This fixation talisman, which was given to them by the heavenly master, could fix all living things. Once affixed, unless a special spell was used, it could not be broken free at all. Taoist Jingshu and the others had encountered many large beasts that were difficult to control along the way. When there was no other way, they used the fixation talisman to fix them so that they wouldn't run away and hurt people. At this moment, dealing with this strange black bear, Taoist master Jingshu also started with a fixation talisman. However, what he didn't expect was this fixation talisman only fixed this black bear for 3 or 4 seconds. The entire talisman was then forcibly broken free, and the talisman automatically fell off. Taoist Jingshu was stunned. How was this possible? They had never encountered such a situation before. A black bear could actually break free of a heavenly master's talisman seal? Taoist master Jingshu and the others had no choice. The fixing talisman was useless, so they could only fight this black bear. But soon they realized it wasn't just the fixation talisman that was useless. They had power charms attached to their bodies, giving them 100 times more power. And this black bear in hard collision up actually also cannot get the upper hand. This black bear's power was terrifying. A random palm seemed to have the power to open mountains. Jingshu Taoist chief and other people fighting and retreating, more against less, are a bit unable to resist. At the back of the fight, this black bear even used a beam as a stick, turning his stick into a weapon. The black bear waved the wooden stick in his hand, although the stick was average, but with the power added, it also danced like a tiger. A random stick was tremendously powerful. A yellow-robed Taoist priest didn't care about being smashed by this black bear with a stick. After being sent flying out, the golden light talismans affixed to his body were unexpectedly broken. The golden light dissipated and the yellow-robed Taoist priest spat out a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly, he was injured. Luckily, he plastered himself with a healing talisman and patched up another golden light talisman before recovering. Taoist Master Jingshu also understood. The almost demonic black bear in front of him was not something that a few of them could deal with. In desperation, he called the other master brothers to come over for support. They could only stall this black bear now. If they let it go, then it would really be a big mess. 10 minutes later, Jing Xian, Jing Feng, and other Taoist masters arrived one after another from other villages. Li Yangyang and others also drove a van with a vanload of yellow-robed Taoist masters to arrive here. As soon as they arrived, everyone saw that a few Taoist masters from Qingyan Mountain were tangling with a black bear. This black bear not only walked upright but also wielded thick wooden sticks in its hands. Each stick was accompanied by ear-splitting wind-breaking sounds. At a glance, it was extremely powerful. Taoist Master Jingshu saw the brothers and sisters from Mount Qingyun arriving. Advance notice, immeasurable Heavenly Father, all brothers and sisters to be careful. This black bear is not ordinary mountain beasts, afraid of cultivation accomplished elite monster, strength is strange, and not subject to the control of the fixation talisman, must be more careful. When Tao Masters Jing Feng and Jing Xian heard this, they immediately became serious. Immediately, dozens of Tao Masters joined the battle. For a while, the black bear was surrounded by the many Taoist masters. Dozens of red-robed and yellow-robed Taoist elders figures rolled around entangled with the black bear. Li Yangyang and the others were in the van, using their cell phones to broadcast live, recording the images of the battle. Inside the live broadcast room, the popularity reached a peak. More than 10 million people watched online. Such a big scene. The pop-up area of the live broadcast room was brushed crazy. I can't believe it. I can't believe that a black bear can be this powerful. Dude, the sliding shovel of Taoist Master Jingfeng didn't even move the black bear, but instead, the black bear was hit by a stick and flew away? Taoist Master Jingfeng, I can even move a tiger. Ah! This black bear is too fierce. It's not like the stupid black bears I saw at the zoo. Didn't you hear that Taoist priests say before, this black bear may have cultivated into a demon? No way, is there really a demon in this world? I don't believe it. What happened to the promise of banning sperm after the founding of the country? What's so strange about a few monsters coming out? Calm down. Calm down, my ass. Look, what's in those Taoist masters' hands? Fireballs. This is getting ridiculous. Now it's time to start fighting. Chapter 32 this year out of the mix, who still do not have 2 brushes request recommendation. Please collect. Li Yangyang and others sat in the van from a distance to watch the fight between several Qingyun Mountain Taoist priests and black bears. At first, it was just a physical collision, fists and feet. But gradually, Li Yangyang they found that the more they fought, began to gradually outrageous. Several Qingyun Mountain Taoist masters found that the black bear's physical body was extremely strong. A defense pull full, they simply cannot break the black bear's defense. They simply took out the flame talisman and water ball talisman given by the heavenly master and pasted them on their palms. The flame talisman and water ball talisman were quite powerful. Before, when they dealt with other beasts, they simply couldn't use them. Therefore, there had been no use of this kind of talisman. But this time, this black bear had cultivated into a fine spirit, and ordinary punches and kicks couldn't do any damage to it. It could only be attacked with water and fire techniques. Several Taoist masters divided into several directions. Hand of flame talisman, water ball talisman. Just see these Taoist masters lift their hands have flame, water ball bombardment, as mastering the water and fire magic immortal. The black bear was unable to break his defense by the punches and kicks, but in front of the water and fire, he also knew pain. At the moment was forced to retreat, a moment, several Taoist masters really have the upper hand. However, such a scene, the Li Yangyang they look silly. These Taoist chiefs, all will spells is it? Encountered easy to deal with, at least still pretend, perfunctory. Encountered a little stronger, and now even do not pretend, directly bombarded with spells. Live streaming room, good lord, the Taoist masters have turned up the heat. Is this a spell? It's too cool ah. The TV show is sincere. Usual Taoist master, let's say it in advance. I don't know any spells. The Taoist master who encounters a strong enemy, with water and fire in my hands, I can do anything under the sun. You don't know magic? I'm pretending. Who doesn't have a few tricks up their sleeve these days? Taoist master, hush. Luckily, the Taoist masters know the art of water and fire, and were almost killed by this stupid bear show. The viewers of the live broadcast excitedly swiped pop-ups in the live broadcast. On the other hand, the sound of sirens came from outside Lu's house. The Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain were tangling with this black bear. The support team sent by the higher-ups in Longguang City also arrived. Armed police, firefighters, special police, several vehicles arrived as much as they could. But they only realized when they arrived. The situation here is not quite the same as what the superiors said. Where is there any beast tied? They just drove all the way here and didn't see a single animal. It wasn't until they heard a loud noise coming from Lu's side of the house that they rushed here and realized. Surprisingly, there were a few Taoist priests fighting a black bear here. And it seems that all the animals, at this moment, gathered in the Lu family, good and clever, every medium and large beast, more or less with a little bit of injuries on the face. It seems that all of them have been beaten up. These police officers were stunned. They have never seen such a bizarre thing in so many years of policing. These beasts, they had all been tamed? Then, these policemen turned their eyes to the main battlefield. They saw that a black bear was still being violent. Originally, the police wanted to go up and help. But, looking at the battle scene getting bigger and bigger, they stopped in their tracks. "Captain, are you sure that this scene, is it something we can intervene in?" a police officer said. At this moment, they more or less felt. This scene was not something they could stir up. Dozens of Dao masters were fighting with the black bear. All kinds of water and fire spells were coming out, and that black bear's physical defense was also strong to the point of terror. So many water and fire magical powers couldn't even burn off its fur. It seemed that its flesh was really cast in bronze. With such a horrible physical body, bullets may not be able to cause damage to it. Moreover, this black bear is holding a wooden stick. The stick is sweeping, each stick has the power to open mountains. Even the Taoist master who surrounded his body with golden light had to avoid it for the time being. Aren't they ordinary people looking for death if they rush up there? Moreover, it was at this time. The black bear had been forced back step by the human Taoist's water and fire spells. It was furious and roared, shaking the mountains and forests. Its bare feet violently stepped on the ground. Then, a green light lit up around its body. In the next second, a demonic wind unexpectedly blew. The demonic wind protected the black bear's body. It directly blocked all water and fire spells from its body. That effect was just like the protective golden light on the Taoist masters. Looking at the green-colored demonic wind that surrounded the black bear's body, the Dao masters were stunned. This black bear also knows spells? The many policemen were dumbfounded. Demon this is. Previously, they had only seen them in novels, Journey to the West, and TV dramas. They never thought that today, in real life, they would be able to see a living demon that could control the demon wind. Outrageous! The Taoist masters looked at the black bear that had a protective astral wind, and at once, it was even more tricky. Originally, they were still able to get the upper hand. Now, water and fire can't even get close to the black bear. How can we fight? Meanwhile, on the other side, on Qingyun Mountain. At this moment, in the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao's aura became more and more terrifying as his cultivation refined. He could already feel that he was only 1 foot away from the foundation establishment stage. With this foot, from now on, he would never be an ordinary mortal again. And truly stepped into the realm of immortal cultivation. At the same time, inside Qin Hao's body, in the dantian, a large amount of spiritual water was also like tumbling boiling water, continuously being refined. Until the spiritual water condensed into a crystal like a natural crystal. This crystal was like a natural crystal, crystal clear. Once the crystal was formed, the foundation establishment was complete. Boom! On Qin Hao's body, as he stepped into the foundation establishment stage, the aura around him, all enhanced by more than 100 times. At this moment, Qin Hao's aura became even more terrifying, and the aura on his body also became unfathomable. Qin Hao opened his eyes and casually exhaled a breath. Just this casual breath. It was even able to turn into a chi sword. The chi sword pierced through the door and directly passed between the 2 Taoist children at the entrance. It was nailed into the courtyard wall of the Heavenly Master's mansion, shooting a hole through the wall. The 2 Heavenly Master's mansion children were stunned. What had just happened? Qin Hao got up and watched as his unconscious and casual spitting out of a breath had such power. He was all shaken. Was this the strength of the foundation establishment stage? It was really powerful. Right now, the amount of true essence and spiritual qi stored in Qin Hao's dantian was 1 heaven and 1 earth compared to the qi refining stage. This was a qualitative leap. Qin Hao broke through the foundation establishment stage and just got up from the bed. In his ears, there was a system prompt, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The beast tied under the mountain has been dealt with, obtaining the reward, innate golden light mantra. Incense value 20,000. Looking at the system prompt, Qin Hao revealed a satisfied expression. Oh? Has the beast tied under the mountain been resolved? Taoist Jing Xian and the others did a good job. Qin Hao extracted the reward. Innate golden light mantra. The Celestial Master version of the ordinary golden light incantation. When the incantation is activated, top-grade golden light protects the body, repels evil spirits, invincible to all laws, and unbreakable unless it's the power of Jindan. This innate golden light mantra is an upgraded version of the ordinary golden light mantra. According to the system, after the golden light protects the body, it is invincible in the same realm. For example, Qin Hao is now in the foundation establishment realm. In the future, even if they encountered an immortal cultivator who was also Foundation establishment, they would not be able to break Qin Hao's defense. Unless the other party could explode the power of Jin Dan. And along with Qin Hao's cultivation rising, his golden light spell would also be upgraded. If he reached the Jin Dan stage, if he wanted to break his golden light spell, he would need the power of a Yuan Ing. And so on and so forth. This innate golden light spell was definitely something good. In addition, there was 20,000 incense value. After Qin Hao got his hands on it, without saying anything, he directly went to the mall to buy the item. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 20,000 incense value to redeem the 10,000 swords one thought flying sword art. In the middle of Qin Hao's mind, a complete flying sword art was extracted and learned by him. Chapter 33, 10,000 swords and one thought seek recommendation tickets. Please collect. Flying sword art. This was the divine ability art that Qin Hao had always wanted to cultivate. After all, right now, his heavenly master sword, after being quenched 6 times, already had spirituality and was a lower grade spiritual weapon. Qin Hao himself had also broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. On his own, he completely possessed the foundation to cultivate the flying sword art. Therefore, Qin Hao didn't hesitate. He directly exchanged 20,000 incense value for flying sword art. 10,000 swords one thought. One of the flying sword arts, using thoughts to transport swords, one sword turns into 10,000, between flying swords and shuttling, taking the enemy's head in a laugh. Overall, it was an extremely powerful flying sword art. After Qin Hao extracted and absorbed it, at this moment he had a thought in his mind. The Celestial Master's sword immediately erupted with extremely strong sword intent. The spirit sword vibrated out of its sheath. It was like transforming into a golden thread that traveled through the air. The speed was extremely fast. This kind of speed was simply worlds apart from the speed of Qin Hao's previous imperial sword at the Qi refining stage. If one were to say that at the Qi refining stage, Qin Hao's sword immortalization speed was described as a sparrow's flight. The speed of Qin Hao's sword after learning the sword art at the Foundation establishment stage was a supersonic fighter. Not only was it fast and powerful, but Qin Hao's control of the flying sword was even more comfortable, like an arm and a hand. On top of that, this flying sword art had an even stronger ability. Only Qin Hao saw a thought in his mind. In the next second, a true essence was struck into the flying sword. Only to see Qin Hao's heavenly master sword shaking in the air. From the shadow of the flying sword, a second identical flying sword was actually derived. Then, it was the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Qin Hao's current divine sense, having just broken through the Foundation establishment stage, was still too weak. When one truly cultivated to the peak of 10,000 swords in one thought could turn the divine sword into 10 million, forming a roiling sword net and strangling the enemy. Qin Hao's divine sense was too weak. Right now, at most, he could only separate 6 flying swords, which was already the limit. Any more, and he wouldn't be able to control it. Looking around his side, there were 6 celestial swords flying at high speed. Qin Hao was also very satisfied. A moment later, he put away the flying swords. The celestial division sword then returned the 6 swords to 1 and was put into his scabbard. At this moment, in Qin Hao's ears, a beep sounded. Ding! Releasing a new mission, detecting that in the Lu family village under the mountain, a mad black bear spirit that is cultivated into an elf has appeared. The host subdues the black bear spirit and receives the reward, a complete guide to magical weapon forging. Incense value $20,000. Looking at the system's new task, Qin Hao pondered, under this Qingyun mountain, there are actually monsters? A black bear spirit that cultivated into a spirit? Qin Hao's face became serious. I didn't expect that after the founding of the country, there was really an animal that had become a spirit. Qin Hao was also curious. After all, he hadn't seen any legendary demons and elves when he grew up. I don't know what's different about this black bear spirit that had become a spirit. Moreover, the reward for this quest was not bad. The complete book of spell forging. 20,000 incense value. All good stuff. Qin Hao walked out of the house. At this moment, he was ready to go down the mountain to subdue the demons. Xiao Bai, it's time for us to go. After Qin Hao spoke, the immortal crane, Xiao Bai, then flapped its wings and flew over obediently. In the next second, it instantly became bigger in size. Qin Hao leaped and stood on the crane's back. To the 2 Taoist children guarding the door, he said, "You stay in the mansion, poor Taoist will go down to the mountain and come back after going there." After saying that, Little White lifted his wings and flew, taking Qin Hao towards the bottom of the mountain. Under the Qingyun mountain. Lujia village, this black bear spirit was surrounded by strong wind. It was getting more and more brave in the battle. This fellow, moreover, seemed to have a strong learning ability. Originally, the stick in its hand, at first made a mess, no rules. But now, it seems to be self-taught. The more the stick is used the smoother it is, quite a big open and close feeling. Numerous Qingyun mountain Taoist masters, surprisingly, it was gradually suppressed, the Taoist masters were beaten back and forth. Li Yangyang's live broadcast. Many viewers said, "Bad, this black bear, there is something." The more the stick method is used, the more powerful it is. Yes. At first, it looked like it was just a random fight, but now, it seems to be enlightened, finished. The Taoists will not be able to beat it, right? Away from the original spectrum. This black bear, breakthrough in combat, novel protagonist template. It feels like the elders are a little bit to take it. The body of the golden light is not just dazzling. In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers looked at the dozens of Taoist masters who surrounded the black bear. So many Taoist masters actually can't do anything with a black bear. Moreover, the golden light on their bodies had all dimmed quite a bit. It looked like it was about to be defeated. Many netizens couldn't help but worry. Taoist master Jingfeng made a sliding shovel at the black bear and was swept out by the black bear with a stick. On the old Taoist master's body, the golden light talisman then shattered open. Taoist master Jingfeng's face darkened. Bad. The last golden light talisman was also used up. This black bear was simply not something they could deal with. Seeing this black bear charging towards them, Taoist Jingfeng could only activate the divine speed talisman and dodge in a sorry state. There was no way to take the black bear. The netizens watched the Jingfeng Taoist master every time as narrowly avoided the black bear's stick. The heart of the watchers were all torn up. Master Jingfeng, be careful. If this stick is hit, half of the life is gone. Damn, is there really nothing we can do about this black bear? The masters are outmatched by the black bear. Many armed police guarding the side at this moment is also no longer standby. This black bear has gone mad. They can only use lethal means. Numerous armed police officers carried automatic rifles, taking advantage of the fact that Taoist Jingfeng had dodged again. For a moment, the armed police fired in unison at the black bear. Bang bang bang. Countless bullets struck towards the black bear. However, the next image made the armed police dumbfounded. Their bullets simply couldn't touch the black bear's body. When they touched the wind around the bear's body, the bullets were automatically ejected. As if those winds were the black bear's protective shield. Modern hot weapons can't even break the black bear's defense? The audience in the live broadcast room was stupefied. This is too outrageous. This black bear, at least 1,000 years of cultivation. It's so strong. Dog planning, this is not cutting? This guy can't even break the defense with a hot weapon. Is this a monster? In my opinion, we'd better run. This black bear is invincible. Viewers of the live broadcast are urging the Taoist master and the armed police to run away. Spells are ineffective, bullets miss. What the hell is this? If we don't leave, we're going to die? Just when the crowd was in despair. Suddenly, above the sky, a high-pitched crane sound pierced through the clouds. The crowd raised their heads to look upwards. Then, they saw a huge white crane fluttering its wings and descending from the sky. The white crane's wings flapped with a powerful astral wind. Before it even landed, the ground was already sandy and dusty, and many of the armed police were a bit unable to stand. Li Yangyang looked at the huge white crane descending from the sky. The heart was shocked. What is this thing? The audience in the live broadcast room is even more desperate. Such a big white crane, it is not another demon, right? These days, monsters are teamed up to fight? It's over, a black bear spirit didn't solve it, another crane spirit came, this time it's dead. Wait, look, there seems to be a person on the back of that white crane. A man on the crane's back. Heavenly Master. If you have any recommendations or monthly votes, please vote for them. The new book period is so hard, no one reads the niche titles. Support it. Chapter 34 Elegant, just 2 elegant seeking monthly votes. Please collect. Li Yangyang and others looked at the sky, a huge white crane came with wings. At first, such a large crane, they thought it was another mountain monster to help the black bear. Li Yangyang and the others were about to despair. Just one black bear was so powerful. Another crane, still fight hair off? At the time of their despair, some people saw that on the white crane, there was a silhouette standing. This silhouette was dressed in a purple Dao robe, heavenly immortal cave clothes. Wasn't it the same heavenly master on Mount Qinyun? Inside the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers were stunned, and then, the pop-up area instantly exploded. The heavenly master has come. After waiting for a long time, we're finally waiting for the heavenly master. It's simply a divine warrior coming down from heaven. The divine master is great. He flew over here with a crane. What else can he be, if not an immortal? Divine master, the evidence is overwhelming. You can fly, and you still say you don't know how to cultivate immortality? This crane looks familiar. The giant crane that jumped out of the airplane porthole a while ago, is it the same crane as the one in front of us? I knew it. The figure on that crane photo that day was the heavenly master. Turtle, case solved. The mystery of the giant crane silhouette. So it's you. At this moment, Qin Hao, from Qingyun Mountain, harnessed the crane and flew all the way to Lu's house. Xiaobai's speed is very fast, usually walking for more than an hour. Xiaobai flew there in a few minutes. This was still without utilizing his divine ability. If one utilized the time and space divine crane bloodline divine ability, time and space jump, This kind of distance, it would only take a few breaths to arrive. Looking down below, holding a huge stick, his body wrapped around the green-colored astral wind, the black bear that showed off his ferocity in front of people. Qin Hao let out a cold snort and leapt down from the immortal crane's back. With one hand on his back, like a bird of prey, he slowly landed on the ground. He stood in front of the many Qin Yun Mountain Dao masters. Li Yangyang and the others, from a distance, watched Qin Hao leap down from the immortal crane's back with an unhurried figure. Elegant. It was really too elegant. Man, why do you need to be so perfect? This landing posture, I give 99 points, the remaining 1 point, for fear that the Celestial Master is proud. How dare you deduct points from the Divine Master? I'm afraid you don't want to live. Don't you want to make it up to the Celestial Master? Gaia smiled disdainfully, landing on the ground like this? No movement at all, 0 points can't be more. 233,333. The Taoists saw Qin Hao arrive. The heart that was originally hanging in the air was also let down at once. The Heavenly Master had come, so it would be fine. The next thing, just leave it to the one wearing the purple robe. Qin Hao eyed the black bear, and at this moment, he also glanced at these Tao masters behind him. With a wave of his hand, he said, "All of you Taoist masters, you should step back first. This black bear has already cultivated into a spirit. It's not something you can deal with, just leave it to me." Qin Hao could see it as soon as he arrived. This black bear, indeed, was a demon that had cultivated into essence in the mountains. Its cultivation was not low, and it had also reached the 8th level of Qi refining. It was only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining. This was also the reason why the talisman seal given by Qin Hao was useless against the black bear. A first-grade talisman seal could only be used to deal with ordinary beasts and ordinary people. Against immortal cultivators, it was naturally playing with a big sword in front of Guan Gong, making a fool of himself. First-grade talisman seals, the spiritual power is too low. However, any cultivator above the 2nd level of Qi refining stage would be able to break through the seal of the talisman seal with a little use of some real energy. Therefore, it would be strange for the first-grade talisman seal given by Qin Hao to be able to fix the black bear spirit at the 8th level of Qi refining. Moreover, this black bear's cultivation was not the same as humans' cultivation. Humans, being the first of all spirits, were the favorites favored by heaven. Humans' physique was already suitable for immortal cultivation, and their enlightenment was extremely high. Such as Qin Hao, typing 5 Qi skill technique against the sky plus their own cultivation diligently. There is also a system plug-in plus body. Cultivating to the foundation stage took less than 2 months in total. This belongs to the speed of hanging. But this black bear spirit cannot hang open. And beast cultivation, a no gongfa, 2 no master guide. It can cultivate to the 8th layer of Qi refining, at least after 100 years of grinding. Sort of senior refining the 8th layer of the demon. A body of flesh is also refined indestructible, copper skin and iron bones. Just like a horizontal physical master. Ordinary human hot weapons, of course, could not hurt it. However, at the 8th level of Qi refining, among ordinary humans, it was considered invincible. But in the eyes of the current Qin Hao, it was nothing. At this moment, Qin Hao had already broken through the foundation establishment realm. His strength was more than 100 times stronger than before the breakthrough. In his eyes, this black bear at the 8th level of Qi refining was nothing more than a broken ant that could be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. Only to see that Qin Hao was not tight and not slow. Step by step, he walked in front of the black bear spirit, feeling the green-colored astral wind around it. Even the foundation establishment stage Qin Hao was also scraped by the gusts of the astral wind and his face hurt a bit. It was thought that this astral wind was a natural aptitude that this black bear had realized during its cultivation. Qin Hao said, "Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Black bear spirit, poor Tao is Qingyun Mountain Tianshi, see in your cultivation for 100 years, a body cultivation is not easy on the back. Today as long as you are willing to stop the truce, poor Tao can let you a way out, otherwise, don't blame the poor Tao nonchalant." The black bear spirit that practiced for 100 years, how could it not understand human language? However, regardless of whether Qin Hao had warned in advance or not, this black bear spirit simply didn't give a damn about him. A pair of bear eyes revealed madness, and towards Qin Hao, he raised his stick and smashed it. With a stick, it slashed down hard towards Qin Hao's head. Qin Hao seemed to see something. This black bear spirit seemed to be affected by something, in a state of losing control. Looking at the stick smashing down on his head, Qin Hao grunted, "Stubbornness. Poor Taoist will overpower you this time." Since this black bear was now out of control, it couldn't listen to Qin Hao's words, so don't blame him for being merciless. Li Yangyang and the girls watched as this black bear raised his stick and smashed it at the drop of a hat. They saw that the stick with infinite power was less than 3 inches away from Qin Hao's head. Li Yangyang and the others had their hearts in their throats. Heavenly Master. Dangerous. Why don't you get out of the way? However, how did they know that this black bear's stick was not put in Qin Hao's eyes at all? Just this bit of strength of this black bear. Qin Hao wasn't even interested in dodging. He stood in place with his back, not even dodging. just when a stick was about to smash down. On Qin Hao's body, there was a buzz. A bright golden light came out through his body. The golden light instantly surrounded his body, like a golden bell snapping down. The black bear's stick knocked on Qin Hao's protective golden light. The stick was knocked off. The black bear was directly shaken out. Qin Hao, however, was still standing in the same place, as steady as Mount Taishan. Only then did the crowd see that this protective golden light on the Heavenly Master's body. It was actually cultivated nearly in kind. Moreover, ordinary golden light spells were pure gold color. On the body of the Celestial Master is clearly purple gold color. Golden purple. Then, he step by step towards the black bear. Evil animal, with your practice of 100 years of this trivial art, also dare to compete with the moon? Still not bowing down? Qin Hao took a step out, and behind his back, the Heavenly Master's sword let out a sword sound. The divine sword flew out, and the flying swords transformed one into 6 in the air, directly pointing at the black bear spirit. Little demon, still dare to move? Chapter 35. The source of the beast tide begging for monthly votes. Please collect. At this moment, the black bear spirit himself smashed down a stick into Qin Hao's head. It didn't cause any damage to Qin Hao, but was instead shaken out by the innate golden light spell on Qin Hao's body. The black bear spirit's pair of bare paws were numb. It didn't wait for it to climb up. Immediately following it, there were 6 flying swords with their tips pointing straight at its head. Under the powerful sword chi shock, the black bear spirit's eyes gradually became clear, being pointed directly at its throat by flying swords. Even if the black bear spirit had thick skin, it didn't dare to move now. Nonsense. Thick skin, that's relative. The black bear spirit refining chi 8 layer, all skin copper cast iron. Human ordinary hot weapons, it is naturally not afraid. But now pointing at himself is the same immortal cultivator's flying sword. The black bear spirit could feel the sharpness of these flying swords. As long as it dared to move again right now, the 6 flying swords would instantly pierce through its body and penetrate the bear. At that time, how many holes would appear on the black bear spirit's body would be unknown. So, did the black bear spirit dare to move? Dare not, ah. Sitting on the ground, he was honest and disciplined, like a devout believer. From afar, the netizens in the live broadcast room watched the battle end so quickly. They didn't even react. This was over? The gazes of tens of millions of netizens gathered, staring blankly at the celestial sword that Qin Hao had subdued the black bear spirit with that one turn 6 hovering in the air. Was that a flying sword? Many people looked at the Heavenly Master. Do you even know how to fly a sword? Many netizens at this moment coincidentally remembered that before the Heavenly Master had said with a serious face that he was just an ordinary person. Now look at these flying swords. Really outrageous. His mom to outrageous. Open the door, outrageous to the home. Flying swords are used out. How to have the cheek to say that they are ordinary people? This is something that ordinary people can practice? Xiao Heizi, chicken feet closed a little, exposed. Netizen, in this instant, I suddenly feel unworthy of being an ordinary person. So do I. How can I be so virtuous as to be called an ordinary person alongside the Heavenly Master? The Heavenly Master is more or less over the top, treating us all as 3-year-olds coaxing, is it? Hey, I originally thought, this black bear spirit's so strong, even if the Heavenly Master came, we'll also break out a big battle. I did not expect the end so quickly. Yeah. I just took my pants off and you're showing me this? Fast. Too fast. Tianshi, second man. How can you drive on this road? Nonsense, the flying swords of the Heavenly Master have been released, a direct descending blow. How else do you want to fight? Black bear, I admit that I can't beat the flying sword, can you? This Nima golden light spell, our golden purple, not only defense point full, and anti-armor, and flying swords. How can I fight? Yes, and did you hear what the Heavenly Master said just now? 100 years of cultivation and you dare to compete with the moon. Good for you. Listen, look, 100 years. Is that human language? 55,555. I'm out of defense. I won't even live 100 years. Could it be that the Divine Master is only young, but in reality, he's already very old? Very likely, otherwise it's hard to explain. The Celestial Master looks so young, yet he's so powerful. Turtle, I seem to have found something extraordinary. Qin Hao didn't know that his casual remark would be overanalyzed by netizens. Now in the eyes of many netizens, Qin Hao even became an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. The reason why he looked so young was definitely because he used some kind of spell to maintain his face value. In the head of a metaphysical novel, wasn't there something called a face-fixing elixir? If Qin Hao knew that netizens thought this way, he would probably have to cry and laugh. I'm a serious 20-something-year-old guy, somehow how did I become a 100-year-old monster? How can Qin Hao explain this? Of course, the current Qin Hao, for the time being, does not know how the netizens talk about him. At this moment, he still had to deal with the black bear spirit in front of him. Only to see Qin Hao slowly walking over to the black bear spirit. When the black bear spirit saw that Qin Hao had come over, he was so scared that he plopped down and knelt on the ground. Heavenly Master Qin, spare his life. Just now, the little one was deluded and went crazy. Please, Heavenly Master, for the sake of heaven's goodness, spare my life. Qin Hao was surprised to hear that the black bear could even spit out human words. This was still the first talking animal he had met. Except for parrots, of course. Moreover, from the words, this black bear spirit seemed to recognize himself, knew that he was surnamed Qin, and also knew the saying that heaven has the virtue of good life. It would be outrageous. He then asked, Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Black bear spirit, poor Taoist asks you, how did you know my surname Qin? Also, you said that you were blinded just now, what happened? Qin Hao still remembered that when he first started to know about the beast tied under the mountain. The system released 2 quests. The first quest was for Qin Hao to properly handle the beast tide and protect the villagers. The second one was a hidden mission to investigate the source of the beast tide incident. Qin Hao was worried about not knowing where to start just now, but now, looking at the black bear spirit that could speak human language, he seemed to have found a breakthrough. The black bear spirit said, Tianchi Qin should know that it's very difficult for a beast like me to cultivate, except for the chance prompting it, to be able to cultivate to this realm now. I've lived for at least 100 years, and not only do I know you, but even more so, a few decades ago, I knew the previous old Tianchi of Qingyun Mountain. When I was practicing in the mountains and forests, because I didn't have a famous teacher to guide me, I had some problems with my cultivation, but it was the old Heavenly Master who showed me the way, so that I could have the cultivation I have today. The old Heavenly Master end of life, the day of feathering, I also had in the mountains for the old Heavenly Master erected plaques, pious worship, and Qin Tianchi that day to take over the position of Heavenly Master. I have seen a side of the mountain from afar, so naturally recognize. The black bear spirit paused, continued, as for why I was confused, this matter, it is a long story. The black bear spirit told Qin Hao from the beginning. Listening to its narration, Qin Hao roughly understood the cause. More than 100 years ago, this black bear was still an ordinary beast in the mountains, just like an ordinary black bear. But by chance, when it was chasing prey in the mountains, it accidentally found a very hidden mountain stream. The water in this mountain stream was not only clear and sweet, but also full of spiritual energy. So the bear came here to drink every day. Over time, the black bear was born with spiritual wisdom, prompted by the spiritual chi of the stream, and began to slowly find the way of cultivation. Over time, 100 years passed. This black bear relies on the stream's spiritual chi and other occasional opportunities in the mountains. It slowly cultivated to the 8th level of chi refining. However, just a few days ago, that mountain stream, surprisingly, suddenly changed. The entire mountain stream, in one night, actually became smelly. The stream turned black and emitted a terrifying Yin-Fury chi. This kind of Yin-Fiend chi that came from nowhere was able to confuse the mind and amplify the violent emotions in the hearts of all living beings. Moreover, this Yin-Fiendish chi gathered into a large number within a short period of time. It even showed signs of condensing into a solid entity. The condensed entity continuously devoured all kinds of living beings in the mountains and forests. It was precisely a Yin-Fiend chi that was causing chaos in the mountains. That's why it caused a lot of animals to perceive the danger and then migrate, forming a beast tide. The black bear spirit himself was also mistakenly drank the mountain stream water eroded by the Yin-Fury gas. It was the demonic energy that entered its brain, affecting its mind and causing it to lose control and hurt people. Otherwise, with its spiritual wisdom today, it is simply impossible to enter the human world, much less provoke right and wrong and harm humans. After all, the black bear spirit cultivated into a demon, and it is not the kind of rotten villain played in TV dramas. The black bear spirit has been cultivating for 100 years so far, and knows that cultivation is not easy and life is not easy. What it pursues is no different from immortal cultivators, both of which are immortality and ascension. Knowing that the human world is complicated and full of dangers. It's just a pain in the ass to come out from the mountains to hack people? Give yourself trouble to get attention? Why don't you just stay in the forest and cultivate your immortality? But now, because of the sudden arrival of the Yin-Fury chi, it has disrupted all its plans and exposed it to the sight of the human world. The black bear spirit also had a headache now. In his heart, he had already greeted the ancestors of that Yin-Fury chi. Chapter 36, Subduing the Black Bear. Green Cloud Mountain bursts into flames all over the internet requesting for recommendation tickets. Please collect. From the black bear spirit, Qin Hao learned the reason for the beast tide in the mountain forest near Qingyun Mountain. In the end, in the mountains and forests, it was that Yin-Fury chi that was at work. By pulling out that Yin-Fury chi, all the problems would be solved. Qin Hao then decided to make a trip into the mountain with this black bear spirit, find that Yin-Bane chi, and solve the problem from the root. In this way, not only would the ecology within the mountain forest return to normal, one's own hidden mission could also be accomplished, and the rewards of the hidden mission, however, made Qin Hao very excited. With that, Qin Hao said, Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Black bear spirit, poor Taoists see you, also with my Shenmen have a destiny. I ask you, you can be willing to worship me as a teacher, in the future into my Shenmen, go up to Qingyun Mountain to cultivate? Poor Tao will teach you to cultivate, and it's better than you being alone in the mountain and practicing hard. Qin Hao said this, firstly, because he wanted to recruit this bear spirit at the 8th level of Qi refining. Secondly, it was also for its own good. This black bear spirit had been living deep in the mountains and forests before, and it was just that it hadn't been discovered by humans. Now, it had been completely exposed to the human world. In the event that it was targeted, its troubles in the future would not be small. Even though its physical strength was extremely strong and its cultivation was good. If it can resist ordinary thermal weapons, is it hard to resist special weapons? The human world was technologically advanced, so as long as one had the heart and wanted to catch it in the lab, one could definitely do it. But it's a completely different story when this black bear is on Mount Qingyun. Qingyun Mountain is the Xian sect's orthodoxy, the first mountain of the Xian sect in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if it was someone from above who wanted to move the Xian men heavenly masters people, they would have to weigh their options. After all, with the many Taoist temples throughout the Dragon Kingdom, the Taoist masters were not that easy to deal with. The black bear spirit joining Qingyun Mountain was undoubtedly an additional layer of shelter, which was good for it and the best way out right now. Sure enough, when the black bear spirit heard Qin Hao say so, its face was ecstatic, and hesitating for a second counted as its loss. This black bear directly knelt down to pay its respects. Disciple Black Bear, greetings to Master. From today onwards, disciple will follow the heavenly master in his cultivation. This black bear is not stupid. The pros and cons of its own current situation it knew better than anyone else. The fact that the heavenly master is willing to accept it is definitely a great thing. Not only can it get shelter, there is also, as the heavenly master said, by going up to the Green Cloud Mountain, it will no longer be alone and burying its head in the sand and practicing hard. With the guidance of a heavenly master whose cultivation was stronger than his, the path of cultivation in the future would definitely be simpler than cultivating alone and painstakingly. The black bear spirit had no reason to refuse. After conquering this black bear spirit, a beep sounded in the center of Qin Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of subduing the centuries-old elf black bear spirit and obtaining the reward, Complete Guide to Magical Weapon Forging. Incense value $20,000. The reward arrived. Qin Hao clicked to extract it, and the complete content of the complete book of spell weapon forging immediately appeared in his mind. Tens of thousands of magic weapon crafting methods appeared in his mind. Looking at the contents inside, there were all sorts of dazzling and differently effective magic weapons. Qin Hao was also quite satisfied. This time, the mission was accomplished without any loss. Then, Qin Hao took the black bear and got up, heading to the mountain forest. After watching the heavenly master take in the black bear, he was about to leave. At this moment, Taoist Master Jing Xian opened his mouth and inquired, "Heavenly Master, what should we do with these animals?" Taoist Master Jing Xian, they had subdued the wild animals that were scurrying in the beast currents in the various villages under the mountain. There are several hundred of them. At the moment, they are gathered outside the Lu family's house. They don't know what to do with them. It was definitely impossible to just let them go. So many wild animals, it took them a lot of effort to subdue them. If they just let them go where they are, who knows if these animals would turn around and attack the villagers again? So now these Taoist masters were waiting for the heavenly master's instructions. Qin Hao glanced at the many Qingyun mountain Taoist masters and those wild animals. In the end, he said, in this mountain forest, there is a Yin Fury Qi causing trouble, which is the root cause of the beast tide. Before the Fury Qi is removed, you guys first bring these animals back to the mountain and take good care of them, and then release them back to the mountain after I get rid of the Yin Fury. The group of Tao masters nodded their heads and followed the heavenly master's instruction, taking these animals up the mountain. Qin Hao, on the other hand, harnessed his immortal crane Xiaobai, took the black bear spirit with him, and turned around to fly towards the mountain forest. He was going to meet the Yin Fury Qi that this black bear spirit was talking about. At the same time, on the internet, the causes and consequences of the beast tide in Longguang City were organized by netizens. A series of explanatory videos were made. Many people saw the images of the Taoist masters of Mount Qingyun coming down to save the day because of the explanatory videos. Slapping the jackal dog, slide shoveling the tiger, fighting the black bear spirit. A time station, a certain sound, a certain hand, a hot news. The live video of the Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain had over 8 digits of airplay. The comments section is all messed up. These videos, are they real or fake? These Taoist masters are too good. I just went to work, and the world has changed drastically? Blue Star has gone from a scientific civilization to an immortal civilization? Or a revival, right? Web novels don't lie to me. I just traveled to Qingyun Mountain last month. I know half of the Taoist masters in this video. Can I go out later and blow my brains out and talk to the immortals? I'm finished, I'm dead. The last time I went to Mount Qingyun, in the Taoist temple to buy incense, at that time also with the mountain of the Taoist priest had a fight, I was also blowing powerful said to report them to Mount Qingyun. Brothers, ask me now there is still salvation? It's hopeless, wait for death. Taoist Master Jing Xian will be at your doorstep soon. Ha 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 ha. How dare you argue with a Taoist priest? But these Taoist masters are actually quite nice. Since they didn't embarrass you on the mountain at that time, the Taoist masters certainly won't come after you afterwards, so don't worry about that. I've been to Mount Qin Yun before. I have been to Qin Yun Mountain before, and I lost my cell phone in the Taoist temple, and several Taoist masters enthusiastically looked for it with me, and later found that it was lost in the merit box, and the masters even helped me open the merit box to take out the cell phone. So it seems, Qin Yun Mountain Taoist masters are really good. Yes, who would have thought that all these Taoist masters would be masters of this level? They're really hermits. I want to go to Mount Qin Yun again. Brothers, is there anyone who wants to go to MT Qin Yun with a group? Sign up. 111,111. I'm going too. I'm on vacation. I'll pack up and go now. These Qin Yun Mountain Taoists may not think. Between them by mistake, down the mountain to save people by Li Yang their entire live broadcast. Surprisingly hot all over the net. Even led to the development of tourism in Qin Yun Mountain. A large number of tourists from all over the country watched the video, all rushed over in the direction of Mount Qin Yun. Qin Yun Mountain, in the near future, directly became a Netflix hit and tourist destination. Qin Hao's incense value was also about to receive a surge. On the other hand, Qin Hao stood on the back of an immortal crane and flew into the mountain with the Black Bear Spirit. Under the Black Bear Spirit's guidance, he had arrived above the mountain hinterland. When he came here, Qin Hao really felt that in the mountain below, an extremely uncomfortable aura existed and constantly wandered in the mountain. Chapter 37, Taijun, open your mouth. Seek monthly votes. Please collect. Qin Hao patted Xiaobai's head, signaling Xiaobai to descend and take a look. Now over the mountain forest, a large number of tree branches and leaves covered it, so it was hard to see what was going on in the forest. Xiaobai nodded, flapped his wings and descended downwards. Before Little White landed, at this moment, Qin Hao could already feel the immortal crane's body, trembling slightly. Obviously, Little White wasn't comfortable with the scent of this place either. Qin Hao stomped his feet, and then, on his body, the innate golden light mantra opened up, and the brilliant purple gold light instantly wrapped around Little White and the Black Bear Spirit and the others. As soon as the golden light incantation came out, instantly, all those fiendish chi were resisted out. The Black Bear Spirit looked enviously at the golden light mantra released from Qin Hao's body. If not, the Taoist priest of Qin Yun Mountain was powerful. Look at this divine ability of others. If he himself had this kind of divine ability in the first place, would he have lost control of his body when the fiendish chi entered his body? The Black Bear sighed elaborately. At this time, Little White had already landed on the ground. Qin Hao looked around the forest, sensing the presence of fury chi. Soon, Qin Hao looked in a direction. Follow me. After Qin Hao finished speaking, his entire body turned into a purple shadow and rushed out. The Black Bear Spirit followed closely behind. By the time the Black Bear Spirit followed, Qin Hao was already standing before a deep pool. Qin Hao put his hands on his back and looked at the bottomless deep pool in front of him. When he arrived, the pool water here at this moment had already turned into a pitch-black turbid color. On the surface of the water, a large number of fish corpses were floating. It was thought that it was eroded by the fiendish chi, and all the living beings in the entire pool were deprived of their vitality. Not only the living beings in the water were deprived of their vitality. Just now, where Qin Hao passed on the way, he saw at least hundreds of animals dying miserably by the roadside, their bodies blackened. This kind of death was bound to be caused by the demonic chi. Qin Hao sighed, it was really a great evil thing. Such a ferocious thing, it was good that it hadn't taken shape yet. If he hadn't found it in time, he would have waited until this ghostly thing continued to devour and grow itself in the forest, becoming a climate. It would be difficult to deal with it again. Moreover, once it enters the human world, it will inevitably spread chaos. At that time, not only the villagers in the vicinity of Qin Yun Mountain would be in bad luck. Even the people of the entire Longguang city will have to suffer. Modern hot weapons might still be somewhat useful against demons with entities like the Black Bear Spirit, but it would be difficult to deal with ghostly things without entities like the fury chi. Even Qin Hao, to be honest, it was still a bit tricky to extinguish these fury chi. Ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against it. Qin Hao pondered over it for a while and turned his gaze to the Black Bear Spirit beside him. Then, he said, immeasurable Heavenly Father. Little Blackie, like this, you jump in first and draw out that cloud of fiend chi. Otherwise, I won't be able to deal with it well in this deep pool. Little Black was the name Qin Hao gave to the Black Bear Spirit in passing. At least it was better than calling the Black Bear Spirit directly. The best way to destroy this sinister chi is to prefer the thunder method. Thunder is the representative of the righteousness of heaven and earth. Whether it is a novel or a movie or TV drama. The first choice is to kill the evil in crooked ways, and the first choice is to split the thunder and lightning. Qin Hao's 5 thunder positive method is the nemesis of all evil spirits and evil. However, nowadays, this demonic chi was hidden under the deep pool. It was always impossible for Qin Hao to exterminate the baleful chi at the bottom of the pool through the water. the power would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was best that someone had to lure that baleful Qi out first. This best person. It naturally fell on the black bear spirit. After all, right now, apart from Qin Hao, there were only two people here, Xiao Bai and Black Bear Spirit. Qin Hao, a generation of Heavenly Master, definitely couldn't run to draw out the monster himself, more or less degrading his status a bit. Moreover, he still has to catalyze the thunder method, so naturally he can't go. Xiao Bai, still a child, Qin Hao wouldn't let it go either. So, only the Black Bear Spirit could go forward. The Black Bear Spirit also knew that this was the situation now. Under no choice, it could only admit defeat and jump into the deep pool to attract monsters. In the middle of the pool, the Black Bear Spirit just jumped in. In the next second, the entire pitch-black colored pool of water, just as if it had been boiled in an instant, gurgling upward with black bubbles. It seemed that the fiendish Qi at the bottom of the pool, sensing that a living thing had entered the water, became active. At the bottom of the pool, the huge black shadow opened its bloody mouth, and with one bite, it was about to bite towards the Black Bear Spirit. The Black Bear Spirit had prepared for this. By the time this black shadow appeared, it was directly like a flexible fish, swimming up to the shore at speed. It narrowly avoided the attack of the baneful Qi. The black shadow of the baneful Qi chased the black bear monster and emerged from the bottom of the pool. Qin Hao stood on the bank, the palm thunderbolt already cupped in his hand. However, he didn't release this Bane Qi the moment it appeared, and Qin Hao also wanted to see it. What exactly did this legendary fiendish Qi look like? Boom! A loud watery sound. A large piece of terrifying black mist broke through the water and rushed out. The black mist floated above the pool of water, exhibiting a hideous and terrifying appearance. Within a huge piece of sinister fog, presenting itself, there seemed to be hundreds of human heads. These human heads, each with a maniacal face and a strangely wide mouth, gazed crazily at Qin Hao and the Black Bear Spirit, seemed to be extremely hungry, and couldn't wait to devour the living human life on Qin Hao's body. This fiendish Qi, surprisingly, had a human face. Qin Hao was shocked. Could it be that these Fury Qi were condensed from the Fury Qi on human bodies? Moreover, when Qin Hao looked at these human faces, it looked like the people in these black mists didn't look like the Dragon Kingdom people. From the features of hygienic beards on their faces and a few bird words popping out from the mouths of a few occasional baneful human heads, Qin Hao recognized these ghostly things within the Fury Qi. Good guys. It seemed to be ghosts that had lived a good little life. To be able to condense into such a scale of Fury Qi, it was obvious that this thing was not created within the last 10 years. It's at least 50 or 60 years old. Projecting like that. These ghosts who have had a good little life's balefulness. It should be the ghosts that died here during the national tragedy decades ago, and by chance, their grievances coalesced into a climate that turned into this. After a few moments of thinking, Qin Hao probably knew what was going on with this Fury Qi. Decades ago, during the national tragedy, a large number of ghosts who lived a good life did not know what the reason was, and died in large numbers in the mountain forest. And because of the perennial tree cover within the mountain forest, the sunlight was blocked. There was no sunlight to disperse the Qi. It caused the Qi in the mountain forest to become heavier and heavier. These Qi gave birth to the ghosts of the Fury. After decades of time precipitation, this Fury Qi gradually became the climate. But, the Fury Qi formed over decades of time was far from being able to reach the strong. It should be that this ghostly baleful Qi, while wandering unconsciously, drifted into the mountain stream that the Black Bear Spirit said contained abundant spiritual Qi. The demonic aura had crazily devoured a large amount of spiritual Qi in the mountain stream. That mountain stream, too, had fulfilled this ghostly Fury Qi. Only then did it cause this ghostly baleful aura to strengthen 1,000 times in a very short period of time. Eventually, it gave birth to a spirit and began to kill and swallow spirits everywhere in a vain attempt to become stronger. The beast tied under Qingyun Mountain was also because of this. Qin Hao looked at this mass of ghostly baleful Qi. At this moment, he had not had the time to awaken his gene for eliminating demons and defending the way, but the entire gene in his body had awakened first. He looked at the ghosts that were constantly struggling in this mass of Fury Qi, who had a good life. Qin Hao backhanded palm thunder split up. Qin Hao, Taijun, are you hungry after so many years of wandering in the mountains and forests? Open your mouth. Give you something good to eat? Chapter 38, The Five Thunder Curse, a bit of excitement for the Taijins. Seeking monthly votes. Please collect. Stabbing. In Qin Hao's hand, palm thunderbolt blasted out directly against this ghostly fury without saying a word. Aiming at a random ghost. Boom. Accompanied by a miserable scream, a ghost was directly blasted into smoke and ashes by the lightning. Then came the next one. Countless palm lines were derived from Qin Hao's hands. His cultivation had broken through the foundation establishment realm, and his body's true essence reserves had doubled 100 times, and he didn't feel any pain at all for the little amount of true essence consumed by the palm lines. What else is happier than killing ghosts? A huge cloud of originally eerie and horrifying fiendish Qi. Under Qin Hao's palm lightning, soon, a quarter of it was eliminated. In the mountains and forests, the miserable screams of the ghostly baleful Qi were constantly heard. Even the black bear spirit, who originally had a psychological shadow over this Fury Qi, was now not afraid at all. The old saying was true, all fear stems from a lack of firepower. There is a heavenly master here, with the thunder law in hand. What kind of Insha Qi? All our younger brothers. It was being held to death by the 5 thunder positive law. However, this massive fiendish Qi wasn't stupid either. At first, it thought of fighting with Qin Hao. But then, it soon realized that the lightning in this human's hands naturally restrained them. In just a few minutes, the power of the Taijins had already been blasted down by a quarter. Looking at their extremely weakened power, the Taijins were terrified. The ghost Taijins, who had always revered bullying and fearing the weak, even after they died, they still maintained this good habit. At once, the Fury Qi turned around and ran away, sinking into the water of the pool, killing it and never venturing out again. The black bear spirit looked at this fiendish Qi hiding in the middle of the pool water. It said, "Heavenly Master, what can we do? This ghost thing hid in this pool of water, the space below is very deep. If this massive fiendish Qi keeps hiding under the water, no one can do anything about them. The black bear spirit is in a bit of a hurry. If the Fury doesn't come out for a day, are they going to stand guard here all the time? For more than 10 years? The black bear spirit was anxious. On the contrary, Qin Hao didn't panic at all and said, "Don't worry, I let them in on purpose just now." If Qin Hao was willing to do so, with his 5 thunder positive technique, he could have used his palm thunder to instantly make a thunder net on the water just now. This and demonic Qi, if it wanted to shrink back, would only be chopped by the thunder net, then bounced back, with no place to escape. But Qin Hao didn't do that, he deliberately let the Taijins hide in it. Because Qin Hao intended to give the Taijins a big gift. Only to see Qin Hao standing at the edge of the pool of water, the palm lightning in his hand struck into the pool of water. First, he knotted out the thunder net, covering the pool water. Doing this was because he was afraid that the Taijuns would run away, and he wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. The thunder net was laid down. Qin Hao then stepped on the 7 star steps, his body's true essence was mobilized, and he recited the 5 thunder mantra. Thunder order, as urgent as stars and fire, the mighty gods of the 8 directions, make me natural. Spiritual treasure talisman order, universal announcement of the 9 heavens, Jian Luo Dana, whole gang Taishian. Kill thousands of demons and evil spirits. The evils are dispersed, and the Taoist spirit lives on. Make my true essence, draw the thunder from above, dark clouds converge, and the finger moves the thunder. Once the 5 thunders mantra was uttered, all of a sudden, the sky above, the wind and clouds changed. The entire range of Green Cloud Mountain was originally still a blazing sun at noon. In this instant, dark clouds converged and covered the sky. Within the terrifying dark clouds, thunder and lightning tumbled. Like a giant python swimming up and down in the clouds. The black bear spirit watched Qin Hao recite the 5 thunders mantra. It invited all the thunder clouds. It hurriedly took several steps back. Green Cloud Mountain Heavenly Master 5 thunders mantra. Good guy. This is no joke. Using true essence to attract heavenly thunder down to earth. This is a great spell. The thunder summoned is not ordinary mortal thunder, but the thunder of punishment. Generally, it's called out by heavenly masters to split people. The power is dozens of times that of ordinary natural thunder and lightning. The black bear spirit looked at the pool of water in front of him. It seemed that these fiends at the bottom of the pool water were going to be in bad luck. Qin Hao's heavenly thunder called out, intending to give the Taijins some excitement. The other side. Near Qingyun Mountain, on the national highway. Coming and going private cars whizzed by. On a BMW, there was a 27 to 28-year-old young man sitting in the driver's seat. At the moment, his hand was resting on the snow-white thighs of the girl on the passenger side. The sister swiped the news on her cell phone and said, "Hubby, have you read it? Recently the Taoist master of Qingyun Mountain was on the news again." "Man, what's wrong? What's that celestial master who knows thunder magic again?" Maisie said, "No, this time it seems to be other Taoist masters. I heard that the beast tide occurred near the Qingyun Mountain, those Taoist masters down the mountain to save people, each with great skills. I just saw the video. Everyone can beat the tiger, leopard, and jackal with their bare hands. It seems to be very powerful indeed." Sister continued, "We are now in the vicinity of the Qingyun Mountain. I see these Taoist masters are quite powerful, or not. We also go to the mountain to burn incense, in case the spirit of it." Listening to his wife's words, the man snorted. "I'll look through everything," said, "Baby, I tell you so. The network of these things are virtual, half true, half false. Don't believe too much in these things. These days, what can't be PA? How do you know that these things are not the Qingyun Mountain gang of Taoist priests in order to hype, earn more incense money to find special effects team to get out of it? Next door to the Sheo Senji group are almost listed. Isn't it also hype? The lightning master who subdued a tiger with his bare hands is a fake. What era is this? How can a person know thunder magic? I can only say, the less you read, the more real the Taoists' thunder spells are. Believe it or not, before the very hot what Thunderbolt Heavenly Master stood in front of me, on my body of muscle, a fist up, he immediately have to give me obediently lie down. Man in front of his wife to pretend, said, also revealed himself in the gym exercise for several months, only to develop the arm muscles to show her. Looking at his wife cast a convincing admiration of the eyes, the man felt himself forced full. However, just as he had just blown his awesome out, the next second, stab la. Throughout the entire range of Green Cloud Mountain, the sky instantly turned from bright to dark. Dark clouds covered the entire sky, and a red thunderbolt cracked the sky and split down. The red thunderbolt descended from the sky and split straight down towards within a mountain forest. Loud, shocking thunder resounded through the sky. The red thunder and lightning, as it happened, fell not far from the edge of the national highway. Inside the BMW, the sky turned black for a second, and at the same time, the red thunder split down all over the sky. The man inside the car was stunned. The muscles on his arms that were originally bulging shriveled up. Because, that thunder and lightning, at a glance, was not natural thunder and lightning. The BMW man had seen the natural thunderstorm white thunder and had seen the purple thunder. But now this red, split down as if the sky bleeding general thunder and lightning, this ing who has seen? BMW man legs are shivering. It could not be that he just blew a great, was heard by the Heavenly Master, right? Not so. Can't really be so divine. The man was panicked and hurriedly found a place to turn around in front of him. On the co-pilot, the girl looked puzzled and asked, why turn around a husband? Where to go? Man palpitating, said, or, just listen to you, let's go to Qin Mountain to burn incense. Chapter 39 to take the 5 thunderbolts to greet Taijun begs for monthly votes. Please collect. Qin Mountain near the National Highway, many passing vehicles will be this strange scene photographed. Uploaded to the network. For a while, all the major forums on the internet were occupied by red lightning on the hotspot list. The National Highway next to Qin Mountain was shocked at noon when day turned into night and red thunder split the whole sky. Have you ever seen red thunder and lightning? National Highway multiple viewpoints shooting video, click to view. Post. Just came out of the video, and I have to say, the day turned to night in a second, it was so shocking to watch. I almost peed myself through the video, the sense of oppression is simply too strong. If I was there, I would have been scared out of my wits. I think I would have fainted on the spot. From the video, the whole sky splitting red lightning, just like the sky bleeding, too scary. Don't panic everyone, just now I was just transiting the thunderbolt and ascending. I hope I didn't scare you all. I hope I didn't scare you. Laughing to death, that red thunderbolt, obviously is my furnace of 9th grade pills after the successful refining of the formation of the heaven and earth Dan lightning tribulation. How do you have the nerve to say that this is your ascension lightning tribulation? Stop arguing, 2 ordinary people are still posing as immortal cultivators here. In our immortal cultivation world, who doesn't know that the ascension thunderbolt is golden and the Dan thunderbolt is green? This red thunderbolt is clearly the immortal sword thunderbolt triggered by the introduction of my refined immortal sword. Aren't you ashamed to lie in front of so many netizens? I'm ashamed of you. 666,666. Blowing it off like it's real, I almost believed it. I have to say, all the netizens in this class are ing talented. The topic of red lightning is still being discussed online. At this moment. In the mountain forest of Qin Mountain. Qin Hao stood on the edge of a deep pool. He watched as a red heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky and split straight into the deep pool. In the next second, within the deep pool, a miserable scream immediately came out. These were precisely the miserable screams of the Taijuns. The red celestial thunderbolt triggered down by this 5 thunder mantra could be far too powerful than the poem thunderbolt that Qin Hao himself had casually condensed with his true essence before. In just one strike, the power could be comparable to several hundred rounds of Qin Hao's poem thunder. Normally, this level of 5 thunders curse, Qin Hao didn't even have the chance to use it, nor would he bother to use it. After all, it was too powerful and too brutal. But who let him run into Taijun today? More or less, he had to give Taijun some face. After all, it was a guest from outside, a good friend from a neighboring country. The Dragon Kingdom was a hospitable country, and Qin Hao was even more of a hospitable person. Of course Qin Hao had to use the best and most precious things to entertain the guests. To greet Taijun with 5 thunderbolts was the way to treat a guest. That ghostly Bane was hiding under the deep pool, thinking that it was safe. However, in the eyes of the heavenly thunder, there is simply no hiding place in the world. The heavenly thunder struck down. Directly in the middle of the deep pool, these Taijuns were split to pieces. This ghost-seen Fury Chi was still trying to escape outward at this moment. But, could Qin Hao let it escape? He had already arranged the thunder net on the water surface in advance. This ghost's baleful chi couldn't run away even if it wanted to. It can only be obediently struck by lightning here. Watching these ghosts being chopped to ashes, screaming miserably, Qin Hao did not sympathize at all. Because he knew that these ghosts who had lived a good life had done things in their lives that were much heavier than what he was suffering now. The sins committed decades ago in this dragonland, today, more or less to collect some interest back. Qin Hao looked at the pool of water, accompanied by a red heavenly thunderbolt descending. Countless ghosts' baleful energy was split to pieces. Until the last ghost seen baleful chi was also split into nothingness under the brilliant heavenly thunder. Only then did he intend to leave with the black bear spirit. However, just before leaving, Qin Hao seemed to have discovered something. He struck a piece of true essence into the pool of water. Half a day later, Qin Hao was surprised to find that his foundation establishment stage cultivation, across the air, actually somewhat couldn't pull this underwater thing. Immediately, he said to the black bear spirit beside him, "Xiaohei, go down and help me fish up the thing at the bottom of this pool." Black bear spirit? Heavenly master, it's not a joke. This deep pool, but has just been extinguished, very horrific in fury gas. You directly let me go into the water to help you get things? More or less, you're not treating me as a human being. But there is no way, follow the celestial master, more or less have to do hard labor. The black bear knows this. It also only dared to mutter 2 sentences in the heart. In the end, it still jumped into the deep pool. Only after about 10 minutes did the black bear swim up from the bottom of the pool. The black bear's physical strength was extremely terrifying. But dragging something in the water was still very laborious. It could be seen how heavy this thing was. The black bear spirit used all its strength to drag this thing out of the water with great difficulty. As soon as it came ashore, it was panting. "Tianshi, what the hell is this? It's too heavy. Half of it was buried in the mud, and it took me a lot of effort to get it out of the mud. I'm exhausted." The black bear spirit looked at the thing he dragged up from the bottom of the pool. It felt that this thing was ridiculously heavy. And Qin Hao, at this time, looked at the wood that the black bear spirit had fished up. Now, he knew why those ghost-seen fury chi would hide under this pool of water. It turned out that deep in the pool water, there was actually such 1,000 years of extremely high-quality in-sinking wood hidden. In-sinking wood is recognized all over the world. Top wood has a very long history. This thing is usually because of crustal changes caused by earthquakes, floods and other natural disasters make the ancient forests buried in the depths of the ancient riverbed or within the silt, in a special environment after thousands of years of natural formation. Because the formation conditions are too harsh, so the number is extremely rare, the degree of preciousness is much higher than the best rosewood. The name for sunken wood varies from place to place. Wavewood, ebony, oolong wood, water-soaked wood and so on. Even foreign Western countries, called the sunken wood for the eastern god wood, plant pandas. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of sunken wood is regarded as a status symbol. Ancient dignitaries and literati regarded the artwork carved out of in-sank wood as a treasure to calm the house and family. In Qin Hao's eyes, however, this thing was a top-notch weapon refining material. In-sunken wood could carry spiritual bodies. After being made into in talisman, it could raise some rare and strange things. When necessary, this thing could work wonders in many ways. Moreover, in-sinking wood could be made into a formation disc, absorbing the spiritual chi of the mountains and the 8 directions under the ground. It was also very good when used to set up a spirit-gathering formation. Qin Hao found this in-sank wood at the bottom of the pool. It was of extremely high quality, and I'm afraid that it would be hard to find one of this quality in the entire Dragon Kingdom. It's not too much to say that it's truly top-notch. Why did those ghostly drakes stay at the bottom of the pool? Naturally, it was also to hide within the in-sinking wood to cultivate. It was a pity that before they could cultivate into a climate, they were destroyed by Qin Hao. Accidentally obtaining a whole in-sinking wood, an extremely high-grade weapon refining material. Qin Hao asked the black bear spirit to carry this wood and bring it back to Qin Yun Mountain in a while. At the same time, Qin Hao was again in the middle of the mountain forest, specially looking for a tree that had just invoked the heavenly thunder to split the ghosts. The jujube tree that was accidentally struck by lightning. The jujube tree belonged to Yang, plus the shocking power of the heavenly thunder left in the tree after being struck by the heavenly thunder. It is also a good material for refining magic weapons. Bringing back a lightning strike wood, one could make quite a few 5 thunder orders and purple thunder plaques. This kind of magic weapon could inspire lightning and was not bad in terms of power. Even if he himself couldn't use it, it would be good to distribute it to the disciples within the sect. Moreover, by the way, he could also develop his proficiency in making magic weapons. Why not be happy about it? Qin Hao chopped the jujube tree with a sword, letting the black bear spirit carry the gloomy wood on one shoulder and the lightning-struck jujube tree on the other. Stepping onto Little White's back, he flew towards Qin Yun Mountain. This trip into the mountain was full of rewards, waiting for Qin Hao to leave. Above the sky, the dark clouds dispersed, and the entire Qin Yun Mountain, once again, returned to its usual calm. Brothers, ask for monthly votes online. Chapter 40, Dragon Kingdom's first sect, Jingfeng Sliding Shovel Sect requesting for monthly tickets. Please collect. Qin Yun Mountain Taoist Temple. A few days after the end of the Beast Tide, the Taoist masters of the Mountain Taoist Temple were all busy. For one, those animals that were brought up the mountain by the Heavenly Master's command. These days, they were all placed in the back of the mountain to be fed, and every day, a Taoist master went to watch them. These wild animals, since they were brought up the mountain, must be properly cared for as well. In a few days, these animals ate and drank well on Qingyun Mountain, and each one of them had almost gained a round of weight. Secondly, the villagers below the mountain recovered from the turmoil of the beast tide and flocked to Qingyun Mountain like a tidal wave, burning incense to return the favor and thanking the Taoist master. There were also many tourists who came from all over the Dragon Kingdom in admiration, and large and small followers of the anchor. The same as the 6 major factions besieging the top of the light, gathered on Qingyun Mountain. Originally, Mount Qingyun's incense was already strong enough. Now after the internet publicized it so much, even more tourists came. Mount Qingyun's incense flames had increased tenfold compared to the past. The various mountain paths on the mountain were packed with people. This has exhausted the Taoist masters on the mountain. Now not only do they have to do their regular daily homework, but they also have to feed the animals. After feeding the animals, they had to go to the mountain to receive the incense. Sometimes there were several alms givers a day. The Taoist masters have to register and receive them. They were very busy. If this was all there was to it. Qingyun Mountain's several red-robed Taoist masters, even more confusingly, became a big internet celebrity. Every day wherever they go, among the tourists, there are dozens of lenses on them. Just come to Qingyun Mountain to record the red-robed Taoist chief life subject matter video of small netizens. There are more than 100. The most outrageous was the red-robed, Jingfeng Taoist master of the spiritual hall of Qingyun Mountain. For sliding and shoveling a tiger during the beast tide, and later driving the tiger as a mount. Now on the internet, it's a fiery mess. As long as a video about Taoist master Jingfeng was posted, no matter what was filmed, there was no broadcast volume below 1 million. It had properly become a traffic code. There are also many people even spontaneously formed a martial arts sect called Jingfeng Sliding Shovel Sect. They worship Jingfeng Taoist master as their grandmaster. The most outrageous thing is that this group of netizens and even some people even ran to the Longguo Martial Arts Association, specifically spending money to find the official certification of this sect. Now the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association official network clearly have Jingfeng Slippery Shovel Door this sect real existence. And the Door Disciples, real name authentication number as of now has more than 5 million, but also in the daily increase of hundreds of thousands of disciples of the speed of upward all the way wildly soaring. Now the Jingfeng Slippery Shovel Door actually became the whole Dragon Country martial arts sects and the certification of the most disciples of one. Hidden on the Dragon Country's first martial arts sect position. Very outrageous. Jingfeng Taoist himself does not know his own confusion, actually millions of disciples. Even among the tourists who come to the mountain every day to burn incense, there are at least dozens of self-proclaimed themselves as Slippery Shovel Door. Day after day around the Jingfeng Taoist master around, and even some people kneel down on the spot to worship the master. Those who didn't know thought it was some kind of cult sect. Jingfeng Daolong is also very helpless. His own 80 or 90 years old explained how many times he is an ordinary person. But no one believes, so what can he do? Relative to Jingfeng's troubles. Now the entire Qingyun Mountain, the most annoying, is not these Taoist masters. Rather, it is Zhou Yuanpeng and his live broadcast team. The original Zhou Yuanpeng. Sweeping the mountain gate once a day in the morning and evening, the task is also considered completed. The rest of the time to live in the hotel under the mountain, live broadcast blowing awesome, rubbing the heat of the celestial master. Every day to earn a pot full of pots, to Zhou Yuanpeng hold more or less a little bit of joy. But now, with the Qingyun Mountain heat explosion, Qingyun Mountain daily traffic of more than 100,000 people in a blowout growth. Zhou Yuanpeng and his team every day in the mountain sweeping the head is round. In the past, the 2 sides of the daily sweep on the line. Now, 200 times are not clean. Sometimes just finish sweeping once, the mountain of the Taoist priest call immediately chased over, the garbage on the mountain road with the ing greedy blue moon brush monster like again refreshed. Zhou Yuanpeng can only re-sweep. Now every day shuttle between the mountain road. In addition, it is now July heat. Zhou Yuanpeng feels that his life is coming to an end. Almost at the end. When he originally came to the mountain, he was still a handsome tough guy in his 30s with white skin and a strong body. After a month of sweeping the land at Qingyun Mountain, the whole person is no different from an African aborigine. Now when you go out and say that you are not a civil engineer, no one will believe you. On this day, Zhou Yuanpeng's daily sweeping, his microwave update dynamics. The 16th day of sweeping Qingyun Mountain, there are more and more tourists on the mountain, and today I swept 2 large trucks of garbage, exciting. Still a day of waiting for the Heavenly Master Challenger. At the moment the entire Qingyun Mountain. To say that the one who is the most idle is only Qin Hao, who lives in the Heavenly Master's mansion. The Heavenly Master's mansion was located at the top of Mount Qingyun. Some of the ordinary Taoist masters in the Taoist temples of Mount Qingyun were not qualified to come here. Not to mention the tourists. Naturally, no one came to disturb Qin Hao. Of course, no one dared to disturb him either. after Qin Hao came back from the mountains a few days ago. He had been closed in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Every day, apart from cultivating, he was drilling the making of magic weapons. On a table in front of Qin Hao at the moment, there were hundreds of tokens. These tokens. There were two styles. One of them was in the shape of a diamond, and the token was engraved with the Breaking Fury Divine Thunder written in chicken's blood. Thunder will come here. The name is Purple Thunder Token. It is a first-order magic weapon. It is also the simplest lightning token amongst the magic weapons. As long as one recites the spell, it can inspire a purple thunderbolt of notable power, which is very effective in restraining both fiends and ghosts. However, the disadvantage was that a token could only be used a maximum of 10 times. There was also an advantage, which was that the lightning in this kind of token couldn't hurt people. The tokens would automatically recognize human beings, and the breaking fiendish divine thunder was ineffective against human beings. These tokens, at the beginning of Qin Hao's magic weapon making, were for his own practicing, and he could make hundreds of such purple thunder tokens out in a day. The other kind, the rectangular token, was completely different. The words on the token were all written in special vermilion. On the front, Du Tian Divine Thunder, Heavenly Father himself. On the back was the 5 thunders text. Side, 1 thunder order rings, 10,000 miles of ghosts and gods are frightened. This thing is the famous 5 thunders token of the Xian sect. Holding this token, one can release extremely powerful white thunderbolts. It is effective in destroying evils, and it is also effective against humans. After a charge, it can release hundreds of thunderbolts, and is the nemesis of all evil things. This 5 thunder order belongs to the 3rd stage magic weapon. It was extremely difficult to make. Qin Hao had only made 2 of them in the past few days. After all, it was a 3rd order magic weapon, and the difficulty of making it was still a bit high. Besides the thunder magic token, Qin Hao had the Black Bear Spirit bring out a whole piece of extremely high-grade sinking wood from the fiend deep pool. He didn't waste it either. Qin Hao used one of the pieces of sinking wood to make a 2nd-ranked magic weapon soul nurturing ring. A sinking wood finger ring that could be worn on the finger. On top of the ring, there were tedious and complicated incantations and Dao seals carved on it. These things were not carved in a haphazard manner. It is these incantations and Dao seals that make this ring different from ordinary rings. In the soul-raising ring, it was possible to raise some interesting trinkets. Qin Hao planned to visit some famous murderous mansions and shady places in the neighborhood tonight. The Celestial Master himself would do a home visit and catch a few evil spirits back to test his magic weapon. Chapter 41, The Heavenly Master's Little Vegetable Garden Seeking Monthly Votes. Please collect. In the courtyard of the Heavenly Master's residence, Qin Hao put away the piece of 7th grade magic weapon 5 Thunder Order. The remaining 9th grade magic weapon, the Purple Thunder Order, had the 2 Taoist children pack it up and move it away. Send it to Taoist Master Jing Xian at the Sanqing Hall. If there is a blessed master who comes to give alms, just give a piece to them as a welfare. Purple Thunder Order is something that even if not used, if it is carried on one's body or placed in the home, it has the effect of driving away evil spirits and subduing the house. The 2 Taoists nodded and moved the basket of Purple Thunder Orders away. After the Tao boys left, Qin Hao came to the backyard of the Heavenly Master Mansion. Previously, after tracing the source of the beast tide in the mountain forest and using the Heavenly Thunderbolt to extinguish the little kid's fury chi, completing the hidden mission released by the system, the rewards obtained hadn't been extracted until now. Qin Hao opened the system warehouse and looked at the 2 rewards inside. Heavenly Master's Small Vegetable Garden. Innate Gourd Seed. Qin Hao directly extracted them. In the next second, in front of his eyes, a simulated vegetable garden from God's perspective appeared. This vegetable garden was the system's reward. Heavenly Master's Small Vegetable Garden. A Celestial Master's exclusive aura vegetable garden, a level 1 vegetable garden where all kinds of vegetables and fruits can be planted, and the planted vegetables and fruits grow up by absorbing the aura and nutrients in the spiritual soil, with strong edible value and taste, and with a faint medicinal value attached. This system rewarded vegetable garden did not cover a large area. From Qin Hao's God's perspective, it seemed to be just 2 minutes of land. 130 square meters or so. But according to the system, it was more than enough to plant some fruits and vegetables. Qin Hao placed this vegetable garden. The method of placing it was similar to some survival games. In Qin Hao's perspective, the vegetable garden appeared in a virtual translucent form, and Qin Hao could place the vegetable garden to any position he wanted according to his needs. Qin Hao directly placed the vegetable garden at the back of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Here, it was originally a wasteland, which was just right for placing the vegetable garden. With a flash of light, Qin Hao placed the vegetable garden down, and before his eyes, an extraordinarily simple vegetable garden land appeared. This small vegetable garden was very simple. A 100 square foot dirt land that had been simply plowed, surrounded by a very simple, bamboo-woven 4-sided fence wall. However, unlike ordinary land, the soil in this vegetable garden was sparkling, and Qin Hao could feel that within this soil, it contained abundant spiritual qi. This must be the spiritual soil that the system was talking about. In the vegetable garden, in a corner, there was also a special water well. This well, inside, was also not ordinary water, and the well water also contained spiritual qi. For this small vegetable garden, Qin Hao still liked it more. After cultivation, planting some vegetables in the vegetable garden, growing some small onions, and being self-sufficient, this was the life of a celestial master. Qin Hao opened the system mall and spent 50 points of incense value in the mall. Buy some melon and vegetable seedlings, such as eggplants, tomatoes, small cabbages, cucumbers, winter squash, pumpkins, green peppers, small onions, celery and so on. Planted them casually. Planting the vegetables took Qin Hao more than an hour. Waiting until all these vegetables were planted, Qin Hao personally watered and fertilized them again. Finally, he didn't forget to leave a separate corner in the vegetable garden. Extract the innate gourd seeds rewarded by the system. Looking at the 7-colored gourd seed in his hand, Qin Hao, this thing, it won't grow a gourd baby, right? With a curious mood, Qin Hao planted the seed by hand and watered the gourd seed as well. After that, he left the vegetable garden. Qin Hao didn't realize it. It wasn't long after he left. Within the entire vegetable garden, it had already started to explode with vigor. A large number of vegetables and fruits blossomed, and it wouldn't take long for them to bear fruits. A corner of the vegetable garden. The gourd seed that had been planted by Qin Hao in passing also broke through the ground at this moment. A golden gourd vine extended out from the soil, following the fence wall of the vegetable garden and growing slowly. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, tourists gathered. At this moment, a police car slowly stopped at the foot of the mountain. From the police car, several police officers came down. They were from Longguang City's Lishui branch. This time, they came to Qingyun Mountain to do some simple research work because of a case that their branch received yesterday. The 3 male police officers came down from the car and looked at the Qingyun Mountain at this moment. The mountain road was crowded with people. A police officer couldn't help but say, "This Qingyun Mountain now, it's really an explosion of people." Yes, some time ago, the online hot search almost all by the Qingyun Mountain the Tianchi a person exclusive. Originally this is the first mountain of the dragon country Shenmen, and now out of a so powerful Tianchi, cannot be hot? However, this is also a good thing for our Longguang city. Qingyun Mountain is so hot, not only to drive their own economic incense, but also to drive the city's tourism and economic development. Before we came, our director also greeted us in advance, to be polite to the Taoist masters on the mountain. Several police said, looked back at the police car. Inside the police car, there was actually a man sitting. This man was the informant who had come to their precinct to call the police. Only, right now, this man, on his arms and legs were wrapped in gauze and plaster. It looked very miserable. At this moment, even if he was sitting inside the car, he was still surrounded by bad luck. Just lower the window of the car to say a few words to the police. In the distance, a child kicked a can on the ground. The can flew up in the air and directly flew into the car along the window, hitting the man's head inside the car. The man let out a long sigh. There was no fire at all. Because this was how he had been living for more than half a month. This kind of unlucky thing happened to him, he was used to it. If Taoist Jing Xian and Qin Hao were here at this moment, they would definitely be able to recognize him. This man was the anchor Zhang Tong who had brought his own son to the Sanqing Hall to pee on the statue of the Sanqing god most half a month ago. Brother Tong. At that time, after being labeled with an unlucky charm by Qin Hao, Brother Tong was directly carried down the mountain. But even after being admitted to the hospital, he hadn't been at peace for the past 20 days or so. Under the effect of the bad luck talisman seal, Zhang Tong almost choked to death on his meals, and was bound to get stuck by fish spines when eating fish. When he went to the toilet, he was locked in the toilet for a day and a night and no one found him. When he left the house in his wheelchair, he went all the way downhill into the river. Hanging water in the hospital, the nurse froze for more than 20 needles and could not find his blood vessels. Even if he did not do anything to lie on the bed, a hospital bed can directly collapse, the whole person fell on the ground. Now Zhang Tong, drinking water or stuffed teeth, play a cell phone can leak electricity. After being tossed around by the unlucky charm for more than 20 days, the injuries on Zhang Tong's body had never gotten better. He really couldn't take it anymore. Thinking back to what the Heavenly Master said to him at that time on Qingyun Mountain, Zhang Tong became more and more certain. Either the 3 clearings had retaliated or that Celestial Master on Qingyun Mountain had cast a spell on him. There is really no way out of the situation. Zhang Tong ran to the police station to report to the police, just into the police station door, that someone gave him a spell. At first, of course, the police did not believe. They thought the kid was here to cause trouble. In the new society of the 21st century, how could such a thing as casting a spell exist? But then, everyone in the police station had seen how Zhang Tong had been unlucky 6 times in 3 minutes and could have been scalded by boiling water sitting there. They believed it all at once. In this world, there really was someone so unlucky. Chapter 42. I call on everyone to wipe their eyes and believe in science. Requesting monthly votes. Please collect At the bottom of Qingyun Mountain, a few police officers looked at Zhang Tong sitting in the car, and they asked again, Mr. Zhang, we're already at the bottom of the mountain, are you sure you don't want to go up with us? Zhang Tong shook his head like a rattle. He wouldn't go up the mountain even if it killed him. With his current unlucky physique, he could fall 3 times even if he took 2 steps. How would he have the guts to climb the mountain? He was afraid that he wouldn't even know how to die. Several police officers nodded. Okay, then you sit in the car, we go up to ask you. The police officers did not force Zhang Tong. They walked towards the mountain by themselves. On the mountain, a few policemen entered the Taoist temple and found Taoist master Jing Xian, asking the Taoist master to lead the way. There were some things they wanted to understand with the heavenly master. Watch as a few policemen arrived at Qingyun Mountain and asked to see the heavenly master by name. The tourists on Qingyun Mountain were very curious. What was going on here? Why did the police come to Qingyun Mountain? At once, a lot of people who were watching were gathered here. Taoist Jing Xian didn't know what the police were here for either. However, this matter, it was still necessary to tell the heavenly master. Taoist master Jing Xian came to the heavenly master's mansion and told Qin Hao about this matter. Qin Hao heard this and said, "Oh? The police want to see me? Although I don't know what it is about, I should more or less give some face to the official dragon country." Qin Hao put down the talisman pen in his hand and walked out. Let's go, come with me to meet with them. Qin Hao walked out of the heavenly master's mansion and headed towards the 3 Qing Hall. Outside the Sanqing Hall, a few policemen had been waiting here for half a day. It was hard to see Taoist Jing Xian calling the heavenly master. The policeman hurriedly walked over. Heavenly Master Qin, I've heard a lot about you. Qin Hao greeted them and asked, Immeasurable Heavenly Master, I don't know what the several police officers are looking for me for? The policeman said, It's like this, yesterday our precinct received a report from someone that he was put under a spell on Qingyun Mountain, so we came to do a routine research work. Tianchi, do you recognize this person? The policeman took out a photo and showed it to Qin Hao. On the photo, it was none other than Zhang Tong. Qin Hao took a look at it, so it was this kid. He came to the Sanqing Hall to make trouble more than half a month ago. Qin Hao said, This resident, he looks a bit familiar, I should recognize him. Behind Qin Hao, Taoist master Jing Xian also said, This person once made trouble in my Sanqing Hall, and then he was hit in the head by the copper gourd on the statue of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, wasn't he hospitalized? The police nodded. His name is Zhang Tong. According to him, at that time he was compelled by the audience during the live broadcast to bring his own son to Mount Qingyun to cause trouble. But since that day, going forward, it was like he had bad luck every day. Even when he sat still, unlucky things found him. In just half a month's time, this man had been tossed and bruised all over his body, and even the doctors couldn't find the cause. This policeman paused for a moment, glanced at Qin Hao, and asked, Heavenly Master, I heard that there is something called Talisman Seal on your Qingyun Mountain? In the Xian sect, people who are proficient in spells are able to put spells on people to make them unlucky. Is there such a thing? It's not like the police suspect people for nothing. If they don't have any evidence, they definitely can't go to Qingyun Mountain to ask the Celestial Master face to face. The point is, the police do not want to come to him cannot be ah. But now on the internet, the sky is covered with videos of the Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain. These Taoist masters are all as powerful as tigers, and the various divine effects of the Xianmen seals. It's not like they can't see it. Therefore, it was more or less unreasonable not to come to the door. The police looked at Qin Hao, waiting for his answer. Unexpectedly, at this time, Qin Hao directly asked back, Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Officer, what kind of talisman? And what are spells? The poor Taoist doesn't understand. A few policemen. Nice guy. Heavenly Master, you're going a bit overboard. When Zhou Yuanping came to challenge you, you broke the plaque of his challenge on the spot with a stroke of palm lightning. The rainstorm in Longguang City, it was also you who cast the rain-stopping curse to make the rain stop instantly. The beast tied in Qingyun Mountain, dozens of Taoist masters from Qingyun Mountain came down with healing charms and fixing charms. And the Taoist masters' protective golden light and palm flames. You think we're blind? Now you're saying you don't know what spells are, what talismans are. A few cops don't know what to say. The suspect was very cunning and refused to admit it. The police were helpless. Heavenly Master, the facts are before us, so just admit it. Don't you have a saying in your Xian sect that monks don't lie? The meaning of the police is obvious. This matter, you admit it and forget it. Anyway, there is no law in the Dragon Kingdom that makes such things illegal. And it's still that Zhang Tong who came to the door to provoke trouble in the first place. As long as you give people a spell, this matter will be over. We turn a blind eye, but it is difficult to take you Tianchi Hao? The monk does not lie Tianchi. Qin Hao said, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, several police officers, the saying that monks don't lie is said by Buddhist monks. What does it have to do with us Xianmen Taoist priests? I really don't know what you guys are talking about. Spells and talismans and whatnot, those are all feudal remnants. Decades ago, they were all faked a long time ago. These Taoist priests in the mountains are just ordinary people. Even if they know something, it's at most some performance-based Jianghu tricks. How can it be spells? Everyone must believe in science. Don't propagate superstition, Qin Hao said righteously. Now, not only the police. The surrounding tourists were stunned. Turtle. Spoken like the real thing. Feudal remnants. Can't do spells. Performing nature. Gangsters' tricks. Heavenly Master, you've memorized these words in advance, haven't you? By remnants of feudalism, do you mean the Shinmen state religion that has been passed down for over 1,000 years? By no spells, you mean that you can rub your hands together to make a palm thunderbolt? The nature of the performance refers to the Jingfeng Taoist master sliding shovel tiger, feet on the crane flying to the sky. As for the Jianghu trick, you mean the thunder method? Or call the wind and rain? Or flying swords? Good one to believe in science. It's so convincing. The police are speechless. Don't admit it. A policeman directly took out his cell phone and flipped those videos online to Qin Hao face to face. On one video, Qin Hao drove an immortal crane and flew side by side with an airplane. The crane under his feet was huge and covered the sky, and a moment later, Qin Hao started space jumping. In one video, Qin Hao's golden light filled his body, and his finger was utilizing a flying sword to capture a black bear. In other videos, Qin Hao holds divine thunder in his hand, like a god descending from the sky. Police, these, too, are called science? Qin Hao, now the netizens are really interesting. These videos I have not seen myself. P, at a glance is P. Now the science is really developed, the video can be P with the real same. Ladies and gentlemen, the poor Taoist is now here to formally clarify that the things on the network are virtual. King Yanshan never said that I would cultivate immortality. Tianchi is also an ordinary person. At the same time, I call on everyone not to create rumors and not to tout Shinmen too much. There are no spells in this world, not to mention any immortal cultivators or demons, so everyone must. Qin Hao walked in front of the many tourists, and at this time, there happened to be an anchor who was broadcasting live. Qin Hao simply stood in front of the camera and just intended to make an appeal before he finished his words. Behind him, the black bear spirit walked over with a broom in his left hand and a dustpan in his right hand, ready to clean the hall. Qin Hao frowned and smacked his lips. Then he turned his head and waved his hand at the black bear spirit, saying, "You go out first, can't you see that you're interviewing? Sweep the backyard first." The black bear spirit came in with a dumbfounded face and went out with a dumbfounded face. Watching the black bear spirit walk out, Qin Hao then turned back and continued, "So everyone must keep their eyes open and trust science. Don't be fooled by the fake videos on the internet. Be led by people with ulterior motives." Qin Hao finished his words. Snap. In the Great Hall, a group of Taoist elders applauded. Tao Masters, well said. What the Heavenly Master said was reasonable, justified and convincing. The others, on the other hand, had complex faces. Heavenly Master, does this treat us as retarded or as blind? Anyway, no matter how much the police asked, Qin Hao just wouldn't admit it. The videos are all Ps, the photos are all fake. Everything is someone's rumor. An attitude of I won't, I don't understand, I don't know. The police couldn't do anything with him. However, just at this time, from within Qin Hao's purple robe, an object fell to the ground. The crowd immediately saw that it was a rectangular, wooden token carved with incantation Tao seals. The moment the token touched the ground, stabbing, a white lightning struck out from within the token, right on top of a chair in the Sanqing Hall, and the chair, which was originally brand new, was instantly split into a pile of charcoal. The police were stunned. This Thunder Law token, huh? The crowd all of a sudden had odd faces. Celestial Master, is this also a fake? In the Temple of the Three Pure Ones, the many Taoist masters were even more alarmed. Heavenly Master, it's too careless. How did the Thunder Law token fall out? Was this something that could be taken out for them to see? Chapter 43 Magic is right. Requesting monthly votes. Please collect. Looking at the Thunder Law token that fell to the ground. In the main hall, everyone froze. The policeman's face was even more odd. Is this what you call believing in science? The policeman said, Heavenly Master, this. Qin Hao hurriedly said, magic props only. He didn't panic and picked up the Five Thunders order from the ground. In front of the policeman, he put it into his Taoist robe. Just when Qin Hao was storing the Five Thunders order and shaking the Taoist robe, a talismanic seal was previously caught within Qin Hao's Tao robe. Now, when Qin Hao's hand moved the Tao robe, this talismanic seal directly floated out. It landed on a policeman's shoe. The policeman looked at the talisman seal that floated out from the Celestial Master's robe and just picked it up. The talisman was pinched in his hand, and in the next second, the people around him suddenly realized that the policeman, who had been standing here alive just a moment ago, had disappeared into thin air with just the effort of bending down to pick up an object. The other policemen were shocked. Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen? The two policemen called out the name of their companion. One team, I'm here. The voice came from beside the crowd. The policeman called Team Wang tentatively touched his side with his hand. Although he couldn't see the policeman named Chen now, he could still touch his body with his hand. He was still within this great hall. That talisman seal that fell out of Qin Hao's Dao robe was a second-grade invisibility talisman that Qin Hao had just made. Putting it on one's body could make one instantly invisible. That policeman surnamed Shen had also realized that this talisman seal was unusual. After he put the talisman down, sure enough, the entire person reappeared back to normal. However, when he picked up the talisman seal, the entire person disappeared again. Policeman, Tiancher, is this also magic? Qin Hao nodded his head and put the talisman seal back, while saying, blindfold, just a blindfold. In the end, a few policemen found nothing. They were sent out of the Three Pristine Hall by several Taoist masters. Outside the Temple of the Three Pristine Ones, the two policemen looked at the captain who was walking in the center and was in the lead, and said, Team Wang, can't it be that we're just going to leave? Team Wang looked at the two of them and said, otherwise? What else do you guys want? This is Qingyun Mountain, it was originally someone else's territory, and didn't you see the Heavenly Master holding that Thunder Law token in his hand just now and talking to us? We don't have any substantial evidence, even if the chief comes, he can't do anything to them. What's more, Team Wang has a feeling. If we don't leave, the Heavenly Master is going to turn on the golden light. It's better to hurry and slip away. A few policemen walked out of the Taoist temple and were just about to head down the mountain. Just at this time, behind them, came a voice. Several people, stay back. The Heavenly Master has something to give you. Team Wang stopped and looked back, only to see that behind them stood a green-clothed Taoist boy. The Taoist boy walked over and from within his sleeve, he took out a pink talisman seal and handed it to the Wang team. My Heavenly Master said, give this talisman to that Zhang Tong, tell him to go back and light the talisman seal with fire, take the ash of the talisman and take it with hot water, or it can dissolve the bad luck. And please ask Team Wang to tell that Zhang Tong that the Celestial Master said that this person has shown great disrespect to the three Qing of the Shin men and humiliated the three Qing, and that only punishing him for half a month is already an extraordinarily generous favor, so that he should come to report to the Qingyun Mountain to sweep the ground after he has lifted the spell tomorrow, and that he should only leave the mountain after half a year, after cultivating a full amount of merit and virtue. After the Taoist boy finished, he turned around and left. A few policemen looked at the talisman in their hands. With a helpless smile, they went down the mountain. Zhang Tong's matter came to an end. After today, the world will have one less fearless and unruly male anchor and one more mountain road cleaner who religiously sweeps the ground on Qingyun Mountain all year round, regardless of the wind and rain. Sent away the police. At this moment, it was not early in the day. Qin Hao turned around and went back to the Heavenly Master's mansion to prepare for preparations. Tonight, he planned to go out and catch a few upao back to try out his magic weapon soul raising ring. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao packed up his things, pulled out his cell phone, and now searched on it. Near Longguang City, where is haunted? Baidu search, and soon, thousands of related information popped up. Qin Hao tapped into a posting discussion post. In this post, the discussion was about the major spiritually haunted areas within Longguang City. Some people even gave these places a ranking of the level of ferociousness. Qin Hao took a look at it, and among them, the first ranked place was a place called Longguang Third Hospital. Someone in the post made a detailed introduction of this hospital. This hospital, located in a relatively remote place in the south of Longguang City. It was established decades ago during the war. Back then, that place was occupied by the ghosts and became a temporary medical clinic for the ghosts. It specialized in giving medical treatment to ghost officers who were lieutenants or above during the war. But many years ago, that place had already been burned by a fire, and it was said that many people were burned to death in that fire back then. There were more than a dozen ghost officers who died in it alone. After that fire, that place became a place of great evil. Originally, there were people living near that hospital. But later, the neighborhood residents rumored that every night, there were loud footsteps and screams coming out of the abandoned hospital. Back then, people living in the west side of the city all disappeared inexplicably, and the missing people all seemed to go to one place, which was this third hospital. Later on, there were police tracing it, but after so many years of investigation, there was no news. Even occasionally, many residents saw that there were still dead souls of nurses standing at the third-floor windows of the hospital looking out, extremely terrifying. So after that, all the residents near that place moved away. Later on, 2 years ago, Longguang City government intends to dismantle the place and transform it into a cemetery. Originally was already a nail in the coffin. But never expected, responsible for the demolition of the engineering team to enter, at most one day, all the workers ran out. Every one of the workers who ran out said that they had seen something very horrible in there. No matter how high the price offered by the government, no one dared to take it. At that time, this hospital, in the city's engineering team circle, had become a piece of infamous murderous land. The city's engineering teams avoided it. So the official was forced to give up that place, in other places to choose another address to build a cemetery. Imagine, a place, even build a cemetery are too much to build a bad lot. Then this place, how spiritual. Being listed as the first in the most evil ranking of Longguang City is not without reason. Qin Hao looked at this post. he finalized his idea. Tonight, he would go to this Longguang City 3rd Hospital to do a home visit. Right now, Qin Hao only hoped that there was really a Pao in here. Just don't let him down. The address was finalized. Qin Hao then walked out of the Heavenly Master's mansion and set off down the mountain. On this trip, Qin Hao didn't take Little White. Because he hadn't been to that place before either. Didn't know where the exact location of this hospital was. It was only known to be located in the west of the city. Because it had been abandoned for too long, the current location wasn't even included on the cell phone map. The best way was for Qin Hao to make a trip to the west side of the city himself, and then find a local old man to ask for directions. So, in order to keep a low profile, naturally, he couldn't take Xiao Bai. After going down the mountain, just take a taxi. Under the Qingyun mountain. Qin Hao changed into civilian clothes and got into a cab. Master, go to the west side of the city, please. The cab master kicked the gas, and the car drove away from Qingyun mountain, towards the west of the city. Brothers, niche subject matter, bad results, have a monthly vote. Everyone cast a monthly vote to support I'd like to thank all of you. In addition, today's family members to do surgery, may not have time to code words. Today's update is not timely, you forgive me, I will follow up to double to make up for it. Chapter 44. That place is full of ghosts, the celestial master cannot go. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. Because of the hot traffic of the Taoist temple, Qingyun mountain is full of cabs. Qin Hao casually called one and rushed to the west of the city. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, very talkative, and looking at Qin Hao in plain clothes, he didn't recognize him as the Tiancher who was very hot on the internet. On the way, the driver chatted with Qin Hao. Brother, you came to Qingyun mountain for traveling alone? Qin Hao smiled and said, no, I am a local. He is indeed a local, his family is all from Tiancher house, very hardcore local. The driver thought that Qin Hao was talking about Longguang City, then he said, I am also a local. In fact, 2 years ago, it is not to do this business. The year in the west side of the city night market stalls, and then the night market was dissolved before coming out to open the taxi. Not to mention, this line can also earn a little money, especially in this period of time recently. Qingyun mountain and the internet fire, many foreign tourists to Qingyun mountain tourism. We are now waiting at the bottom of the mountain every day, just pick up customers are too busy, but also a good thing. The driver has a high opinion of Qingyun mountain. The explosion of Qingyun mountain was an absolute good thing for many professions in Longguang City. The cab industry was one of them. As he spoke, the driver master suddenly glanced at Qin Hao from the rearview mirror. Afterwards, he smashed his mouth and said, brother, why do I see you look a bit familiar? It seems like I've seen you somewhere. Qin Hao laughed, really? Maybe we've met before. Qin Hao went down the mountain alone this time, and didn't want to provoke any right and wrong, and took a taxi to keep a low profile, so he didn't chat much with people. After casually coping with the driver, he closed his eyes and rested his mind. The driver saw that he didn't want to talk more, so he didn't continue to ask questions. Soon, the car arrived at the south of the city. Qin Hao asked, Master, how much? 30. After paying, Qin Hao got off the car, and before leaving, Qin Hao asked, by the way, Master, do you know how to get to the 3rd hospital that opened in the south of the city decades ago? The 3rd hospital? The driver's face suddenly changed, and he said, what are you asking for? That's not a good place. Qin Hao said, I'm just curious, and asked casually, do you know how to get there? Driver, the 3rd hospital, I've only heard of it, but I've never been there. That hospital seems to be on the outskirts of the southern part of the city, but it said that the place is too evil and fierce. I really don't know how to get there. If you really want to ask, go to the south of the city to find a local old man to ask, maybe those old people can know. The driver paused, continued, however, brother, I still advise you, that is not a good place, it is best to stay away from that place, curiosity killed the cat. The driver finished and drove away. It wasn't that he intentionally didn't tell Qin Hao. Rather, this driver really didn't know exactly how to get to the 3rd hospital. That place has been deserted since it was haunted, and birds don't. The current Longguang City has been built and developed downtown in the past 10 years, and it is also intentionally far away from that place. They have never heard of anyone going to the 3rd hospital for so long as they have been driving a taxi, and now the only ones who know how to go to that place are some old people left. The driver drove on, intending to drive the car back to Qingyun Mountain again. Just at this moment, his face suddenly stiffened, as if he remembered something. Just now, he had been feeling that Qin Hao's face was familiar in the car. However, he hadn't been able to recall where he had seen it before. Just now, he remembered. This face, hadn't he, in the past few days, been seeing it on the news hotspots? The CCTV news, which he must watch every day, had even interviewed him a few days ago. The one who sat in his car just now was the purple-robed Heavenly Master on Qingyun Mountain. Nice guy. The driver's entire body was shaken. He actually drove the Heavenly Master just now, and also called him his brother. Not only that, but also the Heavenly Master as a little white took him around the road a bit. The original $20 of the road fee driver just asked the Heavenly Master 30. And naively persuaded the Heavenly Master not to go to that 3rd hospital. The driver immediately felt that he was more or less a dog persuading Elvis not to catch rats. These ordinary people themselves are afraid of the third hospital, thinking that place is spiritual and infested with ghosts. But people are celestial masters. And they were also the purple-robed heavenly masters of the first mountain of the Dragon Kingdom's Xianmen sect. Would people be afraid of ghosts? If the heavenly master really went to the third hospital, the ones who should be afraid should be those ghosts. He drove the heavenly master today. The driver feels that he can blow for a year. South of the city. Qin Hao got out of the car. On both sides here, there were residential neighborhoods. It was also Qin Hao's first time here, and he didn't know how to get to the third hospital that the internet said. Why don't you just find a place to eat and ask the boss on the way? Qin Hao walked forward along the street. In no time, he saw a small store that looked very old. The small store was in the business of home-cooked food. The store was not big, just a dozen square feet. There were a few tables inside, and a couple in their 60s was running it. The old man fried the food, and the old lady was responsible for serving the food. The store was not big, but the business was okay. When Qin Hao came in, there were already 2 tables sitting inside. Entering the restaurant, Qin Hao ordered 2 dishes at random. Then he asked the boss about the third hospital. As soon as the old lady heard Qin Hao inquiring about the third old hospital in the south of the city, her face changed at once, saying, "Young man, that place can't be visited." Qin Hao laughed and said, "Old man, what do you mean by that? How can't you go there?" The old lady of the hotel said, "You young people don't know, that place is very shady. During the war period, it was the enemy-occupied area of the brats, and the third hospital was requisitioned by the brats. In addition to the hospital building was transformed into a temporary medical clinic, the hospital underground was later found or the ghosts of the torture chamber, specializing in the captured Longwa people forced to confess to torture with. Later that place also do not know how to burn a fire, the fire burned to death hundreds of ghosts, of which there are more than a dozen ghost officers. Since then, that place has been haunted. Our family used to live in that neighborhood. I have seen with my own eyes, that hospital sometimes at night there are ghostly shadows and very loud footsteps. There are also people shouting slogans in the hospital. All of them were burned to death in the year of the little ghosts. Listen to me, don't go to that place, it's not deserted for no reason." The old lady of the hotel persuaded bitterly. Qin Hao nodded. "It sounds dangerous, but don't worry, I'm just curious to ask, I won't run into it, just tell me how to go." The old lady looked at Qin Hao being so insistent. There was nothing she could do. In the end, she told Qin Hao the address of the hospital's old site at his insistence. Only, after telling him the address, the old lady was still urging. "Just pass by during the daytime, but don't go there at night, it's really scary." Qin Hao verbally promised. In fact, he was inwardly curious about that place. "Qin Hao, tell me a brain teaser, the celestial master wearing a purple robe in Qingyan Mountain and a wild ghost standing face to face, guess who scares whom?" Chapter 45. The silhouette at the end of the aisle begging for monthly votes. Please collect. After a simple dinner in a small restaurant, Qin Hao set off. It was 8 o'clock in the evening at the moment, and the sky was just getting dark. The entrance of the third hospital. Qin Hao hadn't arrived, but someone had already arrived early. It was a few high school students from the nearby city South School. A group of 3 men and 2 women walked into the third hospital in a group. In the deserted hospital, everything around was dark. These high school students could only use the flashlights they brought with them for illumination. In the group, 2 girls were holding flashlights and advancing close together. Obviously, they were a bit scared. A girl named Lu Sherwin touched the boy walking in front of her with her flashlight. "Ziffin, why don't we go back? I heard this place is haunted." Yeah, I'm a little afraid to go too, and why don't we come during the day?" The boy in front of us said, "Don't panic. What's a ghost? We boys are strong in yang energy. Are we afraid of a few ghosts? And you forget, Qingyun Mountain is also in our Longguang city. The whole Longguang city has a heavenly master town. What ghosts dare to be fierce here? Don't worry, we 3 are leading the way. What are you afraid of? You follow us on the line, turn around, we won the bet, get the money to buy you dinner." The boy called Lin Ziffin patted his chest and said, "Today, they made a bet with someone." It was said that the third hospital was an extremely famous murder house near the south of the city. So one of the boys went ahead and hid $500 in one of the corners of the third hospital. It was agreed that they would come to find it at night. If they have the guts to dare to come and confine, then the $500 will belong to them, and the loser has to call his father. A few blood and vigor of young people, where to stand this kind of agitation? Screaming at the same time, the night directly over. They had just walked into this abandoned hospital. Lin Ziffin saw that on the second floor of the hospital, in a window, there was a flash of light. Seemingly sensing Lin Ziffin's gaze, this light was only on for a split second before it was turned off. Lin Ziffin corner of his mouth rose, pointing to the window on the second floor, said, "I saw just that there is a light on. Huang Wenlong, that kid, absolutely hide the money in the second floor. Maybe others are hiding inside waiting to scare us. Go with me to pull this kid out. Let him call his father." Lin Ziffin said, a horse first, pushed open the old hospital door, towards the old outpatient building to run. The two girls watched as the three boys who had come together directly rushed into the hospital. They hesitated for a moment, but finally clenched their teeth and followed. Entering the outpatient building. The empty and large interior space gave people an extremely depressing feeling. Because it was a decades-old hospital and had been burned by a fire, the stone tiles underfoot were all loose and crumbling. When a person walked in the outpatient building and stepped on top of the stone bricks, a crunching sound of stone bricks colliding was emitted. This sound resounded within the building, accompanied by echoes, very bizarre and ethereal. But the few high school students didn't pay much attention to some of the sounds. Directly following the old stairs, they ran towards the second floor. Once on the second floor, the crowd searched. Upstairs, there were pediatrics, ophthalmology, orthopedics, dermatology, surgery. The fellow boys asked Lin Ziffin, "Fancy, which room did you just see downstairs with a bright light?" Lin Ziffin took a look at so many departments on the second floor. He also froze and said, "I don't know. I was outside to see, now come in or turn dizzy, so many sections of the room, ghosts know which one? I think one by one define forget. Let's do it this way, I'll look for the left side one by one, Cherie, you look for the center of those rooms, Qin Hao look for the right side of those sections. I don't believe that Huang Wenlong can still hide in the sky." Lin Ziffin arranged to spread out the search. However, at this time, the boy called Cherie was more or less scared. "Fancy, are you sure we should split up? I'm a bit panicked. This Thai place has been unoccupied for decades, and it's a hospital, it's heavily cloudy, who knows what ghosts are out there at night. I think it's better for us to go together. It's not scary to have a lot of people, it's too creepy to go alone." Listening to his companions say so, Lin Ziffin glanced at the two girls around him, pretending to be a bully. "Cherie, you are also too timid, so grown-ups are still afraid of ghosts. That's fine, then you guys go together, I'll look for those sections on the left by myself." Lu Sherwin said, "Can you do it alone? What if it's dangerous?" Lin Ziffin smiled proudly and pulled out a jade Buddha he had been carrying around his neck, saying, "I went to the big Sky Cloud temple half a year ago to burn incense, and the master at the temple gave me a piece of jade Buddha that had been enlightened. I have been carrying it on my body for half a year, with this thing protecting me. Any demon or devil that comes will have to call their father. What am I afraid of?" Lin Ziffin finished speaking and walked alone towards the left side of the second floor. The remaining two men and two women looked at each other and could only push open the section doors one by one and look for them. Crunch! Another old door of a section was pushed open. Shiyi's four people walked in. After looking around inside, they still found nothing. This was already the fourth section they had searched. Just as they walked out of the section, planning to head to the next one, suddenly, a shadow swung past the end of the distant walkway and ran down the stairs towards the third floor. Shi and the others were startled. What person? The silhouette just now was running too fast. They only saw a shadow, and it was too late to see exactly who it was. Shi tentatively shouted, "Fancy, is that you?" But for half a day, no one responded. Shi shouted again, "Huang Wenlong?" Still no one returned. At this time, Qin Hao next to him said, "I think we'd better go and take a look. I guess it's that Huang Wenlong kid, since he's determined to scare us. How could he respond to your words? Go to the third floor." Listening to Qin Hong's words, Shi and the two girls all nodded their heads, feeling that it made sense. Thus, the four of them intended to head towards the third floor. However, just as they had just stepped onto the stairs, intending to go up to the third floor of the hospital. At this time, behind them, the door of a section was suddenly opened. There was a creak. A boy's figure unexpectedly just stood in front of the door of the section room, and the moonlight from outside the window hit in along the glass, reflecting the boy's back on the ground. The boy extended his hand towards them and shouted, "Qin Hao, Shi, don't go to the third floor. I'm here." The two men and two women looked at the suddenly opened door, and the boy standing inside it. This boy, wasn't he the one they had been looking for, the one who had made a bet with them, Huang Wenlong? This kid actually hid here. Shi just wanted to curse. But right at this moment, his entire body froze, as if he thought of something, and behind him, a cold sweat broke out. If the one hiding in the last section was Huang Wenlong, then who was that silhouette that just swung by and ran towards the third floor of the hospital? Obviously, it wasn't just Shi who thought of this, but several other people as well. On everyone's body, goosebumps came out. Could it be Lin Ziffin? But if it was Lin Ziffin had come with them, there was no need to scare them, so why didn't he respond? If it wasn't Lin Ziffin, then who else could it be? Could it be that this place, there really was a ghost? Chapter 46, I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. At the gate of the third hospital, Qin Hao arrived. At this moment, in his ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! Release a new mission, explore the secrets of the third hospital, complete it to get the reward, True Fire Spiritual Eyes. Incense and fire value $10,000. The system released the mission, and before Qin Hao even got close to the hospital, he felt the extremely heavy qi of this place from a long distance away. It seems that the rumor that this third hospital is a murderous mansion is not empty. However, with this bit of qi, Qin Hao wasn't panicked at all. When his cultivation level reached the foundation establishment stage, Qin Hao's 5 senses were elevated, and he was able to see things in the night. He didn't even need a flashlight, night was no different from daytime for him. Qin Hao walked into the main entrance of the hospital. In the hospital that had been abandoned for many years, the smell of decay was everywhere. Qin Hao looked at the several buildings in the hospital. At the moment, the towering buildings, at a glance, were densely packed with blackened window openings, like monsters with open bloody mouths, wanting to swallow the living in one bite. Among the several abandoned hospital buildings, there was not much yin qi in the rest of the buildings. All the yin qi seemed to gather in the outpatient building at the front. Qin Hao entered the outpatient building. At the same time, the stairway on the second floor leading to the third floor. Shi and the others locked eyes with Huang Wenlong. Huang Wenlong waved at them, telling them to come to the section he was in on the second floor. Just as Shi and the others were about to walk down the stairs and head over to Huang Wenlong's side, they heard, throughout the outpatient building, the sound of the stone bricks on the first floor being stepped on. Everyone looked towards the downstairs, only to see another person walk in at the entrance of the outpatient building. Watching this person come in, Huang Wenlong seemed to be uncomfortable. Surprisingly, he took 3 or 2 steps out of the section he was in, and with one hand grabbing Shi's arm, he was about to drag them inside. Huang Wenlong, quickly, follow me. Shi was violently grabbed by Huang Wenlong's arm, and he was startled. Because this kid, Huang Wenlong, his hands were also too cold. Grabbing on his arm, it was just like ice. Qin Hao also felt the movement upstairs at this time. He glanced towards the second floor. He saw Huang Wenlong, who was dragging a few students towards the section. Qin Hao frowned and stared at Huang Wenlong. He looked at that last section room again. Within the section room, a large amount of yin qi gathered. Obviously, it was where a ghost cave was located. On the contrary, that Huang Wenlong's body was also haunted by yin qi, and at a glance, it was not something from the Yang world. Qin Hao directly shouted, "Immeasurable Heavenly Father! Bastard thing! How dare you harm people in broad daylight? Don't stop it yet!" Qin Hao said, also not with Huang Wenlong nagging, backhand his palm thunder hit. Stabbing. A silver-white thunderbolt shot out from Qin Hao's hand, and the silver thunder was like a whip, lashing at Huang Wenlong, who was pulling people. Huang Wenlong was jerked by the thunderbolt, and the whole person was sent flying out, hitting the wall, nosebleed left out. At this moment, Huang Wenlong turned his head, nose blood all over his face. His appearance was particularly horrifying. Qin Hao walked up to the second floor. Shi, Chen Hong, Lu Shiwen, the few students, were all terrified at this moment. They didn't even know what had happened. They just saw Huang Wenlong yanking them, and then the man downstairs reached out and a thunderbolt struck out, jerking their classmates away. A few high school students had never seen this kind of scene. They froze in place in fear and didn't know what to do. Qin Hao asked Shi and the others as he walked away, "Who are you? You didn't go home in the middle of the night, ran to this deserted place, and dared to enter this kind of ghost nest? Are you looking for death?" Shi and the others didn't know what Qin Hao was talking about. They didn't know him either. They just came to play with their classmates. Besides, this place is a ghost nest? Really? Didn't they come in for half a day and nothing happened? Where did the ghost come from? At this moment, Huang Wenlong also climbed up from the ground and couldn't wait to say to Shi and the others, "Shi, Chen Hong, you guys don't pay any attention to this madman, hurry up and follow me. Do you guys not even believe in the words of this classmate of mine?" Huang Wenlong wanted to compel people to enter the ghost nest with him again. Qin Hao said angrily, "Demon. Poor Taoist can tell at a glance that you are not human. How dare you still dare to speak demonically here? I'll beat you back to your original form now." Qin Hao rose his hand and slapped out a palm. In the palm, wind and thunder gathered. With this palm, he slapped Huang Wenlong's head through the air. In the next second, on Huang Wenlong's forehead, a large amount of blood flowed out, and his entire body flew out backwards, fainting. Shi, Chen Hong, and the other students were stunned. This, killing people? They were just a few students who were still studying. Where had they seen this kind of scene of killing someone in front of them? They were lucky if they didn't piss themselves in fear. Qin Hao walked towards them at this time, and said while walking, "You don't need to be afraid, what the poor Taoist killed is not a human being anymore. You guys take a closer look again, what is he?" Qin Hao pointed towards Huang Wenlong, who fell on the ground. It was only then that they saw. Huang Wenlong, who was alive and kicking just now had a body that looked like a balloon had deflated, and the whole person flattened down. In the end, what remained on the ground was just a layer of human skin. Shi's face turned white with fear. "A good person, how did he become like this?" Qin Hao asked, "Is this your classmate? It seems that he has been victimized by the ghostly things here one step ahead of time, and all of his organs and bowels have been hollowed out with evil magic. The reason why you see him still alive like a normal person is that all the evil arts are forcibly renewing his life. Even if the poor Taoist doesn't beat him to death, he can't live through tonight." As Qin Hao spoke, his person had already walked in front of Shi and the others. Shi and the others were originally far away from Qin Hao, and now that it was late in the day, they still couldn't see Qin Hao's appearance. But now that Qin Hao came closer, they could only see clearly. This Nima, they said, who was so powerful. It wasn't the Heavenly Master. High school students like Shi and the others, they were the first to know what was hot on the internet. The news of the Celestial Master of Qinyan Mountain was now all over the internet. How could they not know about it? That was why they recognized the Heavenly Master with a single glance. Seeing the Heavenly Master, Shuri, Chunhong, and the others instantly felt, a sense of security pulling full. Qin Hao said, "If you believe in me, from now on, you'll come with me, and when I'm done, I'll bring you out safely. If you don't believe in me, you can also stay here, but I don't know if something will happen." Qin Hao hadn't finished his words yet. Shuri and the others directly said, "Believe. We believe. We will go with you." Nonsense. Their own classmate Huang Wenlong had hung up, showing that this place really wasn't a good place. The Heavenly Master said it's a ghost's nest. That's why we're staying here. Follow the Heavenly Master, doesn't it smell good? Shuri and the others then followed Qin Hao closely. Just at this time, Shuri suddenly remembered and said, "By the way, Heavenly Master, we have another classmate who also came with us, however, he went to the other side of the second floor alone." Qin Hao heard this and glanced towards the other side of the second floor. For a moment, he was speechless. These people, they have nothing to do but come to this place. What else can they do besides making a fool of themselves? Qin Hao looked at those sections on the left side of the second floor at the moment, and that side had a heavier yin qi than this side. Obviously, there is also a ghost nest over there. And the scale is bigger than this side. That person still went over there alone. Pure and simple old man hanging himself, looking for death. Qin Hao, I hope that dude is okay now. Hikers. Vote if you have a monthly vote. You can't eat or drink this stuff. Don't save it for New Year's. Ask for a monthly vote. Chapter 47. The room came alive all of a sudden, seeking monthly votes. Please collect. On the second floor, the dermatology section room, Lin Zifen walked in. This section room, it was empty inside, a fire that had burned pretty much everything inside. Even the glass was shattered off, and the eerie night wind blew in through the windows, and a coldness arose in Lin Zifen. He didn't know why, but after he entered this room, he had an uncomfortable feeling all over his body. It always felt like the seemingly empty room actually had a lot of eyes looking at him. Lin Zifen looked around. This room was in full view, there was obviously nothing. Could there be ghosts? Thinking of this, Lin Zifen's legs trembled. Honestly, he wasn't afraid, that's not true. Just now the two girls followed together, in front of the girls, which man does not like to pretend Now that he was walking alone, he instantly regretted it. But Lin Zifen thought about the fact that he still had the Jade Buddha given by the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple Master on his neck. Lin Zifen's fear was somewhat alleviated. With the Master's Jade Buddha protecting him, what was he afraid of the ghost for? It should be the ghosts that were afraid of themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Zifen continued to look around the house. He didn't realize that while he was bending down to look for something, dozens of silhouettes had quietly stood behind him. These silhouettes stood behind him, each with a horrifyingly hideous appearance, and there were a few more, lying on their backs on the ceiling, their heads rotated 180 degrees and hanging down upside down. They were all looking at Lin Zifen to see what he was looking for. The originally empty room became lively all of a sudden. Lin Zifen searched the room for a while and found nothing. At once, he was greatly disappointed and planned to turn around and head to the next section. However, just as he turned around, he realized that a bunch of people were standing behind him at some point. Lin Zifen hadn't reacted yet and subconsciously said, "Excuse me. Please make way, I'll pass." But just as he finished speaking, his entire body had gone numb. From his head to his feet, he was numb. He suddenly remembered that he was not in a shopping mall, subway, or pedestrian street. He was in a hospital that had been abandoned for decades. And it was still nighttime. Where the hell were all these people? And they were standing behind him silently. Was this a human being? Definitely not. Then there was only one possibility. These things, without a doubt, were ghosts. Lin Zifen's expression was distorted, he was close to crying from fear. Blanche! This Thai place! Where did all these ghosts come from? Lin Zifen summoned up the courage to look up. In the next second, a little kid with a sanitary beard and a tattered wartime ghost uniform was staring at him. This little kid's face looked as if it had been severely burned by a fire, the skin all rolled up and bloody. Looking at Lin Zifen, the little kid blurted out, "Baka." Lin Zifen's face turned green with fear, and he sat on his butt on the ground. His hands and feet panicked, and it took him half a day to pull out the piece of Jade Buddha on his neck. Lin Zifen directly yanked off the rope, took the Jade Buddha in his hand, and loudly recited, "Amat Ba Buddha. Amat Ba Buddha, Buddha bless, the devils retreat for me." Saying this, Lin Zifen even stretched the Jade Buddha out in front of the little kid. The ghosts of the little devils stood still and just watched as Lin Zifen took out a piece of broken jade and chanted something godlike there without knowing what it was. The leading ghost officer became angry, and with a slap, he sent the so-called enlightened Jade Buddha in Lin Zifen's hand flying. The Jade Buddha fell to the ground and was instantly shattered. Lin Zifen was dumbfounded. This broken jade Buddha, why is it useless? What a master, what a ing pit. Lin Zifen, if I make it back alive, you and your horse will die together. The jade Buddha was dropped. Lin Zifen is also instantly withered. At this point in time, the little kid, too, did not nag with Lin Zifen. Right now a big living person like Lin Zifen was like a juicy living sacrifice in their eyes. These little ghosts desperately needed this kind of living sacrifice to strengthen their souls. The ghost officer in the lead, clanked. Pulled out a ghost knife from his own waist. This knife also died with it. At the moment, this ghost knife was wrapped in a ghastly black gas, and just by looking at it, one could tell that it wasn't a good thing. The ghost held the knife towards Lin Zifen and swung it. To cut him into dozens of pieces, however to share. How had Lin Zifen ever seen such a scene, surrounded by dozens of ghosts in the center? He was scared out of his wits. Rolling on the ground and crawling backwards. But suddenly, he bumped into something. Looking back, he actually crashed into the arms of another ghost. This ghost, the death was even more horrifying. The eyeballs were burned and protruded. The mouth was all cut into slits. At this moment, as soon as he yanked Lin Zifen, he opened his bloody mouth and was about to bite into Lin Zifen's neck. Lin Zifen was directly scared out of his mind, and his entire body fainted. Just in the nick of time. An honorable call came from outside the room. Supreme Tai saving bitterness Heavenly Father. Above the land of the Dragon Kingdom, how could a foreign demon dare to act recklessly? This being was like the sound of boundless thunder descending from the 9 heavens. The thunder rolled towards the intimidating multitude of demons in this room. The many demons were originally arrogant and domineering, unscrupulous. At this moment, when they heard this thunderous sound, one by one, their faces changed drastically, as if they had encountered some kind of natural nemesis. The numerous ghosts gathered together as if they were facing a great enemy. Then they saw Qin Hao slowly walk in. Looking at this room of little devils that had turned into severe ghosts, Qin Hao took a look and said, "Yo. It's quite lively, a small house, so many ghosts meeting." Behind Qin Hao, followed by Shuri, Chen Hong, Lu Shiwen and others. At this time, they also saw the ghosts in the house. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Nima. Are these all ghosts? They had previously thought that the rumors of this hospital being a murderous house were false. Who would have thought that the hospital that looked so quiet on the surface mountain was actually so lively in reality? If they knew in advance that there were so many ghosts here, they would have come over. If they hadn't run into the Heavenly Master today, would they have been able to walk out of this hospital surrounded by so many ghosts? It's simply impossible. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but be scared. At the moment, they couldn't wait to smack this guy Lin Zifen to death. If it wasn't for him encouraging a bet with Huang Wenlong and insisting on coming here, they wouldn't have followed him here. This guy almost pitted them all to death here. But the current Lin Zifen wasn't doing well either. He had a bear hug with the ghost, and his yin chi had already entered his body. He can't run away from the hospital for at least a month. The premise was that Qin Hao had to save this kid from the ghost first. Looking at these ghosts standing together in a fighting stance. There were also some lying on the ceiling. Anyone else might be scared. But the one standing here today was the only one wearing a purple robe in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Qin Hao was directly ecstatic, come alive, come alive. In life, he was a brat, and in death, he became a ghost. Previously, he had the experience of killing the Yin Fiend ghosts in the mountains near Qin Yun Mountain. Now it's time to do it again. It could be called a professional match. Qin Hao felt that the heavenly thunder in his palm, and the anti-Japanese genes cultivated from dozens of anti-Japanese dramas on Earth in the past, were starting to stir. Celestial Master, are you all going to deliver it together, or are you going to do it one by one? 3 shifts today. That Hikaru who said he'd send 4 monthly votes, don't forget to vote. You're shorter than me if you don't vote. Chapter 48, the poor Taoist will now overtake you all seeking monthly votes. Please collect. A room full of ghosts looked at Qin Hao, who was just one person and still so arrogant. At once, on the faces of these ghosts, their expressions became hideous and twisted. The leading one, the ghost officer, directly drew his sword and rushed towards Qin Hao. The ghost war knife made a longitudinal slash head-on, chopping down towards Qin Hao's head. Qin Hao retreated half a step to the right side, and the sword, which was entangled with black gas, then chopped down in front of him. It brushed against Qin Hao's face. Baka! Seeing that Qin Hao even dodged his own swing, the ghost officer was furious and followed up with another knife. This time, Qin Hao wouldn't spoil him. The innate golden light spell on his body opened, first stacking a layer of invincibility buff. The ghost's sword was in the state of evil spirit, and it was okay to hurt ordinary people. When it encountered Qin Hao's golden light spell, it was directly transcended by golden light. The warblade was swallowed by the golden light like melting iron. The ghost watched his favorite sword being transcended away. This officer's face twitched. His broken sword, which was an imperial gift from the emperor, even if he died, it turned into a soul body with him. Now it was actually being transcended by a Dragon Kingdom man. Crying sweep. The ghost officer exploded with a cry of damnation. But the next second, what was ushered in was a backhanded slap from Qin Hao. This slap, accompanied by a purple golden light, smacked the ghost officer's face. Slap! A deafening slap sound. With this slap, the ghost officer's face was deformed. The entire ghost flew backwards as if it had fallen backwards. The ghost officer, who was arrogant and domineering in the last second, had now turned into a wretch. The whole ghost was dumbfounded by the whip, sitting on the ground, unable to regain consciousness for half a day. The soul body almost didn't go up in smoke by Qin Hao's slap. The little ghost was a bully by nature. At this moment, the ghosts looked at Qin Hao with more than a hint of fear in their eyes. The remaining ghosts, however, remained stubborn. Watching the officer being beaten, they immediately transformed into stern ghosts and pounced towards Qin Hao together. In the room, 70 to 80 little ghosts described zombies, desperately pouncing on Qin Hao, wanting to eat him alive. Qin Hao looked at these ghosts. Shaking his head, he stomped his foot. He shouted sternly, looking for death. Afterwards, only a trace of silver-colored lightning was seen to be born out of thin air from the soles of his feet, spreading out in all directions. Like interweaving into a thunder net, it spread throughout the entire room. Qin Hao moved his true essence under his feet. The huge thunder net instantly contracted. These dozens of ghosts instantly turned into caged fish and shrimps, trapped inside the thunder net. Qin Hao hoisted them all up. Within the thunder net, thunder and lightning intertwined. The powerful lightning transformed into a divine whip and lashed at the ghosts. This move, Qin Hao called it lightning 5 consecutive whips. And with every whip, one ghost was whipped to death, dying on the spot. Watching the speed of the ghosts dying one by one, it was quite slow. Qin Hao couldn't even look at it anymore. According to this speed, when would all the dozens of ghosts be sent away? Qin Hao then backhanded and pulled out a second-order flame talisman. The second-order flame talisman had the effect of purifying the Yin and demons, repelling evils, and removing evils. Not only can it hurt people, it can also kill ghosts. Qin Hao, immeasurable heavenly father. You have created infinite sins in the Dragonland, and after death, you are even a scourge, harming the people of my dragon country, so the poor Taoist will transcend you now. After Qin Hao finished speaking, the flame talisman in his hand flew out. It was directly affixed on top of the thunder net. In the next second, Qin Hao injected true essence. The second stage flame talisman activated. A huge fireball instantly rose up. Dozens of ghosts were placed on the blazing fire like skewers and grilled. Barely bared. Throughout the room, the miserable screams of the stern ghosts were heard. But this kind of miserable screams didn't last long. Under the burning of the second-order flames, soon, all the ghosts were all burned into nothingness. The spirits flew away. After Qin Hao did all this, he lightly dispersed the innate golden light on his body. Behind him, Shuri, Chen Hong, Lu Shirwan and the others all looked dumbfounded. Was this the speed of a celestial master's ghost extermination? This was also too terrifying. It was the same as their own father beating his son. Just by raising their hands and throwing their feet, they exterminated so many ghosts. Even Lin Qingying wasn't that good in the movie. And what the master said about overcoming ghosts. It's really physical. It's too efficient. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Qin Hao had already eliminated dozens of ghosts in the room. Now, only the ghost officer with the knife from the beginning was left. It was squatting in the corner with a horrified face. The ghost officer had witnessed Qin Hao's means of exterminating dozens of his own kind just now. To his mind, it caused an incurable violent attack. At this moment, how could the ghost officer still be untamed before? Looking at Qin Hao walking towards himself step by step, only fear was left in his eyes, so scared that he could be scared to death. And Qin Hao walked over and didn't nag him. Standing in front of the ghost officer, without saying a word, he slowly raised his right hand and raised it above his head. Then, a slap was called down. It directly slapped on the head of the ghost officer. This ghost officer, on the spot, was dispersed by Qin Hao's slap. Heavenly Master, people are ruthless. The last ghost in this last room was exterminated. Qin Hao glanced at Lin Zifen, who was lying on the ground at the moment, stunned by fear. He said, "This is your classmate? Help him up and take him away." Shuri and the others hurriedly ran over and helped the already unconscious Lin Zifen up from the ground. It was at this time that they realized. Lin Zifen, who had been screaming that he had a lot of guts before, was now actually scared and pissing his pants. Shuri and the others didn't have the eyes to see it. It was too humiliating. At this time, Shuri asked, "Heavenly Master, those just now, are they all little devils?" Qin Hao said, "Yes, they are all sins left over from the wartime decades ago." Shuri said, "Then why did they turn into ghosts? Shouldn't dead people go directly to reincarnation?" In the knowledge that Shuri had received since he was a child, after a person's death, the soul would enter the hell and be judged by the king of hell, and then enter the 6 paths of reincarnation to be reincarnated. How come these ghosts have turned into stern ghosts and are here to harm people? Qin Hao said, if people want to be reincarnated after death, they also need people to overpower and collect them, and there are descendants to collect the corpses so that they can enter the netherworld after death and have a chance to be reincarnated. Such as the people who died during the war in the Dragon Kingdom, warriors, were properly placed, set up monuments to commemorate, naturally, early merit, reincarnation. But these ghosts, no one convergence, after death is still stubborn, grievances do not dissipate, will naturally form a wave of energy in the place before death hovering. As to why it will become a ghost, there are only two reasons. The first is that it happens to be the location of the place of death is extremely cloudy and cold, and over time can condense the Qin and fury of the gas on its own. For the scourge of a party. The second is man-made, there are evil demons behind the manipulation, want to let the ghosts come back to harm people. The first situation is similar to the forests near Qingyun Mountain, where Qin Hao got rid of those Yin ghosts before. Those, that is, were born after death by mistake. As for the many cultivated and formed ghosts in this hospital, I am afraid that they were not born naturally. Qin Hao vaguely felt that the atmosphere of this hospital was not right. Not only was the aura disordered, including Huang Wenlong, the high school student who had been emptied of his internal organs and controlled with evil magic before, there was someone behind the manipulation. This hospital is that person's place to raise ghosts. What he's trying to do, I'm afraid, is not to resurrect all the dead ghosts in this hospital. This person, his heart is punishable. Chapter 49. I'm really convinced that this ghost place is haunted by Taoist priests. Seek monthly votes. Please collect. South of the city, a few kilometers away from the third hospital in a small rural courtyard. Inside the gloomy room, on a rather Eastern-style Dharma altar, thousands of candles were burning. Right at this moment, amongst these thousands of candles, a cluster of candles on the scale of dozens suddenly went out. A counterforce shook out from the extinguished candles. In front of the Dharma altar, a skinny Japanese was violently charged by the revolting force. A mouthful of his old blood spurted out. His face was ugly. Damn it, what had happened? This Japanese man was in closed-door cultivation just now. Suddenly, he was revolted by the yin-yang technique of the East. At this moment, looking at the dozens of extinguished candles, this Japanese knew that something had happened over at the hospital. The Taijins in the hospital had at least died dozens of times just this instant ago. This Japanese yin and yang master had no idea what had happened. It was reasonable to say that the Taijins in the third hospital, after his layout for more than 10 years, had already cultivated into a climate. How could something happen all of a sudden? Moreover, the time of the accident was still near midnight, which was reasonably said to be the time when the ghosts were at their strongest strength for the day. It was impossible that so many Taijins had died at precisely this point. This Japanese yin and yang master desperately wanted to know what had happened in the hospital. At this moment, he picked up a talisman from the Dharma altar. Then, along with a burst of incantations, a flame rose from the yin-yang master's fingertips. When the talisman was ignited by the flame, he threw the fire talisman within a spell basin filled with water in front of him. The fire talisman burned in the magic basin and quickly turned into talismanic water. Then, among the water, the scene in the hospital was presented. The Japanese yin-yang master saw through the watery scene that in the hospital, the Taijins that he had originally stored in the dermatology department on the second floor had been subdued and killed with spells. Even Huang Wenlong, whom he had sent out to lure living sacrifices for the Taijins, had his Dharma body broken in advance and was now turned into human skin. The figures of several people appeared in the reflection of the water. Those few students, the Japanese yin and yang masters didn't give a damn about them. They were just a few ordinary high school students, not capable of much. The only one who looked capable seemed to be the young man walking at the front in casual clothes. Just as this Japanese yin and yang master was peeping into the scene inside the hospital with his magic spells from a distance. A few kilometers away, the third hospital. Qin Hao seemed to have sensed something and looked up. This glance seemed to pierce through the void. The Japanese yin yang master was shocked in his heart. It couldn't be. So far away, and separated by spells, it was hard to believe that this kid had seen through it. But soon, this Japanese yin-yang master felt that he should be overthinking. This kid looked so young, how much skill could he have? 90% was just scaring himself. Just when the Japanese yin-yang master was comforting himself, Qin Hao, at this moment, had already determined that someone was using evil magic to peep through the air. And the peeper should be the manipulator behind arranging the resurrection of the little kid in this hospital. Qin Hao, peeping Tom, right? I'll do it. Qin Hao didn't talk to him politely. With a flip of his hand, a neatly folded Taoist clothes appeared in Qin Hao's hand. Then, Qin Hao threw the robe and put it on his body in 2 or 3 times. As soon as the Heavenly Master's purple robe came out, instantly, the sense of oppression pulled full. The Japanese yin and yang master watched Qin Hao actually put on a purple robe. His body went numb. Without saying anything, he hurriedly cut off the spell. Japanese yin yang master. I'm so damn convinced. A good hospital, the Rakshasa soul-gathering formation that he had laid out for more than 10 years and had taken himself 9 tigers and 2 oxen to make. It was not easy to resurrect all the Taijins, is it easy for oneself? Now it's just one step away from success. Now you tell me, this hospital is haunted by Taoist priests? And it's just that it's haunted by Taoist priests. What's scary is that it's a purple-robed one. Do you think it's scary? This Japanese yin and yang master is close to cursing. No wonder those Taijins in the hospital are dying so fast, their candles are going out in pieces. Nima. How could it be good to run into a purple-robed one? This hospital is a total waste. Completely ruined. Just as this Japanese yin and yang master was raging impotently in front of the altar. Inside the hospital, Qin Hao draped himself in a purple robe and led the way in front. Shi and the others, on the other hand, supported the unconscious Lin Zifan. Shi asked, Heavenly Master, where are we going now? There are so many ghostly things in this hospital, and it's so dangerous. These students were scared and asked Qin Hao where to go next. Qin Hao took a look at the layout of the entire hospital. This hospital outpatient building. 6 floors up and down. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 were all heavy with yin qi. Obviously all of them had gathered ghosts. Only the 3rd floor was surprisingly clean. It seemed as if this 3rd floor was the only safe zone. Qin Hao said, let's send you to the 3rd floor first. The 3rd floor is a safe area, you will not get into trouble if you stay inside. When Shi and the others heard that they were going to the 3rd floor, they seemed to think of something horrible and hurriedly said, Tianshi, are you sure that the 3rd floor is safe? We saw a shadow go up to the 3rd floor before, there is obviously a ghost on the 3rd floor. Shi recalled back to before meeting Qin Hao and Huang Wenlong. There was a flickering shadow that went up to the 3rd floor to seduce them up. When the Celestial Master said now that there was no ghost on the 3rd floor, Shi and the others didn't really believe it. Qin Hao listened to their words and frowned. A shadow that went up to the 3rd floor? How could that be possible? With his Tao in cultivation, there was no evil qi at all above the 3rd floor, instead, there was a positive qi of heaven and earth staying on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is obviously the only safe area. What kind of ghost dares to go to the 3rd floor? Isn't that looking for death? However, Shi and the others had said so. Qin Hao used his divine thoughts and carefully scanned the 3rd floor again. He discovered that within the safe area of the 3rd floor, there was actually a weak Apao hiding in a corner of the 3rd floor. This Apao, however, was different from the ghost. It was filled with the utmost purity and was obviously not in the same category as the ghosts. Qin Hao led the way in front and walked up to the 3rd floor. He led Shi's few people towards the hiding Apao. A room in the middle of the 3rd floor. That Apao was in this room. Qin Hao told Shi and the others to wait outside. He himself walked in quietly. In the room, that Apao crouched behind the door. She hadn't dared to utter a single breath since she sensed a Taoist priest entering the hospital. Watching the Taoist priest kill a bunch of ghosts on the 2nd floor. She was pleasantly surprised, but with an emotion of fear. Until now, she felt the Taoist priest go up to the 3rd floor. This PPO was terrified. Holding her breath, not daring to make a sound. Now this Taoist's footsteps were getting closer. Apiao's soul body was trembling with fear. Until the next second, the hiding place she was hiding in was violently pulled open by a hand. A purple-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of her. This Apiao screamed in fear. Almost her own soul body was not directly scared apart by Qin Hao. Apiao. This Taoist priest is also too scary. Chapter 50. How is this ghost so dull? Requesting monthly votes. Please collect. Looking at Apiao who was hiding in the corner of the room and shivering. Qin Hao said, come out. Apiao obediently and coquettishly walked out, just like a student who made a mistake and was singled out by the teacher for a lecture. Behind, Shi and the others looked dumbfounded. There really is a ghost. Moreover, why does this ghost look so dumb? It doesn't look like the kind of scary ghosts in TV dramas at all. Apiao, scary? Laughing to death, wearing a purple robe is standing opposite you, the king of hell will have to call out his friend, the king of ghosts will kowtow before kneeling down to talk. Scaring the master of heaven? Fear is not the master of heaven was scared, a slap in the hand to shoot you out of the spirit of the kind. Did you see what happened to the ghosts downstairs? That's what happens when you go against the master. If you think a ghost has a long life, go ahead and scare him. Qin Hao looked at this female Apiao in front of him. This Afe, dressed as a Republican nurse, was obviously not a modern Afe. Of course, it couldn't be modern either. The year was too short for the Yin Qi to become a ghost. Qin Hao asked, what is your name? As a dragon country person, why don't you go to the netherworld to reincarnate after death, but stay here? Those little devils died in a foreign land, no one to take care of them, and they became ghosts. This woman, Pipio, is obviously from the Dragon Kingdom. It is reasonable to say that after death, she will be received in the netherworld and arranged for a place to reincarnate. At her age, those who died early should have been reincarnated in the 3rd round. Why is she still lingering here? Pipio said, back to the words of the Heavenly Master, "My name is Su Huining. I am the third daughter of the Su family in Yuyang City during the Republican era. When I was 18 years old, I went to the Imperial City to study and graduated from the Imperial City Yashiang Nursing College, and returned to the city of Yuyang and interned in this hospital." The female Apiao spoke about her own experience. From her narration, Qin Hao learned that this woman, Pei Pei, was also a 1,000-year-old girl from the Republic of China. And the Fishyang city in her mouth was the name of the predecessor of Longguang City. Su Huining, after graduating from the nursing school, returned to her hometown to intern at the third hospital. Then the brats invaded Longguang and occupied the third hospital, coercing the doctors and nurses in the hospital to serve them. Within a few months of the occupation, many good-looking nurses in the hospital were taken by the ghost officers. Su Huining, because of the background of the Su family, those ghosts, but also easily dare not move her. But over time, many doctors and nurses in the hospital died in the hands of the ghosts, resulting in the end of the entire hospital. In addition to the ghosts of their own doctors and nurses, lived on the original third hospital. Doctors and nurses left less than 10 people. These doctors and nurses are all highly educated intellectuals. Watching this hospital constantly save various ghosts and officers. Motivated by family hatred and national hatred, they took advantage of the night to release anesthetic gas. Subsequently, using gasoline prepared in advance, they poured it within the wards where the little devils lived. With one fire, they burned down the entire hospital. In fact, originally, these doctors and nurses let Su Huining go first before they acted. But that night, she was unlucky and was forcibly dragged within the ward by a ghost colonel and locked in her room. He was prepared to enjoy her slowly when he returned. This lock, Su Huining's end can be imagined, also followed. These ghosts died under the fire. Later, after a few decades, a yin-yang master from the east came. He used evil magic to gather the evil spirits in this hospital. At the same time that he awakened a large number of ghosts, Su Huining was also awakened. However, Su Huining, who was kind by nature, had been hiding on the third floor and did not share the same fate as the ghosts in this hospital. Gradually she realized that the third floor of the hospital seemed to be a safe zone. Because almost all the ghosts, including the yin-yang master, since the beginning has never come to the third floor. Su Huining was also able to stay on the third floor for 2 years. According to her, during these 2 years, that Eastern yin-yang master would capture living people every once in a while to feed the ghosts in this building. The previous Huang Wenlong was lured into the hospital by the Eastern yin-yang master with favors. That yin-yang master promised to pay him a large sum of money afterward if he called in a few more friends to enter this place. But Huang Wenlong himself did not know that his body, long ago by that yin and yang master with evil magic, hollowed out the 5 organs. It was impossible for him to get the money. If he got it, he wouldn't have the life to spend it. Listening to this Apiao's narration, Shi and the others were furious. Because they were clearly the ones who were picked by Huang Wenlong to be introduced into the hospital. This actually took them to exchange money with the ghosts. It's 9,022 years old. There were actually still people who were second ghosts. Instantly, they didn't pity Huang Wenlong anymore. They only felt that this kid was not worth dying for. Hooking up with the Japanese ghosts to harm people, he deserved to end up like this. Qin Hao looked at this female a whole named Su Huining. The matter of the third hospital was now clear. In this hospital, ghosts, there really are. It's those ghosts that were burned to death in the hospital by the combined efforts of doctors and nurses during the Republican era. After decades of experience, they were awakened by an alien Eastern yin-yang master using evil magic. After more than 10 years of cultivation, it became a climate. The loud footsteps that the residents who used to live in this neighborhood heard at night should be the sound of those ghosts moving around. As for the screams, they were the screams of humans as the ghosts were feasting on the missing living. The missing people in Qingxi back then also made it clear. It was that Eastern yin-yang master who was behind it. Those missing people were all used as blood food to feed the ghosts. As for what many residents saw, the ghostly figure of the nurse in the window account on the third floor of the hospital. This is not to mention. It was none other than Su Huining who occasionally stood at the window looking out in the direction of the Su mansion. As for the silhouette that Shi and the others had previously seen on the second floor rushing up to the third floor, it was also Su Huining. She was also being kind. She could not bear to see Shi and these students victimized by the ghosts. That was why she ventured to the second floor to try and lure them up. After all, the third floor was a safe zone. If Shi and the others had followed her up to the third floor at that time, Huang Wenlong and those ghosts couldn't do anything about them. As long as they survived the night and waited for the sun to come out during the day, Shi and the others still had a chance to leave the hospital alive. In this way, everything could be explained. Qin Hao figured out everything. In his ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, exploring the secrets of the third hospital, and obtaining the reward, True Fire Spiritual Eyes. Incense value of $10,000. The mission was completed, and the system reward arrived. Qin Hao directly fused the reward. True fire spiritual eyes fusion completed. Then, Qin Hao turned his gaze towards Su Huining. Now was the time to dispose of Su Huining. After all, he was a compatriot of the Dragon Kingdom, and it wasn't like Su Huining had done anything bad. Instead, decades ago, during the war era, he plotted fires with the nurse doctors of the Third Hospital. Setting fire to the group to extinguish hundreds of ghosts, a dozen officers, by definition, can be considered anti-Japanese volunteers. To deal with her, it definitely couldn't be like dealing with the ghosts. There were two paths in front of Su Huining now. Qin Hao said, "First, I'll cast a spell, burn an extradition talisman, and send you to the netherworld to reincarnate, but after decades of lingering in the Yang world, when you get down there, you'll definitely still have to suffer some sins. However, the King of Yin more or less gives some face to the poor road, 6 reincarnation in the next life to reincarnate as a human being, or no problem." As soon as I heard that I would have to suffer in hell, Su Huining didn't even think about it. I choose the second. Chapter 51. If I let you practice, I won't be able to make a living. Requesting monthly votes. Please collect. Number 2. Qin Hao took out the soul-raising ring on himself. Qin Hao said, "Follow me back to Qingyun Mountain, cultivate yourself, and when you cultivate into the Ghost Emperor realm, you can form your own physical body, and from then on, you can jump out of the 5 elements and not enter the cycle of reincarnation." 2 paths had been put in front of Su Huining. Either, Qin Hao sent her to hell to reincarnate. Although it could be guaranteed that she would remain a human being in the next life, but after so many years of being stranded as a ghost in the Yang world, when she went to hell, she still had to bear the punishment of hell. Either that, or follow the celestial master to mix, and later cultivate into a ghost emperor, and from then on cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation, and no longer suffer from the pain of birth, old age, sickness, and death. Su Huining didn't even think about it. She entered among Qin Hao's soul-raising ring. Huining was willing to follow the heavenly master up the mountain to cultivate. Entering the netherworld, who knew what kind of punishment one would have to endure? Pulling out tongues, going to the mountain of knives, going to the frying pan, death by 1,000 cuts, being pressed by stones, and being sawed by knives. No matter which one, Su Huining can't stand it. Instead of finding his own punishment, wouldn't it be better to follow the purple-robed celestial master? Watching Su Huining enter the soul-nurturing ring, Qin Hao then brought the soul-raising ring on his hand. At this moment, it was also considered to have taken in his first ghost creature. Shuri asked at this moment, "Heavenly Master, I have a question. Why is this 3rd floor a safe zone? Since this entire hospital outpatient building is a gathering place for ghosts, why is the 3rd floor the only one that has become a safe zone? What is this principle?" Qin Hao said, "Immeasurable Heavenly Father, the 3rd floor is the operating room, and the operating room is a place for curing illnesses and saving lives, which is itself blessed by the Bao Shang Da Di. Plus, the 3rd hospital was established for 100 years, and hundreds of patients have been saved. Every time a patient is saved, the patient's family will pray for peace on the 3rd floor, and a huge wishing power covers the whole 3rd floor. Over time, the 3rd floor of the hospital, naturally, all evils do not invade, and those evil spirits, naturally, don't dare to enter the 3rd floor." Qin Hao gave an explanation. Shuri and the others suddenly realized. It turns out that there is such a saying. Qin Hao, "Alright, the ghosts converge here, the yin qi is too heavy, staying for too long is not good for ordinary people's bodies, the poor Taoist will take you guys out first." Lin Zifan still hasn't woken up yet, that is, after colliding with the severe ghosts, not only was he overly frightened, but also the yin qi entered his body. When Shuri and these ordinary stayed here for a long time, the yin qi entered their bodies, and it would only do harm to their bodies, but no good. So Qin Hao planned to first send them out, and then uniformly send the ghosts in this hospital on their way. Finally, then go to that Eastern Yin Yang master behind them. But right at this moment, among Qin Hao's soul-raising ring, Su Huining said, "Heavenly Master, I remembered something. That Eastern Yin Yang master would go to the hospital's basement every time he came to the hospital, and stayed there for an hour or 2 at a time, not knowing what he was messing with." The basement? Since this was the case, then he would not rush out and go to the basement first to see what that Yin Yang master was messing up. From the hospital stairway, Qin Hao went down to the basement. The door of the basement was locked by a big lock, and on the lock, there was a spell seal left by that Yin Yang master. Ordinary people can't open it. But when it came to Qin Hao, it was a big sword playing in front of Guangong. Qin Hao struck a palm thunderbolt, directly splitting even the door. Feeling the basement door lock destroyed, the Eastern Yin Yang master, who was several kilometers away, immediately noticed it. His face changed drastically. Not good. That Taoist priest, how did he run to the basement? If he found out what was inside and destroyed it for himself, then the layout he had been working on for more than 10 years would really be lost. The Eastern Yin Yang master was going crazy. And now Qin Hao had already walked in. In the large basement, there were countless rooms that had been remodeled. In every room, there were quite a few torture devices. It seemed that the folk rumor that the underground of this hospital was transformed into a torture room after it was occupied by the ghosts back then was also true. Qin Hao walked all the way to the last room at the end of the basement walkway. Here was the largest room in the basement. Originally, it was 3 separate torture rooms. Later on, it should have had its walls opened by that Eastern yin-yang master. In this largest room, as soon as Qin Hao walked in, he felt a gloomy wind on his face. Inside the room, within a huge incense altar, large amounts of incense were burning. In front of the incense, hundreds of acacia wood dolls were placed. On these dolls, engraved on them were clearly the names of hundreds of little devils. Su Huining recognized some of these names. Su Huining said, "Heavenly Master, these are the names of the devils that were burned to death in the hospital back then. Tian. Those little devils who had committed boundless sins in the Dragon Kingdom back then. Someone had actually made so many acacia wood dolls, carved the names, and placed them here." Shuri asked, "Heavenly Master, what are these wooden dolls for?" Qin Hao said, "The acacia tree has been an extremely ancient tree since ancient times, known as the ghost in the wood, with the effect of nourishing ghosts. Carving dolls out of acacia wood and then carving names on them is one of the yin and yang arts over in the east." Qin Hao at the moment took another look at the order in which the hundreds of wooden dolls were arranged. Each doll was connected with a red rope tied on it. It formed a yin-yang formation that was unique to the Eastern Ing side. It was because of the existence of the yin-yang formation in the basement. The entire hospital's yin qi is so heavy. In other words, it was those formations placed in the hospital basement by that yin and yang master that nourished the ghosts up there that had been transformed into severe ghosts. Without this formation, those ghosts definitely wouldn't have cultivated into stern ghosts so quickly. Qin Hao looked at these wooden dolls. Palm lightning had already coalesced in his hand. These dogs, little ghosts, and standing wooden bodies? Do you deserve it? You deserve a few. Qin Hao just wanted a heavenly thunderbolt to descend from the sky for justice and blast all these dolls to pieces. The next second, throughout the basement, a human voice came. "Fellow Daoist of the Dragon Kingdom, be merciful under your hands." It was a broken Dragon Country dialect, and by listening to the accent, one could tell that the speaker was a bonobo. As soon as Qin Hao heard this voice, he knew that the one who was speaking now was the Eastern yin-yang master behind him. What he was using now was the sound transmission technique among the Eastern yin-yang techniques. Dialoguing with Qin Hao through the air. Only to hear that Eastern yin-yang master say in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, you and I don't interfere with each other. Why do you have to destroy my formation and cut off my Tao? I have been preparing here for more than 10 years, with no malicious intent, only to renew my life. Now only the last step is missing. As long as you are willing to be merciful and leave, I am willing to offer the wealth accumulated over the years afterwards. How about it?" The Eastern yin-yang master still wanted to bribe the heavenly master. Qin Hao, immeasurable heavenly father, the poor Taoist has been a monk since childhood, and since he followed the previous generation of heavenly masters up the mountain to cultivate what worldly money and wealth has long been regarded as dirt, and for so many years, the poor Taoist has been clear of everything with 2 sleeves, and both eyes are empty. In the eyes of the poor Tao, wealth is a tiger, color is scraping the bones of the steel knife. I'm not interested in money at all. Instead, I'm interested in tearing ghosts apart. And not to mention, raising ghosts in the area where my Green Cloud Mountain is located. More or less disregarding me as a heavenly master is also making it difficult for the poor Taoist. If I don't destroy your formation and kill these ghosts today, people will think I'm a fake heavenly master, so how will I be able to mix with the Taoist community in the future? If you succeed, I won't be able to make a living. You think so? After Qin Hao spoke, a palm thunderbolt shot out. With one palm, he shattered dozens of wooden dolls. That Eastern yin-yang master, feeling that his formation was forced, was so anxious that not only did his Taoism plummet, but a mouthful of old blood was also spewed out by the gas. The original flesh and bones of the body, but also instantly shriveled. Shape like a haggard, face like a ghost, almost crazy. In the dark and damp room, came the angry voice of the yin-yang master. "Damn Dragon Country Taoist, today, I want you to give me a funeral." Chapter 52, You do not speak martial arts. Seek monthly votes. Please collect. In the basement of the hospital, Qin Hao made a few palm thunderbolts and blasted all the wooden dolls engraved with ghosts' names cleanly. He led Shuri and the others out of the hospital. Outside the hospital, Qin Hao cast a spell. The 5 thunders spell attracted red heavenly thunder. Last time, it was splitting the yin and demonic qi hidden under the deep pool in the mountains and forests. This time, it was the hundreds of little devils in the hospital that had turned into severe ghosts. In the sky above the hospital, thunderclouds converged in a few moments, and a large number of heavenly thunderbolts like golden snakes danced wildly and blasted down. It split into the interior of the hospital. Countless ghosts were turned into flying ash under the wrath of the heavenly thunder. When an avalanche occurs, not a single snowflake is innocent. And when the thunder roared, not a single ghost could escape. Thunder blasted all the ghosts in the 3rd hospital. Only then did Qin Hao turn around and leave. Shuri, a few high school students, led Lin Zifen to the hospital. Before leaving, Qin Hao gave them a piece of talisman paper. Putting the talisman paper on Lin Zifen's body for a long period of time, after one day, almost all of the yin qi in Lin Zifen's body would be driven out. After another month of resting, he would be able to recover as before. After Shi and the others left, Qin Hao himself, with the help of Su Huining, traced the scent of that Eastern Yin Yang master, looking for his residence. That Eastern Yin Yang master was able to lay out a hospital and raise a stern ghost today. Who knew if he would go to other places in the future and continue to do evil in the Dragon Kingdom? The best way was to cut off the roots. Settle the other party cleanly. Thus, Qin Hao directly brought up Hao Su Huining and killed his way to that Yin and Yang master's old home. This wave belonged to stealing home. Soon, under Su Huining's directions, Qin Hao traced the Yin Yang master's scent and arrived outside a courtyard. Su Huining in the soul-raising ring felt the scent in the air and said with great certainty, "There's no mistake, Tianshi, this is the place." Su Huining had seen that Eastern Yin Yang master many times and recognized the scent on him. This courtyard was his lair, right? Qin Hao nodded his head. He could also feel the extremely uncomfortable qi floating in this courtyard. In Qin Hao's ear at this moment, a beep sounded. Ding! Issuing a new mission, eradicating the source of evil, capturing the Eastern Yin Yang master, obtaining the reward, indulgent ascension steps. Incense value of $20,000. Walking to the front of the courtyard, Qin Hao pushed it with his hand. The door was unlocked. Obviously, that Eastern Yin Yang master had anticipated that Qin Hao would find his way over. At the moment, the door was wide open, inviting the king to enter. Qin Hao looked at the wide open courtyard door. Su Huining reminded, "Heavenly Master, be careful, there might be a trick." Qin Hao said, "The empty door is wide open, of course there is a trick, not come over all the time, it's hard not to be afraid of him." Qin Hao walked straight in. "Since I came, I don't have to be a wimp." Sure enough, as soon as Qin Hao entered the yard, behind him, a cloudy wind blew up, and the yard door closed instantly. From the house, a withered, short Eastern Yin man walked out. This person was less than 1 meter 4 in height. If not for his pale appearance, he would have thought that he was a child. This Eastern Yin man looked at Qin Hao, who had come to the door, and in his gaze, he revealed a thick color of hatred. "Stinking Taoist, 13 years of layout, all ruined in your hands. If not for you, just a little bit short of that, I will be able to live forever. I would have been invincible across the entire Yin Yang world." Listening to this Eastern Yin man's words, Qin Hao scoffed. Live forever? Based on those furtive evil arts of the East Yin? Come on, crooked things shall not last long. The poor Taoist helped you eliminate the ghosts. It's a good thing to accumulate Yin and Yang virtues. Not only don't you thank me, but why do you still blame me? Hearing Qin Hao's words, his face twisted even more, saying, "Crooked way? Baka Yalu. Today, I want to see how much the purple-robed heavenly master of the Dragon Kingdom is capable of. I knew you were coming over and prepared a dozen big dishes for you. I'll bury you under my evil ways today." This Eastern Yin Yang master knew from the time Qin Hao chopped up the roots in the hospital that this Dragon Kingdom heavenly master would definitely come to his door. So, a dozen handfuls of preparations were made here in advance. Laying out his life's learning, he vowed to suppress the Dragon Country heavenly master here. After the Eastern Yin man spoke, he took out a bone flute from his own sleeve. The bone flute was grayish-yellow in color and looked at least a dozen years old. This Eastern Yin Yang master held the bone flute and played. Then, from the room behind him, a strange sound came out. Surprisingly, 2 centipedes of huge size crawled out along the walls. These were 2 red-headed centipedes. Huge in size, in length alone, they could reach 2 to 3 meters. Crawling along the wall, their eyes stared ferociously at Qin Hao. The Eastern Yin Yang master waved his hand, and the 2 big centipedes then charged towards Qin Hao's place. This kind of big centipede had been bred in a special way for at least 10 years to have such a scale size. It was extremely poisonous and invulnerable to swords and spears. If an ordinary person was bitten by such a centipede, he would die within 10 breaths. Very difficult to deal with. The Eastern Yin man believed that with his 2 big centipedes, it would be enough for Qin Hao to drink a pot. However, Qin Hao didn't even look at these 2 centipedes. With a turn of his feet, he directly rushed past the sides of the 2 big centipedes. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the Eastern Yin Yang master. That Eastern Yin Yang master looked at Qin Hao, who suddenly rushed over, and was dumbfounded. "Nima! You don't follow the ING rules. If you don't want to fight with my centipede, why are you rushing over? You don't talk about martial virtues. This Eastern Yin man is stupid. What are you doing?" He was still playing his flute here when Qin Hao's slap was already raised. He threw down the bone flute in a panic and pulled out his weapon from his sleeve. But, it was already too late. Qin Hao's slap came straight down. The slap with golden light was bigger than a sandbag. With one slap, the Eastern Yin man was knocked out. This Eastern Yin Yang master was originally short in stature, with a thin and weak physique. Even if he knew some arts, at first glance, he was a goods who was not proficient in physical body. How could he stand a slap from Qin Hao? Smacked this Eastern Yin man unconscious. Qin Hao turned back at this time. Sure enough, as the Eastern Yin man stopped playing the bone flute, those 2 big centipedes immediately turned into headless flies, wandering around in the yard. It was completely devoid of aggressiveness. Qin Hao looked at the fallen Eastern Yin man. Originally, he had planned to have some fun with those two big centipedes. By the way, he understood what was so rare about the yin and yang arts over in Eastern Ing. However, he heard that this Eastern Ing man had actually prepared a dozen of means for him. Qin Hao was instantly senseless. A dozen means. Who had the time to play slowly with him here? It was almost dawn, and he was still in a hurry to receive his reward. Therefore, he directly rushed up to sneak attack the Eastern Ing people. As for whether to talk about martial arts or not, Qin Hao, do you think it's a martial arts competition? Do you still talk about virtue? Who is the one who outputs tanks to the death in a group fight? Anyone who has a little bit of brain will cut C first. Qin Hao said, do you think that before I crossed the LOL Extraordinary Master, the King of Honor 2500 points peak match for nothing? You pull out a flute on the rest of this blowing, little cute. I know that you kid control these two big centipedes. I do not smoke you. I ran to go with two centipedes one-on-one? Who do you think you are? Chapter 53 Swallowing Spirit Technique. Please monthly votes. Please collect. Having solved this Eastern Yin Yang Master. In Qin Hao's ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, capturing the Eastern Yin Yang Master, and obtaining the reward, Indulgent Immortal Ascension Step. Incense value $20,000. The reward arrived, and Qin Hao received it all as usual. Extraction fusion. Then, Qin Hao walked to the yard and directly called the police. It wasn't worth it to get into a human life lawsuit for such an Eastern Yin Yang Master. It was better to leave it to the police. Anyway, looking at this Eastern Yin Yang Master, he wouldn't be able to live for a few days. Soon, according to the address Qin Hao called the police, several police cars stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. The policeman who came with the team, Qin Hao still recognized. It was the same policeman who came to do research for Zhang Tong's matter on Changyun Mountain that day. The area in the south of the city where the Eastern Yin Yang Master was located happened to be their jurisdiction. As soon as these few policemen came and saw Qin Hao, they were immediately surprised. Heavenly Master? You were the one who reported the police? Qin Hao stood on the side and said, yes. A few policemen nodded, and then, they walked into the house. Only to see that inside the house, there were all kinds of evil things. Dozens of poisonous snakes were kept in containers. On top of the legal altar, there were several complete human fatigues. In the kitchen, inside a pot, heart and lung soup was cooking. The souring odor, the police felt like vomiting when they smelled it. There were also the two large centipedes milling about in the yard. The policeman expected that things were not simple and called for backup. Another moment later, the backup from the police force came. This time it was not only the police who came, even the forensic pathologist came. As soon as the forensic scientist came, he concluded that what was cooking in the pot was from a human being. This startled all the police present. This stuff, cooked in soup? Plus a few human fatigues in the room. This turned out to be the home of a serial killer. They associated it with the missing cases in the south of the city that lasted for more than 10 years without being solved over the years, and that murderer, he lived here? But, what's the use of him taking these heart and lung soup? The forensic pathologist said, in the folklore, there have been rumors of folk remedies that heart and lungs boiled in soup can cure all diseases. This guy, it is estimated that it is also used to cure diseases. The forensic doctor's statement. In fact, it was only half right. In Qin Hao's opinion, on this Eastern Yin Yang Master, a large amount of Yin Qi was wrapped around his body, and his 5 organs were eroded by Yin Qi. It should be that he didn't do anything good when he was young, and he didn't take it seriously when the Yin Qi entered his body, and then it became more and more serious, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. This Yin Yang Master realized this, already life is at stake, cannot live for a few years. He could only rely on killing people to take their hearts and lungs to make soup to resist the Yin Qi in his body. After all, the 5 viscera of a living person, corresponding to the 5 elements of the human body, gold, wood, water, fire and earth, is the place where yang energy is abundant. As for eating the heart and lungs to resist the Yin Qi, I guess it is a bad idea from the East Japan side. The Huang Wenlong who was emptied of his 5 organs that he saw in the hospital before, on the one hand, it was an evil technique that was used to control him. On the other hand, it was also this Eastern Ing who needed Huang Wenlong's 5 organs to renew his life. As for why he set up the 3rd hospital and made it into a ghost nest, it was also for his own life renewal. Only the method of life renewal was too raw. Qin Hao looked through some manuals and book materials of this Eastern Yin Yang Master before the police came. Inside, it was recorded the Eastern Ing spirit swallowing art. The main method was probably to raise a large number of stern ghosts. After all of the ghosts were molded, then a special method would be used to swallow all of the ghosts. At that time, one would then abandon the physical body. Your soul cultivation will skyrocket by 1,000 times. Cultivating into a ghost king casually would not be a problem at all. Becoming a ghost king also meant surviving in another way. It was equivalent to not having to die. This kind of means, in Qin Hao's opinion, was definitely something crooked. Even if one relied on this means to cultivate into a ghost king, it must be the weakest and lowest among the ghost kings. However, this Eastern Yin Yang master regarded it as a divine art. And, laying out more than 10 years, really went to do this thing. Bad luck, just when he was about to succeed, he encountered Qin Hao. Directly, the ghosts he had raised for more than 10 years were all ended in one breath. If it was in the past, when he encountered the one wearing purple robes in the Dragon Kingdom, that Yin Yang master definitely didn't have the guts to go against the Heavenly Master, and probably didn't wait for Qin Hao to come, so he packed up his things and ran away long ago. But this time, that Eastern Yin Yang master's life was almost gone, so he didn't intend to live, and stayed here to fight with Qin Hao. Unfortunately, he thought he was too powerful and underestimated Qin Hao too much. In the hands of the Celestial Master, he couldn't even walk for a single move before he was knocked out by Qin Hao's slap. These policemen searched everything in the whole yard. Pulling in the police dogs again, they dug out dozens of corpses in the whole yard. Just killing so many people was enough to sentence this Eastern Ing man to an immediate execution. The police directly handcuffed this Eastern Ing man. What awaited him was nothing more than to see who would come faster with the Yin Chi backlash in his body and the gun. When the people were almost gone, these policemen came to Qin Hao and said, "Heavenly Master, it's like this, because you reported to the police, our police department still needs you to go back with us to record a statement. I don't know if it's convenient?" Qin Hao nodded his head and said, "Blessed infinite Heavenly Father. This is certainly possible, however, these two big centipedes, you police shouldn't need them, right?" Qin Hao pointed to the two big centipedes in the yard like headless centipedes. The police looked at these two big centipedes, and they were worried about what to do with them just now. Look at this meaning of Qin Hao, he wants it? The police said, "These two centipedes, we still have to bring them back to the police station for evidence first. Let's do it this way. When this case is over, after we get the evidence, if the Heavenly Master wants it, he can go through the procedures to take it away." The police are now thinking, so many people have died, hell knows if there is any evidence in the stomach of these centipedes. So, everything in this courtyard should definitely be brought back to the police station for forensics first. As for the evidence, after the case was over, these two big centipedes would naturally be useless. This Eastern Ing man himself wasn't from the Dragon Kingdom either. No one would come to claim his things after the execution. If Qin Hao wants it, just take it away. It's not even a matter. Qin Hao listened to the police officer being so dry and said, "Okay, then there's no problem. When your case is over, I'll claim these two centipedes back to make wine." Such a big centipede, it's not too much to say that it's a rare treasure, and it's sold to the Chinese medicine store, which will sell it for a sky-high price. If you take them back to make wine, the effect will be great. The police are so polite, what else does Qin Hao have to say? Just go back with the police to record a statement. Anyway, he is fine now, just go. The police and the public cooperate to build a better city. Besides, he is an ordinary citizen, what to say, just tell the truth. After recording the statement, I believe the police will soon release him. Chapter 54. Do you really believe that there are ghosts in the world? Anyway, I do not believe shelves beg for first booking. Tiancher, if you continue to be so uncooperative, it will be difficult to start our work. This delay is both our time and your own time. In the reception room of the police station, the two policemen who were responsible for giving a statement to Qin Hao had their heads spinning as they listened to Qin Hao's answer. Because in this Heavenly Master's mouth, there was no truth. Policeman, Tiancher, first of all, you reported the case. How did you find out that the Eastern Ing man was a murderer? Qin Hao, I guessed. Policemen all froze. Guessed? I've seen outrageous. I've never seen so outrageous. I've seen something outrageous, but I've never seen something so outrageous. What kind of person can guess so accurately? I've never seen such a statement. Qin Hao looked at them. Anyway, the person has been caught, the body has been dug out, the evidence is conclusive. As for how I found out, this is not very important, right? Police. Although the words are so, but this must go through the process, you cannot be so confused. The police continued to ask, then what did you come to the south of the city for? How did you get to the place where that murderer lives? Also, was it you who knocked out the unconscious state of that Eastern Ing man? Qin Hao said, I finished dinner on the mountain, went down for a walk, and walked here without realizing it. As for that Eastern Ing man, that has nothing to do with me. He was already fainted when I found him. Qin Hao couldn't admit that he was the one who hit the man. The police were dumbfounded. Qingyun Mountain is in the east of Longguang City, our precinct is in the south of the city, and you took a walk from Qingyun Mountain and scattered tens of kilometers? It's too outrageous. Policeman, Tiancher, it's like this, knocking out a suspect is not illegal, and it's an act to help the police solve a case. It's okay if you admit it, we won't make things difficult for you. Qin Hao, it's really not me, I really don't know. Cop, then how did he pass out? Blessed infinite Heavenly Father. That's who knows. Maybe a hypoglycemic offense? The police is completely bung-boo live. Dozens of serial killers over the past 10 years commit hypoglycemia coma, was finished eating dinner from the east side of the city to walk to the south of the Tiancher happened to find and guessed that he is a serial killer, so the police to arrest, to solve more than a decade of Longguang City has not been solved the missing case. This damn. Can't it be any more ridiculous? Heavenly Master, you can't make up nonsense like this. Novels don't even dare to write like this. Two policemen are here to give a statement to Qin Hao. In the next room, that Easterning man stormed out, facing the interrogation of the Longhua police. He was furious, declaring, 10 years of scheming. 10 years of layout. Hundreds of severe ghosts. Do you understand? Do you guys know? That damn celestial master killed hundreds of my ghosts in less than half an hour. Bastard. If it wasn't for that damn master, my spirit swallowing plan would have succeeded. I'll kill him. The spirit swallowing technique failed. This Yin Yang master knows he won't live for a few days anyway. Moreover, falling into the hands of the Longhua police, it was hard for him to escape death, so he just pulled one for the other, intending to drag Qin Hao down. He exposed that celestial master knows thunder magic. Can attract heavenly thunder to descend to earth, and a random heavenly thunder will split dozens of severe ghosts to death. He can also protect his body with golden light, and the color of that golden light is practiced into purple gold, and bullets can't even penetrate it. What's wrong with him? Don't you officials have any idea? Arrest him and torture him. Bring over the cultivation method of Mount Qingyun. The policemen looked at each other, looking at this crazy EG man. They knew that what he said was probably true. But the master next door simply wouldn't admit it. He's a biter, but he's a commoner. What could they do? Moreover, he was still from Qingyun Mountain. In terms of background, they had it. Even the Dragon Kingdom officials were not very convenient to mess with. In terms of strength, they had even more. Moreover, the human heavenly master hadn't done anything bad, so there wasn't much they could do about them. Coming out from the interrogation room of the Easterning people, the policeman who interrogated the Easterning people came to the reception room where Qin Hao gave his statement, and looked at Qin Hao still arguing here. This policeman said, Heavenly Master, you've almost got it. The next door confessed everything. You broke the opponent's big formation, and killed hundreds of ghosts. It's all good. What can't you admit? Also, those high school students called Shuri and Shen Hong have come to the police station to file a case before, and their confessions with that Easterning person basically match, who is sophistry, we all know in our hearts. Qin Hao, blessed infinite heavenly father, officer, what does that mean? What kind of ghosts? What big formation? The poor Taoist really doesn't understand. I just went down the mountain for a walk. Everything is a coincidence. The poor Taoist monk never lies. Besides, how can you believe the words of a murderer? He killed so many people, it's hard to believe that he's not a psychopath. Can you believe the words of a psychopath? As for those high school students, they must have watched too many ghost movies and imagined things on their own. Several police officers, without evidence, we can't defile people's innocence out of thin air. The police called up the CCTV on the highway near the 3rd hospital. Police, this is last night in the early hours of the morning. The 3rd hospital's surveillance, the above clear shot, over the hospital, the sky thunder rolling, lasted for 10 minutes. This 10 minutes, there are dozens of heavenly thunder splitting down, not biased and not approved, each of the heavenly thunder splitting the hospital. How do you explain? Qin Hao, Fuxing infinite heavenly father. This is the knowledge of meteorology, the phenomenon of nature. Poor Taoist is just a Taoist priest, how can I know? In response to this question, you should ask the Meteorological Bureau, they will probably give you a satisfactory answer. The policeman pointed at the figure in the surveillance again. Then who is this person standing with those high school students, wearing a purple robe? The surveillance clearly captured that a purple-robed person stood right in front of the hospital and waited until the thunder in the sky dispersed before leaving from the hospital entrance. This purple robe was exactly the same as what Qin Hao was wearing now. How can this still be a sophistry? Qin Hao was not panicked. Several people, is it illegal to wear purple robes? There are a lot of people wearing purple clothes under the sky, and this didn't take a picture of the front face, so it's too arbitrary to say that it's the poor Taoist just based on a piece of clothing. The police took out the restored photo of the front face. Tianshi, we took a photo of the front face and still say it's not you? Qin Hao looked at his own front face that was placed on the table. Qin Hao, I was just passing by there, passing by. Looked at it for a while by the way. Cop, good guy, just now you didn't admit it, and now that the evidence is clear, you're saying you were just passing by? Policeman, so then, you are admitting that you know spells, and those things in the hospital were all decapitated by you, Heavenly Master? Qin Hao said, blessed Shang infinite Heavenly Father. A few of you don't really believe there are ghosts in the world, do you? Laughing to death, I don't believe it anyway, I've never seen one, it really has nothing to do with me. Qin Hao directly stated his position that he didn't believe in ghosts in the world. The police were all confused. Other sects, with a little bit of transcendental event, are crazy to buy hot searches, trigger discussion, increase beliefs, and raise popularity. Qingyun Mountain the evidence has been put on the surface, but also dared not to admit that he is a cultivator of immortality, a mouth of a believe in science, the world has no ghosts. The police are not convinced. Chapter 55, Centipede Wine, Great Tonic. The shelves are begging for the first booking. Please ask for monthly tickets. Half a day later, in the afternoon, Qin Hao's statement was done. The forensic procedures of those two big centipedes were also finished. As for the judgment of that Eastern Yin Yang master, according to the process, it was estimated that it would take at least a few months. But Qin Hao felt that it was not certain whether this guy could live until the day of judgment. With the degree of erosion of the Yin Qi in his body right now, without something to suppress it, within 7 days at most, he would die a violent death on his own. Of course, a violent death is good. After all, after doing so many evil things, if he died early, not only did he save resources and manpower, he also saved a bullet for the Dragon Kingdom. There are 100 benefits but not one harm. Before leaving, Qin Hao asked the police department to see that Eastern Yin Yang master one last time. Of course, it wasn't missing him. Qin Hao spent 500 joss sticks at the Incense Value Mall in advance to buy a forbidden spell talisman. Pasted on that Eastern Yin Yang master. This forbidden talisman, once pasted, can't use any magic spells for at least a month. It is worried that this guy is not stable even in jail, and he is messing around in jail. After doing this, Qin Hao slowly left under the hateful gaze of the Eastern Yin people. At this moment, the Eastern Yin man's face was dark. This damned Dragon Kingdom heavenly master. He had originally thought that he would wait for this Taoist priest to leave. He himself would then think of a way to use the yin-yang technique to escape. But now, the moment a forbidden spell talisman was affixed, it could be said that it directly extinguished all his thoughts. The Eastern Yin could only wait for death in place now. At this moment, he greeted Qin Hao in his heart. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart, "Despicable Dragon Kingdom Heavenly Master, when I die, I will definitely turn into a severe ghost. I will then greet you in hell." As for why he didn't go to Qin Hao for revenge after turning into a ghost. Laughing. If you can't even do it alive, why don't you turn into a ghost and take revenge on the purple-robed Heavenly Master after you're dead? Isn't that a mouse licking the cat's nose, looking for excitement? Night Ghost Store, people Tianshur professional counterparts. The living masters do not want to kill, for fear of attracting trouble. But into a ghost, the situation can be different, a minute to give you a second. Therefore, after the death of the East Ing people in 10,000 guts, but also dare not find Dora. Unless he wants to die again. City South Branch, Evidence Identification Center. The two big centipedes were pulled here in a special car. A group of police officers surrounded these two big centipedes. They originally thought that these two centipedes might be important evidence. But after half a day's work, they found that these two centipedes are invulnerable. It was hard to hold them down, not to mention getting evidence. Now a group of people are worried around the two centipedes. They didn't know how to deal with them. Qin Hao was led by a few policemen. Coming here, Qin Hao looked at the two big centipedes and asked, "Fuxing Infinite Heavenly Father, Officer Wang, these two centipedes, you really don't need them?" Originally, according to the police, Qin Hao wanted to take away these two centipedes, and according to the normal process, it would be at least a few months later. But now, the police found out that they couldn't handle these two big centipedes at all, and they weren't much use, and there was no way to place them. After a meeting, they simply let Qin Hao take them away. It's not good to put them in the police station and hurt people again. Captain Wang nodded his head and said, "If the Heavenly Master has a way to take them away, then take them away. These two things are useless when they are placed in our place." In order to pull the two centipedes back to the police station, they all wasted a lot of effort. They hired a truck, and several policemen wasted their efforts to bring them back. They were now worried that Qin Hao wanted to get rid of them, and there was no way to do so. Qin Hao said, "Don't need to bother about this, poor Taoist has his own way." Qin Hao said, took out the bone flute seized from the hands of that Eastern Ing people, and played it. This kind of centipede is raised and grown up with the East Ying's evil art. Destroy the centipede's 5 senses and 5 senses since childhood. Training the centipede with the special bone flute sound. Over time, all the centipede's actions were at the command of the bone flute. This was also why, as soon as the battle started at that time, that Eastern Ing man took a flute out and played it. And as soon as Qin Hao slapped him unconscious, without the sound of the flute, these two centipedes lost their aggressiveness like headless flies. Now to control these two centipedes, the best way, of course, is to train their bone flute from childhood. Qin Hao played the bone flute. When the flute sounded, sure enough, these two centipedes were like finding their backbone in an instant. Obediently following the command, they directly climbed to Qin Hao. This operation gave the nearby Captain Wang and a group of policemen a dumbfounded look. "Wanuma! What is this thing? A celestial master? You also know how to control beasts?" Captain Wang looked at Qin Hao with a shocked gaze. "You're still saying you don't know how to cultivate immortality, even if you're a ing beast master?" Qin Hao put down the bone flute and said in a serious manner, "What beast? I'm just blowing it out of order. Wang team, there's nothing to do, I'll leave first, everyone, goodbye." After Qin Hao said that, he leaped and jumped onto the back of one of the big centipedes. Afterwards, playing the bone flute, he manipulated the two centipedes and crawled towards the direction of Qingyan Mountain at a fast speed. In place, a group of already stunned police officers were left behind. The Taoist priest said that he didn't know how to cultivate immortality, and in the next second, sat on the giant centipede and walked out of the police station with the centipede. "A monk doesn't lie? You are clearly talking nonsense." Qin Hao played the bone flute inside the police station and drove the centipede to crawl against the ground. In the police station, a few policemen were sending the handcuffed Easterning man to the detention center. The Easterning man was walking along when he suddenly heard the familiar sound of the bone flute in his ears. Then, he saw his two precious centipedes that he had kept for many years crawling past him. On the centipede's back, there was also the Taoist priest from the Dragon Kingdom. The Easterning people were dumbfounded. This guy, how could he play a bone flute? And, how does the blowing feel slicker than even himself? Easterning man, asshole, where are you going to get my centipede? Qin Hao said, centipedes in wine, great tonic. Of course it is brought back to make wine. When the Easterning man heard this, he was instantly in a hurry, and a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. This, killing the ghost he raised, breaking his own formation, destroying his 10 years of arrangement, sending himself to the police station, and sticking forbidden spells on his body. Now, he also took the precious centipede that he had raised for many years to make wine. Who the hell is the villain? Killing people to kill their hearts. This Easterning man, who was already suffering from mean qi in his body, his organs were greatly damaged, and he couldn't live for a few days. Now that Qin Hao is so angry, the fire is attacking his heart, and he could still live for a week. Now, looking at this, if he could survive for 3 days, he would be considered powerful. Qin Hao sat on the centipede's back and no longer cared about this Easterning man. If he was going to die, why waste more words on him? Playing the bone flute and riding the centipede, he headed in the direction of Qin Mountain. On the way, there were quite a few people who saw 2 large centipedes traveling on the highway. The outrageous thing was that the crawling speed of these 2 centipedes was faster than some sedans. The traffic police were dumbfounded. This Nima, a highway with a speed limit of 40, these 2 centipedes, whooshed past. Speed at least 80 or more. Traffic police sitting on the motorcycle, a moment do not know whether to chase or not. If they don't, it seems not good. If he chased them, the 2 centipedes were too scary, and he didn't dare to stop. And people are not driving a centipede, more or less a little bad to say. Traffic police really headache. Should I chase them? Or not? I have never encountered this situation before. Chapter 56, do you call this the Divine Master? We call it God. The shelves beg for the first booking. The first time I've seen this, I've seen it in my life. Please collect. At the foot of Qin Mountain. A tour group brought a group of foreign tourists to visit Qin Mountain. With a group of foreign men and women in tow, the tour guide sister stood at the bottom of Qin Mountain and introduced them to it. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see now is the first mountain of our Dragon Kingdom's state religion of Taoism and Xianmen, Mount Changyun. The Longhua Taoist religion has a long history. So far, it has 1,000 years of history, and the inheritance of the Heavenly Master on the mountain alone has been passed down for more than 100 generations. In the Qingyan Taoist Temple, there are famous Taoist halls such as the Mountain Gate Hall, Lingguan Hall, Sanqing Hall, Jade Emperor Hall, and 3 Officials Hall. In addition to this, there are also landscapes on the mountain such as the Fountain of Agelessness, the Moonwatch Stone, the Stairway to Heaven Clouds, the Qingyan Waterfall, and the Purple Sea of Clouds that can be viewed, all of which are very nice landscapes. You all must have seen the hot news on the internet during this period of time. Those Taoist masters and celestial masters that are very hot on the internet during this period of time are all the high-ranking people on this Qingyun mountain. If we have the chance, we might even be able to meet the real purple-robed Heavenly Master. The tour guide girl enthusiastically introduced. Those foreign tourists, however, looked disinterested. Someone spat, I really don't understand, I spend so much money on a tour group, and you bring us to this kind of place? What's so great about this mountain? It's not as good as the local mountains in our country. Yes. Which country doesn't have this kind of scenery? Besides, Taoism is your religion. I don't even believe in God, but you? I've seen those news videos of Taoist priests and celestial masters that are so hot on the news in Dragonland lately, and I think the shooting script is too clumsy. A human's hands that can discharge thunder and lightning, and can also fly on the back of a white crane. It's almost like a bridge from a superhero movie. I don't understand why you guys would believe something so outrageous. Yeah. In my opinion, anyone who knows a little bit about special effects can use computer effects to do this kind of effect, so why would you guys believe that? The promotional video of the Tracer Church. These foreign tourists were very puzzled. They didn't understand why the people of the Dragon Kingdom held this Green Cloud Mountain in such high esteem. They felt that the so-called celestial masters and Taoist priests were just a bunch of crooks and special effects artists with a strong performance nature. Beside these foreigners, at this moment, a sweeper walked silently past them. Sweeping floor cleaning Zhang Tong listened to the words of these foreigners. He shook his head and did not say a word. There was a time when he and these foreigners were of the same mind. Disdaining faith and the Xianmen. He even brought his own son to the 3 Pristine Hall to cause trouble. And then guess what? He was unlucky to live for most of the month, and his own son froze for days after taking that piss, unable to get out half a drop of urine. Not only himself, and now in the upper half of the mountain road sweeping Zhou Yuanpeng is the same. Then unruly people, after being Heavenly Master military training. Wasn't he still obediently sweeping the floor at Qingyun Mountain? These foreigners would soon learn just how uneducated they really were. Just at this time, on Qingyun Mountain, I don't know who shouted out, "The Heavenly Master is back." In the next second, all the tourists saw that the Taoist masters, who were spread out at different mountain passes, actually turned into a golden light and flew down from the mountain. Some of the Taoist masters who were originally still enthusiastically taking pictures with the tourists heard the news that the Heavenly Master had returned to the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they had instantly moved and appeared a few dozen meters down the mountain. Many tourists were stunned. This Nima, the Divine Master, came out of the mountain. One sentence about the Heavenly Master returning, and instantly the Tao Masters stopped pretending and all flew down from the mountain to greet him? Foreign tourists are stunned. They previously thought that those videos on the internet were made with special effects. But now, witnessing it with their own eyes, a golden light flew over the mountain path, a step of more than 10 meters. There were even a few wearing red robes, directly emitting golden light all over their bodies, leaping down from the top of the mountain across 10,000 feet of height. A triple jump, and it was at the foot of the mountain. This wasn't through a cell phone screen and some post-production. This was a live view with the naked eye. These foreign tourists instantly had the feeling that they had lived for decades and still didn't understand. How is it that all Dragon Kingdom Taoist priests, they all go down the mountain like this? Outrageous. But what was even more outrageous was yet to come. This group of foreign tourists were still standing in place and froze, only to hear a burst of flying sand and rocks and a noisy sound coming up from the back. It was only then that these foreigners reacted and looked back. It didn't matter if they didn't turn around. Once they did, their heads almost split in place in fear. Because only to see the bottom of the mountain, two centipedes climbed up at great speed. On the centipede's back, there was also a purple-robed Taoist. The centipedes were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed past them, flying up the mountain. They could even see the lines on the centipede's body. Accompanying the Heavenly Master as he rode the centipede up the mountain, those Taoist elders also followed and leapt back up the mountain. At this moment, when they looked at the foreign tourists again, how could they still look like they were just now pointing out the mountains and expressing their own opinions? A few of the Materians knelt on the spot. God! This is God! He is God! These foreigners, now, could not understand why the people of the Dragon Kingdom called Qin Hao some kind of heavenly master. People like this were called God in their place. As for Qin Hao's flying up the mountain on the centipede just now, it was even more treated as a miracle by them, engraved in their hearts, unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Along with Qin Hao, he rode a centipede all the way up the mountain. On the Dragon Country's hot search, new hot phrases also appeared. Shocked. The serial disappearance case that had plagued the Longguang City Police Department for more than 10 years was officially solved. The serial killer demon was actually a Yin and Yang master. 77 skeletons were found at the scene, and according to the police, that's not all the victims. There are more victims whose skeletons have been destroyed by the East. Longguang City urban legend, the truth behind the third hospital is revealed, a layout that lasted more than 10 years. A fight that involves the metaphysical worlds of the East and the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is victorious. The Easterning people exposed themselves, their own layout for more than 10 years, raised hundreds of ghosts, by the Qingyun Mountain Celestial Master put a fart of effort to kill all of them. The mentality of the Easterning people collapsed. Red Sky Thunder reappeared in Longguang City, and the ghosts and monsters in the city were terrified. The stirring ghosts moved overnight. After decades of living here, this damn place is suddenly haunted by Taoist priests. Or wearing purple robes. Do you think it scares the ghosts? Longguang City, Changnan branch of the Tianshi transcript content exposure, responsible for giving the Tianshi transcript of the police mind blowing up. The transcript content is extremely bull. My 80-year-old grandmother looked at a glance false. Tianshi ride riding centipede racing, speed 97. Traffic police brigade issued a ticket warning. Qingyun Mountain is required to go to the traffic police as soon as possible to pay the fine. First view, video of the crowd of Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain jumping 3 times on the mountain top to greet the Heavenly Master. Reply 1 self-mention. Almost all of the Dragon Kingdom netizens who were not expecting it. They just slept for a while. The Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain, again, made so many big movements. And, one is more outrageous than the other. The entire Dragon Country internet comment section was also once again abuzz. For a while, countless news stems appeared. Qingyun Mountain Heavenly Master once again bagged the top 20 microwave hot searches. Chapter 57. You're marvelous, you're noble. Shelf begging for the first booking. Please monthly tickets. Please collect. On the internet, all kinds of hot comments came out. I never dreamed that this chain of disappearances in Longguang City would be a big deal. I never dreamed that this serial disappearance case in Longguang City could actually be solved. One of my nephews was one of the missing persons at that time, and now it's been 8 years. I didn't think that there would be a day when the murderer would be captured. I had thought that this case would not be solved for more than 10 years, but I didn't realize that the arrest was so sudden. If you want to do something big, it's our Heavenly Master who has to do it. If we can't solve the case, the Divine Master will come down to the mountain and solve it. Good man. You really believe in the Heavenly Master's words. You're the only one who believes that he really went for a walk. Walking from the east side of the city to the south side of the city, a few dozen kilometers apart, a dare to say, a dare to believe. But no matter what, it's good that the case is solved. I heard that the Easting people are now blocked in front of the detention center, cannot enter. The families of the victims got the message in advance, in front of the detention center blocking it, to be killed that. This kind of garbage deserves to be killed. One more day of life is a waste of food in the Dragon Kingdom. He's killed so many people in the past 10 years. It's not easy to catch him, so why don't you give the victims' families a chance to vent their anger? To vent their anger? Turtle, if we really give the victim's family to vent their anger, one person can slap that Easting people into a pig's head. Isn't it that the EIJ's 10-year plan that's the most outrageous? 10 years raised hundreds of ghosts, by our Tiancher put a fart all killed, laughed to death, inging people mentality are broken. Those hospital ghosts would not have thought, more than 10 years in this place, suddenly one day, they are among the haunted Taoist awe. Suddenly, I realized why the Heavenly Master keeps telling us to believe in science. Once he kills all the ghosts, the world will be a scientific place. I'm enlightened. I realized. Science? You mean the centipede on the highway? You call that science? Science tells me that the largest centipede in the world is less than 1 meter, and in a turnaround, the Heavenly Master is riding a large centipede that is 2 to 3 meters long and driving up to 90 yards on the highway. Forgive me for not being able to continue to believe in science. Traffic Police Brigade are dumbfounded, after decades of work, have seen racing cars, never seen racing centipede, begged the traffic police officer who found the centipede at the time of the psychological shadow. Isn't the funniest thing about it the transcript of the Celestial Master? A walk down the hill, I guessed it. Low blood sugar, ordinary people, nothing to do with me. Push yourself clean. The Eastern European, you're marvelous. You're puritanical. You're more ruthless than anyone else, but you act harmless afterward, and all my ghosts died for nothing? Tiancher, I'm not the one in purple. What, you got a picture of my face? This damn, okay, I admit it, I just passed by. Tiancher said, if that highway camera slightly blurs my face, I dare to say that I was born with a popular face. I can't believe it. 999999999. Online, the comments section is hotly debated. As for the current Qin Hao, after driving the centipede back to the Heavenly Master's mansion on the mountain, he began to close his eyes to study centipede medicinal wine. He had long heard that centipede liquor was a great tonic. What's more, there were 2 such big ones now. It wouldn't even make sense if he didn't make wine for medicine. Qin Hao searched in the incense value mall. Sure enough, it allowed him to find 2 secret recipes for making centipede-infused wine. One of them was a medicinal wine recipe that could be consumed. Using centipede with dozens of special herbs as medicine and then soaking it in special white wine, the modulated centipede wine not only tasted good, but also had an extremely strong medicinal effect after drinking it. Men drink it to strengthen their kidneys and enhance their physical fitness. Women drink it to nourish yin and beauty and regulate the body. It has the effect of restraining wind and stopping spasm, clearing the channels and relieving pain, detoxifying and dispersing knots, and treating impotence. Drinking it for a long time can also cure serious diseases such as hemiplegia and some cancers. As for the other, it is ground with centipede, with more than a dozen kinds of herbs to make medicinal powder, with medicinal wine for external use. Applying it to injuries, activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis, treating rheumatism, arthritis, reducing swelling and relieving pain all have miraculous effects. Qin Hao intended to slaughter these 2 centipedes, and make the 2 centipedes into medicinal wine and medicinal powder respectively. In the future, all the incense burners who went to the mountain to worship the gods could receive them for free. Anyway, these 2 centipedes used to follow the Eastern Ing people and didn't do anything good. Now that they have this opportunity, they can offer their bodies to be used as medicine to cure people's diseases, which is also considered as a good deed. If these 2 centipedes knew that they could do something good even after they died, they would surely be pleased from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, in Qin Hao's ears, the system beep came along with it. Ding! Publish a new task, make centipede medicinal wine and powder, make it successfully and distribute it as a free resource to the incense burners, promote the selfless spirit of Shin sect, get the reward Heavenly Master Sword hardening 5. Purple clothes and Taoist robe hardening 10. Divine Beast Egg Carousel drawing times 10. Qin Hao listened to the system beep, and he himself was shocked. Never thought that the system, this time, would actually pop up such a generous reward all of a sudden. It seemed that even the system supported himself to do so. Then he could do it with confidence and boldness. Immediately after, Qin Hao purchased the various materials needed to make the centipede medicine at the system mall. The little bit of incense value needed to buy the materials was all small money for the current Qin Hao. After all, on a trip down the mountain yesterday, Qin Hao earned tens of thousands of incense value. Not to mention, the system also released a mission, and there was a whole 100,000 incense value waiting to be collected by himself for completing this mission. Compared to that, what is the incense value spent on buying some materials? It's just a drop in the bucket. After buying medicinal herbs, special white wine and other materials, Qin Hao walked out of the room and instructed the child at the door. Let the red-robed Taoist masters of each temple, each pick 10 down-to-earth and willing disciples to report to the Heavenly Master's mansion, and he had a task for them to do. The Tao child nodded and left the Heavenly Master's mansion, looking for people. After the Taoist boy left, Qin Hao looked at these two big centipedes in the courtyard. Now, it was his turn to take care of these two centipedes. Since he was going to take them to make wine for medicine, the first step was definitely to send them on their way. However, Qin Hao, a person who thought that he had a soft heart, couldn't see killing the most. With that, he summoned the Heavenly Master Sword. Manipulating the hilt of the Heavenly Master Sword, he inserted it on top of the wall. Then, blow the bone flute. The two large centipedes, listening to the sound of the bone flute, directly slammed their heads towards the Heavenly Master Sword on the wall. The sword body entered the brain, and instantly, the two centipedes died. Qin Hao looked at this scene and shook his head, sighing, "Blessed Shang Infinite Heavenly Father. The three purities are above, the disciple just played the flute to cultivate his sentiment, these two centipedes slammed into the sword by themselves, that's suicide. It has nothing to do with the poor Taoist. What a sin." If Captain Wang of the City South Branch was here right now, and heard Qin Hao's words, he would probably be directly jaw-dropped. Indeed, the highest level of lying to people is to lie even to yourself. Chapter 58, Incipient Level Divine Power Shelf begs for the first booking. Request for monthly tickets. Seek bookmarks. The two centipedes were already dead. Qin Hao could only tearfully put away their still cold corpses. After a while, the Taoist boy came over with dozens of Changyun Mountain Taoist priests. Qin Hao then told these little Taoist priests about the process of making medicinal wine and medicinal powder, so that they could make them according to the prescription. Of course, the bodies of these two big centipedes were invulnerable to knives and guns, and Qin Hao also specially spent a huge 10,000 incense value to buy special knives and tools in the incense value mall. It was to facilitate the decomposition of the centipede bodies into medicine. These Taoist priests dragged two big centipedes and materials to the backyard of the Heavenly Master's mansion to make them. Qin Hao himself, on the other hand, was practicing in the courtyard. First of all, it was to check his current attribute panel and summarize and organize all the system rewards and data he had received so far. Qin Hao's mind moved, and a virtual attribute panel appeared in front of him. What was recorded on it was all of Qin Hao's current data. Name, Qin Hao. Age, 24 years old. Identity, Celestial Master of Changyun Mountain, the only purple robe in the Dragon Kingdom, 2nd grade Talisman Master. Residence, Changyun Mountain Heavenly Master's Mansion. Realm, 1st level of Foundation Establishment. Artifacts, Celestial Master Sword Hardened Spirit 6, Soul Nurturing Ring, various Talisman Seals. Technique, Taiping 5 Qi Technique. Spells, 5 Thunderbolt Technique, Calling the Wind and Rain Technique, Innate Golden Light Mantra. Martial Arts, Flying Cloud Steps, Immortal Steps. Aptitude, Spiritual Eyes of True Fire, 10,000 Swords and One Thought Flying Sword Technique. Pets, Immortal Crane, Black Bear Spirit, Apiu Su Huwaning. Books, The Complete Book of Rune Seals of the Shenmen, The Complete Book of Forging Magic Weapons. Others, Celestial Master's Vegetable Garden, Innate Gourd Seeds. Incense value, 23,700. Qin Hao looked at his current attribute panel, which was luxurious. Afterwards, he looked at two of them. Indulgent Immortal Ascension Step. True Fire Spirit Eyes. One of them was the reward obtained from exploring the secrets of the hospital. The other was the reward obtained from capturing the Eastern Yin Yang Master. Indulgent Immortal Steps, a subtle level stance, an immortal martial art. Seemingly mediocre, but in reality, it can shrink into 1,000 miles in an instant. True Fire Spiritual Eyes, a subtle level divine ability, the pair of eyes melting true fire, refined into a pair of spiritual eyes, unleashed, can burn out all things, break delusions, and punish evils. Previously, Qin Hao had not practiced any other martial arts besides the system reward Lingshu Flying Cloud Steps that he had received for the first time. He hadn't practiced any other martial arts, such as the innate Golden Light Mantra, 5 Thunder Positive Technique, and Calling the Wind and Rain. These all belong to the classification of spells. And Lingshu Flying Cloud Step, the system said at the beginning, this is the basic step, created for mountain climbing. It was certainly powerful when placed on the blue star. But put in the real immortal martial arts body, is simply not the kind of mainstream. The true immortal sex martial arts aptitude is divided into 5 major levels. Entry level, true martial level, immortal spirit level, creation level, and true solution level. The indulgent immortal ascension steps and true fire spirit eyes were the 2 entry-level martial arts aptitudes. But even if they were at the lowest level of the incipient micro-grade, when placed on the blue planet, they were still powerful and explosive divine abilities. One was instantaneous breathing for 1,000 miles, and the other was the eye-releasing true fire. In a TV series, which one of these was not a true immortal divine ability? Not to mention in reality. Qin Hao tested these two martial arts aptitudes separately. The first one was the indulgent immortal ascension step. One could only see Qin Hao taking a step with his body, as if he was walking leisurely with faith. In the next second, his figure unexpectedly disappeared directly from the original place. The speed was like an instantaneous transfer, and his figure had already appeared 100 meters away. This was still a bit of casual activity by Qin Hao. If he was really serious, it wouldn't be hard to achieve instantaneous speed of 1,000 miles. True fire spirit eyes. Qin Hao's eyes converged and pointed at a stone in the courtyard. Then, he felt that his eyes heated up. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed that Qin Hao's eyes became reddish in the middle, and in the next second, a trace of crimson flame unexpectedly erupted out. The flame swept out and turned into a fire dragon, blasting at the stone on the ground. The stone was instantly wrapped by the fire dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it burned into flying ash. Qin Hao himself was stunned. This power, is this an entry-level divine ability? Awesome! It was already this powerful at the entry subtle level. Qin Hao looked at this true fire spirit eye of his, which seemed to be able to rise and evolve. The true fire spiritual eye after evolution was called Fire Eye Golden Eye. It was a true martial level divine ability. How powerful should a true martial divine ability be? Qin Hao couldn't imagine. It was only a matter of burning down a mountain with a single glance. True martial level exploding mountain. Immortal spirit level exploding star. There were even stronger creation level and true resolution level in the back. The strongest true unraveling level martial arts aptitude, with a snap of a finger, wouldn't it annihilate several universes? Qin Hao more or less felt that it was too powerful. He didn't dare to think downwards. He stopped his thoughts. Right now, his cultivation was still at the foundation establishment realm. Thinking too much and being overly ambitious was bad for his cultivation instead. Keeping his heart and taking one step at a time was the right path. Following the system, in the future, it wouldn't be a dream for him to snap his fingers and destroy the universe. He tested his two newly acquired martial arts aptitudes. Then, Qin Hao opened the incense value mall and picked them out. Since he had taken in Apao Su Huining in the third hospital, he promised that people would follow him and eat and drink in the future. Naturally, adults should be responsible for their words. Right now, Qin Hao was giving Su Huining the chance to pick the gongfu that Apao could cultivate. Qin Hao opened the gongfu area. Choosing up. His current incense value was more than 20,000 points. It still couldn't be used indiscriminately. Qin Hao's mental expectation was to solve Su Huining's gongfa problem within 10,000. Within 5,000, solve Su Huining's battle technique problem. Soon, Qin Hao found a rather suitable gongfu. Blood Moon Ghost King Merit. This gong method, as one could tell from its name, could be cultivated up to the Ghost King realm. The comprehensive performance aspects of the gong method were quite good, with no major loopholes. In terms of cultivation, it could be practiced by absorbing the moonlight qi. The biggest advantage is that it is cheap. You can bring it home with 8,000 incense value. The current Su Huining's cultivation was weak to the point of being negligible. The cultivation levels in the ghost world were roughly divided into Bane, Apao, Stern Ghost, Ghost General, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor, Ghost Ancestor, Ghost Saint, and Ghost Immortal. Su Huining is now, that is, Apao. It's still the weakest one in Apao. Not even as good as those ghosts in the hospital at that time, who were in the realm of the Stern Ghosts. At the beginning of cultivation, there is no need for more and more powerful techniques. Just enough. When she cultivated to the Ghost King realm, the incense value on Qin Hao's body would have been enough to replace her with a better technique. It wouldn't be too late to change it later. After buying a good gongfu, then, it was the arts. The arts in the ghost realm were just like the spells and aptitudes practiced by humans. It was a very important means of attack. Without arts, even a severe ghost could only attack using the most primitive fighting methods, such as biting with their mouths and poking with their nails. What? What if a ghost doesn't have nails? Then they can only rely on scaring people. In short, without magic spells, ghosts have a single powerless means of fighting. Qin Hao picked half a day and picked a rather powerful art for Su Huining. The 5 Ghosts Execution Technique. Chapter 59, The Legend of the Fountain of Youth. Request subscription. Seek monthly tickets. Please collect. In the soul-raising ring, Qin Hao called Su Huining out. Su Huining's figure slowly appeared in front of Qin Hao, and she first gave him a salute. Qin Hao asked, "Miss Su, how is it? Are you still used to living in this magic vessel?" Su Huining said, "Thanks to the Heavenly Master, this soul-nurturing ring is very suitable for living." Su Huining actually said it euphemistically. This Heavenly Master's soul-nurturing ring was more than livable, it could simply be described as cozy. In the past, when she lived in the third hospital, she only dared to move around a little at night. Once in the daytime, with her Apao's cultivation, a slight exposure to daylight would probably cause her soul to fall apart. So during the daytime, she could only hide in the darkness of the hospital, shivering. But now, the situation was different, following the Heavenly Master. Hiding in the soul-nurturing ring, the environment inside was simply not too cozy for her. Su Huining even felt that living inside was just like living in a star hotel, soaked in natural hot springs. Moreover, there was also a large amount of Yin Fury Chi in the soul-nurturing ring that was suitable for ghosts to cultivate. Su Huining could rapidly raise her cultivation and solidify her ghost body when she lived inside. Qin Hao nodded his head. He was very satisfied with Su Huining's feedback. In fact, this was something he expected. After all, his own soul-nurturing ring was built with the very best Yin sinking wood. This Yin sinking wood, originally, was the extremely Yin thing in the world. PPO's ghosts and monsters, again, liked Yin. How could it be uncomfortable to live in the middle of a magic weapon made of Yin sinking wood? Qin Hao said, live in the habit on the line, this time called you out, is before promised you to help you cultivate, poor Taoist for you to pick a gongfu and cultivation arts, you put away, go back to cultivate well. Qin Hao extracted the two techniques and directly nudged them into Su Huining's soul body. In Su Huining's Sea of Consciousness, instantly, there was an additional book of the Blood Moon Ghost King Techniques Gongfu Secret and the 5 Ghost Execution Techniques Art Secret. She knew that these two were the Gong methods that the Heavenly Master had prepared for her. Su Huining was instantly grateful, kneeling on the ground, saying, Heavenly Master to me, the grace of point transformation, and now give me the cultivation method, the grace is as good as a new creation. From today onwards, Huining is willing to worship Heavenly Master as the Lord, and in the future, be an ox as a horse, to repay the favor. Su Huining is a smart person. The purple-robed Heavenly Master, who had previously dealt with the ghost spirit souls in the third hospital, was a law that did not tolerate mercy. Between the palms of his hands, hundreds of ghosts died under the Heavenly Master's heavenly thunder. But the Heavenly Master took great care of her. Not only did he not send her to the netherworld to be punished by the hell, but he also gave her the power to cultivate. But is it not the grace of rebirth? So Su Huining direct attitude. When her cultivation is accomplished, she will definitely follow the Heavenly Master, and when the Heavenly Master says go east, she will never go west, and she will never refuse to go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. Qin Hao nodded and said, get up, from today onwards, cultivate diligently, your current strength can't help me at all, wait until you cultivate to the ghost general level first. Su Huining thanked Qin Hao for the great favor of giving the law. Then, she returned to the soul-nurturing ring and read the contents of the gongfu to cultivate. Inside the soul-nurturing ring, Su Huining practiced according to the Blood Moon Ghost King Gong method bestowed by Qin Hao. This Gong method was simply a tailor-made Gong method for a Piali ghost. Su Huining felt that she cultivated frighteningly fast. Her strength, too, was growing by leaps and bounds. Originally, Su Huining was only at the Apiao realm. Moreover, it was still the weakest class amongst the Apiao realm. But soon, after practicing in the soul-nurturing ring for half a day, Su Huining's cultivation level soared by leaps and bounds. After only half a day, Su Huining's ghostly body had risen from the Apiao realm to the level where it could manifest substance. Manifesting substance, on the other hand, represented Su Huining's entry into the realm of the Lie Ghost. Su Huining herself didn't expect that she would cultivate into a Li Ghost so quickly. Originally, she had thought that without the help of an external object, it would take decades at the earliest for her to condense her soul body into a Lich Ghost. But now, it had become one in half a day. Sure enough, ghosts with preparations in Kung Fu are just different from wild ghosts. After cultivating into a stern ghost, Su Huining began to check out the other technique that the Heavenly Master had given her. The 5 Ghost Execution Technique. According to the records of the art, after cultivating this art, one could use the art to control other similar kind of stern ghosts. A maximum of 5 could be controlled. Once the 5 stern ghosts were controlled, they would submit to the spellcaster. Moreover, the controlled Lich ghosts could continue to cultivate. It was equivalent to 5 growth-type ghost puppets. When fighting, command the 5 ghost puppets to kill the enemy. He himself could hide in the back and quietly observe the situation. In this art, there were also several offensive arts that the Lie ghost puppets could cultivate. After cultivating it, the 5 ghosts would cooperate and have notable killing power. But the only problem now was that in order to cultivate this art, Su Huining would have to go and capture 5 stern ghosts back first. She was instantly abashed. She herself was only in the realm of the night ghosts right now, and running out to catch 5 night ghosts was obviously a bit unrealistic. It was better to cultivate and practice first, at least to the ghost general realm before going out to catch the Li ghost puppets. Su Huining was cultivating hard in the soul nurturing ring. Outside, however, something had happened again. On Xingyun Mountain, several attractions existed. The Fountain of Agelessness on Mount Xingyun was one of them. This Fountain of Agelessness was said to have once been the place where the ancestor of Mount Xingyun realized the way. The ancestor practiced Taoism diligently on Mount Xingyun, pursuing the realm of Taoism that transcends the world. One day, the ancestor sat on a cliff and realized the way. Observing the nature of heaven and earth, he suddenly felt something and fell into the realm of epiphany. In the midst of the epiphany, the ancestor traveled to the immortal world. He was guided by the immortals, which allowed him to learn the heavenly book of Taoism. And the ancestor took a look at it for 7 days and 7 nights. After 7 days, the ancestor learned 1,000 ways and 10,000 mysteries from the heavenly book. The immortal world then named the ancestral master as the first heavenly master of Qin Yun Mountain. The place where the ancestor was sitting was directly above the place where the ancestor was crowned as the heavenly master, and there was also an endless spring of water gushing out. It is said that after drinking the spring water, it has the power of immortality. It can make people live forever. The fountain of immortality, hence the name. Of course, this was just a legend, and the real ageless spring didn't have such a magical effect. If there really is such an effect, Qin Yun Mountain also certainly cannot keep this spring, long ago by the people above to go. Now the fountain, just a legend, publicity attractions only. At this moment around the fountain of youth, but was surrounded by a large group of tourists. A few minutes ago, these tourists were originally visiting beside the fountain of agelessness. Although everyone knew that the claim that the water from the fountain of agelessness spring made people live forever when they drank it was just a legend. But the tourists who came to visit Qin Yun Mountain also had a habit all along. That is, when passing by the fountain of youth, all want to drink a sip of spring water. Not trying to live forever is to figure a lucky. The fountain of Green Cloud Mountain is a natural spring, and the water quality is clean, so these tourists are not worried about drinking it. However, just now, a female tourist was walking to the fountain to catch the spring water. Her son was also playing next to the spring. The child was naughty, and when he was not careful, he stepped on the ground and fell down to the bottom of the mountain forest. Luckily, a Taoist priest next to the fountain of youth jumped down immediately and pulled the child up. But after pulling up, the crowd realized that the problem was big. The child was stung by a wasp in the mountain. Originally, we all thought the problem was not big. After being stung by a hornet, it was just a trip to the hospital. But soon, the child even appeared dizziness, wound swelling and pain phenomenon. The Taoist priest also felt bad. In this child, find the corpse of the hornet. People check Baidu to realize. This is not a wasp. It's a golden-ringed hornet. Chapter 60. Is this centipede medicine? No. This is a divine medicine. Seeking subscriptions. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Golden-ringed hornets. Hymenoptera, hornet family. The body length can reach 40 millimeters, and the body, except for some positions, is yellowish-brown. Not only is it the world's largest hornet, but it is also one of the world's 5 famous poisonous wasps, also known as the dragon state tiger bee, human head wasp, killer wasp, and so on. It is highly toxic and often causes death. There are many cases of death from killer bees every year, and you should go to the hospital immediately after being stung. This is the introduction about the golden-ringed hornet that some tourists have searched on their cell phones. It is one of the 5 most poisonous wasps in the world. Extremely toxic, the golden-ringed hornet stings the stung place will immediately appear severe pain. A few minutes after the stung place began to red, swollen, itchy and gradually spread to the surrounding area. In severe cases, cardiac arrhythmia, acute kidney failure, anaphylactic shock, and even death may occur. Among the tourists, a man reads aloud the various serious consequences of killer bee venom. The tourists next to him, on the other hand, looked at him with a breathless gaze. This kid, he's here to stir up trouble, isn't he? It's not a big deal to watch the fun. People's children were stung by the golden-ringed hornet, and they were already worried to death. You're still reading about all the serious consequences, opening your mouth with anaphylactic shock and death. Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Moreover, anaphylactic shock and death would only occur after being stung by many golden-ringed hornets at the same time. This child was only stung by one of the large hornets, although the wound started to redden and swell with paroxysms of pain and dizziness. But it can only be said to be poisonous, but not by much. It was still far from life-threatening. As long as it is handled properly in a hurry, it still won't be a problem. On the Taoist master's side, he had already started contacting the people on the mountain. Someone on the fountain side was injured, stung by a wasp, and needed urgent treatment. Taoist master Jing Xian received a call from someone on the fountainhead side. He had wanted to handle it himself. But just in time, at that moment, Qin Hao came down from the heavenly master's mansion, saw Jing Xian walking towards the mountain, and called him to ask about it. From Taoist Jing Xian, Qin Hao learned that someone had been injured on the mountain, and was also poisoned. After thinking for a while, Qin Hao told Taoist master Jing Xian to wait where he was, and he instructed the Taoist boy to go to the mountain to fetch some newly made centipede medicine. After hearing this, the Taoist boy flew towards the mountain. Before long, the Taoist boy came back with a small pot of wine and some medicinal powder. Qin Hao said, "Go, take me to see it." When Taoist master Jing Xian saw that the heavenly master had personally come out, he was greatly relieved. With the heavenly master, what is a small killer bee? Once the healing talisman is out, isn't it a medicine to cure the disease? Around the fountain, many tourists were still gathered here. At this moment, the child who had been stung by the killer bee was already suffering from fever, slight allergies, and vomiting. The child's mom couldn't wait. After waiting for half a day, the Taoist masters on the mountain hadn't come down yet. She wanted to carry her son down the mountain and rush straight to the hospital. But looking at the child's mom with the child is about to leave. Rush to be stopped by the Taoist priest, Infinite Heavenly Father, Jusher, where you are now, above the halfway point of the mountain. Even if you climb down the mountain empty-handed, it will take a long time, not to mention that there are several kilometers from the hospital under the mountain. Instead of tossing and turning now, why don't you wait here, and in a moment, the red-robed Taoist priest from our Taoist temple will come down the mountain and naturally solve the problem. The tourists next to us listened and also advised. Yes, the Taoist master has a point. Instead of carrying the child to the hospital, why don't you wait for the Taoist master to come over? The Taoist master will be here soon, so don't toss. I heard that the Taoist temple on Qingyun Mountain has a particularly magical celestial master's talisman seal. I've seen it on the news. Once it's applied, no matter how serious the injury is, it'll be healed immediately. Doesn't it smell good to wait here for the Taoist master to bring the seal down? Look! Taoist master Jing Xian is here. Ha! Is that the heavenly master next to him? As we were talking, some tourists saw several figures coming down from the mountain. In addition to the Taoist master of the three Qinghals in red robes, Taoist master Jing Xian. The one next to him, the Taoist master in ordinary Taoist clothes, was actually the heavenly master? At the moment, the heavenly master wasn't wearing a purple robe, and the tourists almost didn't recognize him. The heavenly master actually came down. The female tourist immediately had her heart put down. The heavenly master had come, what else could happen? Qin Hao and Jing Xian walked over. Taoist master Jing Xian first checked the child's wounds, and then took a look at the body of the stinging hornet. Sure enough, it was a great tiger hornet all right. The toxin from the wound had entered the body, and the wound had begun to redden and swell accompanied by pain, as well as slight allergic symptoms. Children's resistance was already weak, and without timely treatment, something serious could still happen. Taoist Jing Xian looked at the celestial master next to him. At this time, Qin Hao, on the other hand, waved his hand, and the Taoist boy beside him walked over and took out the special centipede medicine. Qin Hao said, Fuxing Immeasurable Heavenly Father, monks, this is our Qingyun Mountain special medicinal wine and powder, using centipedes that have been alive for decades with a variety of medicinal herbs to soak into, internal and external use, to reduce swelling and relieve pain, heal wounds and detoxify poison, all have miraculous effects. He said, let Jing Xian Taoist take the centipede medicine to the child to use. The child's mother, upon hearing that the medicine was made of centipede, was a little worried. At first, she was a bit worried. After all, wasn't centipede poisonous? How can it be made into medicine? She wasn't a medical student, and she didn't know anything about making medicine, so she didn't know if it was reliable or not. But then she thought about it, and it came from the mouth of the heavenly master. Instant security was pulled full. Just try it. People's heavenly masters have come over, and there are so many people watching, it's not like Qingyun Mountain can't run away if anything happens. Immediately, the female tourist handed her son over to Taoist Jing Xian for treatment. Taoist master Jing Xian was taught by Qin Hao. First, he used the water from the fountain of youth to clean the wounds of this child. After the wound was cleaned, it was dried with a paper towel. Then, pour out the centipede-configured medicinal powder ground into medicinal powder with fragrant oil and apply it externally on the wound stung by the killer bee. After applying the compress, then took out the medicinal wine and let him take a small sip. The crowd watched the child finish the medicine and immediately felt that there should be no problem. The only thing that was a bit regrettable was that they had thought that this time, they would be able to see the effects of that magical healing talisman from Qingyun Mountain. As a result, the other heavenly master didn't bring out the healing talisman at all, and instead used medicinal wine and powder to treat it. They immediately felt more or less regretful. Because medicinal powder and medicinal wine were also sold outside. These were just ordinary means of healing, far from being as magical and rare as talismanic seal treatments. However, very soon, these tourists would realize how wrong they were. Because, just when everyone thought that the centipede medicine from Green Cloud Mountain was an ordinary medicine that also needed to be slowly rested after being applied, the little boy's mother, however, was shocked to find that her son's wound was now actually recovering rapidly. The wound that was red and swollen just a moment ago. After applying the centipede medicinal powder configured by the celestial master, it even quickly returned to normal. In the time it took to take a breath, the redness and swelling had all receded. Under the effect of that mouthful of medicinal wine, the child's fever and allergy were also rapidly disappearing. Her son had been stung by a killer bee on the mountain, and without even going to the hospital, he was already going to be cured? The female tourist was dumbfounded. Was this centipede medicine? No. This was divine medicine. Chapter 61, Die Anywhere, but Not on the Mountain. Requesting subscriptions. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Not only the female tourists, but the tourists on the sidelines next to them also realized that things were not right. This centipede medicine, medicinal effect is also too fierce. It's only been applied for a few minutes, right? The redness and swelling receded, and the symptoms were all gone. You know, this is still the bee venom of the killer bees. In front of Green Cloud Mountain's centipede medicine, the killer bee's bee venom is just like a joke. It has changed from a killer bee to a younger brother bee. Taoist Master Jing Xian finished applying the medicine and got up. Qin Hao, on the other hand, said, "Don't worry about it, it's already fine, go home and recuperate for a few more days, and you'll be cured." The female tourist nodded her head. But at this moment, her son, where was the uncomfortable look he had before? After applying the medicine and drinking the medicinal wine, he was now alive and kicking, and didn't look sick at all. The visitors present immediately felt that the Heavenly Master was more or less being modest when he told him to go back and recuperate for a few days. After using the medicine, all the problems were directly cured for you. How can you still use rest and recuperation? Maybe what the Heavenly Master meant by recuperate was, go back to eat and drink, don't put anything on your mind. The Celestial Master himself prepared the medicine. Even if your head was chopped off, you'd get it back, not to mention a killer bee. New concept of cultivation. Give the kid a first aid. Qin Hao hadn't forgotten to ask Taoist Master Jing Xian to check about the killer bee. This was because the Tao Masters didn't know earlier that there were actually killer bees in the vicinity of Qin Mountain. This matter had given them a wake-up call. After all, it was a mountain, it was normal to have poisonous insects. This killer bee was extremely threatening to people. Qin Hao didn't want to break the incense of the Taoist temple because of a few wasps. Taoist Jing Xian quickly found where the hornet's nest was in the forest. Qin Hao looked at the hornet's nest on the tree. He directly threw up a second-order divine fire talisman without saying anything. It was affixed to the hornet's nest. In the next second, a large amount of golden flames rose from the talisman. It burned with a blaze, burning the hornet's nest cleanly. A nest of killer bees were within the hornet's nest, and they were all dumbfounded by the fire that suddenly rose up. Many tourists saw that the killer bees frantically tried to rush outside the hive that caught fire. However, as soon as they touched the flames, they were directly burned into black charcoal by the seal character gold flame, just like a grasshopper. A large number of killer bees turned into black charcoal fell down from the air like a light rain. A moment later, the killer bees that were arrogant and incomparable just a moment ago. It had already been burned cleanly by a single talisman from Qin Hao, and even the nest had been terminated. Many tourists watched the whole thing and were dumbfounded. This is the Heavenly Master? It's also too domineering. Awesome. A fire, the hornet's nest are burned. Divine Master, little hornet, you want to break my fire? You're so full of. Don't they say monks are compassionate? You call this compassion? Laughing, compassion is a Buddhist saying. The Celestial Master believes in Taoism, which believes in immortality, and saving the world. Everything is people-oriented. As long as they are against themselves or against people, they are all assholes. However, if a Heavenly Master burns a hornet's nest like that, he's not afraid that the hornets will come out and sting? Killer bees playing with humans can be very scary. To tell a joke, the Heavenly Master is afraid of hornets stinging himself. Didn't you see the flames on the talisman used by the Celestial Master to burn the hornet's nest just now? The wasps burned themselves out and couldn't even get out, so how can they sting people? Heavenly Master, as long as I burn fast enough, the wasps can't sting me. Besides, do you think Master's golden light spell is just a joke? Whenever these wasps come out, the Heavenly Master's golden light mantra is on. These wasps can't even break their defenses even if their stings are broken. Heavenly Master, how dare a small wasp show off? I'll burn them when I say so. Do you have a problem with that? Who dares to have a problem with this? Qin Hao effortlessly killed a hornet's nest with his backhand. Afterwards, he said to the tourists, "Blessed Shang Infinite Heavenly Master, please don't worry. Playing in our Qin Mountain. Safety is guaranteed in all aspects. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can find any Taoist master on the mountain path. We'll solve all problems for you. Every one of these tourists can bring incense value to Qin Hao. And since you've come to visit Qin Mountain, the basic safety measures on the mountain should still be done properly. Otherwise, it's just smashing your own signboard. With all kinds of poisonous snakes and beasts on the mountain, who would dare to come to Qin Mountain in the future? Without tourists coming to Mount Qin to burn incense, then his incense value, isn't it equivalent to having one less big supply source point?" Listening to the words of the Heavenly Master, numerous tourists nodded their heads. This I believe. With the Celestial Master's skills, what problem can't be solved? If someone else had said this, I might have rolled my eyes and thought that the other party was blowing off steam, but the person who's saying this to me right now is the Celestial Master of Qin Mountain. It's alright then. Heavenly Master, don't worry, everyone, as long as you are within the boundaries of Mount Qin, I'll keep you safe and sound. You can die anywhere, don't die on the mountain. Celestial Master, even if you jump off a cliff and get dropped in a bloody mess, this Celestial Master can also save you from the kind. First I'll let you walk out of Mount Qin alive, then I'll die. Ha 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 ha. There's that flavor. Volvo calls out straight to the insiders. At this time, some tourists, listening to the Heavenly Master's words, suddenly asked, "Heavenly Master, what if we encounter poisonous insects and snakes in the mountains in the future as well? How do you sell those centipede medicines of yours? I also want to buy some to bring back." As soon as these words came out, immediately, many of the tourists next to him converged on the person who spoke with their gazes. Why didn't they all think of it? The centipede medicine that the Heavenly Master had just brought out, taken internally and used externally, had the same effect as a godly medicine, and a sting from a killer bee could be cured instantly. If you bring it back to your own home, isn't it better than the medicine you buy outside? In the future, what allergies, poisoning, bruises and injuries? The moment you drink the wine and rub the powder, you will be revived in an instant. Many tourists looked at the man who asked the question. "You're such a little wit." Then, all of them cast their eyes towards the Heavenly Master, expecting an answer from him. With such a divine medicine, in their opinion, if the Heavenly Master casually quoted a price, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, no one would say a word. Qin Hao said, "Blessed Shang Infinite Heavenly Father. You all have misunderstood, these centipede medicines within the Taoist temple are not for sale to the public, and our Taoist temple doesn't do this to make money. In the future, the poor Taoist will have the disciples within the sect set up a medicine release office, and as long as the residents come to visit Qingyun Mountain, each of them can receive one copy. Of course, there is a limit of 1,000 per day. Each person is limited to receiving one per month. If you are in urgent need of medicine to treat a patient, you can go to the Taoist temple to find the Taoist master for registration, and you can receive it directly after registration." People-oriented. Qin Hao had it all figured out. This thing, centipede medicine, was quite effective. Even if those two big centipedes ran out in the future, he could still buy centipede raw materials directly from the system mall, which didn't have a few incense values. Being charitable and being able to increase the incense for himself, why not do it? As for charging? "Qin Hao, I'm a purple robe celestial master, and I still charge for making a centipede medicine? Then what have I become? Am I not a medicine buyer in the Jianhu?" He King Yanshan Tianshi, in ancient times, are successive generations by the emperor, the first great officer, hereditary, forcing Grauman. All the generations of Tianshi have never done such a shameful thing. Qin Hao presses the charge. Listening to the words of the Heavenly Master, the tourists present froze. This operation. It was unheard of for them. After all, this kind of divine medicine, if given to other people, could completely be sold at an extremely high price. Even if one serving of the medicine was sold for $500, with that divine effect added just now, there would still be people snapping it up. But the Heavenly Master, a wave of the hand, directly do not want a dime, all visitors free to receive. Simply do charity. What does it mean to be a real cultivator? This is called a real cultivator. Is such a selfless Heavenly Master really real? Chapter 62, What do I need so many chickens for? Requesting subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. In the Taoist temple on Qingyun Mountain, Qin Hao returned to the mountain. At this moment, the Taoist priests who made centipede medicine after the Heavenly Master's residence had already prepared 500 portions of medicinal wine and powder. Qin Hao then selected a few Taoist priests to set up a medicine distribution office. Every incense burner, before going up the mountain and leaving, could collect a portion of medicinal wine and medicinal powder at the entrance of the Taoist temple. One needed to register one's identity information when receiving it. Each person receives one portion at a time, once a month. A total of 1,000 portions were given out in a day, while supplies lasted. Many of the incense users were lined up in long lines at the medicine distribution office. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making centipede medicine as a free benefit to be distributed to tourists to promote the spirit of Taoism. Receive the reward Heavenly Master Sword Hardening 5. Purple Taoist Robe Hardening 10. Divine Beast Egg Carousel Drawing ×1. Qin Hao looked at the long line of medicine distributors, and in his ears, the system beep slowly sounded. Mission reward arrived. Celestial Master Sword Hardening 5. Originally, Qin Hao's Heavenly Master Sword had already been quenched 6 times. Now, it was quenched 5 more times. In other words, it had been quenched 11 times in total. Qin Hao returned to the Heavenly Master Mansion and pulled out the Heavenly Master Sword. He realized that the attributes displayed on this Heavenly Master Sword of his own had now become completely different. Before, it was just a spirit weapon without a grade. Now it had completely ascended in stars. It had transformed into an inferior grade 1-star divine weapon. The grade of a weapon was the same as a Gongfu divine ability, divided into the entry micro grade, true martial grade, immortal spirit grade, creation grade, and true solution grade. Now that Qin Hao's Celestial Master Sword was upgraded to an entry micro grade divine weapon, it could be considered a qualitative leap. Purple Taoist Robe Quenching Spirit 10. Qin Hao looked at this purple-clothed Tao robe he was wearing. He was never expecting that a Tao robe could actually quench the spirit. And in one breath, it was quenched by the system 10 times. Qin Hao clicked on the attributes to check it up. Name, Purple Robe. Alias, Heavenly Immortal Cave Robe, Heavenly Master's Robe. Grade, Spirit Quenching 10. Grade, Subtle Level 1 Star Vestment. Function, dust avoidance, water avoidance, fire avoidance, self-purification, windless automatic, constant temperature adjustment. Aptitude, Great and Small Aptitude, Binding Immortals and Dragons, Golden Light. Generally speaking, the upgraded purple robe has a strong attribute panel. It also comes with various functions and aptitudes by itself. For example, with the size avatar, Qin Hao took off his robe and threw it out. The purple-clothed Dao robe could be instantly giganticized, covering the sky and darkening the sky with a single thought. It was also possible to make the Dao robe smaller and carry it around. Binding Immortals and Binding Dragons, as long as Qin Hao threw out the Dao robe and recited the spell, the Dao robe could turn into an immortal binding rope or mixed sky aya in general, encircling the enemy, and the more they struggled, the tighter the strangulation became. The Golden Light, this one, is mainly for the evil spirit, Apao. Wear the robe on the body. If there is an evil attack, the robe automatically released the golden light of 10,000 feet. The power is infinite. The evil spirits below will die directly, and the evil spirits above will have to shake twice and avoid the front for the time being. The value of incense is $100,000. There's nothing more to say about this one. The value of incense, good stuff. Know what you're talking about. What interests Qin Hao the most is the last reward. Divine Beast Egg Carousel Extraction 10 times. This thing, no such reward has appeared before. Qin Hao checked up what this reward meant. After looking at it for a while, he almost understood. This thing, it was a carousel game. What was different from the ordinary carousel game was that participating in the carousel lottery, you could get all kinds of eggs. Of course, not ordinary eggs. Consuming the number of times the carousel was drawn would give you a chance to draw. 50 probability to get poultry spirit beast eggs. 30 probability to obtain ancient spirit beast eggs. 15 probability to obtain ancient fierce beast eggs. 3 probability to obtain ordinary divine beast eggs. 18111 probability of obtaining a top grade divine beast egg. 01889 probability of obtaining a law crystal, which can burst out law divine beast eggs. Looking at this explosion rate and reward mechanism, Qin Hao fell into deep thought. Law crystal? With a probability of 01889%. This couldn't help but remind him of a pitiful game he had played in his previous life. Wasn't a certain crystal in that game of Xiaoma's also drawn like this? Moreover, this carousel seemed to have an even lower burst rate than the certain crystal in Brother Pony's game. The crystal in the game, the explosion rate is at least 0.8. This law crystal, burst rate 01889. And people have at least 361 guaranteed, you do not even have a guaranteed. That is to say, no matter how many times you draw, the probability of each time is always 01889. Nima, isn't it just pure gambling dog probability? It's hard for Qin Hao not to doubt whether this law crystal, law god beast, is real or not. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, there are 10 chances for lucky draw. There is a high probability that the top level, law divine beast eggs won't be drawn. But drawing a few ordinary divine beasts, ancient ferocious beasts, and ancient spirit beasts eggs is still not a snap? Qin Hao clicked on the carousel and looked at the 2 options on the carousel. 1 single draw. 5 consecutive draws. With the idea of a steady hand, Qin Hao clicked on 1 single draw. First draw once to test the water. In the next second, white light lit up. The reels didn't even spin, directly popping out rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Carousel and obtaining the domestic fowl egg market jumping chicken. Market jumping chicken. One of the 4 major domestic fowls in the immortal cultivation world. Originally, it was a specialty spirit chicken within the ancient secret realm of Qin Hao. Because of its delicious meat, it lays 10 eggs twice a day. The amount of eggs laid was huge. It was popularized by the immortal cultivation world as the largest meat chicken. Even in the immortal cultivation world, there are hundreds of ways to cook market jumping chicken. Stewing, frying, sashimi, hot pot and barbecue are all excellent flavors. The meat is so smooth and tender that people can't forget to come back for more. The chicken is also known for its ability to sing and dance, hence its name. Qin Hao looked at drawing out a chicken. He was greatly disappointed. He thought he could get a wave of Oyu Chi explosion and get a divine beast egg in one shot. Sure enough, the gambler's mentality. He thought too much. Still, the old saying was right, hesitation leads to defeat. So next, Qin Hao directly turned on the reckless mode. 1 shot of 5 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Carousel and obtaining the domestic fowl egg fire phoenix flaming duck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Carousel and obtaining the domestic fowl egg market jumping chicken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Roulette and winning the Ancient Spirit Beast Egg Fofo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Roulette and winning the domestic fowl egg market jumping chicken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Roulette and winning the domestic fowl egg market jumping chicken. Qin Hao. After the 5 draws were completed, Qin Hao's side, there were 3 more eggs, a duck egg and a spirit beast egg. The spirit beast egg, Qin Hao could more or less accept it. But isn't the explosion rate of this market jumping chicken a bit too high? What did he need so many chickens for? Originally, I thought that with 10 draw opportunities, how could I draw out a few ferocious beasts and divine beasts eggs out? As a result, he had already drawn 6 times now. 4 chickens and 1 duck were drawn. Just exploded a spirit beast. And it's still a pet spirit beast Fofo that's not very useful. Qin Hao looked at Fofo's introduction. Fofo, advanced pet. Looks like a beaver, clad in iguana fur, with a long white tail, keeping it can relieve one's worries. Pure ornamental beast up belongs to is. Looking at the last 4 chances left. Qin Hao clenched his teeth and drew 4 straight single draws. This time, it must be a single shot. Chapter 63, Passing on the Martial Arts. Please subscribe. Seek monthly tickets. Please collect. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Carousel and obtaining the Poultry 8 Spiced Pig. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Carousel and obtaining the Ordinary Divine Beast Egg Mythical Beast. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Roulette and winning the Ancient Spirit Beast Golden Carp. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in the Divine Beast Egg Roulette and obtaining the domestic fowl egg of the Qin Market Singing Chicken. This lottery seems to be pretty good. The Qin Market Singing Chicken was only patronized once. The remaining 3 rewards were all unseen. 8 fragrant pigs. One of the 4 major poultry in the immortal cultivation world. It was said that no matter how it was made, it came with its own aroma, and like the singing and dancing chicken, it was extremely popular in the immortal cultivation world. Together with the previous Qin Hui Singing Chicken and Fire Phoenix Flaming Duck. Qin Hao already has 3 of the 4 major poultry in the immortal cultivation world here. Only 1 more to go, and it was fully illustrated. In addition to poultry eggs. Qin Hao was lucky this time and also drew the Ancient Spirit Beast Golden Carp. A kind of carp that was covered in golden light. It was also an extremely popular pet in the immortal cultivation world. Moreover, the number is rare. It lives in the Biming Sea and is extremely difficult to catch. Raised to a certain level, the golden carp will grow 2 pairs of transparent wings, as a flying spirit beast is also very good. Finally, there was the divine beast egg. Although it was only an ordinary divine beast. But the probability of drawing a divine beast egg was 3. If he could draw it, what else did Qin Hao have to pick? Divine beast, mythical beast. It was recorded in the Dragon Kingdom's ancient Shan Hai Jing and feudal deity Yeni. This divine beast, shaped like a lion, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, likes to be quiet and not move in his life, sits well, likes fireworks, and is often used to decorate incense burners. Now the head of the Taoist temple, incense burner on the copper cast beast is this goods. In the feudal myths, the mythical beast is one of the 4 saints of the 9 Dragons Island of the Interceptor Church, Yang Sen's riding animal. At this point, all lottery chances were exhausted. Qin Hao extracted all the rewards. 5 singing and dancing eggs. 1 duck egg. 1 8 treasure pig cub. 1 golden carp cub. A fooey. 1 mythical animal egg. Among them, the 8 treasure pig, golden carp and fofo, were all fetal animals. So the system directly issued live animal cubs out. A piglet with an 8-colored yin and yang fish pattern tattooed on its body scurried all over Qin Hao's yard. A golden, fist-sized carp flapped a pair of wings in slow flight. There was also Fofo. Cute and lovable looking, with a cat-like appearance, he appeared directly on Qin Hao's shoulder and huffed and puffed when he lay on his shoulder. Those eggs and duck eggs, after being issued down, also each moved. In no time, they had already hatched out poultry. Of course, what most concerned Qin Hao was that divine beast egg. After all, it was a divine beast and it hadn't moved a bit until now. Then, in Qin Hao's ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! A new task is released, passing on the martial arts. The host passes down martial arts and arts to all the Taoist masters in the Taoist temple and receives a reward for the completion of the task, Divine Beast Egg Hatching Degree 100. Incense value $100,000. Ding! Releasing a new task, the host sets up the Spirit Gathering Formation, Mountain Guard Formation, and Spirit Gathering Sword Formation on Qingyun Mountain. Reward for mission completion, Ethereal Wood and Chi Great Tackle. Heavenly Master's Small Vegetable Garden Area 3 acres. Incense value of 100,000 yuan. Watching the system 2 tasks released. The first one, pass down martial arts. Qin Hao thought about it for a while, and it was indeed time to pass down some martial arts and arts to these Taoist masters in the Taoist temple. Qingyun Mountain, anyways, was not a one-man Qingyun Mountain. Nowadays, the Taoist elders, when they wanted to use arts, all relied on Qin Hao's talisman seals. It wasn't a long-term solution after all. In case something came up in the future, Qin Hao couldn't possibly go on top alone. It was fine to let his subordinates do some small and trivial things. Qin Hao then picked up the techniques, martial arts, and arts that were suitable for these Tao masters to cultivate at the incense value mall. At the same time, Qin Hao let the Taoist boy pass the word for the Taoists wearing red robes in each hall to gather at the Heavenly Master's mansion. Preaching, it wasn't a messy preaching. The first to pass on, naturally, were the core Taoist masters, the red robes of Qingyun Mountain. After these red-robed Taoist masters have finished learning, they then select the trusted Taoist priests underneath them to pass on the martial arts one by one. And so on. Before these Taoist masters came, Qin Hao had already picked out the martial arts techniques to be practiced for them. He even spent 10,000 merit points to buy 8 spirit swords at the Incense Value Mall. It would be distributed to those red-robed Taoist masters in a while. After waiting for these Tao masters to arrive. Only then did Qin Hao walk out and said, "Supreme Heavenly Father, all senior brothers. This time, I asked you all to come over. There are some things to hand over to you. Things are unpredictable, all things in heaven and earth are changing in 1,000 ways, inscrutable. Nowadays, this piece of heaven and earth is full of trials and tribulations. First there are elves and monsters coming out of the world, and then there are ghosts and monsters running rampant, and I, Mount Qingyun, as the #1 mountain of the Xianmen sect of the Dragon Country, should be subjected to its incense, receive its karma, and bless the living beings. So today, the poor Taoist will teach all the masters and brothers some martial arts, magic you need to cultivate, and in the future, when the mountain is in trouble, when the back of the sword down the mountain, to save the world and help the people." Several red-robed Taoist masters listened to the words of the Heavenly Master. The crowd was silent. The Heavenly Master was going to hand over their martial arts methodology. These things, martial arts teachings, had always been the secret traditions of the Heavenly Master's house. Throughout the generations of Qingyun Mountain, only the first line of the Heavenly Master, the next Heavenly Master, was passed down. I didn't expect that this generation of Heavenly Masters would want to share out their arts and martial arts. These red-robed Tao Masters immediately saluted, "Supreme Heavenly Father, Heavenly Master, Great Justice." Then, without saying much, Qin Hao casually waved his hand. In the sky, countless golden lights emerged, and these golden lights automatically divided into several channels, disappearing into the sea of consciousness of these red-robed Taoists. A piece of martial arts, immortal scriptures, and arts and techniques entered the minds of these Taoist masters. These red-robed Taoist masters received the Heavenly Master's sermon, and each one of them was like falling into a state of epiphany, reading and digesting this knowledge in their respective minds. It was only after half an hour that they woke up as if in a dream, digesting all the contents of the techniques, martial arts, and arts in their minds. Afterward, Qin Hao distributed the spirit swords, one for each of them, to them. Qin Hao said, "This sword is a Xianmen spirit sword. The sword contains spiritual qi and is full of spirituality, so it needs to be treated well, one sword for each person. The sword is in the person." Several Tao masters nodded their heads. Only after thanking the Heavenly Master did these Tao masters leave the Heavenly Master's mansion and go down the mountain to cultivate. The gongfu that Qin Hao passed on to these Tao masters was called the innate Yuan Tao scripture. It was a gong method that could go straight to Yuan Ing. Although it wasn't as good as the typing 5 chi skill he himself cultivated, it was still considered a good gong method. On top of that, there were spells such as the Golden Light Mantra, the Divine Fire Mantra, and the 9 Suns Palm. Martial arts such as the Ladder Cloud Vertical Stretching, Taiji Fist, Taiji Sword, and Flaming Blade Technique. As well as the Divine Sword Art. It was already enough for the Tao Masters to cultivate in the early stages. The rest was their own cultivation. After the passing of the martial arts, in Qin Hao's ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, passing on the martial arts successfully, and obtaining the reward, Divine Beast Egg Hatching Degree 100. Incense value of 100,000 yuan. As soon as the prompt came out. Inside Qin Hao's house, the mythical beast egg let out a loud sound of cracking eggshell. A cool lion-like juvenile divine beast, mythical beast, crawled out from the egg. Chapter 64, Little Old Brother, Quite an Addiction. Request for monthly votes. Seek recommendation votes. Please collect. Watching this divine beast cub climb out of the egg, Qin Hao walked back to the house. He just wanted to pick up this mythical beast and play with it. This mythical beast, at all, was not interested in Qin Hao at all. Surprisingly, it directly walked to the courtyard, leaped, and jumped onto the incense burner in the courtyard of the Heavenly Master's residence. Plopping down on the incense burner, it took a big gulp. Within the incense burner of the Heavenly Master's mansion, there was a constant flow of incense. The furnace had incense burning, and a large amount of smoke drifted out along the mouth of the furnace. Originally, all of this green smoke went straight up into the clouds. But now, when sucked by this mythical beast, it was directly inhaled into the belly. And this mythical beast, with a face of enjoyment. It looked like it liked the smoke and fire very much. Qin Hao looked at this dude, who had just been born and ran to smoke fire. He was speechless. It's quite an addiction. Little old brother. At the same time, before Qin Hao's eyes, the attribute panel of the mythical beast appeared. Divine Beast, Mythical Beast. Identity, 9th son of a dragon, 5th son of a dragon. Realm, 1st level of Qi refining. Habits, likes to sit quietly, never sits if he can lie down, never stands if he can sit, very good at incense, can devour incense to cultivate. Divine aptitude, bloodline pressure, fire swallowing, mythical beast fire, transforming mist, avoiding evil, and good fortune. As expected of a divine beast. There are quite a few aptitudes. Bloodline pressure, with a true dragon bloodline in its body, it has bloodline pressure on all beasts, and when the mythical beast is present, the strength of all beasts in the field is suppressed by 20%. Fire swallowing technique, can swallow the fire of heaven and earth and store it in its belly. Mythical beast divine flame, after swallowing a large amount of incense and fire, the mythical beast's fire is born in its belly, unleashing a terrifying power that can drive away evil and burn everything. Transformation mist, when necessary, the entity blends into nature and transforms into mist form. Converting good fortune and avoiding evil, mythical Gaby is regarded as a mythical beast, also known as the protector of the law, and has the innate ability to converge good fortune and avoid evil, and wherever the mythical beast goes, good fortune will return to the mythical beast. After reading all the attributes of this mythical beast, Qin Hao then looked at the dude in front of him, already asleep on the incense stove. Sleeping on the stove, it had to be said that the addiction to smoke was really something. This mythical animal was sleeping on the stove, so Qin Hao didn't care about it for the time being. Calling a few little Taoist priests to take away the singing chicken, flaming duck, and 8-scented pig, these spirit birds were sent to other places in the Taoist temple to be raised. He had other things to do himself. In addition to passing on the martial arts, the system had also released other tasks. Lay out formations within the boundaries of Qin Yun Mountain. There were quite a few rewards to receive after the array formation was set up. Qin Hao opened the incense value mall, the column of formations. Looking up inside, there were 3 formations that the system let him arrange. They were the Spirit Gathering Grand Formation, Spirit Gathering Sword Formation, and Mountain Guard Formation. First, the Spirit Gathering Grand Formation was a 3rd order formation. Arranging this formation required more than 100 formation flags and formation stones. The azimuthal arrangement was very complicated. If he were to set it up on his own, he wouldn't be able to master it without learning for a month or 2. But fortunately, the system had ready-made array discs. It was worth 10,000 joss sticks apiece. As long as you place it at the center of the formation you want to set up, the array plate will automatically take effect. The array disc will automatically take effect and set up the corresponding array by itself. Moreover, the array set up by the array disc has the same effect as the array set up by your own hands. Why learn something by yourself when it could be fully automated? Moreover, Qin Hao didn't lack incense value now. Buying 3 array discs was only 30,000 incense value. Completing this task, however, he could directly get 100,000 joss sticks. It was equivalent to not spending a single penny, getting 3 big formations for nothing, and also getting 70,000 incense plus a bunch of rewards. Qin Hao directly chose to buy it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 incense value to buy the Spirit Gathering Grand Formation Disc. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 incense value to buy the Golden Light Grand Formation Disc. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 joss sticks to purchase the Spirit Gathering Sword Formation Disc. The Spirit Gathering Grand Formation and the Spirit Gathering Sword Formation were both purchased directly. As for the Mountain Guard Formation, on the other hand, there were many choices. Qin Hao chose the cheapest Golden Light Grand Formation. After the formation was activated, a golden light barrier would automatically rise within the area covered by the formation. The golden light produced by the formation was the same as the golden light in the golden light mantra of the Xian sect. Not only could it resist physical feats, spell attacks could also be resisted. As a mountain guarding formation, it was also very good. Qin Hao directly placed the Spirit Gathering Formation within the Heavenly Master's Mansion first. The Heavenly Master's Mansion was originally located at the top of Qin Yun Mountain. It was also the center of Qin Yun Mountain. With the array disc placed here, the coverage of the array was just enough to envelop the entire Qin Yun Mountain. The Spirit Gathering Grand Formation had just been placed down. Instantly, throughout the entire range of Mount Qin Yun, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth stirred. The spiritual qi that was originally drifting between heaven and earth were all like tornadoes at this moment, being sucked over by the Spirit Gathering Grand Formation of Mount Qin Yun. The tourists on Qin Yun Mountain, although they couldn't see the spiritual qi, they all had a feeling of being shaken. Some people felt tired from climbing the mountain. They just planned to find a rock to sit on and rest their feet. But just at this time, the Spirit Gathering Formation was set up. The quality of Qin Yun Mountain's spiritual qi violently increased by dozens of times. These tourists, who were still drenched in fatigue just a moment ago, were violently surrounded by so much spiritual qi. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth directly infused every tourist. Many tourists instantly felt that their legs weren't sore, their backs didn't hurt, and they weren't sleepy at all. This feeling was simply magical. It was more useful than drinking 10 cups of coffee. This was the marvelous beginning of Reiki. People who are in the company of Reiki all year round, their own temperament, physique, body and mind will be subconsciously changed and upgraded by Reiki. This is why TV dramas, movies, and novels depict immortals as immortal and extraordinary. This was the result of being in the company of aura for years, and their physique and temperament were transformed by it. The same was true for these tourists. How could they still be tired and fatigued with aura in their bodies? Even if there was some fatigue and muscle soreness, it was instantly rinsed away by the aura, and the state was restored to its peak. This was still just the tourists who came for a trip by chance. If it was a permanent resident on Mount Qingyun, such as these Taoist priests and elders, over time, gradually they would realize that their physique would become better and better. In this Qingyun mountain, if they often live for 10 or 20 years, even if they don't cultivate, their own estimation will be passively elevated to the first or second level of Qi refining realm. The spirit gathering grand formation was as terrifying as it was. The spirit gathering formation was completed. Next was the spirit gathering sword formation. This was an attack formation. This formation was placed under the premise of the spirit gathering grand formation. When it needed to be used, the person who laid the formation could communicate the formation. At the same time, the spirit gathering grand formation and the sword formation were catalyzed. The grand formation crazily absorbed the spiritual Qi of the heavens and earth, and then the sword formation condensed this spiritual Qi into a huge and incomparable spiritual Qi Dharma sword. The spiritual Qi Dharma sword topped the heavens and the earth with infinite power. It was enough to split mountains and break mountains. It was equivalent to a supreme strike that exhausted the power of a mountain's heaven and earth aura. Even a Jindan powerhouse would be horrified by it. Qin Hao laid down the sword formation. Because it was the first time it was set up, the sword formation activated once by default. At once, the entire Qingyun mountain, the aura changed. A large amount of spiritual Qi was attracted by the sword formation, converging towards the peak of the mountain. Subsequently, under the effect of the sword formation, the massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual Qi converged on its own to form a spiritual Qi magic sword that was as colorful as a 7-colored glaze. The divine sword rose up to the heavens and stood on top of the summit of Qingyun mountain, like a divine sword of heaven and earth hanging above everyone's head. Many of the tourists on and off Qingyun mountain saw this heaven-defying scene, and they were all stunned. One after another, they took out their cell phones to capture this image. The Taoist master of Qingyun mountain cultivated immortality for real. A sword that big at the top of the mountain. It's scary. Is this a sign of heaven and earth? Which sword immortal is here? Brothers, it's the end of the month, don't hide. If you have a monthly vote, vote for it. Recently the monthly vote list has been beaten to the Brotherhood. Chapter 65. How the hell do I know how to explain this? Requesting subscriptions. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Below the mountain, many tourists looked at the divine sword vision on the mountain. Heads went numb. What is this thing? Never seen such a vision in my life. Many tourists took pictures, recorded videos, and sent them online. Online, it was also hotly debated all of a sudden. This video, shot too outrageous. Really fake So big, so real a lightsaber. My scalp is numb from watching it. Is this real? I'm telling you, it's real. It's right here on Green Cloud Mountain. I'm here right now. Hundreds of tourists were as dumbfounded as I was at this vision. Is this the legendary vision of heaven and earth? A vision of Excalibur? A vision from heaven, is a top sword immortal coming out? Tianshur, what are you up to again? On the internet, there are all kinds of stories. Some said that there was a top sword immortal coming out on Qingyun mountain, and some said that it was a vision produced by the Heavenly Master's sword practice. But soon, along with the completion of Qin Hao's formation arrangement, the visions of the spirit gathering sword formation also slowly dissipated. The crowd watched the magic sword disappear. There was still a bit of regret. This kind of heavenly vision might be seen just once in a lifetime. It actually disappeared so quickly. But right at this moment, along with Qin Hao placing down the golden light grand formation's array disk as well. Within the range of Qingyun mountain, a golden light barrier actually slowly appeared. The golden light rose up from the ground like an inverted giant bell, directly covering the entire Qingyun mountain. At this moment, the thousands of tourists traveling on Qingyun mountain were completely confused by this golden light shield that had suddenly risen. What was this? The appearance of a huge Dharma sword at the top of the mountain just now was already shocking enough. Now another golden barrier appeared outside the entire Qingyun mountain. The barrier wrapped around the entire Qingyun mountain. It wrapped a lot of tourists in. No one at all knew what this golden light was. The tourists only felt that a wall of light appeared in front of them. Someone used their fist to try and touch this wall of light. It was found that this wall of light really existed. Moreover, when a fist hit the wall of light did not move at all. It was no different from a real wall. Brothers, this is amazing. Brothers, this is amazing. On the outskirts of Mount Qingyun, a wall of light actually appeared out of nowhere. And it's so strong. An anchor who came to travel to Qin Mountain opened his live broadcast and said excitedly in front of the camera. At the same time, he also gave the audience a demonstration. Only to see him take out the fruit knife he was carrying. With force, he chiseled at the light wall. The fruit knife blade was cut and rolled. The light wall has no scratches at all. The audience in the live broadcast room shouted, 666,666. Good guy, this light wall is too strong. There is no big brother in the live broadcast room to come out and explain this phenomenon in a scientific way? What exactly is this wall of light? Big brother said he cannot understand what this is a thing, this thing Newton came also cannot explain. I know, it's the air wall from the movie. The air wall of the movie. The Taoist masters on the mountain say, sorry, a temporary staff member accidentally opened our mountain guard formation just now. We'll turn it off right away. We'll turn it off now. This wall of light is still really slowly disappearing. Officials of Mount Qingyun, masters of the Tao, the heaven and earth are all out of control, won't you come out and explain? Green Cloud Mountain officials. Yes, sir. Don't pretend to be silent, come out and explain. You're the ones who told us to believe in science, and now you've come up with a mountain guard formation and a giant sword formation. It's really hard to believe. The vision that appeared on Qingyun Mountain sensationalized the entire internet in a very short period of time. For a time, many people were on the internet to aid the Qingyun Mountain official. To make a statement. The one who made us believe in science is you, and now the one who made such a big commotion is also you. More or less, Chang Wei can't do martial arts that flavor. Qingyun Mountain Tianshi Mansion. Qin Hao watched the mountain boiling below. He opened his cell phone and looked at the Green Cloud Mountain hot search on his phone. He was also a bit confused. The hell knew that arranging a few formations would result in such a big commotion. The system didn't say anything about it when it was introduced before. If he had known that there would be such a big commotion when these formations were set up, he definitely wouldn't have set them up in the middle of the day. Wouldn't it have been better to do it quietly at night when no one was around? Now was seen by so many people, and on the hot search, difficult to do. Within the Taoist temple, several red-robed Taoist masters went up to the Heavenly Master's mansion to see Qin Hao. Several Taoist masters gathered around. Taoist Master Jing Xian's head was big. Heavenly Master, what are you up to again? Taoist Master Jing Feng, senior brother, it's not that I'm talking to you, can't you sneak in at night for such a big commotion? Yes, Heavenly Master, just a few days ago, we spent money in microwave to suppress the hot search of our Qingyun Mountain, and with you doing this, we are rushing up again. How are we going to explain this to the outside world? The red-robed Taoist masters had a headache. They cultivate people, pay attention to cut off the red dust, the realm of the two forgotten. They don't care about the reputation of the outside world. And the most avoided mundane things become the public focus. Because once you become the center of attention, you will not be able to cultivate quietly in the future. It's like the current Qingyun Mountain. It has been on the hot search repeatedly. The whole country knows about it, although the former Qingyun Mountain was the first mountain of the Xianmen sect. But the number of people who came up to the mountain every day to travel and visit wasn't too many. The Taoist masters also had their own time to practice. But now, look at it, the daily flow of people is tens of thousands. The Taoist masters' heads are getting big. Now they're just entertaining tourists, how can they have time to practice? With great difficulty, a few days ago, Qingyun Mountain gritted its teeth and spent money to negotiate with the microwave officials to suppress this hot search down a bit. As a result, this hot search has only been suppressed for a few days? It's topped the charts again. Huge magic sword, golden light barrier. The red-robed Taoists were on the verge of tears. This Nima, firstly, how to explain to the outside world is a problem. Secondly, would they be able to cultivate quietly in the future? In the end, after all of them discussed the matter, it was decided that Taoist Master Jing Xian, who had a quick head on his shoulders, would go and explain it to the outside world. Taoist Master Jing Xian. Jing Xian, selling teammates right. Outside the Qingyun Mountain Taoist temple, many people gathered at the gate of the three-clear hall, waiting for the official Taoist leaders to give an explanation. After waiting for half a day, Taoist Master Jing Xian walked out from inside. As soon as he came out, there was a dense assortment of cell phone lenses and live lenses pointed at him. Some people asked, Jing Xian Taoist Master, just now that wall of light is what is going on? Give us an explanation. Yes. There was also the huge magic sword on top of the mountain. Are you guys really practicing immortality? Is this all the work of the Heavenly Master? Why doesn't the Heavenly Master come out and explain? In the face of these questions, Taoist Jing Xian looked bitter. Why doesn't the Heavenly Master come out to explain? Because the Heavenly Master doesn't know how to explain it either. So wasn't that why he, the red-robed Taoist master with the smallest seniority in the Taoist temple, was pushed out? As for how the magic sword and wall of light just now could be said to the outside world, Taoist Master Jing Xian, Supreme Heavenly Father, how the hell do I know what to say? I can't even make this up. Chapter 66 almost got it. It would be rude to ask again, please ask for monthly tickets. Please subscribe. Please recommend votes. Facing so many people waiting for an answer, Taoist Jing Xian stood in the pile of people. At this moment, he is as stable as an old dog on the surface, but in reality, he is panicked. Supreme Heavenly Father, all of you wait a moment, first listen to the poor Tao sophistry is not, first listen to the poor Tao to explain, just now you all see the kind of phenomenon, in fact, the poor Tao also do not know how to explain. However, everyone rest assured. Next, the poor wrote for everyone on the spot to contact a professional field of scientific researchers, from a scientific point of view to analyze the phenomenon just now. Taoist Jing Xian said, taking out his cell phone and broadcasting a video call. After a while, on the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man picked up the video call. Taoist Master Jing Xian said, this person, I'm sure you all know him, the head of the Department of Atmospheric Science in the School of Physics at Imperial Capital University, Meteorology, Science, Doctorate in Natural Science. Engaged in scientific research for many years. Dr. Zhou Mingyuan of the Imperial Capital University. Taoist Jing Xian said, chatting with this middle-aged man. Jing Xian said, Dr. Zhou, have you seen the latest news today? Do you have any thoughts on the strange natural sights that happened on Qingyun Mountain? Explain it to everyone. No one at the scene expected that once Taoist Master Jing Xian came out, he didn't even explain himself, and directly pulled a doctor who studied natural science and meteorology out. And it was also an authority in this area who came to explain it to everyone face to face. At once, all eyes converged on Dr. Zhou. This Dr. Zhou said, Jing Xian Taoist, the video of Qingyun Mountain, I just watched it, how can I say it? First of all, the huge magic sword at the top of the mountain, that is a very normal phenomenon of natural cloud changes. In nature, this kind of natural change of clouds, all over the country has always been there, clouds into various animals, human face shape of the incident often happened. Qingyun Mountain, this place, the top of the mountain itself has a sea of clouds. Wonders of this attraction exists, if coupled with some wind blowing, coupled with nature's ghostly work. It was easy to coincidentally make a peculiar cloud sword spectacle, one could only say that it was a coincidence. As for the back of the golden light barrier, this problem, it involves the optical phenomenon of nature. Mirage, everyone has heard of it, also known as mirage, is a kind of natural phenomenon formed because of the refraction and total reflection of light. As for why many tourists have claimed that they have touched something really similar to the air wall, according to my judgment. Explained in scientific terms, it may be that there happen to be two kinds of Qingyun Mountain near the quality of different pairs of airflow collision cannot be fused. The human body comes with a third kind of airflow and then hit a kind of wall. Dr. Zhou all the way sparks with lightning, a scientific explanation. The tourists present listened to the clouds, not quite understanding what the other side said. Jing Xian Taoist long to strike while the iron is hot, said, Dr. Zhou is worthy of being an authority in the industry. Everyone heard it, even the country's top meteorology, natural science doctor has explained, now you know what's going on? Jing Xian Taoist priest brought up the tempo. The tourists present who were not listening very well in the first place. Listening to Taoist Master Jing Xian take out the three words authority, top, and doctor. All of a sudden, the tourists who were originally still a bit skeptical were also made a bit unconfident by the whole thing. Although it always felt like something wasn't right, the other person, Dr. Zhou, was indeed the real deal, a doctorate from the Imperial University of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed is the top of the industry. Just charge people this name on this, they are not good to question. The scene, many tourists were fooled lame, get a scientific explanation, the crowd dispersed. Seeing the matter satisfactorily resolved, Taoist Master Jing Xian was also satisfied to return to the Sanqing Hall. And mixed a pass. Afterwards, Taoist Master Jing Xian called Dr. Zhou. Supreme Heavenly Father, Dr. Zhou, this time, thanks to your help, if not you blindly 2 sentences, it is not really good to explain. On the other end of the phone, Dr. Zhou said, why would a senior brother say that? Although my body is now no longer in the Taoist sect, but also still a disciple of the Qingyun Mountain, all senior brothers in the future, what trouble, despite the call to me. Online, who did not expect, Qingyun Mountain made such a big commotion. Originally everyone thought that the Taoist priests to cultivate things revealed the chicken feet, cannot be hidden. But at the critical time, actually appeared a natural science doctor to give them a forced explanation. Many netizens for that Dr. Zhou's explanation, at first glance, quite reasonable. But repeatedly watching, and feel that the other side said only. The giant magic sword was a cloud change? Not right. The magic sword in that video was very real. And there were many details on the magic sword. This was something that a cloud change could get out? And the wall of golden light. The mirage plus air convection wall explanation is too far-fetched. Although it sounded reasonable at first glance. But you have to know that when that wall of golden light appeared at that time, there were anchors who were on live broadcast and used their fists and knives to cut it. The blades of the knives were cut and rolled. You call this a wall formed by air convection? Later, some netizens directly searched the internet for this Dr. Zhou Mingyuan's biography. This Dr. Zhou, education, degree is certainly true, the degree of authority in the industry is also top. But soon some netizens found problems. They found that this Dr. Zhou, his grandmother's youth was actually in the Qingyun Mountain as a Taoist priest for a period of time. Moreover, growing up on Qingyun Mountain, the netizens were instantly confused. This Nima, together you guys are a gang ah. I thought I had invited an expert to come over and explain it from a scientific point of view. The result is actually invited a Taoist temple and the same teacher brother to cheat, fool everyone. The netizens are laughing bitterly and don't know what to say. This wave does not speak of martial virtues ah. However, it didn't matter whether or not it was about martial virtues. Taoist master Jing Xian had already explained it anyway. The current him, for the outside world's skepticism, ignored it for a moment. Jing Xian, it's almost time, the poor Taoist has found a professional to conduct a scientific analysis with you, it would be impolite to ask again. A lot of things, heart understand on the line, there is no need to have to put on the stage to say it. This matter came to an end. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao finished arranging all the formations. His reward also arrived. Ethereal wood innate chi great tackle. Heavenly Master's small vegetable garden area of 3 acres. Incense value of $100,000. Among them, the ethereal wood innate chi great tackle was a true martial grade divine ability. Right now, it was considered Qin Hao's best graded divine ability so far. He directly extracted it to learn it. Then, he set his eyes on the second reward. A small vegetable garden. This reward, the system had issued once before. Only, the area that the system distributed last time was very small. It was only as big as 2 centimeters of land. It added up to just over 100 square meters. It was placed by Qin Hao at the back of the Heavenly Master's mansion, planting some fruits and vegetables as well as the innate gourd rewarded by the system. Speaking of the vegetable garden, Qin Hao almost forgot about it. He also didn't know how all the vegetables in that garden were growing now. He got up and walked towards the back of the Heavenly Master mansion to see how the vegetables he planted a few days ago were growing now. Chapter 67, Catalyzing the Innate Gourd requesting monthly tickets. Request for subscription. Please collect. Behind the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao stood in front of the vegetable garden he had placed before. The current him was slightly surprised. Because, he originally thought that even if it was a system rewarded or a vegetable garden, it would be impossible to grow vegetables in a few days. But now that he came here, Qin Hao instantly realized that he was the one who was small and had a small pattern. Only at this moment, the vegetable garden was full of vegetables that were growing happily. Eggplants, tomatoes, small cabbages, cucumbers, winter squash, pumpkins, green peppers, small onions, celery, and so on. Vegetable garden, vegetables as you plant, grow not counted as my loss. A few days this time, the vegetables in the vegetable garden have all matured. Qin Hao transmitted his voice to the black bear spirit who was still sweeping the floor in the Heavenly Master's mansion at the moment. Letting the black bear spirit bring a vegetable basket over, Qin Hao asked it to pick all the vegetables in the garden. The black bear spirit was originally sweeping the ground in the Heavenly Master's mansion, and had just swept half of it, when the Heavenly Master asked it to take a vegetable basket to pick vegetables again. The black bear spirit bear are numb. The black bear is carefully, Wonama, when before going to the mountain, you are not so say to me. The black bear now also remembers, that beast tied, the Heavenly Master invited himself to mix with him when, all kinds of conditions open is very tempting bear. The mountain can get the blessing of the Heavenly Master's house, follow the Heavenly Master cultivation, there are Gongfa, war skills gift. Originally, the black bear spirit is in line with the idea of cultivating immortality to be lured to the mountain. As a result, after the mountain, it realized that he was fooled crippled. Hit the mountain on the first day, it is in the mountain dry cleaning. Now it is even led it to pick vegetables. It is 100 years old demon, the 8th layer of chi refining black bear strongman. Even if you put it in the primitive forest, it's still a rare existence. You're asking me to do this? It's true that men are like this, not get is always rhetoric, once you get, do not cherish. The black bear spirit is more or less a little emotional. Qin Hao also saw that the black bear was more or less unhappy. This was indeed his problem. After the black bear spirit went up the mountain, Qin Hao had been busy with something. This led to the black bear spirit being engaged in cleaning work on the mountain all the time. Qin Hao pondered that he would turn around and get a set of cultivation techniques plus a few martial arts skills for Comrade Black Bear at the Incense Value Mall. Can't chill the hearts of the employees The black bear spirit was picking vegetables at the head of the vegetable garden. Qin Hao, on the other hand, walked to a corner. Here, a golden gourd vine slowly absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and grew. This gourd vine was planted by the innate gourd seed that the system released as a reward after Qin Hao completed the mission. Only, it hadn't started to bear gourds yet. Qin Hao checked the attribute panel of this gourd vine. Name, innate gourd vine. Status, growing period not fruiting. Tip, the current gourd vine lacks nutrients and needs to consume incense value to formally bear fruit, is it fed? Looking at the attribute panel of the gourd vine. No wonder this gourd vine has grown so long without growing a gourd. It turns out that the prerequisite for fruiting is to consume the incense value. In other words, this gourd vine was to be fed with incense value. However, after Qin Hao carefully surveyed it, he also realized, although this gourd vine needed fragrance and fire value to feed. However, once it successfully turned out and the gourd matured, he wouldn't lose out either. Because on the innate gourd vine, as long as it bore a gourd, then starting out, they were all true martial level supreme treasures. One's own sacrifices and offerings, the subsequent ascension to the immortal spirit level, are not a big problem. Therefore, even if he used the incense value to catalyze the ripening, Qin Hao wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, he glanced at his current incense value. In addition to the incense value rewarded by completing system tasks, plus the incense value brought by the incense burners who went up to burn incense on Qingyun Mountain every day. Right now, Qin Hao's incense value totaled almost more than 300,000. It was definitely more than enough to ripen a gourd. Qin Hao confidently tapped the ripening panel of the innate gourd vine. Ding! Whether to use incense value to catalyze ripening? Each time you ripen it, you need to consume 50,000 incense value. So expensive. Qin Hao looked at the condition of the incense value needed to catalyze ripening. He froze. I thought that the problem could be solved by a few thousand, tens of thousands of incense value, but now you are telling me that ripening once requires 50,000 incense? This Nima. Qin Hao originally looked at the more than 300,000 incense values lying in his personal panel. He initially thought that this 300,000 incense value was a lot. He himself was now, how could he be considered a big incense value? However, after seeing the ripening conditions of the innate gourd vine, only then did Qin Hao wake up. It turned out that he was still a poor man. Even if more than 300,000 incense value were all smashed up, it would only be enough to ripen the gourd vine 6 or 7 times. However, thinking about the true martial grade divine soldier, Qin Hao clenched his teeth. Forget it. If the incense value was used up, it could be earned again. Compared to that, it was still more important to have the true martial grade divine soldier. Qin Hao then tentatively clicked on catalyze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50,000 incense value and successfully ripening the gourd vine once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming incense value. The innate gourd vine successfully enters the fruiting stage, and the host obtains a yellow skin gourd. Accompanied by the system prompt, then Qin Hao saw that on the innate gourd vine in front of him, it had indeed borne a soybean-sized gourd. The gourd's cortex was yellow. It was still only in its juvenile stage, and it already contained extremely rich spiritual energy and sword chi. It seemed that this gourd's future growth direction was related to swords. However, looking at the 50,000 incense value he spent, he only produced such a small gourd. Qin Hao more or less felt that this hypnosis was a bit of a pitfall. How much incense value could one receive by doing a quest to the death? 50,000 at a time, it only grew this big. To wait for him to fully mature, how much incense value would this have to be smashed in? Qin Hao experimentally clicked on ripening once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50,000 incense value and successfully ripening the gourd vine once. Another ripening, this time, the yellow skin gourd on that gourd vine, after absorbing 50,000 incense flames. Sure enough, once again grew some. But it grew, but not completely. The change in size of the entire gourd was just about equivalent to going from the size of a soybean to the size of a quail egg. According to this speed of ripening, Qin Hao wanted to ripen a complete mature gourd. At least, he would have to spend 1 million incense value. There was no way. Take your time. Thinking of this, Qin Hao clicked all of his remaining 200,000 incense value to catalyze ripening, only leaving himself a spare 40,000 incense value. After 4 times of ripening again, this yellow-skinned zucchini grew some more. It had grown to the size of a duck egg. Now, Qin Hao didn't have much incense value in his own hand, so he didn't continue to ripen it. This matter of ripening gourds had to be done slowly and slowly. He left the vegetable garden. At this moment, the black bear spirit had almost finished picking all the ripe vegetables in this small vegetable garden. Qin Hao asked the black bear spirit to water the vegetables again. He himself started to consider where it would be more appropriate to put the 3 acres of spiritual soil vegetable garden newly rewarded by the system. Chapter 68. Last time you entrusted me to find a cure for impotence for you, I found it. Beg for subscription. 3 acres of vegetable garden. This wasn't the 2 minutes of land from before. The 3 acres of vegetable garden was huge, almost 2,000 square meters. This place behind the Tianchi mansion was not enough to place such a large vegetable garden. Qin Hao circled around the mountain and, finally, decided to place the vegetable garden on the cliff behind the Tianchi mansion at the top of the mountain. It was similar to the terraced fields on the southwest side, but yet more treacherous and steeper than terraces. If any outsider saw Qin Hao opening a vegetable garden in such a place, he would probably think that this person was crazy. On this nasty, almost vertical 90-degree mountain wall, where do you plant nasty vegetables? The mountain wall is not even as treacherous as you are for picking Ganoderma lucidum. However, this kind of angle was nothing to the foundation establishment stage Qin Hao. He was on the mountain wall, his feet stepping on the indulgence ascending immortal steps, and his body was as flexible as a crane. The nearly 90-degree craggy vegetable field was like walking on the ground for Qin Hao. After setting up the vegetable garden, Qin Hao then returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion. In the evening, he asked the black bear spirit to give the batch of vegetables that he had planted and matured in the garden before to the kitchen of the Taoist temple. Let the kitchen cook it for dinner. Without eating, Qin Hao was also shocked by these vegetables. Because it was too delicious. It was worthy of being vegetables grown in the Aura vegetable garden. Whether it was texture or flavor, ordinary vegetables had no comparison. With this stuff, no mountain delicacies could compare to this. Qin Hao felt like he had opened the door to a new world. The next day, he planted all 3 acres of vegetable land on the mountain wall with vegetables. After all, after eating the vegetables that grew in the Aura vegetable garden, ordinary vegetables now could not enter his mouth. The next half a year, Qin Hao was inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, basically not going out. Every day, he completed some simple tasks released by the system to obtain incense value, such as sweeping the floor, trimming and pruning the flowers and plants, collecting vegetables, making a few magic weapons, and so on. Plus there were tourists traveling to Qingyun Mountain every day for the first half of the year. Qin Hao's incense value was also rapidly raised to 700,000. At the same time, his cultivation level from the original early stage of foundation establishment also broke through to the peak of foundation establishment in one step short of stepping into the Jindan realm. During these half a year on the mountain, in addition to Qin Hao's great changes, the black bear spirit, immortal crane, A Piao, and mythical Gaby all improved in their own ways. First was the black bear spirit. Half a year ago, Qin Hao bought the beast race cultivation techniques and battle skills at the Incense Value Mall. This thing liked to dance with sticks, so Qin Hao simply picked out a fist technique and a stick technique for it. Now this black bear spirit not only had its cultivation level increased to the foundation establishment stage, the stick method was even practiced to a small extent, and it danced like a tiger. Secondly, immortal crane Xiaobai. After fusing the bloodline, and after half a year of growth, now the little white has not been comparable to the past. The body of the ancient beast temperament is also gradually revealed. Preliminary mastery of the power of space, flap wings, can jump space at will. Pipio Su Huining, half a year ago, her cultivation level was raised to the realm of the liege. And then, she took the initiative to go to the outside world to cultivate. In the outside world, she found a mass grave. Absorbing the Xianyin Qi in the mass grave, half a year passed, and now she has already cultivated to the peak of the ghost general realm. Converted into human cultivation, it was almost the 9th level of Qi refining. To be able to reach this kind of cultivation in such a short period of time was already quite difficult. Lastly, there was the mythical beast. This fellow, too, was the most puzzling to Qin Hao. This dude didn't cultivate every day, sitting on the incense burner all day, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, living like a big brother. A look of pointing out the mountains. But people rely on inhaling incense, cultivation clanking upward. Now, the cultivation level has unexpectedly risen to the middle stage of foundation establishment. The speed is frighteningly fast. Qin Hao, is this a divine beast? The speed of cultivation is as terrifying as this. Besides the few around Qin Hao, the Taoist priests in the Heavenly Master's mansion, all of them had also improved in their own ways in these half a year. First of all, it was the red-robed Jingzi generation of Taoist masters in the Taoist temple, to whom Qin Hao had imparted the cultivation of martial arts and arts half a year ago. Nowadays, they all had their own achievements. The one with the highest cultivation level was the youngest Taoist master Jingxian. Half a year had allowed him to break through to the 8th level of Qi refining. And after that was Taoist master Jingfeng, whose cultivation was at the 7th level of Qi refining. Most of the remaining Taoist masters were around the 5th or 6th level of Qi refining. This strength, it wasn't exactly weak. Everything was proceeding step by step. Meanwhile, the centipede medicine on Qingyun Mountain, after many tourists had brought it back to use for a while, it was now also rumored to be a divine medicine on the internet. Once again, it was honored as the #1 hot search. Many tourists were posting online, all saying that the centipede medicine on Qingyun Mountain was simply heaven-defying. A few days ago, the company engaged in group building, with the leadership to go out. The result is outside. The leadership of the sister-in-law did not care to fall a heel. The knee is broken. Many people are clamoring to go to the hospital. I directly brought back from the Qingyun Mountain centipede medicine out to the boss sister-in-law dress a little, on the spot. Both the boss and the boss's sister-in-law were shocked on the spot and asked after what kind of medicine it was. Now guess what? We are now already a department manager, and the boss sister-in-law always look at me differently recently. I feel that I will soon have to rise. I didn't realize that a trip to Qingyun Mountain would help me get a promotion, so I've made a lot of money. What do you call this? My husband was scary week before. It was over in less than 30 seconds each time. Last time I went to Mount Qingyun, I brought back a medicinal wine and gave my husband a small cup every day for a week. Guess how he is now? Fierce with the black whirlwind Li Kuei, now I cannot get out of bed it. 666,666. What kind of centipede medicine is this? The Taoist masters are still modest, this is a miracle drug is more or less. Gradually, King Yunshan's centipede medicine is spreading more and more on the internet. Within Longguang City, there are fewer and fewer patients in the men's hospitals, and the business of the general hospitals has also declined. When I asked around, I realized that if the local people have impotence, short time, who still go to the men's hospital to see all run to the Qingyun mountain to burn incense to go, receive a medicinal wine back to drink a few days later, what problems are gone? Simple colds and fevers, also drink medicinal wine, a cup of down, the medicine to get rid of the disease. Even a lot of men and women in the provinces heard that the Qingyun mountain and this kind of medicine have to run towards here. Brother, last time you entrusted me to find a cure for impotence for you, I found it, King Yunshan medicinal wine, free of charge, the medicine to the end of the disease. What? You ask if it's reliable? I laughed. In fact, I have never told you, before I have the same problem with you, look at me now, who look at it does not scream awesome ah. Of course, this thing, just a small episode. After another half a month or so. This day. The Tao masters on Qingyun Mountain were practicing their normal cultivation. Outside of Qingyun Mountain. In Ziyang City, which was next door to Longguang City, a weird and big event happened. It was something that had to start a few months ago. In the beginning, it was the outskirts of Ziyang City, where farmers in the village called the police. Saying that at night, there were bizarre monsters sneaking into the yard at home. Cows, sheep, and other animals raised in the farmers' homes were attacked by unknown monsters at night. When the villagers got up the next day to check on them, these cows and sheep they had raised were already dead, with their entire bodies drained of blood. The death was extremely horrible. At first, the police in Ziyang City didn't take it seriously. Thought it was the neighboring mountain what beast did. After all, the suburbs, the surrounding mountains. I don't know what beasts will run down from the mountains. For example, weasels, but also in the village often steal chickens to eat. The police came to the scene to see a little, did not find any special, and squatted in the villagers' home for 2 nights. During these 2 nights, the monster, which the villagers described as bizarre, did not come back. So the police returned without any success, and these villagers had no choice. This matter came to an end. And let this thing completely broke out, or 2 months later, the suburbs of Ziyang City, a few migrant workers reported. They claimed that they were working at a nearby construction site. The dormitory of the construction site was next to an abandoned air raid shelter. At night, they were playing cards in the dormitory. One of the workers came out to use the restroom. But the trip took half an hour. Just as these migrant workers were puzzled and came out to look. But they heard a scream. They rushed over and then realized that the migrant worker who had come out to go to the toilet had been attacked by something unknown. There was a big bite on his shoulder. Seeing so many migrant workers running over screaming. The monster that attacked the worker was also scared and fled at the sound. But at that time, it was too dark, and although these migrant workers were holding flashlights, how could they not see what the other side was? Only felt like a person, but not a person. Covered with black hair, fast movements, running movements similar to apes and monkeys running, the kind of hands and feet. At first, these migrant workers didn't take it seriously. Thought it was the apes on their bodies attacking people. Took the bitten worker back to the dormitory, intending to simply disinfect and then recuperate for a period of time. But the next day, they realized something was wrong. That bitten workmate, his face was pale, and at his shoulder, the wound was purple. The veins were rippling, and even half of the person had become stiff. Moreover, the laborer became extremely aggressive. There was the urge to bite. These workers immediately realized that something was wrong. So they hurriedly called the police and an ambulance. After the ambulance arrived, the doctors looked at the patient and were dumbfounded. They hadn't, before, seen this kind of symptom before. Half of his body was stiff. And the place where he was bitten, the wound was purple and bruised. What kind of thing bit this? It looks poisonous. The doctor asked, have you seen what it is? Several workers shook their heads. They didn't see it clearly. The doctor had no choice but to give a shot of antidote first. Take the patient back to the hospital for observation. Wait for the police to come and investigate clearly. I'm begging for monthly votes. I believe that squeezing a bit, we still have monthly votes can be cast. Chapter 69 I'm a ING cop. How do I know what the hell this is? Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly vote. The police of Ziyang City soon arrived. After understanding the situation at the scene, under the leadership of these workers, several police officers came to the door of that abandoned air raid shelter. The police looked at the air raid shelter in front of them and said, that monster, you guys said, ran into this? Several workers nodded. Yes, we saw with our own eyes, that thing is running towards this inside, and that thing went in and never came out, and now it is definitely still inside. A few policemen looked at each other and decided to go in and take a look. Generally speaking, ordinary police officers don't carry guns. But before they came, they had just finished an arrest mission, and their guns hadn't had time to be sent back to the police station. Right now the manpower still had a gun on them. With a gun in hand, they were naturally not afraid of anything. Thus, several police officers led by the captain towards the air raid shelter. Wanted to see the monster in the mouths of these workers. In the end, what kind of thing is it? A few policemen walked into the air raid shelter. This air raid shelter was originally established decades ago during the war years. Back then, it was to prevent air raids by the Ghost's warplanes. Later, when the war ended, this air raid shelter was also deserted. Basically, no one would come here. And at night, this generation of air raid shelters is quite scary. Even the villagers in the neighborhood are reluctant to pass by. If it wasn't for the recent construction in the neighborhood, the workers' temporary dormitories wouldn't even be built here. Most cities have abandoned bomb shelters. It had basically become a place for some wild animals and vagabonds to cool off in the summer. But at this moment, in this air raid shelter in Xiang City, there wasn't a single animal. There were no homeless people either. The further a few policemen went in, the darker the light became in the air raid shelter. Because of the age and disrepair, the original lighting system and power supply had long been cut off. The police could only take out their flashlights to illuminate. But in the air, there was always a fishy odor like rotting meat. And the further in you go, the bigger the smell inside. One of the policemen said, "Captain, I think something is wrong. Generally speaking, the inside of the air raid shelter is all connected, and the air circulation is very good. Inside this cave, why is the smell so strong?" The captain, who was leading the team, also felt that something was wrong. Back when the bomb shelter was constructed, the construction standard of this bomb shelter could accommodate up to a few thousand people. And with several thousand people in a bomb shelter at the same time, the ventilation of the bomb shelter must have been well done. It stands to reason that a bomb shelter that is well ventilated and uninhabited all year round. There shouldn't be such a big smell in here. The captain said, "Everyone be careful, hell knows what's in there, all be on your toes." They all felt that something was not right in this cave. A few people carefully walked forward, but after walking for a while, ahead, there was the fork in the air raid shelter. Inside an old air raid shelter like this one, it was all connected in all directions. There are multiple exits, just in case one collapses you can find an exit in another. Now these policemen encountered a problem: how to go to the fork in the road ahead, whether to spread out or pick a direction. Everyone looked at the captain. The captain was silent. After a while, he pointed away. "Prince Chom, you come with me this way, the others take the other side, and we'll meet up at the exit. Since we're here, we definitely need to find out what's going on inside. Let's just spread out, we have guns in our hands anyway, so what are we afraid of? Besides, the monster the workers are talking about was the one that ran in last night. This air raid shelter has many exits in all directions. Who knows if it would have already run away from the other exits?" The purpose of their trip was actually still exploration. It might not necessarily collide with the monster that the workers were talking about. However, the captain's order had just been given. Right at this moment, a few policemen felt a gust of cloudy wind blowing in their faces. Before they could react, from that passageway on their left, a black shadow lunged straight over from the shadows. It was accompanied by a strong gust of fishy wind. These policemen saw that a black shadow pounced on one of their colleagues. This young policeman didn't even have time to react before the black shadow pounced on him. And this black shadow, after pouncing on the person, came up and bit. This bite was towards the policeman's neck. But this young cop is not a vegetarian. After all, he graduated from the police academy. The basic grappling has been learned. And young people, great strength. Just now was scared again. Under the stress reaction, the young policeman came up with a punch. This punch hit the black shadow's head. With his other hand, he placed it in front of himself to block it. With the protection of the arm, the black shadow's bite finally did not bite on the young policeman's neck. Instead, it bit on the arm. Instantly, the clothes on this young cop's arm, along with a piece of meat, were almost directly torn off by the black shadow. This policeman let out a miserable cry. How could he not have expected that this black shadow that suddenly attacked him had a mouth so vicious? Even if this bite didn't directly bite off his flesh, it was definitely not light. At this time, the several policemen beside him also reacted. Use flashlight to this black shadow body a light. Originally, it was fine if they didn't shine it. But this light almost didn't scare their souls away. Because originally thought that this black shadow that attacked people was either a vagrant or a wild animal. But now the light illuminated. Only then did they see clearly. What kind of wild animal or homeless person is this? It was clearly a monster with black and green hair all over its body. This guy was wearing modern human clothes. But I don't know what happened, but it had already been torn apart. A small section of his left arm was also missing. At this moment, his face was hideous, and he opened his mouth and tore madly at the young policeman. The young policeman was terrified. He had seen vicious thugs, bloodthirsty prisoners, serial killers, rapists he had seen. But this kind of monster, it was also the first time he had seen it. And it was so close to him. The young cop shoved his gun directly into this monster's mouth. Bang! A shot was fired. This monster was shot from the inside by someone shoving the muzzle into its mouth. The head was blown open. It also lost consciousness instantly. Seeing this, a few police officers next to him hurriedly pulled this monster who had his head blown off to the side and helped their colleague up. Is it all right, little Jang? The young policeman was stunned and said, It's fine. How can it be all right? The arm was bitten and was also scared. The young policeman asked, Captain, you have been working as a policeman for a long time. What is this thing in the end? Have you ever seen it? Everyone looked towards their captain, wanting to get an answer from the captain's side. But the captain also shook his head. Captain, I'm a ING civilian police officer, not a psychic researcher. How do I know what the hell this is? Just at this time, someone let out a cry of alarm and realized that the monster that was just shot through the mouth by the young policeman just now. At this moment, it even moved a few times again. It got up again from the ground. Can't be. It's not even dead? How is that possible? The police are confused. What kind of monster is this? It's just that it's covered in black and green hair. But after being shot in the mouth, it didn't die and got up from the ground and tried to pounce on them. What the hell? Or the captain, as a veteran police officer, the crisis is not chaotic, commanded, all do not freeze, this thing is not a person, shoot. Gather fire and kill it. Bang bang bang. At once, a burst of gunfire came from the air defense shelter. Chapter 70 Who the hell is leaking this nigga? Seek subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Listening to the sound of gunfire coming from the air raid shelter. Outside, a few workers panicked a bunch. Shots were fired inside. Nothing is going to happen. These workers are far away, scared. They're ready to run at any moment. And right now, in the bomb shelter. The hell with it. What the hell is this? The police captain led a few colleagues, fighting and retreating. This green-haired monster, except for the young policeman just now who shot his head through the mouth, the internal damage was effective. Its skin, just like copper and iron bones, bullets can't even penetrate it. The pistol bullet hitting the green-haired monster was just like hitting a wall. It only left a shallow wound. These wounds, however, were of no use to the monster at all. Instead, it enraged it, flying towards the police side. These policemen didn't dare to tangle with this monster more. After firing a few shots and seeing that the bullets didn't have much effect, they directly turned their heads and ran towards the outside of the air raid shelter. Out of the air raid shelter, this monster also chased all the way to the door. But at the entrance of the air defense shelter, looking at the high-hanging sun outside, it seemed to have some scruples and didn't dare to expose itself to the sun, and could only look at the police with a hateful gaze before turning its head away. The police looked at the monster's fear of the sunlight and breathed a sigh of relief. A policeman asked, Captain, what the hell is this thing? In their lives, they had never seen such a horrible ghostly thing. It's like a man but not a man, and it has hair all over its body. The key copper skin and iron bones, bullets are not afraid, and the fighting strength is horrible. Fighting power with the damn alien almost. At this time, a police officer said, How do I feel? This thing is like a zombie. Zombie? Everyone looked at the police officer who spoke. This police officer is this year's new into the team. Just graduated from the police academy, the last name is Ma, everyone calls him Xiao Ma. At this time, someone said, Not right, I saw in the movie zombies, not all the kind of jumping a jump. Just now that zombie, but 2 legs running in the face of someone's question. Police captain said, You first do not speak, Xiao Ma continued to say. Xiao Ma said, You all know, my hometown is a small town over Hunan, and Xiangxi closer, in our hometown that place, the legend of zombies. In fact, orthodox zombies, not all is a jump, zombies are also divided into levels, the kind of movie to see the whole body stiff, jumping action, are only the lowest level of jumping stiff. Just now we encountered, covered in black, full of green hair, should be the legendary green stiff, and even about to evolve into a hair stiff. This kind of zombie, the body hair, the whole body can be said to be invulnerable to knives and guns, and the higher the cultivation, the stronger the body, can run and can jump. Can even easily jump to the house or even trees, jumping like flying, very difficult to deal with. All the police jaw dropped. I did not expect zombies have so many sayings. They used to think that zombies are only the kind of jumping around. At this time, the young policeman who had just been attacked by the zombie in the air raid shelter screamed in pain. I said, Captain, can we stop chatting? I'm a little uncomfortable. This young policeman had 9,999 grievances in his heart. What kind of injuries did he have? These guys, still chatting about zombies here? Now is the time to talk about this? At this time, the police remembered that their colleague was injured in the bomb shelter. They gathered around. The captain checked the wound of this injured young cop. He couldn't help but suck in a breath. Because, at this moment, this young policeman, a piece of flesh on his arm was about to be bitten off. The reason why it didn't fall off was because there was still a little bit of skin attached. The key was, at this moment, this young policeman, the color of the entire wound began to turn purple. Along with the surrounding blood vessels, they began to rise up. This situation was exactly the same as the worker who was bitten earlier. At this time, Officer Xiaoma walked over and saw this scene. His face was grave. He reached out and touched this co-worker's arm. It was found that this colleague's arm started to become stiff. He clicked in his heart and secretly screamed that it was not good. But in front of the young cop himself, Xiaoma couldn't say anything. Calling the captain to one side, he said, "Captain, the situation is not good. Xiao Zhang's arm has begun to harden, the symptom, exactly the same as being bitten by a zombie. It seems that in the air raid shelter, it is indeed a zombie right, and, if this symptom is not treated in time, something serious will happen." The captain also looked serious and asked, "Big deal? Specifically, what will happen?" Xiaoma smiled bitterly. 9 Uncles zombie movie, have seen it, in which the 9 Uncles disciple was bitten by a zombie. What do you think will happen? Zombie? The captain's face immediately turned white. He did not expect it to be so serious. After all, the zombie bridge, before he thought it was only in the movie. He didn't realize that in reality, there would be zombies. And when bitten by a zombie, it would really turn into a zombie just like in the movie. The captain thought for a moment, walked back. Then said to these police colleagues, "This way, it seems that the problem of this air raid shelter, just a few of us, cannot be solved, and now I will assign the task. Xiaoma is responsible for, and I will bring Xiao Zhang back to the police station and go back for treatment first. At the same time, I will go back to report this matter and see how the superiors will deal with it specifically. In addition, Prince Chong, you take a few colleagues to the nearby villages, evacuate the villagers. There are zombies in this air raid shelter, and they are extremely aggressive. These villagers cannot continue to live here. Let them move away quickly before dark. Wait until the night, the sun goes down. I guess the zombies will be more powerful." The captain is worthy of being a veteran police officer from the police for many years. Even when encountering the first time to deal with zombie paranormal events, can also deal with the response. In time, the people will be divided into 2 groups, both ends. On the one hand, with the understanding of zombie horse back to the police station to report the situation, at the same time to bring the injured members back to the treatment. On the other hand, leaving colleagues to evacuate the crowd, to prevent the zombies from further injuring people and making a big deal out of it. Before leaving, the captain also specially urged, "The zombie thing involves a paranormal event. Must be kept secret from the outside world. Try not to let the villagers know. The less people know the better. No more the village people to blackmail. Ghosts know how much panic will be caused." Prince Chong and other police expressed understanding. They have also been doing this for so many years. This kind of thing will not leak out. With that, the few policemen split into 2 and went their separate ways. However, they didn't realize that their chats were clearly heard by the few workers who had called the police who had hid outside early on. After these police officers left, these few workers also looked at each other. Each could see the shock in the middle of the other's gaze. What did they hear? Zombies. In this world, there are actually zombies. Good guy. Uncle Nine's movie is actually true. At once, these workers could not hold back. Their character, originally a big grin, what things cannot hold back the kind. At that moment, someone made a phone call and told their family about it. The police hadn't yet arrived at the nearby village to evacuate the villagers. The villages near the air raid shelter have already spread the word that there are zombies in the air raid shelter. The police who came to evacuate were dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out who leaked the information even if they thought about it. Please. Chapter 71, Ranks of Zombies. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. In the village, at this moment, the matter of zombies in the neighborhood had already spread. Waiting for the police to the village said to evacuate the crowd, seems to be even more solid zombie existence. A villager asked, "Comrade police, that air raid shelter is not really a zombie, ah?" Prince Chong, who led the team, was dumbfounded. How do these villagers know? The speed of this news spread, actually faster than they ran over. Who the hell leaked it? Although it is true, but in order not to cause a riot. The police said, "Auntie, you're overthinking it. What era is this? How can there be zombies? Where did you hear the rumor? It's just a normal drill." What kind of drill? If there was a drill, we should have known about it. How could we be suddenly evacuated? And several nearby villages have been evacuated. I heard that some people have been bitten by zombies and hospitalized. Don't hide it from us. No way, I just passed by there some time ago. There really are zombies. Will not be scared to death, ah. A villager was scared, because he passed by the air raid shelter a few days ago, and also sat nearby to rest for a while. If there is really a zombie, then does not mean that he is almost face to face with the zombie? The police looked at this group of good villagers and couldn't do anything about it. Everyone, this matter, we are not convenient to say more. Of course, we police will not harm you. Everyone cooperate, do not make us difficult, but also for your safety. Now let's hurry home and pack up our things, and move out all of them in a while, okay? We still have several other villages to run, so let's hurry up. It won't be good when it gets dark. These police officers are not in a good position to say much about the psychic side of things. But these villagers had obviously gotten wind of something. Since this was the case, it was simply a matter of subtly hinting a couple of sentences so that they could hurry up and pack up and leave. Hearing that the police had said so, the villagers all had serious faces. It seemed that this matter was, indeed, real. At once, many villagers panicked, hurrying home to pack up their things and prepare to evacuate. The same scene appeared in other villages. The villages near the air raid shelter were busy with evacuation work. On the other side, in the police station, there was also an emergency meeting. Regarding the incident of the zombies in the air raid shelter, all the police department executives met to discuss. On the big screen in the conference room of the police station, the images captured by the police law enforcement recorders on the police officers after they entered the air raid shelter were now being played. On the screen, looking at the zombies suddenly attacked the police. And the horrible appearance. Some of the leaders sitting inside the police station at the moment couldn't help but suck in their breath. Is that thing the legendary zombie? Some of them have seen zombie movies, but this is the first time they have seen a real zombie in reality. Completely different from the movie. The reality of zombies, attack and defense can be too much stronger than in the movie. This zombie, simply like a knife and gun invulnerable. Pistol fire are useless. After watching all the videos, the director said, "For this matter, what do you think? What do you think? Speak up." The first to speak is that into the air raid shelter police captain. The captain opened his mouth and said, "Director, for this matter, we have a team member. The family is Hunan side of the geographic location close to the Incense West. We all know that the Incense West legend of the zombie, very famous. Our team member also contacted the zombie. This kind of knowledge, for zombies, more than we know a little more. Ma, you come to the leaders to say a zombie knowledge," the captain said. Afterwards, Shama got up. Shama said, "Leaders, my name is Ma Ziyuan. My hometown is a small town of Hunan, very close to Xiangxi. For the knowledge of zombies, some understanding, but not much. According to the zombie knowledge I have, zombies are divided into different levels of strength and rigidity. They are walking corpse, jumping stiff, green stiff, hairy stiff, flying stiff, drought, and undeformed bone. Among them, walking corpses are the weakest, that is, corpses that have just died a short time ago, and Xiangxi zombie catchers usually use secret techniques to manipulate the corpses to perform simple actions, which are used to catch the corpses. They are followed by the jumping stiffs, which are slightly stronger than the walking corpses, take longer to die, and are slightly more aggressive, but are generally of average strength. Subsequently, the green stiff is not the same. Generally this kind of zombie, usually dead for 100 years, was nourished by the yin qi, green, awakened on their own. Only the idea of blood-sucking and cannibalism in the brain. Air raid shelters near a few villages occurred some time ago. Cattle and sheep blood was drain cases. It should be the green stiffs too. But this level of green stiffs, the strength is far from the video just watched so powerful. We encountered in the air raid shelter. A high probability should be a green stiff about to evolve into a hair stiff zombie. This level of zombie can already be called hairy stiff. Legend has it that the hairy stiff refers to the corpse body. Hair zombie is notorious copper skin and iron bones. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the body. Action agile, leaping house on the tree, jumping like flying, began to not fear the mortal fire. Even the sun is difficult to cause harm to it. It's a good thing that the green stiff shouldn't have completed all of its evolution, otherwise, once it became a hairy stiff, it definitely wouldn't have chosen to stop at the entrance of the air defense shelter, but would have directly chased it out. Listening to Officer Xiao Ma's words, the director pondered and said, "I heard that among the few of you who entered the air raid shelter, someone was bitten by a zombie? People bitten by zombies will become zombies?" Shama said, "Theoretically walking corpse, jumping stiffs bite people, is non-toxic. But this is only half a hair stiff, I cannot say, probably will change." Shama just some basic understanding of zombie knowledge, and then specific, he is not very clear. Director nodded, continued, that according to your view, the problem of this air raid shelter, how to deal with it. Shama said, hair stiffs are invulnerable to knives and guns, unusual firearms, they are of little use. My suggestion is to deploy the armed police, direct suppression. Although the hairy stiffs are powerful, but now is the age of technology. Handgun bullets can't kill the hairy stiffs, but it doesn't mean that other weapons can't. No matter how powerful the hairy stiffs are, they will not be able to withstand the concentrated fire of one automatic rifle in the hands of the armed police. So in this situation, deploying the armed police was the best. The director nodded, he also had this meaning. Just at this time, outside the door of the conference room, there was a knock on the door from a police officer. The director said, "Come in." Then, a police officer walked in a panic and said, "Director, it's not good. Little Wang and the worker from before's condition has worsened. There's nothing that can be done at all on the hospital's side." Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room stood up. How could this be? Modern medicine, it can't even treat this? The police officer who came to inform said, "Chief, the video call has been received on the big screen, you guys take a look." Subsequently, the few people in the conference room saw that on the big screen, the connection was to the hospital side of the screen. On the screen, the Shaohuang police officer who had been bitten by the zombie earlier, now half of his entire body was purple. The symptoms were exactly the same as the worker before, half of his body was hardened. The doctor said from the side, the antidote injection has been given, but it has no effect at all. As for the other one, the worker who had been bitten earlier than the policeman, had even begun to mutate. The whole person had lost consciousness and was tied to the bed, but it still didn't stop him from growing sharp teeth and wanting to bite people. The worker's shoulder wound, too, began to fester. The hospital was equally helpless. At once, everyone in the conference room was quiet. The director didn't know what to do either. Only Xiaoma said, "Director, I suddenly thought of someone. I'll contact a corpse chaser from our hometown. He's experienced in the field and deals with corpses every day. Maybe he has a solution." The director was confused. What? A corpse chaser? What? There really is such a profession these days. Chapter 72, these days, corpse catchers have to be blindfolded. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. Inside the conference room, hearing that Xiaoma was going to contact the corpse catchers he knew over in Xiangxi, the police chief was dumbfounded. He had, before, indeed heard of some of the zombie catching legends over in Fragrant West. But he had always thought that it was all fake. He didn't realize that there was actually such a thing. It's outrageous. Soon, Xiaoma's phone call came through. The opposite person snapped, directly hung up the phone first. After a while, the other party only recalled. At the head of the phone, the one who answered the phone was a young man who didn't look too old. At most, it was only 27 or 18 years old. In a straight suit, he was sitting on a rock, and behind him, there was a dark and dense forest. The suit and the scenery behind it, bizarrely did not match. Xiaoma was all confused. "Keiko, what's going on? Is your dad home? I'm looking for your dad for something." The guy across the street, his name is Li Chang. He's a friend of Ma's since he was a kid. The two families used to be neighbors, and Li Chang's father is a famous corpse chaser in Xiangxi. This call is intended to find Li Chang's father. But look at this now, Li Chang, this kid, seems not at home. Li Chang said, "You find my father? Then you may not be able to find a moment. My father a few days ago to take a big order. Now go to the Yunnan side of the old forest head to transport the body to go, not 10 days and a half months, I'm afraid not to come back. Horse, can you make a phone call to contact him?" Li Chang said, "I'm afraid this cannot. Yunnan the old forest there is not even signal. Call also cannot be connected. I also cannot contact him for 7 or 8 days. Xiaoma's face is ugly. I did not expect this critical time. Li Chang his father actually not at home, and contact information is also broken. This is too much of a coincidence." At this time, Li Chang asked curiously, "What are you looking for my dad for? If you have something to say to me, it's the same." Xiaoma said, "Our branch this side of the zombie, a colleague and workers were bitten by zombies, the hospital cannot be cured, so I want to find your father to see if there is any way to cure the corpse poison." Li Chang sat on the stone and lit a cigarette, said, "Bitten by a zombie? Do you know what level of zombie bite? Ordinary walkers and jumping stiffs should not be poisonous. Xiaoma, it should be a green stiff, however, the body has begun to grow hair." Li Chang sniffed and his face changed, "Hairy stiff. That's troublesome, can you show me your colleague's current condition? Xiaoma, can you do it?" For this hairy kid of his, Xiaoma is skeptical. Does this kid know how to cure zombies? "Li Chang, can I do it?" "Scratch that. What do you think I'm doing in the mountains now? After my dad left, his piece of zombie business, all handed over to me, we are now also a zombie master." Li Chang said, turned the cell phone lens, then, Xiaoma saw a row of zombies standing straight, is standing in place in formation. Xiaoma sucked in a breath. He said just now to Li Chang, "Call why the first time to hang up not answer, wait a while to come back. This kid, even in the zombie." However, Xiaoma asked, "Then what are you wearing a suit for?" Li Chang, Rub, ing 27 or 88 years old, this is not anxious to find a date? Our neighbor Auntie Jang introduced me to a girl, agreed to go on a blind date later. I'm in a hurry, so I'm going on a blind date. Do you want me to be single for the rest of my life? Ma is confused. A blind date? With a corpse? Are you serious? Xiaoma is very skeptical, his hair little to the corpse to the blind date in front of the girl is afraid of no surprise, all shock. Can a blind date like this really work? However, this is not his concern. Then, Xiaoma turned the camera to show Li Chang the situation of his colleagues and the worker in the hospital. Li Chang smoked a cigarette, said, "Xiaoma, we are hair small, I do not hide you, what I have to say, I will say straight, the police, the poisoning is still shallow, there is still a way to save. As for the worker, the corpse poison attacked the heart, the consciousness is blurred, unless there is a high person, otherwise, unusual drugs, lack of power, you will die this heart." Listening to Li Chang's words, many police officers in the conference room were silent. That worker is already hopeless? Xiaoma asked, "Then my colleague can still be saved? How can he be saved?" Li Chang said, our local usually use the mahogany sword to cut down the dead flesh bitten by the zombie and sprinkle the wound with glutinous rice. Remember that both the mahogany and glutinous rice must be real or cannot suppress the evil or the consequences of their own. Condition to feed him some glutinous rice porridge, or drink some dog blood and chicken blood, not too much. Glutinous rice can be eaten as a staple food, but the dog blood chicken blood once a day, some small half a bowl on the line, or not exorcism into the evil attracted evil. In addition, it is best to tie a red rope on both ends of the wound, red rope to ward off evil spirits. You can avoid proliferation. In addition to more sunshine, 15 days later, people are generally fine. Li Chang said the method. Next to it, there is a person responsible for recording. Li Chang finished, and then said, as for the worker, you sprinkle raw glutinous rice around him, and then use the ink bucket line to tie a circle at his forehead stuffed with 5 emperor's money, mouth stuffed with cooked glutinous rice. There are rice dumplings the best. This method, at least, can maintain his 5 days. Do not die, not zombie. Consciousness does not dissipate. 5 days later, all methods will fail. At that time, the gods and ghosts cannot be saved. Within these 5 days, let him and his family have a good chat, account for the aftermath, but also considered benevolent. Xiao Ma asked, Xianzi, is there really no other way to save people? Xiao Ma is a police officer, surely there is a way to save as much as possible. But Li Chang shook his head, even if my father is here, there may not be a way to save someone whose corpse poison is attacking his heart, let alone me, of course, unless you can find a really high-level person who can use great means to directly force out the corpse poison from the body, otherwise, there is no way. Xiao Ma nodded his head. Then he understands. Pony, thanks a lot, Chang Zi. Li Chang, it's a small matter. Well, I won't say much more. I have to hurry to ship these customers back and then go on a blind date. Bye. The phone hangs up on Li Chang's side. Immediately afterward, in the conference room, the director gave an order. Let's follow the treatment method that Li Chang said just now and rush to save people. Subsequently, a phone call was made to the armed police side, and they were ready to let the armed police step in to suppress it. But, before the director could make the call, Li Chang, who had just hung up the phone, chased after him with another call. Xiao Ma was puzzled. This kid, just now, was not in a hurry to catch up with the corpse to go on a blind date? How to call over again? Pony answered the phone. Li Chang opened his mouth and asked, Xiao Ma, you just said that your colleague was bitten by a hairy stiff. Are you sure that there is only one hairy stiff in your place? Li Chang asked directly. This question, the small horse was asked. In the air raid shelter, is there only one zombie, or are there several? Actually, they don't know. They only saw one. Xiao Ma said, this we do not know, we only encountered one. Li Chang, rub, fortunately I thought up to give you a phone call to chase over, or you guys will be miserable. Generally haunted zombie place, especially haunted hairy stiffs, are big in place. Only one zombie situation is rare. Most of the extreme in place, zombies are in groups. You first describe to me, what does the hairy stiff look like? Hearing Li Chang want to know what that zombie looks like, Xiao Ma said, we have a law enforcement recorder, I will directly show you the video. After Xiao Ma said, he gave the video to Li Chang to watch. After Li Chang watched the video, did not say anything, even smoked 2 cigarettes, after half a day, he opened his mouth trembling. Li Chang said, Xiao Ma, if you believe me, this here small words, if you listen to me, I pay for you to buy a plane ticket from Xiang back to Hunan, you now quit your job and come back, that place to stay, the next time I drive the corpse, I guess I have to drive you back. Li Chang said this. Xiao Ma face is black. Xianzi, in the end what does it mean? Li Chang, what does it mean? Literally, to continue to stay in that place is to wait for death. You think this is a hairy stiff? I tell you, you go to this place, this head of hair stiff is the door to look at the gate, there is at least a head of flying stiff. There's even a drought demon. Why don't you run away and wait for death? When Li Chang said this, the entire conference room, the atmosphere was dead silent to the extreme. Xiao Ma froze. A flying stiff? Drought corpses? War Ni Ma. Is there such an exaggeration? Chapter 73. The Heavenly Master is right next door to you, so what are you afraid of? Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket. In the video screen, the police Xiao Ma's face was ugly, looking at his hair. Xiao Ma said, Chang Zi, you can't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. How can you tell that there are flying stiffs or even drought corpses in that place? When Xiao Ma introduced the zombies in front of the director before, the highest was only introduced to the hairy stiffs. The flying stiffs, drought corpses, and undeveloped bones at the back. He didn't even mention them. Because Xiao Ma felt that those kinds of things belong to the stuff of legends. He couldn't even see a flying stiff in Xiangxi. In a place like this, how could there be? To be able to produce a hairy stiff, it was already remarkable. But now, Li Chang actually said that there were actually legendary flying stiffs or even drought corpses in this hellish place? Wasn't this a joke? Li Chang said, can't you see the clothes on that hairy stiff? Those clothes, although they are already worn out, but you can still tell that they are modern. And he was carrying a Luoyang shovel and a flashlight. 90% of him is a grave robber, and there must be an ancient tomb under that air raid shelter. And this grave robber must have dug into the zombie tomb when he was robbing the tomb in the air raid shelter and was bitten by the zombie in the tomb. A hairy stiff at least need 100 years to be cultivated. From the clothes worn by this person, it is estimated that the dead are not a few years. How to become a hairy stiff so quickly? Then there is only one possibility, is that the zombie that bit him, the cultivation at least in the flying stiff, or even drought corpse. The corpse poison in the body of a high-grade zombie can only raise a hairy stiff-level zombie so quickly. Li Chang's analysis was very reasonable. The logic was clear and the possibilities were great. When Xiaoma heard this, his face really looked ugly as well. If so, this hairy little analysis of his own is only 8 or 9 times true. At this time the director asked, what is called flying stiffs? Drought corpse and what is it? Li Chang said, zombies, cultivated into a demon, can fly good hiding, can suck people's blood within 100 paces, called flying stiffs. Among the flying stiffs, the birth of superpower, called drought. Because of its bones are immortal, beyond the 5 elements, known as drought corpses. The director and so many police officers here are listening to the clouds. Not very understand. The director asked, if the armed police are deployed, can the so-called flying stiffs and drought corpses be killed by suppressing them with hot weapons? The director didn't want to care how powerful the so-called flying stiffs and drought corpses were. He only wants to know if the armed police can be mobilized and directly suppressed. Li Chang smiled, where the flying stiff is, not an inch of grass can grow, and when the drought demon comes out, 1,000 miles of red earth. If the power of ordinary people can be suppressed, then these two things, but not terrible. Li Chang is still conservative. Flying stiffs, drought corpses, these things have been practicing for hundreds of years. They have been practicing for thousands of years. They can be described as demons. Wherever they pass, not even an inch of grass grows is a conservative statement. Ancient books have recorded flying stiffs over the village, all living things, turned into blood and water. Modern thermal weapons are very powerful. But the hairy stiffs are already copper skin and iron bones, not to mention the flying stiffs and drought corpses. Bullets and thermal weapons have no effect on them at all. Ordinary people who go in are just feeding them. Xiaoma, is there no way at all? Li Chang said, you can't say that. My father said that flying stiffs and drought corpses are not earthly things after all. They are rejected by the laws of the earth, and the things in this world are themselves one thing to another. No matter what it is, it can't be invincible. By the way, I remember that Xiang city of yours, isn't it dependent on Longguang city? Scratch that. Then what do you have to worry about? Go to Qin Mountain in Longguang City and invite the Heavenly Master over, not to mention the flying stiffs and drought corpses. His grandmother's bones do not melt to come, but also have to first to the Master of the Sky kowtow to. Li Chang for King Yunshan Tianshi is very respected. It's not a matter of esteem. Catching ghosts and demons to catch zombies, which is originally the Taoist family's specialty. Zombies in front of ordinary people tugging a drag. In front of the Taoist priest, that is the son of bare buttocks touching pro-father looking for cutting. Xiang City is so close to Longguang City, what are you afraid of? Invite the Heavenly Master over here and sit in front of the air raid shelter. You see that flying zombie dare to venture out? Directly can catch the zombie play as a gopher. Li Chang gave a tip, this thing, ordinary people cannot solve. It's useless to look for the armed police. It's only right to leave professional things to professionals. The police chief and the top brass looked at each other and also made a decision. Contact the sister units in Longguang City. Have their side contact the Heavenly Master of Qin Mountain. See if they can get the Heavenly Master to help. Meanwhile, at this moment on the internet, the matter of zombies appearing in Xiang City. The police still haven't blocked the news. It's all over the internet now. Even the video in the police law enforcement recorder of Xiaoma and the others entering the air raid shelter was leaked out by someone unknown. It was actually circulating on the internet. Once the video was circulated, hot search instantly exploded. Within a few hours, a dozen topics about zombies in Xiang City immediately appeared. Zombies appeared in the abandoned air raid shelter in Xiang City. 2 people have been injured. Xiang City zombie first view, 9 uncle movie or shoot conservative. Zombie, red rope ink bucket is still there, not see the year Lin Taoist. Xiang City, abandoned air raid shelter near the village, thousands of villagers, now all evacuated. Xiang City, the first hospital sneak peek, bitten workers surrounded by glutinous rice, head wrapped in red rope, half the body zombification, horror abnormal. Online, Xiang City, the zombie event is getting bigger and bigger. Xiang City, many local netizens worried. I don't think there are any zombies. There won't really be zombies, right? My home is in Xiang City. My house is in Xiang City. And my home is also in that abandoned bomb shelter near the distance of 10 kilometers. Damn, now do not dare to go out, zombies will not jump to my home. Luckily, I'm smart. I used to watch the 9 Uncle Zombie movie on the internet, bought a dozen mahogany swords. Zombies come, I'm a sword on the head cut. What zombies are brother? Upstairs, the brother, science, now on the network to buy the mahogany sword, 9 out of 10 are fake, even if it is true, no professional means of light, at best, but also for the general walkers useful. Zhang City video of the zombie, the body are damn hairy. In our industry, this is called the hair stiff, covered with copper skin and iron bones. You do not see even bullets cannot be pierced? On your mahogany sword, split in it, afraid of with the children to your body to water gun nature is similar. You think the hair stiff will be afraid of you that sword? Brother, I've watched all those movies for nothing. In which movie did you see that ninth uncle was useful when he pulled out his wooden sword? The four-eyed Taoist master has a big sword, and the zombies don't even retreat when he hits them. Listen to my advice, don't use your artifacts to deal with real zombies. Don't panic, my uncle's house is near the air raid shelter, he's a villager in the neighborhood. I heard that the villagers of several villages in the neighborhood have united, intending to ask the master of the Zhang City, Tianyun Temple, overcoming the zombies. A small zombie, under the Buddha's light, I believe it will soon be solved. Really? A master from the Big Sky Cloud Temple? Will it work? Shouldn't we go to the right person for this kind of situation? Don't blow everything up, okay? The Taoist priests at Mount Qingyun have some skills, but my Buddhist sect isn't bad in terms of spells and tricks. I've been to Big Sky Cloud Temple before, and the masters there are still very good. That's right. Nowadays, the internet brags about Xianmen, but I'm the #1 Buddhist sect in the Dragon Kingdom. I'll have to ask the masters of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple to do something about this. The internet is abuzz. The director of Zhang City is also angry. The zombie thing, they obviously kept it a secret internally. That video, which one of them passed it out? Find out. Must have just found out. At the same time, the police department also turned their attention to the Big Sky Cloud Temple. Although they listened to the advice of corpse chaser Li Chang, they got the Taoist masters from Chungyan Mountain in Longguang City next door to solve the problem. But Big Sky Cloud Temple was within the city after all. It would be good if the local senior people could solve it. At least it's convenient, and you don't have to owe a favor to the Brotherhood next door in Longguang City. At the same time can also take the opportunity to publicize the local Tianyun Temple, to promote the development of local tourism. Maybe, Zhang City's Great Sky Cloud Temple has the opportunity to take this opportunity to emerge as the next moment of Mount Qingyun? After all, Mount Qingyun's current hotness, Zhang City's senior management also coveted the tourism industry is developing and driving the economy, but it's terrifying. I just don't know if that Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple's master can deal with the awesome zombies in the bomb shelter. Please, 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 please. Please vote. If you have a monthly ticket, I know you still have some in your pockets. Squeeze a few in every day and you can always squeeze a few out. Chapter 74, Xianmen can catch zombies, why can't I Buddha? Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. Zhang City Police Department. Up and down all thoroughly investigated once. Checking to see who had gotten their hands on the video and posted it online. In the end, the investigation was found out. But let's forget about it. Zhang City, a Big Brother's daughter recently played the network, no all understand. Besides, the zombie thing, originally did not hide. All the villagers in the villages near the air raid shelters know about it. It's only a matter of time before it hits the internet. Tracking down the source of the leaked video issue, come to an end. At this moment, in Zhang City, at the entrance of the Big Sky Cloud Temple, a large piece of villagers' representatives stood at the entrance of the Big Sky Cloud Temple, requesting the master to step in and help resolve the zombies. Wearing a brand new vestment, the supervising master of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple walked out from within the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple. Behind him, there were a dozen disciples following. There were all sorts of magic weapons. The master cleared his throat, looked at so many villagers, and said, Amat Ba Buddha. Monks, I already know your claims, the so-called zombies are just walking corpses that have lost their minds. After death hangs a breath, harming people and harming themselves, now even dare to scourge the living, this supervisory temple must be subdued, suppressed under the pagoda of my Big Sky Cloud Temple. Transcend his body and eliminate his sins. The supervisory temple master is full of confidence. He said he would subdue the vampire. Suppress it under the pagoda. Many villagers heard the words and shouted that the master was merciful and his power was boundless. Then, under the support of the villagers, the master walked towards the abandoned air raid shelter. At this moment, the vicinity of the air raid shelter was already full of police officers. The police had already set up a cordon around the air raid shelter. Idle people were not allowed to enter. Seeing so many villagers coming over, many police officers were confused. What are these villagers doing here? Didn't they say they had evacuated? Now that the online zombie thing is so big, they came back to seek death? A few policemen walked over to stop them. Folks, it's not peaceful up ahead, it's already an area of deployment and control. Everyone, please return. Among the crowd, a villager representative walked out and said, Comrade police, don't worry, we are not here to cause trouble, this is the supervising master of the Great Celestial Cloud Temple, the Buddha's teachings are boundless. We invited the master here today to eliminate the zombies. Comrade police officer give way to the master. Listening to the words of the villagers, The police are still in a daze. Master of the Great Sky Cloud Temple? Really? Monks coming to catch zombies, is it reliable? The order they got was to go next door to Longguang City and ask the Taoist masters from Qingyan Mountain to come over. How come Big Sky Cloud Temple is involved now? Just then, this cop received a summons. Let them in. It's an order from the higher-ups. Since the superiors are letting the masters of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple go in, then why should he, a police officer, stand in the way? So, the policeman directly let them in. However, for safety's sake, only the supervising master of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple and the dozen or so disciples with magic weapons were let in. The rest of the villagers who were watching the spectacle should not go and make trouble. In the cordon outside to see it. The Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple supervising master walked into the cordoned-off area. He came to the main entrance of the abandoned air defense shelter. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, it was dusk. The supervising temple master let out a cold snort, then waved his hand, allowing the temple's disciples to set up the scene. Setting up Dharma platforms and all sorts of Dharma weapons. It took more than an hour just to prepare. By the time everything was completely prepared, it was already dark. As soon as it got dark, the air near the air raid shelter suddenly lowered several degrees. The original night was still very hot and stuffy in August. Near the air raid shelter, it gave people a feeling like falling into an ice cellar. Outside the cordon, many villagers watched with wide eyes. Among the crowd, there are several local anchors in Xiang City who got the news that there are villagers in the air raid shelter who have invited the masters of the Big Sky Cloud Temple to catch the zombies. The anchor came several. Arranged in different angles of the camera position, real-time live broadcast to catch the zombie battle. This, in fact, is also the official acquiescence of Xiang City. Because, anyway, the zombie thing, the internet has already made it known to everyone. They do not need to continue to block the news. Blockade is also useless, this place is just no silver 300 taels. What's more, now in front of the air raid shelter to catch zombies, or their Xiang City, the local Big Tianyun Temple masters. Live broadcast out is also good. To the netizens to see the master of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple's ability. If you can really catch the zombie, Big Sky Cloud Temple will be a hit. In the future, traffic will surely skyrocket, and by the way, it will drive the economic development of Xiang City, isn't that good? And even if the live broadcast is banned, will it work? Someone will definitely take pictures. So it's better not to ban it. Come brightly and squarely, but instead, it looks like the official pattern of Xiang City is big. Outside the cordon. In front of the live broadcast camera. A male anchor arm said to the audience, "Brothers, really strange job. This place is really unusual. Such hot temperatures during the day, and now the sun has only just gone down and the temperature has plummeted. I'm wearing a short sleeve and it's still quite cold. This ghost place, worthy of being infested with zombies, is really evil." He was just a small anchor, with a maximum of a few hundred people per broadcast. But because the heat of zombies appearing in Xiang City was too high, and his live broadcast, and is straight to the hotspot. So now the number of online viewers in this male anchor's live broadcast room directly soared to more than 8 million. The male anchor was also nervous. Listening to the male anchor say this. Inside the live broadcast room, countless netizens swiped the screen. The temperature suddenly plummeted, it must be that the yin chi is too heavy. After all, it's a place with zombies, the yin chi is heavy for sure. Anchor, be careful. Although there are masters here, but encounter danger or pay attention to personal safety. If the situation is not right, you have to know how to run, understand? Like watching a horror movie, and this time, not a script shot in advance, the live broadcast is not the same feeling. If you don't know, just ask. Can the masters of the Big Sky Cloud Temple do it? I don't think it's as safe as the masters of Mount Qingyun. I think so too, but the Big Sky Cloud Temple is quite famous in the Dragon Kingdom, so it should be sure, right? If it's not sure, how can that master dare to come? Let's wait and see. I believe in the masters of the Great Celestial Cloud Temple. Don't think that only the Shin men can subdue demons. There are many masters in my Buddhist sect. When the zombies come out, the master may be able to subdue them with a backhanded dragon. God, you really think you're FA high? Anyway, I hope the master is safe. On the internet, netizens have mixed feelings about the master of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple coming out to catch zombies. Some people think that monks catching zombies, more or less a little professional mismatch. Some people feel that the Buddha's law is boundless, my Buddha invincible. Just when the netizens are warmly discussing. Inside the air raid shelter, a terrifying roar came out. Roar! The roar was creepy to hear. It was a sound that sounded like a human voice, and it didn't. It was indescribably weird. Similar to the feeling of fingernails scratching the blackboard during student days. The people listening to it were uncomfortable. Then, everyone present smelled that there was a strong fishy odor coming from the air. At the entrance of the air raid shelter, a black shadow with long hair all over its body, by the light of the moon, steeply pounced out. The zombie's bloody mouth rushed straight at Master Tianyun Temple. Chapter 75, Master should be fine. Request subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Outside the air raid shelter, under the lens of several anchors, the gazes of tens of millions of viewers gathered in the air raid shelter, only to see a hairy black shadow pounce out of the air defense hole. Everyone's breath instantly fell silent at this moment. It's coming, it's coming. That was the zombie. The speed was so fast. The pop-ups rolled like crazy. The anchors, villagers, and police watching at the scene also had their hearts in their throats. At this moment, the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple's master, seeing that the zombie had come and was pouncing towards himself, the supervising temple master snorted coldly and was not afraid in the slightest. One hand directly into the incense burner, and then grabbed a handful of incense ash, like a heavenly maiden, and sprinkled it on the zombie that pounced over. Hiss! The incense ash was directly sprinkled on the zombie's body. Subsequently, the supervising temple master instantly removed the rosary beads that he had been wearing around his neck for more than 10 years. The rosary beads totaled 108. Being held in the master's hand, aimed at the zombie was a whip down. Snap! On the zombie, it was actually drawn out sparks. The hairy stiff was incense ash a sprinkle, rosary beads a whip. Surprisingly, it was jerked out. Eyes looked to the big sky cloud temple of this supervisory temple, revealing the color of fear. This supervisory temple was somewhat capable. The anchors, villagers, and police on the scene. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all in an uproar when they saw this scene. The Grandmaster was awesome. Worthy of being the supervisory temple of the great celestial cloud temple, he still has magical powers. Too much. I've seen this zombie before in the video, bullets couldn't even kill it, and it was directly jerked out by a handful of rosary beads from the Grandmaster. This magic power, compared to the Taoist master of Mount Qingyun, it's not that far off. It's true that there are still people in Big Sky Cloud Temple. Zombie was pumped a bit, seems to be confused, just now also flaunted, now instantly honest. Watching the zombie was smashed by himself. Big Sky Cloud Temple's supervisory temple master also reveals a self-satisfied expression. Supervisor temple, oomph. Tiny zombie, can't turn over any waves. He had been practicing in the temple for decades. These magic weapons, all of them have been receiving offerings within the temple for many years. A large number of incense and thoughts in the magic weapon. Against a zombie is still more than enough. Subduing this hairy stiff. Next, the supervising master of the temple did the spells in the air raid shelter. Lighting the Dharma incense, striking the wooden fish and the guiding chime. Dozens of monks sat down on their knees and recited the Diamond Sutra to overpower this zombie. The supervising master stood here, staring at the hairy stiff. As soon as he came over, he sprinkled a handful of incense ash on it and cracked a whip. Naturally, it will obediently retreat back. Outside the air raid shelter, a dozen monks recited the Vajra Sutra. The hairy stiff just stalemated with them, along with the sound of the Vajra Sutra getting louder and louder. Even this hairy stiff also have to temporarily avoid the front. After all, the Vajra Sutra is a Buddhist scripture. With so many people chanting it, it also had some power. This power made the hairy stiff uncomfortable. But every time he went out, he would again be sprinkled with incense ash and drawn back by that monk. It made the hairy stiff very irritated. However, just at this time, this Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple's master was full of confidence, thinking that he would be able to catch the zombie right away. In the next second, an unprecedentedly loud rattling sound came from within the air raid shelter. Behind the hairy stiff, an even greater commotion came out. Flying sand and stones were accompanied by a strong and terrifying fishy odor. The stench was like a sea of blood churning, sweeping towards the outside of the cave. Everyone present, even dozens of meters apart, could smell the fishy stench. Several anchors responsible for the live broadcast couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. Brothers, what a great stench. Live stream, what's going on? It seems like something came out again. Look, you guys, there's flying sand in the air raid shelter. Nice guy. Looks like there's something stronger in there. No way. Isn't that hairy stiff strong enough? There's more? That's too much. They're hiding their strength. Master, be careful. The other side has hidden players. Can you beat them? Nonsense. The supervising master of my great Tianyun temple, with his infinite Buddhist teachings, can easily subdue even 100 more zombies. You guys wait and see. Master Supervisor, use Dewei Tianlong. In the live broadcast room, there were still people advocating for the master. However, they didn't realize that at this moment, Master Supervisor Temple was standing at the entrance of the bomb shelter. At this moment, his face was grave. Moreover, extraordinarily grave. Originally, it was agreed, wasn't it said that there was only one zombie in this air raid shelter? What's going on here? There are still hidden players? The Supervisor Temple was a bit caught off guard. And look at this movement, seems to be more fierce than the hair stiff. supervisor of the temple master cultivation for decades, with his Taoism, with a full of magic weapons equipment, against a hairstiff, without accident, is not too much of a problem. But now there was one more. The Grandmaster was a bit unsteady. He looked at the movement of the flying sand inside the air defense cave and clutched a handful of incense ash in his hand. No matter who rushes out in a moment, he will sprinkle a handful of incense ash on his face. Then a rosary bead will be smoked first. All demons and monsters will have to bow down. This is what the supervising master thought. His eyes were fixed on the entrance of the cave. In an instant, accompanied by a large amount of flying sand, everyone saw that only a blood-red figure flew out from within the air raid shelter. Along with the appearance of this blood-red figure, the hairy stiff from before even directly slumped down. It was like the hairy stiff had all seen something terrifying. It had to kneel down and salute. This blood-red figure came straight towards the group of masters and masters' disciples at the entrance of the cave who were chanting scriptures and beating gongs and drums. Moreover, it was still flying straight out. The speed was extremely fast, and the first target was the supervising temple master who was the head of the Dharma. Looking at this flying blood-red figure rushing towards him, the supervising temple master's forehead was sweating. In an emergency, the incense ash in his hand directly sprinkled towards the face of this blood-red figure. The Grandmaster shouted, "Buddha's light shines brightly." Turning back was the shore. Originally, the incense ash that had been tried and tested 100 times. At the moment, it was scattered on the face of this blood-red figure, but it seemed to be of no use at all. The master was anxious, backhanded rosary beads drawn out. But this time, as soon as the rosary beads touched the red zombie body a moment, more than 100 beads, all of them instantly dispersed. "Master! What the hell is this?" The Grandmaster wanted to struggle a little more. But the other party didn't give a chance. It directly grabbed this Grandmaster's vestments and flew back inside the air defense shelter in reverse. There was no Grandmaster to shelter him. The remaining disciples of the Great Celestial Cloud Temple were no match for the hairy stiff. One by one, none of them escaped. They were all carried back. This scene happened in a flash of lightning. Everyone did not expect, just now also showed great power master. By the sudden arrival of a blood-red zombie so easily subdued. In an instant, many netizens and villagers were dumbfounded. This wooden fish rosary beads are still there today, not see the person who just scattered ashes. Master, should be okay. I don't know. It's possible that the zombie just invited the master in for a drink? Damn it, I told you, don't criticize, it's all you guys, you keep saying that the Buddha is invincible, and now something has happened. I said before, catching zombies is the job of other Taoist priests, you guys have to let the master steal other people's jobs, now it's good, directly send the master away. Brothers, see, the master's personal interpretation to tell us, do not do professional not the right thing. Hey, I hope people are okay. Coach. Forget it, I don't want to learn this. Brothers, monthly votes. I'll update 10,000 words today. Guaranteed to be full. Chapter 76, The Taoist Master Comes Down from the Mountain. Second shift. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Ziyang City Zombie Event Follow-up, the Big Cloud Temple Supervisory Master personally, my Buddha invincible, suppressing zombies. The supervising master of the temple showed his power, and the small hairy stiffs suffered a great loss. The master is awesome. The master is also invincible when it comes to cross-industry. New explosion. Scarlet zombies have appeared in the air raid shelter, and the master is invincible. Scarlet zombies flying sand, professionals say this is suspected of flying stiffs in the legend. Wrong. Professionals reminded, cross-industry is not desirable, professional does not match, try not to show off. Xiongyan, master, don't. Big Sky Cloud Temple's zombie catching squad was completely wiped out, and the master is currently out of contact. Tonight, Big Sky Cloud Temple went straight to the microwave hot search. Only, the cost is a bit high. The Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple's master was captured by the flying zombies inside the air raid shelter, and is currently out of contact. The specifics of the situation are yet to be known. However, the situation should not be too good. Ziyang City Police Department. Inside the conference room, watching the live broadcast from the air defense cave. Originally, seeing that the Grandmaster dealt with the hairy stiffs with ease, there was still power left. These executives were quite happy. The Grandmaster of the Great Celestial Cloud Temple was truly skilled. It seemed that this hairy stiff was a must-catch. It was as if they saw the tourism industry in Ziyang City being driven up by the Great Celestial Cloud Temple after today. However, this illusion did not last long. Soon, the flying stiffs rushed out from the head of the air raid shelter, the master's rosary beads were flung off, and the person was also captured by the flying stiffs. The conference room of the police station was instantly quiet. Master, no more? The director said, hey, it seems that the master of Tianyun Temple, or cannot fight against the flying stiff off. It's us who thought the flying stiffs were too simple. Director, what should we do now? The director said, this flying stiff is so powerful, what else can we do? We should contact our brothers in Longguang City and seek help from the Taoist priests in Qingyan Mountain. After all, they have the right expertise. In the conference room of the police station, there was no sound. At this point in time, this is the only way. As Li Chang said before, professional things, it's better to leave it to the professionals. Immediately, someone went to contact the sister units in Longguang City. On Longguang City's side, the police department received a call from the police department of Xiang City next door. They were told to ask the Taoist priest from Qingyan Mountain to come out and solve the zombie problem in the next city. This matter had such a big impact on the internet. Although it didn't happen in Longguang City, the people in Longguang City didn't dare to delay. After all, there were still people at the top watching. They hurriedly made a call to Qingyan Mountain. Finding the red-robed Taoist master of Qingyan Mountain, they told them about this matter. Inside the Palace of the Three Purities, Taoist Master Jingxian received a call from the Longguang City Police Department. After listening to what happened over there, Taoist Master Jingxian nodded. Supreme Heavenly Father, poor Taoist knows, this is going to report to the Heavenly Master, please wait. In this matter, Taoist Master Jingxian can't make the decision. It is better to tell the Heavenly Master and let the Heavenly Master decide. Taoist Master Jingxian hung up the phone and walked towards the Heavenly Master's mansion to report to the Heavenly Master. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao was practicing Taijiquan inside the practicing mansion. Recently, he had been practicing martial arts, such as Taiji, Baji, Wing Chun, and several other martial arts had been practiced to the point of perfection. In the courtyard, Qin Hao was using Taijiquan with one hand. In his hand, it was surprisingly like holding up the two chi of yin and yang. A stroke divided yin and yang. The aura of the entire courtyard was pulled by him. Don't look at the fact that right now, Qin Hao's movements were soft, slow, and soft. In reality, at this moment, as long as he was willing, a single movement of his body would cause the earth to split and the mountains to crumble. A single step of his foot could shatter steel plates. This was the realm of lifting weights as if they were light. At this moment, Qin Hao was practicing Taijiquan at the head of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Two Taoist children were guarding the entrance of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Taoist Master Jingxian hurried up the mountain, but now he could only wait at the entrance. Because the Heavenly Master hadn't finished practicing yet. For heavenly matters, everything would wait until the Heavenly Master had finished practicing. After waiting for 20 minutes, only then did Qin Hao finish a set of Taijiquan. He slowed down his breath and closed his gong. At this time, Qin Hao looked towards the door, where Taoist Jingxian, who had been waiting here a long time ago. Qin Hao asked, Supreme Heavenly Father, Master Jingxian, what's the hurry? Only then did Taoist Master Jingxian walk in, telling the matter of the zombies in Xiang City next door. Qin Hao finished listening and said, so, the meaning of Longguang City Police Department side is to let us Qingyan Mountain to help solve those zombies? Taoist Jingxian nodded. It's like this, and according to them, in that air raid shelter, it's very likely that there are still flying stiffs and drought corpses in existence, and the supervising master of the Great Celestial Cloud Temple has already folded there. Once the flying stiffs come out, Xiang City will definitely be devastated. Qin Hao nodded. Drought corpses, indeed, are a bit troublesome. Let's do it this way. You give a reply to Longguang City Police Department. Tomorrow morning, I will personally order a few Taoist masters to go down the mountain to Xiang City, but the traveling and accommodation problems need to be solved by them. Longguang City is still a distance away from Xiang City. Since Xiang City is coming to Qingyun Mountain to invite people, the treatment that should be given definitely cannot be less. Dao cannot be passed on personally. A favor cannot be done in vain. Taoist Master Jingxian listened to the Heavenly Master's words, nodded, and went down the mountain to return the letter. After Taoist Master Jingxian left, Qin Hao thought, flying stiffs and drought corpses are still troublesome. He opened the system's incense value mall. Ordinary flying stiffs, there was no need for Qin Hao to make a move. Nowadays, the red-robed Taoist elders in the Taoist temple all had cultivation levels above the 5th level of qi refining. Combined with magic weapons, it was not a problem to deal with ordinary flying stiffs. It was when they encountered drought corpses that they would be a bit of a problem. The drought corpses among the zombie ranks were almost equivalent to the Human Foundation establishment cultivators. The current Taoist Jingxian and the others were not too easy to deal with. What Qin Hao had to do now was to buy the materials for making magic weapons for them in the incense value mall. Make some magic weapons out first, and use them to deal with the flying stiffs in the air defense cave. All the material fees for making magic weapons cost Qin Hao nearly 20,000 incense value. Overnight time, Qin Hao made all the magic weapons. Canopy ruler, magic rope, mahogany sword, ink bucket, 3 Qing Dharma seal, dragon horn, Xianmen corpse suppressor flag, Bagua mirror, and the 5 thunders token that had been made before. These things, specifically used to deal with zombies. Before dawn, Qin Hao asked 2 Taoist children to send these magic weapons down to the Heavenly Master's mansion. At this moment, a hint of fish belly white had just appeared in the sky at the main entrance of the Taoist temple. Qin Hao had already ordered the candidates for the Taoist masters who were going to catch zombies in Jiang City. There were 4 red-robed and 8 yellow-robed Taoist masters. The yellow-robed Taoist masters had a mahogany sword, a magic rope, a canopy ruler, a corpse-suppressing flag, and a dragon horn in their hands. As for the 4 red-robed Taoist chiefs, they had the spirit sword, the 3 Qing Dharma seal, Bagua mirror, and the 5 thunders order that Qin Hao had gifted them before. All of them were armed and ready to go. Qin Hao stood at the entrance of the mountain, looking at these few Tao masters who were about to go to Jiang City. He didn't say anything either. The Xianmen Taoist sect, subduing demons and eliminating devils, was originally a part of the job. What's more, if flying stiffs and drought corpses were not removed, they would sooner or later plague the earth. What else is there to say? Just do it. Brothers. Qin Hao waved his hand, and a dozen or so Taoist masters descended the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there were already special cars prepared by Longguang City for the Taoist masters. Truck after truck pulled Taoist priests to Jiang City. Chapter 77 Not going during the daytime. We never take advantage of people's danger. The third one. The third more. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. Under the Green Cloud Mountain. The matter of the Jiang City Police Department asking for help from the Taoist master of Qin Yun Mountain had already spread all over the internet. Early in the morning, there were quite a few anchors and reporters, squatting at the bottom of Qin Yun Mountain. As soon as the Taoist masters appeared, they were immediately captured by the camera. Instantly, there were countless new hot searches rushing up on the microwave. The Taoist masters of Qin Yun Mountain descended from the mountain in the early morning and were transported to Jiang City in a special car. A new development in the zombie incident in Jiang City. Following the failure of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple's masters to subdue the demons, the Qin Yun Mountain Taoist masters departed. 4 red robes and 8 yellow robes have been deployed from Mount Qin Yun. The Taoist masters are awesome. The Taoist masters are out in full force. Online, many netizens watched the hot search, seeing the news that the Taoist masters of Qin Yun Mountain have traveled to Jiang City. Holy! Is it really true? The Taoist masters of Qin Yun Mountain have departed? Awesome! It's true that we have to look to our Xianmen to catch zombies. But, can these few Taoist masters do it? I remember there are 8 red-robed Taoist masters on Mount Changyun, but only 4 are going this time? Good man! There are suspected flying stiffs in Jiang City, and even that can't get the whole of Mount Qingyun to come out? The Heavenly Master said, is it useful to have more people? Half of the red robes are giving face. If it is not, I cannot get away. Master, a person to go. What flying stiff hair stiff? Our younger brother. Zombie, why show me a horror movie? I'm already scared of it. Online, netizens watched the Taoist priest go on a journey, talking about it. On Qingyun Mountain, a reporter was taking the opportunity to interview the Heavenly Master at this time. Heavenly Master, this time several Taoist masters traveled to Jiang City to catch zombies. How much certainty do we have? Facing the camera interview, Qin Hao only said, Supreme Heavenly Father. In life, how can anything be done with 100% certainty? Jiang City, evil spirits, a scourge of the people. We Qingyun Mountain, several Taoist masters were invited to visit Jiang City to assist the police to handle the case, who do not dare to guarantee that it can be solved, only to say that we can give it a try. After Qin Hao finished, he turned around and went up the mountain. And as soon as Qin Hao's answer was transmitted online, the opening directly did not recognize that those Taoist masters were going to Jiang City to catch zombies, but to assist in the case. Then said try again. Every time the Heavenly Master says try, he is actually 100% sure. Heavenly Master, hey, I said it, but then I didn't say it, is it good? Classic Tiancher modesty, brothers, can be dispersed. Tiancher said to try, Jiang City, those zombies cannot jump for long. On the national highway leading from Longguang City to Jiang City, several specialized cars were traveling at a fast pace. They left from Qingyun Mountain at around 4 in the morning, and at 9 in the morning, the cars had already entered the Jiang City police station. A dozen or so Dao masters descended from the car. Within the police station, the Dao masters were personally received by the chief and had a lunch. After lunch, several Taoist masters played chess and got high in the police station. In the police station, many of the police officers were dumbfounded as they looked at the Taoist masters. The director even asked several Taoist masters, don't we take advantage of the daytime to catch zombies? After the failure of the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple supervising master last time, their police department analyzed the main reason for the master's failure. A big reason lies in that master, pre-preparation time is too long, hard to wait until after the sun goes down to start catching zombies. To know, at night, the zombie strength doubled. To catch them during the day, on the contrary, it is a little more favorable. Therefore, according to the directors and their intention, letting the Taoist masters go during the day, the success rate is definitely a bit bigger. Now is the time of noon, the strongest yang energy in a day. This gang of Taoist masters even summon the police station nap, some are playing chess, eat melon seeds, leisure up. A little no intention to catch zombies. Within a few red-robed Taoist masters. Jingfeng Taoist Long unhurriedly fell a sun, said, Supreme Heavenly Father, the secretary, do not be anxious. In the mountains, the Taoist scriptures often teach us, do people cultivate, to be open and honest. Take advantage of people's danger, is a small man behavior is not desirable, to come before the Heavenly Master also told the poor Taoists, catching zombies, can only go at night, hit the daytime strength of the zombies is not considered to subdue the evil spirits, that is called bullying the weak. Moreover, the daytime zombie strength is reduced by half, even if we enter the bomb shelter, zombies are hiding, we may not be able to find. In that case, why not go at night? Night zombie strength is the strongest, must be self-inflated, wait for them to come out and then subdue them one by one, it saves the poor Taoists to find one by one. Jing Feng's theory directly shocked everyone within the police station. Dozens of police officers were stunned. With shocked gazes, they looked at this group of Taoist masters. I rub. It's hard to tell. This gang of Taoist masters, all of them seem to be amiable and kind-hearted. I did not expect to have a count one, all ruthless. They don't even bother to catch zombies during the day. We don't work during the day, the Taoist masters never take advantage of people's danger. Have to wait for the zombies to be in full bloom, first let the other side swell a bit, then Annette. Ruthless. So cruel. Sim Sha Sui's Duan Koan is not this tough. Is this the legend that if you want them to die, you have to make them crazy first? Taoists have said so, the police chief cannot say anything else. Can only wait for the night. At this moment, the eyes of netizens from all over the country were all on the police station. However, after the Taoist master's special car entered the police station, there was a delay. Air raid shelter side, in broad daylight, the Taoist masters actually do not come to catch zombies. The netizens are clammed up. What does this mean? Came to Xiang City, do not come to catch zombies? Is it possible that the Taoist masters are not here to catch zombies? Impossible. I clearly saw them bring magic weapons. If they don't come in the daytime, why don't they come at night? The Taoist priests won't be scared, will they? How could they? I think maybe they're tired and need to rest, so they'll catch them tomorrow? I don't know. Anyway, I'm squatting in front of the police station. When the masters come out to work, I'll give you a live broadcast. 6666. Big brother, pay attention to safety. Anchor has been squatting in front of the police station. Everyone wants to see when the Qingyun mountain gang of Taoist masters to catch zombies. Even delayed. There are already netizens on the internet who have spread rumors that the Taoist chief has gone soft. Just like this, soon a few hours passed. The sun went down, and now, it was already dusk. Within the police station, Taoist master Jingfeng rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his silver glittering red leaf watch. This watch was very old. It was given to him by his master when he first went to the mountain decades ago. Taoist Jingfeng glanced at the time. It was more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Summer days were long and the sun went down late. At this moment, at 6 o'clock, the sun was just starting to set. Jingfeng Taoist Long put away the chessboard melons, got up and said, Supreme Heavenly Father, all brothers and sisters, all don't play, it's dark, almost time to leave. At once, within the police station, all the Taoist masters got up, walked out of the police station, got into a special car, ready to hold job. Chapter 78 ING went out and saw a dozen wearing a robe forth. The first time I saw a lot of people in the world, I was very happy to see you. Please ask for a monthly ticket. In front of the police station at night, it was still bustling. Many anchors squatted here, eating boxed lunches, waiting for the police station to come out. A team of male anchors had been here all day. From the morning after the special car that picked up people from Mount Qingyun entered the police station, it hasn't come out. Those Taoist masters, too, had been inside the police station, without moving. Someone in the team said, I say, why don't we go eat something? We didn't go during the day, how can we go at night? Who doesn't know that zombies are more aggressive at night than during the day? How can those Taoist priests go to catch zombies at night? The analysis is good. But his words just fell in the void, as if a slap on the face of this person speaking. Because just at this time, the police station door opened. Previously drove into the transportation of the Taoist chief of the special car slowly drove out. Inside the car, sitting, is not the Qingyun mountain those Taoist masters? The special car went out, directly turned left, looks like, is straight to the suburbs of the abandoned air raid shelter. This anchor team all looked confused. Out of the departure? What a ING night action. These Taoist priests, really ruthless. This live broadcast team has been open live. Just now the image of the Taoist master's special car from the police station, of course, the netizens in the live broadcast room also saw. Millions of viewers instantly boiled. Coming. The Taoist masters are starting to move. Real night work. This is to get tough with zombies? It's too dangerous to look for zombies at night. Don't they know that zombies are more powerful at night? That's how the masters of the big sky cloud temple are so know. Laughing, even you know the things the Taoist masters will not know? If they go at night, is there a possibility that they want to meet the zombies? If they don't go during the day, is it because they don't want to take advantage of others? Brothers, don't guess, my father is the Ziyang City Police Department. Inside information, the Taoist masters in the daytime in the police station to play a day of chess, kowtow a day of melon seeds. Not looking for zombies in the daytime purely because they feel that zombies are too weak during the day, and at night they look for zombies to fight one-on-one, saying that this is the only bright and open. 666,666. Goddamn bright and open-minded. Before those who said that the long goat naive goods? Now how to say? How do not come out to jump? I have seen those people actually said that the long goat. I laughed on the spot. The internet is not a place outside the law. Be careful to say that the long temper up across the internet to your gang of brats to collect. Taoist priest, is it thought that I cannot touch you through the internet? Damn, go back to the law, tender death you. 233333333. At this time, the Taoist master's car was already on its way to the air raid shelter. Behind their car, there are several other cars. All of them are anchors following the live broadcast in Ziyang City. Such a big hotspot, it is rare to rub it once, a white opportunity to increase the powder, do not rub it for nothing. Half an hour later, the special car of the Taoist masters stopped outside the air raid shelter. 3 cars, down a dozen Taoist masters. 4 red robes, 8 yellow robes. Standing there, it's a feeling of righteousness. The anchors set up their cameras to film these Taoist masters. Good man. Brothers, through the screen, I can already feel the oppression on the Taoist masters. I do not know why, so many red robes, yellow robes Taoist chiefs to wear a station. I almost thought I was a zombie. People are scared numb. Too damn scary. Zombie perspective, this is a horror game of his grandmother Taoist masters be careful For the road master's crazy call. Brothers, burn up. Inside the cordon, the eyes of tens of millions of pairs of netizens converged. A dozen policemen followed the Tao masters inside. At the entrance of the air raid shelter, the Taoist masters just stood there. A captain of the police department asked several Taoist masters, "Don't you need to raise the Dharma altar?" The previous supervising master of that great heavenly cloud temple was all about raising the Dharma altar in advance. Taoist master Jingfeng, Dharma altar? What altar? I Xianmen Taoist priests to catch zombies, what need to be the altar of law? Jingfeng said never hold those fancy. The police captain saw Taoist master Jingfeng shaking his head, indicating that he did not need to raise a magic altar. He nodded his head and then said, "Then all the Taoist masters keep quiet, we will first send a drone in to see the situation." With the Great Sky Cloud Temple supervising master's previous experience, the Ziyang City Police Department also did not dare to be careless anymore, specially bringing in advanced equipment. This time, they were even more careful and planned to use the drone to go in and scout the situation first. Let the Taoist masters keep quiet, they will first take a look at the zombies. At this time, try not to make noise to the zombies. But, the police drone hadn't been released yet. In the next second, ding bells. A sound of a bell directly swung up. The policeman was confused. Looking back, it was actually a few Taoist masters who pulled out the 3 Qing bells and directly started ringing the bells. Police captain. Taoist chief. Just now, didn't we agree that we would first investigate and let you guys be quiet first? What do you mean by ringing the bell? Such a big bell, afraid that the zombies inside cannot hear it, is it? However, let this police captain did not expect. These Qingyun Mountain Taoist masters not only ring the bell. Wait a moment. Several yellow-robed Taoist masters, and even directly from the bag out of the dragon horn. Put in the mouth and blew. Dragon horn, and the 3 clear bells are similar. Both are Xianmen magic weapons. It is also known as the spirit horn, etc. Generally use cow horns, tin horns, and aluminum horns. The horn is engraved with the 7 stars of the Big Dipper and the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, or with the words sun and moon. Nowadays, it is an instrument of Jiaojiao altar, which has the dual function of inviting gods and driving away evils. It is used in the same way as the ancient horn, which can be played by placing it on the mouth, and the sound is very loud. This thing is used to attract monsters. The huge sound of the horn and the 3 Qing bells. That feeling, the ground shakes. For zombies, the effect is almost the same as in a sleeping person's ear to play G and I time A, or a loudspeaker loop kind of, while splashing cold water on people's heads. Not to mention the zombies, the loud sound, miles around can be heard. After blowing the dragon horn, the lead 80-year-old Taoist Jingfeng Taoist master looked at the police captain and a few police officers around him. He said, "Supreme Heavenly Father, the extermination of evil demons is urgent. Several unrelated people, you can leave now." Taoist Jingfeng said, "Detection? Catching zombies to detect a hair Come here, this is not directly on it? Dry on the finish Accompanied by the sound of the dragon horn and the 3 clear bells into the air raid shelter. Inside the air raid shelter, the zombies were indeed attracted out. In the next second, there were netizens who saw within the anchor's live camera, at the entrance of the air raid shelter, a black shadow appeared. This black shadow, covered with hair, is exactly the last time I saw the knife and gun invulnerable hairstiff. It's coming out, it's coming out. Zombies are coming, Taoists be careful. Netizens frantically sent out pop-up tips. However, the next second, the last time was originally still arrogant. Once out of the big Tianyun Temple Supervisory Temple Master pounced towards the hairy stiff. This time, he came to the entrance of the air defense shelter and took a look. This glance saw a dozen or so wearing Taoist robes standing at the entrance of the home. 4 red robes and 8 yellow robes. The hairy stiff froze. This time, it didn't directly pounce out, but stood in the doorway and didn't move for a long time. A zombie that lost its dreams in place. Hairy stiff, ING came out to see more than a dozen wearing robes to block my door. Put a horror movie, right? Brothers, the monthly ticket, ah. Rushing. Chapter 79, Demon, see Portao's Flaming Blade Technique. 5th. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. Inside the live broadcast screen, a hairy stiff figure appeared at the entrance of the air defense shelter. It was the first to be awakened by the dragon horn. The sound of the Shinmen dragon horn and the 3 clear bells made it uncomfortable. This hairy stiff was filled with fire and intended to rush out to eat someone to dissipate its anger. But it never expected, just rushed to the door. All the fire was instantly doused. This Nima, a dozen Taoist priests blocking the door, who can top ah? Looking at the body of Taoist robes, the hair stiff has a kind of bloodline suppression. On the contrary, these Taoist priests, waiting for half a day at the entrance of the air raid shelter, finally saw a zombie out. Jingfeng, like an eagle seeing a rabbit, cannot wait. His eyes were dead set on this hairy stiff. Supreme Heavenly Father, old demon, the Taoist master is here, why don't you bow down? Masters and brothers, golden light curse, charge with me. Then, the 4 red-robed Taoist masters recited the Shenmen golden light mantra. Heaven and earth, the root of all air. I've practiced for hundreds of millions of years, and I've proved my powers. Inside and outside the 3 worlds, only the Tao is honored. My body is covered with golden light. All the gods bow to me, and I am the master of thunder. Ghosts and demons lose their courage, and monsters and spirits lose their forms. There are thunderbolts inside, and the god of thunder is anonymous. Cave wisdom and 5 airs are in full bloom. Golden light appears quickly to protect the real person. Recite the golden light mantra. Brush. On the bodies of the 4 red-robed Taoist masters, golden light emerged and covered their entire bodies. Heaven and earth's righteousness, purifying and protecting the body, all evils dare not block. As for those yellow-robed Taoist elders, they put golden light talismans on their bodies. There was also golden light protecting the body. Looking at the doorway, each of these dozen Taoist priests entwined with golden light, rushing towards their place. This time, it was the Taoist priests who pounced on the zombies. At the door of the air defense shelter, this hairy stiff was terrified. The scalp exploded. In the eyes of ordinary people, zombies are scary. But in the eyes of the zombies, these Taoist priests wrapped in golden light were the real terror. The hairy stiff almost cried in place in fear. Without hesitation, he turned his head and ran directly into the cave. This felt like you were sleeping at home and suddenly a loud stereo came from the doorway, and after you were woken up, you were furious and intended to go out and hit someone. You just went out but found that the ones playing the stereo in front of your house were a dozen big men with long chest hairs, who saw you and rushed towards you with machetes raised. Can the hairy stiff not be afraid? The previous untamed appearance completely disappeared, and fled for his life towards the air raid shelter. However, these Taoist masters watched the hairy stiff run back into the cave. Taoist Master Jingfeng became furious. Demon! Still dares to escape. Senior brothers, this air defense cave has many exits and is connected in all directions. Those few yellow-robed senior brothers spread out. One of them will guard a cave entrance. We can't let a zombie go today. Yes. After that, several golden lights spread out. The 8 yellow-robed masters rushed towards the air raid shelter's several major exits at a terrifying speed. One person guards a hole, directly trapping the zombies. In front of the live camera, the anchors and the police looked dumbfounded. They originally thought that even if the Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain came and encountered the zombies, it would definitely be a vicious battle. For the sake of this vicious battle, the chief of the Xiang City Police Department had specially made all preparations. Even the armed police have been mobilized, always ready to assist the Taoist masters to kill the zombies. But now things are completely different from what they imagined. The zombies saw the Taoist priest as if they had seen a ghost. Taoist masters are like bandits into the village, chasing the zombies to fight. Now even more so that the several yellow-robed Taoist one person to guard a hole threatened to put the zombies all destroyed. Let go of one counted as my loss. Live broadcast, millions of netizens are looking dumbfounded. Dumbfounded? Is this a Taoist master? Outrageous. I thought it was going to be a bad fight. I was ready to watch the fight. As a result, the zombie turned his head and ran away, completely one-sided crushing. Taoist master, why do you think I came at night? Daytime to go to the zombies are weaker, I'm afraid that I stand in front of the door, they are directly scared to death. Taoist priest, which dare to call invincible? Which dare to say undefeated? Zombie, meet on the golden light, you polite? Seek the psychological shadow of the zombies in the air raid shelter at this moment. Zombies in the cave, brothers, tell a ghost story. We are surrounded by Taoist priests. Now a good news and a bad news first. Listen to which? Listen to the bad news first. The bad news is that the Taoist priests blocked all the way out of the door. Looks like they want to wipe us out. What about the good news? The good news is that the purple robes didn't come, but 4 red robes and 8 yellow robes, all of them with golden light. We'll die quickly and painlessly. Is this good news? At the moment, the 8 yellow robes Taoist priests open golden light directly blocked all the exits. The 4 red-robed Taoist masters, led by Jing Feng and Jing Xian, opened their golden light and rushed towards the air defense cave. Like a wolf entering a sheep's nest. After entering the air defense hole, the 4 red-robed Taoist masters charged directly inside. The cultivation level had reached the 5th level of Qi refining. One could sense the aura between heaven and earth, and at the same time, one could also sense the ghost aura, the Yin Fury aura, and the zombie aura. These 4 red-robed Taoist masters were at this moment as if they had installed locators on the zombies. Where the zombies were, they knew without looking. Those zombies could not escape even if they wanted to. At this moment, that hairy stiff had directly fled back to the deepest part of the air raid shelter. There was a passageway that went straight underground, and below this air raid shelter, it seemed to be an ancient tomb. Taoist Jing Feng and the others did not delay. They went straight to the zombie lair to kill, chasing all the way to the deepest part of the air raid shelter. The 4 golden light figures directly followed the passage and rushed into the ancient tomb. As soon as they got off the ancient tomb, Taoist Jing Feng and the others saw the figure of the supervisory master of the great celestial cloud temple. After being captured back by the zombies, he was bitten miserably, lying on the ground and losing his dreams. Seeing this, Taoist Jing Feng threw a healing talisman onto the master. This grand heavenly cloud temple's grandmaster was bitten by a flying zombie though. The corpse poison in his body was quite terrifying and ferocious. But the good thing was that it hadn't been long. He could still be saved. With a healing talisman attached to his body, the injuries on this great celestial cloud temple's master instantly recovered most of his injuries. Taoist Jing Feng told him to wait in place. They would catch the zombie first. Several Taoist masters followed the ancient tomb tunnel and headed in. Midway, they passed by several stone chambers. After all, it was an ancient tomb, and inside the tomb, there were quite a few treasures and burial goods. Looking at the age, this ancient tomb estimated that the year is not lower than the Ming dynasty. However, the Taoist master is a person of cultivation and has little interest in these treasures and burial goods. Outside the body of things do not even bother to look at their eyes, only zombies. All the way to chase to the last stone room. Here, at a glance, zombies are all here. Plus the hairy stiff that escaped before. In this stone room, at least 24 zombies. At this moment, seeing the Taoist masters coming, these zombies revealed a terrified expression. A dozen or so zombies pushed the stone door together, trying to close it and prevent the Taoist masters from coming in. Zombie! Coming! The Taoist priests are coming! Quickly close the door! Otherwise we all have to die. However, looking at the slowly closing stone door, Taoist Jing Xian snorted coldly and took a step out. Spiritual energy gathered in his hands and he drummed up his true Qi. A palm of 9 suns struck out at the stone door. The 8th level of Qi refining cultivation was as terrifying as this. Under a palm, it was like a small sun bombardment. Several zombies were easily pushing the stone door to close. They were blown away by Taoist Jing Xian's palm. 7 or 8 hairy stiffs flew backwards. Under the frightened gazes of the zombies, the 80-year-old Taoist master Jing Feng bore the brunt of the attack and directly slid in through the middle of the stone door with a sliding shovel. Afterwards, he drew out the peachwood knife behind him. Taoist Jing Feng, Supreme Heavenly Father, Demon. Look at the poor Taoist flaming blade technique. Subduing demons and subduing devils. Taoist master Jing Feng wielded his long blade with exquisite skill. True Qi covered it, and on the mahogany blade, it was unexpectedly covered with a layer of burning golden True Qi flames. Taoist master Jing Feng waved his great sword, the flame of the sword rolled, accompanied by strong Shenmen Jingqi. He directly hacked towards a zombie. The zombie watched a flaming sword slash down towards his head. It was so scared that its eyes were wide open, and its heart, which had stopped for hundreds of years, was about to be scared to beat again. Today 10,000 more completed. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Brothers. Hands are numb from typing. We'll continue tomorrow. Chapter 80 Divine Flame helps me. First shift. Request for subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Within the last stone room of the ancient tomb, a hairy stiff was dumbfounded. Originally, it had been devouring the Yin Fury Qi in the ancient tomb and practicing diligently. Suddenly, the sound of the Taoist's dragon horn and the 3 Qing bells could be heard from outside. Then, a companion went out to see what was happening. It didn't take long for the companion to return, and once he did, he brought a piece of bad news. There were a bunch of Taoist priests outside, all of them could open the golden light, wearing either red or yellow robes. The hairy stiffs were terrified. Hurry together ready to close the door. As a result, when the door was half closed, the Taoist priests rushed in. The one in the lead had the thickest golden light on his body. With a backhand slap, he blasted open the stone door. A dozen zombies were blown out. This hairy stiff stood still. It hadn't yet figured out what was happening. He heard the sound of a sliding shovel, and an 80-year-old Taoist priest slid in along the stone door. He drew out his long mahogany sword and slashed at its head. This hairy stiff only felt its scalp rolling. The aura of true fire on top of the long knife was less than an inch away from its head, and it was about to split open on the spot. Right at this moment, Taoist Jing Xian shouted, "Senior brother! Stop! Have you forgotten what the Heavenly Master said before he came? These zombies are useful. We need to catch them alive." Only then did Taoist Jingfeng react to his words. "I almost forgot what the master told me before he came. On Mount Qingyun, they don't have enough janitorial staff, so they need zombies. It's not easy to come across some zombies, free labor, can't just kill them. Too wasteful." Jingfeng Taoist master closed his hand in time. In the nick of time, he put back the flaming long knife in his hand. This hairy stiff saw the Taoist priest put away the long knife. It just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was safe and sound. But the next second, only to see Jingfeng Taoist directly took out the 3 Qing Dharma seal. In front of the zombie is a seal cover out. Zombie brain door was covered with a seal. Instantly be fixed. The remaining 3 Taoist masters also took out their seals, stepped on the 7 star steps, and shuttled between this group of hairy stiffs. One person, one seal. The 3 Qing Dharma seal, also known as the 3 Treasures Dharma seal. In itself, it is a heavy weapon of the Xianmen sect to subdue demons. It specializes in zombie evil spirits. Especially for zombies, the most effective. To the zombie body a seal, under the flying stiff, directly be fixed in place. It is better than the seal of approval. These hairy stiffs in front of the red-robed Taoist priest, with the lamb to be slaughtered is no different. Soon, they were all immobilized by the magic seal. Subduing these zombies. Taoist Master Jingfeng had just breathed a sigh of relief, intending to put away the 3 Qing seals. In the next second, in the middle of the stone room, the 2 coffins that were originally silent. The coffin lids were directly pushed away. 2 blood-colored figures flew out. Looking at these 2 blood-colored figures, Jingfeng, Taoist Jing Xian, and the others finally revealed serious gazes. Flying stiffs. These 2 blood-colored figures had definitely been dead for 1,000 years. The skin and flesh of their bodies had completely dried up, and if they weren't wrapped in a layer of skin, they were shaped like withered bones. They looked weak and fragile. But the several Taoist masters present do not dare to be slow. The power of the flying stiffs, before coming, they have already heard the Heavenly Master said. Flying stiffs is the existence of zombies among the extremely strong. Cultivate 1,000 years, the corpse can only achieve flying stiff. They have the ability to fly to the sky and hide from the world. These 2 flying stiffs look like bones like wood. In fact, the power is extremely horrible, otherwise it would not be possible at that time to be able to casually put the big sky cloud temple of the supervisor of the temple masters to carry back. In terms of cultivation, the flying stiff's cultivation could be compared to a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. It even surpassed the 9th level of qi refining and was truly a half-step foundation establishment. At this moment, there were 2 flying stiffs here. The situation was grim and should not be underestimated. Even at this moment, the Jingfeng Taoist masters had many magic weapons in their hands that restrained the zombies. It was still necessary to be extra careful. Jingfeng Taoist said, "Everyone be careful, these 2 flying stiffs are not easy to deal with, 2 groups of people, destroy them." Although before coming to the Heavenly Master said, "Qingyun Mountain less cleaning, catch a few zombies back to sweep the floor quite good." But in front of these 2, but the flying stiffs. Fighting power horror, if not careful, even a few red-robed Taoist masters also have to GA in this. Encountered the strength of the weak zombies, naturally, can be easily captured. But flying stiffs, forget it. Can only say, can capture alive, try to capture alive. Can not catch, directly kill. After speaking, Taoist Jingfeng found another red-robed Taoist to form a team. The strongest cultivator, Taoist Master Jing Xian, looked for the Taoist Master at the 6th level of Qi refining to form a team. 2 against 1. The 4 Taoist Masters fought with the flying stiffs. The 2 flying stiffs, their eyes were sinister as they looked at the 4 Taoist priests who had intruded into their tomb. From the aura on these 4 Taoists, it was obvious that they were not easy to deal with either. But these 2 flying stiffs weren't wimps at all. The corpse aura on their bodies blazed out, directly attacking and killing towards the Taoist priests. The cultivation level reached flying stiff. A body of flesh, sinew and bones, comparable to 100 forged steel. It is not comparable to the flesh of a hairy stiff. Claws gently scratch, even gold and iron can be scratched. The power of a flying stiff's dive is terrifying. The flying stiff made a dive. Claws directly grabbed onto Taoist Master's protective golden light. Tear. The sharp claws and the golden light spell collided with large sparks. If it was an ordinary golden light spell, it wouldn't be able to withstand several such attacks. However, several red-robed Taoist elders, with cultivation enhancements, practiced the native golden light spell. The sharp claws of the flying stiffs grasped at the golden light spell, but it was still able to withstand it. Only, the consumption of aura was also quite considerable. On top of that, these two flying stiffs also cultivated spells. Green mist was spat out from their mouths. It had a strong corrosive effect and toxins. Even if it was a protective golden light, it would be a bit difficult to resist this green mist. The green mist of the flying stiffs has a corrosive effect on the golden light. This is not the way to go on. Taoist Jingfeng took advantage of the gap when one of the flying stiffs swooped down and attacked. He was ready to strike. A blazing flame blade technique had long been stored up, and at this moment, he slashed out. The mahogany dagger slashed at the flying stiff. But the flying stiff's speed was too sensitive. With a dodge, it easily dodged. The fiery flame blade technique practiced by Taoist Master Jingfeng could not touch the nimble flying stiff at all. Taoist Master Jingfeng had a headache. His own flaming blade technique had been practiced diligently for 3 months. Against ordinary hairy stiffs, it was one slash at a time. But the flying stiffs, they were too fast. If hit, certainly knife blast. But at the moment, I can't even touch it. What's the point of being powerful? Jingfeng Taoist grew angry. Especially in the stone room, at the moment is also filled with large flying stiff green fog. Continuously corrodes several Taoist chiefs' body surface golden light. Green fog for the golden light consumption is not small. This is not favorable to the several Taoist masters. Jingfeng Taoist priest also do not with these two zombies consumed. He directly said, "Senior brother, for me to protect the law, wait for me to cast a spell to break it green fog." Jingfeng Taoist said, "Hand pinch seal, mouth recite spell. Where to find the terrifying heavenly power, sunlight to destroy the 8 strange clouds. The sky mine extreme sun wants to move, 8 treasures 5 thunderbolts down in the clouds. Fire burns all evil things, thunder punishes all poor and evil people. Help me with the divine fire." Once the divine fire mantra is uttered, Taoist Master Jingfeng was like a god of fire, spitting out a blazing fire that burned out the green mist. In an instant, the green mist was swept away from the stone room. At the same time, Taoist Master Jingfeng found an opportunity to hide the divine fire in his mouth. A mouthful of fire was sprayed onto the face of the flying stiffs that swooped down. In the divine fire contains Shenmen positive Qi, itself is the heaven and earth extreme young thing, has the effect of destroying the evil and breaking the delusion. Even if a flying stiff with a strong physical body was coldly sprayed with such a mouthful of fire, it would not be pleasant. With a miserable cry, he turned around and fled. It was not easy for Taoist Jingfeng to seize the opportunity. Could he let it escape just like that? Taking advantage of the flying stiff's face being sprayed with a mouthful of fire, he disorganized himself. A red-robed Taoist priest next to him understood, and a magic rope came out from his waist. The red magic rope was tied around the flying stiff's legs, tugging at its legs. Taoist Master Jingfeng then instantly drew his spirit sword behind his back. A sword stabbed out. This sword was as powerful as a bamboo stick, piercing straight through the backbone of the flying stiff, hard picking this flying stiff down. The 80-year-old Taoist Master Jingfeng was incomparably vicious, and with a vigorous foot, he stepped directly on the flying stiff's spine, almost breaking this flying stiff's waist. Jingfeng, fly? Fly one more for poor Taoist to see. Chapter 81. Although we heard scraping, but we can always scrape. The second more. Seek subscription. Request for monthly votes. In the stone room, another flying stiff saw his companion being trampled by the Taoist priest's foot, unable to move. This flying stiff was furious. With a wave of its arm, directly the 2 coffins that were originally placed in the middle of the stone room were taken in by it through the air and lifted up and smashed towards Taoist Jingfeng. Both coffins were made of nanmu, expensive, thick, and extremely heavy. They were smashed out of thin air with a wind-breaking sound. An ordinary person smashed by this kind of coffin could be smashed into mush on the spot. Taoist Jingfeng pressed a physical 3 Qing Dharma seal directly onto the flying stiff's head. He also used the French rope to tie this flying stiff up tightly. At this moment, he saw 2 coffins flying towards him. Taoist Master Jingfeng was not panicked at all. He stood on the spot and responded with Tai Chi fist in his hands. Taijiquan 4-2 pivots 1000 Jin, backhand will 2 coffins steadily receive down. As for why not use swords and knives to cut directly? Nonsense. Ancient coffins, more or less a bit old. This is a good thing, don't you want to keep it in the museum? What a waste to cut it. Master Jingfeng here took over 2 coffins. On the other side, Master Jing Xian is not idle either. A red-robed Taoist priest is fighting with the flying stiffs. Taoist Master Jing Xian, on the other hand, had his hands free to set up means to deal with the flying stiffs. He pulled out the magic flags he was carrying. 6 flags were inserted into the ground, and together with the 8 trigrams mirror, a corpse trapping formation was formed. Once the corpse trapping formation was formed, the flying stiff instantly felt his body become unusually heavy. Only to see that from the top of the 6 flags, there was a golden line shooting out. Directly tied the flying stiff's limbs, along with the neck and waist together. Taoist Master Jing Xian recited a spell. Under the effect of the magic flag, this flying stiff was directly dragged down from the air by him. When the flying stiffs reached the ground, they were just hairy stiffs with slightly stronger flesh. Taoist Master Jing Xian was clad in golden light, holding the magic rope in his hand, and he took it down directly without much effort. The 2 flying stiffs were directly captured alive by Taoist Master Jing Xian and the others. Just when they felt that they could call it a day after the fight, in their ears, there was a sound of chains clattering. A few Tao masters seemed to sense something, their faces were serious, and their gazes converged on the floor of the stone room. Only to see that in the next moment, the stone tiles of the stone chamber's floor unexpectedly collapsed directly. From the ground, a silver-colored sarcophagus slowly rose up. The sarcophagus had not yet been opened, and several Tao masters could already feel the raging corpse chi in the coffin. It was definitely not idle. Several Taoist masters' faces changed. This coffin, inside, is afraid that it is not the legendary drought demon corpse. Taoist Master Jing Xian was the first to react. Supreme Heavenly Father, it's no good. The corpse king has been startled. Masters and brothers, 3 Qing Dharma seals, ink dipper threads, coffin suppressor charms, bagua mirrors, Dharma ropes, and Dharma flags. Suppress it! Taoist Master Jing Xian rushed out. The other 3 red-robed Taoist masters also reacted. There is definitely a corpse king lying in this silver coffin. Before it comes out, suppress it first. Taoist Master Jing Xian directly placed the 3 Qing Dharma seals on top of the silver coffin. For the remaining 3 directions, there were 3 other Taoist masters with 1 Dharma seal in each hand pressing on it. Afterwards, the 4 red-robed Taoist masters cooperated with each other and popped ink lines all over the silver coffin, not sparing a single dead corner. Dozens of coffin-suppressing talisman seals were also affixed. Finally, the magic rope was tied on the coffin. Around the coffin, arrange a magic flag corpse trapping formation. The same one that caught the flying stiff just now. Looking at the silver sarcophagus that was sealed to death, Taoist Jing Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Originally thought that corpse king such as no matter what could not possibly break through so many means to rush out. The next second, only to see the entire coffin, as if boiling, from the coffin's gaping mouth, rolling black smoke spread out. Then, the entire silver-colored sarcophagus unexpectedly exploded directly. What 3 Qing Dharma seal, Dharma rope, ink dipper thread, and coffin-suppressing talisman? Against a real corpse king, they were useless. All sorts of magic weapons fell to the ground. A drought demon corpse that was 8 feet tall and dressed in black, with a monstrous corpse aura. From inside the coffin, his eyes swept the several Taoist masters in the stone room. The oppressive feeling of the corpse king was suffocating. The 4 Tao masters looked at the corpse king in front of them. His flesh died for 1,000 years, but surprisingly well preserved, not the slightest bit of dryness and corrosion. Standing up in the air, he was actually almost like a living person. The only difference was the corpse chi on his body. It was 100 times that of the 2 flying stiffs just now. The 4 Taoist masters' faces were ugly. Looking at this corpse king in front of them, thinking with their asses, they all knew that this was a hard opponent. The black-clothed corpse king's gaze was cold, and there was not a trace of life in his golden eyes. Faintly looking down at the 4 red-robed Tao masters below. A few moments later, the corpse king even spoke. For red-robed Taoist priests, breaking into my cave, capturing so many of my sons and daughters alive, even the flying stiffs were captured by you guys, it seems to be a bit of a skill. It's a pity that you all have to die here today and become my blood food. If the one wearing the purple robe had come, it would have been possible for me to take one more look, but since there is no one wearing the purple robe, you will all go to hell. The corpse king spoke. There was no reasoning at all. With a lift of his arm, a silver-colored wind directly blew out from behind him. The wind swept through the stone room. At once, the sand flew away. A red-robed Taoist watched as the wind blew towards him. He still wanted to catch it hard. However, he still thought the corpse king was too simple. Even if he had the 6th level of Qi refining cultivation, he simply couldn't resist the corpse king's casual blow of the astral wind. Instead, he was directly sent flying out by the wind. His body crashed into a wall, and the Taoist master ate his words and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, this mouthful of blood happened to be spat on a hairy stiff. The Taoist's essence blood was sprayed on the hairy stiff's face. This hairy stiff was also in bad luck. Letting out a miserable shriek, it directly crunched in place on the spot. Hairy stiff, big brother, watch out when you hit the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, a mouthful of blood sprayed on me. Taoist priest did not die, I died first. I'm not dead, I'm dead first. I've had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. The Corpse King saw that the Taoist priest, who had been knocked away by himself, spat out a mouthful of blood on a hairy stiff. The hairy stiff died on the spot. The Corpse King was furious. I didn't expect to accidentally kill my own little one. These damn Taoist priests. No one will live today. Taoist Master Jingfeng watched this Corpse King in a great rage. Raising his hand was the astral wind. His face changed and he immediately judged that this was a wind drought demon. A drought demon corpse under the sky. Those that cultivated different spells had different names. Drought corpses that practiced flame spell aptitude were usually called fire drought demons and dry drought demons. Wherever they pass, they can cause forest fires, stop the rain in the sky, and make the earth 1,000 miles red. On the other hand, drought demon corpses that cultivate astral wind spells are called wind drought demons. They usually control the wind, and if they are strong, they can even cause tornadoes and storms. Destroying villages, killing dragons and swallowing clouds, extremely terrifying. In addition to this, there are also those who cultivate great water to cause floods, and those who cultivate poisonous mist to cause plague. There are all sorts of things, too many to mention. Of course, the strongest individuals are the fire drought and wind drought. It had to be the fire drought demon and the wind drought demon, which were the most difficult to deal with. Taoist Jingfeng did not expect that they would encounter a wind drought demon today. The other party had casually thrown a strong wind, and they were simply unable to eat it. Taoist Master Jing Xian didn't dare to hold back even a little bit at this moment. He sacrificed his spirit sword. The flying sword transformed into a green shadow and attacked towards this Corpse King. In half a year's time, Taoist Master Jing Xian's sword control technique had already been cultivated to the minor achievement realm. Immediately, he fought this Corpse King in the air. At the same time, the other Taoist masters weren't idle either. They all took out their 5 thunder orders. Invoking the heavenly thunder, they bombarded the Corpse King. Taoist Master, we hurt though we scrape, but we can keep scraping. Sooner or later, we can scrape you to death. Monthly Votes Brothers. Chapter 82, Zombie. I'm convinced LFA is still not cutting it? The third more. The third one is to ask for a subscription. Please monthly tickets. Please collect. Taoist Jing Xian's flying sword charged straight at the Corpse King. In the air above the stone room, the Corpse King watched as a green shadow attacked towards him. He laughed coldly and extended a hand. He used his palm to catch the flying sword. Taoist Master Jing Xian's flying sword stabbed into the Corpse King's palm. Instantly, there was a feeling of stabbing on top of gold and stone. It couldn't even penetrate a layer of the Corpse King's skin. This Corpse King's skin and flesh were stronger than a flying stiff. The flying stiffs could still be injured by the spirit sword. But in the eyes of the Corpse King, a spirit sword was no different from a toy. Even if it stood here and didn't move, Taoist Jing Xian's flying sword wouldn't be able to hurt it. This was the drought demon corpse. Stab! Right at this moment, behind the Corpse King, a lightning bolt struck across the sky. The lightning struck the Corpse King's flesh. Instantly, behind this Corpse King, there was a scorching. The Corpse King frowned. It glanced back. Those Taoist priests had actually sneaked up on him. In their hands, they held the 5 thunder token. Within the token, thunder and lightning surged out. Thunder and lightning, the nemesis of all Yin and evil. Spell damage. The Corpse King's flesh pulls full, but spell damage, it's still useful. Pain. 1,000 years apart, this wind drought demon, for the first time, felt pain. It was the pain of being struck by lightning. He was enraged. Originally, he wanted to play with this group of Taoist priests, but if you guys play with thunder, then don't blame yourself for a quick battle. The Corpse King wasn't spending any more time. After all, it was quite hard to be scraped by the Taoist priests all the time when this lightning struck his body. He directly randomly picked a lucky Taoist. The Corpse King directly rushed over. A zombie arm grabbed towards the red-robed Taoist master. The Taoist master saw this wind drought charging towards him. He couldn't even resist a single wind from his opponent, let alone the Corpse King itself. This red-robed Taoist master instantly exploded back in his body. But, how could his speed possibly compare to the Corpse King? The Corpse King was like a vulture swooping down, and with one hand, he directly grabbed the Taoist master. The protective golden light spell on the Taoist master's body, on the other hand, became like paper mache. It was broken by the Corpse King's grasp. Lifting this Taoist master, he was about to tear him in half with his hand. Luckily, this Taoist master gritted his teeth. In time, he tore a talisman seal. In the next second, the Taoist master's figure directly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already moved out 30 meters. This was the shifting talisman that the Heavenly Master had given them before coming out this time. It was extremely precious, and only 3 of them were given to one person. Not until the last resort, even the red-robed Taoist master would not want to use it. Just now, if he didn't use it again, he was afraid that he would be torn apart on the spot by this wind drought demon. Watching this Taoist unexpectedly move dozens of meters out of thin air, slipping away from his own hands. This Corpse King was obviously caught off guard as well and froze for a moment. But soon, it reacted. The Taoist priest's talisman. What an annoying thing. If it didn't have the talismanic seal, these Taoist priests would simply not be enough for it to kill. How could they bounce around in front of it for so long? It was the presence of magic weapons and talisman seals that made them seem like undefeatable little powerhouses. Corpse King, okay, let's see how many of those life-saving talisman seals from just now you have on you. This kind of movement talisman. Corpse King believed that even the red-robed Taoist priest wouldn't have many on hand. Otherwise, it would have been taken out and used to save his life. Why would he save it for the line between life and death just now? Taoist Jing Shen looked at the Corpse King's bravado. He said, "You're right, moving talisman, poor Taoist and other people is not much, but does not mean that we want to fight with you hard. It is true that we can't beat you with our low strength, but you are not our opponents, either." Jing Shen Taoist master said, from the waist took out a piece of black and white kuei jian. On top of it, there was a Taiji Yin and Yang diagram engraved, and Xianmen spells written on it. Just see Jing Shen Taoist master will be held respectfully in front of the chest, to the empty space, said, "Respectfully invite the heavenly master." Kuei jian, also known as Chao Jin, what, or handplate, is used by ministers in ancient times to hold a what in their hands when they enter the palace to perform the hajin, to find out how to exhaust the emperor. Taoist priests of the Xian men also hold it to avert their Arabs from the three pristine ones, the Jade Emperor and other deities. The kuei jian can also be used to store the spirit of the celestial master and be taken out at critical times. Once activated, it could notify the celestial master that there was a difficulty in this area, and the celestial master who was thousands of miles away could cast spells across the sky, swatting away demons and eliminating evils. Qin Hao knew that this trip, Taoist Jing Xian and the others traveled to Xiang City to catch zombies. It was estimated that they would run into some tough opponents. So just in case, he made a kuei jian in advance and gave it to Taoist master Jing Xian to take with him. It is afraid to encounter drought corpses they cannot deal with. Now really used. Looking at this Taoist priest, he took out the kuei jian, saying the two words Heavenly Master. This Corpse King looked a little panicked. Heavenly Master? The one in the purple robe is here? I don't think so. Didn't he say he wasn't coming? Is the Corpse King strong? Yes. And he's very strong. But the one in the purple robe is even stronger. And they're in a relationship with each other. If the purple robe really came, the Corpse King also have to retreat 3 times. As for those who said before, what purple robe can still look at those words? That is the Corpse King blow powerful. Where purple robe to really come, you see it run or not? At this moment, this red-robed Taoist priest chanting respectfully invite the heavenly master. Corpse King panicked at once. At the same time, Qin Hao, who was far away from the heavenly master's mansion on Chengyan Mountain in Longguang City, opened his eyes. He sensed that the kuei jian he had given to Taoist Jing Xian and the others before he left was activated. At this moment, in front of Qin Hao's eyes, he could see the ancient tomb underneath the air raid shelter in Xiang City, the scene inside the stone room from across the sky. A black-clothed wind-drought demon with a monstrous corpse aura stood opposite to Taoist Jing Xian and the others. Qin Hao knew what was going on at once. He didn't say much, casting spells in place across the air. 1 step of heavenly thunder movement, 2 steps of earthly water passage, 3 steps of thunder fire hair, 4 steps of thunderbolt passage, 5 steps of 5 thunder messengers, sweeping away evil in front and driving away sinful dragons in the back. The Spirit of God, goes up to the 3 purities. The 5 thunder and wind emissaries, the thunder and lightning are dedicated. The astral deities are with me in the lead. Sunshine, will fight the evil. Thunder. Once the 5 thunderbolts spell is uttered, the purple light immediately rose to the sky above Taoist Jingfeng's kuei jian. In the next second, outside the air raid shelter, everyone could see that the original cloudless night. In this instant, the sky darkened and large black clouds rolled in like doomsday. From inside the air defense shelter, a purple light shot up into the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. The entire thundercloud, surprisingly, automatically arranged itself into a taiji shape. Then, a huge thunder rolled, and a bolt of thick silver thunder descended from the sky, splitting into the air defense hole. 1 thunder and lightning, one after another, struck down. The visual impact pulled full. The anchor's live broadcast room filmed this scene. The netizens were stunned. What is this again? Good guy, the inside do not know what kind of fight directly attracted the heavenly thunder down to Ba-Ma. This is too brutal, you call this Taoist priest? Why don't we just call him the king of thunder and lightning? The zombie has been unlucky. Not only was the Taoist masters cut a hard time, the lair will also be bombarded by heavenly thunder once. True. Wherever the Taoist masters cross the border, not a blade of grass will grow. Brothers, you go next door to the live broadcast room to take a look. Qingyun mountainside of the mountain seems to have exactly the same taiji thundercloud phenomenon. Good man. It's the heavenly master's thunderbolt in space. It's too much. Heavenly master. Catching zombies and casting spells in the air? Zombie, I'll report it. Referee. They Taoist group, even if it is not enough, but also invited the celestial master of thunder law outside the aid, open hanging or open to my face. This playing Nima? Zombie, I'm convinced, this season Leifa and then do not cut. There is really no way to play. Day Nima refund money. Chapter 83, is the Heavenly Master injured? Is this Wind Drought Demon going to kill back? Fourth shift. Request for subscriptions. Request for monthly tickets. At this moment, outside the air defense shelter, countless spectators witnessed the lightning strike scene. A streak of heavenly thunder struck into the air defense shelter. Cootie. All knew that this heavenly thunder could not be natural lightning. It must have something to do with the Taoist priest and zombies inside. At the same time, inside the underground palace, the black-clothed corpse king had been rushed silly by a heavenly thunder. The huge heavenly thunder was like a wild python that descended from the sky. It struck this wind drought demon head-on. This wind drought demon was invincible in its flesh, but the heavenly master thunder law of Qin Hao Mountain came with a law-piercing effect. Your flesh is invincible, what's my spell damage got to do with it? The corpse king, who was invincible for a moment just now, was chased by the heavenly thunderbolts. These heavenly thunders are like eyes, tracking the zombie king within the underground palace. The heavenly thunder mantra is a great magical ability to attract the heavenly thunder in the Xianmen sect. The attracted heavenly thunder will automatically track the evil demons. Within the underground palace, the zombie king has the strongest zombie chi. Naturally, the heavenly thunder will chase after it. Only halfway, there are also heavenly thunder senses the existence of other zombies within the underground palace. Occasionally, there were a few small heavenly thunders that split out and struck these hairy zombies. Even the drought demon zombie cultivation corpse king couldn't withstand the heavenly thunder. How could the hairy stiffs possibly withstand it? On the spot, there were 2 hairy stiffs that were split into pieces by the heavenly lightning that split out, and they were gone on the spot. Daoist Jing Xian and the others were startled. They watched as the hairy stiffs were killed by the heavenly thunder. They screamed their hearts out. Because what the heavenly thunder struck to death was not a zombie, but a future free laborer for their Qin Hao Mountain. This all of a sudden split dead too, that's not good enough? Jing Xian Taoist chief hurriedly said in a loud voice, all brothers and sisters, everyone follow me to protect the zombie. Don't let the zombie die here. This death of a hairy zombie, that behind, how much more work must be done off? Instantly, the other 3 red-robed Taoist masters reacted. Turned the golden light to the maximum. Holding a protective umbrella for this group of zombies. 4 red-robed Taoist masters and zombies stood together. At this moment, even if there was heavenly thunder falling down, when it touches the protective golden light, it is also instantly resisted. The group of zombies were clearly protected. The zombies were dumbfounded. This. What is this sudden sense of security? The Taoist priest protects the zombies. The reason behind it is actually heartwarming. Compared to these hairy and flying zombies, that zombie king, not so lucky. It is now bearing, is the total attack of the heavenly thunder. Being struck by the heavenly thunder dozens of times, the zombie king couldn't withstand it. Its strength was greatly damaged. Above the body, it was also seriously injured. Zombie king was furious. The corpse gas in his body was no longer suppressed, and all of his strength surged out. Only to see this zombie king, rushed up to the sky, above the body, covered with astral wind. At this point in time, it didn't run away. The entire sky above the air defense shelter was wearing purple robes under the 5 thunder spell in the air. Escape, where can it escape to? Instead of running for its life, it should fight to the death. Today, this corpse king will fight with heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder is very powerful, isn't it? Today, it will first break the heavenly thunder, then kill Qin Hao Mountain and kill the one in purple robe. Inside the air defense cave. Only heard a boom. A figure pierced through the masonry of the air defense cave and transformed into a purple shadow, rushing straight into the sky. Behind it, it carried a rolling black monstrous corpse chi. It wanted to suppress the heavenly thunder. Qin Hao, who was far away within the heavenly master's mansion on Qin Hao Mountain in Longguang City. Looking at this scene from across the sky, he revealed a surprised expression. It actually ran out by itself? Originally, Qin Hao thought that this corpse king would only run away when it encountered the heavenly thunder, but he didn't expect that it would actually fight to the death. It was still a bit bloody. Looking at this corpse king's spirit of bathing in thunder and lightning and fighting against the penal heavenly thunder, Qin Hao hesitated. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the thundercloud. Instantly, the 8 trigrams-type thundercloud that shrouded the outskirts of Xiang City, above the air defense shelter, directly dispersed under the movement of Qin Hao's mind. That corpse king, which was originally thinking of fighting to the death, was currently standing in the sky with its feet in the void. Obviously, it was a bit stunned. Originally, it had thought of fighting for its life with the heavenly thunder. In its vision, today was bound to be a vicious battle. Either it swallowed the heavenly thunder, or the heavenly thunder split it to death. I didn't expect that it had just rushed out. It hadn't even entered the thunderclouds yet, so how did this heavenly thunder suddenly disperse? This wind-drought demon couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the purple-robed one from Green Cloud Mountain made a mistake in casting the spell? A smile appeared on the Zombie King's face. This possibility, it was not unheard of. Zombie King, jia. Good. Very good. Since the thunder in the sky didn't kill me today, then the unlucky one is you, stinking Taoist priest. You like to cast spells in the air, right? Today is the day of your funeral. This corpse king looks in one direction. There, the Green Cloud Mountain was located. The Zombie King took one step, his body transformed into a stream of light. Surprisingly, he flew towards Qingyan Mountain in Longguang City. This Zombie King was thinking in his heart. Just now the heavenly thunder struck half suddenly disappeared. It must be that something went wrong on the side of the heavenly master. Otherwise, just now the heavenly master could easily kill it, why not? It was very likely that the one wearing the purple robe had an accident. Maybe it was backfired by the heavenly thunder and was injured? If that was the case, then now would be the opportunity of a lifetime. This wind-drought demon had a bold idea. Go to Qingyan Mountain and take a look, and if there was really a chance, then kill the heavenly master back. Thinking of this wind-drought demon's heart beat wildly. If it really killed the one wearing the purple robe, in the future, in the zombie world, it would have something to brag about. Moreover, this Zombie King had two hands prepared. What it thought was that it would just look far away from Qingyan Mountain. If the Celestial Master is injured, it will go on. If the Celestial Master plays a trick, it will withdraw. This Zombie King itself was practicing astral wind. Its speed is full. If it couldn't defeat it and wanted to escape, it thought that the Celestial Master wouldn't be able to catch up with it. It would have no problem retreating in one piece. There is no harm in this move, so why not try it? Corpse King, try it. Must try. Subsequently, the villagers, police, anchors, and netizens outside the air raid shelter in Xiang City all saw it. The purple shadow above the air raid shelter, flying towards the direction of Longguang City. Netizens, good guy, what swished up into the sky and swished past? Is this the legendary flying stiff? Flying speed is so fast like a ING fighter jet. Not quite like the one that captured the abbot of Big Sky Cloud Temple before is the flying stiff, right? The color is blood red, this color is black purple, and the speed is much faster than the flying stiff. Holy, that's a drought corpse. Good guy, look at the meaning, is going to Longguang City? Is it going to find the Heavenly Master? Really? If a zombie encounters the Heavenly Master, shouldn't it turn around and run? Why would they have the guts to go to the Heavenly Master? I'm not sure, but the thunder just now didn't kill the drought corpse and it dispersed, so maybe the Heavenly Master had an accident and got hurt in the middle of the journey? Did the drought monster try to kill him? No way, don't joke about that. What if something really happened to the Heavenly Master? This zombie is so strong, it can also fly. If the Celestial Master is gone, then who else can subdue it? In an instant. Xiang City Air Defense Cave drought demon corpse out of the world, rushed to Longguang City News, with very fast speed, rushed to the top of the hot search list. Even the officials of the Dragon Kingdom were paying close attention. This battle was not only about the battle between the zombies and the Celestial Masters, but also the safety of millions of people in Longguang City and Ziyang City. For a while, the residents of Longguang City and Ziyang City all looked to the sky, concerned about the great battle that was about to take place on Qingyan Mountain. Thank you to White Time Rain and Haha I'm Coming Too for rewarding the two big brothers for their alliance. Author Fungus will return with an extra shift tomorrow. In addition, continue to beg for monthly votes. I'll be back in a few minutes with the next chapter. There will be a next chapter in a while. Chapter 84, Zombie King, I've been tricked by a marketing number. 5th more. Request for subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. The citizens of Longguang City opened their windows and looked into the sky, only to see a sonic boom coming from the sky, a purple-black shadow with rolling black monstrous corpse chi, cutting through the sky and rushing towards the direction of Qingyan Mountain. Locally in Longguang City, there were also quite a few network anchors with cell phones shooting the sky. Brothers, it's coming. It's really coming. Something is really flying over towards Qingyan Mountain. It's really fast. It's like a supersonic airplane. Is that a zombie? Crescent Moonblade pulls ass, today gave me an eye-opening belongs to is. Damn, Tiancher won't really have an accident. I'm a bit worried, if the Divine Master is gone, who else can deal with such a powerful zombie? They're invulnerable and can fly and hide, so I'm afraid it's going to be the end of the world. Don't talk about it, I've already visualized a world war of zombies, damn it, go Tiancher, you have to win this battle. On the internet, tens of millions of netizens watched fearfully as the raging drought demon came across the city and rushed towards Qingyan Mountain. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom, too, looked at the screen intently. They had originally planned, just recently, to get in touch with the Heavenly Master of Qingyan Mountain and ask the Heavenly Master for some immortal cultivation techniques for the official research. However, they did not expect that something went wrong on the Heavenly Master's side first. There was actually a drought corpses rushing towards Qin Mountain. This celestial master won't fall, right? The officials of the Dragon Kingdom even pondered that if the Heavenly Master was not defeated, they would send out fighter jets and special weapons. No matter what, they can't let such a powerful zombie leave peacefully. Really let this zombie king kill the Heavenly Master and still leave peacefully. Hell knows what will happen in the future. Indulging such a monster without any humanity to stay within the Dragon Kingdom. No one could guarantee what would happen in the future. This was something that the official Dragon Kingdom could not tolerate. Everyone was staring intently at the screen. But, in the very next second, someone noticed that, from the top of Qin Mountain, inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, a golden thread soared into the air. The golden line broke through the air and soared out, piercing through the clouds in the direction of the wind drought demon flying over. The golden line was like a breakthrough, its speed was even faster than the wind drought's flying speed. At first, it could still be seen as a golden line. At the back, it directly turned into a golden stream of light. That wind drought zombie king was still immersed in the joy of being about to kill the Heavenly Master. Then, it saw that directly in front of it, something seemed to be rapidly approaching towards it. A golden color? What was that thing? Whoosh! It didn't even wait for this corpse king to see clearly what was coming. This golden light had already passed through the corpse king's body. It was like threading a needle and killing it with a single strike. Then, the golden light stopped. Only then did everyone see that it was a divine sword emitting golden light. As for the corpse king, its brain was empty, and then, like falling backwards, it fell from the sky. Heavenly Master, one sword second, what's there to say? Qin Hao stood on top of the ridge of the Heavenly Master's mansion. His eyes gazed into the distance. In the sky of Longguang City, golden light passed through that zombie king's body, directly piercing through its brain and flesh. Before the zombie king could even raise a thought of resistance, it was seconded by Qin Hao's sword. Just now, Qin Hao put away the thunder cloud. It was purely because he saw that this zombie king even had the guts to fight back to the death. He felt that it was a bit of a waste to let it die under the thunder cloud just like that. So Qin Hao changed his mind and dispersed the thunder cloud, intending to use this zombie king as his sword target. Trying out his flying sword. Qin Hao had originally pondered that the geographical location of Xiang City and Longguang City was a bit far away. Hundreds of kilometers away, his own flying sword rushed to Xiang City, not knowing if it was powerful enough to suppress that zombie king. But he was never expected. After he dispersed the thunder cloud, this zombie king, just like having a brain seizure, did not wait for himself to find it. It ran over to find itself instead. Qin Hao was dumbfounded. This zombie king, little old brother, is it too much to die fast enough? Qin Hao brushed his phone and glanced at the hot search before he realized. He realized that he had just taken the initiative to scatter the thunderclouds, but he had created an illusion for the outside world. When he dispersed the thundercloud, the outside world seemed to think that it was very likely that he had failed to cast the spell, and that he had been injured by the backlash of the heavenly thunder? That wind drought demon, too, thought so. So it came over to take advantage of the situation, and even tried to kill itself back. Qin Hao laughed on the spot. I was injured? And got backfired by the heavenly thunder? How dare you think that? Qin Hao, I don't even know that I'm injured myself, and you do? However, looking at the zombie king who was rushing towards Longguang City's Qin Mountain in a hurry in an attempt to finish himself off, Qin Hao didn't leave his hand behind either. Originally, he was still worried that it was a bit difficult for him to manipulate his flying sword from a long distance and kill the zombie king across hundreds of kilometers. Now, people delivered themselves to the door, a free opportunity to try out the sword. Why wouldn't Qin Hao want it? He offered his spirit-quenching 11 Heavenly Master sword on the spot. The Imperial Sword Art 10,000 Swords one thought was activated. In an instant, the Heavenly Master Sword turned into a golden light aimed at the Zombie King and rushed out. Next, the scene where the golden light and the Zombie King charged against each other occurred. The Zombie King, who had rushed over furiously, was seconded on the spot by Qin Hao's flying sword. This was something that everyone up and down the Dragon Kingdom didn't expect. They imagined that no matter what, a big battle would break out. The originally imagined bloody battle between the injured Heavenly Master and the Zombie King didn't happen at all. Even this zombie king didn't even touch a single stone on Qin Mountain, and was directly carried away by flying swords. There was a dead silence at the top of the Dragon Kingdom. 10 million netizens looked at each other. This isn't what I thought it would be. Heavenly Master, what a fast sword. I thought there was going to be a battle for the ages. My pants are down and this is what you're showing me? Where's the promised injury? Nima, marketing numbers be damned. They're publicizing the master's injuries, and saying that he's being revolted by the thunderbolt and vomiting blood, which scared the hell out of me. I was also scared, just looked at the zombie king so fierce, thought the celestial master will definitely lose it, did not expect this off. The thunder, the rain is small, this drought corpse, but also general. Zombie, said the general that, mom out with the old man one-on-one. Master 500 miles in the air to suck blood to suck you to death, believe it or not? Drought corpse, your mother, if not I was also cheated by the marketing number, I will die so fast? I'm not talking about martial arts, I ran over to you and fought with you, and you came out with a flying sword to second me? Despicable purple robed Taoist. Drought corpse, the marketing number misled me. Seeing as how you guys are all talking more truth than truth, I damn well thought that the Heavenly Master was really injured. If there is a chance to swindle the corpse, I will be the first one to bite those editorialists who make things up. Heavenly Master, you don't really think you can beat me, do you? Just now the Heavenly Thunder did not kill you as purely accidental, you also special run over to me to send, this is too much. Tianshur, how dare you? Reporting the opposite side of the Zombie King to send a person's head. Zombie, may there be no flying swords in heaven. Heavenly Master, 100 paces away, the sword is fast. Within 100 paces, the sword is fast and accurate. Today's 10,000 shifts completed. Thanks again to the two allies. Continue to crazily beg for monthly votes. Don't be stingy if you're enjoying yourselves. Tomorrow continue. Chapter 85, why don't I leave you the two red ones? First shift. Request for monthly tickets. Request for subscription. Please collect. On Qingyan Mountain, Qin Hao separated a piece of sky, a golden flying sword, and directly seconded a drought demon corpse. On the other side, Ziyang City. Inside the air defense cave. After that corpse king was chased by the thunderclouds and blasted away. Daoist Jingfeng and the others, they also counted the final harvest of this trip. More than 30 zombies. Among them, a red-robed Taoist priest sprayed one to death with a mouthful of essence blood when he collided head-on with the corpse king. Subsequently, the heavenly thunder struck 2 more to death. In other words, this trip to Ziyang City, in addition to a few accidental deaths of zombies. A total of 27 hairy stiffs and 2 flying stiffs were caught. Taoist Master Jingxian led the way in the front. In the back, there was Taoist Jingfeng keeping an eye on them. The 4 Taoist masters drove nearly 30 zombies towards the outside of the air raid shelter. When they passed by the entrance of the ancient tomb, a red-robed Taoist master, who also carried the one from the great celestial cloud temple by the way, brought them out by the way. Air defense shelter exit. The police, villagers, masters, and netizens watched with trepidation. Just now, a zombie king with a monstrous corpse aura suddenly rushed out. They were afraid that later on, what powerful character would run out from the air raid shelter entrance. But after waiting for a while, some netizens saw that at the entrance of the air raid shelter, a silhouette appeared. Out came out. That's Taoist Master? It's Taoist Master Jingfeng. Scared me, I thought it was zombies again, but it's the Taoist Masters coming out. Ha! What's following the Taoist Masters? Blanche. When they went in, there were only 4 of them, and when they came out, 20 or 30? Where did so many people come from? No way. Can't you tell? These are zombies. The Taoist Master is great. He caught all the zombies in there in such a short time? How long have you been in there? He caught so many zombies? I can't even catch crabs on the beach this fast. Those 2 blood-red skin should be the flying stiffs that captured the master of the big sky cloud temple before. Turtle, even the 2 flying stiffs have been captured? Damn, those 2 flying stiffs before so powerful, big sky cloud temple that master in front of the flying stiffs even around cannot go before being carried away on the spot. How these Taoist masters deal with these zombies so easy? Nonsense, a professional is not the same, a professional ghost catching can be the same? Don't use your hobby to challenge other people's rice bowls. Professional things should be left to the professionals to do. Look at these zombies, so invincible before, in front of the Taoist master, they're just like elementary school kids lining up to get out of school. Flying stiff, I still like the way you were awesome before, flying through the sand. There are careful netizens at this time found. After all the zombies were lined up and caught out. At the end of the crowd, Mr. Jing Xian was still holding a person. This person is precisely the Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple Master who was previously captured by the flying zombies into the air raid shelter. This Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple Master was also rescued by the Taoist Masters in passing. Taoist Master Jing Xian said, Supreme Heavenly Father, Master, in the future, don't try anything that is not in your specialty, this time is a lesson. Taoist Master Jing Xian had seen the video of this Master of the Great Celestial Cloud Temple's previous demon capture at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Good guy. Setting up a Dharma altar at the entrance of the air raid shelter, a group of monks chanting sutras and beating gongs and drums. Originally, it may not startle the flying stiffs. But your gongs and drums are too much. People flying stiffs and not deaf, you are not running to the doorstep of other people shouting for people flying stiffs to come out to beat you? This Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple Master's Tao is not enough to deal with ordinary hairy stiffs, but it's not bad. When it comes to the slightly more powerful flying stiffs, it won't work. The Grand Heavenly Cloud Temple Master listened to the words of the Taoist priest. In fact, there was no need for Taoist Jing Xian to say anything. He made up his mind. In the future, he will never take this kind of work again. Zombies and stuff, too scary. Master, Amitba Buddha, there are many demons under the mountain. From now on, I will not go down the mountain. Taoist Master Jingfeng led a group of zombie minions out of the alert circle. An anchor hurriedly pulled the camera closer, and the lens zoomed in 10 times to shoot the faces of these zombies. In the live camera, the faces of these zombies were filmed. Each face is hideous and horrifyingly abnormal. The netizens in the live broadcast room were terrified. So scary. It feels even scarier than in the movie. Is this a real zombie? If this thing appeared in front of me, I guess I could be scared to death on the spot. Taoist masters are really bold, professionally catching zombies. Admire, admire, admire. Damn, before watching the movie, I was afraid of the movie. The group of fake zombies mixed in a real. Now watching the live broadcast, even the fake simply no longer, all the real thing. Scared the hell out of me. I do not understand to ask these zombies in boxing if those boxing champion fight, the probability of who can win? Here is a random zombie or hair stiff level, knife and gun invulnerable, bullets cannot be killed, and no sense of pain, great strength, jumping ability horror. Not to mention the flying stiffs, can fly in the sky to escape from the ground, in and out of the hundreds of troops like into no man's land. Do you think the King of Fighters can beat it? The King of Fighters said, I was scared. So, the hairy stiff is more powerful than the King of Fighters, and the Taoist masters can catch so many zombies. Does it mean that the Taoist masters can easily beat the King of Fighters? The Taoist masters may not be able to defeat the King of Fighters physically, but the Taoist masters know spells. What kind of fighter can stand up to thunder spells? Taoist master, it's been 9,022 years, there's no one still practicing their physical body, is there? On the police side, Taoist Master Jingfeng said to the police chief, Supreme Heavenly Father, gentlemen, this has been cleaned up. Directly below the interior of the air raid shelter, there is an ancient tomb, which has quite a lot of things you are interested in. You can go to take a look. Taoist Jingfeng briefly explained. The next thing, let the local police do it. As for the ancient tomb inside, leave it to the local archaeological team in Xiang City to excavate. Taoist Master Jingfeng's mission for them was complete. They intend to rest one more night today and return to Qin Yun Mountain tomorrow. The police chief nodded his head. Then, he glanced behind Taoist Jingfeng, these 20 or so, almost 30 zombies. The police chief swallowed a mouthful of water and asked, then, Taoist Master, these zombies? Taoist Master Jingfeng said, Supreme Heavenly Father, the chief is cautious. These are not zombies, but some vagabonds. I was ordered by the Heavenly Master to bring these vagabonds back to Qin Yun Mountain for relief. What? Is the director interested in them? Why don't we leave the 2 red ones for you? Taoist Jingfeng joked. The director shuddered at his words. He shook his head hurriedly. No, I'm just asking casually. These stiffs, oh no, vagabonds, it's better for the Taoists to take them away. The director is not stupid. The director is not stupid. Those 2 red, in this group of zombies in the head most eye-catching. Who the hell doesn't know that they are flying stiffs? Even the hairy ones are hard to deal with. The Taoist priest said to leave them with 2 flying stiffs. Who can handle that? Zombies are useless even if they want them. Let the Taoist priest take them away. The farther away the better. The police chief said so. Jingfeng Taoist chief smiled, then, called a big truck pulling goods. When the truck arrived, let these zombies line up one by one to jump on, directly pull away. Chapter 86. There is nothing that a healing charm can't solve. Second. Request for subscription. Request for monthly votes. Taoist Jing Xian and the others placed the zombies on the truck. One by one, the zombies were like elementary school students, jumping onto the truck. The dozen or so Taoist masters, on the other hand, sat on the specialized trucks and went back to their residences to rest for the night. There were no words for the night. The next day, early in the morning, several Taoist masters first went to the hospital. They heard that someone in Xiang City had been bitten by a zombie before this. Taoist Master Jingfeng and the others made a special trip to check it out. Hospital. Inside the isolation ward, the bitten young policeman was being fed glutinous rice porridge and black dog blood. Taoist Master Jing Xian was brought in by a police captain. The captain said, Taoist Master, after that colleague of ours was bitten by the zombie, he was instructed by the corpse catchers over at Shanxi to eat glutinous rice porridge and black dog blood every day, and to use raw glutinous rice to disperse the corpse's aura. Now that 2 days have passed, it seems to be quite effective so far. Taoist Jing Xian nodded his head. Afterwards, walking over towards the young policeman. Looking at the policeman whose half of his body was still purple. Taoist Master Jing Xian didn't say much, and gently pressed a palm on the policeman's arm. That place was where the wound from the zombie bite was. Then, only to see the Taoist Master mobilizing the aura in his body. Heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all air. Widely practicing havoc, proving my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 worlds, only the Tao is honored. There is golden light in my body, covering my body. Cave of wisdom, 5 airs are in full bloom. The golden light appears quickly and protects the real person. The corpse's energy is retreating. What glutinous rice porridge? What black dog blood? Master Jing Xian said, only ordinary people use that stuff. We monks, when we come across this kind of situation, we usually just turn on the golden light. We use the golden light mantra to force the corpse's energy out. The golden light spell penetrated into the young policeman's arm. In an instant, the naked eye can see that half of the body, which was still purple and stiff. Under the golden light shelter, the corpse chi was like a street rat, being forced out step by step. Eventually it was forced out from the wound. Turned into a ball of sticky black blood, from the police arm won't float out. The policeman, whose face was originally pale, instantly transformed into a reddish color. Taoist Jing Xian withdrew the golden light and said, Supreme Heavenly Father, it's already done, all the corpse chi in the body has been forced out by the poor Taoist, so if you sleep well tonight, you will be able to go to work tomorrow. With the help of the golden light mantra to drive away the corpse gas, the police officer has completely recovered as before. If it wasn't for the fact that the corpse gas had been eroding his body for the past 2 days, he would need to rest. In fact, right now this cop could even get up and continue working. This young policeman was dumbfounded. This Taoist priest just happened to let himself go to work? So ruthless? Healing this policeman. The police captain took Taoist Master Jing Xian to another room. This room, the situation is even more serious. Living in the ward was the worker who was first bitten by the zombie. Because the delay was too long, he didn't receive timely treatment. According to Li Chang, the corpse chaser of Xiangxi, the corpse gas has already entered the 5 organs and 6 bowels. Medicine is difficult to cure. Now can only use Xiangxi's secret technique to temporarily suppress the corpse gas so that he try not to be so fast zombification. So that he could reunite with his family for a few days to make a final settlement. When Taoist Jing Xian knocked on the door and entered the ward, the first thing they saw were the workers' families. The bitten worker was only in his 30s. At this age, it was the age of the oldest and the youngest. At this moment, in the ward, there was a middle-aged woman, a man and a woman with 2 children. The 2 children looked to be only 4 or 5 years old. At the moment, they are writing homework on the table beside the hospital bed. Middle-aged woman with a simple face, wearing a little white pink short-sleeved jeans, a pair of yellowish white shoes, is giving the man to replace the bedside, the corpse gas-stained black raw glutinous rice. Seeing the police captain and a Taoist priest walk in, the woman turned her head to wipe her tears and greeted them. Captain Li, you are here. The police captain nodded his head and introduced the middle-aged woman. This is Taoist Master Jing Xian of Qingyun Mountain. This trip is to see the situation of your husband. Maybe the Taoist master has a way to save people. Listening to the police captain's words, the middle-aged woman sighed and said, Captain Li, I know your good intentions, you don't need to comfort us, things have developed to this point today, it's all because of my man's life. You have also helped us a lot during this period of time, if it is not for these glutinous rice and 5 emperors money top, I'm afraid that my man will not be able to last until now, we are already very grateful. The middle-aged woman also understood the reasoning. She thought that the captain had come to comfort her. The middle-aged woman didn't have much hope that her husband could be cured. Previously, the doctors in the hospital had done all sorts of tests for her husband. She had read more than a few inspection reports in the past 2 days. She knew her man's situation better than anyone else. The 5 viscera were eroded by corpse chi. The organs have failed, all 5 organs have been corroded, and the man is down to his last breath. In this situation, even if the immortals came, they couldn't save him. Jing Xian Taoist said, listening to the woman's words, Supreme Heavenly Father, this is not necessarily, the I Ching has a cloud, the road is 50, the heavenly reproduction of 49, the human recluse one of them. Before the dust settles, there will always be a silver lining. 2 of you, please take the child out first, let the poor Taoist stay here alone with this resident, try it. The police captain and the woman looked at each other. In the end, the woman still took the child out. Although I don't know if this Taoist priest is really good. But just give it a try. 10 minutes later, the door of the ward was opened. Taoist Master Jing Xian walked out from inside. And it's not just Jing Xian who came out alone. The worker who was lying on the hospital bed with his organs failing and dying even walked out together with Taoist Master Jing Xian. The words were full of gratitude. The man was also carrying a bag of fruits in his hand, making sure to let the Taoist master take them back. Outside the ward, the police captain and the woman and 2 children were stunned. What the hell? What just walked out from in front of them? Was the worker who was just lying on the bed bitten by a zombie and had his corpse gas enter his organs? Didn't he say he was dead? What about the promised cure? It's only been 10 minutes and he's back on his feet. The woman herself was stunned. My man, alive again? She didn't have much hope herself. Everything now was just like a dream. On the other hand, Taoist Jing Xian was calm. A mere corpse's qi has entered his body. If you come across the Taoist masters, can they still let you die? First, use the golden light mantra to force the corpse gas out of your body. Then, we'll use the healing talisman. What's the point of having only 1 breath left in your body? Taoist Master Jing Xian said, there is nothing that can't be solved by one of the heavenly master's healing talismans. If there is, then another one. If you use 2 healing talismans, you can even bring back the dead. What's saving one person? Taoist Master Jing Xian was sent all the way outside the hospital by the workers and their families. Along the way, many doctors saw the corpse-poisoned worker who had originally been internally judged to be certain death. Now it was actually strutting past them. The doctors at the hospital were dumbfounded. This. In the middle of the day, it's a zombie swindle, right? Things in Xiang City have come to an end. After Taoist Jing Xian did the final wrap-up. That afternoon, Xiang City had a few special vans to send the Taoist masters back to Qingyun Mountain. At the bottom of Qingyun Mountain, 5 vans were parked at the bottom of the mountain. In the front vehicles, a dozen Taoist masters got off first. Then, they came to the back few vans and opened the doors. From the vehicles, 24 zombies, each draped in a robe, were urged by the 4 red-robed Taoist masters and walked towards the mountain. The Qingyun Mountain tourists were dumbfounded. Brightly and squarely toward pulling the zombies back in the van, lined up toward the top of the mountain. Taoist masters, so arrogant? Chapter 87 I kill like a man, you let me be a footman? 3rd. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. On the mountain road. There is a female reporter open live is climbing the mountain. While climbing the mountain, she said excitedly to the audience of the live broadcast, "Audience, you'll never guess who I'm climbing the mountain with right now. See these people next to me? These are zombies oh." The female reporter said, holding the camera and shooting up. Live streaming netizen, 666-6666. I saw Taoist Jingfeng. The disciples of the Slide and Shovel sect pay their respects to the sect master. This batch is the zombies that were captured from Xiang City ah. I heard they're very powerful. Aren't you afraid of being bitten by a vampire? You've got a lot of guts, miss. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to get so close to a zombie. What are you afraid of? It's on Mount Qingyun, so many red-robed Taoist priests are watching, and there's also a purple-robed heavenly master on the mountain. Do you think these zombies would dare to move? Why do these zombies have to wear a big black robe? Nonsense, the zombies to the mountain in broad daylight, no matter how much also have to cover up a little do look, otherwise it is too blatant. This is not blatant enough? Who does not know this group is a zombie ah? Female reporter also said at this time, everyone wait, I give everyone a close shot of the daytime zombie picture. Female reporter said to be close to the zombie team live. At this time, a yellow-robed Taoist priest walked quickly. Supreme Heavenly Father, the female priest, pay attention, these are our guests of the Qingyun Mountain, do not shoot. Female reporter, it's okay Taoist priest, I am not afraid of these bold, I know, these are zombies, right? Live broadcast I have seen it all. Listening to the words of the female reporter. The yellow-robed Taoist priest's face was serious and said, what zombies? Don't be misled by the network media and marketing number, these are voluntary to our Qingyun Mountain to do sweeping volunteer homeless. The yellow-robed Taoist master said with a serious face. However, right at this moment, in the line, a figure's nose twitched, smelling the scent of living people around it. It couldn't help but turn its head to look at the reporter. This scene happened to be captured by the reporter's live camera. In front of the live broadcast screen, only the human face under the black robe and big hood was as thin as a bone. Like old bacon screwed together that had been air-dried for 100 years, his face was full of green hair, fierce and vicious, and he was still spitting out black gas between one breath and the next. The yellow-robed Taoist priest also noticed that this zombie was unruly, and actually turned his head around. The Taoist priest's face darkened and snapped. What are you looking at? Quickly go! The zombie trembled in fear, trembling and shrinking his head back, like a child who made a mistake, and walked quickly towards the mountain. Live audience, 666-6666. Is this the vagrant that the Taoist priest was talking about? The face is ing hairy. With a face full of green hair, a dry corpse body type, and skin like 100 years old bacon, the tramp has been hacked the worst. Tramp, I'm no ing better than this. Beware of the lawyer's letter warning. Ancient Zhao Gao pointed to the deer as a horse, the existing yellow-robed Taoist priest pointed to the stalemate as a han, who hie straight to the insiders. Zombie, I said I am not voluntary, do you believe? Ha ha ha, so miserable a zombie. Movies do not dare to act like this. This sense of vision, like the nation's worst batch of students, fell in the hands of the nation's most authoritative and strict group of teachers, laughing dead me. Zombie, don't zombies have human rights? Taoist priest, nonsense. Of course zombies don't have human rights. Either be a volunteer or be cremated in place, your choice. From the zombies' resentment value 999,999. Under the leadership of Jing Feng and other Taoist masters. The group of zombies were captured alive and extradited to the mountain. After special education, the red-robed Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain changed each zombie into a janitorial suit and put on a mask. Then, according to different positions, thoughtfully assigned occupations to each zombie. Among them, the positions were further divided into sweeping group, scrubbing group, tour guide group, and first aid group. Sweeping group is the easiest to understand. Is a person a broom and dustpan, respectively, in the Qingyun Mountain everywhere sweeping. Scrub group is responsible for scrubbing the statue of God, scrub tables and chairs door and other places. The tour guide group, the nature of the work is a little more complicated. The body to carry a good recording of each attraction to explain the introduction of the amplifier, standing in a fixed scenic spot. Once a tourist walks to this scenic spot, the zombie has to turn on the loudspeaker and play the tourists the special introduction of the attraction. As for the first aid group, it is the most important position. Once the tourists who went up the mountain encountered danger, or were injured and unable to go down the mountain, the first aid zombies are going to act as footmen in downhill ropeways, carrying the tourists to send them down the mountain. The first aid group, entrusted with the important task, is currently just 2 people. The 2 red flying stiffs, because they can fly in the sky and hide in the ground. Acting as first aiders was the most suitable. Once a tourist is injured or doesn't want to climb down the stone steps by themselves, they can pay $50 and get the flying stiffs to help carry them down the mountain. This is not only convenient for tourists, Qingyun Mountain can also use zombies to earn some program fees. Belonged to is a win-win situation. Of course, the zombies must be speechless. Especially the 2 flying stiffs. More this life has not been so speechless. Flying stiff, I am a flying stiff, practicing for thousands of years, I kill without blinking an eye, you let me be a footman? Isn't it a bit too much? Taoist master, either go to be a footman, or go to the Taoist temple to sweep the floor. Flying stiff, Wuni Ma, do not take the zombie as a person, right? Footman on footman. From this day onwards, not only did the cleaning staff on Qingyun Mountain become more, there were also more guides, 2 footmen who were scheduled to give explanations. On the mountain path, Zhou Yuanping and Zhang Tong were in the middle of their routine sweeping work. As they swept, they suddenly eeped. They both realized that there seemed to be something wrong today. Originally, the entire Qingyun mountain path was only swept by the 2 of them. How come there were a few more today? Zhang Tong and Zhou Yuanping looked at each other. There was a joy in their hearts. This was another person who came to challenge the Heavenly Master and lost, and was driven here to sweep the floor, right? These 2 people walked up to greet the newcomer in one pass. Buddy, newcomer, you challenged the Heavenly Master too? Tell me, how many years do you want to sweep here? Why don't you say something when I say hello? Hey! What's wrong with you? You're so rude, man. You're a social critic. Don't be crazy in front of me. I'm talking to you, you hear me? Zhou Yuanping looked at the new sweeper, and he said half a day, the other side even ignored their own. Zhou Yuanping angry. Grandma Lee's. I do not dare to mess with the Divine Master, I cannot beat the Taoist priest on the mountain. This is a new small cleaning also dare to rampage in front of their own? Zhou Yuanping directly pushed the cleaner. Directly push each other hat off. Looking at this kid even in broad daylight pretending to be a bully still wearing a mask. Zhou Yuanping, rub. Kid, you quite pretend wearing a mask in the middle of the day, take yourself as a social person? Today you ping master I will let you know what is Neza picking tendons and pulling scales, put away the temper and behave in a low profile. Zhou Yuanping reached out and grabbed the mask, lifting it off when the little housekeeper wasn't paying attention. In the next second, this janitor turned his head and looked at Zhou Yuanping and the 2 Zhang Tong brothers with a face of nuclear goodness. The bacon-like muscles on his face moved, his mouth opened slightly, and immediately a large strand of black corpse gas was spat out. Harry Stiff, what's wrong, brother? We are all sweepers, why take off my mask? Zhou Yuanping was arrogant just now, and the next second he saw this zombie face spitting black gas behind the mask. He almost pissed himself, feeling a cool air rushing out of the ceiling. Now he knew why this guy was wearing a mask. It's like seeing a ghost in the middle of the day. Brothers, ask for monthly votes. At least 2 more chapters at night. I'm sure there'll be plenty. Tickets. Monthly votes. If you haven't voted yet, please do so. Come on, let's go. Chapter 88, straight to the foot of the mountain, try and pass away 4th more. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. Imagine a person standing in front of you in broad daylight with a mask. You are not aware of it. Then, with a casual slap, you lift off his mask. Underneath the mask, a face like 100 years of bacon with black gas spitting out of his mouth. A very standard living zombie stands face to face with you, and the distance between you 2 is only 2 steps away. Are you afraid? Zhou Yuanping and Zhang Tong were scared anyway. Especially Zhou Yuanping, almost did not directly roll down the stone steps. When did zombies come to Qingyun Mountain? And Zhou Yuanping looked down the mountain road. Along the way, there are several in this zombie dressed exactly the same. Each wearing the same mask. Zhou Yuanping gulped a mouthful of water. Good guy. It is not possible that these sweepers are all zombies. Zhou Yuanping did not dare to think. He hadn't come to sweep the floor for a while, and so many zombies had appeared on Qingyun Mountain. However, soon Zhou Yuanping also found that these zombies, although the face is hideous, look horrible. But it seems that they do not dare to hurt people. Even in the mountain road sweeping the ground, next to the coming and going are tourists. They also had no intention of hurting anyone. By the looks of it, it must have been subdued and reformed by the Taoist masters on Qingyun Mountain before they were released. It turned out to be a silvery pewter head. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuanping first went back to change his pants, and then he re-entered. At this moment, Zhou Yuanping looked at the zombies obediently sweeping the ground on the mountain road in front of him. His heart already had some new ideas. If you change the content of the live broadcast, change the title of the live broadcast to Qingyun Mountain Daily and Zombie Brother together with the daily sweeping of the ground. Would his own live broadcast room be even hotter? Originally, he had been able to earn 5 figures a day by doing live broadcasts on Qingyun Mountain every day. If he adds a zombie element, isn't this a proper new traffic code? Zhou Yuanping looked at the zombies sweeping the ground in front of him. Instantly felt that zombies are not scary at all. Is this a zombie? No. This is a money tree. Whoever dares to touch my zombie brother from today onwards is having trouble with me, Zhou Yuanping. At this moment, Zhou Yuanping felt that he had discovered a blind spot. At the same time, at 2 places on the top and waist of Qingyun Mountain respectively, 2 more figures dressed in red appeared. The 2 mysterious red-robed figures wore masks on their heads and had a mysterious and incomparable appearance. Beside these 2 red-robed men, there were also 2 yellow-robed Taoist masters following them. It attracted many tourists to gather around. Some tourists inquired, "Taoist masters, what is this for?" "Yes, is it some new performance program?" One of the Taoist masters said, "Supreme Heavenly Father, all the monks, this is a volunteer footman employed by our Qingyun Mountain and a unique ropeway for descending the mountain. If any abbot feels tired of climbing the mountain and wants to quickly descend, you can let the volunteer footmen carry you on their backs, and our volunteers will take you safely and quickly to the bottom of the mountain." Listening to the words of the Taoist master, there were a few small young tourists who expressed curiosity. Especially one of them was a female college student tourist. She asked, "Taoist master, is it directly sent to the foot of the mountain? Or will it only be sent a short distance?" This is still something to ask about. Because many scenic spots in China have some that can be very pitiful. Said to send you down the mountain or send up the mountain, in fact, only send a section of the road, the rest is still to climb by yourself. The yellow-robed Taoist priest smiled kindly and said, "Of course, it is sent directly to the foot of the mountain, we monks do not play deceitful words, to ensure that it is straight." Female college students nodded and continued to ask, "How much does that cost?" Taoist priest said, "Supreme Father, monks do not talk about money, talk about the edge. 1 person 50 margins." The college girl smiled. Taking out a 50 whole bills from her purse, she handed it to the Taoist master. Then, she said to her companion girlfriends who climbed the mountain with her, "It's just that I broke my foot when I went up the mountain just now. $50 is not expensive, and it's good to have someone to send me down the mountain." This female college student said, first climbed on the back of the red-clothed volunteer footman, then, she posed, took out her cell phone to the companion said, "You guys help me shoot a video, I will send a circle of friends. Beat the card Qingyun Mountain ah." Female college students just pose. And she climbed the mountain together with her girlfriends holding a cell phone, also just started to video. The next second, the cell phone camera, only to see this red man carrying female college students, a turn, directly toward the mountain jumped down. The 2 figures disappeared into the middle of the mountaintop and went straight to the ground. The girlfriend with the cell phone looked dumbfounded. She first froze for a moment. This was followed by a scream. The tourists watching from the side were also shocked. Jumping off a cliff directly on your back. Sure enough, it was guaranteed to be straight. However, is this a ING footman? BFF looked at the cell phone in her hand that was still recording. She said she would take a video and send it to her friends. Now it turned out to be the last video of life? Looking at the tourists so alarmed. On the top of the mountain, this yellow-robed Taoist priest also rushed to say, "Supreme Heavenly Father, everyone do not panic, this is not jumping off the cliff, it is assisted by professional training and professional equipment, just like bungee jumping, don't worry, there will be no accident." Bungee jumping? The tourist stared blankly at the yellow-robed Taoist priest who spoke. "You call this bungee jumping?" They had just watched the man in red jumping down with the female student on his back. There wasn't a single protective rope on the 2 of them. Is this bungee jumping? At that moment, the cliffs were in the air. That college girl's screams traveled all the way from the top of the mountain to the bottom. It would never have occurred to her even if she was killed. She just wanted to be lazy and spend $50 to sit on a human footman to go down the mountain. As a result, this footman directly let himself to jump off the cliff. Female college students are scared to tears. In the process of falling down the brain are confused. "I feel like I'm dead." Halfway up Qingyun Mountain. Some of the tourists who were climbing the mountain also felt that something flashed by them from above. These tourists froze for a moment. Did something fall just now? How come it felt like a person? No, it must be an illusion. How could a person fall? In mid-air, the female college student was already in despair. However, after a while, she only felt the sound of the wind in her ears come to an abrupt end. The imagined sharp pain did not come. Opening her eyes, she realized that she had actually landed on the ground. The female college student was dumbfounded, blanched. What's going on? The red-robed person underneath her slowly lowered herself down. At this moment, her person was already dumbfounded. Touching her body. I'm not dead? She looked up at the towering Qin Yun mountain in front of her. She really couldn't imagine that a few seconds ago, she was at the top of the mountain. A few seconds later, she was already at the foot of the mountain. Had she flown all the way down? The female college student looked incredulously at the mysterious red-robed man who was carrying himself down the mountain. What kind of person was this? At the foot of the mountain, the tourists around at the moment were also stunned. These two people just now jumped down from the top of the mountain? Is this the first mountain of the Xianmen? It's too metaphysical. Of course, what's even more outrageous is yet to come. The man in red sent the college girl down to the foot of the mountain. He didn't stop at all. With one point of his foot, an air explosion sounded underneath his feet. Dust scattered in all directions, and the man in red directly turned into a red light and flew away. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed back to the top of the mountain. The tourists at the bottom of the mountain looked at this scene. This was a god, right? This person from Green Cloud Mountain can fly out? On top of the mountain, these tourists didn't react either. Just now, the Taoist master was still talking about bungee jumping, and in the next second, the person in red who had just jumped off the cliff had come back. And was flying back. Really didn't die, huh? The tourists were stunned. That female college student's best friend, at this time, also received a call from the female college student from the bottom of the mountain. Let her also hurry to spend $50 to try the footman of Qin Yun Mountain. It's really exciting. The BFF person was stunned. Try? Try what? Jumping off a cliff? You're not kidding. Chapter 89. Don't worry, the zombies will protect you. Fifth shift. Request for subscription. Request for monthly tickets. At the foot of Qin Yun Mountain, hundreds of tourists gathered here with their heads up to watch the action. As for what kind of hilarity to watch, every 2 minutes, there was a red-robed man leading the tourists at the top of the mountain to play extreme bungee jumping. Jumping straight down from the top of the mountain. What? How extreme, you ask? Pretty much the kind where neither the man in red nor the tourists wear safety harnesses. Meanwhile, someone had already filmed this scene and transmitted it to the internet. Online, news about the new Qin Yun Mountain also rushed onto the hot search immediately. After the zombie incident in Xiang City, where did those zombies go? Taoist masters brought the zombies back to Qin Yun Mountain, dead or alive, none said to be volunteers. The actual hammer, Qin Yun Mountain Road appeared a large number of masked volunteers, said it is not a zombie, it is difficult to convince people. Qin Yun Mountain and play a new trick, a large number of zombie guide for you to enthusiastically explain the beauty of the Qin Yun Mountain around, a strong sense of immersion, I have begun to be the beauty of the scenery of the shivering. Red-clothed volunteers have appeared at the top of Mount Qin Yun to develop a new concept of downhill ropeways. Only 50 margins, to take you to enjoy the feeling of speed descending from the top of the mountain. On 5 seconds, what's it like to go from the top of Mount Qin Yun to the foot of the mountain? The identity of the flying footman redcoat is revealed. Is that a footman? That's a flying stiff. Under every hot search, there were hundreds of thousands of netizens commenting. Zombies brought back to Qin Yun Mountain? The Taoist masters are too good. I told you how those zombies in Xiang City didn't follow up, dare I say that they were all taken away by the Taoist masters. As a citizen of Longguang City, suddenly feel a little panic. The original zombies in Xiang City, by the Taoist priests all brought back to Longguang City, those zombies will not run out at night to bite me, right? Don't worry, the zombies are in Qin Yun Mountain, do you think the Taoist priests will let them run out? Must have absolute crushing strength to dare to do so. And don't you see that those zombies are wearing masks and sweeping the ground, working as guides and footmen on the mountain? You can't call them zombies now. Go back a few decades and you have to call them comrades. Goddamn comrades, ha 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 ha. However, it is also true that there is not a zombie can live to leave the Qin Yun Mountain, so the citizens of Longguang City can still rest assured that there is a celestial master town afraid of Hera. Brothers, red flying footman video to see? This is too exciting, I want to know how in the end? There's not a single safety rope or pull-up device on that guy, how did he jump down and fly up again? It's not scientific. In fact, the principle is very simple, there is a possibility that the man in red, in fact, is not a person, if he called the flying stiff, is not everything becomes reasonable? It's true. No wonder Wolfly can jump it, dare, this ing footman is flying stiff I directly people numb, the Taoist masters let the legendary flying stiff do footman earn karma? Really ing awesome is mom to awesome open the door, awesome to the home. Still, the Taoist masters can play. I'm afraid this program, 9 Uncle Alive also dare not play so. I don't want to know if it's awesome or not, I just want to know, this program of flying footmen in red, is it safe? It won't fall to death. Don't worry, the zombie will protect you. 666,666. Originally I think quite safe, read your comments, instantly more afraid, zombies to protect me, listen to the damn evil hot search list. Now it's not the top 10. Rather, the top 20, all occupied by the Green Cloud Mountain. Those stars and idols of the Dragon Kingdom. During the epidemic in the first 2 years, there wasn't much exposure and they basically couldn't make any money. Now it's not easy for the epidemic to lessen. Wanted to increase some exposure for themselves and buy a few hot searches. But realized that times have changed. Hot searches can't be bought at all. Even if you spend money. Microwave officials can't even control their own hot search list now. There was no way, Qin Mountain was now too hot. It has even been higher than the real world. Imagine that in the past, on the hot searches, so-and-so star walked a red carpet and wore whatever clothes to be number 1 on the hot searches. A certain idol eating an apple and saying that apples were so sweet could also rush onto the hot search. But at that time, no one could fight in the same period. But it's different now. What kind of things were happening on Qin Mountain? At every turn, heavenly masters, lightning, cranes, imperial swords, killing ghosts, and fighting. Now even the ING zombies have come out. Even life is not easy, flying stiffs selling art are out. How can those celebrities get on the hot search? Can squeeze into the top 50 hot searches, all thank God. There is no way, the stars can only dry eyes. Their time has passed. Now it's the era of the Qin Mountain Taoist Masters Boys Group. What happened under the mountain? Qin Hao didn't know. Right now, he stayed in the Heavenly Master's mansion and looked at the corpse of the already dead Corpse King in front of him. No one knew that Qin Hao, after finishing off the Corpse King, he brought the corpse of this wind drought demon back to the Heavenly Master mansion. At the same time, in his ears, a system beep sounded. Ding! Release a new mission, refine the Corpse King and create a top-notch puppet fighter. Reward obtained for mission completion, innate chaotic Dao body. Sword splitting technique. Jindan Avenue fetal breath. Incense value of 200,000 yuan. The system meant for him to refine this wind drought Corpse King and refine it into his own puppet. In that case, it was equivalent to having a top-notch fighter by his side. Qin Hao pondered over it for a while. A drought demon corpse level fighter. It was equivalent to the middle to late stage of foundation establishment among human cultivators. This drought corpses, in particular, was also among the drought corpses that practiced astral wind. The top class of fighting ability. It was really good to be made into a puppet. And there were so many rewards to take. This quest, it's a waste not to do it. Qin Hao opened the incense value mall and searched in the puppet area. He wanted to find a secret book that could make a puppet out of a zombie corpse. Not long after, a copy of the Demon Puppet Secret Art was bought by him. It cost him a full 100,000 incense value. However, compared to spending 100,000 incense value, Qin Hao was able to get a top-notch fighter who was completely loyal to him and could also cultivate in the future. It wasn't a loss either. What's more, completing the mission, the system also rewarded a bunch of things, as well as 200,000 incense value. He had made a bloody profit any way he counted it. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao extracted the Demon Puppet's secret art. Following the method on the secret art, he refined this Corpse King into a puppet. This process took Qin Hao a full 3 months. During these 3 months, Qin Hao stayed in the Heavenly Master's mansion every day, living in deep seclusion. Apart from cultivating by himself every day, he was refining the Corpse King. Finally, on this day, in the sky above the Heavenly Master mansion, the wind and clouds changed drastically. Rolling corpse chi swept across the sky. The corpse chi transformed into dark clouds, shrouding the top of Qin Mountain. Qin Hao stood opposite the body of this wind drought Corpse King. With a gentle finger, he pointed at the Corpse King's forehead. Open! Qin Hao uttered a single word. A golden light was pointed into the Corpse King's body. In the next second, the eyes of this wind drought Corpse King slowly opened. A pair of golden pupils looked at Qin Hao in front of him. Respectful and pious. Qin Hao looked at the first puppet he had personally refined. This drought demon corpse. Practicing the way of astral wind, it belonged to the astral wind attribute Corpse King. In Yuan Mei's, continuing Zibubu Shi, there was a cloud. The corpse first changed into a drought demon, and then changed again into a chorus. Qin Hao then said, from today onwards, you will be called Wind Harvest. The Corpse King nodded respectfully, yes. The 5th shift is up. Today's 10,000 shifts are completed. Continue to beg for monthly votes. Continue tomorrow. Chapter 90, a Jindan as big as an apple, the Great Tao can't top it either first shift. Please subscribe. Request for monthly votes. The Corpse King after refining into a puppet. Cultivation had risen a notch. Originally, this wind drought demon's cultivation was in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Now, it even broke through a small realm and became a late-stage foundation establishment. And in the future, it would continue to upgrade. After refining this corpse king, in Qin Hao's ears, a crisp system beep sounded along with it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, refining the corpse king puppet, and obtaining the reward, innate chaotic Dao body. Sword splitting technique. Jin Dan Avenue fetal breath. Incense value $200,000. Rewards were issued, and a series of new rewards were directly sent to Qin Hao's system warehouse. Qin Hao checked it out. Innate chaotic Dao body. One of the 4 near Dao bodies, innate physique. When practicing, in addition to being able to absorb heaven and earth aura, it can also automatically absorb chaos aura, constantly cleansing the physical body, making it stronger and purer. At the peak of cultivation, the host's physical body is almost equivalent to the great Dao itself. Sword splitting art. The sword splitting technique. After practicing this technique, you can directly integrate your physical body into a spirit sword and travel as a sword, increasing your speed by 100 times compared to normal flying speed. Attached to the split light sword method, cultivation of great success can be the sword out of the split light, hundreds of millions of sword chi points of light attack so that the enemy cannot be defended. Jin Dan Great Dao Fetal Breath. Pure Great Dao Fetal Breath Chi can be absorbed at the peak of foundation establishment when breaking through Jin Dan and can condense the Great Dao Jin Dan after absorption. Incense value $200,000. This needs no introduction. Qin Hao looked at these rewards, all of them were good things. Innate chaotic Dao body, capable of upgrading one's current mortal physique into a Dao body level. The sword splitting technique, which accelerated one's own speed of rushing and flying. There was also the Jin Dan Great Dao Fetal Breath, which was very important to Qin Hao at the current stage. He had now reached the peak of foundation establishment himself. He was about to condense his Jin Dan. This Jin Dan Great Dao Birth Pang came at the right time. The peak of foundation establishment broke through the Jin Dan realm. Cultivators condense Jin Dan, depending on each person's situation. Even if they cultivate into Jin Dan, there are 3, 6, 9 levels. The most inferior kind is to prepare nothing when breaking through the Jin Dan, relying solely on the individual to break through the realm and coalesce the Jin Dan. The Golden Dan that was eventually condensed into a Golden Dan could only be called a third-grade Golden Dan. It is also the worst quality of Jin Dan, but it is the bottom of the list of Jin Dan cultivators. In addition, is the breakthrough Jin Dan, can find a pure and clean treasure land, absorb the power of the earth veins, with the power of the earth veins cohesion Jin Dan. The condensed Jin Dan is called the second-grade Jin Dan, also known as the earth vein Jin Dan. There is another kind, is the breakthrough of Jin Dan, gifted, favored by the heavenly way, with their own talent alarmed the heavens, the sky fell vision, absorbed the power of the vision, cohesion Jin Dan. In this way, it was called a first-class Jin Dan, and because it was recognized by the heavenly Dao, it was also called the heavenly Dao Jin Dan. As for the last kind, it was Qin Hao's kind. There was a great chance that one could obtain the Great Dao Birthright. Absorbing the Great Dao Birthright to condense a Golden Dan, one could directly condense it into a superlative Golden Dan. And this kind of Golden Dan, after condensing, was golden red in color, with its own Great Dao inscription on the Golden Dan. Therefore, it is also known as the Great Dao Golden Dan. Even in the immortal cultivation world, 90% of the Jin Dan cultivators condensed only the third-grade Jin Dan. Only the rarefied ones had the chance to condense the earth vein Jin Dan. As for those who condensed the heavenly Dao Jin Dan, it was rare for one to emerge in 1,000 years. The entire immortal cultivation world didn't add up to a few. Want to be like Qin Hao, obtaining a Great Dao Birthright and condensing a Great Dao Golden Dan? Don't dream about it. In the real cultivation world, the Great Dao Birth Breath had long been completely extinct in the ancient flood period. Even those immortal sect, divine sect and Holy Land disciples didn't dare to think about it. If not for the fact that Qin Hao had a hanged body and the system provided the Great Dao Tire Breath, he would have been a heavenly Dao Jin Dan at best. But it was different now. Qin Hao extracted the Great Dao Tire Breath. Looking at the golden red Great Dao light mass that was constantly floating and sinking in front of him. This thing was the Great Dao Tire Breath. Qin Hao resisted the urge to immediately absorb this thing. He once again examined his cultivation level. The current Qin Hao was already at the peak of foundation establishment and could break through Jin Dan at any time. However, he still wasn't quite satisfied. Breaking through Jin Dan was a very important process. One had to lay the most solid foundation before Qin Hao dared to take this step. Now there was the opportunity of condensing the Great Dao Jin Dan in front of him. Qin Hao then had to grasp the opportunity even more. Consolidate his own cultivation. Only to see Qin Hao put away the Great Dao Fetal Breath. He now chose to refine his innate chaotic Dao body first. Upgrading his physique first. After upgrading, the innate chaos Dao body could increase the upper limit he already had. When the time came to condense the Dao Golden Dan, it would be even more powerful. This process took Qin Hao another half a year. For half a year, Qin Hao didn't leave the Heavenly Master Mansion. Half a year later, The entire sky above Qing Yun Mountain and the entire surroundings of the Heavenly Master Mansion were shrouded by a large mass of 7-colored clouds. On Qing Yun Mountain, there were many tourists who saw this scene and took pictures to send their friends. It was claimed that a 7-colored cloud vision appeared on Qing Yun Mountain. Various hot search platforms there are also netizens began to discuss. This 7-colored clouds looks so shocking. Previously been to Mount Huangshan, have seen the Sea of Clouds, but really feel Mount Huangshan Sea of Clouds are not as good as Mount Qingyun now 7-color cloud sea. Look through the screen, feel shocked, envy those who can see the scene. I don't understand to ask this mountain in the end what happened. How suddenly there are so many 7-color cloud sea. Dare to guess, the mountain lived in the Celestial Master. Could it be that the Celestial Master breakthrough realm, soon to ascend to the immortal world? It's not impossible. Could it be that this is the vision before ascension? Good Lord, is the first person to cultivate immortality in modern times, and the only ascender in recent times going to be born? On the internet, there was a lot of talk about the 7-colored cloud sea vision of Qing Yun Mountain. At this moment, Qin Hao was still in his own room in the Heavenly Master's mansion, in the middle of cultivation. At this moment, he had been refining his innate chaotic Tao body for half a year. Half a year's time had allowed him and the innate chaos Tao body to almost completely fuse. The current Qin Hao sat quietly on the bed and couch to cultivate. The typing 5 chi skill in his body was running at a rapid speed. After fusing the chaotic body, Qin Hao's physique transformed into a near Tao physique. It was innately close to the great Tao. The surrounding spiritual chi was like a son finding his own father, not even needing to be absorbed by Qin Hao himself. It actively and crazily surged towards Qin Hao's body. Inside his body, the operation speed of the gong method was hundreds of times faster than before. At the same time, between one breath and one inhalation, there was yin and yang chi flowing between his nose and breath. In Qin Hao's dantian, a special aura gathered inside. The spiritual qi turned into stars and dots. It seemed like the dantian had formed a small chaos of its own. His appearance, due to the fusion of the innate chaos Tao body, was also drastically changed. The original Qin Hao couldn't be considered particularly handsome, but it was comparable to Hikari Tianla. After putting on the Heavenly Master Tao robe, his temperament was excellent, belonging to the kind that could be seen at a glance when placed in a crowd. And now Qin Hao had the innate chaos Tao body to add to it. His appearance had even grown tremendously. Repairing some of the only remaining flaws on the face itself, it became even more perfect. His height was originally 1.83 m, and now it was even higher again, elevated to 1.86 m. In addition to that, the biggest improvement was still the temperament. If it was said that before, Qin Hao's temperament and the identity of a celestial master were already a good match, with a transcendent temperament between every move, then the current Qin Hao, the temperament emanating from his body, was even more unearthly, and at a glance, it was no longer comparable to an ordinary person. Raising his hands and throwing his feet, he was like a true immortal in the sky. A random action showed elegance. Qin Hao opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes, too, transformed from the original black pupils to a light golden color. This was not wearing pupils. Rather, it was after fusing the chaotic body. After absorbing the chaotic aura between heaven and earth, within his eyes, he called himself a chaotic starry sky. At this moment, Qin Hao, after half a year of consolidation, continuously compressed his cultivation. He had already given himself at the foundation establishment stage, laying down a solid foundation that couldn't be any stronger. Even the body that was close to the Tao felt like it had almost reached its limit. At this moment, Qin Hao felt that the time was almost right. It was time for a breakthrough. He opened the system warehouse and took out the previous Tao tire breath from inside. Afterward, Qin Hao revolved his gong method and slowly absorbed it. Along with Qin Hao gradually absorbing the great Tao tire breath. Above the Heavenly Master's mansion, the sun was also blazing in the sky, and there was a sound of thunder on the flat earth. Stabbing. All sorts of heaven and earth visions then surfaced. First of all, it was the earth-surging golden lotus. A golden lotus flower, condensed out of thin air in the sky above the Heavenly Master's mansion, blooming. Every open golden lotus, there is a golden light, from the golden lotus above the spill down. Like grains of golden beads sprinkled into the Heavenly Master mansion, fusing into Qin Hao's body. Along with Qin Hao absorbing more and more of the great Tao birthright. The golden light that surfaced on Qin Hao's body also became denser and denser. Within his dantian, the stars in that chaotic starry sky gradually condensed. A star golden dan gradually took shape. The golden dan that had just been molded. The appearance was very rough, floating in front of Qin Hao. The shape wasn't even a square circle, but an irregular circle. At a glance, it looked similar to an alien pearl taken out of a sea clam. The surface was also pitted. This situation belonged to a Jindan that had just taken shape. It could only be considered a half-step Jindan. Qin Hao continued to absorb the great Tao tire breath. After the golden great Tao birth breath was refined by Qin Hao, it turned into a golden light mist that wrapped around the entire golden dan, nurturing it like a newborn baby. The great Tao fetal breath nurtured the golden dan. changing the shape of the golden Dan, turning it into a genuine Dan pill the size of a square dragon's eye. As the golden Dan took shape, then, in the sky above the heavenly master's mansion, there were thunderclouds rolling. Only in the thunderclouds, what surged this time, was golden-colored lightning. Rumble! A streak of golden heavenly thunder descended from the sky. It struck into the heavenly master mansion. It struck on the golden Dan in front of Qin Hao. The golden Dan was struck by the heavenly golden thunderbolt. It was like a freshly baked fine iron being forged by a blacksmith's hammer. Only after being constantly pounded and tempered could it achieve a truly peerless weapon. Qin Hao's Jin Dan continuously endured the golden thunder bombardment. The magazines within the golden Dan were completely weeded out. On the outside, it also slowly became smooth and perfect. After the golden thunder vision, Qin Hao's golden Dan emitted red light. There was red in gold. And on the surface of the golden Dan, it was also accompanied by lightning flashes, being inscribed with heavenly Tao thunder patterns. The golden thunder vision passed through. What followed was the last heaven and earth vision. The heavenly Tao was sensed, and the entire range of the green cloud mountain. Surprisingly, the sound of salutation and praise came out of thin air. Subsequently, a star unexpectedly appeared during the day. The starlight that filled the sky gently scattered down from the sky. It shone on the entire Longguang city land. Throughout the entire Longguang city area, millions of citizens saw the vision in the sky. The stars are shining in the green sky. Isn't this the kind of heaven and earth visions that are only described in metaphysical novels? This is to produce a saint. And this piece of starlight shining down from the stars shone on Qin Hao's Jindan. Countless star power condensed chaos gas, which was all absorbed by Qin Hao's golden red Jindan. Qin Hao's golden Dan, because it had absorbed too much chaotic qi, its entire size had actually increased by 10 times. At the moment, it was still the size of a dragon's eye. It was about the size of a ing apple. A golden red apple-sized Jindan. On the surface of the golden Dan body, the emergence of thunder lines, star chaos gas, all kinds of phenomena, as well as a line of ancient words of the Great Tao. This was a true super Great Tao golden pill. Only, the size of this golden Dan was really big. It couldn't be called a golden Dan, calling it a golden fruit was more or less the same. Qin Hao looked at the huge golden Dan floating in front of him. What the hell can be done about this? Such a big golden Dan, is it hard to believe that in the future, the entire cultivation realm of the immortal cultivation world would have to change its name for itself? In the future, it would not be called the Golden Dan realm. Call it the Golden Fruit realm instead. Celestial Master, no way, there won't be anyone else who coalesces a fart-sized Golden Dan after building the foundation, right? Serious people have directly condensed Golden Tao fruits. Just when Qin Hao was still fretting about how to return such a big Golden Dan to his body. Above the sky of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed drastically, and from the void, there was even a sort of law, born out of thin air, splitting down. Qin Hao hadn't even reacted yet. This sort of laws, with the aura of rolling Great Tao, split on Qin Hao's gigantic Jindan. Hardly, it split the huge Golden Dan, which was originally a whole one, into 3. 1 turned into 3. The original apple-sized 1 Golden Dan. It was sensed by the Great Tao and forcefully split into 3. Qin Hao was helpless. By the looks of it, this was something that even the Great Tao couldn't look at anymore. Such a large Golden Dan, not to mention the Heavenly Tao, the Great Tao couldn't even accommodate it. However, even by the sword of the Great Tao's law, it was forcefully divided into 3. Qin Hao's Jindan was still ridiculously large. Other people's Jindans were the size of a dragon's eye. His Jindan, split apart, was still as big as a lychee. It was collected back by Qin Hao and settled at his forehead, chest, and belly respectively. In the upper, middle, and lower dantian, there was 1 Jindan stored in each. Equivalent to Qin Hao's current 3 dantians in one's body. Even cultivation techniques could be cultivated in all 3 dantians at the same time. The speed of cultivation was 3 times that of others. If a strong person from the immortal cultivation world was here. Seeing Qin Hao condense 3 Golden Dawn by himself. And all 3 were Great Tao Jindan. I'm afraid that their eyes would have to stare out. Everyone else has 1. Why do you have 3? Other heavenly prides with strong talent, at most, they would only work on their Jindan level, and even more powerful heavenly prides would only have a heavenly Tao Jindan at the end of the day. It's still acceptable. You condensed the Great Tao Jindan and triggered several kinds of visions, even so. The key 3 are all Great Tao Golden Dan. The size of a lychee, reddish gold. You're going to roll it up, aren't you? The kind that rolls to death? More or less not let others live. Not to mention the same realm, the baby old monster came. See Qin Hao, these 3 lychee-size red Jindan also have to vomit ah. Yuaning old monster, ing life for the first time to find I dizzy Jindan. The first time to try 4,000 words big chapter. Before a lot of readers grandma said I short, so you see in the future I am a chapter of 2,000 words good or just so a chapter of 4,000 words better. 4,000 words are longer and more durable, but the price of a single chapter will also be slightly more expensive. If you think it's too expensive, I'll change it back to 2,000 words in the next chapter, so please leave positive comments and give me some advice. Request for monthly tickets. Chapter 91, Reward Explosion, Supreme Dharma Body. Second shift. Request for subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Qin Hao inhaled the 3 golden pills into his body. At this moment, he felt his strength skyrocket. Compared to the peak of Foundation establishment, adding 3 golden pills at once, Qin Hao's cultivation and strength had not only increased by several times, it was simply enhanced hundreds of times. In his ears, the system beep also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Jindan realm and condensing the superlative avenue Jindan, obtaining the blessing of the reward system, Jindan gift pack. Ding! The host coalesced. The Great Tao Jindan was too large in size. The Great Tao descended the Sword of Law to split the host's Jindan, and at the same time caused the Great Tao to be dissatisfied. The host's Qi was greatly reduced. The current value of Qi is 5077, red Qi. Ding! The Great Tao damages the host's Jindan chance, feels guilty and grants an allowance, obtaining compensation from the reward Great Tao, feats of the 8-9 Xian Gong. Random Supreme Dharma Body 1. In Qin Hao's ears, a series of system beeps were heard. After he was promoted to the Jindan realm, the system sent a reward Jindan gift package. On top of that, there was also the Great Tao deducting his Qi luck. Watching his Qi luck points being deducted. The Qi luck colors all changed from purple to red. Qin Hao couldn't even help but be speechless. This Great Tao, its heart size was too small. Didn't it just condense a Great Tao Jindan? Is it my fault that the Golden Dan is a little bit bigger? It's not even enough to split my Golden Dan at the drop of a hat, but now it's also withholding Qi luck. Originally, Qin Hao inherited the position of Heavenly Master of Qin Yun Mountain. His Qi luck, taking over the entire Chan Yun Mountain and all the Xian sects in the Dragon Kingdom. The value of Qi fortune broke through 10,000 points. But now, after being targeted by the Great Tao, his Qi fortune was directly cut to 5,077 for him. It was equivalent to a direct waist cut. Cut by more than half. Could Qin Hao be happy? Luck is something that can't be touched or grabbed. People with good luck can pick up money even when they walk. Poor luck, walking on the road can be struck by lightning, bird smashed head. I originally had more than 10,000 purple Qi luck. Now it has dropped to more than 5,000 red. I don't know when I will be able to add it back again. Qin Hao heart more or less unconvinced. Heavily Tao, little old brother, don't be like this. You damn well coalesced such a big Jindan, more or less making it a bit difficult for me to do so. Although you are a genius, but under the hands of so many people watching it, you hang this hang open too big. I do not deduct you something. In the future let me team how to lead? Didn't I send you compensation? A top-level grand technique, a random supreme dharma body. What kind of bike do you want? Qin Hao looked at the grand Tao compensation. He was also in a much better mood. This grand Tao, even though it deducted half of his own Qi. But the compensation issued was still good. 8-9 Xian Gong, supreme dharma body. Any one of them, the price of selling them in the system's incense value mall. That are more than 10 digits. You read it right. It is a dozen digits. Several megabytes of incense value. It's simply not something Qin Hao can afford right now. As compensation from the Great Tao, it could be seen that it was still very sincere. With these rewards, for the matter of deducting Qi luck, Qin Hao couldn't say any more. After all, eating people's mouths was short, taking people's hands was soft. What's more, in the future, he would have to follow the Great Tao. Take it as it comes. Qin Hao opened the system warehouse. First, he clicked on the Jindan gift pack issued by the system blessing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unwrapping the Jindan gift package and obtaining the reward. Entry Subtle Grade Spiritual Weapon Heavenly Master Duster. Entry Subtle Grade Spiritual Artifact Heavenly Master Dharma Hairpin. Entry Subtle Grade Spiritual Artifact 9 Heavenly Metaphysical Fire Sword. True Martial Grade Martial Art Prime Mooncatcher. $500,000 in incense value. The Golden Dan rewards are really rich. A bunch of subtle spiritual weapons and a true martial arts discipline. Plus $500,000 in incense value. Blood money. Subsequently, Qin Hao extracted the Great Tao compensation. Avatar 8-9 Xian Gong. Random Supreme Dharma Body 1. 8-9 Xian Gong, also known as 9 Revolutions Xian Gong castrated version, the top protecting divine power of the 3 teachings of the hierarchy in the flood. All-encompassing, contains a variety of practical aptitude, such as the law of the heavens and the earth, 72 changes, clouds and fog, Vajra and vulnerability, and so on. Not only is it the golden elixir Tao, but it is also the top body refining technique. Random Supreme Dharma Body. After opening, you can obtain a Random Supreme Dharma Body. Specific details can be viewed 99 Supreme Dharma Body list. The 8-9 Xian Gong is not to be mentioned. It is a Hierophant Protector sacred skill, which is practiced by Yang Jian and Yuan Hong in the feudal deities romance. Although it's a castrated version of the 9 Revolution Xian Gong, it can't help that the 9 Revolution Xian Gong is Pangu's cultivation method. How could anything that had something to do with Pangu be a weakling? Even if it's a castrated version, it's still absolutely awesome. As for the Supreme Dharma Body, the system introduces that within the immortal cultivation world, there are 99 Supreme Dharma Bodies, and there is also a specialized list of Dharma Bodies. The higher the ranking, the more powerful it was. But even the weakest Supreme Dharma Body was a Great Tao physique. Recognized by the Great Tao, it was 10,000 times stronger than the average cultivator's own condensed bilocation. Moreover, a Supreme Dharma Body also came with an innate Great Tao aptitude. This innate advantage couldn't be compared to an ordinary cultivator's doppelganger. Qin Hao clicked to open a random Supreme Dharma Body. The next second, it was just like opening a blind box. A Supreme Dharma Body appeared before Qin Hao's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening a random Supreme Dharma Body and obtaining the reward, Supreme Dharma Body Great Sun God Yuan Body. Great Sun God Yuan Body. Qin Hao checked it out. Soon, he found the introduction of this Dharma Body on the list of 99 Supreme Dharma Bodies. Qin Hao, luck is fine. The Great Sun God Origin Body, ranked 17th on the list, was definitely a very forward Supreme Dharma Body. Don't underestimate the 17th place. One should know that in the entire immortal cultivation world, there were only 99 Supreme Dharma Bodies ranked in total. Every single one of them was a strong and unrivaled existence. This list, there isn't a bit of water. Even the 99th place. Taking it out, it was also an existence that burned the sky and boiled the sea, an existence that could make a Mahayana cultivator's eyes redden beyond measure, leading a desperate headlong rush to grab it. What's more, the Supreme Dharma Body that Qin Hao opened out was still so far ahead at the 17th place. Which Dharma Body that could enter the top 20 was not a perverted existence? This Great Sun Divine Yuan Body. According to the list, after cultivation, the body was comparable to the most primordial purple sun Great Sun from the Flood era. With a casual strike, the Dharma Body can strike a mana that burns the sky and boils the sea. The temperature was 10,000 times higher than the real sun. Moreover, the most powerful thing about the Great Sun Divine Yuan Body. It was the ability to condense the Great Sun Divine Yuan. This thing could only be condensed by one channel, the Great Sun Divine Yuan Body. In addition to assisting one's spiritual power, divine abilities, and spells to become stronger, the condensed Great Sun Divine Yuan itself had a power similar to that of a nuclear bomb-like explosion. Of course, the power was definitely more terrifying than a blue star nuclear bomb. Moreover, the further one cultivates, the more terrifying it becomes. A Great Sun Divine Yuan, when auctioned in the immortal cultivation world, could fetch a sky-high price. All the major Holy Land immortal sects are coveted, Break the Scalp also want to grab. It could be seen how much this Supreme Dharma Body had. However, that being said. But even if Qin Hao had a Supreme Dharma Body right now, he had no way to cultivate it. He could only first put it into the system warehouse and store it away. Because, this thing, Supreme Dharma Body, it was equivalent to a cultivator's second bilocation. And if one wanted to cultivate a second doppelganger, only the Yuaning stage could do so. Qin Hao had only just broken through Jindan now. He wasn't even qualified to cultivate it. Right now, he could only look at the Dharma Body and drool, not daring to refine it. After storing the Supreme Dharma Body, Qin Hao extracted the other rewards in the warehouse. Heavenly Master Duster. Heavenly Master Dharma Hairpin. 9 Heavenly Metaphysical Fire Sword. These 3 rewards were opened by Qin Hao from the Jindan gift pack rewarded by the system. All of them were entry-level spiritual weapons. Among them, the Celestial Master's Whisk and Celestial Master's Dharma Hairpin were the middle grade of the Into the Weakness grade. The 9 Heavenly Metaphysical Flame Sword was an entry-level extreme grade. Half-step True Martial. Qin Hao checked the attributes. Celestial Master Whisk, a dust whisk magic weapon, possessing the abilities of nudging, catalyzing, wounding, and fixing the wind. With a sweep of the whisk, it can also sweep out the astral wind, a very practical Celestial Master magic weapon. Celestial Master Magic Hairpin, hair ornament, can be transformed into a small flying sword to use, great power, comes with penetrating effect, practical magic weapon. Zhou Tianxinhua Sword, a spirit sword made of extremely high-quality Zhou Tianhua iron, a subtle extremely high-quality magic weapon, a half-step true martial art. All of them were good magic weapons. Especially the 9 Heavenly Arcane Flame Sword. The quality was even beyond the Heavenly Master Sword that Qin Hao was currently using in his hand, reaching the level of half-step true martial. It also had a fire attribute. Qin Hao was like a treasure and put it away. In addition to these magic weapon aptitudes, Qin Hao remembered that he also had a true martial grade martial art. Prime Mooncatcher Hand. Together with the previous true martial grade martial art rewarded by completing the system quest, Ethereal Wood Innate Chi Great Tackle. In other words, Qin Hao now held 2 true martial grade martial arts in his hands. Wasn't this attribute panel gorgeous all of a sudden? Extracting martial arts and directly fusing them. Qin Hao got up and walked towards the outside of the room. Pushing open the door, outside the door, the sunlight spread on him. A golden veil was draped over Qin Hao's body. 9 consecutive months of closed-door cultivation in the Heavenly Master Mansion. It had been half a year since he had gone out for a walk. After thinking for a while, Qin Hao first walked towards the backyard of the Heavenly Master Mansion. He planned to take a look at his vegetable garden. See how his gourd vine had grown. Walking into the vegetable garden. After Qin Hao closed his eyes for cultivation. Now this vegetable garden, usually, had been handed over to the Black Bear Spirit and 2 Dao children to take care of it. A year ago, Qin Hao handed over the Black Bear Spirit's beast race cultivation technique and stick battle skill. Now this Black Bear Spirit's cultivation level had changed drastically compared to before. The Black Bear Spirit during the Beast Tide period had a cultivation level of around the 8th level of Qi refining. Now that it had been cultivating on Qin Yun Mountain for over a year, the cultivation level had long since broken through the Foundation Establishment realm. The current Black Bear was already a mid-Foundation Establishment demonic beast. It can't even be called a Black Bear Spirit anymore. Since this Black Bear Spirit broke through the Foundation Establishment stage, spiritual wisdom opened up greatly, becoming much smarter than before. In the last half year, it has even been studying the Taoist scriptures. Formally joined Qin Yun Mountain. What he was wearing, a yellow robe and Taoist uniform, now should call people Xiong Daoran. At this moment, the bear Taoist is carrying a small basket in the head of the vegetable garden to collect vegetables. Huge size and hand-gentle action contrast describe the huge contrast. Qin Hao look, are a bit unable to bear the feeling. It was more or less funny. Xiong Daoran also noticed someone entering the vegetable garden at this time. He just turned his head to see which bold guy was sneaking in. As a result, when he turned his head, he saw Qin Hao in a purple robe. Taoist Xiong was startled. Heavenly Master, you have come out of the gate? This Heavenly Master, in the Heavenly Master's mansion can be closed for 8 or 9 whole months. I didn't expect to come out today. Moreover, Taoist Xiong felt Qin Hao's breath. It became even more terrifyingly deep. Even if its own cultivation now had advanced greatly. But standing in front of the Heavenly Master, the bear Taoist could only feel his insignificance. This Heavenly Master, his cultivation was even more terrifying. The bear Taoist even had a feeling that Qin Hao's slap right now could kill it just like swatting a fly. Qin Hao nodded and said, well, it's been hard for you to take care of the vegetable garden this time, this martial art is for you. Let people help plant vegetables for most of the year. Qin Hao also didn't forget to spend some incense value, and bought a martial arts reward for Xiong Daoran in the mall. A subtle level martial art, Zhen Kuan Power Palm. The name is just so plain and simple. But simple is really simple, and scary is really scary. This palm is all about practicing strength. It develops power to the limit. And then a slap out. Slap the mountains and hills fall, slap the stars explode. For Xiong Daoran, who was born from the Black Bear Spirit, complex martial arts are not suitable for it. The simpler and rougher, the more it likes. For example, this Qian Kuan Power Palm. It took a glance at it and loved it. In itself, it is the path of strength. This vigorous palm, isn't it tailor-made for it? Receiving the martial arts, the bear Taoist was filled with joy. Then, Qin Hao said the reason for his visit. Taoist bear heard that the Heavenly Master had come to see that gourd vine. Its face changed. Taoist bear said, Heavenly Master, that gourd vine, it's extraordinary. The yellow zucchini above the knot must be a big treasure. I go to water the gourd vine every day, are careful, but even so, sometimes will be that small zucchini hurt. Taoist Xiong said, showing Qin Hao the wounds on his body. Qin Hao saw that on this bear Taoist, there were really wounds. Every single one of them was a sword wound. As if they were cut by extremely sharp divine swords. On the Black Bear Spirit's body, there were at least dozens of the same sword wounds. According to the bear Taoist. That yellow gourd, it hadn't matured yet, but even so, it was already overbearing enough. A large area where the gourd vine was located, not an inch of grass grew. Even if weeds grew, they would immediately be chopped into pieces by the sword chi released by the yellow gourd. Even if Taoist bear watered the gourd vine, if he wasn't careful, he would be cut by the sword chi. Those 2 Taoist children, even more so, didn't dare to come close at all. Qin Hao listened to this. His heart was also startled. Black Bear Spirit's defense, Qin Hao knew about it. This guy had thick skin and flesh, and now he was even in the Foundation Establishment realm. Even if the same Foundation Establishment realm cultivator took a sword to cut the Black Bear Spirit, he might not be able to leave a wound on it. However, it was actually injured by the sword chi unintentionally released by the yellow skin gourd. Was this yellow-skinned gourd so powerful? It's worthy of being true martial grade. A quasi-immortal spirit level treasure. Qin Hao decided to go and see for himself. With that, he was led by Taoist bear. He walked towards the place where the gourd vine grew. When he came here, Qin Hao really saw that the situation of this place was generally the same as what Taoist bear had said. There really wasn't an inch of grass around. Moreover, on that yellow-skinned gourd, sword chi was constantly released. A mysterious yellow sword chi cut through the void. A random sword chi could even injure a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Cultivators who weren't at the Foundation Establishment realm didn't even dare to get close. Not to mention the chi refining stage, it was estimated that they could be slaughtered by the sword chi released from the gourd before they could even walk over. Qin Hao walked over and checked up on this yellow skin gourd. Chapter 92, Li Chi Dog, the huge black shadow of the Nine Rivers Reservoir, the third one. Request for subscription. Seek monthly tickets. Please collect. Before Qin Hao's eyes, he checked the yellow skin zucchini in front of him. Soon, the attributes about the yellow skin gourd appeared in front of Qin Hao. Name, innate yellow skin gourd. Species, plant type treasure. Grade, true martial grade. Status, immature maturity 87. Attribute, innate Xin Huang sword chi. Tips, the innate yellow skin gourd, carrying innate sword chi, is a rare treasure in the eyes of sword cultivators. This yellow skin gourd has a maturity of 87. Not mature yet. Qin Hao was speechless. This gourd was really hard to mature. He still remembered that he was ripening this gourd more than half a year ago. At that time, he spent 300,000 incense value, 50,000 once, and hypnotized it 6 times. Subsequently, Qin Hao smashed some more into it one after another. Now it has been several months, and it hasn't matured yet. It is simply a large incense swallowing machine. However, looking at the maturity level has now reached 87. It's almost ripe. Moreover, Qin Hao's own incense value in the system mall now, after such a long time of accumulation, had also accumulated to more than 1 million again. Qin Hao immediately decided to ripen this yellow skin gourd today. No matter what, this was going to take this thing down. Qin Hao clicked on the system panel in front of himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50,000 incense value and successfully ripening the gourd vine once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50,000 incense value and successfully ripening the gourd vine once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 50,000 incense values and successfully ripening a gourd vine once. Along with each ripening of Qin Hao, his incense value dropped wildly. At the same time, the maturity of this yellow skin gourd on the gourd vine grew by leaps and bounds. Maturity 98. Maturity 99. Maturity 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ripening and obtaining a fully mature innate yellow skin zucchini through planting. Attribute sword. Is it picked? In the end, it brushed Qin Hao with a full 500,000 plus incense value again. Only then did this gourd fully ripen. The system prompted whether to pick it. Qin Hao, pick. Pick it now. Before and after, it cost him almost 1 million flavor values, and it was not easy to ripen it, but if he didn't pick it, wouldn't it be a big loss? Qin Hao reached out and picked. This yellow skin gourd, which came with innate Shenhuang sword chi, was terrifyingly powerful before it matured. Now it has matured. The sword chi was even more terrifying. If a normal Foundation Establishment cultivator came here, he wouldn't even dare to get close. It was only after Qin Hao had broken through Jindan now that he had a golden light to protect his body and dared to pick the gourd with his hands. But if another ordinary Jindan came over, he wouldn't dare to do so. A random innate Shenhuang sword chi sliced over, and could cut down the ordinary Jindan's hand. Picking the yellow-skinned gourd on the gourd vine. Qin Hao held it in his hand and watched it. This gourd, even if it was ripe, was not big in size. The size of an adult's palm, it looked, even very pin-sleeved. However, when held in the hand, the texture was extraordinarily comfortable and quite weighty. Of course, comfortable, that is relative. This yellow skin gourd was now a pristine treasure that had not undergone any state of refinement. A body of innate Shenhuang sword chi was released recklessly. It could randomly kill a few Foundation Establishment chi refining cultivators. It was only Qin Hao who could hold it in his hand like this and play with it. If you were to change someone else, would you let him try holding it in his hand? Then it wouldn't be comfortable. The hand would be cut off for you. However, despite this, Qin Hao looked at this yellow skin gourd. It was also like a treasure. It hadn't even been refined yet, and it was already this powerful. If this is slightly refined, how can it be? No wonder the system introduced that starting out are true martial grade magic weapons. With a little bit of cultivation, the future will be immortal spirit level. It's really not just blowing it out of proportion. This yellow leather sword gourd really has this potential. Moreover, Qin Hao put this gourd in his hand and had a feeling. This gourd, although it looked like a gourd in appearance, but in its essence, it was a sword. It was completely possible to use it as a sword. Qin Hao put this yellow skin zucchini away for the time being, waiting for his time to refine it later. He turned his gaze to the gourd vine once again. Just now, Qin Hao took off the yellow skin zucchini from the gourd vine. This gourd vine also lost its spirituality just now. Qin Hao checked the attributes of this innate gourd vine once again. Name, innate gourd vine. Status, growing period fruiting once. Tip, the current gourd vine lacks nutrients and needs to consume incense value to formally bear fruit. Is it fed? Looking at the attributes of the gourd vine, Qin Hao froze. Growing period? Bear fruit once? Consuming incense value to bear fruit? According to this gourd vine, it wasn't disposable. Qin Hao thought that on this one gourd vine, it could only bear one gourd. Now it doesn't seem so. This gourd vine can still bear more. It just needed a lot of incense value. But the incense value was nothing compared to the precious gourds that were produced. Getting a yellow skin gourd had already made Qin Hao very satisfied. If he could get another true martial grade, quasi-immortal spirit grade gourd, he would be willing to spend as much incense value as he wanted. Thinking of this, Qin Hao attempted to consume fragrance value again to catalyze the gourd vine, letting it enter the fruiting stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100,000 incense value and successfully ripening the gourd vine once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming incense and fire value. The innate gourd vine successfully entered the fruiting stage, and the host obtained a purple skin gourd. Not a little bit of it was a shock. Qin Hao originally thought that once again, it was hypnotized. It should also be the same as before, 50,000 incense value is enough. Who knows, now the rules have changed. Ripening once, deduct 100,000. 100,000 incense value to ripen once off. Qin Hao's head went numb. Who can afford this? A yellow skin gourd cost Qin Hao more than 1 million incense value. Now the price of ripening has doubled. This purple skin zucchini, it will not cost him at least 2 or 3 million? Even 2 or 3 million may not be enough. Qin Hao instantly felt that he couldn't afford to keep it. He tuned the incense value for half a year, and only tuned more than $1 million. This purple skin gourd, planted until the monkey years and months. However, Qin Hao looked at the newly knotted purple skin gourd at this moment. This gourd looked obviously stronger than the previous yellow-skinned one. It had only just turned out. Qin Hao already felt the terrifying spirituality coming from above the small gourd. Qin Hao couldn't help but check the abilities of this small gourd. Name: innate purple skinned gourd. Species: plant type treasure. Grade: immortal spirit level. Status: immature maturity 2. Attributes: chaos, devouring. Hints: innate purple skin gourd, carrying the innate chaotic chi, comes with the law of devouring, can swallow all things in the world, take the essence, remove the dross, refine the essence and transform the yuan, an extremely rare treasure. Qin Hao, up. Looking at the introduction of the purple skin gourd, Qin Hao just took a glance and couldn't move away anymore. He instantly felt like it wasn't just a few million incense value compared to this purple skin gourd. What the hell? Ripen it. It must be ripened. Moreover, Qin Hao realized that the gourds born on this gourd vine seemed to be better than one at a time. The yellow skin gourd started out at the true martial grade. Purple skin gourds start at immortal spirit level. After the purple skin gourd, it was estimated that there were even better ones. Creation level, true solution level. If a gourd of that level really came out, it would be too terrifying. But no matter what happened in the future, the current Qin Hao didn't think about those things. Because it was too far away. The current him couldn't even afford to raise this purple skin gourd in front of him yet. Let's first ripen the purple skinned gourd. Here at the purple skin gourd, Qin Hao swiped another 500,000 incense value. Then, he collected a wave of vegetables, left the vegetable garden, and returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Taking out the yellow skinned gourd, he prepared to sacrifice it. This yellow skin gourd, looking at its appearance as a gourd, but in reality, internally, just like what Qin Hao said before, its essence was a sword. After it was sacrificed, it would have endless wonderful uses. Qin Hao directly placed it in his dantian. Taking 3 of them at the same time, he refined this yellow skin zucchini. This process took half a month. Of course, the reason why it was so fast was also thanks to Qin Hao's 3 lychee-sized Dao Jindans. 3 Jindans, 3 times the speed, 3 times the joy. If it was an ordinary Jindan cultivator. A third-class golden Dan. If you want to refine this yellow skin gourd, it is estimated that you will have to slowly simmer. Without a year or 2, it can't be refined. Qin Hao, I won't say who I'm referring to here, right Hanli? After refining the yellow skin gourd, Qin Hao moved his mind. A palm-sized yellow skin gourd immediately appeared in Qin Hao's palm. He gently threw it forward. This gourd immediately emitted golden light and levitated in the room. Spiritual and magical. Nowadays, this yellow skin gourd had been completely refined by Qin Hao. What magical abilities it had, Qin Hao knew it like the back of his hand. Swallow sword. Opening the gourd, one could store all spiritual sword-type magic weapons in it, and the inside of the gourd called itself containing sword space. Storing inside the gourd for a long period of time could raise the level of the spirit swords, as well as the level of the gourd itself. The more spirit swords collected, the stronger the gourd's own Shenhuang sword chi was. It was almost equivalent to being able to both nourish oneself and the spirit swords. It was a win-win ability. Transform sword. Recite orally, please sheath the treasure. The gourd can then transform into a Shenhuang sword and take someone's head from thousands of miles away. Everything it passes through will be decapitated, and gods and demons will be hard to resist. That's about it. Still quite practical. Especially the sword transformation power. It needs to be used in conjunction with a spell. Quite like in The God of Enchantment, Lu Shi's immortal chopper, please baby turn that flavor. However, there is no way to compare the power with Lu Press's flying dagger. People chopped, that are immortals. This small yellow gourd of his own, at most, can only chop a Jindan foundation. Qin Hao played with the yellow gourd for a while. Then, he put the gourd into his stomach. Incidentally, the Heavenly Master Sword and 9 Heavenly Metaphysical Fire Sword were also put into the gourd and put away. A ready-made sword-raising gourd, why not use it? Just when Qin Hao was studying the gourd. On the other side, a place called Wanjiang City in the Dragon Country. This place was located in the north of the Dragon Country. There existed a reservoir that ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Country. Wanjiang Reservoir. On this day, by the Wanjiang Reservoir, the sky had just dawned. Li Chi Dog, a villager from a nearby village, went out on time to herd sheep. Although the Wanjiang Reservoir is one of the top 10 reservoirs in the Dragon Kingdom, but it doesn't mean that the villagers nearby are rich. On the contrary, the living conditions in this nearby village were still very backward. Li Chi Dog, this person, did not even graduate from elementary school, because his family was poor. He dropped out of school. When he was 12 years old, his father was working at height on a construction site and fell to his death. A year later, his mother was also long depressed into illness, died of depression. Li family, originally a family of 4 people, now only left Li Chi Dog and his 8-year-old sister Li Yaya. A few years ago, Li Chi Dog also thought of the family's difficulties, go out to work, earn more money for his sister to go to school. But when moving bricks in the construction site, an accident, so that Li Chi Dog injured legs, heavy work cannot do. Eventually took a little compensation, can only return to the village, and now buy a few head of sheep and raising. Li Chi Dog just drove a few sheep out of the sheep pen. Follow the Wanjiang Reservoir towards the south mountain where there is plenty of wild grass. However, just at this time, the sheep driven by Li Chi Dog suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. A dozen or so sheep simultaneously craned their necks and looked in one direction. Each sheep had a terrified look on its face. It seemed to see something terrifying. Li Chi Dog did not know what was happening. He followed the place where the sheep looked. It was the center of the reservoir. But he looked for half a day. The center of the reservoir was flat and quiet, there was nothing. Just as Li Chi Dog did not think it was a big deal and planned to continue driving the sheep towards the south mountain. His entire expression instantly solidified. He saw it. He saw it. The water in the center of the reservoir, although calm. But underneath that water, Li Chi Dog suddenly saw that a black shadow so huge that he couldn't describe it in words, shimmered underneath the water. That thing was too big, even though it was still light at this moment. Li Chi Dog was also convinced that he would never see wrongly, because he saw the scales that glistened with shimmering light on the back of that huge figure. Although he didn't know what it was, Li Chi Dog had also been terrified. He didn't dare to stay beside the reservoir anymore. Driving his flock, he was about to leave. But, just at this time, it was already too late. That huge figure in the middle of the reservoir was like a javelin rushing towards Li Chi Dog. Clattering. Accompanied by the sound of the water surface suddenly bursting, a figure so huge that it was incalculable separated the huge water surface of the reservoir, and under the dim light of dawn, it revealed its huge true appearance to Li Chi Dog. The huge figure's eyes emitted a purple mysterious light, like 2 huge purple lanterns, looking at Li Chi Dog. Li Chi Dog was stunned. He fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He had never seen such a big monster in his life. What's more, it was now eye to eye with the monster. But from the monster's eyes, the more Li Chi Dog looked at it, the more wrong it became. A creepy thought rose in his mind. He actually read something called thoughts from the monster's eyes. This was a monster with intelligence. The huge monster did not harm Li Chi Dog either. It didn't seem to be too interested in humans. It quickly turned its gaze to Li Chi Dog's sheep. Then, in front of Li Chi Dog, it slowly stuck its head over and took one of his sheep. That sheep didn't even have a chance to struggle in front of this monster that was so huge that it couldn't see its whole face. With just one bite, the huge head was able to eat a sheep. After the huge monster stole a sheep in front of Li Chi Dog in front of his face, it didn't seem to be full and dragged 2 more heads into its stomach. Only then was it satisfied, and then, it retreated into the water and disappeared in the reservoir. Li Chi Dog has been scared crazy. Even the sheep were thrown at the edge of the reservoir regardless, rolling and crawling to run back to the village. Just at the same time he stepped 1 foot into his house door. Behind him, in the valleys on both sides of the Wanjiang Reservoir, a purple heavenly thunder cracked the sky, splitting the entire sky into countless fragments. Throughout the Wanjiang Reservoir, pouring rain fell. Then, all the villagers saw a huge monster, taking advantage of the last night of dawn. Climbing up from the reservoir, it slowly swam past the edge of the village, accompanied by a huge fishy smell, and swam into the valley. On this day, Wanjiang Reservoir ushered in the largest mudslide in 100 years. At the same time, within one day, reached 270 millimeters of extraordinarily heavy rainfall. The water level line skyrocketed. National notification, all over the transportation of manpower and materials. To aid Wanjiang City. The next chapter officially returns to the plot. 4,000 words in a chapter, 12,000 already today. Help me up, I can do more. Also, begging for monthly votes. Such a dedicated author, won't you guys vote? Chapter 93, Walking the Scale? You two are here to laugh, right? Fourth shift. Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Please collect. On the internet, major news and short video platforms began to broadcast the sudden downpour of extremely heavy rain, mudslides and flooding events in Wanjiang City. On the video screen, the residents of Wanjiang City, near the reservoir, were displaced. A large number of people were even separated from their families. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom have expressed their solidarity. All over the country, support teams and supplies were sent to help Wanjiang City through the difficult times. On the internet, the discussion about the torrential rain in Wanjiang City is even more heated. This rainstorm came too suddenly, no defense at all. Yes, too strange. According to Reason, this season, Wanjiang City side will rarely rain. How can there be such a sudden very heavy rain? Weather forecast the day before also broadcast, Wanjiang City in the next few days the weather is sunny. This rainstorm came with no warning at all. I can only say that it is a natural disaster, it can't be helped. I donated anyway, not much, $100,000, a little bit of heart. Big brother, you're a rich man. You can donate $100,000. Unlike me, I'll only donate $100. I can't even make ends meet, so I'll just say a few words. $100 is enough, everyone's situation is different, donating more or less is just a token of our appreciation. As long as we work together, we can always get through this. Whenever this kind of time of crisis, it is also the most united time for people all over the world. Help each other, naturally can get through the difficulties. However, just as the people all over the Dragon Kingdom felt that this sudden upheaval of extraordinarily heavy rain was a natural disaster. Wanjiang City locally. In a temporary relief shelter. Li Qidog assisted the old man in the village and said in a serious manner to the people who came to Wanjiang City to help. Comrade, believe us, what we're saying is true. This is not a rainstorm at all. It's not some natural disaster, it's a walking jiao. We really saw it. That big snake, it just crawled out of the reservoir and headed for the valley. Listening to the superstitious words of the village elders. The disaster relief workers who came to fight the disaster didn't believe it at all. A man said, "Old man, you don't joke here, this is what era, still engage in the previous feudal superstition, this world, which has what walking all are just some natural phenomena. Besides, the average age of snakes is only 10 to 20 years at most, how can there be a python that is so huge that one eye is as big as a window like you said? Isn't that a joke? It's not that men don't believe it. Ever since the various paranormal incidents of the celestial master of Qin Yun Mountain, many people have begun to believe that supernatural abilities exist in this world. But barring that, the key this old man is talking too outrageously. In his description, the source of this rainstorm was actually caused by a snake. And to be precise, it was a snake as big as a small mountain. This snake had cultivated for 1,000 years and now it was going to transform into a dragon. That's why it crawled out of the reservoir and triggered the heavenly thunder and torrential rain, wreaking havoc on the people. According to the old man, the python, now, has left the reservoir and swam towards the valley. Others say that the python's eyes alone are as big as an ordinary house window. The size, moreover, was too big to be seen in its entirety at a glance. This disaster relief worker cried and laughed. In this world, how could there be such a large python? This kind of product, I'm afraid that only novels, comics have it. As for what walking scaly, that is even more something imagined by the ancients. This is 9,022 years ago, who still believe in this thing. According to modern research findings, the snakes that are now known to exist on the blue planet. The average lifespan of small snakes is low at 15 years. The average lifespan of medium-sized snakes is around 512 years. To be able to live to 25 years old, among the snake family, are considered to be ultra-high life expectancy. As for the giant python that was as big as a small mountain like the old people in the villages near Wanjiang Reservoir said. Resistance workers can't even imagine. How many years must this be living water monster? Simply beyond the limits of species, the scientific theory on the ground rubbing. No wonder he didn't believe it, it was really hard to accept. Moreover, walking scaly. How to say it? Although there is a kind of legend since ancient times. However, no one has ever seen a real walking jiao. After the founding of the country, it has never happened. Naturally, no one believes this thing exists. Looked at the disaster personnel do not believe themselves. The old man swore, "Comrade, I really did not lie to you, that big snake is real, not just me, our village many people have seen." Disaster relief personnel see twisted but this old man can only say, "The old man, not I do not believe you, you just say you saw such a big giant snake, mouth say no evidence, you have any evidence to prove it?" The old man pushed Li Chi Dog, said, I have evidence, this kid is our village sheep herding, he is the first to see that giant python, that big snake also ate his 3 sheep. Li Chi Dog solemnly nodded, right. It ate my sheep, I saw it with my own eyes. The disaster resistors looked at the 2 men and smacked their lips. You too are here to be funny, aren't you? I asked you what evidence you have, if you want to prove yourself, at least bring a photo over to show me. The 2 of you proved it to each other. What's not funny? This kid even said the water monster ate his sheep. How do disaster relief workers know if it's true or not? If you say it ate it, it ate it. Those who don't know will think your kid is here to blackmail the sheep. Disaster resistance personnel, okay, 2, I know, go auger thing, we'll talk about it later, I have to go to work now, you guys go to the tent over there first to rest, okay? Just like that. This disaster resistance officer didn't want to bull with these 2 gentlemen anymore. He found out that these 2 were just here to cause trouble plus propagate rumors. The more dangerous and hectic the time is, the more there are people who spread rumors and create panic. Himself, he actually did chat with them here for so long. And walk auger? It's too ridiculous. Just as the disaster relief workers were about to leave. At this time, in the temporary aid station, a little girl stood up. Brother, I can prove that what you guys are saying is true. The little girl who spoke was none other than Li Chi Dog's sister, Liea. The little girl is only 8 years old this year. Just after the flood, her voice is trembling. Looking at an 8-year-old girl are out to speak. Disaster relief personnel are speechless. Grandma, 8-year-old children are to gang up on me? But then Liea did not say anything more. She took out a few photos from the children's Polaroid hanging around her neck and handed them to the disaster relief personnel. Polaroid, also known as a fool's camera. It was the meaning of Li Chi Dog's realization that his sister showed a strong interest in taking pictures when she was watching TV. So he paid for it online for his sister. Very expensive cameras he couldn't afford for the time being. But this kind of Polaroid that costs $300 to $400 a piece, he can still buy it. The advantage of this kind of camera is that it is cheap, plus one-time imaging, convenient and quick. In the end, it is for children and beginner enthusiasts to cultivate interest to play. The only disadvantage is that the photo paper is expensive. Li Chi Dog specially instructed his sister. To save a little use, do not take pictures indiscriminately. At this moment, Liea took out a few photos, recording the real situation of Wanjian Reservoir when the rainstorm just started. In the first photo, the sky was split apart by inches of purple lightning, like a broken open mirror. In the second photo, the rainstorm was torrential, the wind was fierce, and the whole village looked extraordinarily small under the raging storm, a scene of extinction. The third photo, taken in front of the village Wanjiang Reservoir, the center of the reservoir, a huge water vortex appeared out of nowhere. In the vortex, there is a huge black shadow. When the disaster resistance officer saw the fourth photo, his entire breath stuttered. There was a buzzing sound. As if the brain went down. Because this fourth photo, it was clearly capturing the head of the reservoir, the moment when the lightning lit up. The image of a huge python water monster with scales like silver cast iron, climbing up from the reservoir. The camera frames it all. This time, it was no longer the kind of suspected monster shot from a seat camera with mosaic quality photos that circulated on the internet. For the first time, the huge water monster was so clear and complete in front of human beings. There were several remaining photos of the monstrous python swimming past the edge of the village and diving within the valley. They were all captured and recorded by the little girl. The truthfulness of it made people's hearts grow fearful. The disaster resistors looked at these photos. These photos, ironclad evidence. This time, it was not the villagers who were talking nonsense. Rather, they really had evidence in front of them. Disaster relief personnel sucked in a breath. Taking these photos, they went to their superiors. Very quickly. From within Wanjian City, a set of photos flowed online. It was the same set of python photos that Liea had taken with her Polaroid. On the hot search, an ancient topic about the walking scaly dragon was once again brought up. It caused the whole nation to discuss it. What is walking jiao? Ancient folk have been rumored to walk jiao. Is it real? On a snake, how many years can the longest live and grow to be how big? The truth behind the scenes of the extraordinary rainstorm in Wanjiang City is not a natural disaster, but a walking jiao. Is the Dragon Fall incident in Inko, the Dragon Kingdom, true or false? Blue Star, is there really a python as big as a mountain? Did you see something so exciting when you got up early in the morning? At first I thought that Wanjiang City side, just an ordinary extraordinarily heavy rainstorm, did not expect the back, actually have such a big melon? I don't know, what exactly is a walking jiao? Is there a big brother who can tell us about it? You don't even know what it is? No, in fact, it is a legend, ancient folklore, snake training for 100 years for venomous 500 years into a jiao 1,000 years into a dragon, in which the jiao small success, if you can enter the sea with the help of flash floods and heavy rains, it will be transformed into a dragon. This process is to go jiao. If this legend is true, then the snake once cultivated can live forever. Is it that powerful? It's a great knowledge. Walking scaly, sounds awesome. I used to listen to the old generation of people in the village said, many people in the village in ancient times in order to protect the hard work of building stone bridges to prevent the occurrence of walking scaly. People will hang a sword under the stone bridge, the name is called the dragon sword. Legend has it that this sword can kill the scaly dragon when it passes under the bridge. Sounds amazing. There is also that Inko dragon that has been brought out again, in this world. Are there really dragons and scaly scales in existence? Who knows, maybe there really was before, but now it is definitely gone. We are now seeing this huge python in the Wanjiang reservoir. Maybe it is the last augur on the blue planet. Exciting! I'm so excited, damn it, I can see a real Jiao in my life. It's not a wasted life. But brothers, do you think this Jiao can really turn into a real dragon? I think hanging, now the blue star, with the novel written almost, is the era of the end of the law. Heaven and earth aura was barren. In this era cultivation into Jiao, this big snake, life expectancy is definitely more than 1,000 years. And go augur itself is actually a process that has been dodging the heavenly lightning robbery. The so-called augur into the sea can become a dragon. The actual meaning is actually refers to this augur dodged the heavenly robbery in order to turn into a dragon. But look at this world now. How big is the population of the Dragon Kingdom? So many people live along the way, and the nearest sea is so far away from Wanjiang City. If we really let this augur go all the way to the sea, how many people would have to die along the way? So whether it's the private sector or the official Dragon Kingdom, it's only to be feared that they will find a way to stop this augur from crossing over into the sea. Otherwise, the price that the Dragon Kingdom would have to pay would be too great. So, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom will send out armed forces to stop the scaly dragon from entering the sea? I think they will. Let's just wait and see. On the internet, the discussion about the posts about the dragon and the walking scaly dragon has reached a terrifying level. As for the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, the officials are now looking at the information that has been passed over from Wanjiang City. They also had a big headache. Through specialized technical means they viewed that the huge Jiao in the valley by the reservoir in Wanjiang City really existed. Now lying in the middle of a valley sleeping. In the Dragon Kingdom's recent past, there was actually a legendary augur that was about to turn into a dragon. This was simply outrageous. Although the existence of this augur truly confirmed that the ancient dragon, this kind of animal, did truly exist. But once the act of walking the augur occurred, the consequences caused were unprecedentedly huge. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom was now having a headache on how to solve this matter. Send out the armed forces to kill this giant augur? Think about it and can't give up. After all, this could be the last augur on the blue planet, or the kind that immediately had the chance to transform into a dragon. The last one in the world. Not pandas, that kind of ram can be compared. Although pandas are precious, but now after the rescue, the number of reproduction is also quite a lot. Even out of the list of endangered animals. This head augur is completely different. Not only is it exceptionally precious, but its status is also different in history. If it could be controlled, it would be able to act recklessly all over the world. This concept is completely not comparable to a giant panda. Killing the augur, the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom don't want to do this. If there is a chance to control this augur, it is definitely preferred not to kill it. But not to kill, then we can only stop this augur dragon from entering the sea. The top management of the Dragon Kingdom quickly met and introduced several sets of feasible program plans. The first of these sets of plans, moving mountains. The small valleys surrounding the augur, closed up with earth and rocks, trapping this augur dragon in the valley and stopping it from walking the augur. As soon as this plan came out, it was first recognized internally. Relatively speaking, this was the most brutal and simple way, and it was also the program that the higher-ups thought was more feasible and effective. They thought that as long as the walls were piled high enough, they would definitely be able to trap this giant augur. Chapter 94, Dragon Kingdom's Big Moves, Xingyan Mountain's Daily Tough Mouth. The first shift. Request for subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Please collect. Moving mountains and piling up walls to trap the giant augur. It was just one of the first plans to be brought up. Soon after, amongst the top echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, someone else suggested that experts from within the Dragon Kingdom and from the private sector could be enlisted to discuss ways to deal with the giant Jiao. There were specialties in the arts. These people at the top of the Dragon Kingdom had a knack for governing the country, the economy, and international relations. But it didn't mean that they were good at dealing with such supernatural events. Professional things were left to professionals. It was actually the first time they had encountered the walking Jiao event. Compared to that, many folk experts might be more familiar with the walking Jiao and would be able to handle it with more ease and experience than them. For example, the previous zombie incident in Xiang City, wasn't it solved by a folk Taoist master? Then for example, even further back within the Dragon Kingdom there was the vampire incident in Mordor in the 90s, the Lin family 37 mysterious incident, the cat-faced old lady incident. A large part of these folk psychic incidents are solved by folk experts. This time the giant augur incident can also ask these people to help. Of course, not only were there experts in the Dragon Kingdom's folklore, but within the Dragon Kingdom, there were also For example, Master Zhu Tsong from the military department of the Southern War Zone. Taoist Master Yi Zhou-yun from the Eastern War Zone. All of these people can be transferred over to help. As for the civil representatives, they definitely can't get around the celestial masters of Qin Yun Mountain in the first place. The rest are Ame, Shaolin, Hongmen, Easy Sect, Vajra Mountain, and so on. All of these people can be invited over. The people at the top of the Dragon Kingdom first made a phone call to Taoist Master Yi Zhou-yun of the Eastern War Zone, inquiring about his plan to move the mountain and build a wall to trap the giant augur, whether it was feasible or not. As soon as the phone call was made, the high-level side said their thoughts. On Taoist Master Yi Zhou-yun's side, his expression was complicated. Moving the mountain to trap the giant scaly dragon. He didn't suggest it in the first place. Taoist Master Yi said, the act of moving the augur, it's originally a process of avoiding disasters and taking refuge. The giant augur to become a dragon, the flesh needs to carry down 99 heavenly tribulation, the tribulation over, in order to turn into a dragon. If you trap the giant scaly dragon there, in case the giant scaly dragon can't carry the apocalypse and can't run away, won't it be trapped alive and die? For the proposal of trapping the giant scaly dragon, Taoist Yi didn't really agree with it. People didn't want to carry the apocalypse in the first place, they could have run away to avoid it. But you guys are now building walls around people and trapping them there, which is a bit excessive. This is not the equivalent of a child naughty being beaten by a parent, would have liked to sneak out, you backhandedly passed by to lock the door. The human child receives a severe beating, cannot hate you? Moreover, the giant augur thunderbolt is not as simple as being beaten. It's not a joke. If you're not careful and can't get through, it's fatal. The giant augur has a spirit, if it dies under the heavenly thunder, it's just that it didn't cross over, there's nothing too big to complain about. If it was caused by human beings that made it fail to pass the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid that after the giant scaly dragon died, things would be troublesome. A huge scaly dragon's grudge can't be handled well. That's why it's not a good idea. Of course, Taoist Yi is just a suggestion. It wasn't up to him to decide exactly what to do on the senior side of the Dragon Kingdom with a few words. He could only give a suggestion. Listening to Taoist Yi's words, the top management of the Dragon Kingdom hesitated, their intention, they also didn't want anything to happen to the giant Zhao. This issue needed to be discussed internally again. The senior said, Taoist Yi, this time, the incident of the giant scale frog is of great importance, we can't just have one plan, we must make several preparations. On our side, we also want to invite experts from the private sector to help. Look at the people in these lists, how many can you invite over? The senior management sent a list over to Yi Zhou-yun. Invite experts from all sides, come to Wanjiang City to help. Taoist Master Yi glanced at it and said, Easy Sect is no problem, these sects have quite a connection with my master, all the masters within their sects are also patriotic people, now that there is a giant scow in turmoil, they won't just stand by and watch, they can be invited over. Xingyun Mountain, also not a big problem, I have entered Xingyun Mountain in my early years and studied with the old Heavenly Master, there is no problem to invite a few Taoist masters over, but I can't guarantee that the Heavenly Master will be able to invite over. Taoist Master Yi has some relationship with Xingyun Mountain, and in the name of the Dragon Kingdom officials, we can invite the Taoist Master of Xingyun Mountain to come over and help. The other party will definitely not refuse. But the Heavenly Master? I'm not so sure. He has a special status and his magic is divine, so he won't necessarily sell him face. Therefore, the Heavenly Master does not dare to guarantee. Yi Zhou-yun added, as for the list of Shaolin, Hongmen, Kong Mountain these forces, you can look for the Southern Theater of War Zhu Tsong Master to bridge the gap, his grappling hand, Zhu family boxing, early years off the Shaolin, should be a relationship. Yi Zhou-yun showed the way to these top brass. After listening, the Dragon Kingdom executives nodded their heads. Turning their heads, they went to find Zhu Tsong again. The two masters within the Dragon Kingdom were leading the way, looking for folk experts to come to Wanjiang City to help. At the same time, on the internet, along with the officials started to make various moves. On the internet, traces were also found. First, a large number of excavators, loaders, transportation trucks, and transportation helicopters began to gather in Wanjiang City. The officials of the Dragon Kingdom finally after discussion still decided to carry out the plan to move the mountain and trap the augur. After all, compared to the life of the giant Zhao, the lives of the people along the way are more important. They would rather let the giant augur fail to pass through the heavenly tribulation and die. It was also impossible to let the walking Zhao happen, after all, the casualties caused along the way and the destruction of the buildings was too great. It hadn't even officially begun yet, and just the fact that the giant Zhao had left the reservoir had brought such a great disaster to Wanjiang City. This is if we really let it go augur. All the cities along the way would have to be in bad luck. This is a consequence that the official Dragon Kingdom can't afford. The issue of protecting the giant scaly augur will be discussed under the absolute premise of protecting the people. This is the meaning of the high level. On the internet, for the matter of Wanjiang City sending out so much large-scale engineering equipment, netizens also watched the hot discussion. Brothers, the actual hammer has been hammered. There really is a giant auger present in Wanjiang City. The officials of the Dragon Kingdom have already begun to take action. My relatives are driving excavators. I heard that within a day, not only Wanjiang City, even Wanjiang City next door to a few cities of excavators, loaders have been requisitioned. Now they're all digging and filling up the mountains by the Wanjiang Reservoir, and even the helicopters are being used to transport the mud. You taste it, you taste it. My second uncle is driving a transport truck. I heard him say that he was transporting mud in the valley by the Wanjiang Reservoir, and he really saw the tail of a giant auger fall on the side of the valley, and it was said that the place was fishy and smelled especially big. Just one tail alone was more than 10 meters long. The whole giant auger is now lying in the valley resting. The size is really horrible, at least hundreds of meters. There are pictures and videos and the truth. The incident of the giant scaly dragon is too big, and now it is the internet era, so it can't be hidden. Once the plan to move the mountain to trap the auger began, many workers shot the video of the giant auger immediately went viral on the internet. Looking at such a large size of the auger, the netizens called out 666,666. At the same time, all over the Dragon Kingdom, it was also revealed that the Dragon Kingdom officials started to invite folk experts to Wanjiang City to help. Among the list of invitees, there were Amei, Shaolin, Qingyun Mountain, including the overseas Hongmen and so on. On the internet, there were also rumors that there were also experts coming towards Wanjiang City from the western side of Shaanxi and Yunnan. On the microwave, there were constantly keywords rushing up the hot search. Under Mount Amei, hundreds of experts rented buses and departed for Wanjiang City. Shaolin martial arts monks departed, a total of more than 20 masters with great wealth. The airport chartered a plane and traveled to Wanjiang City. Huangshan Prosperity Sect, 17 Taoist masters departing for Wanjiang City. Overseas Hongmen masters traveled by boat to the Dragon Kingdom to help the giant scaly event. Yunnan Highway, shocking cash-footed giant spiders crossing the border. Yunnan compassionate masters heading to Wanjiang City. Shaanxi, a guy with a group of people at night highway bike ride to catch the road was arrested. The legendary corpse catchers exposed? The guy called himself Li Chang to go to Wanjiang City to help. Police tip: highway cycling is not desirable. A fine of 200, detention for 5 days, detention of transportation. Wojiazwang City, King Kongshan Subway Line 2 shocked 50 big men riding the subway, looking fierce, but actually give the elderly to give up their seats. The reason behind the warm heart, all the way to the subway for bus, rushed to Wanjiang City. King Yunshin Flying Footman program was suspended for 7 days. The Taoist masters chartered a special car, suspected of traveling to Wanjiang City. Folk clans from all over the world have made big moves. Hundreds of experts invited towards Wanjiang City. On the internet, it's even been talked about like crazy. Big move. It's a big move. Moving mountains and gathering folk experts. It seems that the higher-ups are also having a headache with the giant Jiao. Yes, it's a full gathering this time. So many experts gathered in Wanjiang City. It's too exciting. Damn. Is there a live broadcast of such a big event? I want to watch. Guys, don't panic. I'm told that Tiger Shark has a few hosts on their way to Wanjiang. I'll put the link to the live stream below. Remember to watch it then. It's live. It's absolutely fantastic. The anchors are awesome. Damn, this kind of big scene. I have to watch it even if I don't go to work. Green Cloud Mountain official microwave. Masters, have you really set off? Is the video on the internet real? Are you really going to Wanjiang City to deal with the giant scow incident? Online, there are netizens 8 on the hot search of the major mountain gate. Among them, Amei, Shaolin, and Mount Qingyun were the big mountain sects that were 8 and asked about the most. Especially Qingyun Mountain. The heat itself was high. Taoist Master Jingfeng of Qingyun Mountain also had forums and accounts opened for him by specialized fanatical slip and shovel suitors. The tens of millions of disciples of the slippery shovel sect were asking hundreds of 8 inquiries every day. Sect Master, say something. I heard that Green Cloud Mountain is really going to Wanjiang City to help solve the incident of the walking scaly dragon. Is it true? Sect Master, we're all waiting for a reply. If it's such a big commotion, at least let us know. We're not outsiders. Yes, I heard that the Amei school left a long time ago, and the Shaolin masters chartered the fastest plane, and have already arrived in Wanjiang City. When will Qingyun Mountain leave? Shouldn't we help the sliding shovel sect? As soon as the master gives the order, I'll gather all the Green Dragon Gang's assholes and rush to Wanjiang to help. Stop bragging. We're just ordinary people. We're not going to Wanjiang as cannon fodder. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Ha 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 ha. Faced with these questions, Amei and Shaolin chose not to reply. Qingyun Mountain's Taoist master Jingfeng, on the other hand, was frantically ate by the gang from the slippery shovel sect. Taoist master Jingfeng was helpless and could only send out a video to clarify. Today, there have been rumors spreading on the internet about the incident of Wanjiang City's walking Jiao, and there are also rumors of experts from all over the world going to Wanjiang City to help deal with the Jiao and Python. This matter, the poor Taoist does not know whether it is true or not, and no one has notified our Qingyun Mountain. However, it is true that we at Mount Qingyun have plans to go to Wanjiang City recently, but it does not have anything to do with the rumor of the python incident circulating on the internet. We are going to Wanjiang City because we have been invited to participate in an academic seminar work, so people should not take advantage of the blackmail and the people who have the intention to bring the rhythm on the internet. Finally, the poor road here also advised those online marketing number, talk to pay attention, do not spread rumors, the network is not outside the law, advise you to be careful what you say. Jingfeng Taoist video seems to clarify. In fact, there are careful netizens found. Jingfeng Taoist long speak, pupils dilated, hands and feet unnatural, volume increased, hand over mouth, eyes always dare not look at the camera. The most important thing is that when the head of the Taoist spoke, a sentence touched his nose 2 or 3 times. Directly the netizens looked at the laugh. Ha 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 ha. Jingfeng Taoist chief a clarification video, without a word of truth is outrageous. The head of the road said, ing 80 years old, but also have to come out to say nonsense easy? You do not bully people too much. Said that the monk does not play lies it? The head of the road to say this kind of nonsense heart is not guilty? Taoist priest said, monks do not play lies, that is the monk said, this has nothing to do with my Taoism? Laughing me to death, Jingfeng Taoist priest 900 hard eyes on one person. Directly dumping marketing number. Marketing number, you damn, this pot I don't take the blame. This time it is really not me in the rumor, there are pictures on the internet have the truth. Don't worry about it, Qing Yunshan old fans are used to it, every time something happens the first rumor is Qing Yunshan, now is the classic daily rumor work, as we all know, Qing Yunshan rumor is equal to the real hammer. Everyone just wait and see. I remember the last time Qing Yunshan Taoist head of mouth, or a few months ago, Xiang City, the zombie thing, the results of the next night, Tianchi a sword in the air to destroy the zombie king, and the zombie king of the fight in the air, the Jingfeng Taoist head of the dozens of zombies captured in half an hour to go back. Ha 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 ha. Laughed me to death. Classic tough talking link. At this moment, on Qingyun Mountain, Qin Hao had also gotten an invitation from the official Dragon Kingdom to go to Wanjiang City. Qin Hao didn't expect that a giant scaly python had actually appeared in Wanjiang City and a scaly walking incident had occurred. The legendary giant Zhao transformed into a dragon. It was also the first time he had seen it. Anyway, he didn't have much to do recently. How about going for a run? Just at this time, the system beep sounded. Ding! Releasing a new mission, invited to Wanjiang City, mission completion to obtain the reward, phase chi technique, and 300,000 incense value. Ding! Releasing a new mission, solving the Zhao Python incident, mission completion to obtain rewards, Ganoderma lucidum child 1, ginseng child 1, divine beast egg carousel extraction times 10, purple fragrance tripod 1, and incense value of 1 million yuan. Looking at the task released by the system. Now, Qin Hao couldn't go without it. These 2 mission rewards, the number of incense value rewards was simply explosive. The 2 missions combined actually had 1.3 million incense values. With this much incense value, one had to go even if one didn't. Today his wife's birthday, the author Bacteria to go out to play half a day in the afternoon by the way to eat a dinner, first update a chapter of 4,000 words, the rest of the specific may have to come back to the evening to update the next chapter. Everyone understands to bear a bit. Thank you. In addition, the daily request for monthly votes. Chapter 95, a chance encounter in a purple robe at a subway station is outrageous. Are they all so grounded? Please subscribe. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Qingyun Mountain, in front of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Qin Hao personally points people. There were originally a total of 8 red-robed Taoist masters on Mount Qingyun. Now, there was another red-robed bear Taoist who had joined Qingyun Mountain afterward. That is to say, on Mount Qingyun, there were 9 red-robed Taoist masters in total. This time, a total of 8. 7 red-robed Taoist masters plus 1 Xiong Taoist master. Leaving 1 Jing Dust Taoist master to stay on the mountain to maintain the overall situation. Can't all go to Wanjiang City, Qingyun mountainside, also have to leave one down. Because this trip to Wanjiang City was a trip to deal with the Zhao Python. Even Qin Hao personally went out. The yellow-robed disciples on Qingyun Mountain would not need to follow. Together with the purple-robed Heavenly Master, there were a total of 9 people traveling to Wanjiang City. 1 purple-robed, 8 red-robed. This was a row that could not be described as large. In addition to bringing along 8 red-robed Taoists. This time, Qin Hao also brought along my animal, Fofo, and the Corpse King and 2 flying stiffs. The Corpse King and flying stiffs naturally didn't need to be mentioned, carry-on fighters. At critical times, they could protect the Heavenly Master's safety. As for why the 2 goods, Mythical Beast and Fofo, were brought. Fofo was now being raised by Qin Hao, and because it was extremely humane, it was quite favored by the Heavenly Master. It was natural to bring it with him when he went out. As for the animal, it was the animal. All day long, lying on the incense burner of the Heavenly Master's mansion in Qingyun Mountain, it swallowed clouds and inhaled incense. Either smoking or sleeping. Qin Hao was afraid that it would smoke its brain silly. This time when he went out, he specially brought it with him just to let it go out and walk around more to prevent Alzheimer's. After counting the number of people, a group of Tao masters then set off from the Heavenly Master's mansion and went down the mountain by car. On the mountain path of Qingyun Mountains hiking. Qingyun Mountain was 1 purple and 8 red, and F9 slowly came down along the mountain path from the Heavenly Master's mansion. On the mountain path, a large number of tourists watched this team descend the mountain. There were sideways glances. After all, that was the Heavenly Master. There were also the red-robed Taoist masters of Mount Qingyun. With such a luxurious formation coming down the mountain, those who knew that they were departing for Wanjiang City. Those who didn't know thought that this lineup was coming down the mountain to start a war with someone. After all, Tiancher plus 8 red-robed Taoist masters, this lineup to wear is not closed eyes brush copia? Many tourists on the mountain road took out their cell phones to take pictures, and there were also anchors who used their lenses to broadcast live. Netizens saw Qingyun Mountain down so many Taoist masters, the heat instantly exploded. So many Taoist masters coming down the mountain. Outrageous. 1 wearing purple robes, 8 wearing red robes, this lineup to brush the hell level copies or closed eyes over it. Too shocking, on this lineup to who in front of a station, to whom the legs are not soft Ghost, quickly run, the mountain that group of Taoist priests down, came to 8 wearing red robes and a wearing purple robes, scared to death. Ghost, I was so scared. Jia Python, Nima, this lineup, you guys to brush me do not mind wasting time? If you can put together this lineup, you can go brush the true dragon. What's the point of bullying a little python like me? If that ogre in Wanjiang City saw this image, it would probably have started foaming at the mouth. You guys, what's that thing following beside Tiancher's leg? It's a new species. I didn't realize what it was until you told me. It looks like a dog but not a dog, it looks a bit like a lion but is more powerful than a lion. Moreover, why is this thing smoking? Sure enough, to be able to mix with the Divine Master are not simple goods, afraid not to lead out a beast. Celestial Master, I'm an immortal cultivator, it's reasonable to raise a divine beast and pull it out. What's all the fuss about? Quickly look, among those red-robed Taoist priests, there is even a bear wearing a Taoist robe. Is this bear a Taoist priest too? No way, it's become a spirit? I'm convinced. Green Cloud Mountain is really something. The netizens are buzzing. Under a convergence of eyes. Qin Hao, on the other hand, walked down the mountain calmly with the Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there was already a special car booked by Qingyun Mountain waiting here in advance. One by one, the Taoist masters climbed into the car. The first few were okay. The driver master had just taken a sip of water, and in the next second, he saw a black bear stepping up with heavy steps as well. As soon as the black bear got into the car, the entire specialty car collapsed downward. The driver's mouthful of water almost didn't go straight out. The driver's mouthful of water almost didn't go straight out. How can there be a bear in a car? The driver's face turned green with fear. When he received the call, he was saying that he was picking up a group of Taoist masters from Qingyun Mountain to go to Wanjiang City. I thought that picking up a group of Taoist long-distance running not only can make money, but also quite safe. Who would have thought that this group of Taoist masters brought up a huge black bear? The driver had never seen such a scene? The driver's door was about to run away. Just at this time, the bear Taoist spoke up. It said, Supreme Heavenly Father, monks do not need to be afraid, the poor Taoist is a bear Taoist on the Qingyun Mountain, not the mountain practice cannibalism wild demon, the poor Taoist will not hurt you. Taoist Xiong said, don't you humans still have a saying that you can't judge a person by his appearance? You cannot just look at the appearance to assess their good or bad The driver listened to this black bear actually spoke. The driver was even more scared, almost didn't pass out directly. A talking black bear. A demon. The driver's legs went weak with fear. Wanting to run, it didn't even have the strength. At this moment, it looked at the black bear Taoist in front of it. Although, the words of the bear Taoist priest is so. But the driver master more or less heart still balked. After all, now standing in front of himself is a bear more than 2 meters tall, body fat like a small mountain, covered with black hair, full of horizontal meat, fangs exposed when talking, fierce and vicious. Such a big demon bear in front of you, you are not afraid? The driver was scared anyway. Although this black bear said that he was a cultivated demon spirit. But this word, looking at it, has little credibility. He was afraid that this bear would eat himself at the drop of a hat. But if it was an ordinary person, the driver would still be able to drive the passengers down. This black bear, he really didn't dare. The driver didn't have the guts to say anything about such a big guy. He was afraid that if he said it, he might be the one who was thrown off. There was no choice but to let the black bear Taoist master get on the bus, and the driver consoled himself. So many Green Cloud Mountain Taoist masters are here, that black bear shouldn't be able to do anything to himself. But after the black bear got on the car, immediately following this up, were 3 mysterious people wearing large black robes. The driver master froze in fear. He had read the news on the internet. knew that there was a large number of zombies on Qingyun Mountain that were recovered from Xiang City next door. It was dressed in big black robes. Now all of a sudden came up 3. The driver did not even dare to squeak. Watching these 3 black-robed people move stiffly, without making a sound, climbed into the car and sat in the last row. Driver people are numb. Damn. Lousy today pull. This is a group of what people ah? Tianshi, Taoist masters are not even. Even the ing black bears, zombies have come. If I can still go back alive after this trip, then I can be a god in his industry. At the bottom of Mount Qingyun, everyone got on the bus. The driver kicked the gas down, the car toward Wanjiang City. Wanjiang City is not as close to Longguang City as Xiang City and Longguang City, but it's not too far. By car, it would take 5 or 6 hours to get there. At this distance, it was impossible to take an airplane. Otherwise, Qin Hao would definitely buy a plane ticket to Wanjiang City. After 6 hours of sitting in the car, Qin Hao and the others finally arrived in Wanjiang City. According to the agreement, the driver of the special car put them down next to a subway station. This place was still some distance away from the disaster area. Qin Hao had already favored the route when he came. Getting off near the subway station, as long as they took line 3 to the bottom station, it was not far from the disaster area after they left the station. Moreover, at the bottom station, there were still specialized anti-disaster personnel guarding it. When the time comes, they can ask for a car with those anti-disaster personnel and bring them to the disaster area. Led by Qin Hao, a group of Taoist masters from Qingyun Mountain walked towards the subway station. At this moment, it was the time to get off work. The rush hour of getting off work. Although part of Wanjiang City was a disaster area. But this area, it was still safe. People should go to work and live their lives. As soon as they got off work at this moment, many workers in the neighborhood took the subway to go home. Just as they walked to the entrance of the subway, they saw a purple-robed one at the entrance of the subway, leading a group of red-robed Taoist priests to walk inside together as well. The people of Wanjiang City were stunned. A Taoist master from Qingyun Mountain? Heavenly Master. Wu Ni Ma. So close and still alive. Is it true? The Taoist master of Green Cloud Mountain has really come to Manyang. And the Heavenly Master has come over too. The pedestrians at the subway station were shocked to see the Taoist masters riding the subway. They wouldn't dare to dream of meeting a Heavenly Master in a subway station. These Taoist masters, are they so grounded? Many pedestrians and white-collar workers in Wanjiang City gathered around, and many of them took out their cell phones to take photos and record videos. In the photos and videos, the one wearing the purple robe stood in front of a subway ticket machine, pulling out his cell phone to buy a ticket. Next to it, in front of several ticket machines, several Taoist masters in red robes were also buying tickets. This scene was recorded by pedestrians. Some people sent it to the circle of friends, and others sent it to their chat groups and family groups. Honey, guess where I am now? Didn't you say you just got on the subway? Where else? Guess who I saw in the subway station? A photo was sent over. In the photo, a row of red-robed Taoist priests and a purple-robed one were buying tickets. The white-collar wife was stunned. This Nima is the Taoist master of Qingyun Mountain arriving in Wanjiang City? But what the hell is taking the subway? Life can be grounded, but it can't be grounded to the government. A similar bridge happened on many people's cell phones. Even the news rushed to the hot search. The Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain arrived in Wanjiang City and is now buying tickets at the subway station. On how grounded the Qingyun Mountain Taoist masters can be, a chance encounter at the subway station is outrageous. Wearing purple robes on the subway, ing direct people stupid. At this time, Qin Hao and a group of red-robed Taoist masters have bought subway tickets. Sitting in a 6-hour special bus to Wanjiang City, now, already to the end of the work time. The official Dragon Country invited them to come to Wanjiang City to deal with the Jiao Python together. Just arrive in 3 days at the latest. The Dao Masters arrived in Wanjiang City so early in advance. Qin Hao decided that he would find a place to eat tonight and then open a hotel to stay. Tomorrow, it would be the same to stroll around Wanjiang City and wait for everyone to arrive before going to the disaster area. I heard that Wanjiang City is more famous for its pedestrian street. Take line 1 to the bottom station and get off, and walk 500 meters to it. So Qin Hao and the others directly bought the subway ticket of line 1. First take the subway to the pedestrian street to eat. Qin Hao led several red-robed Taoist masters to the subway security checkpoint to accept the security check with the subway ticket. A few subway security police and volunteers held a speaker outside. Please enter the station in advance to open the health code, flu monitoring report, and measure the body temperature. Off-peak, keep order to enter the station one by one. Now in this season, the flu is very serious, and you have to show proof to enter the subway. Hearing this, Qin Hao and a group of Taoists froze. Looking at the people in front of them, they all opened their health codes and flu monitoring reports one by one. Qin Hao looked at a few of the Taoist elders. The Dao lords all shook their heads. This stuff, they didn't have it. They were all people who lived in the mountains all year round. Where did they get these things? Even some of the older Taoist masters were still using old-age phones. This directly put a group of Taoist masters in a difficult position. After a while, they hesitantly walked over. The subway volunteers looked at the group of Taoist robes and stopped them. "Comrade, please show your health code and flu report." The leader of the group, Taoist Jing Xian, opened his mouth and said, "That, little comrade, you first listen to poor Taoist. The thing is like this, our group of people only came from Longguang City today, and before that, they have been in the mountains. There is no flu in the mountains over there, and we don't have the health code either. However, although there is no proof of those, but the poor Taoist and others can assure you that we will not carry the flu on our bodies. Do you believe me when I say this?" Listening to the words of Taoist Jing Xian. Next to him, the pedestrians and white-collar workers on the sidelines all laughed. Whether the volunteers believed them or not, they didn't know. But these passers-by believed it anyway. Qingyun Mountain on the Taoist master, but also a bunch of red robes, on this group of people can still be infected with the flu? Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention the flu. Fear is not even if the world's strongest virus rabies, Ebola came, but also have to give the Taoist masters kowtow one. Taoist master, what kind of flu bacteria can pass the golden light spell off? The volunteers also reflected at this time. No wonder they just felt that these guys looked so familiar. And they were also wearing Taoist robes. At first, these subway volunteers thought it was cosplay. Now that they took a closer look, this is not a cos. This is the true Taoist master of Qingyun Mountain. They actually with a group of wearing red robes to health code is outrageous. You have to know that this group of Taoist masters, or the official high level of the Dragon State, is not easy to invite from the mountain. If the top knows that this group of Taoist masters were actually stopped by the subway health code, the leaders can skin them. Volunteers hurriedly said, "Sorry, a few Taoist masters, we just did not recognize it as you. Since all of you are from the mountains down, inconvenient to show the health code, then forget it, measure the body temperature can be. I don't have a health code, I don't need a flu monitor. But the body temperature should still be taken." Taoist Jing Xian nodded his head. This was people's work, so they definitely had to cooperate a bit. Thus, a group of red-robed Taoist elders lined up and went over to take their temperatures one by one. Qin Hao also stood in the middle of the line. When it was his turn, the volunteers all froze. Purple-robed? Volunteer, no, you can forget it. This is a purple-robed celestial master. What's the point of taking a temperature? Doesn't anyone really think that someone wearing a purple robe can still catch a new crown or a fever and cold? The volunteer directly skipped Qin Hao. Stretched the temperature gun to the next one behind Qin Hao. Drip. Temperature 0. No body temperature displayed. HM? The volunteer froze for a moment. What happened? The temperature gun is broken? It can't be. This equipment was just issued. How could it be broken? The volunteer patted the temperature gun in his hand. Once again, he put the temperature gun behind Qin Hao and measured the necks of those three people wearing big black robes. But, after measuring it many times, there was still no temperature. The volunteer froze. Looking at the three in black robes in front of him. A face of vigilance. Three big living people, no temperature on their bodies? Damn. The volunteer said, "3, is it convenient to take off the hat and mask? The body temperature gun may have been interfered with by these things, please cooperate with us." Seeing the situation, Qin Hao said slowly, "Several young comrades, I think the three of them don't need to be measured. These three people are our honest people on Qingyun Mountain, is a volunteer on the mountain, usually not much down the mountain, thin skin, so all the way with a mask. It is not good to take off the mask in this public." Qin Hao kindly reminded. "In fact, it is already very clear. These three people walked with us. The temperature outside is more than 30 degrees in broad daylight. They are still dressed so tightly and have masks on their faces. You guess why? Think about it, why don't the three of them have body heat? If you really take off the mask in public in the subway station, do you want to see three zombies spitting black gas at you?" Listening to Qin Hao say this, several volunteers reacted at once. At this time, when they looked at these three people again, their backs broke out in sweat. Nima, these three, together are not human. The volunteers were so scared that they dropped the thermometer in their hands. Lost, they just fooled around to the three zombies measured half a day body temperature. No wonder they couldn't measure it. It is not the problem of the thermometer gun, but the three people themselves are cool. Look at the volunteer thermometer gun dropped. And fell on the feet of the first zombie. This zombie, without saying a word, bent down to pick up the thermometer gun and handed it to the volunteer. Even nodded his head, very polite appearance. The volunteers were dumbfounded. Volunteer, I have never seen such a polite zombie in my life. A zombie picks up the thermometer gun for me, tell this story, not to mention other people don't believe it, he himself doesn't believe it. Let these three zombies pass. The next one to take the temperature, the body size is huge. Almost 3 meters tall, a big man. As soon as this big man came over, he jerked up his red robe, revealing an arm full of black hairs and stretching it over. The volunteer who took the temperature looked at this hand full of black hair and froze in place. The temperature gun on his hand even measured a high temperature of 41 degrees. The entire display of the thermometer turned red. The volunteer looked up at the owner of the arm. A huge, fierce black bear wearing a robe. The volunteer's brain went down on the spot. At this moment, he even felt like he wasn't working in a subway station. Working in a haunted house is not as scary as this. A big black bear put his hand over to measure his temperature is outrageous. The key to this black bear also spit human speech, supreme god, small comrades, the bear's body temperature is higher than human beings, I do not have a fever, do you believe? Volunteers are about to cry, I dare not believe it? Black bears on the subway, volunteers are skeptical, this is still the human society he lives in? Movies don't even dare to shoot like this. This black bear, they don't dare to stop it. And it's coming with the master of the sky, and it speaks human language. The subway staff, too, can only treat it as a cultivated and decent demon. Otherwise, stopping such a big black bear, who can settle it? Follow the Taoists and hurry. It was hard to pass the first barrier of the body temperature detection port. Then, the Taoist masters came to the security checkpoint. Several police officers stood next to the security check machine, said, several Taoist masters, please put your luggage on the track, as long as you do not carry control knives, explosives, dangerous goods on the line. A few security police words just finished, the air was quiet. Because came these several Taoist masters on each person, who does not carry a sword off? The black bear at the end, even more directly the steel mixed iron stick in the hand. Taoist master Jing Xian took off the spirit sword on his back and looked at the steel mixed iron stick in the black bear spirit's hand. He said, these things, are they also considered controlled tools and dangerous goods? The policemen were all dumbfounded by the Taoist master's question. What do you say? Do you guess it counts? A group of Taoist masters were helpless. The one in the purple robe was still planning to salvage a bit and said, several officers, these, if we say they are handicrafts, can we pass? Be accommodating. Qin Hao hadn't thought of all this before he took the subway. After he crossed over to this world, he had been living in the mountains, and this was the first time he took the subway. If I had known, I would have put away these spirit swords and iron rods in advance. Now that he was stopped, it was quite troublesome. One could only hope that these few police officers would be accommodating. After all, they were also here to help with good intentions. The few policemen glanced at each other. One of the security captains asked, can I take a look at these things first? Saying that they were artifacts, they had to let them inspect them first as well. Taoist master Jing Xian handed over his spirit sword. Then, this security captain attempted to draw his spirit sword. There was a scuffling sound. The spirit sword came out of its sheath. This sword, it even had its own green light. The security captain touched the blade of the sword with his hand, wanting to see the sharpness and check if it was an open blade. Watching this security captain act so dangerously, Taoist master Jing Xian was startled. Originally, he thought that it would be fine to let him check it out. We all know how to understand, open a back door. Who would have thought that this guy directly with his hand to touch the sword blade? Ah. Nima. That's a spirit sword, how dare you use your hands? Jing Xian subconsciously shouted, hey. Careful, don't touch it. The security captain was startled by the sound of his voice. The hand holding the sword slipped, and the spirit sword in his hand made a direct turn in the air. Then, there was a sword chi directly soaring out. The sword chi scratched on the ground, and on the mat tiles laid on the floor of the subway station, it cut out a 1-foot-long sword mark. The security chief was stunned. The rest of the police and passers-by were also dumbfounded. This sword. It's too outrageous. Is this what you call an artifact? The security captain had never seen such a powerful sword. If he had just touched the blade of the sword, would his fingers still be on his hand? If he had touched the blade just now, would his fingers still be on his hand? At that moment, he did not dare to touch it. But these swords, want to bring into the subway station, belong to a little difficult to do. This is to ask the superior well. So the security captain called to contact his superiors. He came back a few minutes later. The superior scolded him. How dare you stop the divine master? How many ing guts do you have? Touching someone's spirit sword? Don't you want to live? If the divine master wants to make trouble, he can blow up a whole subway station without even entering it. How can they still stand here and cooperate with your inspection? These guys, why don't they know how to be flexible? The superior is furious. The security captain was scolded by his superiors, how dare he stop the Taoist chief? There's no need to check anything. Just go straight in. What bad thoughts can the Taoist masters have? Zombies, black bears. Put them in too. I don't think anything will happen. 6,000 words big chapter. Together with the previous 4,000 words, 10,000 words finished today. Chapter 96, Tattooed Man, I was scared to death. The first time, I was scared. Please subscribe. Subway line 1, in the car. The subway stopped at the previous station. Because it was the off-work rush hour, the car was crowded with white-collar workers and students working in the neighborhood, and it was summer at the moment, and the temperature outside was high. Everyone was quite hot. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the subway, so it was a bit more comfortable. A male anchor walked into the subway station with his live broadcast equipment. As he walked, he said, "Brothers, now we take the subway to the pedestrian street and take you to visit some of the local restaurants and famous specialty snacks in Wanjiang City." In the subway station, the male anchor was talking to the camera at length. He was broadcasting live to promote Wanjiang City. Then, he saw that following behind him, several tattooed big men got on this subway car together. When the male anchor got on the car, the seats in the car were already filled with people. He didn't have a place to sit, so he simply stood on the side. But these tattooed dudes weren't so disciplined. They stood directly in front of a group of little girls. This group of little girls, looking at just 14 or 15 years old, the age of middle school. Just now also in the excited chat about the things that happened in the school. Called suddenly a few tattooed big men to them in front of a look. This group of big men also put their arm tattoos exposed. A few little girls looked up and looked at the fierce appearance of these few big men. Everyone was scared. We're still dare to sit here. Scared to get up to give them a seat. After forcing these few little girls away, the tattooed big men sat down with satisfaction. This scene just so happened to be broadcast live by the male anchor's camera in its entirety. It was filmed online. All of a sudden, the male anchor's live broadcast audience was enraged. "This gang, what a thick skin. How good. What's the point of bullying students? You're still getting tattoos? It's so embarrassing. I'm over 30 years old and I've never seen such a thing. Tattoos are supposed to be a form of art, an attitude towards life and a hobby, but they're being used as a capital for pretending to be a bully." I vomited. People also occupy the position of the little girl, do not know thought they have how powerful it, in fact, is a simple batch. "Anchor, can you stand this? Go up and give these four a big slap in the face and I'll give you 10 rockets right away." If I were there, I couldn't stand it. Don't give me that. There are 4 of them, 4 big guys. Do you want to take the anchor to the hospital? Anchor, don't be impulsive. You can't beat them. Live broadcast pop-up area. More than 100,000 netizens were furious. Some people encouraged the anchor to go up to justice, one person to send them a big slap. Some people advised the anchor to calm down, 1 to 4 can't beat them. Moreover, these days, if you win, you go to the bureau, if you lose, you go to the hospital, there is no need to exchange 1 for 1 with the scum. The male anchor clenched his fists. In the end, he did not go over. The other party is indeed many people, and he is also panicked in his heart. This breath can only be swallowed. In the subway car, there are many other people with the same idea as the male anchor. But these white-collar workers, old people, looking at the 4 tattooed big men with rough muscles, also dared to be angry. At this time, the subway slowly stopped, stopping at the next station. The 4 tattooed big men are still blowing awesome, where to go for dinner at night. The next moment, the car door opened. At the head was a purple-robed one striding in. Following behind, were 3 in black robes, then 8 in red robes. After entering the carriage, they came in front of these 4 tattooed big men and stood apart in a single line. Throughout the carriage, the atmosphere instantly froze. The male anchor's mouth was open. This. Wearing purple robes, wearing red robes. Taoist masters from Qin Mountain? This is all the way to Wanjiang City? Someone in the pop-up area of the live broadcast swiped. "Celestial Master, I just remembered, I just watched the news, Celestial Master has indeed arrived in Wanjiang City, and is taking the subway, the anchor's luck is awesome. This can be a chance encounter. 1 purple and 8 red. Who else is there? Ah, you guys, look, the Heavenly Master stood directly in front of those 4 big men, who didn't dare to raise their heads. Tiancher, the tattoo is good, quite nice, but the poor Taoist is standing right here, do you dare to move? These 4 big brothers, just now was not still quite powerful? How come since the Taoist masters came up, all of a sudden they became honest?" The pop-up area went crazy with laughter. Because they realized that since the Heavenly Masters walked into the carriage, these 4 tattooed big men instantly stopped talking. Nonsense, how dare they talk? These 4 tattooed big men were still blowing awesome just now, and as they were blowing, they felt their eyes go black. They looked up and a huge black bear stood in front of them. It was ferocious and covered in black fur. The damn eyes were red. The tattooed big man was scared and confused. Then looking at the side, a purple-robed one and several red-robed ones. This Nima Qin Mountain Taoist master It wasn't like the tattooed big man hadn't seen the news. The Taoist masters have more, they know it by heart. Who here dared to pretend to be a pussy in front of the Taoist master? Instantly, they were honest. And, after sitting for a while, sweating profusely. The sense of oppression was too strong. The 4 tattooed dudes felt like they were fidgeting. Hurriedly, they got up and said, "A few Taoist masters, you guys sit, you guys sit." The 4 big men got up and gave place to the ones in purple robes. Qin Hao looked at these four hands giving him a seat, revealing a smile. Supreme Heavenly Father, thank you Jusher, but I'm not tired, you guys sit by yourselves. How would the four big men dare to sit? Just the oppressive feeling of the Heavenly Master and that big black bear could crush them. It was hard for them to sit here. Hurrying to say, we are not tired, you sit, young people like us, we should exercise, standing is quite good. Qin Hao sniffed and didn't push back, he said, alright then, thanks to the four of you, a few monks are really good people. Qin Hao didn't know what happened before. He didn't expect that these four with tattoos, who looked fierce and vicious. The hearts were actually so kind. Sure enough, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Qin Hao thanked these four big men. However, he didn't sit down by himself. They were cultivators, and their physiques were all strong. Sitting on a subway wasn't tiring. Qin Hao looked around and looked at a few little middle school girls standing on the side. He said, a few of you, take a seat. Qin Hao gave his seat to the students. These students, going to school is also quite tiring. Still the flowers of the motherland. There were seats or let them sit down and rest. A few female students were flattered and thanked the Heavenly Master while sitting down. Watching this scene, the male anchors in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh. A Heavenly Master was still a Heavenly Master after all. This pattern. It opened up in a flash. No wonder people are Heavenly Masters, this quality, I'm convinced. Not only is he capable, but he also respects the old and loves the young. I don't care, from today onwards, I'm a Heavenly Master brainwashed fan. The Taoist master of Mount Qingyun has pushed all his life. You guys look at those four big men, haha, tattoos are hidden, laugh me to death. At this time, someone in the live audience noticed a blind spot. In the corner, after the four tattooed hunks gave up their seats, they stood next to each other, well behaved like elementary school students. Four people full set of upper cuffs. Scared to hurry to hide the tattoos. Cannot hide? Do not hide, they are afraid that a moment of the Heavenly Master will take them as demons in passing in addition. 10 minutes later. The subway opened to the bottom of the first station. After arriving at the station, Taoist masters out of the carriage, along with the flow of people out of the subway station. After walking out, Qin Hao led a group of Taoist masters to find a place to eat first. Qin Hao took out his cell phone and opened Mastianping, looking for a place nearby where things were delicious. Soon, they came to a restaurant called Lu Wei Restaurant. This restaurant specialized in Lu cuisine, one of the 8 major cuisines. I heard that it did quite well. The ratings on the popular review were also quite high. Qin Hao led the Taoists inside. Simply ate a meal inside. After eating, the Taoists went to a nearby hotel and opened a few rooms for the night. Afterwards, Qin Hao went to the hotel room to take a shower and change his clothes. At night, they came out to stroll around and experience the worldly customs. This time, the Taoists all changed into their respective regular clothes. After all, it was just a walk for leisure. There was no need to flaunt around in their vestments. Qin Hao, who was dressed in casual clothes, and Taoist master Jing Xian and the others gathered at the entrance of the hotel. When the people arrived, they walked towards the pedestrian street together. This pedestrian street in Wanzhong City had a history of more than 30 years. At night, it was still bustling with activity. The entire street was filled with golden-colored lights, illuminating the entire street. On both sides of the street, men and women came and went. Along the way, there were many hawkers and stores to see. There were also quite a few selling local specialty snacks. Qin Hao picked and bought some, savoring the local specialties. Taoist master Jing Xian, on the other hand, led a few other Taoist masters towards the milk tea store. He went to buy a little bit of milk tea. Qin Hao took my animal, Fofo, and the 3 zombies and walked to the pedestrian street. At the end of the pedestrian street was a huge big river. In the river, colored lights, fountains and sightseeing boats were also set up. As long as one paid a little bit of money, one could rent a small boat and raft in the lake. At the moment, there were quite a few couples rowing on the river, laughing and smiling, and the air was full of youthfulness. Qin Hao and the 3 zombies sat on the edge of the lake, blowing the evening breeze and viewing the lake view. He couldn't help but think of his previous life, before he crossed over. When he was in college, he also went fishing and boating in the lake with his fellow students. At that time, he was not a heavenly master. There were still friends, unlike now where one was so lonely. Now, although he was a heavenly master and had the ability to pass through the heavens and the earth, but he was too lonely. Although Taoist Jing Xian and the others were from the same sect. But for the celestial master, they were more in respect and didn't dare to overstep. Qin Hao had come to this world for 2 years. Counting up, he surprisingly didn't have a single friend he could talk to. Sure enough, the great road traveled alone. Once one stepped onto this cultivation path, one was destined to be alone. Anyone who knew about his or her identity as a celestial master would inadvertently develop a sense of awe and keep a distance from him or her. Qin Hao shook his head, looking at the 3 zombies sitting next to him. Those who could keep company with themselves now, without distance, were these 3. Just when Qin Hao was watching the lake and lamenting, Not far away from Qin Hao, on a bridge erected over the river, there was a surprisingly loud and noisy sound. Qin Hao looked along. It turned out that he didn't know when, but there was a girl sitting on the bridge. It looked like she couldn't think about it and wanted to lighten her life. Some pedestrians in the surroundings were also terrified after discovering her. Rushed to persuade the girl not impulsive. There are things can be said. So young, there is no such thing as a hurdle that cannot be overcome. On the bridge, the police enforcing the law on the pedestrian street were all attracted over. The police are also persuading, girl, what difficulties you tell us, there is nothing that cannot be solved, do not take life as a joke. Next to the passers-by, also in concurrence, yes, you are so young, only 20-something, don't be impulsive What else is more important than life? Come down first and then talk about it. But listening to these passers-by, the girl's emotions became more agitated. She's a high school student. Because she's going to college soon, she's under too much pressure to study. And her family didn't understand. The girl felt like she was going crazy. In the face of her family's accusations, she made up her mind to seek death. Who to persuade today is useless. The girl's parents received the alarm, rushed over from home. Looking at their daughter sitting on the bridge to jump into the river. The girl's mother almost fainted in fear. The girl's father is a face of anger. Surprisingly, he was still reprimanding her, no talent thing. Hurry up and come down, shame on you. You're about to go to college. Is studying for us? What about pressure? Are you as stressed as I am? If there's anything you want to talk about, you can do it at home. As soon as the girl's father said this, all the passers-by around changed their faces. They looked at the girl's father with a look. Are you out of your mind? Your own daughter is sitting on the bridge, obviously going to jump into the river. Now do not stabilize her emotions first to save people down. Still here to stimulate her. Crazy? The police are looking at the girl's father with a speechless look. You can't speak, can you not speak? Just then, the girl listened to her father's words and she stood up. Looking at the river at her feet. This time, she didn't hesitate for half a second, and with a long leap, she jumped. Looking at the figure of the entire person jumping down towards the river. The girl's father also sat on his butt on the ground. He did not expect that his daughter really dared to jump. At this moment, regret and chagrin filled his heart. Watching the girl really jumped into the river. Surrounded by passers-by screaming in fear. A few policemen hurriedly swooped in and looked at the girl who landed in the river and sank. These few policemen looked at each other. Among them, there was only one who could swim. Moreover, the swimming was not really good. After all, swimming was not a necessary skill for the police. An adult girl, who committed suicide and jumped into the river, in this situation, at least 2 adults were needed to save her. One person to save, and still not very proficient in water. It is easy to be pulled into the river with the suicidal person and drowned. After all, this kind of thing hadn't been shown on the news much. The policeman then looked around at the passers-by on the bridge and asked, everyone, does anyone know how to swim? Come with me to save people. So asked. The surrounding passers-by, you look at me, I look at you, all silent. Saving people? These days, forget it. Who the hell is going to save them? Even if there are those who can swim, they don't dare to venture out and talk. It's not beneficial to save people, and it's also dangerous. Wasn't there a news story before? A group of girls' dogs fell into the water, in the bank loudly calling for help. A boy passed by the river to save the dog. As a result, the dog was not saved, and he himself drowned. In the end, in a dramatic turn of events, the dog was a natural swimmer, and he ended up swimming up himself. The boy who saved the dog drowned in the water. A few girls with dogs even complained afterward, we didn't ask him to save the dog. Drowning blame us? So, these days, who wants to go down to the river to save people? It's a lot of work. Drowning people are rescued, a word of thanks are not words on the go abound. If you don't get it right, you'll get yourself killed. No one on the bridge passers-by said nothing. The police are also speechless. What can we do? Chapter 97. All parties are gathered, just the celestial master is touching the fish. Second shift. Request for subscription. Request for monthly votes. Hundreds of people gathered around, and not a single person was willing to go to the rescue. These days, no one wants to be the head of the pack. The police don't even know what to say. Cops have families too. Who's not afraid to die? This girl is still a suicide. Ghost knows whether she will pull another one down when it comes to life and death. But the police only hesitated for a moment, and finally jumped in to save the person. In the water, the police struggled to swim towards the girl. Hundreds of pairs of eyes watching the water. In the river, this policeman grabbed the girl and was just about to pull her towards the shore. But in the water, the girl's strength is surprisingly large. The police not only cannot drag, but also have the feeling of being dragged down by her. Other colleagues on the bridge are anxious crazy. This girl, suicide do not pull people off. Next to the passers-by also look anxious. Too dangerous. On the other side, across the river. Where Qin Hao was, there were also many people gathered on the bank. These people, too, came to see the fun. Hearing that there was a river jumper over here, they all came to watch. Watching the river, the police were struggling in the water as the girl had a move to be pulled down. The crowd on the bank all let out a gasp. It's over, it's over. This is the end, the police to be pulled into the water. I told you, we can't save those who commit suicide by jumping into the water. It's too dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll pull a rescuer with you. When it's a matter of life and death, one person can't hold her back, especially when there's no point of gravity in the water. Can't any of you boys swim? Go and help. On the bank, there are old people playing Taijiquan and practicing swordsmanship also gathered around, looking at the thrilling scene in the river. They are anxious. At this moment, the bank so many young boys to play in the pedestrian street, don't just look at Some of the old people looked towards the young men on the bank. These young men smiled, no one wanted to go into the water. At the same time, there were also old people who looked their gazes towards Qin Hao. Just at this time, Taoist Jing Xian and the others returned from buying milk tea. They also brought a cup for the heavenly master. Taoist Master Jing Xian looked at so many people here and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Then, these Taoist masters saw the image of a lake in the distance, people falling into the water, and police officers being dragged to their deaths by those who had fallen into the water. Jingfeng Taoist chief watched all anxious. With milk tea in his hand, he went up and was about to slide a slide shovel into the water. Taoist Jing Xian pulled him back. "Senior brother, what are you rushing for? The heavenly master is here, can you still let you out?" Jing Xian Taoist master don't know what to say. This Taoist master Jingfeng is old. He has no eyesight. It's fine for you to act like a pussy without the heavenly master. Now that the one wearing the purple robe is still here, in this situation, is it necessary for you to make a move? Jingfeng Taoist master sniffed, quite reasonable, and directly braked and stopped. At this time, Qin Hao looked at the menacing scene in the river, and he also stood up. Only, he didn't go towards the river. Instead, he was directly on the bank, standing up with his horse. Raising his hands, he slowly played Taiji fist. Taijiquan. Starting posture. Left and right wild horses split their temples. White crane wings, knee stance. Qin Hao's hands moved gently. Seemingly slow and careless. In fact, he mobilized the surrounding heaven and earth aura. Both hands divided yin and yang. The old people and young couples around looked at this guy Qin Hao. There are still people falling into the river, it is a dangerous time. This guy was actually playing Taijiquan leisurely here. The old people were accusing, this young man, what is he doing? What time is it, still playing boxing here? And this Taijiquan, it's not right. It's not as good as mine. The posture doesn't even look standard. It's too slow. This Tai Chi is amateurish. Why don't you stop fighting and go save someone? Qin Hao turned a deaf ear to these voices. The next moment. Right in the river, the policeman and the girl were about to sink into the water. Qin Hao rose his hand and made a move of sparrow's tail. Boom! A large amount of true essence rushed out from his hand. Like a void sledgehammer, it pounded into the center of the river. Along with Qin Hao's move across the bank, he blasted out. Under the bridge, in the center of the river, it unexpectedly exploded directly. A large number of water splashes whistled up. It washed that policeman up into the sky, along with the diving girl. Then, Qin Hao stepped out. High probing horse. Turning around to move the blocking whack. He held his hands as if holding the void. As if holding the two people in the air. Bouncing them onto the bridge. On the bridge, on the shore. The passers-by watching were stunned. What the hell is going on here? Just now it was a very dangerous rescue scene. How come, all of a sudden, the river under the water blew up? Directly up the people. What the hell is this? The people watching on the bridge don't know what's going on. But at the moment, these passers-by on the bank by Qin Hao's side were looking at Qin Hao, who had just been playing Taijiquan, with numb gazes. If they were not wrong. The water in the river just now was hit like that by this young man's Taijiquan through the air? Although it was very reluctant to admit it. But, combined with Qin Hao's moves just now, the action. And the reaction of the water in the river. Seemingly, it was really like that. Qin Hao's move, ranged sparrowtail, directly exploded the entire water surface. A move to turn around and move the blocking whack, bouncing the two people who flew up into the sky to the bridge. This Nima. It's Taiji fist? The old man who was just pointing at Qin Hao's Tai Chi fist. At this moment, they are all numb. Are they worthy of pointing at others? The Taijiquan practiced by these old people is at most a way to strengthen the body and practice for fun. They couldn't even fight. But the Taijiquan in Qin Hao's hand. Blowing up the lake through the air, a fist force bounced two people away from hundreds of meters away. How to compare? The old people feel that the clown is actually myself? The small couples and young people next to them are also stunned. What the is this guy? So bullish? Qin Hao finished saving people. Slowly exhaled a breath. Sinking his shoulders and closing his posture. The whole time, not a word was said. Turned around and left. Behind him, 3 black-robed men followed and left. After the incident, he whisked his clothes away, hiding his achievements and fame. Behind them, a group of onlookers looked at Qin Hao's back, full of admiration. Saved 2 people by the way. As for what will happen to the girl who committed suicide later, it was none of Qin Hao's business. At this moment, he was holding a milk tea, and in front of him, in the open space of the pedestrian street, there was a large group of tourists gathered around. In the center of the field, there was a group of Jang jugglers. On top of the high platform, there were people changing faces, breathing fire, performing magic tricks, and beating gongs and drums. It was very lively. Qin Hao watched for a while and found that there was even someone performing flying swords in space. Although Qin Hao could tell at a glance that the flying sword was suspended by an extremely thin silk thread. But ordinary people definitely couldn't see it. It had to be said that being able to do this, the spectacle was already very high. Qin Hao couldn't help but clap his hands even when he was holding milk tea in the crowd. He didn't realize that the image of himself hiding in the crowd, drinking milk tea and watching the juggling act, was filmed by passers-by. It was transmitted to the internet. As soon as the photos and videos were circulated. Soon, someone from the netizens discovered Qin Hao standing in the middle of the crowd. Heavenly Master. This face was too familiar. Although Qin Hao wasn't wearing a Taoist robe. But wasn't this the Heavenly Master? Immediately, there were comments online. Haha, it's really the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master is awesome, the other sect masters are busy meeting in the disaster area, you're here to touch the fish, aren't you? I did not realize that the Heavenly Master also loves to drink a little bit. This wave of publicity, a little bit of blood earn awe. I guess tomorrow, a little bit of direct emergency new advertisement, the master of the same type of milk tea, exorcise the evil spirits to kill the devil purple taro ice dumplings milk tea. What is this if not a hit? 66,666. Goddamn the same style tea on your purple taro iced soup dumplings. However, I have my Qingyun Mountain Taoist Master Group personally with goods, who the hell do not give face. Now I will go downstairs a little bit to buy a cup of milk tea pressure shock. I'll show you the power of my team. Brothers, I just saw that the master of the slippery shovel door is drinking pearl milk tea, all give me a rush. Let's buy the same model. This wave belongs to a little bit of boss blood profit But does the Master of Heaven also watch magic tricks? This is something I didn't expect. Master said, what's wrong with shopping and watching magic tricks? Poor road even subway ride, our Qingyun Mountain has been very grounded, right? Looking at the stage performance flying sword that young man, the Heavenly Master actually applauded haha. Heavenly Master, boy, flying sword play good, however, you that is false, poor road is really will fly sword. Really will fly sword show to me, 233,333. A group of Taoist priests touching fish on the pedestrian street. The disaster area of Wanzhong City. The official preparations of the Dragon Kingdom, however, were in full swing. That giant ogre, sleeping in the valley, had been sleeping for a day and a night. Taking advantage of this effort, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom happened to use helicopters, excavators and other equipment to build a high wall around the giant scaly python. It would be best to trap this scaly python here. Whether it was dead or alive, it all depended on God's will. The most important thing was to ensure that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were not damaged. At this moment, the high wall, after a day of rushing, along with the assistance of modern equipment, had already been built almost. After all, during the epidemic in the Dragon Kingdom, there could have been the feat of building the Vulcan Mountain in 9 days and the Thunder God Mountain Hospital in 12 days. Building a hospital and transporting equipment can be much more complicated than building a wall on the side of an auger python. 1 day was enough to build 4 high walls on the side of this auger python. At this moment, the high walls have been built. On the side of the Wanzhong Reservoir, in the temporary rest stop. People from all the major mountain sects who had rushed over from all over the country had also gathered here. In the crowd, there were anchors using miniature cameras to shoot the whole thing live. Brothers, see those people over there? Those are the high-profile people from all over who have been invited to come together to deal with the anaconda in Wanzhong City. Those bald ones are the masters from Shaoxin Temple. This time Shaoxin Temple has come with a lot of people, more than 20. Each one of them is not simple. The anchor camera first focuses on the very recognizable bald heads. These bald heads are all down from the Shaoxin Temple. Looking at these Shaoxin Temple masters. Netizens, awesome Shaoxin Temple is really not simple. Just looking at these people, it feels very powerful. Definitely, look at the muscles on those guys, I guess they are all martial arts monks. Are martial arts monks very powerful? Didn't they say that foreign boxers can kill martial arts monks in seconds? Oh, you say those are the Shaoxin Temple outer door ordinary martial arts monks at this time to come, see their clothes are different, presumably all the inner door core martial arts monks. What foreign boxers, these monks just one out can get the champion. Yes, Shaoshan Temple Real martial arts monks are really very powerful. Do not think that these years Shaoshan Temple reputation is not very good to think that the internal no masters. I've been to the Shaoshan Temple before, when I accidentally saw the monks practice, are carrying hundreds of pounds of stone pure running. Really strong to outrageous. So powerful? I thought the Shaoshan Temple had no masters, so it seems that I am superficial. However, one thing is for sure, the masters of Shaoshan Temple are really rich. See, everyone is holding the newest cell phone, any one of them must be tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, how to say that people are now also a listed group well. Ha ha ha. Hey, guys. Brothers, look, someone is coming over there, so many girls. So pretty, which mountain is this? Anchor said, that is the Amei school. Amei mountain range is very large, the master of the pre-Qin period of martial arts teacher Situ Xiankong. Initially, they imitated the movements of the white ape and created the white ape sword technique as well as the white ape arm fist, which is why they are also known as the white ape gong. Later, after the disciples' inheritance, improvement and creation, the martial arts practiced in the door gradually to the feminine moves mostly, so also recruited mostly female disciples, the female Taoist leader, named Wang Wuruo. Wang Dao Long in the Amei piece, but the famous martial arts master. 66,666. I've heard of Wang Taoist, said to be the vice chairman of the Dragon Martial Arts Association. I've seen her early years of practicing and performing martial arts video. Wang Taoist Amei for square hammer and Bagua dragon sword is true. I am the Amei neighborhood. I used to go to Amei mountain when I have seen Wang Daocheng reel, that is really valiant, women ah. But the female disciples of Amei mountain are really good looking. Do you accept male disciples? Is it too late for me to become a disciple? Do you want to be a disciple? You're just craving for a sister from Amei mountain. You're cheap. If you want to enter the Amei orthodoxy, don't think about it. The Amei orthodoxy is 3 years old to enter the door, cultivated from childhood. You want to go to Amei mountain, at most, you can only join the miscellaneous temples and Taoist temples, can't enter the orthodox door, and can't contact these beautiful sisters. Too bad, I thought I could marry a martial arts master absolute colorful senior sister back. I was overthinking. I was just talking. A specialized car came slowly. In the car, 2 more groups of people came down. One of the groups, dressed in green-colored Taoist robes, were in their 20s, both male and female, each carrying a long sword. Pick one out at random, and their looks were all top-notch. Compared to the male and female top stream stars on the surface of the Dragon Kingdom now, they were not even close. The other group of people, each with a body size of 2 meters tall. All of them were burly men with bald heads. Looked like monks. Netizens asked. What are these 2 groups again? Those wearing green Taoist robes, handsome men and women, each carrying a sword, is the Easy Mountain Easy sect. This school was initially in the Qingyan Mountain is a lineage of the same stream. Later split out, the ancestor Zhang Shiyun created the free school, but the free mountain ancestor Zhang Shiyun this person, is a face value party, to the appearance of a very important. At the same time also set an unwritten rule, join the free school of people, in addition to look at the talent, but also to look at the appearance, like talent but poor appearance, the free school will not accept. So you see the free mountain out, all are handsome and beautiful. Some of them can go straight to become actors and actresses. Is it that strict? You're practicing martial arts based on looks? That's too much. Not only that, the martial arts of the free school, mostly known for its floating and free, you can also understand as a pretentious school. The martial arts of this school is still very pretentious. In the past, some people have compiled some of the free school of martial arts, which is very famous Mizong Quan. Jet Li's movie has seen it. Mizong Quan is a word, floating. Dashing. In short, this school, just 2 words, elegant. Elegant is finished. Today's update is 20,000 words, currently 8,000. Punch his grandmother. Chapter 98. What if the celestial master is looking for me to tell my fortune? Wait online, quite urgent. 3rd shift. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. The anchor paused and turned the camera around, aiming at another group of people. This group of people, is the netizens said that the group of bald big men who each reached 2 meters tall. He said, as for this group, it's from Vajra Mountain, little known in the Dragon Kingdom, not very famous, but with a long heritage. In the beginning it was in the same lineage as the Shaosan Temple, but later it split as well. Shaosan Temple is concerned about both internal and external cultivation, Kongang Mountain this line, but do not think so. They feel that the skin is thick and sturdy, resistance to fight is more important, so Kongang Mountain within this line, the basic internal strength is not practiced, everyone is a reckless, cultivate all the skin and flesh external strength. Know why they are all taller than 2 meters? It is because the main practice of external strength can increase the height of the. It's said that everyone at Vajra Mountain is a master of horizontal training. You can tell by their size. They're reckless. Who would win in a fight between the masters of Vajrapani and Shaoshan Temple? I don't know who would win. I know that Vajrapani can't lose. He's undefeated in external martial arts, so he's invincible, so what's the point of defeating him? 66,666. This is the legendary crazy stacking meat Suda. In addition to these big mountain doors. There are also some scattered cultivators from all over the Dragon Kingdom who have also rushed to Wanjiang City. For example, the Compass Master from Yunnan, sitting on a huge golden-legged giant spider. Just this spider alone had already earned countless gazes. Moreover, this person was very domineering when he stood there. A temporary rest stop was set up in the disaster area. There weren't many tents that could originally be shared. Even big mountain sects like Amei Mountain and Shaoshan Temple were using it sparingly, with 6 people living together in one tent. But this guy from Yunnan, one person with this one big spider directly dominated an entire tent. No one dares to mess with him yet. After all, is the Yunnan composter evil very, maybe when you give you a compulsion, who can top this? So no one wants to mess with this guy. Even Shaoshan Temple and Vedra Mountain are not willing to get close. And even if this compassionate master was willing to share a tent with someone, who would be willing to live with him? The compassionate man sneered, so many people didn't dare to mess with him. More or less, it still made him a little inflated. After showing his face in front of these great sects, he proudly returned to his tent. Other than that, there was also the corpse-driving boy from Xiangxi, catching a bunch of corpses and riding a bicycle. It was outrageous to be able to ride here so quickly after such a long distance. Netizens watched as this guy also appeared in Wanjiang City. Exclaimed, "I've seen him on the news, this kid is a corpse catcher. Didn't he say that he was caught by the police riding a bicycle on the highway? Said detained for 5 days? So quickly released? Is there a possibility that this kid escaped from prison? Besides, his bike looks familiar, doesn't it? Handmade gung. Is this kid's bike a wholesale zombie bike from you? Blanched. That's right, I knew it looked familiar. Isn't this the zombie bike invented by Handmade Gung? It's really in mass production? It's getting more and more outrageous. The key to these zombies ride quite smoothly. Xiangxi Zombie Chaser gave 5-star praise belongs to Iz. Li Chang, the zombie catcher, rode his bicycle all the way from Xiangxi to the highway. With a large group of walkers, one person lives in a rest tent. This is not that he is overbearing. Rather, no one really wanted to live with him. After all, the only one who could live with corpses was Li Chang, and the others more or less felt that they carried a bit of bad luck. Inside a huge tent at the rest stop, here was a temporary command post. The official Dragon Country also had a few high-level executives rushing over to receive these high folk masters. Including Daoist Yi Zhouyun and Grandmaster Zhu Song from within the official Dragon Kingdom, they were also here. Inside the tent, once Daoist Master Yi Zhouyun came out, the Prosperity Sect, Amei Mountain, and the others saluted Daoist Master Yi. This Taoist Master Yi had a high status in the Dragon Kingdom Xian sect. It was second only to the Heavenly Master. When Amei Mountain's Taoist Master Wang Wuro and the Free and Easy sect's Taoist Master Li Hongtian met this Taoist Master Yi of the Dragon Country's internal sect, they all had to hold a junior salute. Not to mention other disciples. Master Zhutsong was also. There was a high status in the Buddhist sect. Although the leading masters of Shaoshan Temple and Vedra Mountain did not deal with each other, they also had to greet Master Zhutsong. Daoist Master Yi said, "Supreme Heavenly Father, thank you for taking the trouble to come to Wanjiang City to deal with this incident of the walking Jiao, which is rather troublesome, and can even be said to be the worst supernatural incident that caused the worst consequences after the founding of the country. This giant Jiao has indeed caught us by surprise. Masters, do you all have any opinions on this giant Jiao?" Taoist Master Yi first solicited the opinions of these masters. Taoist Master Wang Wuro from Amei Mountain asked, "Taoist Master Yi, what is the current situation of that giant scaly dragon?" It's hard to say, it's currently in a state of slumber, but according to the information recorded within my division, the scaly dragon's horns have already sprouted from its head, and it doesn't have much time left before it crosses the threshold, so in 2 or 3 days at the most, the apocalypse will surely fall. Taoist Master Yi is not talking nonsense. Many sects have been passed down for thousands of years. There are certain records within the sects for things like walking on a scaly dragon and transforming into a dragon. One can find out by looking through the ancient books of the handwritten records of previous generations. The reason why the giant python that was currently sleeping in the valley of Wanjiang City had climbed up the shore earlier was because it sensed that its dragon transformation tribulation was approaching. It climbed out from under the water to prepare for the walking Jiao. Now there were 2 large protrusions starting to form on its head. A pair of auger dragon horns had almost grown out. When the horns grow out completely, it means that dragon transformation will begin. At that time, a heavenly tribulation would fall, and the python would begin to go auger. Wang Wuro took a deep breath. 2 or 3 days, can we kill this python now? Wang Wuro acted more or less with a bit of irritability. If this matter was left to her. This giant auger transformed into a dragon, full of unknown dangers. The devil knows how destructive it will be once it awakens and starts walking the scaly dragon. It would be better to slaughter this giant python while it is still sleeping, lest the night be long and dreamy. Wang Wuro was thinking of doing this. However, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom disagreed. No matter what, the dragon is a very precious species. It is possible that the entire blue star will be the last one. It is better not to kill it as a last resort. The senior management of the Dragon Kingdom did not agree to kill it. Otherwise, if you want to kill it, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Modern thermal weapons want to kill such a big target, it's still very easy. A missile shot over directly can be seconds. Consumption can be consumed to death. Wang Wuluwa sat on the chair, no temper. Killing is not given. Wanting to trap the dragon is not that easy. The official dragon country is now doing to move mountains and build walls to trap a dragon. In Wang Woro's opinion, the behavior was very funny. She didn't think that a wall could trap a scaly dragon. If it could really trap it, then wouldn't the giant scaly dragon, cultivating for 1,000 years, be cultivating for nothing? Wang Woro was very unimpressed with the decision of the higher-ups. However, there was nothing she could do. Wang Woro turned her gaze to the masters of Shaoshan Temple and Vajra Mountain. Masters, what do you think? Shaoshan Temple Master said, Amitba Buddha, Taoist Master Wang, poor monk supports you. The giant scaly dragon has transformed into a dragon. It is not humanly possible to control it. Once it gets out of control, it is inevitable that the people will be devastated. It is good to kill it now. Master Vajra Mountain also nodded his head. He also thought the same way. Although the Buddhist sect advocated not killing. But this was about the lives of more ordinary people. A trade-off between 1 and 1,000,000. The Grand Master chose to save 1,000,000 people and kill one augur. Taoist Yi, is there no other way? At this time, Taoist Master Li Hongtian of the Free Sect said, I heard in my early years that in the Yunnan 10,000 compulsions, there is a kind of compulsion called the heart-regaining compulsion. The person who has been bewitched will be completely controlled by the composter and become a slave. Is there a possibility for this composter to take advantage of the python's sleep and place a compulsion on it, thus controlling it? For a while, everyone looked towards that scattered cultivator from Yunnan, the compassionate realist. The compulsion real person laughed sorrowfully and said, Taoist Li is too flattering to our Yunnan's compulsion art. The heart-taking compulsion is a good control effect, but it can't control everything. It can only control its own ability to control the existence of a weaker than itself. On the python about to turn into a dragon under the compulsion, who controls who is still not certain it. This scattered cultivation compulsion real person listening to the words of the Free Sect Tao head, are fast to the white eyes rolled up to the sky. Nima. Letting me go to give the python a heart-regenerating compulsion? What's the difference between asking me to die? That python is so big. Do you think a small parasite can control it? And that thing is about to turn into a dragon. His cultivation level is much higher than my own. What's the difference between placing a parasite on this kind of being and placing a parasite on a celestial master? It was still uncertain who would become the slave of whom. The compassionate master said, I definitely can't put down a heart-attacking compulsion. However, my golden-legged spider, which I've been raising for many years, can create a kind of extremely tough spider web, so I can set up a spider web in advance, and trap that giant python for a while, which is still not a problem. Master Vajra Mountain also said, since walking the augur is essentially a process of circumventing the heavenly tribulation, if we can say we can help that python get through the dragon transformation tribulation, this matter, won't it be solved? However, how can we help it avoid the heavenly tribulation? Someone proposed. This thing, the heavenly calamity, is essentially heavenly thunder. The year 9022 speaks of science. Cannot go the way of science, get some rubber this insulator, isolate the lightning. Let the python not conduct electricity, this heavenly thunder will not naturally go through? When this was said, all of a sudden everyone looked at the guy who spoke with a kind of amazement. This kid is a talent. Clear thinking. However, Master Shao Senji said, Heavenly Thunderbolt is not ordinary lightning, insulation can't block it, even if it's in the ground. As long as Heavenly Thunderbolt wants to split, it can ignore all the matter to split to the transmigrant. Heavenly Thunder comes with its own law-piercing. If at this moment, that corpse king beside Qin Hao was here, it would probably have to call out straight to the insiders. It had been struck by Qin Hao's Heavenly Thunder spell at that moment. The underground palace hidden under the air defense shelter was useless. Isn't it still splitting it as usual? Heavenly robberies cannot be prevented. Vajra Mountain Master said, My Vajra Mountain disciples each refining body, flesh, sinews and bones practice to the transcendental realm, enough to resist the heavenly thunder. The heavenly tribulation descends, my Vajra Mountain disciples can at least top a dozen rounds of heavenly thunder, no problem. Master Vajra Mountain is still fierce. A body of flesh and skin, external kung fu is not trained for nothing. Flesh top a few heavenly thunder or no problem. Taoist Master Yi Jiuyun said, I have a secret technique that can also top a few heavenly thunder. A Mountain Wang Wu Ro Taoist priest, I Gossip Dragon Sword, can pull the heavenly thunder, can also block a few. Free School, Li Hongtian Taoist priest, my free school has a formation, can try. Shaoshan Temple, Yunnan scattered compatriots have also expressed their positions. Can give it a try. Protect the giant python through the heavenly tribulation. Li Chang, the corpse catcher sitting in the corner, saw that all parties had taken a stand. He felt his blood boiling. This group of people were really powerful, and each of them wanted to top the heavenly tribulation. He also wanted to go up and have a couple of whole sentences. But quickly calmed down. Li Chang, I can't. I'm just a corpse catcher myself. Can't you let the walking corpses you brought up go up to the top? I'm afraid that the heavenly thunder will blast him to pieces. All of them will be blown to smithereens. These walkers are his customers. He has to go back to deliver. Li Chang didn't say anything, shivering. He just came to observe. Everyone finalized their ideas. It was decided to help that python get through the apocalypse. This was the best way it seemed to be at the moment. But even with so many experts here, the crowd still didn't feel too assured. According to Taoist Ye's clan's ancestors' ancient records, the anaconda's dragon transformation heavenly tribulation. At the very least, there were 24 silver thunder tribulations. At most, it can reach 81 golden thunder tribulation. The heavenly thunderbolts were different, and the power was also different. These people can certainly block it. But they wouldn't be able to block much. If it was only the weakest 24 silver thunderbolts, it would be fine. A few big clan experts would divide it up, and it would still be very simple. But if it came to be an 81-channel golden thunderbolt, then it would be blind. The golden thunderbolt was terrifyingly powerful. It was not humanly possible. These people, together they can withstand 10, even if it's great. What about the rest? If they can't withstand the thunderbolt, the giant python will definitely still have to walk away from the augur. Everyone was worried. Taoist Master Wang Wuliao asked, right. Didn't they say that the Taoist masters from Qinyan Mountain have also come? Where is the Heavenly Master now? Everyone remembered the Heavenly Master at this time. Right. They almost forgot. On their side, there was still a top-tier warrior. The Heavenly Master was the truth eye. It was only that the Heavenly Master hadn't arrived until now, so everyone had almost forgotten about this one. Grandmaster Sheo Senji pulled out his cell phone and looked at the news hotspots. The Grandmaster cried and laughed and said, the Heavenly Master has arrived in Wanjiang City, however, he is now at the pedestrian street to tell fortunes, so I don't know when he will come over. As soon as the photo of the Celestial Master watching the juggling act was raked out by the netizens, immediately, many anchors' eyes were directed at the pedestrian street. According to the reports of these anchors, the Heavenly Master had finished watching the juggling, drank milk tea, and now ran into a fortune teller on the side of the road. Several Taoist masters were lining up one by one trying to see their fortune. The Celestial Master led the charge. Sitting in front of the fortune teller's booth, he lets him do the math for himself. Now many anchors are broadcasting the scene of the Heavenly Master's roadside fortune telling. Watch this news. Temporary rest stops, many sect masters bungbu. This. Do not take so touch fish off. Their own gang in this anxious, you are over there strolling up right? However, who let others is the Heavenly Master it. Present, on the status of status. The highest seniority Yi Jiuyun Taoist is a junior. Who dares to say that the Divine Master is not? There's no way but to wait for the Heavenly Master himself to come over. On the other side. Inside the pedestrian street, at the fortune-telling stall. Qin Hao sat across from the fortune teller and paid $50 to read a fortune for himself. The middle-aged man who told fortunes on the street watched the Celestial Master sit down opposite to him, and in an instant, sweat came down on his forehead. Fortune-telling man scared scalp numb. I just out of a stall, came across a wearing a purple robe to find my fortune-telling. He also paid. What should I do now? Online waiting, quite urgent. Fortune-telling middle-aged man was scared. I can't count myself, he won't blast me with thunder, will he? It's 12,000. Take a break and continue at night. Chapter 99, Heavenly Thunder is yours, if you can't catch it, I'll lose. The 4th. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. Fortune-telling stall. Qin Hao sat across from the fortune teller, $50 on the table. Qin Hao stretched his hand out. Supreme Heavenly Father, sir, I heard that your fortune-telling here is quite good, so give me a fortune-telling to see how my future fortune will be? The middle-aged man who was telling fortunes was sweating profusely, looking at the $50 that the Heavenly Master pulled out. Froze half a day did not dare to take. Wearing a purple robe looking for me to tell my fortune. Who dares to do that? The fortune teller was on the verge of tears. He did not learn a few years of serious things in the mountains, on that set of general words, fooling ordinary people can, fooling the Celestial Master, looking for death? The fortune teller returned the money. He got up and took out the money box of his stall, in which there was a pile of money. Then, this middle-aged fortune teller snapped and respectfully knelt in front of Qin Hao. Heavenly Master, I am a small business, I come and go every day in the wind and rain, although cheating people is not very generous, but what I earn is also hard money. Sometimes I have to be beaten up when I'm broken up, so it's really not easy. You do not make it difficult for me to give you a kowtow. This is the money earned today, you put it away, I will turn back to ensure that never change know the error of their ways, and never again cheat people to tell fortunes. The fortune teller was terrified. Fortune telling for the ING Celestial Master. Their line of old ancestors came also did not have the courage kneeled on the spot, very dry. Kneeling to the Celestial Master, no shame. Qin Hao looked at the direct kneeling fortune-telling master. He smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Instead, it was the passers-by next to him, listening to the fortune-telling master's words. Some showed angry expressions. So this guy is a liar. ING really thought he was a capable master, and I was just fooled away by him for $500 to eliminate disasters. I've been fooled for over $1,000. You're a dead man today, dog liar. I'm the worst, I was fooled and my wife had a fight, she is now going to divorce me, dead liar, either compensate my wife, or you as my wife. Damn, man, you're a bit heavy-handed, aren't you? You want this guy even though he's so ugly? But even though he's a scammer, he's making a lot of money. So many people are being cheated, it looks like this guy is making thousands a day. I'm so envious. How much do you make a day moving bricks at a construction site? No wonder you want to be a scammer. It's so lucrative. On this street, many people have been cheated by this fortune teller. After he admitted it to himself, many passers-by were outraged. They can't wait to come up and beat this up. But seeing as the Heavenly Master is still here, many passers-by first suppressed their anger. Let's wait for the Heavenly Master to leave. However, just at this time, Qin Hao suddenly remembered. After he arrived in Wanjiang City, he completed a task from the system. The mission reward was issued to the system warehouse, and he didn't collect it. That reward, it was called the phasing chi technique. It seemed like it was for reading people's faces. Qin Hao opened the system warehouse and checked it out. The art of facing chi. Shanqi, also known as looking at chi. A kind of fortune-telling and face reading. Unusual fortune-telling masters, depending on their cultivation realm, were divided into 3 kinds of face reading methods. They are bone phase, face phase, and chi phase. From low to high. For those with shallow cultivation and insufficient realm, they can only set up a stall and sit on the side of the road to read people's bones and tell their fortunes. This method needs to rely on touching people's bones plus the 8 characters to calculate the fortune. The efficiency is very low. This kind of master, not even counted as a physiognomist, can only barely call themselves fortune-telling. The deep cultivation, study Tai Ching Shenzhen, hemp clothes, ice and other physiognomy books. Can do to look at the facial features of the 5 senses. You can project the direction of a person's fortune to help people tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. This kind of person can only call himself a physiognomist. But the real top masters can do not even look at the face. Just by observing a person's body of all kinds of gas, you can deduce good and bad luck. Nothing cannot be counted, and can even deduce the past and future. In ancient times, there was the legend of pushback diagram. Li Chunfeng Yuan Tiangang was the legendary phase chi realm. The system rewarded the phase chi technique. It would be able to help Qin Hao reach the phase chi realm. He thought for a moment and directly extracted it. After learning the phase chi art, Qin Hao felt that he was really different in front of him. At this moment, he then looked at this fortune-telling middle-aged man kneeling on the ground in front of him. On his body, all sorts of colorful chi that Qin Hao couldn't see before were presented in front of Qin Hao at this moment, in plain sight. Qin Hao took a deep breath and opened his mouth to ask, Supreme Heavenly Father, the poor Taoist asks you, you were born in the year of Wuchen 88, born at 2:07 a.m. on July 14th of the lunar calendar, 34 years old this year? The fortune-telling middle-aged man froze. Lifting his head, he looked blankly, then nodded, yes. How did the Celestial Master know? The fortune-teller froze. He had never contacted a Celestial Master before. How did he know how old he was? And so accurately? As accurate as what time and what minute? It was outrageous. Could it be that the Celestial Master was telling his own fortune? The fortune teller had a bold idea in mind. He has been fooling people for almost 10 years. He had always been the one to tell other people's fortunes and fool them. This was the first time that someone else had told his fortune, but it didn't seem to be a snub. Because the other party is the purple-robed Heavenly Master of Qingyun Mountain, and the calculation is damn accurate. He was born at what time and how many minutes were counted out. Qin Hao saw that he was right. The heart is happy. It seems that this phase chi art, really quite accurate. He went on to say, your surname is Zhou, single name dragon character, your father is called Zhou Ziqiao, your mother is called Liang Shuping, your grandfather is called Zhou Boxing, and your grandmother is called Wang Li. You are 24 years old to start a family, 30 years old to get a son, your wife is called Tang Yue, son called Zhou Muzi, right? The fortune teller was dumbfounded and kept nodding his head. This damn, to God. He clearly didn't say anything. Just now he was kneeling there, not even lifting his head. Heavenly Master knows everything. And his own son, wife and parents. Even the names of grandparents are directly projected. Almost did not count his ancestors' 18 generations. Fortune-telling Zhou Lon said, you call this fortune-telling? Open God mode, right? The people next to him were also shocked. I didn't expect that the Heavenly Master would still have this skill and would also be able to tell fortunes. Moreover, it was so accurate. Just outrageous. Just look at Zhou Long alone, directly even people's grandparents' generation are counted out. It's awesome. At this time, Zhou Long was still muttering about how in the world the Heavenly Master learned to count so accurately. In the next second, only Qin Hao heard a long sigh. Oi! Life was not easy, the Celestial Master sighed. If it was an ordinary person who sighed, Zhou Long wouldn't even pay any attention to it. But at this time, the Heavenly Master sighed. It would be horrible. It's the same as a doctor shaking his head. Zhou Long panicked in his heart. Asked, Heavenly Master, you don't sigh ah? I'm panicking. What the hell is going on? Please show me a clear path. Zhou Long was terrified. This Heavenly Master, who was obviously telling his fortune, suddenly sighed. Who could stand this? Qin Hao looked at him with a pitiful gaze and said, Supreme Heavenly Father, Zhou Long, your life is not good, 88 years old, 34 years old this year, unfortunately, died in his prime, the next 2 years, eat something good if you can, no 2 days to live. When Qin Hao said this, Zhou Long's face went white. The passers-by beside him also looked at Zhou Long with an odd gaze. No way, this guy, is he going to die? Zhou Long almost didn't pee in fear when he listened to the words of the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master told himself to eat something good. He also said that he didn't have 2 days to live. This is a ING game of. Zhou Long hurriedly kowtowed and without saying a word, took out his bank card. Heavenly Master, this is all my savings over the years, totaling more than $300,000. I begged the Heavenly Master to show me the way and save my life. I still have a wife and child to support, I can't die. Qin Hao watched Zhou Long take out the money. He also said that he had a wife to support. Qin Hao's face instantly became even more odd. He said, I advise you, this wife and child of yours, don't raise them, you have a brother, called Li Draft, right? The fortune teller nodded, yes. He is my best brother. Every month to my son to buy a lot of things, I sometimes cannot earn money. He also often while I am not at home, secretly send money to my wife. We're very close. Listening to Zhou Long's words, the faces of the surrounding passers-by changed. The best of brothers. Buying things for his son every month. Sneaking money to his wife when he's not at home. We're so close. Nice guy. That's a lot of green in the face. Buying for your son? Is that your son? That's Li's son. And giving money to your wife, you think that money is for nothing? Also, this Zhou Long's son's name sounded strange at first. Surprisingly, someone is called Zhou Muzi. Good man, now I know. Is that your Zhou Long's son? It's obviously someone else's Li's son. Qin Hao said, give your old man a phone call, let him go to your neighborhood next to the Rujia Hotel downstairs to wait for you. By the way, the police alarm, wait for the police to come and then go up the stairs, remember, must wait for the police to arrive and then go up, otherwise there will be a bloodbath. Rujia Hotel room 2234, you go in, everything will be known. Qin Hao finished and returned the $300,000 bank card. What he said was already very clear. As long as this Zhou Long is not the second little cute. All can understand. Between that good brotherly draft and his wife, more or less with a little wrong. And Qin Hao let him wait for the police to arrive before going up. It is afraid that after this pair of adulterous women things break, put Zhou Long limit back to kill. That is his blood disaster. After all, if Zhou Long didn't run into Qin Hao today, with his luck, a few years later, he would also bump into this adulterous couple. And be successfully counter-killed and die at their hands. Although, afterward, this adulterous pair was also punished by the law and convicted of murder. But Qin Hao had saved the dude's life by pointing it out now. As for why he didn't charge him money. First of all, Qin Hao is a celestial master, not interested in money. Secondly, this buddy was so miserable. His wife and son were not even his own. He has to take the hundreds of thousands of dollars again. Will he still have a future in life? It's not easy being 30-something. I'm afraid that if I don't just save his life, he'll have to commit suicide again. Zhou Long also reacted to what happened. He didn't want the stall anymore. He ran towards home at a fast pace. How could he have thought that his own home would be stolen after he came out to earn his hard-earned money? And, giving people 10 years to calculate their lives. His own life was not calculated. Zhou Long, damn it. Adulterous couple, if I hadn't met the Heavenly Master today, I'd still be in the dark. I must send you in today. On the pedestrian street, many people looked at Zhou Long's back. All fell silent. Miserable. Too miserable. Originally, there were quite a few people who had been cheated by Zhou Long and were squatting here, waiting to beat him up after the Heavenly Master left. Hearing the Celestial Master tell his fortune, it was so tragic. These passers-by instantly lost their anger. They even pitied the fortune teller. He is so miserable. He is over 30 years old, and his son and wife are not even his own. He is also a brother to the one who cuckolded him. They can't even beat him up. Those cheated money, forget it. I'm too embarrassed to ask for it. Buy 2 more packs of cigarettes for this big brother. After Zhou Long left, many passers-by looked at Qin Hao, now looking at the celestial master again. It was no different from looking at a god. Fortune-telling is so accurate. Is this a heavenly master? No, this is God. Qin Hao got up. He had played and finished shopping. Zhou Long's fortune-telling thing could only be considered a small episode. It's time to go back to the hotel and rest. Tomorrow morning, go to the disaster area to see the situation over there. Back to the hotel. The night was silent. The next day, early in the morning, the Taoist masters got up. Early in the morning, they took the subway line 3 to the bottom station. Afterwards, a special car sent the Taoist masters to the temporary resting site next to the Wanjiang Reservoir. The car stopped slowly. The doors opened. Qin Hao and a group of Tao masters walked down. Before they came, Taoist Master Yi, Taoist Master Wang Wulua, and the others had already received the news. The Heavenly Master would arrive soon. So they waited here directly very early. As soon as they saw the Heavenly Master, Taoist Master Yi took the lead in saluting. Juanjin disciple Yi Zhoutian, pay respects to the Heavenly Master. Ame Wang Wu Ro, greetings to the Heavenly Master. Li Hongtian of the Free Sect, with all the disciples of the Free Sect, pay respects to the Heavenly Master. Vajra Mountain Yuanin, meet the Heavenly Master. Shaoxin Temple. Those who are present, there is one who counts. Even Buddhist monks, when they see the Heavenly Master, they have to greet him. After all, the status is placed here. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, the only one wearing a purple robe. Identity status bar hard. It can be said that not my clan also have to worship my god. To ensure this identity, wherever you go, the status is high. At this moment, this scene was recorded by the anchor who was broadcasting live from afar. The entire live broadcast room was also exploding with pop-ups. Is the Heavenly Master's status so high? Awesome ah! Heavenly Master, wearing a purple robe is different. Convinced, the Buddhist masters have to give face too. Not bad for you. Heavenly Master, even if Master touches the fish openly and honestly, or is the last one to arrive, you have to line up obediently and call out to the Heavenly Master well. High status means you can do whatever you want. Factory West Wu Chi Long, pay respects to the Heavenly Master. In the temporary tent, Taoist Master Yuri told the way they discussed yesterday, to deal with the python to the Heavenly Master and all the red-robed Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain. After listening to Taoist Master Yi and the others, Qin Hao nodded his head and slowly said, helping the giant python get through the heavenly tribulation, this method is feasible. As for carrying the heavenly thunder, you guys just go ahead and carry yours, and leave the rest to me. Poor Taoist took it all. Listening to Qin Hao say so, everyone present revealed an expression of relief all of a sudden. Sure enough, a heavenly master is a heavenly master. Speaking is overbearing. The heavenly thunder is yours. If you can't catch it, I'll count it as a loss. No wonder people could wear purple robes. There will be another chapter later. 16,000 today. Please ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 100. This palm, hitting the broken armor really hurt, belongs to his fifth more. Please subscribe. Seek monthly votes. In the evening, the Tao Masters ate dinner at the rest stop next to the Wanjiang Reservoir. Afterwards, there was the issue of where the Heavenly Master and the Taoist Masters of Qingyun Mountain would reside. There were just so many tents at the temporary rest stop by the Wanjiang Reservoir. So many people had come from all the major mountain sects. Now it was all divided up. Where would the Celestial Masters and Tao Masters live? Qin Hao looked around and pointed at two of the tents, saying, Supreme Heavenly Father, aren't there not many people living in these two tents? If you're out and about, just make do, I'll stay in this one. The other Taoist Masters pointed to the other tent where they were staying. These two tents, one was occupied by the previous compassionate master from Yunnan. He carries a big golden-legged spider with him, and has been practicing compulsion and parasites since he was a child. Acting overbearingly, one person occupied a tent all by himself, and no one from the other mountain sects said anything. No one dared to live with him, because one might be afraid of being compelled by him at some point. However, Qin Hao didn't care about this either. He was a heavenly master. What was a compulsion? He really hadn't heard of it. The other tent was Li Chang's. This guy brought a pair of walking corpses over, but he couldn't help, and there were 7 or 8 walking corpses standing in the tent. It's too bad, so no one is willing to share a tent with him. The Jingxian Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain didn't mind looking at the walking corpses standing in a row in the tent. Taoist Master Jingxian patted the chests of these walking corpses with his hand. Young man, you've refined this walking corpse well. But be sure to follow the law, you know? Don't do anything harmful with the art of corpse driving. The most important thing for young people is to go the right way, don't do evil things. Otherwise, there will be heavenly punishment. Taoist Master Jingxian looked at Li Chang, this kid, quite interesting. He is a good student. So, he instructed him. Li Chang's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Looking at a group of red-robed Taoist masters viewing these walking corpses in his tent, Li Chang was all scared. Li Chang, a few Taoist masters, lighten up, these are my customers, don't break them for me again. He was on the verge of tears. If he was given another chance, he would never want to live in a tent with these red-robed ones. It was too torturous. He felt like he was being terrorized. Fearful that these Taoist masters would pull out their swords and chop up their customers as zombies. In the other tent, that compassionate master in Yunnan was also terrified. He slept in the same tent as the one wearing the purple robe. At the foot of the bed, there are also 3 zombies standing. Who can sleep with this? In the past, only the compulsion of the real person with compulsion to scare other people share. This is the first time to be scared by others with zombies. Moreover, these 3 zombies, one stronger than the other. With the compulsion real person to see, those 2 red skin, at least is flying stiff. The one standing in the center is even more outrageous. Covered with corpse gas, but the skin is as tender as a newborn baby. Obviously is his grandmother's cultivation to the peak of the corpse king. Inside this tent, except for himself, there were all big brothers. The golden-legged spider was even worse. Sleeping in the same room with the mythical beast. The mythical beast directly stepped on the head of the golden-horned spider to suck incense. The spider didn't even dare to move. He's a descendant of the purest beast. The 9th son of the dragon. If this golden-legged spider dares to move a little, the mythical beast can spray it with a mouthful of fire. The daily arrogance of the compulsion of the real person did not dare to sleep for a whole night. In the next 2 days, the temperament was even more subdued by the heavenly master. Previously arrogant nature, in front of the heavenly master, well behaved like a sheep. And for the next 2 days, the Taoist masters of all the major mountain sects were all working furiously to prepare for the upcoming heavenly tribulation. Because once the walking jiao started, it was no joke. If one wasn't careful, one would be inundated with life and souls, causing consequences that were unmeasurable. On this day, the sky of Wanjiang City was overcast. Throughout Wanjiang City, the sky was glowing yellow early in the morning. The temperature also skyrocketed. It was like the entire city was being roasted on fire like a giant steamer. The sky was covered with reddish flaming clouds. The soaring temperatures even caused the waterline of the Wanjiang Reservoir to drop quite a bit. A strong fishy odor came from inside and outside the entire valley where the giant python was located. Qin Hao changed into a purple robe. He stood at the temporary rest stop at the edge of the reservoir. He looked up at the sky. In the sky, the wind and clouds were changing, and large red fiery clouds were gathering. Among the clouds, there were also hidden lightning flashes. Taoist Master Yi and amazed Taoist Master Wang Wuliu came to Qin Hao's side. Tao Lord Wang Wurui said, "It looks like the heavenly calamity of transforming augur is today." Taoist Master Yi nodded, "I don't know how that giant python is doing now, poor Taoist will go and take a look." Taoist Master Yi said, and took a step. Feet on the Quanjin sect's special Jiugong Shangyun footwork darted towards the reservoir valley. He was going to go to the valley to check on the python's transformation into a jiao. Wang Wuro glanced at the heavenly master, and then, she also followed and rushed out. Surprisingly, her speed was vaguely faster than Taoist Yi. The subtlety of the footwork made both Taoist Li Hongtian of the Easy School and corpse catcher Li Chang marvel. Li Hongtian couldn't help but say, "I have long heard that Amei Mountain is full of capable people, since the ancestor of the White Ape Company apprentice Shankong, the door of martial arts through the generations of high people to improve." Now look, really so, the step of the subtle, surprisingly than the whole true religion of the famous 9 Palace Shangyun step speed faster. Really do not admire cannot. I'm afraid that no one in the world of the Dragon Kingdom has been able to out Wang Wulu along about the body method. Li Hongtian directly boasted. Qin Hao took a look at this guy. Couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy wouldn't be able to look at other people's Taoist Master Wang, right? It's almost a brainless blow. Unfortunately, in this line of Amei Mountain, female disciples never marry. Wang Wuro is Amei Mountain's famous martial arts obsession. She has studied martial arts all her life and vowed to take Amei Mountain to the next level. It's impossible to look at any man. Li Hongtian, a toad, just wants to eat swan meat. Qin Hao glanced at the sky's rapidly gathering apocalypse clouds. He also sighed and rushed out as well, intending to see how the python in the valley was doing. Only, Qin Hao glanced at the two of them, Yi Zhouyun and Wang Wuro, who were constantly jumping between the mountains with their body techniques. He wasn't lazy to rush like this. Qin Hao snorted coldly and stepped on his feet. Royal sword splitting technique. In the next second, behind his back, the heavenly master sword flew out. Qin Hao's entire body turned into a stream of light and merged into the heavenly master sword, and the divine sword whistled and shot out. A stream of flying sword, in the blink of an eye, had surpassed Yi Zhouyun and Wang Wuro, flying into the valley. Yi Zhouyun and Wang Wuro were still rushing. Suddenly, they saw a stream of light flying sword overtake them with a whistling sound. Both of them looked dumbfounded. What is this thing? Not only them. At the entrance of the rest stop, Li Hongtian of the Loose Sect, Li Chang of the Corpse Catcher. There was also a crowd of handsome men and women from the Easy Sect and Amei Mountain disciples who were stunned. They had witnessed the Heavenly Master enter the flying sword as a stream of light and rush out as a flying sword. Was this Nima still a person? Li Hongtian's head instantly exploded. Was this the one wearing the purple robe? When they were still complacent about practicing martial arts, Heavenly Master has long been practicing immortality. The body is very strong, right? People fly directly with swords. Your fancy tricks don't work. Can you outrun a flying sword? A flying sword whistled past through the mountains and forests, and landed on top of the valley. Qin Hao's figure materialized from within the Heavenly Master's sword. He stood at the top of the valley, his gaze looking downward. The scene within the valley at the moment was shocking. A huge snake as big as a mountain lay in the middle of the valley. With just a tail, a gentle roll could propel a large swath of trees to fall. The glittering snake scales rubbed between the rocks and mountains, rubbing out sparks. At this moment, a foul odor emanated from this giant python. That was due to the molting of the skin. This giant python had been sleeping for several days. On the surface, it was actually completing its molting. At this moment, it had already molted a large piece of snakeskin. The molted snakeskin alone was estimated to weigh hundreds of pounds. Qin Hao looked at this giant python from afar, and on the head of the python, a pair of emerald green scaly dragon horns had already grown out. Along with the dragon horns growing out, Qin Hao projected that this giant python, within half an hour at most, it would descend a heavenly calamity. And at this moment, this giant python could feel that its heavenly calamity was coming. It had already begun to be terrified, preparing for the walking ogre. Qin Hao had already been watching here for half a day. It was only when Wang Wuyo and Yi Zhoutian arrived. When they arrived, they only saw the 4 high walls that the Dragon Kingdom officials had built in advance for the giant python. It was withstanding the impact of the giant python. This giant python had already started to go ogre. But it realized that when it was molting and sleeping, it didn't know which lackluster had built high walls around itself. It couldn't even bump into it, and it was hard to be trapped inside the high wall. On the valley, there were drones observing from the Dragon Kingdom's senior management and the civilian anchor team. The Dragon Kingdom executives saw this scene and revealed joyful colors. It seemed that their means of building the wall had worked. This giant python, indeed, couldn't break through the high wall. In the main broadcasting room, someone was live broadcasting the image of the giant python walking away from the ogre. In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of people watched online, seeing the giant python the size of a mountain charging within the high wall. The audience was also shocked. The visual impact of such a large python was too strong. Terrifying. Too scary. I wouldn't dare to do this even in my dreams. Is this the legendary walking Jiao? So it really exists. Isn't this more exciting than the python plague? But do you think these 4 walls can trap the python? The high walls built by modern scientific means, the walls are very strong, so if you want to crash through them, the force that needs to be generated is an astronomical figure, and with the power of this python, it is simply impossible to do so. Within the live broadcast room, some people were certain that it was simply impossible for the python's strength to crash through the official wall built by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the official walls of the Dragon Kingdom weren't built for nothing, spending so much manpower and equipment. The wall that was built would be laughable if it was crashed through in 3 or 2 hits. According to normal means, it would be difficult to crash through. But soon, the behavior of this giant python made many people despair. After this giant python crashed into the high wall a few times, it realized that this wall was ridiculously strong. It was simply difficult to crash through. Only to see it spit out its letter. The python's mouth opened, and surprisingly, there was a large spray of water. The water gathered inside the wall. Surprisingly, it formed buoyancy. The python easily swam up with the water and leapt over the high wall. This maneuver stunned the top management of the Dragon Kingdom and the millions of viewers in the live broadcast. It can still be like this. This giant python, can it still spit out water? Awesome. This python brother, also read the story of crows drinking water? It's a classic self-help case. Python, stupid humans, you think I haven't read any books? I speak science, okay? 66,666. The executives are also stupid. I didn't realize that I had made so much effort to build a high wall. Never thought that this python would still spit water and save itself. They were directly blinded. Qin Hao stood above the valley and watched the python leap over the high wall through the air. Taoist Master Yi said, I told them a long time ago that building a wall was useless, the idea was too naive, as a giant python that was about to turn into a jiao, how could it be trapped by a few walls? Now it seems that the python already possesses some simple magical abilities. That spitting water was one of the divine abilities that the giant python had cultivated. At this moment, this giant python, after leaping over the high wall, swam all the way to the west side of the valley. It could sense that direction, the direction of the ocean. As long as it could rush into the sea and circumvent the natural disaster, it would be able to turn a snake into a dragon and complete its bloodline upgrade. The huge body of the python crushed through the valley, its scales hard enough to crush the rocks and trees. Flying sand and rocks all the way, it swam towards the west. This had officially begun to walk the scaly dragon. At this moment, the sky, along with the start of the walking augur. The rain is also pouring down. Taoist Master Yi looked at the giant augur about to rush out of the valley and screamed out a bad sound. The augur walking started. He was the first to rush out. With a few prancing jumps and leaps between the mountains and forests, he jumped onto the back of the fast-moving giant python. Qin Hao looked at Taoist Yi's light stance. There was indeed something in the stance of the Chuanjian sect. The moment Taoist Master Yi appeared, it immediately caught the attention of the live broadcast audience. The Taoist Master made a move. Who is that Taoist Master? He looks so familiar. But he's so powerful, he can jump on the back of a python. I know him. I met him when I was a soldier in the army. His name is Yi. He's an expert within the army, said to be from the Quanjian sect, a special instructor for the army, and his kung fu is awesome. People specialize in teaching special forces. Several of the top special forces in the Dragon Kingdom are all from his training. He's really a big shot. Go for it, big brother. On the back of the boa constrictor, Yi Zhouyun, Taoist priest feet on the 9 palace steps, even if the boa constrictor figure shook violently, bumpy. But Taoist Master Yi's feet were like roots, how could they not shake down? Instead, he darted on the back of the python. In a few steps, he had arrived right above the python's head. In the distance, Wang Wuro nodded as he watched this scene. Taoist Yi's lower body was solid. If it was a different person, he would have been thrown off by the python long ago. Only to see Taoist Master Yi come to the python's head. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at the python's forehead. Taoist Master Yi slapped his palm in the air and slapped it down with all his true qi. Boom! This palm slapped on the giant python's head. The giant python unexpectedly let out a miserable scream. Then, the entire head sank, and the walking Jiao stopped and fell towards the ground. The netizens were stunned. This palm. Awesome. Holy, I thought that Taoist Yi's such a small stature and the contrast with the python was too big a difference that the palm wouldn't work, but I didn't expect it to be so effective. This palm is awesome. Slapping such a large python to the ground with a single palm is too much. This horrible power, and human size, simply disproportionate. Where's the expert? Come on out. You call this science? Taoist Master, what science? Really don't understand. We have always challenged the limits of science. This palm hit the broken armor really hurt belongs to is. Today 20,000 words completed. Incidentally commemorate the first 100 chapters. Next intends to charge straight to 1,000,000 words. Brothers, please support me by casting a monthly vote. If there is a reward, that would be even better. Thank you for your support. Chapter 101, Python, what are you doing? Ouch. The first shift. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. On the valley, Wang Wuro watched and also marveled. The full truth of the cushion frost breaks the ice palm law, really subtle and powerful, awesome. Just now, Taoist Yi struck this palm on the python's head. It is not an ordinary palm, but the Chuanjian's unique frost-breaking ice palm. As the name suggests, the palm breaks the ice. The palm power can do the job of disintegrating the enemy from the inside. Therefore, with this palm, Taoist Yi was able to deal armor-breaking damage. On the surface, this python might not have any major problems. But in reality, inside the brain, it definitely suffered trauma. Perhaps the brain was even shaken a bit. This giant python screamed miserably and directly fell down, collapsing in the middle of the valley. The huge python body smashed into the valley, and in an instant, it smashed down a large swath of forest trees. The giant python had never suffered this kind of loss in its long life. At this moment, it was bounced on its head by a tiny human, and it had struck a real injury with a palm strike. It hurt his own head. The giant python was furious. With a furious cry, it directly tumbled in the valley. The huge python body rubbed in the valley, vowing to fling this tiny human off his head. To crush it into mush. Watching the giant python tumbling in the valley. Countless rocks and trees were crushed by the python body. A large number of sparks rubbed out between the scales and the rocks. Taoist Yi Zhouyun on the python's head wasn't doing well either. Although he had amazing downward kung fu. But he hadn't been thrown around like this before. This level of tumbling. Taoist Master Yi really couldn't handle it. He could only hold on to a dragon's horn to ensure that he wasn't thrown down. Right at this moment, in the valley, a cold humming sound rang out. Then, a silhouette jumped between the mountains and forests and darted over. The person who came, dragon walking and tiger striding, was dressed in black. It looked extremely stout. He leapt, his hands picking at the snake's scales, and leapt directly onto the giant python. Then, measuring with his feet on the back of this giant python, he seemed to be looking for a position. Waiting for the position to be found. This person stepped down with a heavy foot. This was coupled with a slam of both arms downwards. Thump! In the middle of the valley, only a crisp sound of bones crisscrossing could be heard. The man in black had actually directly dislodged one of the python's bones. The tumbling python was restrained in an instant. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room cried out in admiration. What a powerful grappling hand! It's too much, this grappling is unrivaled. I've only heard of takedowns being able to take down people before, but I've never heard that even a python can be takedown. This is definitely a top master. Such a big python, in such a short period of time to find the most vulnerable points bones, a foot to remove the bones, 66,666. Thank you, Master Zhutsong, for your help. On the head of the python, Yi Juoyan watched as Master Zhutsong restrained the python in 3 or 2 strokes so that it couldn't roll over and fling people. He thanked him. Zhutsong said, no need to be polite. You and I will work together to get this guy to the south side of the valley. Listening to Zhutsong's words, Yi Juoyan glanced towards the south of the valley. Only to see that at this moment, on the south side of the valley, that compassion master from Yunnan was already there making preparations in advance. The big golden-legged spider that he brought with him. At this moment, it was frantically spitting silk and forming a web on the south side of the valley. In just a few minutes, an incomparably tough golden web had already been formed. It was just waiting for the two of them to lure the python over. Afterwards, Master Zhutsong darted a few steps on the back of the python. Together with Taoist Master Yi, one of them held a dragon's horn. Manipulating the giant python, they guided it to the southern valley. The giant python was knocked off a bone. It was also twisted to death by its own auger dragon horn. At this moment, it was also temporarily controlled and could only head towards the southern valley. In the middle of the valley, the giant python twisted its body as it swam, stubborn as an ox. It was still trying to throw Taoist Yi and Master Zhutsong down. However, the python that had a piece of bone removed from its body was unable to throw off the two martial arts masters at all. At this moment, it even crashed headlong into the southern valley, where the compassionate master had allowed his golden horn spider to form a giant web. As soon as this giant python hit the giant web, it was immediately bound. Spider webs were already extremely sticky. This golden-legged spider of the compassionate realist was even bred for many years with a secret recipe. It was even more powerful than ordinary spiders. The spider web that was formed was also even stronger. As long as it was entangled, even a great law god immortal would be trapped. This giant python was indeed bound. When Taoist Yi and Master Zhutsong saw this, they were also overjoyed. The two jumped down from the python's head. They came to the side of the compassionate master. Zhutsong asked, Zhinjin, this spider web of yours, are you sure you can bind it? Compassionate real man said, rest assured, this golden horn spider, daily fed with parasites, the net of the strong, no less than 100 refined steel, any of this python power again, also do not want to escape from the spider web. Listening to the compassionate master patting his chest for assurance, Master Zhutsong nodded his head, relieved. He was just about to leave with peace of mind. In the next second, something strange suddenly happened. Only to see this giant python see itself bound by the spider web. In a fit of rage, it continued its divine ability. Next, from its mouth, there was actually a blazing fire gushing out. The flames ignited when they met the spider web. In less than half a minute, it had already burned away most of the spider web. It was good that the golden-legged spider that formed the web ran fast. Otherwise, it would have to be burned to death by the fire. The companions were all numb. This giant python, it can still breathe fire? Does it have so many magical abilities? The compassionate masters were slapped in the face. This was something they never expected. Originally, they thought that a python that had not yet transformed into a dragon. To have the ability to spit water is already powerful enough. I didn't think that it could even spit fire. The compassionate man had almost forgotten that his spider web was weak to fire. At this moment, by the flames, directly burned into nothingness. The giant python easily got out of the trap. The eyes looked ferociously at the three humans. Especially Taoist Yi and Master Zhutsong. Just now, these two people had tossed it around. Especially Zhutsong. He removed a piece of his own bone. It was extremely damaged to it. The giant python aimed at these three people, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down. The huge snake's mouth opened and a green mist invaded out. At once, Master Zhutsong's three people smelled an unpleasant stench. The compassionate master had a disgusted look on his face. Flying to avoid it. Damn, this guy, how many years has he not brushed his teeth? What a stench! The netizens couldn't help but comment. What a big breath. This boa constrictor, what a mouthful. It's ing green. This guy hasn't brushed his teeth in centuries. Brother Python, watch your mouth. Taoist Master Yi and Master Zhutsong hurriedly avoided the snake's mouth. However, right at this moment, they clearly felt something was wrong. The movements on their bodies seemed to have gotten heavier. Illusions also began to appear before their eyes. Taoist Master Yi grew alarmed and said, something is wrong, the green mist from the snake's mouth is poisonous. Everyone be careful. He finally reacted. The python just now, biting them was fake, releasing the poisonous mist was real. They focused on avoiding the snakebite, but ignored the poisonous mist before they were accidentally trapped. The python's poisonous mist had the effect of slowing down the human body and guiding the human eyes to hallucinations. It was extremely unfavorable for Taoist Yi to fight the python. Right at this moment, Wang Woro, who had been watching the battle on the valley, saw that Taoist Yi and the others were poisoned. She also pulled out a small green bottle from her bosom and threw it through the air. Taoist Yi, take the antidote to poison. What was placed inside was the Linglong 100 Flowers pill that was unique to Amei Mountain. It is a decoction elixir refined by Amei Mountain disciples extracting the essence of 100 flowers. It's very useful. If one goes down, it can instantly detoxify the poison. Taoist Yi waited until he received the elixir, took out 3 small white pills from it, and after swallowing them, he really felt that the toxicity was reduced a lot. However, at this time, with the body poisoned, they didn't dare to tangle with the python much longer. Quickly retreating away, they would first drive the toxin out of their bodies. The 3 of them, Master Zhu Tsong, Taoist Yi, and Taoist Compassion, burst back. Exiting outside the valley, they went to detoxify first. The giant python watched the 3 people being forced back by themselves. It revealed a satisfied expression. It spat out its letters and continued to speed towards the west of the valley. Just at this time, the masters of the Shaoshan Temple arrived. More than 24 Shaoshan Temple masters stood directly to the direct west of the valley. The leader, Master Shuaer, pointed his staff in his hand. Behind him, 18 Shaoshan Temple disciples directly urged their power to form a formation. They formed a pyramid-shaped human wall. They blocked the python's path. The Shaoshan Temple disciples' gong methods were activated. The crowd could actually see that on these Shaoshan Temple disciples, their skin turned a light golden color. Netizen, turtle. Shaoshan Temple's 18 bronze men Blanche. Awesome. Sheo Senji 18 bronze men are here. This kung fu, is it the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt? It looks so tough. I wonder if I can hold off this python. The battle is heating up. The python and the human camp are fighting. It's fantastic. Taoist Master Yi has just retreated. The Shaoshan Temple masters then topped out. The giant python looked at a wall of people that suddenly appeared in front of it. It had a vicious gaze. However, its eyes were filled with contempt. Tiny humans, flesh and blood, how dare they block Master Python's steps? Looking for death. The python looked down on the flesh and blood of these Shaoshan Temple masters. With a sweep of its tail, it was about to sweep away the copper human wall formed by these masters of the Shaoshan Temple. The python's tail is incredibly hard. And the power is strange. Wherever it passed, even the hard and incomparable mountains and rocks directly exploded apart. Countless trees were swept away. Looking at the sweeping tail that was so powerful, Wang Woro's face changed. What a great power. I don't know if the Shaoshan Temple's Grandmaster can withstand it? Master Shiryu watched the strike sweeping tail attack. He didn't panic at all. Humph. A trivial skill. Only to see this tail sweeping on the body of Shaoshan Temple's 18 bronze men. There was a loud bang. The imagined unbreakable hard was blocked by the human wall. The force of the snake's tail sweeping across everything before also disappeared. It simply couldn't shake Shaoshan Temple's bronze man formation. Master Shiryu took this opportunity to strike directly as well. He lifted his staff in his hands and rushed to the python with his feet following the snake's tail. With his staff, he hung onto the snake's scales. The entire person moved deftly like a divine monkey, prancing and jumping around the python's body. At the same time, he used his fist as a finger, pointing repeatedly on the python's body. The python unexpectedly froze in place, unable to move. The netizens were stunned. Oh my god, what kind of kung fu is this? It's a real eye-opener. Why isn't the python moving? This is supposed to be the Shaoshan Temple's rhinoceros pointing hands. Previously only heard of can point people, can make people 24 hours cannot move. I did not expect the Shua Air Masters have cultivated it to even the python or pointing realm. Pointing hand? Sunflower pointing hands? Is that you, Dip Sugar? This is much more powerful than the sunflower pointing hands. The sunflower sect is a fictional sect, but the Shaoshan Temple is real. That's not right. Didn't I say it's fixed? Look, why is the python moving again? Inside the live broadcast room, someone soon realized that the python had only been stiff for less than a short minute. Surprisingly, it moved again. It regained its freedom. The netizens were confused. What about the promised point kung fu that could last for 24 hours? This 2 minutes are not even Netizen, good guy, an operation as fierce as a tiger, a look at the output of 0.5. This ing only control a few seconds Master Shiyu. Control is not enough Point, not so point. If the following is the knife he'd already be dead. It seems that the master's pointing skills are still not up to scratch. At this moment, Master Shiryu is also confused. According to his projections, his own rhinoceros pointing hand has been practiced to the realm of the gods. A passive operation down, even if the point cannot be 24 hours, but control 10 to 20 minutes, is also no problem at all. How did this giant python break free so quickly? Soon, Master Shi understood what was going on. It turned out that when Master Zhu Tsong and the python fought just now, he used the Zhu family's grappling hand to dismantle one of the python's bones. This bone, in the python's body, happened to block an acupoint. This caused Master Shuo Air to be unable to point at that location. Naturally, it couldn't be controlled. Master Shiryu was on the verge of crying from his piggy teammate's stupidity. This Nima. It's not helping. Now that the python had broken free, it wouldn't be so easy to point it by surprise again. Master Shiryu could only retreat for the time being. The python had been controlled for such a long time, the anger in its heart was released. This time, it looked at the Shaoshan Temple's 18 bronze men's bronze man formation. It knew that it could not break through this formation with its own brute force. It also learned to be smart. Brewing flames in its mouth, it sprayed them out in one gulp. Since you can't get through with strength, you can use spells to hurt. If I can't kill you, I'll burn you. The 18 bronze men of Shaoshan Temple saw a great fire burning over. Their faces instantly changed. This giant python does not speak of martial virtues. Their ability to carry blows was pulled straight to full strength. But fire damage, it still couldn't be topped off. Especially the flames from this giant python's mouth were not ordinary mortal fire. More or less with a little spell damage. If this is burned, it is definitely a serious injury. The 18 bronze men didn't dare to stand up to it and retreated one after another. Taking advantage of the fact that these bronzes made a gap, the giant python directly accelerated and rushed out of the valley. Seeing that this giant python was about to rush out, the crowd screamed. But, just in the nick of time, the python's figure suddenly stalled. It was as if the entire snake was being pulled. The python looked back, only to see a dozen big men grabbing its tail and pulling it back with a hard tug. Netizen, it's the master of Vajra Mountain. Master Divine Power. Ah. It's too extreme. Almost let it rush out. The master is mighty, the rescue was too timely. Master Vajra, you want to run? Did you ask your father? Come back you. Master Cheer. Don't let it get away. Looking at this group of humans obstructing themselves 3 times. At this moment, it's even a group of people tugging on their tails. The python is annoyed. Hiss. Python, what are you doing? Ouch. Are you treating other people as cuties if they don't get angry? Ah. Flames swept out of the python's mouth in a fiery blaze, spraying out towards the Vajra Mountain Masters in one gulp. Chapter 102 almost died by this show, fortunately the old man skillful the second more. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. The giant python spewed out a mouthful of spirit fire. The blazing fire burned on the bodies of the Vajra Mountain Masters. The Masters of Vajra Mountain didn't even move a bit. Tugging on the tail of this giant python, they didn't panic in the slightest. A large amount of spirit fire burned on the bodies of the Vajra Mountain Masters. Not even a single layer of clothing was burned off. The faces of the several Vajra Mountain Masters were half unchanged. Instead, the power in their hands was even greater. Vajra Mountain Master, fancy, what is it? Does it look useful to you? The Masters directly ignored the flames spewing out from the giant python. Dragging the python all the way, dragging it back hard. Netizen. So outrageous? The flames directly don't even dodge the flames, is this still a human being? This is the master of Mount Vajra Ah. Outer Kung Fu pull full. Master Vajrapani of flames? What's that? Laughing dead, just this temperature, usually we bathe in the mountains are hotter than this temperature. Master, do you know what it means to refine your body to the limit? Who are you looking down on with this flame? Who's warm enough for such a small fire? If the foreigners next door see it, they will think we can't stand it. Let's have another fire. One for each of us. It's Master Vajra who's the best. Netizens can't help but sigh. When you've practiced to the limit, you've really topped it. At the moment, this giant python was completely dragged by the Masters of Vajra Mountain. All the way to the middle of the valley. And these Vajra Mountain Masters, water and fire don't invade, defense is full, and the strength is strange. The python simply couldn't break free. Looking at the middle of the valley, like a loach, the python was still struggling madly. Qin Hao couldn't stand it anymore. This python is quite capable of tossing and turning. Moreover, so many people went together, and after half a day, they still couldn't hold down a big snake. Qin Hao didn't have the patience anymore. He directly struck out. As soon as the Heavenly Master's purple clothes on his body were taken off, Qin Hao said, "Go." The spirit-quenching 10 Dao robe on Qin Hao immediately flew out. In an instant, it became immense. It covered the sky and the sun. Qin Hao said, "Supreme Heavenly Master, all get out of the way. Let the poor Taoist come and collect this demon." Waiting for the gang from Vajra Mountain to toss and turn, to what year? It was faster for Qin Hao to strike out on his own. The Vajra Mountain Masters watched the Heavenly Master strike. As soon as he struck out, his purple Dao robe became obscured from the sky. They were startled and quickly let go of this giant python, then retreated. When the gang from Vajra Mountain retreated, Qin Hao pointed his finger at the Heavenly Dao robe through the air and said, "Bind." In the next second, above the Dao robe, purple light blossomed. It directly covered down towards this giant python. The robe contracted, directly wrapping up the huge python like a dumpling. Moreover, the python struggled within the robe. The more it struggled, the tighter the robe was wrapped. In the end, the python was like a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, unable to move a bit. The python let out an unwilling roar. From its mouth, it spewed out flames, trying to burn off the Dao robe. Qin Hao looked at this giant python that was still not dead, still wanting to burn his Dao robe. He grunted coldly, "Humph! Sculpture and small skills, showing off." This Dao robe of his own had been quenched by the system 10 times. It is a subtle level vestment. Not only does it possess the size transformation avatar, the ability to bind immortals and dragons, and the ability of golden light. It can also avoid dust, water, fire, self-purification, automatic windlessness, and constant temperature regulation. Qin Hao just watched the augur dragon spewing fire on his Dao robe. And that purple-clothed Dao robe was unharmed the entire time. It doesn't get stained when exposed to fire, and doesn't get wet when exposed to water. Qin Hao said, "Let you burn it today, and count me as a loser if it gets burnt. Today, even if you roast yourself, this robe of mine will not be burned out of a hole." The dragon burned for a while, spitting fire in its neck and spitting black smoke, and it couldn't help this robe. It also finally gave up. The live broadcast netizens watched the Celestial Master out 3 times. A piece of clothing on the python, which was just a moment ago, subdued the waves of this giant python. "If you don't say, it's still my Heavenly Master." "Heavenly Master, Grandma, here to watch you half a day. Even a small snake cannot be subdued, and finally have to rely on this seat. When the Heavenly Master strikes, he knows whether there is one or not. Worthy of wearing a purple robe, is different. But that robe of the Heavenly Master is really powerful too. It usually looks plain and ordinary, but I didn't expect it to have such an effect, being able to cover the sky and wrap around a giant python. Awesome. Purple-clothed Taoist robe, damn, this will spit fire, almost died by this show. Luckily, my old man is skilled and made of fireproof material. Ha ha ha." Qin Hao, a purple robe, directly collected the python. At that moment, everyone's eyes gathered on the Heavenly Master. The 3 of them, Taoist Yi, Master Jutsom, and Taoist Compassion, had also detoxified the snake poison in their bodies at this moment. Looking at the Heavenly Master directly wrapping the python, they also walked over. "We are really ashamed to labor the Heavenly Master to subdue the python." Taoist Master Yi was very ashamed. He also felt more or less ashamed. They are so many people, to subdue a giant python, used half a day did not succeed. And then look at the other Heavenly Master, he was able to subdue it with his own hands. This is the gap. It's impossible not to be convinced. Qin Hao said, "Supreme Heavenly Master, this is not the time to chat, the Heavenly Tribulation is coming, everyone should prepare early." Qin Hao looked up at the sky. At this moment, clouds gathered above the sky. This giant python's Heavenly Tribulation was about to arrive. Qin Hao didn't have the heart to chat with Taoist Yi and the others. Taoist Master Yi and the others looked up and saw the thunderclouds brewing in the sky. They also looked serious. The Celestial Master was right, the Heavenly Thunder, it was coming soon. It was better for them to go ahead and get ready. The crowd came to the side of the giant python. At the moment, this giant python was wrapped in death by Qin Hao's Celestial Master's purple clothes. It couldn't move a single bit. Seeing above his head, the heavenly lightning calamity was about to descend. In the eyes of the giant python, an expression of despair filled its eyes. These damned humans, trapping themselves at such a time. Originally, it was going to cross the tribulation itself. But now, it couldn't even move its body, it didn't even have the power to fight back. What was it going to do? The giant python felt that it might have gone far this time. This heavenly thunder, he definitely couldn't cross over. The python had already closed its eyes in despair and waited for death. Right at this moment, the thunderclouds converged, and the first heavenly tribulation descended with a loud thunderclap. This one thunder, the color was silver white. It was the most basic heavenly thunder tribulation. It was also the thunder tribulation that the average demonic beast would see the most. It was called the 24 Silver Thunder Tribulation. It was the simplest thunder tribulation. Although those who have crossed this kind of thunder tribulation are all weak dragons among the augur dragons. But it can't be helped by the simplicity of the tribulation. As long as you pass it, you will directly become a dragon. There's nothing to it. Unlike the 36 Thunder Tribulation and 81 Thunder Tribulation that are so terrifyingly powerful and changeable, the Silver Thunder Tribulation is not as powerful as the 36 Thunder Tribulation. Although the Silver Lightning Tribulation is weak after transforming into a dragon, the success rate is high. Seeing that it was only a Silver Thunder Tribulation, Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The Silver Thunder Tribulation was the best. They could still withstand it. Luckily, it wasn't the 36 Red Thunder Tribulation. That would be really troublesome. Right now, there were only 24 Thunder Tribulations, and they were still silver-white Heavenly Thunders. Instead, it was a good thing. One of them would take turns carrying it, and they could definitely carry it through. The silver-colored Heavenly Thunderbolt struck straight down from the sky. Stabbing. A sound. Splitting down towards the Jiaolong. This first Heavenly Thunder, Wang Wuro took the lead to rush out. When she was fighting with that giant python before, she was watching the battle from afar. At this moment, when the Heavenly Thunder descended, she should be the first to carry it. Wang Wuro drew her Ame palm sword. With a shake of true chi in her hand. A set of subtle sword technique was performed. It was precisely Ame Mountain's 8 trigrams dragon-shaped sword. Wang Wuro caught the Heavenly Thunder with her sword technique and gently picked it to the side in a guided manner, just like shaking a bamboo. The Heavenly Thunder was pulled over by the Bagua dragon-shaped sword. The first Heavenly Thunder was blocked down perfectly. However, Wang Wuro's hand was numb for a moment. This Heavenly Thunder was not that good to receive. Subsequently, several Heavenly Thunder came one after another. Wang Wuro's 8 trigrams dragon-shaped sword grew more and more courageous. It was only after connecting 7 or 8 silver-white Heavenly Thunders in a row that she was a bit overwhelmed. The Heavenly Thunder's recoil was a little too much for her to bear. If she continued, she would probably hurt her lungs. Wang Wuro let out a loud cry, "I can't do it anymore, who's going to take my place?" Seeing that the next Heavenly Thunder was about to descend, Li Hongtian of the Lu sect flew in with his feet on the loose steps. "Let me try." Li Hongtian reached out and grabbed. The Prosperity sect's Prosperity scattered hands directly grabbed the silver-white Heavenly Thunder. The Heavenly Thunder was directly absorbed by Li Hongtian and turned into energy into his body. Wang Wuro was shocked at the sight. This Li Hongtian had already practiced the Free and Easy sect's Void Transformation Dharma. The Easy School's Void Transformation Grand Technique was said to be very strong as it could transform all things into the body. Li Hongtian with the Free School of Transforming Heavenly Thunder indeed have a hand. Only to see under the Heavenly Thunder. Li Hongtian is very flirty, hand catching the Heavenly Thunder, transforming the Heavenly Thunder into the body. Looks dashing beyond compare. Netizens, so handsome. Nonsense. That's the Easy sect, can it not be handsome? It's a pretentious sect. He's all loaded up. I want to see the Heavenly Master. Don't be so hasty. Look at this guy. He can't hold it anymore. Heavenly lightning is not so easy to put into the body. If you connect it more than once, the human body won't be able to take it. Li Hongtian connected 6 Heavenly Thunder, really a little overwhelmed. He said, "Where are the disciples of the Free School? Formation. With me to receive the same Heavenly Thunder." Li Hongtian transformed 7 Heavenly Thunder, faces red, a little cannot stand. At that moment, he asked the disciples in the sect to form a formation. He transformed the Heavenly Thunder in his body into the disciples. A dozen Easy sect disciples shared the land of Heavenly Thunder. This move was really effective. Hardly let Li Hongtian receive 3 more Heavenly Thunder. In this way, Li Hongtian and Wang Wuro alone had already received 18 Heavenly Thunder. The remaining 6 Thunderbolts, by the Shaoshan Temple 18 Bronze People top. The 6 Heavenly Thunderbolts struck the 18 Bronze Men. The 18 Bronze Men ate them hard. So far all 24 Silver Thunder Tribulations had passed. Even Taoist Master Yi and Master Zhu Tsong didn't make a move. Is it that simple? Wang Wuro looked at the thunderclouds that had stopped releasing Heavenly Thunder. I thought how difficult the Dragon Transformation Tribulation would be. I didn't expect it to be like this. Of course it wasn't that simple, the thunderclouds hadn't dispersed yet, and the next good show had just begun. Qin Hao glanced at the stormy thunderclouds above his head. The first 24 silver-white Heavenly Thunders were well spent. But looking at this situation, it was obvious that there were more than 24 Heavenly Thunders. There were at least 36, and there was even a chance of 81 Golden Thunderbolts. How far is this? Qin Hao's words had just finished, and sure enough, there was a thunderclap in the sky. The silver-white Heavenly Thunder that had just disappeared had now evolved into crimson color. The crimson sky thunder was more than twice as thick as the thunder just now. The thunder, carrying a blazing fire, split down. This was the 36 Red Fire Thunder Tribulation. There was a double damage of thunder and fire. The 18 Bronze Men of Shaoshan Temple were only struck once, and the bronze formation directly disintegrated. The second Heavenly Thunderbolt directly split them apart and flew out backwards. The Shao Senji Bronze Men spat out blood, a little hard to top. Watching the Bronze Man formation was unbeatable. Master Scherer grimaced and said, "Stand down, let this seat try." Then, Master Scherer moved his palm to move the wind and clouds. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Great Vajra palm. In addition to the spiritual rhinoceros pointing hands, Grandmaster Shurur's great mighty heavenly dragon body protecting sacred skill and great Vajra palm had also been cultivated to a state of pure perfection. Relying on the body protecting divine skill and the great Vajra palm, Master Shao Senji connected 9 red heavenly thunderbolts. Master Shaoshan Temple, Bull. Surprisingly, he was able to receive 9 heavenly thunders in one breath by himself, even stronger than the previous Taoist Master Wang Wuluo and Taoist Master Li Hongtian. This is a red heavenly thunder, more powerful than the previous silver-white heavenly thunder, and to be able to catch so many of them, Grandmaster Shuaer's power is definitely not bad. But by the looks of it, Master Shuaer is also a little bit out of it. Look, the master retreated. Grandmaster Shuaer's 9 consecutive heavenly thunders came next. Grand Vajra palm are bombarded with black. Really cannot top, only retreated. Once Master Shuaer retreated, Shu Tsong and Taoist Yi looked at each other. The two men went on in unison. Taoist Master Yi used the Chuanjin sect's secret Xian sect technique, naturalized heavenly heart hands, transforming down the red heavenly thunder. The red heavenly thunder traveled in a circle in his hand, and its power was instantly cut down by 50%. Only half of the heavenly thunder's power remained. It was then transferred to Master Zhutsong by Taoist Yi. Master Zhutsong's Vajra unbreakable body ate it down hard. With this kind of cooperation, the two of them were able to dissolve 25 heavenly thunders, just by relying on Master Zhutsong, Yi Zhoutian, and Master Shuryu. The 3 of them took all 36 red flame thunder tribulations. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the lightning tribulation should have passed. It's just a giant python. It's transforming augur thunder tribulation. 36 red fire thunder tribulations were already outrageous. It was always impossible for it to descend another golden thunder tribulation, right? However, things often went against one's thoughts. Just when everyone thought it was over, above the sky, even more terrifying golden thunder rushed down again. Qin Hao shook his head. Supreme Heavenly Father, Thundercloud wasn't stupid. If this giant python was relying on its own power to pass through the dragon transformation tribulation, at most, triggering 36 thunder tribulations would already be the limit. However, Lei Yun sensed that this giant python was not crossing the tribulation by itself, but someone was helping it. Then naturally, the heavenly thunderbolts that descended would be even more terrifying, and this golden thunderbolt tribulation was an extra addition. Originally, with the python's cultivation, it was not enough to trigger the golden thunder tribulation, but who let the humans intervene? Since they want to help, the heavenly tribulation will definitely be doubled. This golden thunder tribulation, there were 81 of them. Moreover, the golden thunder compared to the silver-white heavenly thunder and red fire heavenly thunder in front of it, the power increased by 10 times. Yi Zhoutian and Zhu Tsong, both of them, were a bit desperate. Who could withstand this? The two of them only received 3 golden heavenly thunder. They could no longer support them, and Yi Zhoutian realized that this golden heavenly thunder was not something that he could even transform. The two of them could only resist it. They were directly blasted out by the golden heavenly thunder. After Zhu Tsong and Yi Zhoutian retreated, those present who were able to go back up to receive the heavenly thunder, only the people from Vajra Mountain and Green Cloud Mountain were left. At once, everyone's eyes were placed on these 2 mountain sects. These 2 mountain sects were the only ones left that could withstand the remaining 70 or so golden heavenly lightning robberies? Difficult. At this time, the first ones to come out were several horizontal masters from Vajra Mountain. The one at the head was Zen Master Dragon Elephant of Vajra Mountain. Zen Master Dragon Elephant took a step forward and said, "I don't know if we can withstand it." Chapter 103, Rune Great Hand, Horizontal Push of Heavenly Thunder. Third Shift. Request for subscription. Request for monthly tickets. Looking at the golden arcane thunder that shifted in the wind and clouds above the sky, the masters of Vajra Mountain had serious faces, although they were adept at body refining. But this was golden heavenly thunder. They could only try 1 or 2, not daring to say how much they could carry. At this moment, golden arcane thunderstorms were churning in the sky. A golden Xian Lei struck down. It's coming. Everyone, hold on. Open the Vajra Divine Elephant Body. The Dragon Elephant Zen Master of Vajra Mountain opened his mouth and shouted. The Vajra Divine Elephant Body was a self-created body refining technique based on the Vajra unbreakable body of the Shaoshan Temple after the Vajra Mountain ancestor split from the Shaoshan Temple. It completely eliminated the Qi refining method within the Vajra undying body. The internal work was not practiced at all, and the external work was practiced to the extreme. It was able to train the skin into a copper skin and iron bones, as thick as an elephant's skin. At this moment, a group of masters from Vajra Mountain had their divine energy running. Dao light flowed above the skin. When their skins collided, they were able to emit the sound of gold and iron striking each other. It made people wonder. A golden thunder struck them. These masters dispersed the power of the golden thunder onto each of them. Then they carried it with their divine elephant technique. In this way, the heavenly thunder was held at death's door. The golden heavenly thunder, for a short period of time, surprisingly couldn't really help these grandmasters. But, the golden heavenly thunderbolt calamity was not comparable to the first two kinds of thunderbolts. Golden Xin Lei, one is more terrifying than the other, and the power is almost exponentially stacked. Vajra Mountain's group of masters carried to the end, and on top of their fleshly bodies, they were actually sparked by the lightning. Looks extremely shocking, visual impact pull full. Completely iron blood tough guy hard touch the sense of vision of heavenly thunder. Netizens are looking dumbfounded. This is still a person? What level of flesh is this? I rely on. This can be carried down. My people are dumb. This flesh, it's harder than iron. Master is so handsome, I want to give him a monkey. That's what a tough guy looks like. I love it. If I wasn't a man, I'd give him 2 monkeys. Rumble. Rumble. The golden arcane thunderbolts were one thicker than the other. The masters of Vajra Mountain hardened themselves against a dozen or so heavenly thunderbolts. Cracks began to appear in the flesh of some of the masters. Gradually, some people reached their limits and lines of blood flowed out from their bodies. Daoist Yi Zhouyan said, "The masters of Vajra Mountain can't hold out any longer. These heavenly thunderbolts, one is stronger than the other. It's simply not something that people can withstand. If it's just ordinary thunderbolts, it's fine." They practiced martial arts. Relying on their physical bodies and martial arts, they could still carry it. The key, this golden thunderbolt, its power is superimposed. The next one will be twice as powerful. No matter how strong your flesh is, you won't be able to withstand it. It's the masters of Vajra Mountain who have cultivated their flesh to the extreme. They can withstand a dozen or so golden thunders, anyone else wouldn't even think about it. After 17 golden thunderbolts, the Vajra Mountain masters' bodies were severely damaged. Even the strongest physical bodies couldn't withstand it. They hurriedly retreated. If they didn't retreat, the heavenly thunder could blast them into a bloody mist. They couldn't hold out any longer. Zen Master Longshan vomited out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was still able to stand and talk. He was already profoundly powerful. The people from Vajra Mountain were also defeated. At this moment, there was only one last party of forces left. Green Cloud Mountain. In an instant, everyone's gazes were placed on the Dao Masters of Qin Mountain. Netizen, oh ho! Here it comes. It's finally time for the grand finale. Brothers, I now announce that the martial arts practice is over, and now it's time for the immortal cultivation. 81 Golden Heavenly Thunder Words, just now Vajra Mountain Masters Top 17, Yi Zhouyan Jutsong 2 Masters Top 3, that is to say, there are still left a full 61 Heavenly Thunder, all given to the Qin Mountain? MoMA, too hard right. 61 Golden Thunderbolts, one stronger than the other. It's scary to think about. And now that the Heavenly Thunder's power has been stacked up to 20 times, the further it goes, the more terrifying it becomes. Can the Taoist Masters of Mount Qingyun withstand it? Don't forget, even if the red-robed masters of Mount Qingyun can't hold out, isn't there still a purple-robed one? There should be no problem. Under tens of millions of netizens. Under the convergence of the gazes of the people of Mount Amei, the Easy Sect, the Shaoxin Temple, and Vajra Mountain. The 9 red-robed Dao Masters of Mount Qingyun stood above the valley. At this moment, the Dao Masters had a calm gaze, and their sights were cast towards the heavenly thunder that was still building up its power in the firmament. The female disciples of Mount Amei looked at the golden heavenly thunder in the firmament and asked sect leader Wang Wuro, "Sect leader, will the Dao Masters of Mount Qingyun be able to do it? This heavenly thunder, it's so terrifying." At this moment, the heavenly thunder was building up its power to 20 layers. If the power of the first golden arcane thunder was expressed numerically, it was 100. The numerical value of the heavenly thunder in the thundercloud right now was at least 2,000 or more. In other words, just the power of this heavenly thunder was equivalent to the sum of the power of the first 10 heavenly thunders. The power of this heavenly thunder, before it even struck down, the mere scent of it made one's heart palpitate and breathing difficult. Can the Qingyun Mountain Taoist master do it? Wang Wuro looked complicated and shook her head. I don't know. She was not too clear about the strength of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist master. It was only known that the heavenly master was very powerful. The kind that was so strong that it made people despair. However, she felt that since the heavenly master was so strong, these red-robed Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain couldn't be any weaker, right? Yi Zhouyan and Daoist Jutsong, at this time, also placed their eyes on the Qingyun Mountain's crowd of Dao masters. Right now, one could only look at the Daoist masters of Qingyun Mountain. With their cultivation level, if they rushed further up now, they would be looking for death if they encountered the heavenly thunder. On the clouds, golden heavenly thunder brewed. Finally, the next golden thunder fell. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the valley. The golden lightning illuminated the entire Wanjiang reservoir. Among the red-robed Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain, one of the largest red-robed Taoist masters, Taoist Bear, was the largest. With one foot, holding a steel mixed iron stick, he was domineering and unrivaled, not putting this heavenly thunder in his eyes at all. Running towards the heavenly thunder, he smashed down. Roar! Give poor road open. The steel mixed iron stick wrapped around the golden thunderbolt, and the stick split like opening the sky. It directly smashed the heavenly thunder with a stick. The thunder of the heavens is smashed away. Awesome. The bear Taoist is too much. Netizens were shocked. Such a powerful heavenly thunder, smashed away with a single stick. Too fierce. A heavenly thunder was smashed away by Taoist bear with a single stick. Above the thunderclouds, the golden color brewed even stronger. It seemed to have begun to rage as well. Next, an even stronger thunderbolt struck down. This time, Taoist bear was even more fierce. A mouthful was like a bite of lightning. Swallowed the golden lightning alive, refining it within his body. Wang Woro and Yi Jiutian all looked dumbfounded. What kind of path is this Nima? Such a strong heavenly thunder, you ate it? Even more outrageous was yet to come, after Taoist Xiong swallowed and smashed 10 golden heavenly thunders in a row. At this moment, the power of the golden heavenly thunder increased to more than 30 times. It would be difficult for Taoist Xiong to withstand it alone. Seeing the situation, Xingyun Mountain's Taoist master Jing Xian and the others began to strike. 8 red-robed Taoist masters jumped down from above the valley. They came to Taoist Xiong's side. Supreme Heavenly Father, brothers and sisters. Superior Heavenly Thunder. Taoist Master Jing Xian recited the True Sutra under his breath. He sheathed his spirit sword behind his back. The flying sword chopped at the heavenly thunder. Taoist Master Jingfeng, on the other hand, made a sliding shovel and drew out his mahogany greatsword. His hand was instantly covered in a true fire of aura, fiery blade technique. The other Taoist masters each used the 9 suns palm and the golden light mantra. 10 golden heavenly thunderbolts came out in unison. Taoist Master Jing Xian alone, his flying sword cut down 7 of them. Taoist Master Jingfeng ascended to the sky, the fiery peachwood blade in his hand, angrily chopping down the golden thunderbolts. Another 6 golden thunderbolts were chopped down alive by him. The other Taoist masters and the Black Bear Taoist master made a concerted effort. A total of 12 heavenly thunders were extinguished. Adding it all up, the Green Cloud Mountain Tao masters alone, they had directly extinguished 35 heavenly thunders. At this moment, above the thunderclouds, a large portion of the golden heavenly thunder tribulation had already passed. Only 26 golden heavenly thunders remained to descend. Watching the Green Cloud Mountain Tao masters extinguish 35 heavenly thunders in a single shot. 10 million netizens in the live broadcast room. See, this is immortal cultivation. Blanche. Immortal cultivators are just different from martial arts practitioners. Flying swords, fire knives, 9 suns palm. Fancy. Taoist masters, Grandma, if you push me to the edge, I'll still override heavenly thunder. It's a bit too tawdry, isn't it? Ha ha ha. In the valley, Taoist master Wang Wuro, Yi Jiuyun, Zhu Tsong and others. They originally knew that the Taoist masters of Mount Qingyun were fierce. But they didn't expect it to be so fierce. 9 people, hard-hitting hundreds of people. How many heavenly thunderbolts did they carry in total after fighting to the death? Xingyun Mountain Taoist masters directly the heavenly thunder as a sun to fight, a photo, 35 heavenly thunder was cut waste. Directly put the sky thunder as a severe ghost overthrow. However, the further the golden heavenly thunder goes, the more powerful it becomes. The moment the 55th heavenly thunder descended, corpse catcher Li Chang was already numb with fear. He fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He was on the verge of calling for his mother in fear. He had never seen such a terrifying heavenly thunder in his life. How many times did it have to be stacked? With just an aftermath, Li Chang felt that he could be killed on the spot. I can't imagine. If he were to meet the golden thunderbolt head-on, wouldn't he be split into flying ashes instantly? It was too scary, the world outside was too scary. Li Chang remembered when he was on a blind date in Xiangxi. The woman learned that he was a zombie catcher and said that his profession was horrible. Li Chang wanted to cry. Compared to these bigwigs, what's scary about me being a zombie catcher? I'm just a good and innocent boy. This random heavenly thunderbolt could kill hundreds of his zombies. Li Chang and his zombie customers were trembling. Wang Woro and the others, looking at the golden heavenly thunder power stacked to such an extent. They also felt their scalps numb. This heavenly thunder, was it still something that people could carry? The Taoist masters of Qingyun Mountain were all hard to top, right? Qin Hao's gaze was bright and uncertain. Looking at the 55th heavenly thunder. With the strength of Taoist master Jing Xian and the others. It was indeed a bit hard to carry. Even if they carried it, they would be more or less injured. The reason why Qin Hao hadn't made a move was because he wanted to use these heavenly thunderbolts to sharpen these scions of the Dragon Kingdom. Now since they had reached their limit, the sharpening effect had also arrived. Qin Hao could then strike. He reached out and pointed. Immediately, behind Qin Hao, a figure flew out. This figure was naturally the Corpse King after he refined it. The current Corpse King was already at the peak of Foundation establishment. A half step to Jiadan. Actually, carrying the heavenly thunder, according to reason, Qin Hao shouldn't let the Corpse King carry it. After all, this kind of thing, heavenly thunder, had an innate karmic effect on zombies. It's like hitting on a human has a doubly restraining effect. And hitting on zombies, the restraining effect doubled. But he let the Corpse King come out just to let it be struck by lightning. At the same time, to absorb as much heavenly thunder as possible, increasing the Corpse King's lightning resistance attribute. This was also good for the Corpse King. Moreover, even if the body was damaged, it didn't matter. Qin Hao could slowly repair it when he went back anyway. The Corpse King rose up in the air, directly stepping on the void. His body's corpse chi was monstrous, and all of his corpse chi was released. Looking from below, it was as if the entire person was plunged into a gray mist. Wang Woro, Yi Zhouyun and the others looked at this figure with a monstrous corpse chi. Their eyes revealed a look of surprise. Looking at this monstrous corpse chi. And it could still fly. Wang Woro and Yi Zhouyun shared a thought that rose in their hearts. This is a zombie And just by looking at this level of corpse chi, this zombie, at the very least, was a corpse king that had reached the legendary drought corpse realm. It was unimaginable that even this legendary existence could be recovered by a heavenly master. Apart from being awesome, they had nothing to say. Looking at the oncoming heavenly thunder, this corpse king fought the golden thunder with strength. The 55th heavenly thunder struck down. This corpse king stepped out with 1 foot. A large area of corpse chi wrapped around the golden thunder. It was directly stepped on by this corpse king. The golden thunder was instantly extinguished. It was extinguished with 1 foot. Worthy of being a corpse king. Wang Woro marveled. This was actually her first time seeing a corpse king. Previously, it was all recorded in the ancient scrolls of the sect. At this moment, seeing this corpse king's light foot, it was able to stomp out the heavenly thunder that was superimposed more than 50 times. Wang Woro also sighed. According to the sect's records, wherever a drought demon corpse passes, not an inch of grass can grow. It was indeed correct. With this kind of strength, there was indeed not an inch of grass. Luckily, there was a heavenly master sitting in the Dragon Kingdom all these years. Otherwise, with just this one corpse king out in the world, no one would be able to defeat it. Above the valley, the corpse gas was monstrous, and the wind swept around it. This corpse king, enough to suppress 12 heavenly thunders. To know that after 55 heavenly thunders, it can still suppress 12 heavenly thunders, how heaven-defying must this be? It could be imagined. But the further it goes, the power of the heavenly thunder is not something it can suppress. Originally on the zombie is extremely restrained. The power also kept stacking up. All the corpse chi around Qin Hao's wind harvest was split apart by the golden thunder. The corpse king's flesh, too, was split into a bloody mess, just short of being scorched on the outside. Seeing that the next golden thunder was about to penetrate the corpse king's entire body, Qin Hao struck. It was almost time. This corpse king of his own was scorched to a crisp by the golden thunderbolt. The anti-thunder attribute in its body had definitely been greatly enhanced. If it splits again, it would probably be really nothing. Qin Hao didn't want to let this corpse king die just like that now. Only to see Qin Hao stretch out a hand. He grabbed it out of thin air. Prime Sky Moon catching hand. The moment this true martial-grade martial art came out. Then, everyone saw that along with Qin Hao's hand grabbing out. In the void, there was actually a runic hand that appeared out of nowhere. It directly grabbed the corpse king's broken body, carrying it back. Then, Qin Hao pushed his palm horizontally. The runic big hand faced the golden thunder. It was in a crushing momentum. It directly pushed the golden thunder all the way across. The heavenly thunder that had been superimposed more than 70 times was nothing in front of Qin Hao's great hand, directly crushing it. Wang Woro stared with wide eyes. Watching this scene, the disciples of the Easy Sect, Vajra Mountain, and Shaoxin Temple also paid attention to watch this shocking sight. The runic hand was like giving the sky a great shuffle, pushing everything across. There was only one thought in everyone's mind at this moment. The one in the purple robe had finally made a move. 12,000 today. Go take a shower, there should be more tonight. Requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 104, Yellow Skin Zucchini, please sheath your baby. The fourth shift. Please subscribe. Request for monthly votes. Qin Hao stood at the peak of a valley. His eyes looked at the thunderclouds surging in the sky. With one hand on his back, his eyes were bright and uncertain. A green coat, moving in the gusty wind. Behind Qin Hao, 2 flying stiffs stood on the left and right, saving that corpse king from the heavenly thunder. Qin Hao's gaze never left the thundercloud again from the beginning to the end. At this moment, the golden thunderbolts in the thundercloud had already stacked up to 76. 76 times more powerful golden arcane thunderbolts were enough to crush everything. Any one of them bombarding the giant python would be able to instantly blast it into slag. The disciples of Amei Mountain, Easy Sect, and Shaoxin Temple who were watching the battle from the side. They didn't even dare to breathe out. Even Yi Zhouyun, Zhu Zong, Wang Wuruwei, and the others held their breath, not daring to disturb the Heavenly Master in the slightest. With this level of golden thunder, they were not even qualified to intervene. On the dome of the sky, within the thunderclouds, pure golden thunder rolled over. However, this time, it was slow to fall. Because, it seemed that the thunderclouds also sensed Qin Hao's power. It was more or less with a bit of scorn. However, as the python transformed into a jiao, it became more and more refined. It was about to transform into a jiao successfully. Thundercloud didn't hesitate anymore. The 77th heavenly thunder struck down. Qin Hao said, "Supreme Heavenly Father, waiting for a long time." Qin Hao looked at the heavenly thunder in the sky, which had already condensed into pure gold color, in his palm. He had already rubbed out the palm thunder and waited for a long time. In the past, Qin Hao had only casually released the palm thunder. It was only the size of a palm. But this time, against the golden heavenly thunder, Qin Hao had saved half a day to store up his strength. The palm thunder in his hand was the size of a soccer ball. At this moment, the palm lightning was like a soccer ball-sized ball of lightning. It was thrown out by Qin Hao's slap. Aiming at the golden heavenly thunder, he smashed it up. Qing Yunshan's palm lightning and golden heavenly lightning collided in the valley. Immediately, thunder light overflowed in all directions, and the entire valley, which was originally shrouded in gloomy clouds and dark everywhere, was brilliantly illuminated. It was like midday. This was the Heavenly Master's palm thunder. This is too big. Man, this is different from the palm thunder I've seen before. Nonsense, how can it be the same? Previously, the Heavenly Master's palm thunder was still white, but this one is purple in color. Heavenly Master, I used to play around with you guys and rubbed it casually, but this time I'm fighting with Heavenly Thunder, so I definitely need to give some face and rub a bigger palm thunder, or else I'll be able to withstand Heavenly Thunder? Damn, I never knew, together with the Heavenly Master's palm thunder can also control the size at will. What else do you think? I have a bold idea. If there is no upper limit to the palm thunder, if the Heavenly Master keeps rubbing it, how powerful can it be? Heavenly Master, let's not talk about the power or not, just say, first blast the sun or first blast the moon? Qingyun Mountain, Zhou Yuanping and Zhang Tong too daily sweeping the ground, sitting on the stone steps of Qingyun Mountain to watch the Wanzhong city, go gel live. The front was okay. All the time, they saw the Heavenly Master strike and backhanded a palm thunderbolt as big as a soccer ball. These two brothers confused. Zhou Yuanping, Zhang Tong, how did the two of us dare to go up the mountain to provoke at that time? I really admire myself at that time. In retrospect, it is really courageous. Good thing the Heavenly Master didn't really take them seriously at that time. He just gave them a small lesson. If the Heavenly Master had rolled out a palm thunderbolt as big as this one, oh ho! That would have been exciting. Directly carry them both away. Zhou Yuanping Zhang Tong, two people after fear. Their own behavior at the time, simply a rat sleeping in a cat's nest, do not know what to do. In the valley, the golden heavenly thunder was blocked by Qin Hao's palm thunder. However, the next thundercloud also seemed to know that Qin Hao was not easy to deal with. A single heavenly thunderbolt could hardly help him. It simply sent out several thunderbolts in unison. It didn't believe that it couldn't split a huge python that had transformed into a scaly dragon. Prick la prick la. The last four thunderbolts, surprisingly, scurried down from the thunderclouds at the same time. Four golden thunderbolts, one thicker than the other. And from four different directions, they were struck towards the giant python. As long as any one of the golden thunderbolts struck the python, this giant python will definitely die. If it dies, the transformation will fail. Not good. The Heavenly Master is alone. How can he defend himself against these four thunderbolts? It's over. We've lasted this long. It's still going to fail? This thundercloud is really old. Doesn't the lightning strike one by one? What do you mean by four thunderbolts together? Believe it or not to give bad reviews to complain about you? Sky Thunderjack, give the master the whole laugh. Where do you go to complain about me? Qin Hao looked at the last four golden thunders. This thundercloud actually split down at the same time. This was also something he didn't expect. But looking at these last four heavenly thunders, Qin Hao didn't panic either. Celestial Master, you think I'm scared just because there are four coming? Sword to come. Qin Hao's mouth opened. From his mouth, the two spirit swords, the Heavenly Master Sword and the 9 Heavenly Metaphysical Fire Sword, flew out directly. Qin Hao utilized his fingers to control the swords. With a thought, the two spirit swords immediately turned into two streams of light and flew out. The Celestial Master Sword, which came with purple thunderbolt entanglements, emitted purple light. The 9 Heavenly Metaphysical Fire Sword, on the other hand, was wrapped in red divine fire, like a fire dragon. The two swords intersected and flew out in unison. At the golden Xian lay in two directions, they each chopped out with a sword. The two flying swords directly cut through two heavenly thunderbolts. There were still the last two thickest and strongest golden heavenly thunders left. It was too late. Seeing that the two heavenly thunders were about to strike the giant python, Qin Hao was in a hurry. Picking up the mythical beast that was still swallowing clouds by his feet, he directly threw it towards one of the heavenly thunderbolts. Tiancher, little old brother, do me a favor and block one of the heavenly thunderbolts. Mythical beast. Mythical Gaby went numb. I'm ing smoking, what do you mean? The mythical beast was dazed and immersed in the scent of incense. It didn't even know what was happening. Only in the next second did it see that it was actually charging towards a golden heavenly thunderbolt. The mythical beast was terrified. Mythical guy beast, Vanama. Bastard punked me. But it was too late to react at this time. Under the emergency, the mythical beast roared angrily and slammed its head on top of the golden thunder. In the next second, within its body, the true dragon bloodline was stimulated. A phallic silhouette with the appearance of a lion leapt out from within the mythical beast. Resisting the heavenly thunder with dragon chi. The mythical beast phantom directly ate the heavenly thunder in one bite. It burped. On the other side, Qin Hao rushed out towards the last heavenly thunder. His entire body transformed into a stream of light. A golden light spell rose up on his body. Even the strongest heavenly thunder would have to be blinded when it met this level of golden light spell. Even a layer of skin of the heavenly master's golden light spell was not worn off. It was hardened by Qin Hao. The 81 golden thunder tribulation completely passed. The thunder clouds in the sky, too, dispersed unwillingly. Although there was unwillingness. But there was no move. Who let the other party come in a purple robe? Watching the thunderclouds disperse. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. A piece of jubilation. It was too damn extreme. The last wave of operation by the Heavenly Master. Simply heaven-defying. It was so close that the robbery failed, and it had to be the one wearing the purple robe that was so powerful. But those thunderbolts at the end, they were really scary. Any one of them could kill me. Don't overestimate yourself. Can you touch the golden thunderbolts at the back? The silver-white ones at the beginning can kill you dozens of times. The last few golden thunderbolts, I estimate the power to be nuclear bomb level. Heavenly Master, pretending is really pretending, but strong is also really strong. 4 thunderbolts, hard all next. 2 flying swords, each chopped a heavenly thunder, and finally even the ing dog threw out. Please ask the dog's heart shadow now. Is that a dog? What kind of dog is so powerful? What kind of dog is that? How do you look at it? It's a divine beast. But what kind of beast is it? I've never seen it before. First of all, excluding the true dragon and phoenix, it should be a lion. The exact species is unknown, but it looks quite powerful, and it's definitely powerful as it's unharmed by the golden heavenly thunderbolt. Nonsense, whoever hangs out with the heavenly master is not powerful? In the valley, Wang Woro, Zhu Song, Yi Zhouyun and others also looked stupid. The last 4 thunderbolts, if it is them, one cannot catch. Originally thought that the celestial master also have no trick. I did not expect the heavenly master to receive the ease of use, limit flip. 81 golden thunderbolts. They felt that the one in the purple robe could even single-handedly brush it. This is the heavenly master. The first of the Xian sect, his name is True. 81 golden thunder tribulations had passed. Everyone's gazes were withdrawn from the heavenly master. They all looked towards the python in the middle of the valley, wrapped like a dumpling in the heavenly master's purple-clothed Taoist robe. The dragon transformation heavenly tribulation had already passed. This giant python, it should have started transforming into a jiao as well. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment and reached out his hand. The purple-clothed Dao robe wrapped around the giant python was withdrawn. This giant python was released. In the next second, from its body, a raging dragon chi was indeed released. A large amount of clouds enveloped the giant python. On the python's body, the snake scales began to fall off. The size began to grow. The giant python that was already immense in size, as big as a hill. After transforming into a dragon, its size soared once again. It reached hundreds of meters. At this time, in the sky above the valley, a golden light spread down. These golden lights were the key to transforming into a dragon. Dots of golden light drifted in the sky. Gradually, it unexpectedly condensed into a dragon element. As soon as the dragon element was formed, it was absorbed into the body of this giant python. After absorbing the dragon Yuan Golden Dan. At this moment, the scaly dragon horns on its head were enlarging. In its belly, a pair of dragon feet grew. Above the body, the features of a python were disappearing. The original python head, at this moment, was also metamorphosing in the direction of the legendary dragon head. The dragon's horns resembled a deer, the head resembled a camel, and the eyes resembled a rabbit. This python. Oh no, the skin of the dragon, which should now be called a dragon, had also turned pure black. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon roar. The dragon, in fact, rose up in the air. Its huge size hovered and soared in the air. It appeared and disappeared at times. After the giant python had cultivated for hundreds of years and transformed into a scaly dragon. It possessed some of the magical abilities and capabilities of a true dragon. For example, it is able to move clouds and mist, make fire and water, be unpredictable, be big and small, and be hidden and present. Looking at this giant python that had been completely augurized, the top management of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally, were all joyful. It really succeeded. This was definitely good news. After all, this was a new species. Putting it on the international scene, it was also a great opportunity to pretend. They could even go out and put the word out directly on the last real augur dragon in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the great pretty country would not be able to disobey. Wang Woro and the others looked at the scaly dragon flying in the sky. Their faces were also joyful. After topping so many heavenly thunders, it's finally done. These heavenly thunders were not in vain. Qin Hao stood at the top of the mountain, looking at this scaly dragon. What he didn't expect was that this giant python had just turned into a jiao. Surprisingly, on top of its feet, there were 4 claws. This was a bit outrageous. Generally speaking, an ordinary augur dragon would just have 3 claws. It was only after the scaly dragon metamorphosed into a true dragon again that it could grow a 4th claw. A true dragon could grow a 5th claw after transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon or black dragon again. But this augur dragon, having just morphed, had 4 claws. It seemed that it was the cause of the heavenly thunder tribulation. He himself helped this giant python to cross the 81 golden thunder tribulation. A scaly dragon that could survive 81 golden thunder tribulations would be judged by the heavens to have infinite potential. Qin Hao didn't expect that he had even accomplished this augur dragon by mistake, helping it out. Right now, this augur dragon had 4 claws at the augur stage. Future potential, no words. It might have a chance to achieve a true dragon, or even a 5-clawed golden dragon. However, just as Qin Hao was looking at this scaly dragon, in the next second, a strange change came. This scaly dragon, after transforming into a dragon, unexpectedly held a grudge against the humans for stopping it from walking the scaly dragon before. Its eyes were dead set on the masters of Vajra Mountain among them. It remembers that it was these masters of Vajra Mountain who finally held themselves back, and they were wrapped up like dumplings by the one wearing the purple robe with the Taoist robe. At this moment, this gang of vultures from Vajra Mountain were under the heavenly thunder and were the most injured. Their bodies were covered in blood. Defense was greatly reduced. The dragon directly took advantage of its defenses and took a bite towards the Vajra Mountain master. As for why he didn't seek revenge on the one in purple robes? It's simple, can't beat it. This Jiaolong was not so inflated as to think that it could beat a ruthless person who resisted the golden thunder hard. It only picks the soft ones to pinch. The dragon flew up to take a bite, and with this bite, it directly took away a Vajra Mountain master. That master screamed miserably and was taken in the mouth of the augur dragon. The dragon's teeth penetrated deep into the waist. The master was bitten and bloodied. Watching the augur dragon suddenly snapped, helping it to succeed in crossing the threshold. This actually bit back, biting a grandmaster of Vajra Mountain into a serious injury. Holding it in its mouth, it looked like it was about to be swallowed into its stomach. Zen Master Dragon Elephant of Vajra Mountain was furious, looking at the fellow master who was held in the dragon's mouth and had already been bitten through the waist. Zen Master Dragon Elephant's chi and blood attacked his heart, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Xuanxiu. This Xuanxiu was the best potential of the younger generation of Vajra Mountain. He was also Zen Master Long Xiang's favorite disciple. This time, he was also very enthusiastic about the incident of the walking scaly dragon and joined the team of assistants. He didn't expect to be bitten back by the scaly dragon in this disaster. How could Zen Master Long Xiang not be heartbroken? Above the valley, Qin Hao witnessed all of this, and he was also furious. True chi boiled, and the 3 jindans in his body instantly trembled with fear. The 5 thunder vowels instantly burst out. Bastard, the poor Taoist helped you to cross the threshold, but you still dare to hurt people here. You don't have me in your sights at all. The poor Taoist will transcend you this time. Qin Hao was truly furious this time. Under the 5 thunder vowels, thunderous sounds rolled in the surrounding valleys. For this kind of bastard who had crossed the heavenly tribulation and still bit back, he didn't even use his heavenly master sword. With his mouth open, in his dantian, the yellow-skinned zucchini that was ripened by 1,000,000 incense values directly flew out. Tianshur, his grandma, Master Dao can help you cross the tribulation, and he can also send you away. Engage in this kind of small action in front of me? You think I'm wearing a purple robe for fun? You really don't know how to write the word death. Qin Hao reached out and pointed. A ray of true essence was injected into the yellow-skinned zucchini. In the next second, the yellow gourd directly transformed into a 3-inch long Qin Hao small flying sword. On top of the flying sword, heaven and earth inscriptions were engraved. The spiritual chi of the surrounding heaven and earth gathered towards the small Qin Hao sword. Qin Hao said, "Please sheath the baby." In the next second, the Qin Hao flying sword directly charged towards the dragon and chopped it. This sword was going to chop the dragon. Unfortunately, today's 16,000 words didn't reach 20,000, so I can't catch up. Originally planned to wrap up all of the Jiao walking plot today, but now it seems that it won't work. Tomorrow to end the plot of Walking Scaly and enter the next plot. The next episode is even more exciting. All readers' grandma can look forward to it. Oh. Chapter 105, 10 centimeter small sword. This thing doesn't look strong. First shift. Please subscribe. Request for monthly tickets. Live streaming netizens watched Qin Hao spit out a small gourd from his mouth. The yellow skin zucchini flew around in the air. A moment later, it unexpectedly turned into a metaphysical yellow flying sword. The live broadcast audience was stunned. What was this thing? A gourd flying sword? There was this kind of contraption? It looked very powerful, however, this flying sword was so short. It's really a bit short, it looks like almost 10 centimeters? What can a 10 centimeter sword do? It's hard to shave my legs. Why didn't you use the two swords before? Those two swords look much more powerful than this one. This thing doesn't look strong. The netizens in the live stream were talking. In the air of the valley, the auger dragon was holding Vajra Mountain's master Xuanchu in its mouth. It made a gesture to swallow it in its stomach. Then, the Jiaolong saw the one in purple robes on top of the mountain set up a flying sword in the air and aimed it. The auger dragon's gaze was fixed. Among its eyes, there was scorn, but not much. The scorn was from the guy in the purple robe. The reason there wasn't much was because the one in the purple robe didn't use those two very powerful swords. Instead, he set a small sword out. In Jiaolong's eyes, what can this small flying sword that is just a little bit bigger do? It's too much effort to put a fingernail on it. Seeing the celestial master's sword in the air, a sword rushed towards it. The dragon roared. Looking at this little arcane yellow sword, it had the illusion that it could match it. Jiaolong, this seat has already crossed the heavenly tribulation, crossing the 81 golden thunder tribulation still. Now that I have successfully transformed into a Jiao, my feet have 4 claws. Invincible on earth. What's wrong with wearing a purple robe? I have the life of a true dragon, I'm not afraid of a man in a purple robe. What's more, this sword is so small, it may be able to fight. The dragon swelled up after transforming into a Jiao, and was bursting with confidence at the moment. Its eyes were firmly fixed on this small arcane yellow sword. With a sweep of its tail, the dragon's tail wanted to sweep this small sword away. However, in the next second, an incredible scene happened. This small sword and the dragon's tail collided. It was like a paper cutter touching a piece of white paper. It cut through the dragon's tail. Like cutting through a piece of tofu. The dragon didn't even react, the Xian Huang's small sword had already chopped through. In the sky, in the next second, a large amount of the scaly dragon's blood poured down. A scaly dragon's tail was chopped off by the celestial master Xian Huang little sword and fell down, smashing into the valley. The auger dragon wailed with hindsight, and amongst its eyes, when it looked at the Xian Huang's small sword again, where was the semblance of contempt that it had earlier? The eyes were filled with fear. This thing was strong as hell. At this moment, Qin Hao's Xian Huang's small sword, after slicing through the scaly dragon's tail, it soared all the way. Even though Qin Hao endeavored to bring it to a stop, the flying sword still gently cut above the valley in front of him, and the peak of the mountain top of that valley was directly cut open by a sword in the next second. A large amount of rocks rolled down. A valley was directly leveled by the heavenly master's sword. Wang Woro, Yi Zhouyun, and the other martial arts masters, their jaws dropped. What was this? With one sword, the valley was sliced? This would be too outrageous. What kind of sword? So powerful? The netizens are even more dumbfounded. What the hell is this? A mountain, gone with one sword? This thing doesn't look strong. Is this still the same 10 centimeter sword? I'm so dumbfounded. It's true that you can't judge a person by their appearance, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket of water. A 10 centimeter sword shocked my mom for 10,000 years. Stop it, it's blown up. My mom and I can only survive one today. Is the guy who said a 10 centimeter sword isn't enough to shave your legs still here? How's your leg hair now? Still there, before shaving leg hair 28 years old, now 18 years old just adult, perfect level of life reopener belongs to is. I think that dragon is also stupid hahaha. The tail is cut off. Jiaolong, you 10 centimeters small sword can second me? Blanche. Jiaolong, broken army shape changed to ordinary iron sword, right? False propaganda reported. Facts have proved, people, or cannot be too inflated to eat big losses. This auger dragon is a classic example of inflation. Now it's good, the tail is gone, still dare to pretend? At this time, the dragon looked at his broken tail. And then looked behind him, the valley that was flattened by the heavenly master's sword. The scaly dragon is numb. This wearing purple robe, so fierce? And that 10 centimeters small sword, look at the weak chicken, but actually fierce batch. The master has transformed into a Jiao, and there is also the dragon Yuan Jin Dan in his body, but he still can't beat it? Isn't it a bit outrageous? Qin Hao looked at the dragon. Dragon element? Golden Dan? What the hell is that? What kind of Jindan is that? This golden Dan thing, this heavenly master has 3 of them. Did I show you off? How dare you mess with me? The dragon's gone soft. This sword can cut off its tail. If I were to use another sword, I'd chop it in half as an earthworm. The Jiaolong loosened its mouth and slowly lowered the Xiansu master in its mouth. Roar! Jiaolong, heavenly master, forgive me, wrong, really wrong. Give a chance. Is it okay for me to concede? If it wasn't for no knees, high and low would give you a kowtow. Qin Hao looked at Master Xuanqiu, who was put down by this Jiaolong. His waist was broken. A big hole was pierced in his waist by the dragon teeth of the scaly dragon. The injury was extremely appalling. Qin Hao first threw out a healing talisman and stuck it on Master Xuanqiu. First, he saved his life. After that, he looked at this scaly dragon. Admit defeat? Give a chance? You admit your weakness just because you say so? Just now, when you ate the people after the tribulation, weren't you very unruly and untamed? This kind of goods belongs to the kind of a little strength, immediately small man ambition, turn over to suppress other people kind of. Give a little sunshine on bright. For this kind of goods, a beating will be honest. And, the harder you hit, the more honest you are. Just beat it up and beat it until it serves. Qin Hao had no intention of stopping. One hand opened. Ethereal would innate chi great tackle. In the sky, a green-colored void hand appeared. With one hand, he grabbed towards this scaly dragon. This scaly dragon was held in Qin Hao's hand like a plaything in his palm. Qin Hao's big grappling hand easily held the 7 inches of this scaly dragon. Holding it in his hand, he threw it as a monkey band. The huge body of the scaly dragon smashed into the valley, one by one, heavier than the other. For a while, the miserable screams of the scaly dragon were heard throughout the valley. In the end, Qin Hao slapped it to the ground. The dragon horns were all slapped halfway off. This Jiao dragon, just half a breath left. This scaly dragon that had just crossed the heavenly tribulation was directly smoked by Qin Hao without any temper at all. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't easy to cultivate, Qin Hao could have slaughtered it as an eel on the spot. Qin Hao, turning into a Jiao dragon, not turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon, what are you pretending for? Looking at the Sky Master shot to the ground, only half of the life of the scaly dragon. Netizens cannot help but sigh, good guy, too brutal. Tianshur, the means is extremely cruel. There is a feeling of a father beating his son, Heavenly Master 6666. I didn't know what it means to be hanged before, but now I know, it's really hanged. Damn, the dragon can even take it with his hands. Strongly recommend that in the future, the Master of Heaven simply embroidered the word invincible on his purple robe. If this is not invincible, what is? This dragon loses because it doesn't have an E. But where Long and E was beaten to half can kneel down to the Heavenly Master kowtow too, the Heavenly Master are not so bad to beat it. Look at the previous provocations on the mountain Zhouyuanpeng, when the opportunity to kneel, to avoid being beaten, this dragon or eat the loss of no culture Nothing more to say, I hope the dragon is okay. The incident of walking away from the scaly dragon. This has basically been resolved. The python in the Wanjiang reservoir has already passed the dragon transformation heavenly tribulation. Naturally, it won't go scaly again. Master Xuanqiu of Vajra Mountain has been saved by the Heavenly Master's healing talisman. There's no big problem either, it's just that the kidneys have weakened a bit after the waste has worn out. But these can soon be made up. This time, the high-ranking masters from all over the Dragon Kingdom who came to Wanjiang City were more or less injured. The higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom arranged for them to rest for a few days within Wanjiang City. And after that, they also went back to their respective mountain gates. Of course, there was no shortage of them who had been invited by the official Dragon Kingdom to join the military. The military had done this kind of thing before. Yi Zhoutian and Master Zhu Tsong were all absorbed from the civilian population. Teaching students within the military, their days were well spent. It was said that the masters of Vajra Mountain were quite interested. But whether they would eventually join or not was unknown. That was the business of other people's clans. Qin Hao and a group of Taoist masters from Qingyan Mountain were, at the moment, staying in a hotel officially arranged by the Dragon Kingdom in Wanjiang City. During these few days, Qin Hao didn't go out. In the hotel room, he used a secret technique to help Wind Harvest, who had been seriously injured under the heavenly thunder, recover his body. At the same time, the divine beast, mythical beast, was at the time of the last heavenly thunder. It was directly thrown out by Qin Hao to block the thunder. This thing also more or less carried some emotions after returning. It didn't care much about Qin Hao all the time. He felt that Qin Hao was more or less a bit unrighteous, throwing it away when he said he would, and taking it to block the heavenly thunder. It's okay to stick a knife into a brother, but it's not okay to stick a knife into a brother, is it? This little thing has a temper. Qin Hao also has a big headache. I can't persuade this old smoker to do anything. Qin Hao simply ignored it for the time being, and finished the matter at hand first. Repairing the corpse king's body, Qin Hao spent a lot of incense value to buy materials. It took a full 4 days to mend the injuries on its body. However, in order to recover as before, it still needed to recuperate for a while on its own. However, after experiencing this heavenly lightning bombardment, Qin Hao realized that this corpse king of his seemed to have been blessed by the disaster. The bottleneck of peak foundation establishment in its body loosened. In half a month at the most, it should be about to form a Dan. This was good news. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and solving the Jiao Python incident, and obtaining the rewards of Ganoderma Lucidum Child 1, Ginseng Child 1, Divine Beast Egg Carousel Extraction x 10, Purple Fragrance Tripod 1, and incense value of 1 million. At this time, Qin Hao realized that with the resolution of the scaly walking incident, the system's rewards had also arrived. The most conspicuous among them was the incense value of 1 million. This was a large amount. It should be considered as the highest reward of incense value for a single task Qin Hao had done so far. Although it took quite a bit of time to complete this task, this wave was still a blood moneymaker. In addition to the incense value, there are other rewards, such as Divine Beast Egg Carousel Extraction x 10. These were old friends. What's the use, Qin Hao knew. Last time, he had drawn out the Divine Beast Egg from this Grand Carousel. I wonder what I can draw out this time. In addition to the Grand Carousel, this time, the system also rewarded Lingji Child, Ginseng Child, and a Purple Fragrance Tripod. These three things, Qin Hao didn't even know what they were. Click to see the detailed introduction. Lingji Child, 1,000-year-old Lingji in the mountains cultivated into essence and transformed into a child, bent on the Tao, extremely talented, and able to provide a large amount of Lingji. It is a very useful companion child. Ginseng Child, 1,000-year-old ginseng cultivated into essence in the mountain, transformed into a child, dedicated to the Tao, with a strong talent, and can provide a large amount of ginseng. It is a very practical companion child. Purple Fragrance Cauldron, one of the pill refining cauldrons, ranks 72nd on the 100 cauldrons list. The cauldron comes with purple fragrance fire. Using this cauldron to refine pills, the success rate is increased by 20, comes with a copy of Purple Fragrance Alchemy Technique. These three rewards. Qin Hao smacked his lips. How to say it, useful, but not very useful. Not as useful as martial arts, divine abilities, or spiritual treasures. But it wasn't bad either. At least the Purple Fragrance Cauldron could refine pills. Those two children, they could also provide some Ganoderma ginseng to eat. It was still good to use it to preserve health occasionally. Qin Hao extracted these three rewards. As soon as the Purple Fragrant Tripod landed on the ground, Qin Hao checked it out. It was a three-legged, two-eared tripod. The overall shape was ancient and simple. There were special inscriptions and patterns carved on the body and inner wall of the tripod. Qin Hao placed his hand on the furnace body. A trace of spiritual qi was injected into it, and in the next second, inside the purple fragrant tripod, there was a furnace fire rising automatically. The lavender flame accompanied by a faint fragrance filled the entire room. When Qin Hao smelled this purple fire aroma, he felt that it had a tranquilizing and calming effect. Qin Hao thought to himself, this stove fire is really quite magical. Just when he was fiddling with this purple fragrance tripod, in the room, the divine beast mythical beast came smelling the fragrance. Seeing the purple flame cauldron that was raised by Qin Hao, it seemed unusually excited. At this moment, it didn't care about Qin Hao's great revenge of taking it to block the thunder. With a leap, it jumped on top of the purple fragrant cauldron, lying on top of it how it didn't want to come down. Mythical Gabe, surnamed Qin, you have this good thing not to take out early? Let this seed to suck those worldly incense. Do you know how low efficiency? This seed now cultivation is only barely reached the peak of foundation building, even Jindan is difficult to not. Now this purple incense tripod, just barely worthy of this great master's noble dragon son identity. Let's make a deal. In the future, as long as you give me every day on this purple incense tripod to inhale incense, this dragon son can consider, in the future to help your favor. How? Qin Hao listened to the words of this mythical beast fellow. Rolled his eyes. Looking at the soulful appearance of this fellow lying on the incense burner and sucking the incense fire furiously. Just being able to get it to help? I'm afraid this isn't even its bottom line. Qin Hao took the opportunity to say, Supreme Heavenly Father, unless from today onwards, you become the poor Taoist's little brother, and the poor Taoist can still consider letting you lie on your back on this purple incense cauldron to cultivate in the future, otherwise you don't want to think too much. Qin Hao was eating up the fact that this mythical beast needed the purple incense cauldron to cultivate. He held its little mind to death. Looking at Qin Hao's cunning appearance, the animal was caught in a fierce struggle. Being a little brother, it's a bit embarrassing. After all, he is the son of a dragon. But the purple fragrant tripod was ranked on the 100 tripods list. This thing really smelled too good. It was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation path. At the end of the thought, the mythical beast gritted its teeth. It's just, as long as I can be a little brother, I'll be a little brother. As long as I can swallow clouds and fog every day, what's wrong with being a little brother? When this great master's cultivation grows up and surpasses Qin Hao, by then, it's not clear who's whose little brother. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't cheat the dragon's son to be poor. Fake a promise yourself, and then turn the tables later. Wonderful. Mythical Gaby, okay, this lord promises you kid. Qin Hao, come on, call me big brother first to hear it. And in the future, if I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to go west, you can't go east. This is the realization of being a little brother, understand? Mythical Beast. Chapter 106 Obediently called the little ogre, disobedient directly over the snake demon. Second shift. Request for subscription. Request for monthly votes. Looking at Qin Hao, this guy's villainous appearance. Mythical Beast reluctantly called Big Brother. In exchange for lying on the purple incense cauldron and sucking incense every day. How lousy it was to call Big Brother, and how high it was to inhale the incense. Sending off the Mythical Beast. Qin Hao extracted the other two rewards. Lingji Child, and Ginseng Child. Two white lights flashed. In the next second, the figures of the two children appeared in front of Qin Hao. It actually looked like two little dolls. A boy and a girl. The boy looked like a tiger with clear eyebrows. The girl had delicate features, lotus root arms and onion fingers, and an aura. A pair of golden children. The pair of children looked at Qin Hao and knelt down to pay homage. Disciple pays homage to the heavenly master. Qin Hao nodded. You too, do you have a name? The two children, Lingji and Ginseng, shook their heads. No names. Qin Hao, from today onwards, you will be called Qingfeng Mingyue. Qin Hao was too lazy to come up with a name. The clear wind knows what I want, and the bright moon shines in my heart. Just call it that. It's also quite catchy. The two children of Clear Wind and Bright Moon nodded their heads. When they first entered the earth, they were dedicated to the Tao, and they didn't care about names in the first place. Being able to learn Taoist techniques was fine. What's more, the name Bright Moon and Crisp Moon didn't sound bad either. Ding! Releasing a new quest, granting Mingyue Crisp the ability to cultivate the Tao. Help the two of you to build a foundation, and receive the rewards. Fragment 1 of Laojuan's Alchemy, complete list of elementary elixir formulas, and 300,000 incense value. Watch the system mission. Giving the two children Gongfu will result in a reward. It looked like the two children were also quite well taken care of by the system. Qin Hao searched in the incense value mall. A technique suitable for these two elixir children to cultivate. In the end, Qin Hao found a Purple Chi Pill King technique. It was very suitable for spirit medicine children to practice. Normally, when practicing the Gong method, one would pick up the purple chi between heaven and earth to cultivate. At the same time, it was also able to draw spiritual chi from amongst the spiritual medicines to strengthen their physique. This Gong method was like it was tailor-made for these two children. The two of them were the essence of 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. They knew the habits of various kinds of spiritual medicines very well. After practicing this Gong method, Qin Hao could let the two of them help take care of the herbs if he planted them on Qingyan Mountain in the future. While tending to the pills, they could also absorb the medicinal power to cultivate, having the best of both worlds. Moreover, handing over the spiritual medicine field to these two spiritual medicine children to take care of, Qin Hao was also relieved. Subsequently, Qin Hao pointed his fingers and bestowed the two of them with a Taoist technique, giving them a chance to cultivate. The two Taoist children, Ginseng and Ganoderma, received the Gongfu for the first time. They were also very happy. Looking at the piece of Gongfu in their sea of consciousness, they crossed their knees and practiced. Qin Hao realized that when the two children, Lingji and Ginseng, were practicing, around them, as the aura condensed, Ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum would be produced continuously. This was a good thing. It couldn't be wasted. Qin Hao collected it with his hand. The Ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum produced from the spiritual pill child's surroundings, the medicinal effect was not something that ordinary wild Ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum could be compared to. Bringing it back to make medicinal wine was absolutely excellent. These two spirit medicine children had practiced for thousands of years. Having just been extracted by Qin Hao, they already had 1,000 years of Tao, being at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining. At this moment, they were further assisted by Gongfu. A day later, the two of them both entered the foundation establishment stage. At the same time, Qin Hao's rewards were handed out. Another 300,000 incense value was earned. Plus, Fragment 1 of Laojuan's pill refining technique, and complete list of elementary pill formulas. Qin Hao extracted and absorbed all of these two rewards. A large amount of extra knowledge appeared in the center of his mind. Part of it was the content of the old monarch's pill refining technique. The Supreme Lord Laojun, worthy of being the ancestor-level figure of the pill refining world. Even a fragment of the pill refining art made Qin Hao gain a lot. It allowed him, a little white man who originally knew nothing about pill refining. He could also instantly know a lot of pharmacological knowledge. The complete book of elementary pills pill formulas. Inside, it recorded many kinds of lower-order elixir refining methods. At the highest, it contained the refining method of a 4th-grade elixir. Qin Hao felt that he could try it himself sometime. Practicing pills seemed to be a good choice. Absorbing the reward. Qin Hao walked out of the room. Just as he walked out, he bumped into a familiar face. Taoist Master Yi Zhouyun from within the official Dragon Kingdom. Taoist Master Yi happened to come to this hotel to look for the Heavenly Master. After coming, he heard that the Heavenly Master had been in seclusion for several days. He didn't dare to disturb him and waited outside the door. After waiting for a whole day, he waited for the Heavenly Master to come out. Seeing the Heavenly Master, Tao Lord Yi Zhouyun said, "Evening Generation Yi Zhouyun, I have seen the Heavenly Master." Qin Hao nodded and said, "Is there something wrong with Taoist Yi?" "Heavenly Master, it's like this." Yi Zhouyun briefly told Qin Hao the purpose of his trip here. In a nutshell, two things. The first thing, Yi Zhouyun came on behalf of the official Dragon Kingdom military department. Previously, Qin Hao had manifested himself in front of people. Various immortal cultivation means shocked the official Dragon Country. On the side of the Dragon Country's official high level, they had long wanted to get in touch with Qin Hao. Only, it had been on the sidelines before. Now there happened to be this relationship with Yi Zhouyun. Therefore, the official side of the Dragon Country intended to let Yi Zhouyun build a bridge to negotiate with Qin Hao. Let's see if Qin Hao's side is willing to sell some martial arts and spells to the Dragon Country official. If they are willing, the Dragon Country officials will spend a lot of money to buy them. One martial art is $5 billion. 10 billion for a spell. Whatever the Heavenly Master wants. The Dragon Kingdom's tobacco alone generates hundreds of billions of dollars a year in tax revenue for the Dragon Kingdom. This amount of money for the country, all this money, is small money. But for an individual, Green Cloud Mountain, it is not small money. The second thing was the matter of that scaly dragon. After that scaly dragon was severely beaten by Qin Hao, it was smacked out of its psyche. The dragon's tail was also cut off. It's been several days now, and it has been curled up in the valley, not daring to come out of the atmosphere. Now it is still inside. The official side of the Dragon Country is also considering the handling of this dragon. Although the auger dragon is good. But the Dragon Country officials are also clear. A live auger dragon, they can't grasp it. After all, the destructive power of the dragon is there. If one is not careful, one is playing with fire. Therefore, at the beginning, the Dragon Kingdom officials did not hit the idea of this dragon. Their focus was on the dragon tail that was cut off by Qin Hao. Owning a dragon tail was no different from owning a whole scaly dragon. They could totally choose to bring the dragon tail back for research. After all, a broken dragon tail could be sliced up any way they wanted. But a live auger dragon, left there, experts wouldn't dare to approach it, let alone study it. There was nothing good about it other than giving people a headache. Therefore, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom asked Taoist Yi to come and talk to the Heavenly Master. To see if the Heavenly Master could take the auger dragon away and bring it back to Qingyun Mountain to raise it. This was because only by taking this auger dragon away would they have a chance to be able to take the broken dragon tail from within the valley. Right now, the dragon had been harboring in the valley. The officials of the Dragon Kingdom didn't dare to take the risk of taking away the dragon tail in front of the scaly dragon. Qin Hao listened to Taoist Yi's words. He said, "The matter of martial arts spells, we'll talk about this in detail later. As for getting rid of that scaly dragon, you guys are treating poor Taoist as a laborer. My small temple on the barren mountain of Qingyun Mountain counts on some incense money every year, and I can't afford to raise a dragon for nothing." Qin Hao didn't intend to raise any dragon at all. How much does it cost to feed and house such a big dragon? How much would it cost to let yourself work for free? No way. Qingyun Mountain, didn't keep idle people. Yi Zhouyun said, "The Heavenly Master misunderstood. As long as the Heavenly Master is willing to take the dragon away, raised in the Qingyun Mountain, the Dragon Country official promise, the annual allocation of 1 billion, of which 500 million is the dragon's food expenses, the other 500 million, is the Dragon Country official to the Qingyun Mountain's management fee. Who dares to let the Heavenly Master work for nothing?" The Dragon Country official wanted to raise this auger dragon, but didn't have the ability to do so. Letting Qin Hao raise it on their behalf, they definitely have to pay the management fee. 1 billion a year. Qin Hao thought about it for a while. It seems to be a good business. Not only do you get money, but you also get a free laborer for nothing. There is an auger dragon left on the mountain. In the future, let this auger dragon do the rainfall carrying or whatever. Yi Zhouyun didn't know that he was still talking about the management fee, and Qin Hao had already thought of letting the scaly dragon work on Qingyun Mountain. If the officials of the Dragon Country were to know what Qin Hao was thinking now, I'm afraid that they could only sigh, letting the auger dragon do the hard labor. In the whole world, only the Heavenly Master dares to think like this. The matter of keeping the dragon on behalf of the dragon, Qin Hao is considered to have agreed. Why don't you take the money for free and get the hard labor for free? As for selling martial arts spells to the official Dragon Country, this Qin Hao still had to consider. After all, how much to sell, which to sell? It was all for him to carefully consider, but he promised Yi Zhouyun that he would give him a reply within a week. After promising Yi Zhouyun to take away the scaly dragon in the valley of Wanjiang Reservoir, Qin Hao then returned to the valley again with Yi Zhou-yun in a special car. This time, when they came back again, it had been a few days. Qin Hao came above the valley. Looking down, the Jiao dragon that had broken its tail and one of its horns was still in the valley. Life was not easy, and the scaly dragon was self-absorbed. A few days ago, it had just crossed the heavenly tribulation. It thought it was invincible. Who knew that it was going to receive a brutal beating on the spot? It was beaten out of its psyche by the one in purple robes. The dragon's horn and tail were broken. Now that the one wearing the purple robe has almost become the nightmare of the dragon. When the dragon's eyes closed, the comforter was full of celestial masters. For several consecutive days, the scaly dragon couldn't sleep at night. Just at this time, the dragon felt confused and seemed to see the purple-robed figure on top of the mountain again. The augur dragon had a jolt and was instantly scared out of its wits. Its first reaction, this is a dream? But when it blinked its eyes, only then did it react. Which the hell is this a dream? This is real. The one in the purple robe was now standing on top of the mountain looking at itself. Seeing that face, that dress, that condescending perspective, Jialong's sense of agency was so strong that he was already shaking. Jialong, you can't be like this. I've already taken a beating that day. How can you bully me again? There is no reasoning. Qin Hao seemed to see the fear of this Jiao dragon. He leaped and jumped onto the head of this scaly dragon. One foot stepped on the broken dragon horn. Qin Hao said comfortingly, Supreme Heavenly Father, you don't have to be afraid. Poor Tao didn't come here this time to fight with you. In fact, poor Tao is a very reasonable person, as long as you don't do anything wrong, and don't harm one side, poor Tao, and you will be well watered. This time, is to talk to you about a deal. You look at you now mixed, tail is broken, the dragon's horn is also broken. To recover to the peak state, by yourself do not know to recover to the monkey years and months. Poor Taoist now officially invites you to join my Taoist sect and enter my Qingyun mountain to practice. Little Jiaolong, are you willing? After Qin Hao finished, he looked at Jiaolong as if he was still scared, his body trembling. He continued, of course, poor Taoist is a very democratic person, always respecting other people's opinions. If you really don't want to, poor Taoist won't force you. This also depends on your personal opinion. Jiaolong, roar. Not forced? Isn't it true? Jiaolong is actually not very willing to join what Qingyun mountain. Working for someone else is not as comfortable as being your own boss. It has been practicing hard for thousands of years, isn't it for the sake of the dragon to travel the world without any restrictions? Joining some Taoist sect puts a shackle on itself for nothing. Who would be willing to do that? The dragon said tentatively, then I refuse? Its words hadn't all come out yet. Qin Hao's face had already clouded over. Bold snake demon. If you don't enter my Taoist sect, that means you still want to plague the earth. Watch the poor Taoist overtake you. Qin Hao blurted out. The dragon was numb with fear. Nima. Where's the promised democracy? What about the promised respect for choice? When inviting himself, he called people little Jiaolong. When he was rejected, his original form was revealed, and he was directly bold snake demon, and he also wanted to overpower himself. Yi Zhou-yun was also terrified. Heavenly Master. This is also too ruthless. One word is going to transcend all. Where did the dragon dare to struggle? At this moment, what freedom, what unrestrained. In front of its own little life, everything is unimportant. It's not easy for it to cultivate for hundreds of years and transform into a dragon. It's only been a few days. It doesn't want to die yet. The dragon immediately confessed and said, roar. Heavenly Master is above, I am willing to join Mount Qingyun. It's scared. Can't you join yourself? Don't hit me. Listening to Jiaolong say this, Qin Hao's face was also gentle once again, saying, Supreme Heavenly Master, just now, poor Taoist was all joking with you. In fact, I still respect your choice. However, since you insist on joining my Qingyun mountain and entering my Xin sect, then the poor Taoist has no choice but to accept you. Follow me. Qin Hao patted its dragon horn. The dragon listened to the words of the Heavenly Master. A pair of dragon eyes rolled up to the sky. Joking just now? Respecting my choice? Guess if I believe it or not. Just now, he clearly said that he wanted to transcend himself. The dragon didn't feel that this purple-robed one was joking just now. It felt that if it really refused to join Qingyun Mountain just now, the other party would really transcend itself. Unwillingly, the Jiao dragon shook its body and quickly shrunk in size. It transformed into a palm-sized small dragon and landed on Qin Hao's hand. It was put into Qin Hao's sleeve. Being able to be big and small, being able to be hidden and visible, these were all part of the dragon's divine abilities. At the moment, this scaly dragon became smaller and was put away by Qin Hao, waiting to be brought back to Qingyun Mountain. Yi Zhou-yun walked over and took out a bank card and handed it to Qin Hao. Thanks for the help, Heavenly Master. This is the 1 billion food supplement and management fee that was agreed before. The password is 6 zeros. Heavenly Master, keep it. Yi Zhou-yun understood. Taking in the augur dragon looked simple, but this was because the Heavenly Master had previously subdued this augur dragon, and at this moment, he was then coerced plus lured, so it looked simple. Would you try it with someone else? This evil scaly dragon can eat a person alive in minutes, the kind that doesn't spit out bones. Qin Hao took the bank card. Then, he looked to the side of the valley, pointing at the body of 100 kilograms of python skin that the python had molted in the middle of the valley earlier. Qin Hao said, Supreme Heavenly Father, Taoist Master Yi, the Dragon Kingdom's top management side only needs the dragon tail, right? Then, I'll take these python skins, otherwise it's a waste to put them here. Qin Hao hadn't even finished speaking. With a wave of his sleeve, he put these hundreds of pounds of python skins into the system warehouse in front of Yi Zhouyun. Yi Zhouyun stood in place and watched as the Heavenly Master took away hundreds of pounds of python skin directly in front of him, turning it into nothing. Yi Zhouyun man was dumbfounded. Heavenly Master. Started too fast, right? We didn't say we don't want it. This python skin is also a good thing. It's too much to eat alone.